crossing over as a little milk baby. The whole family relies on my voice to change fate against the heavens. My dear mother, don't you know that the adopted son is our family's servant? Dad, he will take away your throne and make you swallow charcoal. Fourth sister, you are so pitiful. He ruined your face, turning you into an ugly duckling. With my strong criticism, my brother was driven out of the house. My mother was nominated for a gold award, becoming popular all over the country. My father's career flourished, becoming the richest man in the country. And the four sisters became goddesses admired by everyone. Even I, holding a milk bottle, was admired by various big shots. Actually, Su Tian stealing things is not for you at all, but for another person hidden in the basement. The reason why he always asks you to come along is just to find a scapegoat. So even if caught, everyone will think it was you who stole. Poor you, being deceived by him for a lifetime, only realizing the true face of this person when near death. Just as Su Chin Xin was about to leave, she heard this heartfelt confession, her eyes showing a hint of panic. They have lived in this mansion for so many years, never seeing anyone in the basement. How could this newborn ghost know something they didn't? But she also felt that Su Tian's behavior at the time was indeed strange. He would always bring a lot of beer that only adults would drink, and also bring more substantial food. No, it's impossible. Su Tian is the favorite brother of Tong Tian Tower. He would never deceive her. Even though Su Chin Xin was absolutely sure that Su Tian would not deceive her, she still prepared to go to the basement to take a look. The Su family villa was particularly quiet at night. Su Qinshin, guided by the faint moonlight, descended the stairs step by step and entered the basement. The basement was not large, just a storage space in all directions. Su Qinshin quickly searched every corner, but found no one, no ghosts, nothing at all. Su Qinshin shook her head. These little ghosts always had wild imaginations. Just as she was about to go upstairs, the corner of her eye suddenly caught a faint flash of light. Su Qinshin's heart tightened as she walked to the shelf, slowly approaching and reaching directly through the grid. Just this light touch made the entire shelf shake. Then, the intact wall slowly moved away like a curtain, revealing another basement behind the shelf. Su Qinshin covered her mouth in astonishment. Their family had lived here for so many years, yet they had no idea there was another basement within the basement, clearly showing signs of someone having lived there. So, it seems that what the little ghost said about someone being in the basement was true. Su Qinshin returned the mechanism to its original position, and ran out of the basement in a flash, all the way to the baby room, glanced at Su Daxiang. In fact, it was not a basement, but a shelter designed by the first owner to escape the war. However, now it is a time of peace, so this design is somewhat redundant. The previous homeowner may have felt unlucky, so he concealed this design when selling the house, but it was later discovered by Aunt Lon. This Lon Aunt is not a good person either. After discovering another basement in the basement, she brought her own husband with cerebral palsy in and stole things for him to eat every now and then. But now Lon Aunt has been driven away, and there is no one to take care of her husband with cerebral palsy. Yeah, now that Lon Aunt is gone, what will happen to her husband with cerebral palsy? Won't he die? She, who has always been very brave, actually felt a chill down her spine. In other words, there is still someone in the basement. Aunt Lan's husband. Isn't that Su Tian's father? So Su Tian always hides the stolen things in the basement, wanting to secretly give them to his father. At this moment, Su Qinshin heard the sound of something breaking. Equally shocked was Su Bingjin behind the door. Su Bingjin has shallow sleep, and after hearing the sound, he was worried that something might happen, so he got up to take a look. Unexpectedly, he heard such a horrifying thing. There was actually someone in his basement. He quickly calmed down and planned to bring in some bodyguards to clean up the basement first and deal with the person inside. He also needed to find a new house. This villa was no longer suitable. Too ominous. That night, both Su Bingjin and Su Qinshin couldn't sleep. The next morning, the two of them, with dark circles under their eyes, sat listlessly at the dining table. Chen Wanqiu exclaimed, "Did you not sleep well?" Far from not sleeping well, last night was more eventful than his experiences of the past few years. He first had people turn the basement upside down and indeed found the cerebral palsy man that Su Daxiang had mentioned. When he arrived, the man was already delirious from not eating for several days, only breathing in and not out. The man was very unkempt. The entire basement was filled with a foul smell, and many of the trash on the ground had maggots. After sending the people away, he simply lit a fire and burned the remaining trash. Chen Wanqiu shook her hand, and the soup spoon in her hand was thrown directly to the ground. The thought of living with a stranger for several years made her shudder. "Don't be afraid. I've taken care of everything." Chen Wanqiu leaned on Su Bingjin's shoulder, holding her young son in her arms, slowly calming down. As long as her beloved ones are by her side, she is not afraid of anything. "Sir, madam, Lon Auntie has brought back Master Su Tian. He said something was left in the basement and he wants to come back to retrieve it. Su Bingjin and Chen Wanqiu glanced at each other. It was already obvious what she wanted to do by coming back. It seems she is worried that her husband will starve to death, so she came back to provide for him. Let her in, Su Bingjin ordered. Soon, Aunt Lan walked in holding Su Tian's hand, because his own mother is still alive. Su Shikuan only nominally recognized Su Tian as a righteous son. Except for that day at the banquet to bring him out to show off a circle, he did not care about him. The current Su Tian was wearing dirty old clothes and his hair was messy. Compared to when he was by Chen Wanqiu's side, it was like heaven and earth. Chapter 24, Burnt to Death. Su Tian was also very aggrieved. Obviously not long ago he was mom and dad's little baby, and there were many servants to take care of him. Just because of the birth of that nuisance, everything has changed. The fourth sister turned toward the brat, and the third sister ignored him, and the second sister. Yes, and second sister. Thinking that Su Qinshin had always favored herself, especially when she saw Su Qinshin sitting right at the dining table, Su Tian's eyes instantly lit up. Second sister. Aunt Lan saw the opportunity and immediately said with a smile, "Second miss did not go to school today. Our little day since the return of the small day has been chanting to miss you. I remember that the relationship between the second miss and the small day is the best, but unfortunately, the opportunity to meet in the future is also less." After saying that, Aunt Lan quietly gauged Su Qinshin's expression. According to her thoughts, Su Qinshin would definitely beg Su Bingjin and Chen Wanqiu to leave his son behind. This will make her problems easier to solve. A glimmer of hope also rose in Su Tian's heart. He wanted to return to the Su family, where he could eat well and drink well and play well, which was incomparable to any place outside. But what I didn't expect was that Su Qinshin didn't even lift her head and drank the porridge in her bowl without a word. Second sister. Su Tian shouted tentatively. Su Qinshin placed the bowl heavily on the table, twisted her head and jumped off the stool, and ran upstairs without even looking at Su Tian. If you want to take something, take it quickly. Chen Wanqiu wrinkled her eyebrows. She had a gentle personality and rarely spoke in such an icy tone. Su Tian's eyes reddened and she nearly cried out. After Chen Wanqiu's reminder, Aunt Lan also remembered that her husband was still starving, and immediately nodded. Yes, I've forgotten. Thank you for reminding me. Ma'am. Xiao Tian, you accompany Mom. Auntie Lan pulled Su Tian towards the direction of the basement with hurried footsteps. Su Bingjin pretended not to see Aunt Lan's eagerness and leisurely ate his breakfast. Chen Wanqiu also breastfed Su Ming as if nothing was wrong, and the picture of a family of three together was exceptionally harmonious. It wasn't more than a few minutes later that Auntie Lan walked out with Su Tian with a flustered face. Her face was pale and she was obviously in shock. Can you not be scared when your own living, breathing husband is gone? Didn't find anything? Su Bingjin asked knowingly. No. Chen Wanqiu also pretended to be regretful. There was a fire in the basement 2 days ago. It was probably burned to ashes. Upon hearing the word fire, Auntie Lan's face turned even paler, and her entire body faltered, looking as if she was about to fall the next second. There's a fire. No wonder she smelled a burning odor when she entered the basement. Wouldn't that make his man? Chen Wanqiu stirred the milk in her cup. What did you lose? If it's a valuable item, I can help you contact the insurance company. Auntie Lan's heart was in severe pain, but she still had to pretend that she was fine. No, it's not anything expensive. If it was discovered that she was hiding someone in the basement, things would really get out of hand. Anyway, the people have been burned to death, so she can only resign herself to her fate. Xiao Tian, let's go. Little Su Tian is also a little scared. He is aware that there are people in the basement. Next to this, Mom also said that the person is his father. Now the basement fire. Then her father is not burned to death. Eat more. Let's take Xiao Ming and Qin Xin to Disney in the afternoon. Su Bingjin smiled as he gave Chen Wanqiu a fried egg. You also drink more milk. This is fresh milk that was just delivered this morning. Look at how thin you are. Chen Wanqiu poured Su Bingjin a cup of milk. The two of them completely ignored Auntie Lan's pain and looked as if they were having a good time. This was like salt in the wound for Auntie Lan. She just lost her husband. But these two people are still here to love each other. Aunt Lan brought Su Tian out of the Su family villa with all her reluctance, an old face gloomy and horrible. Mom, I want to go to Disney too. Seeing Auntie Lan's terrified face, Su Tian stiffly swallowed back the latter half of what he was about to say. On Su Bingjin's side, after Aunt Lan left, both he and Chen Wanqiu withdrew the smiles on their faces. Aunt Lan will never know in her life that her husband has been sent to a mental hospital by me. Su Bingjin lowered his eyes, a cold smile appearing on his lips. To be alive but unable to see each other. Let's call it their punishment for deceiving us. Chen Wanqiu nodded. For someone who had sucked so much blood in her own home, she certainly wouldn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. It's weird. Why are my two cheap parents suddenly enlightened? suddenly drifted to such a heartfelt sentence. Su Bingjin and Chen Wanxiu both froze, only to feel unable to hold back after reacting. It's just a shame that there's no point in driving Auntie Lan away. The two men's smiles froze and they immediately held their breath, wanting to hear Su Ming continue. Auntie Lan is gone, but a whole bunch of her relatives are still around. A whole bunch of relatives? Su Bingjin and Chen Wanxiu were both confused, not understanding what Su Ming meant by a large group of relatives. Could it be that the Su family still has Auntie Lan's people now? Hubby, you said that Auntie Lan dared to hide someone in the basement. Will there be other people related to Auntie Lan in our house now? Chen Wanxiu deliberately asked. Well, I also feel that there is this possibility. That is, I don't know exactly who it is. Saying that, Su Bingjin deliberately looked at Su Ming. Su Ming barred his little mouth a few times and said all that he knew. That's a lot. The driver who drives the third sister to and from school every day is Auntie Lan's brother. The aunt in charge of cooking is Auntie Lan's sister-in-law. The tutor who gave second sister's lessons was Auntie Lan's eldest daughter. And, well, I can't remember. Su Bingjin's face turned blue. I'll ask someone to do a proper investigation right now. Yes, we must find all these people. Otherwise they would have helped Auntie Lan avenge the recovery of her family. Not finding these people out is the equivalent of planting a couple of untimely bombs in the house. On the other hand, Auntie Lan's face was gloomy as she brought Su Tian back to her rental house. Su Bingjin, Chen Wanxiu, you killed my man. I will never let you go. She swore viciously. You guys don't know it yet, do you? But I'm not the only one in the Su family. Auntie Lan had a sinister and cunning smile on her face, then dialed her brother's number. Sis, I've been fired. His brother's exasperated voice came from the other end of the line. What? Fired? Auntie Lan's face changed drastically. It's not just that. The falsification of my resume was also found out by Mr. Su. I now have my driver's license revoked, and I won't be able to drive for 5 years. Even if I can drive in the future, no boss will be willing to use me. Undeterred, Auntie Lan called her sister-in-law again. Sis, I got fired too. Now our family has no financial resources. Sis, you have to help us. Auntie Lan trembled and called her daughter. The phone had just been jetted through, and a cry came from the other side. Mom, I've been kicked out of the Su family. Mr. Su found out that my education was falsified, and I won't be able to be a teacher in the future. After hanging up the phone, Aunt Lan's legs went limp and she sat down directly on the floor, her eyes hollow as she muttered to herself. It's over. It's all over. Getting the mole all sorted out, Su Bingjin had his assistant buy the tickets and the family happily headed to Disney. Today is the weekend. The amusement park entrance is crowded with people early in the morning. Due to the last crown thing, Mu Yao has been in a temper for a few days. In order to coax her to be happy, Zhou Qin intends to take advantage of it as the weekend to bring her to the amusement park to play for a day. I didn't expect to wait in line all morning and not get a ticket until now. The midday sun was unbearably hot, and little Mu Yao hid behind Zhou Qin, a layer of sweat breaking out on her hot little face. Mom, let's just go home. I'm so hot. The sun was reddening her skin. We've been waiting for so long. Let's wait a little longer. Zhou Qin was also hot, but having waited for so long it always felt like a loss to just leave. But, little Mu Yao looked down at her toes, somewhat aggrieved. In the past, obviously there was no need to line up. Zhou Qin choked and didn't know what to say. In the past, they had a VIP card given by the Su family, so of course they didn't have to queue up. Disney's VIP card. You have to spend over $1 million in a year to have it, and with their family's condition, they can't afford this card. Time is already midday, queuing people all sweating. It is at this time, several heavily armed police stepped in to maintain order. The crowd was cleared out of a pathway, and soon laid a red carpet on both sides of the flowers. There was a chorus of complaints as people in line were forced to be squeezed to the sides. Who is this? Such a big row? I guess it's some star. I hate these celebrities who abuse their privileges. It's just a visit to an amusement park and the armed police are out in force. Just as there was a lot of grumbling, several hot babes carrying red cardboard boxes walked down the red carpet to the center of the crowd, handing out gifts to those present in turn. Someone curiously opened the gift bag and found that it was the latest new headphones from Dingjin Group. The official website of this headset is priced at several $100s, and it is still limited. Many people want to buy cannot buy. These are the benefits that Mr. Su has prepared for everyone to celebrate the young master's full moon. There is also a discount card inside the gift bag. With this card you can purchase the latest models of Dingjin Group's goods at a 20% discount. The female assistant distributed the gift bags to everyone in turn. Not a single complaint could be heard at the scene anymore. Everyone was shocked by Su Bingjin's great deal. These things must be tens of thousands of dollars, worthy of being the richest man. It's all about atmosphere. So Chen Wanxiu is here too? As soon as the passers-by who had just been complaining heard that it was Chen Wanqiu who had come, they immediately gave up any sense of propriety and swarmed to grab autographs. As a national top stream, Chen Wanqiu can buy tens of thousands of dollars for a single signature. Chen Wanqiu also walked down from the black nanny car not far away. Although she had just given birth to a child, but she still had a rosy complexion. Her curved willow eyebrows were delicate and gentle, her red lips were dainty and her skin was as white as ivory, and she was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Su Qingqing followed her mother with a cold little face. She tied a cute pill head, still with baby fat little face fleshy, with the pair of black grapes like clear glistening eyes. Let a person look at the heart all melted. Su Bingjin is also tall and leggy, dressed in a suit, and holding a jade sculpture like little baby in his arms. The family of four immediately became a beautiful sight, and the scene resounded with thunderous cheers. Chen Wanqiu smiled and greeted her fans before she and Su Bingjin took their son and daughter and walked into the park through the VLP channel. Little Mu Yao stood in the crowd and understood everything in an instant. It turns out that there used to be no need to line up, all because Auntie Wanqiu was. She stared blankly at the empty, cold VLP aisle, her pretty eyes clouded with moisture. Originally she could have walked in from there too. After waiting in line for another half hour, Zhou Qin was able to buy a ticket. She bought the cheapest visitor's ticket, and many of the facilities could not be played, and Zhou Qin did not want to spend hundreds of dollars on a ticket that could only be played for a few minutes, so she could only take little Mu Yao around. Su Ming does not have these worries. VLP members can experience all the rides here for free, only for him a small child to see what is not much difference, because it is all held in the arms of Mommy. I want to take my little brother to a roller coaster. My little brother will love it. Su Qingqing tilted her little face with an innocent expression. Lying in Chen Wanqiu's arms, Su Ming silently rolled his eyes. Not just want to scare him. This little girl really has enough belly. Only, he a person who has lived in life. How can he be afraid of roller coasters? Moreover, if he remembered correctly, Su Qingqing seemed to be afraid of heights? Chen Wanqiu also felt that Su Qingqing was fooling around, and immediately refused righteously. The little brother is too small. How can he play with the roller coaster? It's okay mom. I'll protect my little brother. Su Qingqing interrupted Chen Wanqiu and pulled Su Ming's feet, ripping him out of Chen Wanqiu's arms, and then without waiting for Chen Wanqiu to react, she hugged Su Ming and flew towards the entrance of the roller coaster. Chen Wanqiu wanted to chase after her, but she was surrounded by her fans, and she was cut off by them halfway there, so she could only watch as Su Qingqing hugged Su Ming onto the roller coaster. All the while waiting to fasten her seatbelt, Su Qingqing ceased her disguise, and an evil and incomparable smile appeared on her angelic little face. I'm going to give you some color now, you little demon who knows everything. Chapter 25, slowly getting better. Soon the roller coaster started slowly. The expression on Su Qingqing's face gradually solidified. How? Is this not quite the same as what she imagined? She had thought that it was just a roller coaster ride. It wasn't challenging at all. She was someone who wasn't even scared of horror movies. But to her surprise, as the roller coaster slowly started, her vision began to rotate, and soon her entire body was wrapped in a sense of weightlessness that made her bones go limp. Ah! Help! Su Qingqing screamed in a high voice. And on the contrary, Su Ming, who was on the side, not only didn't have any expression of fear, but also squinted his eyes cozily. A female tourist on the sidelines was amazed. How did you let such a small child in? And a big one holding a little one. Seeing that the older girl kept screaming while the smaller boy was fast asleep, the female tourist laughed and said, Little girl, you're not as bold as your brother. Be brave. Don't be afraid. Su Qingqing's face instantly burst into red. She tried to make herself look less scared, but she simply couldn't overcome the fear that was brought out in her genes. So scared that she was about to cry, she shivered and went to look at Su Ming in her arms, not believing that he wasn't scared at all. Why isn't it over yet? It's so boring. This is too slow. It's like coaxing a child. Su Qingqing, who was about to cry from fear, after a long time waiting for the roller coaster to stop, Su Qingqing Wawa mouth spit out. Fear that the horror of the thing started again. She rolled and crawled down. The corners of her eyes are still hanging not dry tears. Chen Wanqiu was originally a little angry, saw her daughter's pitiful face and could not bear to blame again. The person in charge of the paradise rushed over at the news and kept bowing to Chen Wanqiu to make amends. Sorry, it's the negligence of our staff. Chen Wanqiu took her son from the staff, fearing that Su Ming would be frightened, but she did not expect to ruffle the warm blanket but saw a sleeping little face. Looks like the little guy not only didn't freak out, he fell asleep. Confirming that Su Ming was fine, the fearful staff present only breathed a sigh of relief. There are a lot of people who came to play this program today. Su Qingqing is small. I don't know when she was squeezed in. If they hurt the young master and young lady of the richest family because of their negligence in their work, then they would really have to take out a lifetime salary to pay for it. Of all the people present, it was Su Qingqing who was in the most sorry state. Chen Wanqiu walked over and patted her on the back. Don't fool around in the future. Su Qingqing glared at Su Ming and reluctantly took the paper towel in Chen Wanqiu's hand and wiped her mouth. Finding that it was still comfortable to lie in Chen Wanqiu's arms, Su Ming rolled over and changed to a more comfortable position, aiming his buttocks at the indignant Su Qingqing, and went to sleep on his own at ease. Su Qingqing didn't want to see Su Ming again, and found a few safe programs to play on her own for a while, and waited until 4 or 5 in the afternoon, when the servants sent Su Qingqing, who had just gotten out of school, over as well. Su Qingqing goes to a boarding kindergarten and only comes back for half a day a week on weekends. Even so, Su Qingqing didn't want to see Su Qingqing, because she found the little girls jabbering too annoying. Fortunately, Su Qingqing didn't stick to her side like before after being sent by the maid, but went to Chen Wanqiu to pick up that little brat. Su Qingqing sighed in relief. It seemed that little ghost wasn't useless at all. At the very least it could make Su Qingqing stop pestering her. But Su Qingqing raised her eyes to Su Ming's side. Looking at his adorable smile in Su Qingqing's arms, a touch of a very strange feeling suddenly welled up in her heart. His smile was so cute, just like an angel baby, but why would he smile when he saw Su Qingqing, but not when he saw her? Not only did she not laugh, she mentally mocked her. This little brat, he's actually making a distinction. This entire day, Su Qingqing was incomparably depressed because she realized that Su Ming was completely different when it came to Su Qingqing and her. The most obvious is when writing homework. Seeing Su Qingqing can't do anything, Su Ming will be anxious and will help Su Qingqing calculate the answer in his mind. Su Qingqing should be able to hear that little brat's heart just like her. And with the help of that little brat, Su Qingqing quickly finished her homework and went out to play. She peeked in and realized that the questions were surprisingly alright. Unable to resist the temptation of not having to do her homework, she also imitated Su Qingqing and put Su Ming aside while she was writing her homework. But the brat didn't care about her at all. Su Qingqing was holding her fire, as if she was competing with Su Ming, and in one breath she finished all the homework she had saved for half a semester. Because of what happened during the day, Chen Wanqiu was originally still a little worried about Su Qingqing. After all, ever since she was kidnapped, Su Qingqing's mood has been unstable. See her returned out the books. Can't help but be overjoyed. Qingqing, you want to study again? Since that incident, Su Qingqing has completely closed herself off, not wanting to study, not wanting to communicate with outsiders, and has refused to go to school. How could Chen Wanqiu know that Su Qingqing was just gambling with Su Qingqing? Hearing the word study, Su Qingqing still instinctively resisted. But, will Su Qingqing and him go too? Su Qingqing glanced at Su Ming. Obviously, this he was referring to Su Ming. I didn't expect Su Ming to even handle the most difficult Su Qingqing. Chen Wanqiu felt a small pride in her heart and smiled. Yes, you took 2 years off from school. It's time for you to read the first grade with Qingqing. Qingqing insisted on taking Xiaoming to school with her. I've already talked to your homeroom teacher. And she agreed. Su Qingqing was silent for a long time before she whispered, okay. Knowing that Su Qingqing is going to school, the Su family is suddenly lively. And the happiest ones are Chen Wanqiu and Su Bingzhen. Chen Wanqiu picked up the sleeping Su Ming and gently kissed him on the cheek. It's like the house is slowly starting to change for the better since we had this baby. Su Ming still did not know that he had inadvertently helped Chen Wanqiu solve a matter of the heart. He just felt comfortable in Chen Wanqiu's arms, and soon fell into a deep sleep. This sleep was very sweet, but unfortunately, he had not slept for long, and was woken up by a burst of curses. Who told you to kick out Goten? Su Ming ghostly opened his eyes, and saw a woman over 50 years old leaning on her crutches, knocking the floor with a bang, her wrinkled old face red with anger. How can a child not make a mistake? As for kicking little Tian up because of that little thing, Chen Wanqiu frowned. Mom, keep your voice down. Xiao Ming just fell asleep. Su Bingzhen also couldn't help but speak out in rebuttal. Mom, that wasn't a small matter. Qingqing was almost killed by him. Chapter 26, Awakening. It's normal for little boys to be mischievous. I think you guys just forgot about Xiao Tian when you had your own son. After saying that, Chen Chunhua pulled out Su Tian, who was hiding behind her. Xiao Tian, you'll stay here, with me here. Let's see who dares to drive you away. Not expecting Chen Chunhua to bring Su Tian as well, Su Bingzhen couldn't help but wrinkle his brows and looked at Chen Wanqiu with some difficulty. Chen Wanqiu early childhood parents divorced. Is by Chen Chunhua single-handedly bring her up? Is to see in this layer? Su Bingzhen to this mother-in-law only repeatedly tolerate, as long as it is his request, no matter how excessive will agree. But sending Su Tian back, this has touched his bottom line. Chen Wanqiu's face is also a little ugly. As a mother, she does not want her son to be aggrieved, and even more so, she does not want to pick up the son of the enemy. Just Chen Shunhua is her closest relative in this world. At first, her father threw her out of the house when she was still in infancy. Ignoring the death of their mother and daughter, Chen Shunhua single-handedly pulled her up. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been a good girl, has never disobeyed her mother. Mom, little Ming is also your grandson. Look, how cute he is. Chen Wanqiu carried Su Ming forward, and Chen Shunhua twisted her head to the side in disgust, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. Glancing at the finely sculpted little face in the swaddling clothes, Chen Shunhua's expression was a little uncomfortable. Good looking indeed. Much better than that. It's useless to look good as a child. There are too many that look good as a child and grow up crooked. Chen Shunhua nitpicked and pushed Su Tian forward again. Go on. Find yourself a room. Thank you, Grandma, Su Tian cheered. And without waiting for Su Bingzhen's consent, he ran up the stairs in a huff. Chen Wanqiu opened her mouth, but still swallowed back what she wanted to say. Knowing that no one would object to her, Chen Shunhua swaggered in to live in Su's house, and took over the master bedroom on the second floor. That is the entire second floor of the best lighting a room. Before has been Su Bingzhen and Chen Wanqiu in the living. Su Ming was born here was changed into a baby room. Chen Shunhua as soon as he came to want to take Su Tian live in. Chen Wanqiu faced difficult. Mom, before you want to live in the master bedroom on the living, but now we have a little Ming. He needs to sunbathe. You guys still move to the opposite side. The opposite also. I'll stay here. Chen Shunhua slapped the table, not wanting to budge even one step. Where does a little kid need to live in such a big room? When you were a child, I took you to live in a rented house of less than 20 square feet. And didn't I still raise you? Children nowadays are just petulant. Yeah, it's so great that you raised your own daughter in a less than 20 square foot rental house, but raised another family in a much bigger house. Chen Wanqiu's figure gave a lurch, and she even forgot to get angry. Feeding another family. What does this mean? Unfortunately, she is not always able to hear Su Ming's heart. It seems that she can only hear those with strong feelings. Plus her son's thinking is jumpy, and some words are often said only half of the words are not followed. It so happened that there was no schedule today, so Chen Wanqiu stayed home with Su Ming. Su Tian, relying on his grandma's support, ran around the villa with no one in sight. Not only ate all those imported snacks in the refrigerator, but also the toys that Su Bingzhen and Chen Wanqiu had prepared for Su Ming, which he also laid out on the ground. Chen Shunhua called a few sisters, and a few people set up a table to play mahjong. Chen Wanqiu quietly sat on the sofa and breastfed Su Ming, the atmosphere eerily cordial. 2 cakes. Woo! As soon as Chen Shunhua pushed the face of the card, his old face was full of red light. Seems to be still feel not addicted. Chen Shunhua lit another cigarette, and the luxuriously decorated living room was suddenly filled with smoke. Chen Wanqiu got up from the sofa and looked at Chen Shunhua, who was playing cards with disappointment. The impression of Chen Shunhua was like this, careless and self-centered, never knowing to consider things from her point of view, worried about choking Su Ming. Chen Wanqiu silently got up and went upstairs. After playing 2 more games, Chen Shunhua looked at her cell phone and seemed to have thought of something, hurriedly gave the cards to another sister and rushed to the second floor shouting, Daughter, Mom went out for a trip. The meal is ready for you to eat first. No need to wait for Mom. Chen Shunhua was loud. Chen Wanqiu covered Su Ming's ears with her hands and waited until Chen Shunhua left before she was relieved. It's so late. I don't know what she went out to do. Chen Wanqiu muttered to herself. She went out to see her own daughter. Her own daughter gave her a grandson. And today is her grandson's first birthday. So she can't afford not to go. Chen Wanqiu was immediately struck by lightning. My own daughter? How did she not know she had a sister? Moreover, if it's really like what Su Ming said, Chen Shunhua's real daughter gave her a grandson, then it means Chen Shunhua had this daughter many years ago. But before she became a movie queen, their family was almost penniless, and starvation and freezing were common. So where did Chen Shunhua get the money to be able to feed the family again? Holding back her heartbeat, Chen Wanqiu called for her housekeeper and ordered in a low voice, You drive and follow my mom to see where the hell she went. The housekeeper was a little strange, but did not dare to ask more questions. While Chen Shunhua had not yet gone far, drove the car and quietly followed. Time passed by. Chen Wanqiu felt doubly tormented, and could only walk back and forth in the room, and her hands were unconsciously twisted tightly, and beads of sweat were seeping out of her forehead. About an hour later, the cell phone placed on the table vibrated, and Chen Wanqiu immediately grabbed the phone and tapped the screen, finding that it was a recording file and video sent by the housekeeper. Chen Wanqiu trembled her fingers and clicked on the recording file. Mom, what are you doing here this late at night? Today is Xiao Yu's birthday. How can I, as a grandma, not come? Come, just come. Why still bring something so expensive? This I can't accept. Mom, you take it back and keep it for yourself. I took these from the Su family. The Su family has money. Just let them buy more. This long lifelock is pure gold. Right. And this silver anklet. Really exquisite. Ah, there are rubies on it. Su family can body rich. Mom, you have the opportunity to take more. Anyway, Su family has money. Long lifelocks, silver anklets. Chen Wanqiu immediately opened the locker. And after a bout of rummaging, she found that those few things had indeed disappeared. What is not good for you to steal and take? Why did you choose to steal and take that? Chen Wanqiu reddened her eyes, and her tears barred down. Those are Su Bingjin prepared for Su Ming's full moon gift, specially invited the F country's top designers to create. With the precious stones are also expensive. Many of them are the world's most unique. Unique in the world. Chapter 27, even more exciting. Don't be sad. You still have me. I'll always love you. Mom. Chen Wanqiu laughed out, wiped away the tears, leaned over and kissed her son's face. Her heart was full of sweetness. If her family of origin had given her half a lifetime of trials and tribulations, then Su Ming was the treasure that God had given her to heal all the traumas of the first half of her life. Don't be sad. Go watch the video. That video must be even more explosive. Chen Wanqiu then remembered that there was another video, so she put Su Ming back in the stroller, picked up her phone and clicked on the video. Recordings have been listened to. Chen Wanqiu had thought that no matter what she saw she would not lose her temper too much, but after clicking on the video, she was still shocked by the scene inside and lost her color. The angle of filming was outdoors. The camera first came with an ambiguous gasp, followed by an unforgiving upside down. The two seemed to be playing floor-to-ceiling window play. Originally thought that there would be no one at night, but I did not expect that it happened to be filmed by the housekeeper. Chen Wanqiu quickly turned off her cell phone. Her entire body trembled slightly, and she felt a wave of nausea when she thought of her mother's chastity and self-respect since she was a child. And her face was full of pride when she talked about being widowed for many years and raising her daughter alone. There was no such thing as chastity. Her mother, clearly, had betrayed her love long ago. Chen Wanqiu was chilled to the bone, sitting numbly on the edge of the bed, her childhood experiences flashing through her mind scene by scene, not even knowing when Chen Chunhua had returned to her side. Ahem. Chen Chunhua unnaturally coughed twice, oblivious to her daughter's dissimilarity, and said to herself, Wanqiu, Mom has recently taken a fancy to a set of villas in Maplewood Egret. You have not recently made a comeback to filming. You should have money in your hands. You see, didn't I just buy you a villa last year? Chen Wanqiu's tone was light, but her eyes hid a trace of coldness that was not present on a normal day. Oops, that's not what I bought last year. With your strength, you can afford to buy a set a year. The Maplewood Egret is close to your home, so it's easy for me to come back to see you after I move in, right? Chen Wanqiu sneered in her heart. Where is the convenience to see her? It should be the convenience to see that family. It was absurd to say that after living with her own mother for more than 20 years, she didn't even know that her mother had raised another family behind her back, and took the stolen stuff for that little wild bastard's birthday. Mom, do you know what day my birthday is? Chen Wanqiu asked without a clue, her beautiful eyes containing hidden tears. This, perhaps, is to think that when a mother forgets her daughter's birthday really should not be. Chen Chunhua patted her head, pretending to be sorry. Mom is older. Many things do not remember. Your birthday has obviously been in the heart to remember. Who knows that said to forget. Chen Wanqiu turned her back. Tears slid down her stunningly beautiful cheeks, and her heart hurt as if pins and needles were sticking in it. She had always assumed that her mother was just careless, that she just couldn't think that much, that she still loved her essentially. But I didn't realize that her disinterest was only because she didn't care. My big star mom foam. Don't cry. You're so beautiful. You don't look good when you cry. Your birthday is September 15th. My dad said that day. So there are at least two people in this world who remember your birthday. Oh. Chen Wanqiu's heart softened, as if a warm current rushed through. All the sadness was washed away, leaving only full of happiness. Yes, even if she is betrayed by the world, she is happy as long as she still has her favorite husband and son by her side. You child, how come you can't even talk today? How are you thinking about buying a house that mom told you about? I'm only a special appearance in the new drama, and my paycheck isn't enough to buy a house in Maplewood Egret. Chen Wanqiu said coldly. The deception, which spanned decades, was enough to make her see her mother's true colors once and for all. As things stood, she didn't want to spend another penny on Chen Chun. Then go ask Su Bingjin for it. Chen Chunhua faced rightfully. Su Bingjin will not even this money cannot spare it. I know you're thin-skinned and embarrassed. It's okay, I'll ask him myself. Chen Chunhua patted the butt to go to Su Bingjin. Anyway, this kind of thing she has done countless times, has long been familiar with. Enough, Chen Wanqiu snapped. Chen Chunhua was startled, not expecting her daughter, who had always had a gentle personality, to lose her temper so much. Are you crazy? Yelling at your mom like that? I told you to stay out of my life. I've given you enough money over the years, and I won't give you another dime from this day forward. Worried about scaring Su Ming, Chen Wanqiu tried to restrain her tone as much as possible. After finishing these words, she called out to the housekeeper, ignoring the dumbfounded Chen Chunhua, and coldly commanded, "Send her back, and don't let her enter the Su family's door again in the future." Chen Chunhua, every time he came to call a large group of lift-up rude sisters, often make a mess of the villa, and from time to time will also slip away in antique ornaments. Su's subordinates have long looked at her in the wrong way. Upon receiving Chen Wanqiu's order, the butler, without saying a word, immediately called out for 2 male maids, one on the left and one on the right to frame Chen Chunhua out. Chapter 28, Breaking Down Grandma's True Colors. Chen Chunhua was shocked and angry, cursing, "You heartless, I'm your own mom. I worked hard to raise you, and now that you're a big star, you've forgotten your roots. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?" The housekeeper gave a wink to the 2 male servants, who understood, and pulled a piece of rag from somewhere and blocked Chen Chunua's mouth tightly. The surroundings quieted down, and Chen Wanqiu originally had some grief in her heart, which was quickly washed away by Su Ming's heartfelt voice. "I don't want to listen to that bastard's recitation. Shame on those who can't do anything but exploit their daughters to talk about their conscience." Chen Wanqiu organized his mood, commanded the servants to clean up the dining room and then personally cook, fried Su Bingjin his favorite loose eggs, returning to see a tidy home and a wife who was cooking. Su Bingjin blinked hard, suspecting that he was hallucinating. In the past, when this mother-in-law of his came once, the house had to be in a mess once, and he was ready for the house to turn into a garbage dump before he opened the door. Seeing her husband's stunned face, Chen Wanqiu's heart was also a little bit unfavorable. Having such a mother-in-law really gave him too much trouble. "Bingjin, I'm sorry." Chen Wanqiu lowered her eyes guiltily. "It was all my fault in the past. In the future, I won't have any more dealings with her. Bye now." Chen Wanqiu was no longer willing to even call out to her mother. Although Su Bingjin didn't know what had happened, it was good that Chen Wanqiu was able to stay away from that vampire, and he couldn't be happier. He walked over and was about to take Chen Wanqiu in his arms to comfort her when he suddenly noticed a gaze watching him. Looking in the direction of the feeling, he happened to meet Su Tian's somewhat gloomy eyes. "Uncle, Auntie, I'm leaving, I won't bother you." Knowing that Su Bingjin and Chen Wanqiu will definitely drive themselves away, Su Tian made a preemptive strike. Looking at him like this, Su Bingjin and Chen Wanqiu instead hesitated a little. Wouldn't it seem insensitive of them to just send this child away at this late hour? Don't be fooled. This kid is just talking. Let him go, he definitely won't go. Su Ming spat in his heart. Su Bingjin glanced at Chen Wanqiu, and in a subtle atmosphere, he spoke tentatively, "Then, I'll have the driver send you away?" I did not expect Su Bingjin completely not according to the set of cards. Su Tian's expression changed slightly, face held red before squeezing out a few words. "But, outside is very dark, obviously do not want to go look." Chen Wanqiu also understands, a burst of chills in the heart, so young at such a deep heart. It is no wonder that the later Su family will be destroyed in his hands. Letting someone else give you a ride. It's not like I'm letting you walk by yourself. Chen Wanqiu's patience ran out and passed a wink to the butler at the side, who immediately understood and carried Su Tian down the stairs. Su Tian didn't bother pretending, struggling up haphazardly. I don't want it. But how could he, a small child, resist an adult? He was soon packed up and thrown out by the butler, and silence returned to the villa. "Let's go to our room and rest." Su Bingjin tenderly supported Chen Wanqiu's waist, and the latter looked at her with a light smile. Good. A farce was silently dissolved. The next day, Chen Wanqiu woke up early in the morning, had her home makeup artist put on a light makeup for herself, and was refreshed and ready to leave for the theater. Before leaving, Chen Wanqiu hugged Su Ming from the servant's arms and lovingly pressed her face against his. She really doesn't want to part with this baby for a second. Seeing that the start time was about to arrive, Chen Wanqiu reluctantly handed Su Ming over to the maid and put on her coat in preparation for the car. "But I didn't want to be blocked by Chen Chunhua at the door." Chen Wanqiu is a top-stream actress and the wife of a wealthy family. Chen Chunhua has always treated her as her money tree, and when the money tree is about to fall, of course she is afraid. Xiao Qiu, it was mom that day, right? Chen Chunhua squeezed out a pleasing smile, and then took out a pair of little tiger shoes from the cloth bag she carried on her arm. "Look, this is what mom sewed for Xiao Ming, stitch by stitch, and it took a whole month. And you still always say that mom doesn't care about you." It was a pair of exquisitely crafted little tiger shoes with chic and lovely embroidery. Even Chen Wanqiu couldn't help but be amazed when she looked at them. As far as she could remember, she had never seen Chen Chunhua doing needlework, and she didn't expect Chen Chunhua to have such a skill. Chen Wanqiu stretched out her hand and was just about to pick up the little tiger shoes, when she heard Su Ming, who was being held in the arms of the maid behind her, spit out in a sly manner, I'll only be given shoes that no one else can wear, and I'm not going to do it. It was then that Chen Wanqiu remembered that Chen Shuanhua's other daughter had also given her grandchildren. Chen Wanqiu took the small shoes with a skeptical mind and casually looked through them twice with her hands, and indeed found a few inconspicuous milk stains on the soles. These shoes, they're really worn by someone else. Chen Wanqiu's entire heart sank, and the gaze that she looked at Chen Shuanhua again was nothing but disappointment. The baby she gave birth to in October, the baby who hated to give him the best of everything in the world, in her mother's eyes, was only worthy of wearing someone else's unwanted shoes. Chapter 29, Cannon Fodder must have the awareness of cannon fodder. Seeing Chen Wanqiu's eyes glistening with tears, the maid thought she was moved, and immediately stepped forward to receive the small shoes, smiling, "What exquisite tiger shoes! I'll put them on for the young master." The maid took the shoes and was about to put them on Su Ming's little feet. Su Ming looked disgusted and raised one of his little legs, kicking the little tiger's shoes to the ground at once. Chen Wanqiu, who wanted to stop but didn't have the time, was relieved to see this. She didn't want her baby to wear shoes worn by others. How dirty! Who would have thought that the maid thought that Su Ming had accidentally kicked off his shoes, and hurriedly bent down to pick them up and give them to Su Ming again. Hey! Without waiting for Chen Wanqiu to make a sound to stop it, the shoe was kicked to the ground again by Su Ming. The scene was a little awkward. The maid also gave Chen Wanqiu an awkward look. "Mistress, the young master doesn't seem to want to wear these shoes. Of course my baby has to use the best in everything. It's not like she can't afford better ones. There's no need to wear these shoes with rough stitches that even children born in the countryside don't want to wear," Chen Wanqiu said meaningfully. Chen Shuanhua's face immediately turned ugly. On one hand, she was not expecting Chen Wanqiu to embarrass herself in public. This daughter of hers has always been gentle and kind. It is hard to believe that such harsh words would come out of her mouth. On the other hand, Chen Shuanhua is also heartbroken about her other daughter and grandson. Why should other people be able to give birth in the best hospitals, stay in the most expensive monthly childcare centers, and hire a sister-in-law who costs more than $100,000 a month? Why should someone else's son be fed and clothed at birth, and just after the full moon have a fortune in his name that no one else could earn in several lifetimes, and her own grandson had to pick up what they had left? The maid also noticed that something was wrong and hurriedly shoved the shoes into Chen Shuanhua's arms. Chen Shuanhua's face was blue, and her eyes were also cold and scary. Fine. Since you don't see me, I'll just leave." Chen Wanqiu didn't notice her mother's overly grim look. In her opinion, a tiger's poison doesn't eat its child. Chen Shuanhua, no matter what, would never do anything to harm her. Su Ming, however, suddenly had a bad feeling. He had done countless quests in this world. He had walked through every storyline, and he had tried to change the plot, but no matter how he changed it, the story would end up going back to the original node. Just like when he was in the Su family headquarters. No matter what he went through in between, he ended up dying to save a few of his sisters. So will his current family come to a tragic end, as the original article tells us? Su Ming heavy-hearted. The whole day did not show a smile. Chen Wanqiu filming went to the theater. The maid coaxed not good Su Ming. Had to hold a try to see the mentality of Su Ming to Su Qinshin just came back from school. Su Qinshin had just resumed school and was somewhat unaccustomed to the school environment. So Chen Wanqiu didn't let her stay. Not expecting the maid to call in his most hated Su Qinshin, Su Ming felt even worse and simply closed his eyes and pretended to be dead, hoping that Su Qinshin would put him down when she got bored and go play wherever she should go. Just like that, he was drowsy and didn't know how long it had been. Su Ming sadly realized that Su Qinshin not only didn't put him down, but also brought him outside. Su Ming wanted to cry. "My little ancestor, do you know that you are cannon fodder? Cannon fodder should have the consciousness of cannon fodder. Don't just run around, or you will easily meet bad guys." When Su Qinshin heard this, she hummed from her nostrils and thought disdainfully, "Grandmother is not a bad person." Seeing that Su Qinshin really brought Su Ming out, Chen Shuanhua's face broke out into a flowery smile. "Aga Qinshin, you are really grandma's good boy. Oh, grandma, I want you to take me to the amusement park alone. I don't want to carry this nuisance." Su Qinshin was a little upset. If it wasn't for the fact that grandma had to bring this little brat, she would never have carried this little brat that far. It was not a light weight for her age, and her arms were numb. "Okay, grandma will only bring one next time," Chen Shuanhua said perfunctorily. Su Qinshin didn't notice the difference, and the unhappiness on her small face was much less. Su Ming, however, surmised a major event based on the original plotline and instantly transformed into a screaming groundhog. "She'll take you away and sell you to someone else's family as a child bride. It's not too late to yell for help. Don't take me with you if you want to die." Su Qinshin rolled her eyes widely. This kid, he's talking nonsense again. Last time he said someone in the basement called him a fluke and was right. This time he said something about grandma would sell her. Grandma is the one who loves her the most. How could she sell her? It's just nonsense. Grandmother, let's go. Su Qinshin tilted her little face, revealing an innocent smile. Ever since that happened, she's become extremely self-absorbed, never letting anyone see her true self for fear of being hurt, instead wrapping herself in a layer of spikes. Grandma, the only one who could turn her back into that innocent little girl. Su Qinshin of course refused to listen to Su Ming, and even took the initiative to hold Chen Xuanhua's hand, bouncing along beside her. Su Ming's head was big. Chapter 30, Su Qinshin cries with regret. In the original plot, he didn't follow Su Qinshin, and he didn't know what brought her along with him, which was also bad luck. But on second thought, even if he was sold, he wouldn't be in any danger. At most, he'd just have a worse time. Su Qinshin is in deep shit. When he thought of those indescribable fragments in the original text, Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head. It's kind of like the saying, you can't live with what you've done to yourself. Su Ming didn't want to worry blindly, and took advantage of the sunlight to squint for a while, and soon fell comfortably asleep. This sleep Su Ming slept very deeply, half asleep and half awake, obviously felt that he was upside down, did not open his eyes, and finally was dropped to the ground to wake up in pain. Since the birth, Chen Wanqiu to him that is 100 times love and care, can be said to be held in the palm of the hand for fear of falling, contained in the mouth for fear of melting. He has not been dropped on the ground by anyone. Su Ming indignantly opened his eyes, both furrowed eyebrows raised, and was about to see who had dropped him when he heard a lewd to the core laughter ringing in his ears. He. What a pretty little girl. It's just perfect to come and be my son's daughter-in-law. Su Ming's smile withdrew as he hurriedly searched for Su Qinshin. Sure enough, beside himself, he saw Su Qinshin, who was white with fear and shivering, and all around, surprisingly, was a dense, impenetrable wall of earth. The only door was also blocked by the lewd man in front of him, and when he looked out through the doorway, he could only see a large area of barren grass. Obviously, this is not a town, but a suburb, or even, perhaps, a more remote suburb. No wonder Su Qinshin was abducted here for 20 whole years in the original article before being rescued. Miserable. Now I'm going to be locked up here with you for 20 years too. Su Qinshin certainly heard it. 20 years. She is going to be locked up here for 20 years? It was dark and humid. The air was full of the stench of decay, and there were rat and cockroach corpses lying in the corners that she simply couldn't stand for a second. Only, as long as you let us go, my mom and dad will give you lots and lots of money. Su Qinshin trembled her voice and said to the man, who expected the man to smile even more lewdly. Money? I don't want money. I just want my son to get a daughter-in-law. Besides, more money can't buy a pretty little ninny like you. The girl's agaric nose and almond eyes can already glimpse a few points of the later unparalleled style, and because the age is too small, the face is still with a fleshy baby fat. This pair of delicate and beautiful and with a little childish looks, to a certain crowd has a fatal attraction. The man stared straight at Su Qinshin, like a wolf that had seen its prey and couldn't wait to eat her in the next second. Su Ming also felt a little bad, although this girl Su Qinshin was quite annoying at times, but when he thought of the one she was about to suffer, his little bit of dissatisfaction instantly dissipated, and there was even a hint of heartache. In the original text, Su Qinshin was raised as a child bride after being abducted to this family, and Su Qinshin, unwilling to be slaughtered, secretly drugged the family's meal one night. I didn't realize that I didn't poison the bastards, but only made them insane and turned them into irritable maniacs. Although Su Qinshin was lucky enough to keep her innocence, she was also subjected to daily beatings. When the police found Su Qinshin, she had already been tortured into insanity, lying madly in a pigsty, eating something worse than pig food. Chen Wanqiu took Su Qinshin home and took good care of her, and it took her a long time to recover completely. When Su Qinshin's recovered photos were exposed by the media, the whole country was shocked. No one had expected that the woman who had been kept in captivity as an animal for 20 years would have grown a face like a heavenly fairy. At the thought of a stunningly beautiful woman being so badly treated, the people were so outraged that they organized themselves to come to the village with weapons and beat the family who had been torturing Su Qinshin for 20 years to death. But what's the use? The youth that is gone will never come back. Second sister, why do you trust Chen Chunhua so much? If it wasn't for Chen Chunhua, you wouldn't have been abducted here. The good life you had, now it's all ruined. Su Qinshin shed silent tears. She had heard all the things Su Ming had just thought. She'll be kept in a pigsty by these people, eating food that pigs won't eat. It takes a full 20 years to be rescued. 20 years. She has had life for only 8 years. 20 years? What kind of a long number is that? Will she make it to that day? Now Su Qinshin. In her heart, there was only remorse. She had obviously heard it. She heard Su Ming say that her grandma would sell her, but she didn't believe it. She felt that her grandma wouldn't lie to her, and it was she herself who followed her grandma here. Grandma, No, that person doesn't deserve to be her grandma at all. She's a demon. Little Nui Nui, don't be afraid. Uncle is not a bad person. The man changed his appearance and came over with a smile. Look at your clothes are dirty. Uncle will help you change into clean clothes, okay? Chapter 31 Miracles. The man took out a set of uniquely designed children's clothes from somewhere and rubbed his hands together while walking towards Su Qinshin. His body was shrouded in shadow, and Su Qinshin's heart was also filled with fear. His black pupils slightly dilated as he looked in horror at the man who was gradually approaching him. She was too young to realize what the man was going to do to her. Just knew out of an instinct that the man would hurt her. Get away from me. Don't touch me. Su Qinshin's fear is a catalyst of happiness for the man. What are you shouting for? There is no one around here at all. Even if someone hears you, they won't come in to save you. Just be good and cooperate with uncle to change your clothes. The man stretched out a pair of dirty and incomparably large hands towards Su Qinshin. Su Qinshin closed her eyes in fear, and just when she was already on the verge of despair, a small milky voice rang out angrily. Get out! Don't touch her! Su Ming clenched his fists angrily, and with a flurry of his hands and feet, he kicked off the kettle by the table. The man twisted his head to look at Su Ming, who he had placed on the table. His face clouded over as he viciously threatened. I'll clean you up later. After saying that, the man once again reached out and grabbed at Su Qinshin. Why don't you have a thunderbolt strike you to death? You scum! Su Ming is also really no way out, but where he is 10 years older can fight with this scum, but now he is not 10 months. The only thing he can do is to curse in his heart. It was just that what Su Ming didn't expect was that after he finished cursing in his heart, a thunderclap rang out in the north. The sound of thunder changed from small to large, appeared from the sky, sped in a devastating momentum, and finally even went through the clouds and split down with a horrifying momentum. The man's eyes widened at the most horrifying sight he had ever seen in his life. He saw, not far away, a milkman covered in golden light, clouds of air rising above him, and thunderous explosions could be faintly heard. Not waiting for him to scram, a severe thunderbolt struck down from under his head. The thunderous explosions were deafening and lasted for more than half a minute before subsiding, and by the time the smoke cleared, the man on the ground was mostly charred. Su Ming didn't expect that he would be able to make his exit come true. It seems that the previous few times he failed in his mission while also accumulating enough merit, which is why the system gave him such a golden finger. Su Qinshin came back to her senses from the shock and stumbled up from the ground, holding Su Ming in her arms. This was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to hug Su Ming, and the first time she had ever taken a close look at this newborn brother of hers. The boy's lips were red and teeth were white. His eyes were dark and penetrating, and he was cuter and prettier than any of the blessed dolls in the New Year's paintings. Su Qinshin couldn't help but redden her eyes, and her heart was full of regret and shame. It was she who disobeyed the advice before being trafficked here by the bad guys, and it was she who dragged her little brother down with her. The last time we went to an amusement park, she purposely took her little brother on a roller coaster, and there were several times when we were at home that she wanted to drop him off. Little did she realize that it was her most hated little brother who saved her when she was most scared and helpless. Not being able to think much, Su Qinshin wiped away her tears, hugged Su Ming and pushed open the wooden door, running wildly all the way. In case the man's family comes looking for them, they won't be able to run away. At this time, it was already dark, and Su Ming looked up at the stars in the sky and sighed heavily. He didn't think that Su Qinshin could really take him to escape back. After all, they weren't the heroes with good luck protecting them, but unlucky cannon fodder that could even choke on a mouthful of water. Just as Su Ming expected, Su Qinshin had only run to the front door when she realized that the door was locked, and with her strength it was impossible to smash open the lock. She looked around the house again and found that the cell phone on the man had been damaged by lightning. What to do? Su Qinshin hugged Su Ming in her arms tightly, thinking of the fact that just now Su Ming called for heavenly thunder to split the bad guys to death. She rekindled her hope. You must have a way, right? Su Ming is very speechless, thinking what can he do? At best, is to call a few more sky thunder. This sky thunder and cannot speak, cannot run to tell Su Bingjin they are here. Su Qinshin didn't know that Su Ming couldn't do anything about it, and looked at him with eyes full of trust, as if she had placed all her hopes on this little guy in her arms. This feeling of being trusted but unable to do anything about it is really somewhat complicated. Su Ming simply did not look at Su Qinshin, intending to sleep over and pretend to be dead, but did not expect that as this time, the thunder in the sky once again sounded. As the thunder intensified, nearby villagers pushed their doors to check it out. I heard you right. It's really thundering. Great. It's finally going to rain. It's been a drought for 3 years. It's finally going to rain. More and more people came toward Su Ming's location. In the early morning hours of the following day, Tudor News released a flash report. Denghua villagers heard thunder in the dead of night and followed the sound to find 2 abducted children. including a baby boy who was still in swaddling clothes. When the villagers picked up the baby boy, the village of Denghua, which had been in a severe drought for 3 years, finally received its first heavy rain. Before this news was released, the Su family had already been in an uproar. Chen Wanqiu sat on the ground, her face buried in her knees, her long ink-like hair scattered in all directions, her slim back trembling as she cried, her whole person vulnerable. Chapter 32, Never forgive even your own mother. It's my fault. I shouldn't have gone to the theater. If I don't go to the theater, Xiao Ming and Qin Qin will not be lost. Chen Wanqiu cried up and down, and her voice broke. Su Bingjin hurriedly consoled. How can I blame you for this? Don't you worry. I've got someone looking for it. He was also anxious. The hand holding the cell phone was trembling, and his heart felt like a piece had been hollowed out, empty and without a place to go. Surely, it will be found. I don't know if these words were comforting Chen Wanqiu or himself. Every second of waiting without news is torture. Su Bingjin even every half a minute to look at the cell phone, afraid to miss the men and their own report of the news, just so tormented to wait until the early hours of the morning. Boiled out 2 black circles under the eyes of Su Bingjin, breathless son of the brush to that news, suddenly jumped up excitedly, holding the phone to find Chen Wanqiu. Wanqiu, Xiao Ming and Qin Qin have been found. Chen Wanqiu raised a pair of red eyes from crying. Her beautiful face was not dry from tears and her voice was muffled. Really? Of course it's true. Look if you don't believe me. Originally, Chen Wanqiu was worried that her husband was coaxing her to be happy, until she saw the news with her own eyes. Great, great. Chen Wanqiu covered her mouth and cried with joy. Quick, let's go pick up Xiao Ming and Qin Qin back now. Seeing Su Ming and Su Qin, Chen Wanqiu completely put down her heart, and kept holding her son and daughter on the way back, seemingly still having palpitations. After realizing that Su Ming and Su Qin couldn't be found, Chen Wanqiu had many moments where she thought of death, and now that she had managed to retrieve her treasures, she didn't want to leave them for a moment for fear that in the blink of an eye her treasures would be gone again. Qin, tell mommy who took you away. Only when Su Qin's emotions stabilized did Chen Wanqiu begin to ask. Su Bingjin also walked over with a face like ice, waiting for Su Qin's answer. Whoever it was, he wanted that person to pay. It's grandma. Su Qin's voice was very light, but in the ears of Chen Wanqiu and Su Bingjin, it was like a thunderstorm on the ground. Qin, you are talking about grandma. Who is it? Chen Wanqiu still holds a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, the grandma that her daughter said is not the grandma that she thinks she is? It's grandma. Su Qin bit down hard on those words. Chen Wanqiu leaned into Su Bingjin's arms, looking terrified. How is this possible? How could her own mother, have done this to her son and daughter? What's impossible? It's not like you're her own child. She only has her own daughter in her heart. Her own daughter had puerperal fever and needed money, and you refused to give her money, so she sold her second sister to someone else's family as a child bride. Ugh, my own mom. Can't you see? She's always hated you? This is because. Su Ming's heartfelt voice came and went, and when he spoke it was gone again, but it was already enough to shock Chen Wanqiu. Wife, can you still remember what happened when you were a child? Su Bingjin suddenly asked. Chen Wanqiu shook her head. I was very sick when I was a child, and I don't remember anything before the age of 6. Su Bingjin heart thumped. Could it be that Chen Wanqiu is really not Chen Chuanhua's real daughter? He took Chen Wanqiu's hand and continued to ask. Then when you were small, how was mother-in-law she treated you? Chen Wanqiu lowered her head for a long time before saying sullenly. I don't know. I say it's good for me, but I've never had a full meal. I've been earning my own tuition since junior high school, and I wear clothes that other people don't want, and when I'm in the most pain and most helpless, she's never been in charge of me, and she scolds me when she's in a bad mood, but to be mean to me? She'd also tell me to study hard, she'd teach me how to do chores, and she'd worry that I'd marry the wrong person, so I always thought she still cared about me. She was just too careless to think that much. Su Bingjin gathered the woman into his arms and said heartily, she's not being nice to you, she's Pua you. Chen Wanqiu looked at her husband in confusion. Pua? Yeah, she's all mouth and no action for you. She's trying to get the most out of you by telling you to study hard and worrying that you'll marry the wrong guy. Now that you're a big star like she wanted, isn't she the one who can make money and profit the most? Listen to Su Bingjin this analysis. Chen Wanqiu seemed to understand. Beautiful face written full of bewilderment. A long time before making sense. So, she is good to me. Just want to let me willingly spend money for her? Yeah, that's it. And she's not being nice. She's being really nice to her own daughter. Her previous husband died in an accident at a construction site, and the compensation alone was more than $200,000. How could she not have money? If she hadn't spent all her money on her own daughter, you wouldn't have had such a miserable time as children. Chen Wanqiu's legs were soft. and her whole heart was like falling into an ice cave, cold from head to toe. "We'll call the police," Chen Wanqiu stuttered, her voice icy cold. "If it's really her, even if she's my real mother, I'll never forgive." Chapter 33, The Lost Item is Found. Aha! Su Bingjin nodded, intending to investigate this matter properly. In order to prevent the same thing from happening again, Chen Wanqiu simply did not go to the theater group, and spent the whole day at home guarding her children. So when Su Qingqing ran by crying, Chen Wanqiu thought that she was sad because she was being cold-shouldered, and hurriedly spoke out to comfort her. "What's wrong, Qingqing? Is it because mommy hasn't hugged you for the past 2 days?" "Mommy isn't." "No, mom." Su Qingqing shook her little head. "Oh, that's because mommy holds her baby brother all the time and you want to hold your baby brother too?" Su Qingqing did not refute. She did quite want to. Su Wanqiu smiled and handed Su Ming over to Su Qingqing. She herself then got up. You really forgot about mom when you had a little brother. Mom is going to make supplemental food for little brother, so I won't bother you guys." After Chen Wanqiu left, Su Qingqing went to find Su Qingqing again. "Second sister, I'm being bullied at school. Will you help me out?" Su Qingqing snorted. Being bullied and crying like this, really useless. That's because Su Qingqing was anxious, but Su Qingqing was simply too lazy to listen to her. Picking up Su Ming herself, ready to find a quiet place, away from Su Qingqing, this chatterbox. Su Qingqing was like that, never wasting a second on someone she didn't care about. That's because she took something from her little brother. Su Qingqing clenched her small fists and said defiantly towards Su Qingqing's back. Su Qingqing stopped and turned half her face, asking quietly, "What did you say?" Su Qingqing instantly came into the spirit. "I said, someone stole my little brother's things." I went to argue with her and tried to snatch back my little brother's things. She insisted that it was hers, and the teacher was also toward her. But I clearly saw it clearly. That's what Dad bought for my little brother. "Do you guys still have classes this afternoon?" "Go on. I'll go with you." "Second sister." "Thank you." Su Qingqing touched her eyes red. The second sister is actually willing to go to school to help her out. It seems that the second sister is still very concerned about her. Afternoon. Su Qingqing pushed the stroller and quietly went to school with Su Qingqing. It was lunch break time, but not many children were sitting in their seats to eat, and many open lunchboxes on the table with untouched food inside. Everyone was gathered near a seat against the window. "Wow, it's beautiful. Yo, can you lend me this to wear for a while? This is even better than Su Qingqing's crown." Little Muyao's little face was filled with pride as she listened to the envious voices of her classmates. This is all bought for me by my grandma. It's very expensive. I can't give it to you to wear." Even when little Muyao said that, the girls around them didn't disperse. Su Qingqing rushed over. She was older and stronger. She pushed all these girls aside in a few clicks and snatched the silver anklet from little Muyao's hand. Little Muyao instantly cried out, "I'm going to tell the teacher about you. Let the teacher call the police to arrest you. Go ahead and sue. This was originally my brother's stuff." "You're a thief," Su Qingqing said slowly, infuriating little Muyao to the point of trembling. "You're bullshitting me. This is clearly mine. It was given to me by my grandma." The other girls chimed in to help. "Yeah, this is Yo-Yo's. Why are you like this? Your sister robbed Yo-Yo in the morning and now you're doing it again." A chubby girl stood out and shoved the crown that was there before into Su Qingqing's hand. "You take the crown back. I don't want to marry your brother. Your family are all robbers." Su Qingqing was also not willing to show weakness. "You're so fat looking. You couldn't have married my brother in the first place." "You," the fat girl pointed at Su Qingqing, so angry that she couldn't say a word in half a day. She hated it when people said she was fat. The classroom was a mess as both girls burst into tears. Su Qingqing was also a bit indecisive. She had grabbed the silver anklet in the morning, but in the end it was returned by the teacher, who was toward the thief. "Second sister, what if she really goes to the teacher? That's why you're stupid," Su Qingqing mocked, carefully looking over the anklet in her hand before lifting her eyelids to look at the crying little Muyao who couldn't catch her breath. "You said that the anklet is yours. Why is my brother's name engraved on it?" Little Muyao stopped crying at once. The fat girl who was going to the teacher also stopped in the doorway, and the eyes of the class looked over. Su Qingqing opened the anklet in her hand and placed it on the desktop, pointing to the 2 English letters inside the silver bracelet. "S.M. This is the initials at the beginning of my brother's name, so that's why it's my brother's stuff." "No way." Little Muyao picked up the ankle bracelet and wiped her tears before looking at it, wanting to prove that Su Qingqing was lying, but she didn't want to really see the letters S.M. inside the ankle bracelet. Little Muyao's eyes instantly widened. Her whole body was confused. How did she not know that there were letters engraved here? "What? Did you not learn pinyin well enough to recognize these 2 letters?" Su Qingqing smiled and disliked it. Chapter 34, Muyao's life. The little girl next to her came over, and soon everyone saw the letters inside the silver bracelet. It's true. It seems that this is really Su Qingqing's brother. Su Qingqing. The fat girl walked up to Su Qingqing, incomparably squirming. Can you lend me the crown to wear for a few more days? I'm willing to marry your brother. Su Qingqing was just about to break out in curses when she was stopped by Su Qingqing. Yes, but you have to snatch back all the things that were stolen from my brother. Good. The fat girl targeted the box of jewelry in little Mu Yao's desk. The other girls saw this and came to help. I'll grab it for you too. I want to marry your brother too. And me. The crown coupled with the lure of such a pile of beautiful jewelry was enough to make these girls obey Su Qingqing. Facing so many people, it was useless for little Mu Yao to cry as loud as she could. She could only watch her things being snatched away. Su Ming, on the other hand, was lying comfortably in the stroller, watching this farce with interest. If he wasn't mistaken, the anklet had been dropped by that little girl earlier, right? It wasn't true that he had an engraved anklet, but it wasn't the one that was taken by Mu Yao. Long before she came, Su Qingqing had thought of a way to deal with it. Even if the anklet wasn't his, she had a way to snatch it. What a dark little girl. The farce didn't end until Xiao Mu Yao was kicked out by the combined efforts of all the girls in the class. Little Mu Yao stood in the corridor, hair disheveled, suffered such a big aggression. She did not know what to do for a moment, and cried for a while before thinking that his watch still has the function of calling. Grandma! Whoa! The phone just connected. Small Mu Yao cried. In the other side of the comfort only intermittently put the whole story clear. Yao, listen to your grandma. Don't ever go to the teacher. When class is over you come to the school gate. Grandma will give you one thing, then you. After the instructions, Chen Chunhua hung up the phone with a gloomy face, dialed a few more calls out, and only after some inquiries did she realize that Su Ming and Su Qingqing had really been retrieved. She wasn't worried about that little kid who hadn't been weaned yet, but that little girl was a big trouble, and if she went back and talked nonsense, then things would be troublesome. It's possible that the Su family side knows about it by now? Chen Chunhua broke out in a cold sweat and dialed out again, ranting into the phone. How did those two kids run out? How did you promise me? I don't care. You must find a way to get those two children back again. Run away. That's not an ordinary child. Kidnapping him is punishable by heaven. Anyway, I don't dare to do this deal. You love to find whoever you want to find. The tone of the opposite party was calm with a hint of scorn. Chen Chunhua was puzzled. Which child are you talking about? It's that little boy. By the way, his Chen Lusher are killed by lightning, don't you know? I didn't get chopped to death even if it's lucky. You also do less bad things. Beware of one day also get chopped by lightning. You say less of these. The phone came from the end of the beep sound. Chen Chunhua cursed a swear word. The heart is also a little panicked. Chen Lusher was killed by lightning? How did you get struck by lightning for no reason? But all these are not important. Now the priority is to solve Su Qingqing that trouble. I hope Yao can succeed it. On the side of Emperor Kindergarten, Xiao Mu Yao followed what Chen Chunhua said and took advantage of the fact that everyone hadn't come back from gym class to put the packet of white powder into the cup of water that Su Qingqing had brought with her. When she was doing bad things, she always felt that someone was staring at her, and she repeatedly confirmed that there was no one else in the class except Su Ming before she moved. Physical education class is over. Go out to play. The children returned to the class one after another. Su Qingqing accompanied Su Qingqing to play a class, but also some thirsty, just happened to see the table of the cup of water. Pick up to be sent to his mouth. You can't drink it. There's something in the water. If you drink it, you'll become crazy. Having done countless missions, Su Ming could already accurately determine the direction of the subsequent plot. In the original text, Su Qingqing's ending was to become mentally ill, so the plot line, even if it deviated, would be infinitely closer to the ending it was originally supposed to have. Combined with recent events, it is easy to come to this conclusion. Second sister. Why are you so stupid? Haven't you ever wondered why Mu Yao has something of mine? Alas. Never mind. I can't blame you. Who would have thought that Zhou Qin is Chen Chuanhua's daughter and Mu Yao is Chen Chuanhua's granddaughter? However, judging from the pair of tiger shoes sent by Chen Chunhua, Zhou Qin should have given birth to another brother for Mu Yao. And it's no wonder that Zhou Qin didn't even come to bring food to her own daughter today. It seems that she's sitting at home during her monthly period. You can't drink this water. That old hag is trying to turn you into a psychopath so that no one will believe what you say. That's why she made Mu Yao put something in the water. Su Qingqing hated it when others called her stupid. Of course, no one had ever called her stupid. This was the first time, but Su Qingqing wasn't angry at all. Not only was she not angry, she even felt that Su Ming was right. She really was stupid. Why didn't she think about why Mu Yao had those things? Chapter 35, Reversal of Cause and Effect. A long time ago she knew that her grandma liked to take things from mom and dad. She just never cared. If it was Grandma who stole them and took them to little Muyao, then it would all make sense. I have also lost a lot of things, Su Qingqing softly muttered to herself, and a feeling of being deceived arose in her heart. Su Qingqing was also very angry. As soon as she thought that all those things she had inexplicably lost might have fallen into Muyao's hands, she was so angry that she couldn't wait to rush to Muyao's house right now to get back all the things that had been stolen from them. In order not to scare the snakes, Su Qingqing picked up the water cup and put it to her lips, pretending to drink it. "Ah, can't drink it." Su Qingqing looked at Su Ming. "Heart warm, always cold, face also soft down. Little brother is still very concerned about her well. It doesn't matter if your second sister is crazy. Don't let your mom be sad for you." Su Qingqing covered her young heart and gave Su Ming a grudging look. However, once she thought about what she had done before, she felt that it was only natural for Su Ming to dislike her. She was really, in the past. It seems that she can only behave well in the future. Second sister. This water. Su Qingqing reacted a bit slower, and thought that Su Qingqing had drunk the water, and her little face was full of worry. "Don't worry, I didn't drink." Only then did Su Qingqing and Su Ming put their hearts down, and little Muyao mistakenly thought that Su Qingqing had already drank, and busily ran out to report to Chen Chunhua, and then walked back with a face as if nothing had happened, oblivious to the fact that all of her movements had been caught in full view. "Hey, did your mom give you a younger brother?" Su Qingqing also went out to look for the adults in the house. In order to stall for time, Su Qingqing purposely struck up a conversation with little Muyao. "How do you know?" Reacted to the wrong words. Little Muyao changed her face. "Want you to care." Su Qingqing revealed a look of really so. It seems that her little brother was right. Zhou Qin really gave birth to Muyao's younger brother. Then Chen Chuanao's real mom is definitely true. Of course I don't care. I have a brother. And the cutest, smartest, most useful brother in the world. Little Muyao was upset in her heart, but she couldn't think of anything to say in defense. She secretly glanced at Su Ming in the stroller, and her heart became even more upset. The same child was born not long ago. Why was her brother wrinkled while that brat was pink and tender? In this comparison, her brother was indeed ugly. Brother-sister help you put on all of these things, so that they won't be stolen by others again. Su Qingqing still didn't think it was enough, and deliberately took out the pile of jewelry that she had snatched from Xiao Muya, and put them on Su Ming one by one. This piece lock was brought back from Country F by a friend of Dad's, or it was created by a very famous master. And this collar, look at the gems on it. Wow, how beautiful. Soon, Su Ming's body was covered in all sorts of luxuries, glowing with gold, simply like a pharaoh that was enshrined in ancient Egypt. Humph, what's the big deal? It doesn't look good at all. Go back and I'll let little brother Tian buy me something better looking, little Muyao arrogantly said. During this period of time, Su Tian didn't come to look for Xiao Muyao to play. The relationship between the two of them got closer again. In Xiao Muyao's heart, Su Tian had always been an irreplaceable existence. Since you dislike it so much, why don't you return all the ones you stole before? Su Qingqing disliked back. What used to be stolen? How many things have you taken from my family over the years? Do you not have a count in your own heart? Su Qingqing didn't bother to pretend. She had long ago found that the hair card, bracelet and other things worn by Xiao Muyao looked familiar, but she had been from a good family since childhood, and there was no such word as stealing in her world. Couldn't imagine anyone stealing either. Tell me, what did I steal from you? The hair card you wore last week, the bracelet you wore last week on the big week, and the Mickey school bag you used to carry, all stolen from my house. Su Qingqing was furious, not caring about Su Qingqing's instructions, and argued with little Muyao. You're bullshitting me. That little bunny bracelet was bought for me by little brother Tian. Little Muyao shouted out. Su Qingqing froze. Reacting to this was anger rising up. Well, so Su Tian had also stolen from her house. Su Ming scat inside on the side. There are so many thieves in the Su family. Su Qingqing and little Muyao's argument grew louder and louder, and slowly, the entire class of children gathered around. Just as the class was chattering and making a lot of noise, a burst of neat and orderly footsteps suddenly came from the corridor, and soon the door was pushed open. A cold air came out of nowhere, and police officers in black uniforms fishtailed into the room. The man at the head looked serious. Who is Mu Yao? The classroom quieted down the moment the police opened the door and entered. The children who were still noisy just now were frightened by the battle. A few of the timid ones even cried. There is nothing more afraid than little Mu Yao. That very scary police officer even shouted her name. Could it be that those things are really stolen? Is it true that someone said you poisoned a classmate's glass of water? The policeman asked seriously. I. Little Mu Yao's face was pale and trembling with fear. She even directly cried out the truth. It's Grandma who made me do it. Please make way. Chen Wanqiu pushed aside the crowd and led Su Qingshin to the side of her son and daughter. Seeing that several babies were all fine before, she was greatly relieved. Almost. Just a little bit. Her baby was victimized again. Little Mu Yao could not help but be frightened, and soon told all the story, and the police immediately moved to pursue Chen Chunhua. Chen Wanqiu already knew that she was not Chen Chunhua's biological daughter, and did not have any feelings about Chen Chunhua being put on the manhunt list, and the only thing she did was to take a few of her babies in her arms for fear that they would make another mistake. As for little Mu Yao, since she was too young, the police also decided that she was instigated and just educated her, but this was already a big blow to little Mu Yao. Everyone knew that she would poison other people's water cups and steal. She wouldn't have any friends in the future. Even the girls who used to be close to Xiao Mu Yao cut her off on the spot. Su Qingshin and Su Qingxing also publicly identified little Mu Yao as having stolen from their family, and the police went to the Mu family along with Chen Wanqiu and a few children. After opening the door, Chen Wanqiu, who was still somewhat disbelieving, was shocked. The place was luxuriously decorated, and any of the ornaments were antiques of great value, no less than the Su family's villa. Zhou Qin, who was holding her son and breastfeeding him, didn't expect the police to come back and looked a bit flustered. "Comrade police, are you mistaken? We didn't do anything illegal. Your mother, Chen Chunhua, is suspected of kidnapping a child, and in addition, someone has identified you as having stolen other people's property. So let's investigate," the police captain said coldly. Hearing the word theft, Zhou Qin was a little weak, and when she glanced at the teapot on the coffee table, a few beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She moved to the side of the coffee table, blocking the teapot set on it, and threw a wink back to little Mu Yao behind her. Mom, look at that teapot on the coffee table. It's a Su family heirloom." Su Ming remembered that this teapot was an ambush in the original text, and it also fell into Su Tian's hands later on, and did Su Tian a big favor. Originally, Chen Wanqiu didn't notice it either, and it was only after Su Ming reminded her that she looked at the coffee table and rushed to snatch the teapot before little Mu Yao took it away. Holding it in her hand and carefully observing it for a moment, Chen Wanqiu completely confirmed that this was their family's teapot. "This is the 9-headed winged plum Manson pot. There are only 3 left in the world, 2 of which are collected by our Su family. The other was sold at the Xilan auction 10 years ago for $2 million. And this one," Chen Wanqiu's pretty face was icy cold, "it is clearly our Su family's." Zhou Qin forced herself to be calm. "Oh, I don't know then. It's a gift from my mom." Speaking of Chen Chunhua, Zhou Qin squeezed out a hypocritical smile. "Sister Chen, in fact, I only knew that you are my real sister not long ago. The reason why I don't recognize you is actually because I'm afraid that you think that we are a drag. That day is also the day that I let Yao Yao make a scene at your house in order to break off the marriage contract, or else what has become of our 2 families? Now, Zhou Qin can only hope that Chen Wanqiu still do not know his own life, just her hospital and no people, when the paternity test is also convenient to fake. Unfortunately, her fantasy was destined to become a bubble." Chen Wanqiu laughed coldly and took out the appraisal certificate that she had prepared long ago. "Don't you dare to talk fancy. Chen Chunhua isn't my mother at all. She's a trafficker who has been committing evil for many years, and I've been abducted by her too." Appraisal. Zhou Qin then panicked, racked his brain and could not understand. In the end, who gave Chen Wanqiu to reveal the wind? Little Mu Yao also hid behind Zhou Qin, looking at the black pressurized group of people in front of her. Her heart was shocked and afraid, and she could only shout in a small voice, "Aunt Wanqiu." Chen Wanqiu completely ignored little Mu Yao, instead inclining her head to instruct the butler who had followed her. "Take a look and bring back all of our family's things. Not a single one should be left behind." "Yes, ma'am." Chen Wanqiu had always known that Chen Chunhua had a habit of stealing, but he just couldn't get in the way of it being his own mother who couldn't have a seizure, and as a housekeeper, he had even less reason to be bothered. As a gold medal butler, it was nothing less than a strange shame for him that his employer's belongings were always stolen, and he had been ridiculed by his friends in the industry for it. Now that the opportunity to raise his eyebrows had come, he almost couldn't wait to open a sweeping inventory, picking up the antique ornaments of Zhou Qin's house in turn to identify them. Almost most of the antiques would be taken out and put to the side by him, and only a few that didn't seem to be worth anything would be returned to their original position. At the end of the day, it turns out that tens of millions of dollars worth of stolen antiques have been sorted out. Since Chen Wanqiu and Chen Chunhua did not have a mother-daughter relationship, Chen Chunhua was convicted of kidnapping and theft and was quickly booked into jail. Although Zhou Qin was not held accountable, she had previously sold several antiques to pay her daughter's school fees, including the $8 million Manson pot. Sadly, because of Zhou Qin's illiteracy, the teapot was sold for only $500,000. Zhou Qin is burdened with millions of outstanding debts that he cannot repay and has become an old scoundrel. and Mu Yao has to drop out from emperor. In the evening of the summer, the sun was still warm, but it was much cooler than at noon. Chen Wanqiu stood in the sunlight with Su Ming in her arms, and watched the housekeeper lead the people to move boxes and boxes of things out of Zhou Qin's house. Over the years, Chen Chunhua was like a rat in a ditch, stealing most of their family's valuable things, and today, it was finally returned to its rightful owner. Su Ming also felt quite a lot of emotions in his heart, knowing that in the original plot, it was they who were driven out of their home like a lost dog. It was also one of those afternoons when they were evicted from the villa by their creditors, with a large pile of belongings that they didn't know where to put. He could only drag his luggage to the Mu family to look for Mu Yao, hoping that Mu Yao would help them through this difficult time on account of how much his family had supported the Mu family in the past. But the result was only cold eyes and ridicule. Su Ming could even now remember that description from the original article. The youth stood in the icy cold rain in the sky. His handsome eyebrows were drenched in sadness, but the young girl who stood opposite him with an umbrella was as frosty as ice, looking at her with the same eyes as looking at garbage, and his tone of voice was full of mockery and disdain. She said that she and he were no longer in the same world and that it would be better to see each other in the future. She also said that she wanted him to see himself for what he was and that it would be best if he consciously stayed away from her so that she could still consider remaining friends with him. Otherwise, they just can't even be friends. Now the karma is reversed, and the people standing on high and watching coldly have become them. Let's go. Chen Wanqiu lowered her eyes to look at her two daughters and said with a gentle light smile. She wasn't much smug or happy to see the Mu family down and out. The only thing she was happy about was that none of her babies were harmed. Thinking back to the experience of these days, how many times? Just a little bit Su family is about to step into the abyss of destruction. If there is no this baby in the arms, Su family is afraid that really all will be lost. Chen Wanqiu lowered her eyes to look at Su Ming in her arms, the expression of infinite gentleness down. What virtue she can get such a baby? Ah. Su Qingqing and Su Qinxi nodded, and the few people got into a private car, driven back to the Su family by the driver. Su Bingjin is recently busy with the development of the north of the city. Chen Wanqiu does not want to distract him, and intends to deal with Chen Chunhua's affairs on his own. Now that it's been established that Chen Chunhua is not her mother, where exactly are her real parents? Chen Wanqiu subconsciously looked at Su Ming in his arms, his eyes full of hope. The answer to this question is afraid that only her baby knows. Mom, your real parents can be rich. You hurry back to recognize the relatives, so that I have 2 more rich grandparents. Oh yes, there are also 3 beautiful and flowery sister-in-law. Hey, then I really want to go to the peak of life. It's them it seems. Chen Wanqiu concentrated, afraid of missing a word. The shock in her heart was also growing. She actually had 3 sisters? Unfortunately, the thing that had her scratching her head the most came back and the little guy stopped talking halfway through. Chapter 36, the movie explodes. In order to hear the final answer, Chen Wanqiu simply did not do anything, holding Su Ming all day without leaving, even applying a mask with Su Ming. The servants were shocked by Su Wanqiu's level of doting on Su Ming. Although it is natural for mothers under the sky to love their children, but there is no eating, sleeping and going to the toilet to bring around until the afternoon, when the police came to the door to make a statement. Chen Wanqiu had never separated from Su Ming, and of course, she didn't get the answer she wanted. Ms. Chen. The young police officer glanced at Chen Wanqiu. His face instantly turned a few shades of red, and he panicked and averted his gaze. He is Chen Wanqiu's grey-level fan. In order to get this opportunity today, he has promised the colleague who was supposed to come to make a statement, to help him wash his socks for a month. Before coming to his colleague also can't eat grapes to say sour grapes, said what many stars rely on makeup retouching. The real person is just like ordinary, not at all as stunning as on TV. He was also a little apprehensive, but after looking at the woman in front of him, he realized what natural beauty was. With such a close distance, he was almost certain that the woman did not put any extra things on her face, and just like that without applying any powder, she could have the beauty that turned the world upside down. What was it if not natural beauty? At this moment, Su Ming in Chen Wanqiu's arms became the person he envied the most. The police officer held back the excitement in his heart and handed over his cell phone. This is your mother's confession. It's about your life. I think you should see it. Upon hearing that it was related to her life, Chen Wanqiu eagerly took her phone and clicked on the video. In the video, Chen Chuanhua's face was gloomy. When asked by the police about Chen Wanqiu's life, she first laughed miserably twice before slowly speaking. Her real parents? It looks like it should be a rich man. That woman gave birth to a child in labor, to stay a night hundreds of thousands of dollars of ICU. Her husband did not blink an eye. As for me, my husband had no money and discharged me before the incision had healed in order to save a few $100s on the hospital bill. The woman took pity on me and settled the rest of my drug bill. Speaking here, Chen Chuanhua's face was a bit gloomy. But I don't need her pity. She has so much money, yet she's only willing to put out a few $1,000s to help me. Does she think a few $1,000s in medical bills will make me grateful? That's dreaming. I don't even care about this amount of money. What I want is for my daughter to have the same life as her daughter. Why should the daughter she gave birth to enjoy all the glory and riches, while my daughter has to suffer? Chen Chuanhua suddenly laughed again. So yeah, I took her daughter away. She'll never know what kind of life her daughter had with me, haha. The video ended in Chen Chuanhua's maniacal laughter. Chen Wanqiu had long been in tears. The thought of being a daughter to a trafficker for more than 20 years gave her a twinge in her heart. Mrs. Chen, you, don't be too sad. Being deceived and used for so many years, how could Chen Wanqiu not be sad? And at this moment, a pale comfort was obviously not of any use. Don't be sad. You still have me. No matter what happens, I'll always be by your side. Chen Wanqiu hugged her son tightly in her arms, feeling that the missing piece in her heart had been filled. To be able to give birth to this baby was a gift from fate to her, enough to make up for any shortcomings in the first half of her life. So what else did she have to feel sorry for herself? The police officer thought that Chen Wanqiu was being comforted by herself, and was pleasantly surprised, adding, "There's enough evidence in this case. It should be judged soon, and she'll be sentenced to at least 8 years. What? Chen Wanqiu's face changed, her voice trembling with anger. She almost ruined my life and almost killed my child, and she was only sentenced to 8 years? Not expecting Chen Wanqiu to be angry, the police officer was a bit at a loss for words, and before he could think of anything to say to comfort him, he saw the little toddler on the opposite side of the room laughing, and Chen Wanqiu immediately turned her anger into joy, and looked at the boy in her arms and smiled lightly. Mom, don't be angry, the bad guys will get their comeuppance. Maybe they'll be struck by lightning one day. Su Ming reached out and tugged at the long hair that was scattered over his body, and Chen Wanqiu held that small hand and leaned over to gently kiss it. The police officer didn't know what to say for a moment and left after asking for Chen Wanqiu's signature. That night, Chen Wanqiu always felt that thunder surrounded her ears, and remembering what was in the news, an incredible thought suddenly came to her mind. Could this matter really be related to her son? Such doubts didn't exist for long before Chen Wanqiu received news that shocked her. Chen Chuanhua, surprisingly, was also struck by lightning. It is said that at that time it was the prisoner's release time. All people are fine. Only Chen Chuanhua one was struck by lightning, and now still in the hospital rescue. Life and death is uncertain. Su Bingjin and Chen Wanqiu stared at the news for a long time, and then looked at Su Ming, who was huffing and puffing in his crib, and both fell silent. Both culprits were struck by lightning, and it's hard to believe that this was just a coincidence. Chen Wanqiu had vaguely realized that this child of hers must be extraordinary. Soon the idea was revalidated. Inquiring Minds was released in theaters and the lead and supporting characters exploded one after the other, making it one of the biggest dark horses of the year. In contrast, Youth Have You is a lot of misery. The box office only 3 days after the release of The Million. The director anxious to live to sell misery, but not many viewers to buy the account. In the original plot, Ask the Heart was a movie that exploded in popularity and promoted many unknown newcomers in the entertainment industry, and most of these people would get involved with Su Tian, becoming contacts that he would use for his future development. Now under the influence of Su Ming, the lead actors of Ask the Heart are all well-known actors, and with the traffic, Ask the Heart has hit the highest movie box office in 10 years, and is on fire. The Su family, as the sole investor in Ask the Heart, naturally benefited the most. Dingkuan Group. After looking over the statement handed over by his assistant, Su Shikuan angrily slammed his teacup. 3 million? He invested hundreds of millions of dollars in a big production and the first day box office was actually only 3 million. It's not even close to a fraction of Inquiring Minds. Mr. Su, this is our sales statement for the first half of the year. The assistant handed over another document. Su Shikuan took a look, and immediately went black, directly planted on the sofa. Previously, in order to compete with Su Bingjin, he specially positioned the audience of the new product in the urban women, wanting to steal the market of high luxury jewelry with Dingjin Group, and also invited Tang Jiesin to be the spokesperson. I didn't expect Tang Jiesin to be so indisputable that she collapsed her house just after signing the endorsement contract. Originally he thought Su Bingjin in this regard will not do too well. After all, Su Bingjin signed the spokesman is a no-fame 18 line, not as good as Tang Jiesin it. Who would have thought that after the airing of Ask the Heart, Xia Mingyue, who only plays the female supporting role in it, has quickly burst into flames, and the popularity of the female lead Lin Mianmian is directly pressed. The most detestable thing was that he threw out an olive branch to Xia Mingyue after sniffing the wind, wanting to recruit her under his command, but that bitch didn't even appreciate it, and said something about only being Dingjin Group's artist forever. This battle with the Dingjin Group was a real loss for him. Unlike Su Shikuan's frustration, Su Bingjin can be described as complacent and held a celebration party that night. Banquet. Chen Wanqiu dressed in a red dress appeared. Graceful body, pretty face, as in the past radiant, do not see the slightest trace of having had a child. Equally charming is Xia Mingyue. She wears a white dress, her skin is fair and snowy, her body is slim and not too full, her face is even more delicate and moving. It is not too much to say that she is a fairy on earth. On top of that, there were Lin Mian, Jiang Ying, Xia Mingyue, Tang Jiasen, and Su Ming's dozen or so stepmothers. These top-stream actresses with very different temperaments stood together and actually compared the crystal lights overhead, which were as brilliant as daytime. And Su Ming, who was surrounded by these women, had undoubtedly become the most talked about person on the scene. Baby, you are truly a blessing for godmother. Lin Mianian lifted Su Ming in the stroller and kissed him with a boo from her pink lips, instantly imprinting a sharp lip mark on the skin. Before Su Ming could wipe it off, the other actresses crowded up. Mian, let me hug you too. Let me be blessed as well, and strive for the next play to explode. Su Ming was surrounded by a dense crowd, drawing the attention of many people in the banquet. Only Xia Mingyue and Tang Jiasen stood outside the circle, looking a bit apprehensive. Tang Jiasen was because she didn't know how to face her best friend. After all, she was the one who chose to sign into Dingkuan Group in the first place. Xia Mingyue, on the other hand, was a bit uncomfortable because it was her first time attending this kind of high-end occasion. She looked at Su Ming, who was surrounded by a group of people, and a few moments of yearning arose in her eyes. She's where she is today because of this little prince. He's still so adorable. It must feel superb to cuddle him too. The two of them had different thoughts and were hesitating on what to do when Chen Wanqiu walked over with Su Ming in her arms. Tang Jiasen was delighted in her heart. Wanqiu, I knew you wouldn't blame me. She walked over and took Chen Wanqiu's arm. I signed up with Dingjin Group because I was rather short of money during that time, and Su Shikuan gave more. So I agreed. I thought you wouldn't care. Now that Dingkuan Group has unilaterally terminated its contract with me, and no other brand is willing to find me a spokesperson, I am really desperate. Wanqiu, can you help me? Nowadays, Dingjin Group is developing like the sky, and being able to be the spokesperson for Dingjin Group is something that many actresses can't even beg for. Tang Jiasen only hated herself for taking the wrong step and giving the opportunity for a big fire to Xia Mingyue for nothing. However, she knew her best friend and knew that Chen Wanqiu was a dumb beauty, with a bare face, but in reality, she had no heart. As long as she coaxes with a few words, she'll definitely get back together with her and will help her sign into the Dingjin Group too. Chen Wanqiu raised her eyes to look at her former best friend, also saw her fall, and was about to say something when the little one in her arms suddenly stomped her legs. Mom, don't listen to her rhetoric. If you make up with her, she will definitely continue to provoke your relationship with Dad, and will also take advantage of the situation to take away your position as Mrs. Chano. As the saying goes, fire prevention and burglary prevention of girlfriends, especially this kind of girlfriends with 800 hard eyes, can definitely not fail to prevent off. Only then did Chen Wanqiu remember Su Ming's previous prophecy, and her complexion instantly turned cold as she walked towards Xia Mingyue after pushing her hand away. Xia Mingyue was standing to the side in a hasty manner. Because of her poor family background, she had always had some low self-esteem, so naturally she didn't dare to come over and strike up a conversation with Chen Wanqiu. Watching Tang Jiasen and Chen Wanqiu chatting, there was only envy, but he didn't expect Chen Wanqiu to walk over with Su Ming in her arms. Chen Wanqiu also cannot help. The arms of this little guy has been yelling what a big star, but also said what if you can be hugged by a big star? It is worth it to die. But she was also a big star, and it really made her a bit jealous that her son preferred a newcomer actor. After walking to Xia Mingyue's side, Su Ming became even more excited and took the initiative to stretch out his little arm in a gesture of hugging. Chen Wanqiu smiled helplessly. Give him a hug, little Ming likes you a lot. Xia Mingyue was flattered and hurriedly picked Su Ming up. Strange to say, she'd never had a baby, but she was incredibly comfortable holding this little guy. Su Ming was also very cooperative, lying in Xia Mingyue's arms giggling nonstop. Several of the other actresses laughed at the sight. This kid, he even treats it differently, haha. It seems that this kid has been a little pervert since he was a child. Knowing that Mingyue is a great beauty, a blush quietly flew up on Xia Mingyue's face. Chen Wanqiu smiled and shook her head, her heart suddenly sour. Is she not a great beauty in her son's eyes? She's been named on the list of the world's most beautiful faces. Xia Mingyue is going to explode in the future. I must get on good terms with her. She'll want to stay and help us make money. Make money. Make money. Make a lot of money. Chen Wanqiu froze, and only then did she realize afterward that this little brat was playing with this idea. Seeing that everyone's gazes were gathered on Su Ming, Tang Jiasun had a bright idea and took the initiative to hug Su Ming over. The baby is so cute. Let sister hug you. Su Ming remembered that this woman stepped on Chen Wanqiu on the throne, but also because Su Bingjin rejected her resentment. In the Su family bankruptcy later in front of their family flaunted the face, suddenly angry, lifted the small foot, nonchalantly kicked in the face of Tang Jiasun. Tang Jiasun was dumbfounded by this kick. It took her a long time to react. Her face that was covered in foundation immediately turned red. Sister Wanqiu, why is your son kicking people indiscriminately? This was like saying that Su Ming didn't know what he was doing. Lin Mian's eyebrows jumped. She couldn't stand to hear someone say that Su Ming was bad, and immediately snatched him up. Being held in Lin Mian's arms, Su Ming became well behaved. Not only did he not kick or move around, but he also tilted his little face and gave her a sweet smile. Lin Mian proudly curled her lips. This shows that our little Ming is smart. He can tell the good guys from the bad guys. Look at how well behaved he is when I hold him. Not expecting Lin Mian to give herself so little face, Tang Jiasun suddenly turned green. Chapter 37, Grandfather. If it was before, she would have disliked her back long ago, but now Lin Mian is a big hit because of Ask the Heart and has a huge number of fans. If she argued with Lin Mian, she would have to be scolded by those fans. But who could blame her for that? It was her own fault for choosing the wrong script to end up in the situation she was in now. Tang Jiasun stared at Chen Wanqiu's beautiful and holy face, her heart growing more and more indignant. If it wasn't for Chen Wanqiu's insistence on investing in Ask the Heart, she wouldn't have lost so badly. Tang Jiasun, pondering, guessed that Su Shikuan at this time the mood must be the same as her, then hid in the bathroom. To Su Shikuan made a phone call. Soon, the banquet came to an end. Lin Mian was drunk and kissed Su Ming again before bidding Chen Wanqiu farewell. Sister Wanqiu, I'll leave first. Okay, you tell the driver to drive slow. Before Chen Wanqiu finished speaking, Su Ming, who was held in his arms, suddenly struggled. What's wrong with little Ming? Lin Mian curiously came over to check, but she might as well have been grabbed by Su Ming's sleeve. So little Ming is unable to let me go. Lin Mian kissed Su Ming again and laughed. Alright, godmother has to go. I'll come back to see you some other day. Su Ming still refused to let go of his hand. Lin Mian tried to use a little bit of force, and found that he couldn't even break it at all. So he couldn't help but be a little strange. Where did such a small child get that much strength? Mian, since Xiao Ming can't bear to part with you, why don't you go and stay at my house for the night? Chen Wanqiu laughed. I'm not going. Lin Mian put on a look of disgust and quickly changed her words. Unless you let me sleep with Xiao Ming. Chen Wanqiu was amused. Still good. Let Xiao Ming sleep with you. The two of them quickly discussed the matter. The agent who had been waiting on the side for a long time was a bit unhappy. He just couldn't see Lin Mian being so close to a small child. After being an agent for so many years, he knew Lin Mian's character too well. She is cheerful and sunny on the surface, but in fact, her heart is extremely high. Few people can get into her eyes. He has several times to show his feelings to Lin Mian, but she has been rejected. But now, she was being so nice to a little kid, so how could he not be angry? The agent returned to the car with an iron face and complained to several staff members who were also waiting in the car. That little brat from the Su family is too annoying. She's pestering our Mian and won't let her go, making us wait for such a long time for nothing. Besides, it's also delayed. Mian also has insomnia, so how can she sleep with a child by her side? There's a very important scene tomorrow. If she's not in good shape, it'll be a big delay. The other few girls present had never seen Su Ming before, and when they heard that Lin Mian was being pestered by a small child, they were also all a bit unhappy. I told you, kids are the worst. That's why I don't want to get married and have kids. Never have children. Children are a nightmare. Su Feng's face then looked better. He also did not know why he had to transfer his anger to a small child. Probably was unable to accept that Lin Mian would rather care about a child that has nothing to do with her than to give birth to a child with him that belongs to them. He looked down at the box of incense he was clutching in his hand and threw it down the window at the passerby when a few people next to him weren't looking. Actually, he could have given Lin Mian the incense, but he just wanted Lin Mian to know that she couldn't leave him. Lin Mian then didn't think about work at all. To her, being with a little baby who was inviting was much more interesting than work. She first helped Chen Wanqiu give Su Ming a bath, and then carried Su Ming around the back garden, playing until late before going to bed. Before going to bed, Lin Mian suddenly felt a slight headache, and only then did she remember that she had forgotten to bring the incense. Since she suffers from insomnia due to stress, she has to light incense every time to fall asleep. Alas, it looks like tonight will be another sleepless night. Lin Mian sighed, remembering that there was a very important scene to be filmed tomorrow. Lin Mianian also became a little anxious. Now that Ask the Heart had just exploded in popularity, if she had problems at this time, it would surely have a great impact on Sue. The freshly washed hair was still dripping. Lin Mianian wasn't in the mood to wipe it. She directly hugged Su Ming and climbed onto the bed. Seeing that kind of cute and soft little face, the annoyance in her heart only dissipated a lot. For insomniacs, not being able to sleep can be a very painful and can make them incredibly cranky. Lin Mian had several times lashed out at the staff because of her insomnia, and was later blackballed on hot search. But as soon as she saw Su Ming, all her irritation was magically soothed, and before long, she unconsciously fell asleep. Opening his eyes again, the early morning sunlight had filtered in through the curtains. Lin Mianian pulled open the curtains, feeling the early morning sunlight, and took a big hard breath of fresh air. Last night was not only did she manage to fall asleep without the use of incense, but she also slept more than incomparably sweet. And this morning she woke up with a radiant glow, and even Chen Wanqiu was a little surprised to see it. Mian, you look much better today than yesterday. Lin Nian has not yet combed her makeup, but she is also beautiful and clear. She sat on the edge of the bed with her long hair draped over her head and picked up Su Ming with her hand, looking at him with extraordinarily gentle eyes. It's all because of this little guy. Chen Wanqiu knows that Lin Nian's insomnia is very serious. Looking for a lot of hypnosis masters are useless. If it is someone else listening to Lin Nian say so will not believe. Where can a kid who hasn't been weaned yet be that useful? But Chen Wanqiu didn't doubt it in the slightest. There's just a lot of excess in her baby, isn't there? Sometimes she wondered if her son could be the reincarnation of a god. It's a pity. I still have to go filming. I really can't let go of this little guy. Lin Mianian complained, and was about to go change her makeup and get ready to go, when a clutter of footsteps suddenly came from the living room. Chen Wanqiu and Lin Nian led Su Ming out of the bedroom. You? Lin Mianian looked at the girl who followed the butler in with surprise. Why are you here? The girl looked panicked and her clothes were dirty, and she spoke with a crying voice. Sister Wanqiu, Sister Mian, something's wrong. Chen Wanqiu calmly asked. What happened? Last night Brother Feng drove us back. It was all fine. I didn't expect the car to suddenly lose control halfway. Brother Feng, he crashed into a big tree, and has been sent to the hospital. The girl cried as she spoke, obviously terrified. Lin Nian didn't care. She just let out an "oh" and picked up the bottle to feed Su Ming. The girl was a bit puzzled. Sister Mian, aren't you going to the hospital to see Brother Feng? Right, oh. It's something to look at. As if she suddenly remembered something, Lin Nian immediately put down the milk bottle and quickly packed herself up ready to go to the hospital. When he came back, he even picked up Su Ming in his arms and continued to breastfeed him as he went. In the hospital, Su Feng looked at the ceiling and silently counted the time. Li Yu had already told him, and when Lin Mianian heard that he was in the hospital, she immediately rushed to see him. It's still on its way. It seems that Mian still cares about him. After waiting for another half an hour and hearing footsteps coming from the corridor, Su Feng immediately laid back down, deliberately pretending to be weak. Sister Mian, thank you for still coming to see me. Su Feng looked at Lin Mianian, who pushed the door in and suddenly froze. He thought that Lin Nian hadn't slept well all night and must be exhausted today, but I didn't expect her to be glowing, like a siren that had sucked in her essence, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Looks like you slept well last night. I slept with Ming in my arms. I don't need incense to fall asleep with him around. Anyway, thanks for coming to see me. Su Feng forced a smile. He wanted to say that someone else's child was no better than someone else's, and if she liked children so much, why didn't she have one with him? Unfortunately, he didn't have the courage. I'm here to get the contract. Don't misunderstand. Lin Mianian didn't even look at Su Feng, flipped out the contract in Su Feng's jacket and left, all the while waiting for the door to be closed. Su Feng didn't even react. So Lin Nian didn't come to see him at all? The door was glass, and Su Ming could clearly see Su Feng's expression, and originally he had a little pity for Su Feng. Although all the stuff with Mu Yao was just drama, he did give his true feelings. He had experienced what it was like to love but not be able to, and he knew that Su Feng must have been in pain. But the thought of what this scum would do in the future left him with no pity at all. In the original plot, Su Feng was a lecher, seeing one and loving another, not to mention hitting on Chen Wanqiu after the Su family fell on hard times. At that time, Su Bingjin was seriously ill. Several sisters have their own troubles. He also suffered a blow and old illnesses recurred. The family's burden fell on Chen Wanqiu alone. For the sake of a mere $500, Chen Wanqiu endured the humiliation of agreeing to Su Feng's excessive demands and went to the hotel with him. If Lin Nian hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. She went to see the other two injured girls before Lin Nian left the hospital with Su Ming in her arms. On the way back, Lin Nianyan was scared as an afterthought. A thought popped up from the brain. If she did not stay in the Su family yesterday, then today lying in the hospital, wouldn't it be her? Li Yu only dodged a bullet because she got out of the car in the middle of something. If she had gotten on the car, she definitely wouldn't have been as lucky as Li Yu. Li Yu also thought of this layer. Some fear said, fortunately, Mion's sister, you did not get on the car last night, or you will have to delay the big event. I do not know how this car could end actually out of control. Li Yu said something else behind her, but Lin Mianian was already completely deaf to it. All she could think about was that image from last night. Ming held on to her and wouldn't let her go, with a strength that wasn't even like a little kid should have. Yo, you know what? Last night I would have wanted to leave. It was Ming who pulled me back and didn't let me go. If it wasn't for Ming, I would be the one lying in the hospital right now. It's a small matter that I'm injured, but delaying Mr. Su's publicity progress will be troublesome. I know. Li Yu looked to the side at Su Ming. Remembering Su Feng's words that night, she also scared. It seems that young Master Su was very spiritual. He must have known that you would get into a car accident, Sister Mian, and that's why he pulled you back and didn't let you go. Well, that's what I thought. Lin Mianyang hugged Su Ming in her arms tightly. Meanwhile, Su Shikuan is still waiting for news of Lin Mian's car accident. This morning, he had taken out his own collection of good wine just to celebrate when it was done. Lin Mian is the spokesperson of Dingjin Group's new product. Dingjin Group is about to launch a new product. If Lin Mian has an accident at this time, see what Su Bingjin can still think of a good way. When the time comes, he can't even take publicity photos. So let's see what Dingjin Group can still compete with him. Just fantasizing about completely stepping Su Bingjin underfoot. A sound of footsteps on crutches sounded outside the door. Knowing who was coming, Su Shikuan immediately greeted him. Dad, you're here. Big brother, don't shout nonsense. When did I become your father? Su Bingjin held a walking stick and looked at Su Shikuan with a smile. You're sick. What crutches do you have if your legs aren't lame? Glancing at Su Bingjin's legs that were not doing anything at all, Su Shikuan was furious. Early in the morning, where did you get such a big fire? Su Guoqiang slowly walked over with Su Ming in his arms and gave Su Shikuan a somewhat dissatisfied look. Dad, I just don't like him using your crutches. You say you are so old, he still let you carry the child, and even grabbed your crutches. This is not unfilial. Su Bingjin was doubly speechless, not understanding why Su Shikuan was always holding on to such trivial matters. Grandpa is in good health and doesn't need a cane at all. This heartfelt statement drifted into Su Guoqiang's ears, and Su couldn't help but stare. It took a long time to respond, and he burst out laughing. Yes, 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 yes. Su Shikuan's heart was delighted. Su Guoqiang actually agreed with him? In fact, he has deliberately disgusted Su Bingjin. I thought Su Guoqiang would be toward Su Bingjin. I did not expect him to actually stand on his side. Hey, Dad, you finally think I'm right. Su Shikuan cocked his tail in triumph. I told you, you're so old. How can you not be on crutches? Su Bingjin, he's just messing around. You say right? Right my ass. Su Guoqiang took his walking stick and ruthlessly struck at Su Shikuan's body. I didn't expect Su Guoqiang to come to this. Su Shikuan was hit and jumped up and down. Don't Dad, have something to say. Besides, I didn't say anything wrong. He stopped only when he was tired of beating Su Guoqiang, and he was still angry in his heart. The good grandson said that he was in good health and did not need crutches, but this sinful person said that he was old and had to be on crutches, the same as a junior. How the gap is so big. Su Bingjin watched the scene in amazement, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. Could it be that his father could hear his son's heart as well? Several people have different thoughts. Su Shikuan just received a beating. The heart is naturally all resentment. But when he thought about Lin Mian, he felt free again. Waiting for several people to be seated on the sofa, Su Shikuan squeezed out a wicked smile. Second brother, I heard that Lin Mian's car was hit last night. Is Lin Mian alright? If I remember well, your Dingjin Group's new product is about to hit the market, right? Lin Mian must not be okay, or you will have to worry about it. Chapter 38, Rotten Building to School District Housing. Lin Mianian? Su Bingjin pretended to know nothing. She went to shoot a promo this morning. What? The promo has already been filmed? Su Shikuan lost his voice. Yes, I've already seen the finished movie. The effect is very good. Big brother, if you're interested you can go to the official blog to take a look. Su Shikuan half-believe half-doubt point into the official blog. See the homepage of the large propaganda newspaper after the face completely taut. Lin Mian did not get into a car accident? Lin Niannian's car did have an accident. Only. Su Bingjin looked at Su Ming. Xiao Ming couldn't bear to see Lin Niannian, and left her behind when Lin Niannian was about to leave. And Lin Niannian didn't even sit in that car. When Su Shikuan heard that Lin Mianian didn't even ride in that car, he realized that his plan had completely fallen through, and he couldn't wait to strangle Su Ming right now. It was all because of this damned brat who had spoiled his good deed. Su Guoqiang listened for a long time, but was also a little afraid. Gu. So to say, but thanks to our little Ming, I have long seen that this child is not ordinary. It seems that I see the right. This child, is the lucky star that landed in our Su family. The more he looked at the baby in his arms, the more he felt like it. Su Guoqiang took out a golden card and handed it to Su Bingjin. The money in this card is the money I deposited for Xiao Ming, so you can keep it for Xiao Ming first. Su Bingjin wasn't polite and directly accepted the gold card. Good. Then I'll keep it for Xiao Ming first and give it to him when he grows up. Dad, it's better for you to personally give it to Xiao Ming for safekeeping. If you give the money to second brother now, it's unlikely that he'll take it again one day to buy those lousy lands in the north of the city. Su Shikuan said sourly. Land in the north of the city? What did you buy the land in the north of the city for? Su Guoqiang looked at Su Bingjin in disbelief. The north of the city is all rotten land. Buying it in your hands is of no use at all. In fact, it's not useless. Finally said to the pleased place. Su Shikuan's tone are cheerful up. Second brother to find the fortune teller counted. Said that the life of the little Ming lack of water, by the land in the north of the city, are to give the little Ming to replenish the water it. You'll be laughing when the government school district planning documents come down. Government's planning documents for the school district come down. I'll see if you can still laugh. In the next few decades, the government will focus on construction in the north of the city. Government will focus on construction in the north of the city. In a few years, the price of housing in the north of the city will rise to dozens of times what it is now. And whoever buys that land will make a profit. And Air D didn't just buy the land. There's also the nearby commercial street. Even Li Yuan Bean's rotten building. Air D didn't let it go. Su Shikuan continued to arch the fire. Su Guoqiang slammed the table, his beard shaking with excitement, pointing at Su Bingjin's nose. You really bought it? Yeah, really bought it. I saw it with my own eyes. Seeing Su Guoqiang angry, Su Shikuan's heart couldn't be more comfortable. Unexpectedly, Su Guoqiang took out another gold card and slapped it in front of Su Bingjin. Are there any more rotten buildings left? Buy me a few too. After saying that, he glared at Su Bingjin and said in a bad mood. There's such a good opportunity to make money and you don't tell your father about me. Do you still have some conscience, Su Shikuan? See Su Guoqiang this look. Su Bingjin probably guessed a 7 or 8. The old man must have heard his son's heart. The commercial street in the north of the city is almost developed. I'm afraid your money can't be used. Su Bingjin pushed the card back. Years of business instincts. So Su Bingjin used to hold all the resources in their own hands. Will not easily share with anyone. He had a wife who looked like a heavenly fairy. A son with outstanding talent, and 4 eye-smart adopted daughters. These were the people he wanted to guard. He would do his best to plunder as many resources as possible for them during his lifetime. As long as it was related to wealth and power, no matter who it was, he would never back down. Su Guoqiang didn't take back the card that was pushed back. Su Bingjin's attitude made it a little difficult for him. Take the money. Consider it for Xiao Ming. Good. Su Bingjin responded nonchalantly. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Today Su Guoqiang brought Su Bingjin over. In fact, in order to ease the relationship between him and Su Shikuan, the heart of the hand are meat. Su Guoqiang is hoping to see these two brothers can live in harmony. But Su Bingjin's attitude also made him realize that this matter seemed unlikely. Looking at the back of Su Bingjin holding Su Ming and leaving, Su Guoqiang seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. You still won't forgive me, he murmured softly. Asterisk. When Su Bingjin and Su Ming arrived home, Chen Wanqiu was standing at the door waiting for them. It's cold in the afternoon. Hurry back. Su Bingjin smoothly put his jacket over his wife. Chen Wanqiu gathered her husband's jacket that was draped over her. Her eyebrows slightly knit as she lamented. Dad's attitude really changed after Xiao Ming was born. Before he never came and went with our family. Su Bingjin's eyes darkened. Since childhood, Su Guoqiang has always favored Su Shikuan, not caring about him. Dingkuan Group is Su Guoqiang to Su Shikuan. Dingjin Group is relying on his own struggle. Even when he married Chen Wanqiu in the beginning, Su Guoqiang refused to come to participate. It wasn't until Su Ming was born that all of this changed. He said that the day Xiao Ming was born he dreamed of a golden dragon. He's always been a person who likes to believe in these nebulous things. So it's probably because of this that he's changed his attitude towards us. It's possible. But, Chen Wanqiu looked at Su Bingjin. Do you think it's something nebulous? Su Bingjin choked. His mind flashed through all the things that happened in these days. Suddenly felt that dream really can't be true anymore. so he laughed and said, I used to feel that, but now well. He lifted Su Ming and made him go straight to the sky. I feel that our sun is the auspiciousness that comes from the sky. On the other side, Su Shikuan waited until Su Guoqian left, all confused. If Su Bingjin is stupid, how come the old man is also confused? A bunch of crappy land that no one wants for nothing, and they think it's a treasure. In the evening, Su Shikuan asked his best friend to come for a drink, and the two of them discussed the development of the south of the city. Shikuan, what happened last time was really thanks to you. I've always wanted to find a chance to thank you properly. Li Yuanbin poured 2 glasses of wine and the two of them drank it all on the spot. White wine down. The two are a little flamboyant, especially Li Yuanbin. He is not very good at doing business. So many years has been in the eating old money. Last time if not Su Shikuan gave him a wake-up call. The rotten building is estimated to be in the hands of rot now. I don't know. Hiccups. I don't know Su Bingjin draws which kind of wind. Really just say bye on my rotten building to buy. He used to be more shrewd individual. Really is a pregnancy stupid 3 years? My wife is about to give birth to a child. I will not also. Your wife has a child and what do you have to do with it? Su Shikuan couldn't hear it anymore. Even more shrewd people he also has to look away when. You people is to Su Bingjin look too high. In fact, he is also an ordinary person. You're right. Su Bingjin is nothing. The two of them poured glass after glass of wine. Perhaps because they felt that just drinking was too boring. Su Shikuan pressed the light on the TV show. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Newsmax program. Today's main content has, here, drink, no drunkenness today. The sound of newscasts and the clinking of glasses mingled. In order to ensure the smooth running of compulsory education, the municipal government issued a district-wide school planning rules, clearly stipulates the planning of the school district of the ceded land, including the Northern School District Planning 9. It seems that the government's northern relocation is inevitable. This document issued by the public triggered a wide range of concerns. Su Shikuan was drunk. His brain was not too bright, and he only caught a few sensitive words. School district planning. Government relocated north. School district planning. Government moving north. Government moves north. Su Bingjin instantly sobered up and cleared his head. What's with the shouting? The half-asleep Li Yuanbin muttered and complained. Your crappy building turned into a school district. What? Li Yuanbin also came to his senses. See for yourself. Li Yuanbin's hands and feet went to flip through his cell phone, and after flipping to that file that was sent down a few minutes ago, his entire heart went cold and he directly collapsed onto the sofa. School district housing. Wouldn't that be a flat to make more than 100,000 more? A flat to earn more than 100,000 Then the value of the whole building will instantly soar to more than $1 billion. More than $1 billion? He has never seen so much money in his life. More than school district housing. If the government moved north, your ocean star, the future will become the center of the imperial capital. That. Su Shikuan widened his eyes. That will earn a lot. But now this has all become Su Bingjin's. Li Yuanbin's hands trembled and his eyes glowed red as he pinched Su Shikuan's neck, shouting angrily like a madman. It's all you. If it wasn't for that bad idea you gave me, I would be a billionaire now. Su Shikuan opened him with one hand and shouted grumpily. Do you think I want to? Laozi's losses are much greater than yours. Who am I going to talk to? If he hadn't fallen for Su Bingjin's scheme, the entire northern part of the city would have been his. It was a night that was destined to be difficult for many to sleep. The sudden change has turned many billionaires into paupers overnight, and all the big clans have been discussing measures overnight, and the center of the discussion invariably points to the man who stands on high and strategizes. Su Bingjin stood on the top floor of the Ocean Star with Su Ming in his arms, and downstairs was a gorgeous river view. The sea was calm and wave-free, and the surrounding area was deserted. Instead, he seemed to see a bustling scene of tall buildings and roaring ship whistles here. He knew that soon in the future, what was imagined was bound to become a reality. Shortly afterward, dawn broke. Kyoto Express. Well-known tycoon Li Yuanbin committed suicide by jumping off a building and had already lost his vital signs when the ambulance arrived. Su Bingjin casually flipped through the report and extinguished the phone. His expression was indifferent. You asked for it. Who's to blame? After the issuance of the school district planning documents, one after another issued a few points of demolition documents. Some of the original skeptical talent to completely confirm that the government is really going to vigorously develop the northern part of the city. The government is really going to vigorously develop the northern part of the country. Su Bingjin against countless people jealous eyes, signed the demolition contract. Demolition are some useless factory buildings, bought without much money. This back and forth on the tens of thousands of times the revenue. Who can not be read it? After the demolition money in place, Su Bingjin intends to take Chen Wanqiu choose a new house. The old villa's basement hid people, and they'd long felt bad luck. Chen Wanqiu has always been virtuous. When he married Su Bingjin deliberately chose the cheapest villa area. Su Bingjin has always felt sorry for her. Let's Elson Manor pick, he offered. Elson Manor is a famous rich area in the imperial capital, and the people who live in it are either rich or noble. If it were the past, Chen Wanqiu might have been a bit hesitant, but now that she had Su Ming, she felt that Elson Manor was a good fit. For her baby, it's all about the best. Good. Su Bingjin smiled without a trace. Going to Elson Manor could be more than simply because he was expensive. And to top it off, there's someone going back today as well. Su Bingjin had gotten word long ago that Su Shikuan would also be there. It was only forced by Charlie. Today is their wedding anniversary. Xiaoli must change a new set of rooms. Su Shikuan could not argue with her, had to agree. As expected, it happened to collide with Su Bingjin's family. Hubby, just buy A1 building. Although he is the most expensive, but also the best. Xiaoli glanced at Su Bingjin's family, who just came in, and whispered, if you hesitate, this suite can be bought by your brother. By then we will be disgraced. Su Shikuan also did not want the house to be bought by Su Bingjin. But hundreds of millions of houses. It is a little ruthless. It so happened that Su Bingjin's target was also this building. Seeing that Su Shikuan had not yet made a move, he immediately said to the salesman, I'll take building A1. Prepare the contract. Can't have this. This villa will die tonight. How unlucky to live in it. That person died quite miserable. The brain was wrestled out. But it is a strong QJ criminal. The death deserved to belong to his. Su Bingjin froze. Before he could say anything, Su Shikuan and Xiaoli also walked over. I can offer an extra $1 million for this villa. Su Shikuan secretly annoyed. I should have known not to hesitate. This is not a loss of 1 million for nothing? The salesman looked at Su Bingjin with some hesitation. Mister. I don't want it. Thanks. People were going to die tonight. He didn't want them. How bad luck. Xiaoli snorted and laughed, provocatively looking at Chen Wanqiu. Mrs. Chen, I remember you said to me a long time ago that you like this villa. Right. Come on, your husband is not very good to you. Earn so much money, even this small amount of money are not willing to give you to spend. Our family Shikuan is different. I said I liked it and he immediately bought it for me. There are times when the most expensive is not necessarily the best. Chen Wanqiu's tone was flat, making Xiaoli feel as if she had hit cotton. What's that supposed to mean? Isn't the most expensive the best? You'll find out soon enough. Chen Wanqiu was unexpectedly deep. Xiaoli didn't think so, and only thought that Chen Wanqiu was saying that grapes were sour when she couldn't eat them. Since the villa was luxuriously decorated, the two families moved in that night, and Chen Wanqiu purposely closed the doors and windows for fear of making any noise in the middle of the night to scare the children. It was also a good precaution, and several people slept incredibly well this night. When it was dawn, Chen Wanqiu was ready to go to the theater group, and when she passed by building A1, she happened to see a large group of people gathered here. Chapter 39, A chicken child is better than a chicken itself. Xiaoli stood outside the cordon holding Su Chen. Her face was white, and Su Chen was shivering from shock. Where would they have expected this to happen to them on the first day of moving into their new house? The dead guy was a QJ offender who jumped off the roof in fear of suicide after being chased to the top floor by the police. I heard the guy had his brains splattered out. It was tragic. It's the new tenants of building A1 who are miserable. They just moved in and this happened to them. It didn't happen before they came. Did. The onlookers automatically backed away, taking the initiative to stay away from Xiaoli's mother and son, as if they were afraid of incurring any bad luck. Charlie ran off to the side and bent over to vomit. She'd gone to check on it this morning after hearing the loud bang, and since the place of death was so close to her house, the erupting brains had splattered all over the glass of her house. Bad luck. Calamity. These words kept reaching her ears, and Xiaoli's face became more and more ugly, especially since she also saw Chen Wanqiu. She couldn't control it even more. It's you! Xiaoli pointed at Chen Wanqiu and shouted angrily. You knew last night would be dead, didn't you? Although Xiaoli was right about most of it, Chen Wanqiu was still not the least bit flustered, and said with a calm demeanor, Mrs. Xia, I'll sue you for defamation if you keep saying that. You said you liked this building, and if you didn't know that, you couldn't have backed out yesterday. And you said something about the most expensive not always being the best, and you must have known that. You're the killer. The police couldn't look away either and stepped forward to pull Charlie aside. Ma'am, please calm down. The deceased committed suicide and had nothing to do with anyone else. Charlie simply couldn't listen to it and had already decided that it was Chen Wanqiu's family that was up to no good. But the police were all toward Chen Wanqiu, and Xiaoli had no choice but to watch Chen Wanqiu leave. Mom, I'm scared. Su Chen tugged at Charlie's sleeve, but was pushed away by Charlie, who was in a fit of anger. Go play with Tiny Tin and leave me alone. Su Chen had to endure the aggravation to find Su Tian, who was studying in his study at this time. Why do you just know how to study every day? You're still in the mood to study when people are dead today? I'm scared to death. Uncle Su is so good to me. I must study hard so that I can repay him in the future, Su Tian faintly said. Outside the door, Su Shikuan nodded in satisfaction. Originally, he was a bit blocked in his heart because of what happened this morning. Why is Su Bingjian's good luck always his and he's always the unlucky one? It's as if even the heavens are on Su Bingjian's side. But seeing the boy in front of him suddenly gave him hope again. This child has outstanding talent, and if he is nurtured more, he will definitely have a great future in the future. It was through this child that he was going to defeat Su Bingjian once and for all. In order to let Su Tian grow up as soon as possible, Su Shikuan special for him to hire a private tutor. Although the chicken child in their circle is not a rare thing, but like Su Shikuan, such a day to find more than a dozen private tutors to take turns in the class is still a rarity, and soon caused the owners of the discussion. Owners group. A dozen private tutors a day. That's too much, isn't it? In fact, this is not a big deal. My son has just turned 1 month old. I have hired a good kindergarten teacher for him. Listen to music every day to learn English. Chicken baby before it's too late. My baby wasn't even born yet, and I've already hired someone to fetus train him. Cell phones keep ringing. Su Bingjian casually glanced. See, everyone is discussing the chicken child. The mood is indescribably complex. It's the weekend, and he was going to go out for a nice relaxing fishing trip. And who knows? Have you finished reading the company statement? Is the plan ready? Have you finalized the new project? Su Bingjian only had to put down the fishing rod in his hand. His eyes grudgingly looked toward his son in the crib, the little guy blinking his big eyes. A naive and unworldly look. That's what he would think if he couldn't hear the little guy's heart. After hesitating for a while, Su Bingjian only resigned himself to his fate and put down the fishing rod to finish the job he had not finished. This is the right thing to do. So good weather is of course to be used to work. An inch of time, an inch of gold. An inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. Su Bingjian. Under Su Ming's motivation, Su Bingjian completed all the work in only half a day. He closed the pen cap and stretched comfortably, only to feel that his entire body was refreshed. Thanks a lot, little guy. If it wasn't for this little guy, all this work would definitely have to be saved for a late night. Thank me for what should be I thank you only right. You are responsible for hard work, I am responsible for lying flat, so that I can grow up to be a rich second generation. Beautiful Su Bingjian immediately pulled ahead of Blackline. Feelings he is working for this little guy? It's the weekend. Why are you still working? Chen Wanqiu walked in with a cup of water and inquired curiously. Su Bingjian back to God. Looking at Su Ming teasingly said, I want to take advantage of the young to earn more money for our son. Chen Wanqiu nodded her head in agreement. Then I also need to work harder on the movie and make more money while I'm young. By the way, have you seen Qingqing? This child used to take Xiaoming with her everywhere. But lately I don't know what's wrong. She hasn't seen anyone for days. Should have gone somewhere to play. The park has surveillance. It's fine. Su Bingjian was unimpressed and didn't think there would be any problems. Su Ming, however, remembered something. In the original plot, this is when Su Qingqing learns the hard way. Although Su Qingqing does not like to study, but her IQ is not low, but also inherited Chen Wanqiu's acting talent. Even the director who once discovered Chen Wanqiu said Su Qingqing is a natural actor seedling. If she hadn't gotten hooked on gaming, she could have made a splash in the entertainment field. And the reason why Su Qingqing became uneducated was all because Su Shikuan was secretly messing around. Fourth sister should have followed some punks to the game hall. Those punks were brought in by Su Shikuan. Su Shikuan is trying to teach fourth sister a lesson. Su Bingjian's complexion flinched as he copied his jacket and headed out the door. Chen Wanqiu followed suit, and both of their faces looked unsightly. With the appearance of a storm coming, the door slammed shut. Su Ming was left in the study, bored and counting sheep for a while, and about half an hour later, the door was opened again. Su Bingjian wrapped in a chilly air, one hand lifted Su Qingqing in. Chen Wanqiu's face is not good, half angry, half disappointed to teach her. Mom is not letting you play the game. You want to play but also at home. How can you go to that kind of place? What if you meet a bad person? When she went in just now, a few yellow hairs surrounded her baby girl, smoking the kind of inferior cigarettes that cost a few dollars a carton, and the whole box was filled with smoke. Choking people's eyes could not open. It broke her heart to see her pampered and raised daughter treated this way. A yellow hair even passed a cigarette to her daughter's mouth, and if she hadn't gotten there in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Qingqing blinked innocently. Dad, Mom, those brothers are very good to me. Don't make a fuss, okay? What's the difference between playing games outside and playing games at home? Brother? What brother? I tell you what, You stay away from these boys who smoke at a young age from now on. Su Qingqing pouted her little mouth in defiance. Daddy smokes too. Smoking is fine, but at least you can't smoke the kind of cigarettes that cost a few bucks. The kind of cigarettes that will give you cancer if you smoke too much. Secondhand smoke is even more harmful. And, fourth sister, do you know that Su Shikuan found all these people? He just wants to raise you bad. You'll get addicted to games. And you'll get addicted to gambling. And yes, eventually you'll get addicted to drugs. So yeah, stay away from these people. Chen Wanxiu's legs went soft, and if it wasn't for Su Bingjin holding her up, she would have planted herself on the ground. Her daughter is addicted to gambling? She's also addicted to drugs? Su Shikuan is so vicious. Su Qingqing also listened to her little face pale. She heard her teacher say that poison is the most terrible thing in this world. She also saw the propaganda film, and knew how painful it would be to catch that thing. Oh wow. Su Qingqing cried out and sat on the ground, grabbing the tail of Chen Wanxiu's skirt and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm never going to go find them to play again. I'll study hard and never play games again. Chen Wanxiu looked at Su Bingjin, who then looked at Su Ming in the swaddling clothes, and both of them understood everything at once. Pacifying Su Qingqing, Su Bingjin settled down in front of the desk, his gaze cold. I didn't expect Big Brother to be so despicable as to lay his hands on a child. In that case, let's return the favor in the same way as he did. What Su Shikuan can do, Su Bingjin can of course also do. Not a few days, a few punks looked for Su Chen, a few years old child. Of course, cannot resist that kind of temptation. Su Chen missed a week of classes in a row, followed them to visit bars and play games, and when Su Shikuan found out, Su Chen had already learned to smoke. That night, half the park echoed with Su Chen's screams. Su Bingjin closed the window, had the maid light candles, and had a romantic candlelight dinner with Chen Wanxiu, and Su Qingqing had been studying desperately since that day, and her energy to study was almost catching up with Su Lingmeng. The servant teased Su Lingmeng half-jokingly. Third miss. If you don't go to study you'll be surpassed by fourth miss. Su Lingmeng snorted. I've never been afraid of being surpassed, because no one in her age group can top her. Oh no, they're S.A. Su Lingmeng looked at Su Ming in the stroller, who was holding a pacifier in his mouth and had a naive demeanor. Forget it, you're my brother anyway. Being surpassed by you isn't something to be ashamed of. Su Lingmeng comforted herself. The maid had absolutely no idea what Su Lingmeng was muttering about. She couldn't imagine that a small child who had just been born not long ago was that capable. Su Ming, on the other hand, remembered a few more things. Su Lingmeng's IQ was extremely high, and she was able to forget everything at the age of 3. So normally, she was fully capable of shining in the academic field. But in the original plot, Su Lingmeng gradually became obliterated and didn't even get into college. Thinking of an important matter, Su Ming's heart turned over in shocking waves. Sister San, you're poisoned. Quickly have Mom and Dad take you to the hospital for a checkup before it's too late. If you can't get effective treatment, you'll be incapacitated in 2 months, your IQ will regress in 4 months, and you'll be paralyzed in 6 months. Su Lingmeng poisoning in the original text is an unsolved case. The police have been investigating for more than 10 years but did not find clues. The only thing that was found was that Su Lingmeng's body contained plutonium elements that were hundreds of times higher than normal. The element plutonium attacks the nervous system and immune system of a person and can make them mentally retarded, accompanied by complications such as hair loss, incontinence and ulcers. It was because of the plutonium poisoning that Su Lingmeng, a proud daughter of heaven, was tortured so much that she had to rely on people to help her eat, drink, and go to bed. Hearing these heartfelt words from Su Ming, Su Lingmeng's entire body was stunned. Pa! Chen Wanxiu dropped her cup in shock, her pretty face pale. Poisoned? Her daughter was actually poisoned? Not being able to think much, Chen Wanxiu immediately contacted her private doctor and asked him to come and give Su Lingmeng a thorough examination. It turned out, unsurprisingly, to be really plutonium poisoning. Fortunately, the toxins in Su Lingmeng's body weren't too much, and due to timely discovery, they should all be able to be expelled from her body after treatment. Thank goodness, it's finally okay. Chen Wanxiu's eyes reddened, unable to calm her mood until this moment. She buried her head in Su Ming and choked. Thank you, baby. Mom, don't cry. I'm fine. Su Lingmeng pulled Chen Wanxiu's hand. Chen Wanxiu calmed down. I just don't know where the poison came from. Plutonium is a rare metal. Not just anyone can get their hands on it. The attending physician sniffed and comforted. Don't worry, Mrs. Chen. With the advanced technology nowadays, the police will surely find out the real culprit soon. The water cup that Sisson drinks from contains a large amount of plutonium, and plutonium poisoning is due to the water cup, right? I see. Chen Wanxiu's eyes went cold. So it's her. This water cup is from Chun Chunhua. so it's not hard to guess who the real culprit is. Chen Wanxiu put the two children in place and changed into a tracksuit herself, drove the car all the way, and arrived at the hospital 10 minutes later. Bang! The ward door was kicked open. Chen Chunhua, who was drinking old duck soup, looked up in shock. Chen Wanxiu sneered. You're a good eater. Mom is still sick. Of course she needs to eat something good. Chen Chunhua thought Chen Wanxiu had come to visit her, and deliberately pretended to be weak. Wanxiu, this hospital environment is really bad. You give Mom a better hospital. As a result of being struck by lightning, Chen Chunhua was sent out on medical parole. Chen Wanxiu saw her as pitiful, and in a moment of weakness, she covered the expenses of her illness. She thought that Chen Chunhua had been taught a lesson, but she didn't expect that this woman had also done that abominable thing, and she didn't deserve to die. I've come to tell you that I won't be paying for your subsequent treatments, so do yourself a favor. Chen Chuanua's eyes widened. What did you say? The medical staff also came to persuade Chen Wanxiu. The last skin implant rehabilitation surgery will take place tomorrow. The skin previously implanted by stopping the treatment at this time will rot away, and by that time the person will definitely not be able to live. And if you forcefully interrupt the treatment at this time, what's the difference between that and killing someone? Chapter 40, Sick Girl. I have no relatives with her, so naturally I have no obligation to pay for her medical expenses. If you feel sorry for her, just pay for her treatment yourself. Chen Wanxiu looked cold and arrogant, choking the little nurse speechless with a single sentence. It was only after a long time that he stumbled to open his mouth. The cost of an operation is more than $100,000, and my salary is only $3,000 a month. Are you not making things too difficult for people? Then take out your dowry and borrow some more from relatives and friends. 100,000 or so should still be able to come up with it. Are you kidding me? I don't even know her. The little nurse couldn't tense up. Chen Wanxiu let out a kind smile. It seems that your kindness is nothing more than lip service. Realizing that Chen Wanxiu really didn't care about herself, Chen Chunhua was so scared that she fell off the bed, pulling Chen Wanxiu's hand and bursting into tears. Daughter, good daughter, you can't leave your mother alone. You're not my mom. Chen Wanxiu snapped. You abducted my Qin Qin and poisoned Meng Meng. You almost killed my two daughters. You're not worthy of death. I've already told the police the original story of Meng Meng's poisoning. Poisoning is a felony. Even if you weren't struck to death by lightning, you'll have to stay in prison until you die of old age. After coldly finishing these, Chen Wanxiu laughed angrily. Chen Chunhua was so scared that she was trembling, and she tried to crawl back to the bed with all her limbs, but she could not help but fail in several attempts, and she could only lie on the ground and whimper. She really couldn't figure out how Chen Wanxiu even knew about the poisoning. It was obviously done so covertly, so how could Chen Wanxiu know about it? Chen Wanxiu left the hospital with a face full of tears. The heart is like being opened up a mouth. The mother who spends time together is a murderer who is unforgivable, and she is actually a child raised by a murderer. When she walked to the river, Chen Wanxiu suddenly had a thought. Was it possible that by jumping she would be able to wash away her sins? She didn't know how long she had been standing by the river when a warm hand grabbed her arm. Chen Wanxiu turned around startled, seeing that it was Su Bingjin. Surprised. Husband, why did you come? Not only did she come, but she was holding her favorite baby. Su Bingjin breathed a sigh of relief, gratefully looked at Su Ming in his arms. If not for this little guy told him that Chen Wanxiu may want to lighten her life, today could be a big deal. I know what happened at home. She deserved to die. You must not blame yourself for the mistakes she made. Even if you don't think of me, you must think of Ming. Chen Wanxiu cried even harder. Her beautiful face quickly filled with tears. I just feel sorry for you guys. It was me who brought this demon into the house. If it wasn't for, our family would have been harmed by her to the point of no return. Su Bingjin took his wife in his arms and sighed softly. It's all in the past. It's all in the past. He also did not expect the original seemingly calm home has long been dark and turbulent. Aunt Lan has a heart of gold, with a bunch of her own relatives in the Su family to suck blood, but also nearly blew up her youngest daughter. The mother-in-law stole most of the family's previous antiques and kept another family outside without his wife's knowledge. She also kidnapped his son and daughter, and even the evil technique of poisoning plutonium elements. By the way, there is Su Shikuan, that guy. Su Bingjin still do not understand. Why Su Shikuan luck so good? More than 10 years ago to buy the bad land can also appreciate. If not, he through his son foresight. The north of the city those land can be Su Shikuan. With Su Shikuan's nature, he will surely drive them to extinction after gaining power. These people are the demons lurking in the Su family. Luckily, the heavens have given them such a treasure, so that all crises can be solved. It seems that the heavens have not treated him poorly. Chen Wanxiu also gradually convinced herself, snuggling close to her husband and son. I don't have a mother anymore. I will only have you guys in the future. Don't be sad. Grandpa and Grandma are alive. Chen Wanqiu and Su Bingjin froze at the same time. The two of them held their breath, waiting for Su Ming's next words. But it's too hard to see them. Not to mention, with the Su family's current strength, they simply don't even have the qualifications to enter the League of Nations. Su Bingjin was once again shocked by these few short words from Su Ming. He didn't expect that Su Ming would also know about the existence of the League of Nations. It seemed that this little guy really knew far more than he thought. Some things can't be forced. It's enough that I have you guys. Chen Wanqiu released. Su Bingjin, however, secretly resolved that no matter what, he must help Chen Wanqiu find her family. Isn't Big Uncle arriving in the imperial capital tomorrow? Perhaps we can ask Big Uncle for help. Su Bingjin suggested. Big Uncle has always been friendly with Big Brother's family. He shouldn't help us. Chen Wanqiu's tone was difficult. And I heard that sister-in-law had prepared a generous gift a long time ago. We have not prepared anything. How can we invite Big Uncle? Su Bingjin also felt that this matter was a bit tricky. The imperial capital probably doesn't have anything that can make Big Uncle look good. It's not that much of a hassle. Just prepare a few lollipops. Su Bingjin and Chen Wanqiu both froze. Lollipop? A 50 or 60-year-old man would like lollipops? Are you kidding me? Even if he likes lollipops, he can go buy them himself. What kind of rare gift is it to give someone a lollipop? After freezing for a few seconds, the two of them reacted to the fact that the brat must have wanted a lollipop himself. So that day, Chen Wanqiu bought a few lollipops and stuffed them into Su Ming. She would always try her best to fulfill the requests of this sweetheart. Only, Chen Wanqiu knew that babies couldn't eat candy, so she didn't peel off the candy paper for him. Just let him hold it in his hand and play with it. Good baby, now you're too young to eat candy. You'll get cavities. Wait until you're older, okay? Su Ming was speechless. What cavities were growing? He didn't have any teeth at all. Okay, and he wouldn't eat it even if it was teething. He hates lollipops. However, since it was given by Chen Wanqiu, Su Ming still held the lollipop in his hand, ready to give it to Su Qingqing and the girls when the time was right. Only, after waiting for half a day, Su Ming didn't wait for any of them. It turns out that Su Qingqing has been studying desperately ever since she knew she would be raised wasted, hiding in her room to read for the rest of the day except for meals. Su Lingmeng, on the other hand, has not yet fully recovered physically and is being hospitalized for observation. And Su Qingqing, by the way, where's Su Qingqing? Su Ming was startled as a very bad premonition surged through his heart. Baby, are you hungry? Chen Wanqiu walked over with the freshly powdered milk and asked with a smile. Su Ming waved his two small hands anxiously. Mom, quickly go to see the second sister. Something may have happened to second sister. Since the kidnapping of that matter, Su Qingqing almost go wherever to hold him, and now suddenly half a day are missing. Must be something happened. Chen Wanqiu's smile froze and she immediately put down the milk bottle and ran towards Su Qingqing's room. Sure enough, as soon as the door to the room was pushed open, a strong odor of blood hit the room. The scene inside caused Chen Wanqiu to suck in a mouthful of cold air, and the entire person's eyes went black, nearly falling to the ground. Her daughter, surprisingly, fell in a pool of blood. Su Ming was also thinking of Su Qingqing's multiple suicide attempts in the original article, the worst of which was slitting her wrists. Because of the lack of timely rescue, Su Qingqing left us serious after effects. Adult body organs began to fail, and then imprisoned for so many years, resulting in Su Qingqing at a young age, the disease, and ultimately suffered from the disease and died. Chen Wanqiu also regretted and blamed herself for not being able to get Su Qingqing to the hospital in time, and couldn't stop thinking about it until her dying day. Chen Wanqiu couldn't care less about her heartache and picked up Su Qingqing and ran downstairs. Su Bingjin heard the news and rushed to the hospital, and the two of them worked together to take Su Qingqing to the hospital. Chen Wanqiu collapsed and cried down in Su Bingjin's arms. Blame me. It's me who is too careless. Even Xiaoming has found out that something is wrong. I still don't know anything. If not for Xiaoming, Qingqing will be. She really can't say that word, and can't imagine the consequences of that word. Su Bingjin can only patiently comfort. The doctor said we found it in time. Qingqing should not be in danger. I just don't understand why we meet so many bad people when we've never done anything bad in our lives. Qingqing wouldn't have killed herself if she hadn't been stimulated by the kidnapping. Meng Meng was also almost crippled. And Qingqing always has people who want to harm my babies. Why in the world is this? Chen Wanqiu kept shedding tears. Su Ming, who was held in the housekeeper's arms, sighed quietly. Why else? Because you are all cannon fodder. In the original text, several of the Su family sisters treated Su Tian badly, and under the influence of the male lead's aura, they certainly didn't end up well. Su Bingjin could only softly comfort his wife. But we have also been compensated. Can't let us take advantage of everything good. The compensation he was talking about was naturally Su Ming. Hearing this, Chen Wanqiu did feel much better. Su Qinshin is fine, but Chen Wanqiu is still uneasy and plans to stay with her in the hospital for a few days, worrying that the hospital is too stuffy. After putting Su Qinshin to sleep, Chen Wanqiu hugged Su Ming and took him to the grove behind the hospital to get some air. At this time it was dusk. A touch of sunset still remained in the sky. The light of the setting sun gilded a golden veil over Chen Wanqiu's body, illuminating that face even more holy and beautiful. Although the private hospital was sparsely populated, someone as dazzling as Chen Wanqiu could attract countless attention wherever she went. In the past, when she acted to prevent accidents, Chen Wanqiu would take her assistant with her, and this was the first time she had come out alone holding her child. Chen Wanqiu under the sunlight was even more beautiful and touching than before, not to mention the face that turned people upside down, but also the concave and convex stunning body, which was enough to make people think about it. The silence around was a bit scary. Chen Wanqiu had a premonition of something and was about to leave the place, but might as well be blocked by a man with gold teeth. There was a little girl not far behind the man. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Beautiful. It's going to be dark soon. Why don't we do something fun here? Chen Wanqiu widened her almond eyes, glaring at the man with anger. Get lost. Who knew that the man not only didn't get angry, but sighed tersely in comfort. Yes, that's it. Scold me. Keep scolding me. Chen Wanqiu was startled, holding Su Ming as she backed up again and again, not stopping until her back was against the tree trunk. The man also gradually approached, looking more and more lewd. As long as you curse me a few times like you just did and stomp on me a few more times with your heels, I'll leave you and your son alone. The man looked around and realized that there was no one, but really flopped down on his knees. Chen Wanqiu is an actor. 9 centimeters of hate sky high stepping on does not feel uncomfortable at all. Temperament is also much better than ordinary people. The man fell on his knees in front of Chen Wanqiu's high heels and wanted to touch them with his nose, but he still retracted, his mouth gibbering. Queen, please, trample on me as much as you want. Chen Wanqiu leaned against the trunk of the tree and shrunk herself into a ball, like a frightened kitten, helpless and pitiful. The man, on the other hand, crawled like a dog. The first one who couldn't stand it was Su Ming. Seeing Chen Wanqiu being bullied like this made his head explode with anger. Rolling Chen Wanqiu raised her crying pearly face, and that was when the thunder rumbled in the sky. Rumble dash. Originally, Chen Wanqiu was the most afraid of thunder, but the sound of this thunder made her feel incredibly at ease, because she knew that it was her baby summoned to protect her. The man was nailed to the spot as well, his unresponsive mind taking a while to remember something. Chen Laoshi was killed by lightning for abducting a child. Chen Chunhua was also killed by lightning for abducting a child. He also advised Chen Chunhua that day, advising her not to hit that child's idea. That child is very evil. I didn't realize he'd run himself into a gun today. That I'm not. I'll go first, don't chop me. The man got up from the ground and pulled his legs out. A series of loud thunderbolts struck down from behind him, leaving white smoke all the way down, a burning smell, and a horrible scream. The thunder continued for a while longer before gradually stopping, and Chen Wanqiu, still stunned, leaned against the tree trunk and panted heavily. Su Ming, however, was caught off guard and met a pair of beautiful yet cool eyes. The girl leaned lazily against the trunk of the tree, watching him in quiet seclusion. Su Ming had never thought that he would one day experience fear from a little girl, or a little girl who was too pretty to be real. Those eyes were as black as ink, hiding an unspeakable morbidity, and paired with a small face that was delicate and incomparable but cold to the core. It was like a ruddy serpent in the meadow, exuding a ghostly chill. Chen Wanqiu also noticed. You're that man's daughter? You should go find your father quickly. No. The girl's voice was nice but strong, like the icy syllables only a robot could spit out. Then he's always your relative. Right. Go find him quickly, or else you won't have anywhere to go when it gets dark. Chen Wanqiu patiently said. The girl's eyes darkened, and a flicker of impatience flickered under her dark eyes. Ha, another dumbass. Mom, why are you so stupid? That man is obviously a human trafficker. Chapter 41, Ningwei. The girl's eyes widened slightly, her small ice-like face showing a rare expression of shock. Just now. Who's talking? How could he give birth to such a beautiful daughter if he's so ugly? The girl looked towards Su Ming, confirming that the sound was coming from there. But how can a newborn baby talk? It's better to take her home first, or that trafficker will surely come back and take her. Alas, this little girl is really good looking, but her life is not so good. Now, Ningwei completely confirmed that it was this little thing that was talking. No, it's not that she is talking, but she can hear his heart. I just don't know what he means by bad luck. How could she be ill-fated when she came from a distinguished family and was born to be the envy of others? What's your name? Chen Wanqiu asked. Shen Ningwei. That man just now wasn't a relative of yours? No. Chen Wanqiu's face showed her heartache. Poor thing. So young and carried away by the abominable traffickers. Fortunately the traffickers have been scared away. Otherwise you little one will be miserable. No. The corners of the girl's lips curved slightly as her small white hand took out a dagger and held it in front of her body to play with. I will kill him. AI. Little guy. Killing is against the law. And where did you get the knife? Quickly give it to auntie. It's very dangerous. Chen Wanqiu hurriedly snatched the knife and said with a worried face. The girl snorted. Bored and childish. Come on. Hurry up and go home with your auntie. The girl sidestepped Chen Wanqiu's godly hand. Her small face filled with disgust. The woman was beautiful. No less than several of her sister-in-laws. Just brain dead. What a shame. Su Luning turned around and left. Su Ming didn't want to let her go. After all, with this little girl, the next thing to be carried out would be much smoother. Because Chen Wanqiu was crouching down. Su Ming was just able to pull Shin Ningwei. At first Shin Ningwei didn't care and didn't put Su Ming in her eyes at all. Until she realized that she couldn't break free no matter how she exerted her strength before she turned her head back in shock. Realizing that it was Su Ming who was pulling her back. Shin Ningwei was even more shocked. How does this brat have so much strength? Worried about really making this little witch angry. Su Ming hurriedly picked up the lollipop he had long ago hidden and reached out to Shin Ningwei. Guessing what her son was going to do, Chen Wanqiu hurriedly moved forward. Little guy. My son loves lollipops the most. He's willing to give you the lollipop. It seems like he really likes you. Su Ming was speechless and spat. He didn't like lollipops at all. Shen Ningwei, on the other hand, was fixed in place, staring daggers at the lollipop. Lollipop. All the adults around her thought she didn't like lollipops, and none of them knew that they were her favorite snack. No one ever gave her a lollipop either. Shen Ningwei walked forward and slowly reached out her hand, taking the lollipop from Su Ming's hand. Su Ming was not surprised, because in the original article, Su Tian was the one who had traded a lollipop from Shin Ningwei for an entrance ticket to the League of Nations. Because of this incident, even though the original depicted Shin Ningwei as how horrible she was, what with her Buddha face and snake heart, what with her heart like a snake and scorpion, he had always felt that this girl was just a naive batch. Chen Wanqiu was also very pleasantly surprised, and her heart took a small pride. Her son is just amazing, even with such a cold little girl. After taking Su Ming's lollipop, Shin Ningwei didn't refuse Chen Wanqiu anymore and followed her back to the Su family, because she had to attend the reception banquet the next day. Chen Wanqiu was busy selecting the dresses that the family would wear, and temporarily put aside the matter of helping Shin Ningwei find her family. The next day, worried about traffic jams, Su Bingjin rushed outside the banquet hotel early with his family. Su Ningwei followed behind this family with a cold little face. Her skin color was that sickly cold white. This was because she hated the sun and hadn't been in the sun since she was a child. Now that she was walking in the sunshine, her whole body was bad. Ying, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Chen Wanqiu carefully noticed that something was wrong. She's either not feeling well or she doesn't like the sun. She stayed in a small dark room until she was 6. She never saw the sun at all. It's good for kids to get more sun. Don't mind her. Shin Ningwei raised her eyes to look at Su Ming. Her willow-like slender eyebrows twisted into a ball. How did he know that she didn't like the sun? How do you know she's been in the shack? Originally, Shin Ningwei wanted to leave secretly. She didn't want to go to some boring banquet, but now that she had doubts in her heart, she didn't want to leave instead. She always felt that there must be a lot of secrets in that little boy. A few people walked a little further, finally walked to the hotel lobby. Su Shikuan had booked a seat here early. Su Bingjin also first and Su Shikuan to determine the location of the banquet before rushing to, but push open the door of the hotel. They found that the lobby is simply empty. Strange, even though we came a bit early, it's not as if there's not a single person. Chen Wanqiu looked around and found that there really was no one. Su Bingjin's eldest uncle, Su Long, was the patriarch of a branch of the Su family headquarters, and had a weighty position in the League of Nations, and now that he was back in Kyoto, all of them from the Su family branch should have come to welcome him. Among the Su family branches, Su Long's favorite junior was Su Shikuan, and Su Shikuan had always wanted to borrow Su Long's light to enter the League of Nations, and he would never give up this opportunity. Hello, may I ask if you have a reservation? The waiter saw that the group of people who had just come in were all confused and politely went up to ask. Su Bingjin vaguely guessed, but he still asked, does anyone have an appointment at 10 o'clock this morning? No, I can make a 10 o'clock appointment for you if you want. No? Chen Wanqiu slightly widened her beautiful eyes and asked Su Bingjin suspiciously. Didn't Big Brother tell us to make a reservation here for 10 o'clock? We've been tricked. Su Bingjin's tone was bland, but his expression was ice cold. At that exact moment, Su Shikuan's phone called. Su Bingjin's face was grim as he picked up the video. The video just connected. Su Shikuan's annoying face jumped out. At this time he stood in the lobby of another hotel. surrounded by people coming and going, noise, and Su Bingjin's side of the cold contrast. Second brother. I'm sorry, I remembered the address wrong. The hotel I booked is not on Kangtai Street, but on Linen Road. Hurry over here while your eldest uncle is still here. Kangtai Street and Linen Road. One in the south and one in the north. The middle of the two neighborhoods across. How can I remember wrong, knowing that Su Shikuan is deliberately playing them? Su Bingjin has no place to send anger. Hate to rush into the screen to hit Su Shikuan hard a few punches. Right. Now it's 8 o'clock. It's the morning rush hour. The Kangtai Street side should be quite congested. Right? Su Shikuan blinked his eyes. A look of villainy. There are 2 office buildings in the vicinity of Kangtai Street. And once 8 or 9 o'clock there will be a traffic jam. And they can't leave even if they want to at this time. In the way of his wife and children are present. Su Bingjin hard to suppress anger. Skin smile without a smile, I will not go. Kangtai Street is near the north of the city commercial street. I went by the way to see the progress of construction. Dinner is certainly not as important as making money. Hearing the words, north of the city commercial street, Su Shikuan's face of the smile suddenly freeze down. Just the good mood has been destroyed completely. Su Bingjin is really a pot calling the kettle black. Su Shikuan quickly adjusted his mood, gritted his teeth and laughed, you are wrong. Today's meal is really more important than making money. As long as I can return to the League of Nations. What are those lands in the north of the city? Your ability is better than me. But uncle has disliked you since childhood. So you are destined to compete with me. Do you know why I must bring Xiao Tian to my side? Su Shikuan suddenly changed the topic, and deliberately lowered his voice. His expression mysterious and unpredictable. Don't you realize? Xiao Tian looks like a person as long as that person says a word. He can change the fate of all of us. Those lands you have in the north of the city are just a matter of one word from him. It's just a shame he's dead. Chen Wanxiu looked at her husband beside her in a bewildered manner. What is Big Brother saying? How come I can't understand a word of it? Alas. What Su Shikuan means is that Su Tian looks like a person who has a lot of status in the Su family headquarters. And everyone has to listen to him, except that this person is dead. Su Shikuan is trying to make Su Tian a stand-in for that person. And that person's relatives, friends, and henchmen, seeing that Su Tian looks so much like him, will definitely take extra care of him. But there is a sentence Su Shikuan said wrong. Dad has long realized that Su Tian and that person looks like each other. When the Su Tian should be picked up back also have this aspect of the reason, right? Still, family is much more important to Dad than money. And he'd rather give that opportunity to someone else than have his family hurt. With Su Tian's kind of paranoid character, if he continued to keep him behind, it would definitely cause irreparable consequences. Su Bingjin doesn't want his family to be hurt in the slightest, especially the newly born Su Ming. He didn't want to let a child who had no blood ties to him to rob him of everything his own son was supposed to have. After hearing Su Ming say such a long string, Chen Wanxiu's eyes suddenly reddened. Husband. Su Bingjin smiled shallowly at Chen Wanxiu. He held his wife in one hand and his son in the other, looking at Su Shikuan's gaze descriptive and calm. Even if you can go back to the League of Nations and level the playing field, I won't be envious because, he looked at Chen Wanxiu. Everything that is best in the world is already in my hands. After saying that, Su Bingjin lifted his hand and hung up the video, then turned to order the waiter. Just make a reservation for 10 o'clock. Ying is hungry too. Let's have some dinner first. After dinner uncle will send you to the police station to help you find your family. Xin Ningwei unnaturally twisted her little head to the side. When she was at home she always ate alone. She had never eaten with a group of people. But, that brat even knows Su Tian. That is a secret that is not passed down within their family. It seems like he knows really many secrets. Maybe, he will know how Su Tian died? Then she would have to stay and listen more. Soon the waiters set out the food. The 3 daughters are in the hospital with caregivers. Chen Wanxiu and Su Ningwei speak from time to time. A meal is quite pleasant. Just halfway through the meal, the cell phone in Xin Ningwei's pocket suddenly lit up. Yeah, you still have a cell phone? It should be your family calling. So pick it up quickly, Chen Wanxiu urged. Xin Ningwei slowly and methodically drank up the soup in her bowl before slowly picking up the video. On the other end of the video was a middle-aged man with an imposing look and a torch-like gaze. My precious Ning Ning, what are you doing now? Grandpa has arrived in Kyoto. Do you miss him? Are you scared at home alone? The middle-aged man's voice was completely different from his appearance. Eating? Don't want to. No. Xin Ningwei replied icily like a robot. The middle-aged man seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago, and didn't care that his precious granddaughter didn't want to do anything for herself. Where are you going to eat? Why is the surrounding dirty and messy? When Grandpa left, he didn't let Kermit take care of you. Just tell him what you want to eat. The waiter on the side was speechless. They were a 5-star hotel. Where was it dirty or messy? And, Kermit, if he hadn't heard, he was talking about that god of cookery. Kermit, who had won 10 consecutive God of Cookery competitions. Shin Ningwei didn't answer, but the middle-aged man saw the hotel sign. Imperial Capital One Piece. Imperial Capital? You went to the Imperial Capital? The man was close to shrieking out loud as Shin Ningwei hung up the video and shook her head like a young adult. He'll be here soon. Why does this person's voice sound a bit familiar? Su Bingjin muttered to himself. Before he could figure out where he'd heard it, the hotel door was pushed open hard from outside. A strange man with a full head of white hair and not a single wrinkle on his face rushed in. Seeing the man's face, Su Bingjin and Chen Wanqiu immediately got up. Both of them were a bit shocked. Eldest uncle? After coming in, Su Long's first thing was to go find Shin Ningwei, and he was greatly relieved when he saw Shin Ningwei sitting there peacefully. But Su Long looked at the dining table and silently counted the people who dined. The heart a whole big shock. 1, 2, 3. Remove a little kid who can't eat. The remaining 3 people actually want to eat 9 dishes together. This is also too shabby. Right, to know his granddaughter at home. But a person has to eat more than 20 kinds of dishes. Ing, come with Grandpa. Grandpa will take you to a good meal. Su Long completely ignored Su Bingjin's family, and his entire mind was on Shin Ningwei. Only, Shin Ningwei kept looking at Su Ming, not knowing what she was thinking. Su Long followed Shin Ningwei's gaze. His heart was a bit tasty. Ning Ning, what are you looking at him for? Quickly go with Grandpa. I don't, Shin Ningwei said with incomparable firmness. She still has to hear the secret. Su Long always had no way of taking such a Shin Ningwei, and could only give in a step himself. Alright, then I'll call Kermit over now. Chapter 42, Who Saved Her? The expression of the waiter at the side became odd. She was really uneasy, so she pulled over a co-worker to discuss her strategy. Why do I think these guys are a little out of shape? Well, I think so. Or call the police. I suspect they're a bunch of crooks, just here to rip off food and drink. No way. That woman seems to be a star. I even saw her on TV. Now the stars are coming out to cheat on their food and drink? Before the two could discuss the matter, the door of the hotel was once again pushed open from outside. A blond man hurried in from outside. The waiter silently took out his cell phone, and after making good use of the search to look at the photo that was exactly the same as the man in front of him, the whole person was silent. The skepticism on the waiter's face, who was still skeptical, was quickly replaced by shock even after he saw the photo. Because, really, this man was Kermit. On the other side, Su Shikuan couldn't wait for a long time for Su Long and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Today's scene was so big, he had invited so many people, even his business partners. In case Su Long didn't come, where would he put his face? Time has come to more than 10 o'clock, one after another people to ask Su Shikuan. Su Shikuan can only pretend to be calm. It should be a traffic jam on the road. Don't be anxious, Uncle will be there soon. Charlie, still unaware of this side of the story, was probably showing off with a couple of rich wives. The eldest has the best relationship with our family. Let me tell you, my second brother actually prepared a reception banquet, but the eldest uncle didn't want to go and had to come to our place. Discovering that Mr. and Mrs. Su Bingjin had indeed not arrived, a few rich wives talked about it. Then this time Su Bingjin's face has been disgraced. No wonder the family didn't come. I've heard that Mr. Su Long is a resounding figure in the League of Nations, so I'll have to ask Mrs. Xia for more support in the future. Charlie smiled haughtily. That's for sure. After listening to a moment of pursuit, Xiaoli pretended to feel sorry. In fact, my second brother and younger siblings are quite pitiful. Took great pains to prepare a reception banquet for others. The result is that people are simply not willing to go, and now the two of them are still waiting on their own in the Yipin Hall. The traffic jam over there is so bad, I don't think they will be able to rush over before noon. If I were them I'd have found a crack in the ground. And even if I could have come I wouldn't have had the face to come. A few people were in the middle of chatting, when Su Shikuan hurriedly arrived and pulled Sherry to the side. What's wrong, hubby? You've got to stop talking. The eldest didn't even come. What? According to the logic should have arrived early. Xiaoli also panicked. Today she dragged a lot of sisters over and received a lot of gifts. If people didn't show up in the end, then how could she still mix in the noble women's circle in Kyoto? Don't panic. I'll call and ask. Su Shikuan calmed down, took out his cell phone and dialed out. There was a long wait for the phone to be answered, and there was a cacophony of voices and faintly audible laughter on the other side. Su Shikuan vaguely had a bad thought. Uncle, where have you been? The banquet is about to start. If you can't make it I'll send someone to pick you up. No need. I'm having dinner with my little granddaughter at the Yipin Pavilion. I won't be coming to your place, so tell those people to disperse. After that, the phone was hung up. Su Shikuan's entire body was dumbfounded. First class court? Isn't Su Bingjin at the pavilion? The eldest went to see Su Bingjin? This news quickly spread in the banquet hall, and the crowd that had been waiting impatiently talked about it. What, Mr. Sulong isn't coming? It's not that he's not coming, he's been invited by Su Bingjin. It might have something to do with the northern development. If I had known I wouldn't have come today. Wouldn't it have been a wasted trip? Let's go to the Hall of One Piece now, maybe we can still make it. The crowd sighed and left the hotel. And before long, only Su Shirkuan and Xiaoli were left in the large banquet hall. The waiter stepped forward with an awkward expression and inquired, "Sir, the dishes are ready." He's been a waiter for so many years, but he's never encountered anything like this before. The customers ran out before the food was served? Serve it up when it's ready, pour it out if no one eats it, and I'll just pay the money as it is. Su Shirkuan annoyed. I didn't get much in the way of gifts this time, but the money for the meal went to me, so I really lost my wife and my soldiers. Honey, what should we do? Charlie said with a worried look on her face. What else can we do? Go to Ipin Hall. If we don't go, everything will be snatched away by Su Bingjin. Su Shirkuan took Xiaoli and hurried to Ipin Tang, not expecting to encounter a traffic jam just after he set off. It's all your fault. You had to trick Su Bingjin to Ipin Hall. Now well, this road is so congested. Wait for us to rush over to the cucumber dishes are cold. Su Shirkuan, who was already annoyed, became even more annoyed after hearing Xiaoli complain. Charlie wasn't wrong. By the time they arrived at the One Piece Hall, Su Long was long gone. Su Shirkuan could only call Su Long, and it took more than a dozen calls in a row before he was connected. Eldest uncle, Lily and I have just arrived at One Piece Hall. Why did you leave? Su Shirkuan had a bitter look on his face. Su Long seemed to be coaxing Shin Ningwei to play. It took a long time before he could spare the time to respond to Su Shirkuan. What kind of words are you saying? It's noon now, and Ning Ning still has to take a break. Are you asking me to wait for you with Ning Ning? I dare not dare not. Su Shirkuan laughed repeatedly, but he was a little curious as to who this Ning Ning was that made Su Long care so much. Then uncle, before said that, Su Shirkuan hesitantly said, the entrance ticket to the charity gala? The League of Nations is going to hold a charity gala next week, when all the bigwigs from all walks of life will come to participate. As long as they can get the admission ticket, they will get the knock on the door to enter the League of Nations, which is Su Shirkuan's real purpose. The entrance ticket was given to Su Bingjin and his family by Ning, so you can go next time if you want to. Su Shirkuan's face stiffened. Next time I don't know when I will have to wait, but doesn't have a total of 3 tickets? Even if we give it to the second brother and sister-in-law, there should still be one left. Su Shirkuan was still holding on to his last glimmer of hope. There's also that little guy who was just born. Ying had to bring him. Su Long was obviously a bit depressed as well. Hanging up the phone, Su Shirkuan's face was unsightly. Even a newborn brat has an entrance ticket. He's really wasted his decades. After thinking about it, Su Shirkuan was still reluctant, and simply took Su Tian to Su Bingjin's house with a thick skin. He remembered that Su Tian, this kid had good luck with girls, and Mu Yao, that little girl, was submissive to him. Now that he wanted to reverse his defeat, he could only start with that little girl, catching up with the fact that Su Bingjin and Chen Wanxiu had both gone out, and only one adult, Su Long, was present. Su Shirkuan brought Su Tian into the Su family villa without any problems. When he saw Shin Ningwei, Su Tian immediately froze in place. It took a long time before he came back to his senses and swallowed hard for a large mouthful of saliva. He had never seen such a good-looking girl. Eldest uncle, this is the child I told you about. His name is also Su Tian. How about a resemblance? Su Shirkuan pushed Su Tian forward. As early as the moment Su Tian entered the door, Su Long stood up from the sofa. He stumbled a little and ran over, pulling Su Tian to take a closer look. Too much like. It's almost exactly like 10. Su Long's voice trembled uncharacteristically. Ning Ning. Su Long pulled Shin Ningwei over with reddened eyes. Didn't you always say that you missed little brother Tian? Now that brother Xiao Tian has returned, you quickly talk to him. Shin Ningwei also froze. Her pretty eyes reddened. Brother Xiao Tian. Su Shirkuan also did not expect this big a small reaction will be so big. It seems that the child who died a year ago, in the Su family headquarters really occupy a pivotal position. Now that he has this magic weapon, will he still be afraid of not being able to defeat Su Bingjin? Ning Ning, as long as you bring little brother Tian to the League of Nations, little brother Tian will be able to accompany you all the time. Su Shirkuan followed the good advice. Su Tian was considered his half-son. Su Tian had gone to the League of Nations. Naturally he would not be left behind. Although Shin Ningwei didn't say anything, her eyes were already covered in a layer of mist, just like an abandoned kitten that had finally found its master. The face, identical to the one she remembered, reminded her of that night when the ice had raged. she was dragged into a mountain pass by a 3-day hungry coyote, and the pain, the cold, and the fear all swept over her as the fishy wolf's teeth pierced her flesh. At her most desperate and helpless time, it was his little brother Tian who saved her. Perhaps Shin Ningwei herself does not know. From the moment she saw the boy in order to save her from being torn by the wolves, a seed was planted in her heart, just waiting for one day to take root and sprout. Ning Ning, are you willing to let little brother Tian accompany you for the rest of your life or not? Su Shikuan continued to compel. If you bring this little beast Su Tian back to the League of Nations, not only will you all suffer, but our family will also be in bad luck. Never bring Su Tian back to the League of Nations. Even if it's for the sake of me saving you back then, don't bring Su Tian back. I almost didn't get bitten to death by a wolf in order to save you in the first place. You can't be heartless. Su Ming knew that once Su Tian entered the League of Nations, everything would develop closer to the original plot, and at that time, his parents, his sister, would all step into the abyss of destruction once again. But he was also clear that there was nothing he could do now to stop the plot from developing, and in the original text, Shin Ningwei could be considered dead to Su Tian. She was so cold in nature that she didn't even shed a single tear when her own mother died, but she was the only one who was gentle with Su Tian. It's just a pity that Shin Ningwei was the initiator used to intensify the conflict between Su Tian and the rival family in the original story, and eventually died to save Su Tian, becoming the white moonlight that Su Tian loved but couldn't be loved, because he hadn't gotten it, even though there was one woman after another later. Still no one could shake Shin Ningwei's position in Su Tian's heart. What Su Ming didn't know was that his own heartfelt words, word for word, had fallen into Shin Ningwei's ears, setting off a shocking wave in her young heart. That brat even said that he had saved her? How could he save her when he couldn't even walk himself? But if he was bullshitting, how did he know she'd been chased by wolves? Gnome? Countless questions stirred into a mess in Shin Ningwei's heart. She only wanted to figure out who saved her, and simply did not have the heart to take care of Su Shikuan. Shook off his hand and turned to go. Ning Ning, Su Long shouted. Privately, he also hoped that Shin Ningwei would bring back Su Tian. That kid looks too much like him. Shin Ningwei did stop in her tracks as well. Su Shikuan secretly relieved, thinking that it is really a child's mind. Persuasion will come back. Who knows? Shin Ningwei came back and then turned a corner. Toward the balcony as in the stroller sunbathing Su Ming, pushing the stroller away. Now, not only was Su Shikuan taught, Su Tian also had trouble accepting it. Again. He studies hard, tries to be like everyone else, and still gets nothing. What about that nuisance? He did nothing but lay around drinking milk every day. Even pooping and peeing are served. Yet he is easily liked by everyone. Why on earth is that? Su Long also couldn't figure it out. It's really strange. How did this little girl suddenly change her nature? Uncle, what to do? Take it easy. Su Long turned around in the living room, found a red rope, wrapped it around his finger, and braided a simple bracelet. Xiao Tian, you give this to Yinging. Back then, Shin Ningwei was dragged into a mountain pass by a hungry wolf. Su Ming saved her and then took her to hide in a thatched hut. In order to let the rather heavily injured Shin Ningwei persevere, Su Tian took materials from the ground and braided a bracelet for her. Shin Ningwei has always kept this bracelet. Some time ago, a careless maid threw this bracelet as garbage. Not wanting Shin Ningwei to have a big tantrum, rushed into the garbage can like crazy to find that bracelet. She's a clean freak. Su Tian took the bracelet. Thank you, uncle. I'll give the bracelet to Sister Ninger now. Su Long nodded his head in satisfaction and watched Su Tian go upstairs. Upstairs, Shin Ningwei had been staring at Su Ming, but it was a pity that he stopped talking after saying those. Su Ming didn't know that Shin Ningwei was listening to her heart, and only thought that she was still struggling with whether or not to take Su Tian away, in order to save the fate of the whole family. Su Ming's brain was running at a rapid pace. Finally, an idea came to him. Su Ming pointed to the red ribbon tying the curtains, babbling and gesticulating. Shin Ningwei undid the curtains and handed the red tiebacks to Su Ming. Kids are childish. What's so funny about a rope? A helpless expression appeared on Shin Ningwei's small face, and her eyes were incomparably contemptuous as she looked at Su Ming. But she didn't expect that in the next second Su Ming would do something that would make people's jaws drop in shock. Just full moon baby small pitiful. Small hands hold up only half an egg so big. Su Ming is with two small hands, flexible winding the red ribbon. Red ribbon in his hands dancing shuttle. Soon weaving molding. It's a beautiful bracelet. After braiding it, Su Ming handed the bracelet to Shin Ningwei, a cute smile spreading across his little face. Shin Ningwei took the bracelet, her large grape-like eyes covered with stunned emotions. Underneath the shock, there was an indescribable complexity of feeling. Chapter 43, Being Recognized as a Hero. After she lost her bracelet, many people tried to make up a new one for her, but none of them could make one exactly like it. That bracelet. It's one of a kind in this world. But this one is exactly like the one she lost. And then associated with the voice of the heart that he had just heard. Shin Ningwei's heart flutter 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 rapid beating up. Could it be that this little guy is the reincarnation of little brother Sky? But Shin Ningwei went in to take a closer look at Su Ming's features, and found that it was not the same as the Xiaotian brother she remembered. Could it be that people's appearance also changes after reincarnation? Just as Shin Ningwei was puzzled, Su Tian pushed open the door and twisted his way in. Sister Ninger, this bracelet, for you. Su Tian summoned up enough courage and handed out the bracelet, his eyes transmitting some emptiness, because he had never seen such a beautiful and imposing girl before. He would always be unconsciously nervous when talking to her. Shin Ningwei opened Su Tian's hand and coldly said, I don't want it. Su Tian's body stiffened. The hand holding the necklace also stopped in mid-air. The necklace to Shin Ningwei is not. Retracted is not. The whole person is very embarrassed. He really didn't expect Shin Ningwei to reject him like this. Shin Ningwei only wanted to continue to listen to Su Ming's heart. So she felt that the Su Tian standing in front of her was very obtrusive, and picked up Su Ming in the stroller and walked away without a word. Su Tian's eyes reddened on the spot, and his heart was sour and uncomfortable. Su Long and Su Shikuan, who squeezed outside to peek in, were also surprised with their second faces, especially Su Long, who knew this little granddaughter of his the most and knew that what she hated the most was the smell of baby's milk, and for the sake of this, she even drove away a maid who had been taking care of her since she was a child until she was old enough to take care of her, just because this maid had just given birth to a child, and her body carried a smell of the milk on the baby's body. Shin Ningwei really hates that smell, but she lowered her head and inhaled her nose, and was immediately wrapped in a milky fragrance, which is a very special and good-smelling smell, and does not make people feel nasty at all. Shin Ningwei hugged Su Ming and hid in the bedroom, stretched her chin and looked at him. Just now she had already discovered, this little thing and her little brother Tian is not at all like, but can't say that it looks familiar, like she has seen it somewhere. Are you my little brother Tian or not? Aha, what little brother Tian? Did you say Su Tian? What have I got to do with that beast? Blah blah blah, bad luck. Shin Ningwei's face changed. This brat even called her little brother Tian an animal. Shin Ningwei came in a temper and directly threw Su Ming aside, never wanting to look at him again. Fortunately, the Su family has a sister-in-law who specializes in taking care of Su Ming, and Su Ming was soon carried away by the sister-in-law to breastfeed, so he didn't suffer much. When Shin Ningwei went downstairs, Su Shikuan had already left with Su Tian. Su Bingjin and Chen Wanqiu were coming back soon, and they were just as thick-skinned as they were embarrassed to stay here all the time. Su Long was the only one sitting on the sofa and was talking to the maid. What? There's a group of villagers outside? What for? The ones who came were villagers from the village of Denghua. They said that it was not raining in the village and wanted to beg Mr. to let them bring the little young master back to seek rain. What? Begging for rain? This is in ancient times. What's the point of begging for rain? These people are even more superstitious than me. But Su Long only felt greatly outrageous and waved his hand. But what but? It sounds like human traffickers at first. Listen. Hurry up and let them go. The servant could only swallow the words he wanted to say. He wanted to say that the villager at the head of the villagers he recognized. It was the village chief of Denghua village. The last time there was a big drought in Denghua village, it was also true that the young master went there to make it rain, and at that time, this matter was even on the news. Su Long didn't take this matter to heart. Instead, it was Shin Ningwei, whose eyes flashed after hearing it. How dare he call her little brother Tian an animal? He should be taught a lesson. And this kid says 1 minute that he saved her, and the next minute that he didn't, and he's just full of crap. Maybe he had known that he could hear his heart, so he deliberately said these nonsense words to compel her. What's that little girl doing there? At a glance, I'm thinking of something bad. TSK, what a black sesame stuffed beanbag, with such a bad temper. Whoever marries her in the future will be out of luck. Shin Ningwei's brows wrinkled as she stared at Su Ming left and right, looking at him for a long time before she was sure that this brat didn't realize that she could hear his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have blatantly spoken ill of her in his heart. Shin Ningwei hooked up the corner of her lips, revealing a bad smile. You're so pretty. The traffickers will definitely like you when they see you. She patted Su Ming's small face. Don't worry. The traffickers will definitely sell you at a good price and won't dishonor your status as the son of the richest man. After saying that, Shin Ningwei looked at Su Ming with a smile on her face, hoping to see emotions like fear and panic on his face. Only, unfortunately, she saw nothing. Su Ming just rolled his eyes and rolled over to continue sleeping. I advise you to inquire first what happened to the last person who tried to abduct me. Shin Ningwei snorted coldly. This brat was talking nonsense again. As good as he is, can he still deal with adults? It seems that her guess was right. This kid 80% insanity. Every day in the heart of the imagination some have not. It was now noon, and because of Su Lon's arrival, the entire Su family was busy preparing ingredients in the kitchen. Shin Ningwei hugged Su Ming and sneaked out through the small door when no one was looking. Those villagers didn't wait for Su Ming, and each of them stood at the intersection with a sad face, refusing to leave. Which one of you is the boss? Shin Ningwei was also a bit strange. Are human traffickers so rampant now? Surprisingly, they came out in groups to abduct children. I am. The village head Yang Dazhou hurriedly stood out, fearing that Shin Ningwei would carry the person away a little later. He's all yours. Shin Ningwei made a gesture to throw Su Ming to Yang Dazhou. In her heart, she had already made up her mind that as soon as the little brat got scared, she would yell for someone to save him from the traffickers. She just couldn't believe that this brat was so bold that he really wasn't even afraid of human traffickers. Not wanting to, Su Ming really wasn't afraid. Shin Ningwei waited for a long time but did not hear him say the word afraid. Shin Ningwei came to be angry in her heart and directly threw Su Ming over. Just hugged to the village rumored for a long time rain god. Yan Dazhou face changed dramatically. Even flop dash and kneel down. The whole person is too excited and trembling. Not only him, the other villagers also have to fall to the ground, shouting what the rain god blessing. A question mark slowly rose on Shin Ningwei's head. Is it possible that this is a new type of child trafficking? But she had already given them Su Ming a. Chapter 44, Disrespecting the gods will be punished by heaven. Are you? After kneeling, Yang Dazhou raised his head, looked left and right and then spat out a word that made Shin Ningwei feel doubly speechless. Are you the messenger of the rain god? Lantern Fruit Village revered the culture of the gods. In their mythological rumors, a few years old feathered into immortality of the little gods is not unheard of. So the people do not doubt. To Shin Ningwei again some kneeling worship. Yang Dazhou knelt down while chanting. Please ask the messenger to invoke the god of rain for us and bless our village of Dengo with good winds and good rains. After the initial shock, Shin Ningwei calmed down and had already confirmed that these people were human traffickers. These traffickers were seeing that she was small, so they came up with such a childish way to try to abduct Su Ming, who she had carried out. Granted, Shin Ningwei said casually. You guys take him away. A crowd of villagers were pleasantly surprised, immediately picked up Su Ming, and walked in the direction of returning to the village in great numbers. Shin Ningwei stood in place, suddenly thinking that Chen Wanshou had also combed her hair this morning. Her mom died early, and it was too painful for her to be combed by others, so it had been a long time since anyone had combed her hair. Losing the treasure that Chen Wanshou regarded as her heart just like that, she must be very sad. After standing for a while, Shin Ningwei's feet were uncontrollably raised. She did not know what happened to her, clearly said in her heart not to. Her legs were still uncontrollably following those villagers. These traffickers will definitely make you disabled. Maybe, they will first gouge out your eyes, cut out your tongue, or cut off your arms and hands. I'll come out to save you when you're so scared that you're about to pee your pants. Shin Ningwei muttered to herself, and after checking the dagger and wolf spray on her body again, she felt relieved to follow the villagers to Lantern Fruit Village. Shin Ningwei after all is still a small child. Not yet later that accurate and terrible judgment. Physical quality is also much worse. When she rushed to the village of Light Fruit, the sky is already dark. Shin Ningwei suddenly had a bad feeling. That little brat wouldn't have been crippled already, would he? Shin Ningwei has some pity, but only a little. Anyway, she has only known that brat for one day. He is crippled. The big deal is to give their family a little more compensation is. Influenced by her upbringing, Shin Ningwei's awareness of human life was very indifferent, and she didn't feel in the slightest that it was a big deal to kill a person. Just as Shin Ningwei was about to go back, she caught a glimpse of a blinding bright light. Look at the orientation. It's not far ahead. Shin Ningwei curiously walked in the direction of the bright light, and soon saw a procession of dozens of people marching down the street. These people were dressed in colorful costumes with torches held high in their hands and shouting blessings that no one else could understand. Shin Ningwei had read about it on the news. It was a special local culture with the name of wandering gods. But, it's not a day for wandering gods, is it? Regardless of where in the country, the day for traveling to the gods is set on the 15th day of the first month. Long past could it be that the god in this god traveling activity is not the god in traditional culture, but the Su Ming that they carried back? What can that little brat do? Shin Ningwei only felt ridiculous. He couldn't believe that a newborn brat would be worshipped as a god by a group of villagers. Soon, the procession of traveling gods came to an end, and all of them walked towards a temple. Shin Ningwei hesitated for a moment, but still followed. When she walked into the temple, Shin Ningwei, who was originally full of suspicion, froze, with only consternation, disbelief, and a hint of trepidation in her heart. Su Ming's body was wrapped in a yellow cloth and was placed on top of an incense burner with incense lit around it. Under the cover of the candlelight in the temple, That fair and pretty little face actually surfaced a kind of compassionate look, as if it was really a god descending into the world, which made people's hearts pious and reverent. The villagers under the incense case have to kneel. More lined with the incense case on the bright yellow majesty cannot be offended. Hiding in the dark, Shin Ningwei even gave birth to the idea of kneeling with people. She does not believe in God, but the scene in front of her, it is too much like the gods descended. A bunch of idiots, Shin Ningwei whispered through clenched teeth. Even if there really is a god in this world, it would never be this little kid. If you don't invite a heavy rain in a while, I'll see if you still worship. Shin Ningwei looked at the weather forecast. Not to mention today, there is no rain for the next half a month. These people thought it would rain just by worshipping Su Ming? It was simply a fool's dream. She'll just wait here for the joke. Su Ming, on the other hand, didn't care if it rained or not, because he realized that after the incense was lit, his body had unexpectedly changed. It was a complex and subtle change, not knowing exactly what had changed, but just being able to feel different than before. It was as if, with all this incense gathered into a wish, a path to heaven had been built. Because he did have the ability to summon thunderstorms, Su Ming enjoyed these people's sacrifices with peace of mind. Since this incense was useful to him, why didn't he enjoy it for a little while longer, and then fulfill their wishes when he had enjoyed it enough? Just as Su Ming was comfortably enjoying the incense on earth, the door of the palace temple was suddenly pushed open. A boy in a school uniform walked in with a big grin and kicked over the candlestick by the door. This is in ancient times, and you guys are still getting into all this superstitious stuff. The boy walked over to Li Dazhou and said in dissatisfaction, "Dad, don't get into all this superstitious stuff. The teacher has taught us that we have to believe in science. Today my friend is coming to the house. You hurry up and put away all these godly things. Otherwise how embarrassing for me. Asshole." Li Dazhou was scared pale as early as when his son pushed the door in, and was even more enraged at the words, directly slapping him. "You bastard, you can't interrupt the god tour in the middle of the activity. If you annoy the gods will send down calamities." Li Hao covered his face and pointed at Su Ming on the incense burner and angrily rebuked. "What kind of deity? That's just a newborn brat. He can bless you with rain? Don't be ridiculous. Whether it rains or not is determined by the concentration of water vapor in the air. This is a law of nature that no one can change. What happened last time was a complete coincidence. You guys are the ones who are really ignorant," said Li Hao again to pull the yellow cloth on the incense case. Scared, the villagers hurriedly climbed up from the ground to stop. Can't, child. You'll be punished by heaven for disrespecting the gods like that." Shin Ningwei placed it at the back door and watched with interest. "I said I was waiting to see what was going on, but I didn't expect to really wait for a great deal. It seems that there are still smart people in this village who know that the little ghost on the case is not a god at all." Shin Ningwei walked to the courtyard, looked up at the blue sky, and inhaled a large mouthful of fresh air, and her mood was incomparably relaxed. What a beautiful day. There's no sign of rain. Chapter 45, Rain Forecast. Shin Ningwei comfortably stretched her waist, not wanting to just at this moment. The sky suddenly dark clouds tossed and rolled, and the sky that was still bright just now clouded over in a moment. The villagers in the temple fell to their knees in panic, and Shin Ningwei was a bit surprised that the weather report clearly said that there was no rain. Just then, rumble, a loud bang. A loud thunder rang out at first. Shin Ningwei was startled by this sudden thunder. More scared were the villagers of the temple, for in their view it was the wrath of God. Li Hao also had a look of fear on his face, and was dragged by Li Dazhou, stiffly kneeling down. Coincidence? Do you think this is a coincidence too? Li Dazhou hated it. Li Hao has nothing to say. This really doesn't look like a coincidence. The thunder outside lasted for quite a while, only slowly stopping as the villagers kept kneeling. If these people had only revered Su Ming just a moment ago, then now there was an additional layer of awe. Su Ming intentionally attracted the thunder and lightning so that he could continue to enjoy the incense. He could feel that this wishing power made up of incense would change his body. There were still a lot of potential dangers around him, and he couldn't give up on this opportunity to make himself stronger. After the sound of thunder, the outside returned to calm, without a trace of signs that it was going to rain. Li Dazhou pulled Li Hao and cursed. "It's not because you fooled around at the god-welcoming event. Now it's good. You've angered the gods. It'll be hard for our Denghua village to get any more rainfall." Okay. Li Hao calmed down from the shock. Even if this kid is a bit evil, it's still a kid. Do you think he can really call the wind and rain? If it's true, it's a god. No matter what, Li Hao still believed in his own education. Li Dazhou was afraid that he would do something treacherous again, and together with a few villagers, they racked him out. When there was chaos, Shin Ningwei approached Su Ming and suspiciously sized him up for a few rounds. "You really know how to make it rain?" "Of course, but not now. Let's say 6 o'clock. 6 down to 7. An hour should be enough." 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock? Shin Ningwei snorted. Talking nonsense again. Her originally skeptical tone changed to a different meaning when it fell on the ears of Li Dazhou next to her. Folks, it looks like Lord Rain God has forgiven us. It will rain from 6 to 7 o'clock. So everyone go back and get ready. Because Shin Ningwei had just spoken to Su Ming, Li Dazhou thought that Shin Ningwei, as the messenger of the rain god, had received instructions from the rain god to know that it would rain from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock. You guys can prepare if you want to, but before that, shouldn't you send us back? Shin Ningwei was somewhat speechless. It's already late. If we don't go back, Chen Wanqiu should find out. I'll send. Or I'll deliver it. Don't even grab it from me. Let me deliver it. Shin Ningwei had thought that she would have to go through a lot of trouble, but she didn't think that these people would be scrambling to get work for themselves, as if it was some great honor. Worried that Su Ming would reveal himself once 6 o'clock arrived, Shin Ningwei decided to leave as soon as possible, so she casually pointed to Li Dazhou. Just you. Li Dazhou was so pleasantly surprised that he couldn't even speak for a moment, while everyone else was a little frustrated, hating to replace Li Dazhou like he could. Finally rushing back to Su's house before 6 o'clock, Shin Ningwei breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at her watch and realized that it was already 5:35. It's going to rain soon. You should hurry home. If you get caught in the rain, then we can't afford it. Poof. Shin Ningwei only felt amused. It's not like thunder necessarily equals rain. She didn't believe what that brat was saying off the top of her head could come true. However, Shin Ningwei didn't say anything about it, but instead held Su Ming in her arms and took advantage of the fact that Chen Wanqiu and Su Bingjin hadn't returned yet to slip back into the room through the small door. She came back coincidentally, and it wasn't long before Chen Wanqiu came back, and Su Ming was also carried away for breastfeeding, so no one seemed to notice anything strange. Ning, Uncle Su Shikuan is going to invite us for dinner. It's at the nearby Shanzhuang. You don't have to walk far to get there. Brother Xiaotian is also there. Do you want to go? Su Long tentatively asked Su Ningwei. Su Ningwei looked at the distant sky. The sky was cloudless and calm as water. There was not a single sign that it was going to rain, but as the time approached, a sense of urgency actually grew in her heart. In case it really rained. No go. Really not going? No go. Su Long then had no choice but to convey to Su Shikuan that Shin Ningwei would not go. Although Shin Ningwei is just a child, Su Shikuan can see that she has a high status in the Su family headquarters, and half of this meal today is prepared for Shin Ningwei. When he heard that Shin Ningwei did not want to come, he was inevitably a little depressed. Su Tian is also very depressed. In order to be able to leave a good impression on Shin Ningwei, he dressed up for 2 hours. He wore new clothes that he couldn't afford to wear before, and after all that, Shin Ningwei didn't come at all. Uncle, it's fine if Ning doesn't want to come. You can come yourself. Do you need me to send a car to pick you up? Su Shikuan reluctantly smiled. Chapter 46, No coincidence. No need. It's not that far in total. I'll walk by myself, just as going out for air. Su Long said. He already had the habit of walking at night, and seeing that the weather was still good today, he planned to walk by himself. Before Su Long went out, Shin Ningwei took the same look at the sky, but didn't say anything, but sat by the window, counting the time second by second. At 5:55, Chen Wanqiu and Su Bingjin came back and happened to block Su Long at the door. Eldest uncle, I heard that you like to eat Beijing cuisine. I invited 2 masters who do authentic Beijing cuisine to make it for you to try tonight. Su Bingjin was followed by those few masters who made Beijing cuisine. These people were all famous chefs in Kyoto. Their ancestors were also in charge of the royal banquets of the royal family, and they heard that it was very hard to invite them. No need. I'm going to Daikuan's place, so I won't eat in your place tonight. Su Long had a bashful face. Even though he knew that Su Bingjin must have spent a lot of effort to invite these few people, his heart was not touched much. In his heart, he had always been somewhat biased in favor of Su Shikuan. Watching Su Long leave just like that, Chen Wanqiu was also a bit dissatisfied. She knew how much effort her husband had put into inviting these people, but her eldest uncle did not appreciate it at all. It's okay, uncle doesn't eat. Let's eat. Just in time to also taste the craftsmanship of a few masters. Seeing his wife's unhappiness, Su Bingjin comforted. Chen Wanqiu is still not happy. Several daughters are in the sanatorium. The family is only their 2 adults and 2 children. Where to use 3 cooks to cook quickly? The treat was rejected. How to think will be a little bad. Knowing that Su Bingjin is so good to his eldest uncle all for his own sake, Chen Wanqiu suppressed the hard feelings in her own heart and raised a smile and said, Good. I've long wanted to learn a few Beijing dishes, so I'll let the master teach me a few hands, and then I'll be able to make them for you at home in the future. Chen Wanqiu took out the strawberry cake for Shin Ningwei from her bag, and went to the kitchen to make fruit puree for Su Ming, and was about to go over and feed it to him when she heard, Why are there so many quilts out in the sun? It's going to rain in a minute. These quilts are silk. aren't they? They're so expensive. It's a shame. Chan Wancho's face changed. Those quilts could be the ones she entrusted her friends to buy back from F country. Quickly go and fetch all the things that are drying outside. It's going to rain soon. Chan Wancho instructed the servants. The maid was very puzzled. How does the sky look like there is rain? Still, no one said anything, plus it was really late in the evening, and within a few minutes all the quilts that had been hung out to dry were retrieved. I didn't expect the sky to suddenly explode with a thunderbolt just as I entered the door with my front foot. The sky, which was still clear just now, suddenly became cloudy, accompanied by rolling thunder, and within a few moments, torrential rain poured down. Shen Ningwei, who was still sitting in front of the window, was pounced on by the torrential rain and fell to the ground in a mess, which hurt so much that she instantly soared into tears. With another glance at the watch on her wrist, Shen Ningwei couldn't even care about the pain. Now, it's exactly 6 o'clock. Surprisingly, exactly what the brat said. At this moment, Shen Ningwei felt like her brain had been hit by something, and all of her past perceptions were turned upside down. Thinking back to the events of this day, first, he was recognized by the villagers as a god and kneeled in public. Then he participated in the activities of welcoming the god, and he also summoned a shocking thunder to punish Li Hao, who had been disrespectful to him, and now he accurately predicted the time of the torrential rain. This is all too bizarre. She could no longer self-deceive that these were coincidences. One thing may be a coincidence, but how can everything be a coincidence? Su Bingjin and Chan Wanqiu were not surprised. After all, for Su Ming's precognitive ability, they had seen it long ago. The chef has already made the dishes. The aroma in the villa is wafting. Su Bingjin opened a bottle of red wine, and Chen Wanqiu sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, enjoying the food. Hubby, let's turn off all of our cell phones so that people don't bother us. I just want to have a good dinner with you tonight. Chen Wanqiu picked up the red wine and placed it in her hand and shook it elegantly. Su Bingjin understood Chen Wanqiu's meaning, a little hesitation or agreed. Good. Chen Wanqiu shallowly tasted a mouthful of red wine, inclined her head to look at the window surface that had been slapped by the torrential rain, and her originally gentle eyes went cold. If the price of finding her birth parents was to make those closest to her suffer, then she'd rather not find them. Now that she had everything, she no longer dared to ask for too much, and naturally there was no need to go after those who simply looked down on them. It was raining heavily now, and Su Long had only just set out not long ago, so he didn't need to think that he must have been cut off halfway. I'm afraid it's hard to get a taxi in this rainstorm, since he favors Su Shikuan's family so much. Let Su Shikuan pick him up. After encountering the storm, the first thing Su Long thought of was indeed Su Bingjin, but when he dialed the phone out he realized that the other party was turned off. In such a blink of an eye, Su Long had already been drenched through, standing in the middle of the road like a drenched chicken, looking woefully out of shape. He had no choice but to call Su Shikuan for help. Unfortunately, due to the heavy rain, the bridge in front of the flooded half, the bridge hole is still trapped a few homeless people. Everyone is trying to find a way to implement the rescue. The opposite side of the car simply cannot drive over. Su Long called Su Bingjin over and over again, but the phone was turned off. It has been tossed until 7 o'clock. Storm only stopped. Su Long, frozen shivering, was Su Shikuan emergency sent to the hospital. In the hospital, Su Long was so angry that he dropped the medicine bowl, and after dialing Su Bingjin's phone number, he was cursing. Why don't you answer the phone? Are you trying to get me killed? He'd never gotten so wet in his life. The Su Bingjin on the other end seems to be in a meeting, sniffing with a puzzled face. Big brother did not send someone to pick you up, ah? Su Long blushed, remembering that he really hadn't told Su Bingjin that he was going to walk. But this kid knew his habit of enjoying evening walks, and surely he could have guessed that he would walk, clearly playing dumb on purpose. Then you can't intentionally turn off your cell phone and leave me alone. I'm your elder. Yesterday's dinner was delicious. A few masters were excellent cooks and gave us a meal of a lifetime. Wanqiu said she didn't want to be disturbed by others, so we turned our cell phones off. What's wrong with that? Su Bingjin's tone was flat, but carried a hint of undetectable sarcasm. Su Long's face became even more ugly. Yesterday he tossed and turned all night. Not even a hot mouth to eat. This kid is good. Invited the chef and his wife to eat a good meal, but also turned off the phone. Su Long wanted to say more, but Su Bingjin interrupted him before him. You have a good rest. I'll go to work first, so I won't bother you. Su Long reluctantly swallowed the breath. No matter what, said to go as him. He cannot blame the rainstorm thing on Su Bingjin head. Uncle, Su Shikuan also feel that this matter is not done well. As if Su Long got wet is harmed by him. You first rest. When you rest while I take you to see Master Huiwen. You do not always want to see this Huiwen. You have been wanting to see this Master Huiwen. In order to invite him over, I have spent a lot of effort. What? Master Huiwen is here. Su Long's spirit was revitalized. Back then, it was because Master Hui Wen gave him a fortune. He got the chance to enter the League of Nations. This flash of a few decades past, and still able to see this deceased person. How could Su Long not be excited? Take me there now. As long as I can see Master Hui Wen, I'll be cured of even the most serious illness. Seeing that Su Long was so eager, Su Shikuan's purpose was achieved, and he beautifully brought him to the location agreed upon with Master Hui Wen. In the middle, he also instructed his assistant to pick up Su Tian, who was in class. Su Long was filled with the excitement of reuniting with his late friend, and for a moment he didn't pay any attention to Su Tian, and only focused on catching up with Master Hui Wen. Two people from the morning chat to noon tea are drinking up 2 pots. See, the time is almost. Su Shikuan to Hui Wen Master handed a wink. The latter received the signal and first stroked his beard in a staged manner before slowly dropping his gaze onto Su Tian. I see that this little devotee is very spiritual. I wonder if he is willing to return to the temple with me and receive the enlightenment of the gods. Only then did Su Long look squarely at Su Tian. Even Master Hui Wen said so. It seems that this kid is really not an ordinary child. Nowadays, the Su family lacked nothing but a such chosen son who was burdened with a chance. Chapter 47, Destined for Disappointment. Master, you mean Xiao Tian? Su Long asked somewhat nervously. Master Hui Wen nodded. I won't be wrong. This child was born with natural wisdom. The future will definitely be extraordinary. If Mr. Su doesn't mind, you can let this child worship under my door. Su Long pulled Su Tian to his side and patted his shoulder appreciatively. Being able to worship under Master Hui Wen's door is something that many people would not even beg for. You must grasp this opportunity. I know. Su Tian replied obediently. As the saying goes, do the whole show. Master Hui Wen wrote a letter of proof to Su Tian, and took him to the Taoist palace to do the conversion certificate. And a few days later, Su Tian was considered to have officially become a Taoist disciple. Seeing that Su Long was paying more and more attention to Su Tian, Su Shikuan was also satisfied, and immediately called the rest of the honorarium to Master Hui Wen, which was still a lot more than what was agreed upon. Master Hui Wen was too embarrassed to take this money for nothing and immediately said, in a couple of days we'll also be organizing an event to welcome the gods, so let Xiao Tian be the opener then. Master Hui Wen put on a lofty posture. I don't know how many people want to do this errand. The other day the Li family's head of the family had to take $200,000 to beg me to send his son in. Yes. This matter is thanks to you. Su Shikuan also knew that as a traditional Chinese culture, the god of tourism had believers all over the country. Although this pathfinder was just a title, but with this title, he could get the faith of millions of believers. When Su Long learned that Su Tian had been chosen to open the way, he immediately took off the jade trigger finger he had been wearing for more than 10 years and gave it to him as a gift. Since the birth of Su Ming, Su Tian had suffered a lot of grievances, and this was the first time he had raised his eyebrows, and in order to seize this opportunity, Su Tian carefully studied the etiquette and culture related to the god of tourism, striving to make not a single mistake in the god of tourism activities. Soon, it was the day of the yogi event. Master, didn't we just organize an event yesterday? Why are we doing it again here? Were the god tour events organized so frequently in previous years as well? Su Long curiously asked Master Hui Wen, who was beside him. He's new to the city and is relatively well informed, or only learned about the Yushin event on the news this morning. It is said that the rainstorm yesterday was related to the activities of the wandering gods, but when asked for specifics, none of those who had participated in the god tour dared to say anything, as if it would be blasphemy to do so. It used to be once a year, but this year's situation is a bit special. Master Hui Wen stroked his beard, and those eyes that had always only had a lust for profit rarely took on a few moments of awe. How is this year special? Su Long was also drawn out of interest. Master Hui Wen looked around and saw that no one was there before he came to Su Long's ear and told him what happened a while ago. As these words were full of myths and exaggerations, Su Long listened to them in a cloudy manner and barely summarized them. It was probably not long ago that a baby was born in the village of Dengo. The birth of this baby solved the great drought in the village, and was also able to accurately predict the time when it would rain. So the villagers of Dengo regarded him as the reincarnation of the god of rain, and this tour of the gods was also organized for him, because he had indeed seen the news about the traveling god in the village of Dengwa praying for rain and finally getting what he wanted. Su Long was convinced of Master Hui Wen's words. Babies have not been tainted by society, and are the most spiritual of all, so there is nothing strange about being able to see into the heavens. Grandmaster, when the god tour is over, can you take me to meet this little goddess? As long as you can fulfill this wish of mine, make me pay any price. Su Long pleaded. This is a matter where Mr. Su can just go and toss the chalice himself to ask the gods if they agree, and if they don't allow it, you can just come back in a few days and ask again. In chalice divination, One yin and one yang is a chalice, indicating that the gods have given their permission, and then the next thing will go well. Two yin and one yang upwards is the laughing chalice, which means that the god has not decided and needs to be asked again. Two yin downwards is the cup of anger, which indicates that the gods do not allow it. This, Su Long is a little hesitant. He has done bad things. His hands have been stained with blood. The gods are afraid that they will not be willing to see people like him. I don't know if it's feasible to let Xiao Tian inquire on my behalf. Of course, anyone you wish to ask on your behalf is welcome. That's great. Su Longda was greatly relieved. He still had confidence in Su Tian. See Su Long a little easy. Huiwen Master's color became complex. Su Tian frankly is an ordinary child. That what has the spirit of the ghost story is also is nonsense. After all, take people's money and people to eliminate disasters. Su Long put his hopes on this child. I am afraid that he is destined to be disappointed. Chapter 48, Inviting the Gods. Actually, Master Huiwen was about to give Su Long a precautionary shot when his sleeve was tugged by Su Shikuan on the other side. Su Shikuan pulled Master Huiwen to one side and said to him in a volume that only two people could hear. When the event is over, you'll take Xiaotian to the temple to throw the Holy Grail. No matter what the result is, you'll say to the outside world that you've thrown the Holy Grail, so that my eldest uncle will attribute the credit to Xiaotian. After it's done, I'll give you 3 times the reward. That's not going to work. This time, Master Huiwen refused without even thinking about it. Master Huiwen was like a different person, not a trace of his previous greed in his eyes anymore. If you throw the cup of wrath and insist on doing it without the god's permission, you will be in for a bad time. Seemingly thinking of something horrible, Master Huiwen's tone trembled a bit. If you don't want to be struck by lightning, you'd better not engage in these things that offend the gods. Seeing the other party's refusal to leave no room for error, Su Shikuan is not good enough to say more. Only the heart is filled with contempt. Even if there really is the existence of gods in this world, it is not possible to be a newborn child. It is these people who are so ignorant that they can worship a baby as a god. Su Long couldn't wait and took advantage of the fact that the god tour hadn't started yet, and insisted that Master Huiwen bring him to the palace temple. Xiaotian, you'll go there to throw the cup in a while. Remember to be pious. Uncle is counting on you this time. Go now. Good. Su Tian took the cup in Su Long's hand. Through the conversation between Su Long and Master Huiwen just now, Su Tian knew that only if he threw the Holy Grail, Uncle would be happy. And if Uncle was happy, he would give him lots and lots of good things. So he must throw the Holy Grail. Thinking so, Su Tian kept praying in his heart after kneeling down in front of the futon. And it took a long time before he rolled his first time. At this moment, Chen Wanqiu stood behind the curtain with Su Ming in her arms, curiously watching all of this. I heard Li Dazhou say that today's Yushin meeting is to thank the last rain giving. If they don't come, they will have trouble sleeping and eating. Originally she did not want to come, but those villagers are kneeling and kowtowing. She really cannot stand. It just so happens that Su Bingjin is also interested in the tour of God. She brought Su Ming over, but I didn't expect to be seeing a few of the Su Lungs. Chen Wanqiu had learned about the cup culture, and when she saw that Su Tian had really rolled the first time, she silently prayed in her heart, hoping that Su Tian would not roll the Holy Grail, not for any other reason. She just didn't want to see these few people being complacent. Unsurprisingly to Chen Wanqiu, Su Tian's first roll was the Fury Cup. Not expecting to be so unlucky, Su Tian refused to give in. It's just a coincidence. I'll try again. Coincidence? The probability of rolling the Chalice of Wrath is 1/4. The probability of rolling the Holy Grail is also 1/4, which means that the probability of rolling the Chalice of Wrath is just as hard as rolling the Holy Grail, and most people's first rolls are for the Laughing Grail, and such a small probability has caught up with you. So how can you say it's a coincidence? Su Ming ghostly spat in his heart. Chen Wanqiu was once again shocked by Su Ming's intelligence. Just born with such meticulous logic, she really gave birth to a little monster awe. Of the few people present, only Su Long couldn't believe the result. Su Tian was the person personally chosen by Master Huiwen. How could he be rejected by the gods? Su Tian quickly tried a second time, and as a result, it was still an angry cup. You can't roll it again. It'll damage your chi if you do. Master Huiwen immediately blocked it, but Su Tian simply couldn't listen. He rolled a third time, and the result was still the cup of wrath. Fourth, the cup of wrath. For the 5th time, the cup of wrath. For the 6th time, the cup of wrath. As Su Tian threw the cup more and more times, gradually, no one dared to stop him, because what was happening in front of me was just too bizarre. Surprisingly, Sultan rolled the cup of wrath a full 6 times. One roll wrong can be said to be a coincidence, but this time all wrong. That is clearly not to be treated by the gods. Master Huiwen, Didn't you say that this boy Xiao Tian is very spiritual? Then how come he rolled the angry cup 6 times in a row? Su Long questioned Master Huiwen with a gloomy face. Master Huiwen didn't know how to answer for a moment. Su Tian grimaced with a small face. Unless this god is a fake. 6 times in a row to throw the angry cup. Su Weather are going to explode. Angry, he could not care about other. While a few adults do not pay attention. A drum run to the incense. A pull down the curtain. Xiao Tian, the drapery had already been ripped off in its entirety by Su Tian. And Master Huiwen was simply too late to stop it. The drapery slowly floated down to the floor. By the time the figure in the back was revealed, the scene was quiet as a pin drop. God baby for Rain's story although on the news. But there are no photos out. In addition to Li Dazhou and a few villagers, most people have not seen the god baby real face. Su Long and Su Shikuan also didn't expect that this person would be Su Ming, eldest uncle. You can see little Ming whenever you want. There's no need to go to such trouble by tossing the Holy Grail. Chen Wanxiu walked out with Su Ming in her arms with an elegant gait. She knew that these people were suspicious, and by saying what she said, she was also telling them in disguise that the protagonist of this god-welcoming party was her son, Su Ming. Su Long's brain is down. He has never looked squarely at Su Bingjian's family, and never thought that Su Bingjian could give birth to such a son. If all the news reports are true, then Su Bingjian is really lucky. By the way, I heard that Xiao Tian you are the opener? Then when the event starts in a while, you have to perform well. Chen Wanxiu smiled and said. However, when these words fell on Su Tian's ears, they were like knives cutting into his heart. According to the tradition of the godly tour's activities, he first had to bow to Su Ming to invite him out, and then walk in front of him, burning incense and praying along the way to clear all the filth on the road for him. These were procedures that he felt humiliated no more than just thinking about them, let alone doing them. Uncle, I don't want to be the opener anymore. Can you send me home? Su Tian could only go and beg Su Long. In the past 2 days, Su Long had been very kind to him, so Su Tian believed that Su Long must not be able to bear to see him suffer. However, he didn't want to. Su Long just frowned at his words. The Traveling God Association is not a place for you to casually lose your temper. So many people have been preparing for this event for so long. What are you going to let others do if you say you won't do it? Not only did he not get defended but he was also reprimanded. Su Tian couldn't help but cry out. Chapter 49, Lin Mianian can hear her heart. 2. Su Tian already cannot care about other heart in addition to aggrieved or aggrieved. Good thing. This opener he does not do there are many people rush to want to do. Soon found a new candidate. This welcome to the gods will not be affected. After a day of playing, when it was already evening, Chen Wanqiu first went to the kitchen to make some complimentary food for Su Ming, feeding him little by little before preparing to go to bed, not wanting to just open the door to the room, and wearing pajamas. Pimply Lin Nian collided with a square. Mian, why didn't you tell me you were here? There was clearly something wrong with Lin Mianian's state, and Chen Wanqiu couldn't help but worry. Where's Xiaoming? Lin Nianyang didn't even care to answer Chen Wanqiu's question. Instead she looked around eagerly. Why didn't you bring him back? Chen Wanqiu couldn't help but laugh. Those who don't know still think that Xiaoming is your son. You like small children so much, why don't you just give birth to one yourself? I couldn't give birth to such a cute kid even if I did it myself. Where's Ming? Quickly take me to see Xiaoming. Lin Mianian was so anxious that she jumped out of bed without even putting on her slippers and pulled Chen Wanqiu towards the nursery. It was only when she saw Su Ming, who was lying soundly asleep in the stroller, that Lin Mianian settled down. I've seen all the events of the last few days on the news. Our little Ming is really something. Lin Nianmian lamented. In the past few days, there have been news reports about the Touring God Society, and it has also attracted a lot of controversy. In modern times, those who believe in ghosts and gods are ultimately in the minority, and most of the people are skeptical about such esoteric and mysterious things. In the past, Lin Nianmian would have only said a superstition, but after all the things that happened before, she was convinced of the things that were said on the news. You came to my house in the middle of the night just to see my son. Ha, Chen Wanqiu teased. I just miss Xiaoming. Lin Nianyang pouted and glared at Chen Wanqiu in a bad mood. Besides, I'm Xiaoming's godmother, and Xiaoming is also my son. Really can't do anything about you. Chen Wanqiu smiled and shook her head. But, you really came over just to see Xiaoming? Even if you want to see it, you don't have to come here at night. Lin Nianmian sighed quietly. Recently my insomnia has gotten worse and worse. Drinking a lot of Chinese medicine doesn't work. I think only Xiaoming can cure me. In the past few days, Lin Mianian has been suffering from insomnia, and even filming can't bring her up to speed. She just burst into flames because of her role in Ask the Heart, and many of her nemesis are staring at her. Lin Mian knew that if this continued, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to keep a thread. Remembering that it was because of Su Ming that she had a rare good night's sleep last time, Lin Nian wanted to come and try it out, just in case this little guy could really cure her insomnia. Chen Wanxiu also did not want her good girlfriend to suffer from insomnia all the time, and hearing her say this immediately called for someone to carry Su Ming to the guest room. Lin Mianian took a shower and applied a face mask, and after pushing open the door to her room and seeing the cute infant lying on the bed, she happily pounced over. "Baby, I'm coming." Su Ming was being pressurized and his face was tickled by Lin Mianian's hair, and while he was thinking about how he could push this woman away, the cell phone ringing on the side suddenly rang. Lin Mianian pressed the answer button and said impatiently, "Su Feng, I've said it all. That what's-his-name master hypnotist is simply a scam, so don't ask him to bother me anymore. And those Chinese medicines you gave me to drink, they're not useful at all. Mian, it's my fault, I can't cure you, but as long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. If those medicines don't work, we'll change to something else. Surely we'll find the medicine that can cure you." Su Feng's gentle voice came from the other side of the microphone, and Lin Mianian's heart softened, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed. No matter what, Su Feng is kinda. All these years her insomnia is back and forth. Only Su Feng has been with her, comforting her, taking care of her. He instead still complains about him. It's really not right. "Su Feng, I don't mean that. I just haven't slept well lately and I'm too tired." Lin Mianyang softened her tone and explained. "It's okay Mian. I'll never be angry with you. I've made an appointment with a hypnosis master who has more than 10 years of experience in medicine. He's arriving in the imperial capital at 9 tonight. Come out now and I'll take you to meet him." Lin Mian looked towards Su Ming on the bed, her heart somewhat hesitant. Even if this little guy could put her to sleep, it wouldn't cure the root of her illness. She can't sleep with this little guy in her arms for the rest of her life. Good. This Su Feng is not a good person nah. A strange sound suddenly came out of the originally quiet room. Lin Mianian was startled and forgot to answer Su Feng. She just looked around, wondering where the hell the sound came from. This kid is a complete scumbag. If it wasn't for him, your insomnia wouldn't be getting worse every year. After listening carefully for a while, Lin Mian finally determined that what she heard was Su Ming's heartfelt words. Besides being surprised, Lin Mianian was more excited. It seemed that she had established some kind of mysterious connection with this little guy, which allowed her to hear his heart. But, what did this little guy just say? Su Feng is not a good person? Also, what does Su Feng have to do with her insomnia? Although Lin Mianian didn't like Su Feng, sometimes even annoyed him, she never thought of kicking him out. After all, he was the one who accompanied her through those obscure days, always caring for her, shushing her and taking care of everything for her. How could she turn her back on him when she became a big star? Alas, Su Feng is actually the one who least wants you to get well. He just wants you to stay away from him. That's why he spiked your medicine. The kind of medicine that you just drink for the rest of your life and you won't get well. Not only will it not be good, it will be. Lin Mianian listened to the attention. Is hearing the key moment? This strange voice but abruptly stopped, put her anxious. She fell. What will happen? Mian, are you listening to me? Lin Mianian came back to her senses and coldly said, no need. I'm tired. I'm going to rest. So, then let's make a date for tomorrow morning? I remember you don't have a movie to shoot tomorrow. We can still go together. I'm going to accompany Xiao Ming to the amusement park tomorrow. You'd better find someone else. Lin Nianmian immediately rejected Su Feng. Su Feng on the other end had a bad taste in his heart. He knew Lin Mianian well enough to know that her insomnia would be severe every time she was in her physiological period, and these days were when she was most vulnerable and in need of someone else's care. He would then go along for the ride, and when the rice was raw, would he still be afraid of not getting what he wanted? Chapter 50, Breaking Down the Scum. If it were before, Lin Mianian would have agreed with him, but this time, Lin Niannian didn't take care of Su Feng's emotions and hung up the phone after she finished speaking, and after thinking about it, she clicked on the dialogue box with Li Yu and tapped on it to send a paragraph out. Yo, go to the studio and take out the medicine I put in the drawer. Then take it home and let Uncle help me to see if there's any problem with the medicine. Go now and keep quiet. Li Yu was one of the few people she could trust. Li Yu's father is also a famous Chinese medicine practitioner. There is no problem in the medicine. Let him take a look to know. Li Yu acted quickly and took the medicine from Lin Mian's drawer that night, and after showing it to his own father, Li Yu was shocked. The drug, actually, is really problematic. Li Yu was anxious and worried, and immediately called Lin Mianmian over. Sister Mianmian, did you already know there was something wrong with the medicine? There really is something wrong with the medicine. My dad said that although most of those herbs you drank are tranquilizers and brain tonics, one of them is a fungus that can cause hallucinations. And if you eat too much of this fungus, it will stimulate the central nervous system of the brain and will make your sleep worse and worse. Who the hell prescribed you this medicine? This person is too evil. Lin Myannian doesn't remember how she hung up the phone. She only knows that her brain is blank, full of the words hallucinogenic and nerve stimulation. No wonder she didn't feel better at all after drinking so many medicines. No wonder Su Feng always didn't let her go to the doctor on her own. Everything seemed to make sense. Su Feng, you despicable and shameless villain. Lin Niannian's petite body trembled with anger. She couldn't care about anything else and directly sent the dismissal contract to Su Feng. She definitely couldn't keep this viper around any longer. Su Feng was also a bit confused when he first received the contract, and it was only after he called and was scolded by Lin Niannian that he realized that what he had done had been exposed. But he was obviously very careful. There wouldn't be another person other than him who would know that he had tampered with the medicine. So how did Lin Myannian know? Mian, listen to me. I really didn't put anything in the medicine. I love you. You know that. I will only hurt you and love you. How could I put something in your medicine to harm you? Su Feng was almost in tears by the end, and killed himself not to admit that he had tampered with the medicine. Lin Myannian couldn't do anything about it. After all, she didn't have any definitive proof. Even if it goes to court, the court side will not support her. She couldn't say that she had learned all this by hearing her godson's heartfelt words, could she? Su Feng's major in college is biology. He led a team to do an expedition to Yunnan a few years ago, and on the way, he found a mushroom that can make people hallucinate. And by the way, Su Feng's graduation thesis was written about this. As long as we find this kid Su Feng's graduation thesis, he won't be able to run away. Lin Mian looked at Su Ming in amazement, the heart beneath her chest beating violently. This precious godson of hers knows too much, doesn't he? Su Feng had been to Yunnan on an expedition, but that was many years ago, and she had only heard Su Feng mention it. And as for what he had discovered on that expedition, she didn't know anything about it. I didn't realize that this little guy even knew what happened so many years ago. What a shocking little monster. Alright Su Feng, I'll trust you for now. We'll talk about the termination tomorrow. Lin Myannian intended to stabilize Su Feng first and waited for Su Feng to apologize a few more times before hanging up the phone, and then opened up the Z Network. All published papers are available here. Through the name of the school and the name of the author, Lin Myannian easily found the paper. After clicking in and taking a cursory glance, Lin Niannian was once again shocked, because the content of this thesis was exactly the same as what Su Ming had said. It seemed that Su Ming was right. All along, Su Feng had been harming her. Baby, godmother is really thanks to you this time. Quickly skimming through the introduction of the toxicity of that fungus in the paper, Lin Niannian murmured in disorientation, a pang of fear in her heart. Insomnia is just an early symptom produced by taking this fungus, followed by hair loss, accelerated aging, memory deterioration, and more. After calming down, Lin Myannian quickly gathered evidence and sued Su Feng in court for poisoning. Su Feng thought that Lin Myannian had been fooled by himself and was full of complacency, but he didn't want to receive a summons from the court at this time, and the whole person was scared silly. He desperately called Lin Niannian to beg for forgiveness, only to find that he had been blacked out. Knowing that he was completely finished, Su Feng rushed to use his other cell phone number to send a text message to Lin Niannian before the police came to his door, to the effect of begging Lin Niannian to help him send the rest of his wages home, and that he still has a disabled father and mother and 2 younger brothers at home, who are entrusted to Lin Niannian to help take care of them. Lin Nian also hesitated a bit. She really did not want to get involved in any contact with Su Feng, but Su Feng's salary is really here in her. If Su Feng's family still has parents and younger brother to take care of, this salary is not returned more or less some excessive. Either way, the family is innocent. Forget it, let's go to the address Su Feng gave us tomorrow. Half asleep and half awake, Su Ming listened to Lin Mian muttering to herself, and after hearing what the other party was saying, Su Ming's entire body was bad. Why is this woman still so stupid? And no wonder she was victimized so badly in the original article. You don't think that Su Feng's car alone costs millions, not to mention his 2 disabled parents, or even a dozen more of them he can afford. Luring you out at this time is clearly unsettling. It was only after Su Ming reminded her like this that Lin Myannian suddenly came to her senses. Right, oh, Su Feng doesn't lack money at all. How can you not be able to support your parents and brother? It's another scam. Forget it, don't go. This kind of person has nothing to pity. As for his salary, well, Lin Myannian leaned down and pinched Su Ming's face. Incomparably pampered, just take it to buy you a gift. Well, Su Ming roared wildly in impotence. Don't pinch my face, ah! Lin Myannian squeezed harder, and the laughter in her eyes grew stronger. On the other side, in the detention center, Su Feng, who was already handcuffed, eagerly asked the man across from him, well, did it work out? The man scratched his head. No, I waited until midnight yesterday and didn't wait for Lin Niannian to come. Are you mistaken? How is this possible? Su Feng was almost going crazy. Lin Nian Nian, this woman is good at everything, but her brain is too simple. If it were before, she would definitely go. Calm down. Su Feng discovered a fact that made him feel doubly uneasy. The current Lin Mianian was very different from before, as if he had received guidance from a high-level person. Chapter 51, The Hotel That Wasn't Right. Su Feng was annoyed, but the man couldn't wait. Some impatiently said, I went according to what you said. She didn't come. The money we agreed on you can't be less than mine. What's your hurry? Surely you won't be missing out. But this can't just be left alone. Su Feng's eyes turned hard. He couldn't figure out why Lin Mianian had suddenly gotten out of his control and sent him to prison. This revenge. He must avenge. Tomorrow Lin Nian Nian will go to shoot a movie. I know the hotel room number where she always stays. You give me. The man listened to him before he smiled sadly and left the guardhouse. In the past few days, Lin Mianian had been staying at Su's house, and perhaps it was because she slept with Su Ming every night. Her sleep became much better, and her entire body became radiant. Before she was ready to leave for the theater set, Lin Mianian remembered the kid she was acting with and her head couldn't help but hurt again. She's been tortured by this brat for a while now. It seems not all kids are cute either. Lin Nian Nian thought, and suddenly remembered an idea in her heart. So, she took Su Ming with her to the theater group. Baby, even though Godmother is going to be filming with other little babies today, you still come first in Godmother's heart. Don't be upset. Lin Nian Nian poked Su Ming's face in a good mood. Su Ming had a black line on his head. He wasn't a 3-year-old. How could he be upset because Lin Nian Nian hugged another child? But when it came to the official shooting, the little actor, who had been very quiet, kept crying, and could not be coaxed. Don't cry, don't cry. Lin Nian Yang's hands were busy coaxing the little actor. But the little actor cried harder instead. Unexpectedly, the little actor looked at her face. Wow! Cried louder. Director, this baby is usually very quiet. She doesn't cry at all. The little actor's mom frowned and stood beside the director nervously. Could there be too many people on the set? The kid got scared? The assistant director speculated from the sidelines. The little actor's mom hurriedly waved her hand. No way. My baby was born not long before he was able to shoot a movie. And he was very obedient in the other crews. Everyone praised him for being good. You wouldn't have been able to find me a better behaved little actor than my waifu. She said it with great confidence and the director made a mistake. But now he's crying all the time. Can you see if you can coax him? Is it time to change the diaper? Or is he hungry? I think he's hungry. I'll go feed him. The little actor's mom immediately said, hugging the little actor and about to lift her own clothes to feed him. Wait, you'd better go to the restroom to feed. The director hurriedly called out to her. The other man was stunned for a split second before he somewhat reluctantly carried the child to the restroom. Lin Mianian went back to the nanny car to fix her makeup, and in passing, she pinched Su Ming's little face again. It's still the baby that's good for you. Unlike those little kids who just cry. Speaking of which, I don't think she's ever seen the little guy cry before. Mian. It seems like that little actor is still crying after drinking milk. So I don't think we'll be able to shoot today. The assistant opened the door of the nanny car and whispered to Lin Nian Nian. Lin Nian frowned. There are still a lot of scenes to be filmed with the little actress in this drama. If this little actress cries like this every day, won't this drama be impossible to film? She didn't know how much time she'd wasted just because of this little brat. And now she'd put up with enough. Su Ming was about to fall asleep when he was suddenly picked up by someone in one go. Lin Nian Nian wrapped her arms around him and said with a face full of expectation, Baby, Godmother believes in you. Su Ming? Director, this is my best friend's child. He's especially well behaved. Should we let him shoot with me? Lin Mianian carried Su Ming to the director and took the initiative to propose. Seeing Su Ming, the director was instantly a little moved. This little doll looks white and tender. His eyes are black like grapes. At first glance it is very photogenic. But, the kid looks too small. And the smaller the kid, the more fearful he is, so don't end up crying worse than the last one. Is this kid afraid of being born? Will it scare him once we start shooting later with all the cameras and lights? The director asked worriedly. No way. My godson is different from other kids. Lin Mianian said with immense pride. The original little actor's mother heard that she wanted to change her child. Immediately pulled down a face. Are 2 eyes and a mouth. What can be different? Your baby have never shot a movie. Will certainly be scared to while crying, not allowed to also randomly pee. It won't be. He's very good. Lin Nianyang hugged Su Ming and doted on him. What's the use of being a good boy? My baby can cry when I tell him to cry and laugh when I tell him to laugh. Can your baby do it? Don't give the director a hard time. The little actor's mom was unforgiving. Su Ming, who was held in Lin Nianyang's arms, couldn't hold back his laughter. Why are you so good at blowing things up? If you're so capable, Why didn't you let that kid laugh? Your kid just knows how to cry and cry. Can't you see the whole crew is waiting for him? Lin Niannian was so amused by Su Ming's words that she almost laughed out loud as well. And the corners of her mouth couldn't control the arc of a smile. An annoyed red instantly appeared on the little actress's mom's face, only for the director to speak up before she could have a fit. Then let this baby play a line first and see. The little actress's mom grunted, wrapped her arms around her chest and said conspiratorially, "You're just waiting to make a fool of yourself." However, after the official start of filming, in the face of the many cameras and filming equipment, Su Ming did not cry at all, but instead showed a smiling face to the camera and raised his little hand to actively interact with Lin Niannian. The people present were all adorned inwardly by Su Ming's appearance. That little actor's mom had nothing to say, and her face turned ugly. She also didn't expect Su Ming to look very small, but he was so understanding, as if he could understand what adults said, and his every move was permeated with aura. With his good looks and ability to play along with the actors, he quickly captured the hearts of the cast and crew. Looking at everyone surrounding Su Ming, the woman was exasperated and took her child away. "Teacher Lin, this child is very talented in acting. I still have a play that needs a young actor. Look at it. Can you talk to this child's guardian? The price is all good." The director was very satisfied with Su Ming and moved to bring him into the entertainment industry. "I'm afraid this won't work." Lin Niannian deliberately sold a lie. "You still don't know who his parents are, do you? Who is it?" "He's the son of Dingjin Group's general manager Su and sister Wanqiu." Hearing Lin Niannian say this, the expression on the director's face immediately changed from appreciation to fawning. "So it's the little son of the richest family. Ha ha ha." The director didn't say any more. He also knew that with Su Ming's family history, he definitely didn't care to come to the entertainment industry to make quick money by filming a movie. Thanks to Su Ming's presence, the day's shooting ended smoothly. Lin Nianyang carried Su Ming back to the hotel. After filming the scene for a day, Lin Nianyang was also exhausted. She hugged Su Ming into the bathroom and said with a smile, "Baby, do you want to wash Xiang Xiang with your godmother? An aromatic baby is what attracts people to you." Don't. Su Ming resisted for a moment. Although her body was that of a baby, her soul was still that of an adult. Lin Niannian skimmed her lips and was about to carry Su Ming out. "Something's not right," Su Ming suddenly muttered in his heart. Lin Nian was instantly shocked. Chapter 52, The Man Behind the Mirror. "Something wrong? What's wrong?" Lin Nian rushed to look around and realized that there was nothing out of place. Just when Lin Niannian felt that nothing was wrong and planned to go to bed, Su Ming's heartbeat appeared once again. "There are cameras here." Lin Nian was alarmed. She stayed here every time she came here to shoot a movie, and every time there was no accident. So how could there be a camera? Lin Nian was half believing it when she heard Su Ming's voice again. "The camera is under the bathroom mirror." "Oops. I'm not dressed yet. Can you dress me first? Otherwise I won't be seen naked?" Su Ming lamented. Lin Niannian was a little puzzled to look under the mirror. The lighting in the bathroom was a little dim. Lin Niannian took a flashlight. He looked there carefully for a long time, and finally in the gap between the mirror and the wall, he saw a very inconspicuous miniature camera. "Oh my god. There's actually a camera in here." Lin Niannian picked up the camera and her face went white for a moment. She had just exploded in popularity because of Ask the Heart. If any indecent videos were circulated at this time, then not only would her future be completely ruined, the brand she was endorsing would also be greatly affected. Wouldn't she be dragging her best friend down with her? Thinking of all the consequences that might have been brought about if the camera hadn't been discovered, Lin Niannian's heart felt a pang of fear. It seems like it was a very good thing to bring this little guy to the theater today. "I'm going to complain about this hotel tomorrow," Lin Nian said, wrapping the camera in toilet paper and throwing it into the trash. But she's also afraid to take a shower for fear of cameras elsewhere in the bathroom. "Forget it. It's better to sleep first. I'm exhausted." She hugged Su Ming and turned around, about to go back to her room to sleep. "Don't sleep. If you don't run now, you won't be able to run away if you want to later. Run. Don't look back. Don't look around, or you'll be sorry." Suddenly, Su Ming's voice sounded again, and Lin Nian couldn't control her nervousness once again, and that little bit of sleepiness suddenly dissipated. She glanced around the house, but found nothing. There shouldn't be any other cameras. Should there? She muttered to herself. "Call the police, or it'll be too late." "Call the police?" If you call the police this late, when they come, she probably won't be able to sleep for the whole night, right? Lin Nian felt it was a bit unnecessary. As Ming, it wasn't like she hadn't come across things like private fans installing cameras near her place. Still, just in case, she crouched down and checked under the bed, and rummaged through the closet and behind the curtains, and found no cameras. "Forget it. I'd better ask my assistant to call the police tomorrow." She let out a sigh of relief and hugged Su Ming and lay down under the covers. The thought of filming tomorrow made sleepiness roll over her body once again. Baby, go to sleep. Tomorrow continue to go to the theater with godmother to shoot Ah. I don't think there's a tomorrow for us. Su-ming lamented for a while. There's a man behind the bathroom mirror. A veteran. You can't beat him. If I had eaten more white rice for 10 more years, I could have helped you fight him off. Lin Nianyang's heart suddenly beat like a drum, and she subconsciously turned her head to look in the direction of the bathroom. Seeing that she really didn't seem to notice anything different, Su-ming completely despaired. Later you fell asleep. The man behind the mirror came out. I'm sure I'm dead too. Poor me, haven't learned to walk yet. I'm going to die. Lin Nianyan was so frightened by Su-ming's words that she didn't even dare to close her eyes and slowly sat up. The little guy should be scaring her. Otherwise, how did a little baby like him realize there was someone behind the dressing mirror? But Su-ming still kept muttering. Hurry up and run. The old and weak women and children we accounted for too. Now do not run, will be too late. Lin Nianyang's head was spinning for a while, and she couldn't care less about Su-ming saying she was old. She tiptoed into the bathroom and quietly looked behind the dressing mirror. It should be fine. Lin Mianian prayed silently. But who knew that just at this moment, a pair of shadowy eyes met her unawares. Lin Mianian's pupils suddenly shrunk, and just as she was about to scream out, the man lunged towards her and directly covered her mouth. She immediately struggled frantically, and in her panic, she kicked the man's calf, and while the man was in pain, she rushed out of the bathroom and wanted to run away. And then she remembered that Su-ming was still on the bed. By the time she picked up Su-ming, the man had already rushed out. Beauty, don't be so scared. The man was wearing a mask, but his voice was incomparably lewd as he spoke. As long as you cooperate with me obediently, I guarantee that I'll make you so comfortable that you'll forget what you even called yourself. Who are you? How did you get in? Lin Nianyan shivered in fear and retreated directly to the wall. None of this matters. Beautiful girl. Just obey me. The man laughed lewdly and pounced on Lin Nianyan once again. Lin Nianyan was so frightened that she hugged Su-ming in her arms even tighter. The man pushed Lin Nianyan towards the bed, and Su-ming and Lin Nianyan's arms directly rolled out. Fortunately, Su-ming used all his strength to hold onto the edge of the bed. Baby, quickly save godmother. Lin Nianyan was crushed underneath the man and cried out in fear, actually treating Su-ming as her last hope. Su-ming struggled to grab the edge of the bed, and eventually fell onto the carpet beside the bed with a thud. Help! Baby! Lin Nianyang shouted incoherently. Su-ming was also a bit anxious. It was indoors. He couldn't summon a thunderbolt to stun the man like he did last time. If he had been standing by the window, there might have been hope. Su-ming sighed, ready to resign himself to his fate. Lin Nianyang, however, came into the spirit. Although she didn't understand what that meant, she felt that following what Su-ming said must be right. She pushed the man to his feet with all the strength she could muster, copied the lamp on the nightstand and plowed through the man. But the man reacted quickly and took several steps straight back, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window. Little beauty, don't struggle. He licked his mouth excitedly. After I'm done having fun later, I'll take a few more sexy pictures of you, and you'll be waiting to serve me for the rest of your life. Animal, you deserve to be struck down by heavenly lightning. Su-ming couldn't even listen anymore. In a flash, a thunderbolt cut through the dark night sky and struck directly on the floor-to-ceiling window. The glass of the floor-to-ceiling window instantly split apart, and the man was startled. And before he could move, another thunderbolt fell right behind it, all the way down towards his head in a blaze of fire and lightning. Rumble! The man was directly split into a bald head, and all the clothes on his body were torn. Lin Mianian was startled, and when she saw that the man had completely fainted, she had a moment of weakness in her legs and fell to her knees. Godmother? Shouldn't be scared, silly. Su-ming lay on the carpet and muttered suspiciously. It was only when she heard his voice that Lin Mian came back to her senses. She hurriedly picked up Su-ming, somewhat shocked, and hugged him tightly, crying out, Baby, just now scared me to death. Only after a moment passed did Lin Nianyan let go of Su-ming, huffing and puffing as she looked at the still unconscious man. This man had just planned to rape her, but only the staff around her would know something like which hotel she was staying at. Someone must have leaked her info. The man is not the only one to be punished. When the man woke up again, he realized that he had already been tied up, and Lin Mianian was sitting in front of him with a cold face. Chapter 53. The man immediately tried to break free from his bonds, but Lin Nianyan sneered. There are still 4 bodyguards standing at the door. Do you think you can get away? The man deflated. What do you want? I'll let you go as long as you honestly tell me who betrayed my trip to you. If you don't tell me, I'll immediately send you to the police station and make sure you eat jail food until you're done. Lin Mianian opened the door and said, Really? The man was half convinced. You'll let me go if I tell the truth. Lin Mian looked at the man's bald head, which had been struck by lightning without a single hair, and nodded earnestly. There's a head for the grievances. and there's a head for the debts. I'm not going to find trouble with you. If you don't say anything right now, then when you get into the detention center later, go talk to the police. The man gritted his teeth. I said I could, but the man who arranged for me to come and harm you said he'd give me $100,000 if I got things done. Hua! Su Feng's outburst is really generous. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel. By Lin Myannian's side, the only person who knew about her recent trip to her residence and who could go out of his way to spend a lot of money to ruin her was Su Feng. Come to think of it, it was just that Lin Niannian was too stupid to figure this out. I'll give you twice as much, Lin Nianxian said cheerfully. After hearing Su Ming's words, she also felt that it was 80% likely that Su Feng was behind this, but she still needed to confirm it from the man's mouth. Really? It's Su Feng. He sent me. Sure enough, it's him. This beast, he's in jail and still isn't honest. Su Mianmian instantly stood up in anger and cursed angrily. The man urges urgently. I've said I can be released and paid, right? Give money? Lin Myannian snorted coldly. You're trying to rape me and you still want my money? You're dreaming. You don't count your words. How could you? The man was instantly anxious. There's no need for honesty with a brute like you, Lin Myannian calmly said. When we go to the police station, as long as you make it clear to the police that you're only an accessory and Su Feng is the mastermind, I can say a few words in front of the police to help you fight for a reduction in your sentence. As Su Ming listened to her words, he couldn't help but sigh. I thought this stupid woman would actually give him money, so it seems she's not completely stupid and sweet, and has some intelligence. Lin Niannian immediately straightened up proudly. That's for sure, she's smart. Ming's eyes are really shining. After sending the man to the police station, Lin Niannian immediately carried Su Ming to the prison to question Su Feng. Su Feng, I'm usually so nice to you. Why do you have to hurt me 3 times? Seeing Lin Niannian appearing in front of him safe and sound, Su Feng understood that the man must have messed things up, but he still put on an innocent look on his face. Nian, I really already know my mistakes, and I'll reflect on them all in prison in the future, and I love you too much, and I'm afraid that you're going to leave me before I'll give you that kind of drug. Don't you pretend. If it was about the old days, I wouldn't even bother to see you. Why did you send someone to sneak into my hotel and let him rape me? Lin Myannian just looked at him with a pang of indescribable nausea. Rape you? Who was it? Su Feng was stunned for a moment and said excitedly, which beast actually wanted to do this to you? You tell me. I will definitely not let him off. That's enough from you. Stop pretending. He's already said that you ordered him. The police are interrogating him now. Su Feng, you're so disgusting. Lin Myannian's voice trembled. You're just waiting to go to jail for the rest of your life. No, Mian, you must have heard wrong. I love you so much. How could I instruct another man to hurt you? It breaks my heart that you doubt me so much. Su Feng was in tears, just like a deeply emotional man who had been abandoned by his lover. Lin Myannian had a bad chill and was just about to retort when she received a text message from her assistant. When the man was being interrogated by the police, he suddenly changed his words and bit the bullet, saying that this matter had nothing to do with Su Feng. She immediately rushed back to the police station with Su Ming in her arms, only to see the police just coming out of the interrogation room. Officer, he was the one who just admitted to me in person that Su Feng instructed him to do it, so how could he suddenly change his story? Doesn't he know that as long as he gives the truth, his sentence will be reduced? She inquired anxiously. The policeman glanced in the direction of the interrogation room and was also helpless. I understand your feelings, but right now the prisoner keeps saying that he wasn't instructed by anyone, and without substantial evidence that Su Feng instructed him to commit the crime, we won't be able to convict Su Feng for a while. Obviously, both the police and Lin Nian were clear that there was something fishy about the man's words, but before the law, evidence comes first. There had to be a reason for this man's insistence on taking all the blame alone, but it would take time to investigate. As for how long it will take, no one knows, and the police won't be able to sort it out for a while. Lin Nian's heart burst with annoyance. No wonder Su Feng had just been dead set against admitting this, so it was because he had already prepared a backhand. This person is not even afraid of going to jail, but still think of asking for money. It must be someone at home waiting for this money to save their lives. Check if Su Feng has any large amount of expenditure recently is not to know. Su Ming was speechless. Such a simple matter. Why did he still need to think about it? Lin Nian was reminded by him and instantly remembered something. Officer, I remember Su Feng used to go to the hospital to see someone before, but no one in his family was hospitalized. So maybe the person he went to the hospital to see was related to this person who tried to rape me. Ms. Lin, even if the person Su Feng was visiting at the time was this inmate, that can't be used as evidence that Su Feng instructed him to commit the crime. Do you understand? The police felt that Lin Niannian was just making wild guesses, but they still had someone check the hospital surveillance that Lin Niannian was talking about. But to their surprise, they actually discovered that Su Feng had been visiting a patient in the hospital frequently for the last month. And this patient, it was the man's mother. Meanwhile, the police also checked the account number for the payment of the man's mother's hospitalization and surgical fees and found that the account owner was Su Feng. However, in front of so much evidence, the man still bit the bullet and refused to admit that Su Feng had sent him to rape Lin Mianmian. It was Su Feng who was kind enough to save my mother at the time. Lin Mian sent him to prison. I wanted to go rape Lin Mian in order to repay him. It has nothing to do with Su Feng. He gritted his teeth. Yeah, but Su Feng is already in jail and you'll be in jail soon. But Su Feng is already in jail. And you'll be in jail soon. So you won't have anyone around to take care of your mother. And I've heard that she's already been thrown out of the hospital because she couldn't afford to pay the hospitalization fee. Lin Mianmian took hold of the man's soft underbelly and blandly said. At those words, the man instantly panicked. It won't happen. Su Feng promised me that as long as I work for him, he'll take care of my mother for me. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, a smile immediately appeared on the faces of Lin Mian and the interrogating officer. The man also reacted to the fact that he had been set up, but it was too late. Chapter 54, The Man Who Saved Her. In the police station, a few old officers were just praising Lin Mianmian. MS. Lin, you're so meticulous. If it wasn't for the ideas you gave us to solve the case, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to find the evidence so quickly. Lin Mianmian couldn't help but blush. But she couldn't say that she thought of it because she heard Su Ming's words, and could only smile and accept the officer's praise. With substantial evidence, Su Feng will soon be sentenced. The police also guaranteed that during the period of custody, they would pay attention to not letting Su Feng have the opportunity to come into contact with suspicious people, and only then did a big stone in Lin Mianmian's heart fall to the ground. However, before the sentencing, Su Feng still had someone bring a letter to Lin Mianmian, saying that he had something very important to tell her. And that if she didn't go, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life when she found out about it later. She took this letter and found Chen Wanxiu, asking with some curiosity, what kind of demon do you think Su Feng is planning to do again? Should I go or not? Chen Wanxiu was also curious as to what secret Su Feng could have that he had to come to such a time to tell Lin Mianmian. He's in prison now. So many people are watching him. So I guess he can't afford to turn over anymore. Just dying a little. Chen Wanxiu stroked her chin and said, otherwise, you can go and meet him and see what other tricks he can pull. Makes sense. Lin Mian nodded. Wait. Chen Wanxiu suddenly frowned and turned her head to the room to carry Su Ming, who was huffing and puffing. Just in case, you'd better bring your godson along. This little guy was able to summon thunder, so if he really encountered any danger, he would be able to protect Lin Mianmian. Hearing Lin Mianmian say that the man who tried to rape her before was struck by 2 heavenly thunderbolts, Chen Wanxiu knew that it must have been Su Ming again. 10 bodyguards don't give as much security as this one little baby of his. Baby, your godmother's safety is all on you alone. Oh. She rubbed Su Ming's little face and solemnly said, who, me? Su Ming was confused. This mom of his, she really has the guts to hand out any assignment. Lin Mianxiu thought that Chen Wanxiu was teasing the baby, and followed suit by coming over and touching Su Ming's little face. Baby, a girl as soft as godmother still needs a little man like you to protect her. Oh, you have to grow up fast. Su Ming was simultaneously being kneaded by the 2 women as if they were dough balls, and a burst of tears came from him. The thought that when he grows up later, Lin Mianmian will have to say I even hugged you when you were small in front of him makes him even more unlovable. When is this day going to end? By the next day, Lin Mianyang held Su Ming and went to the prison accompanied by a bunch of bodyguards. Seeing Lin Mianyang holding a child in her arms, Su Feng was shocked beyond belief. It couldn't be that Lin Mianmian had become so uncontrollable this time because she had a child with someone else, could it? But in an instant, he reacted. Lin Mianmian had been staying with him. If she really had given birth to a child, how could he not have realized it at all? It was only when Lin Mianyang sat down across from him that he realized the kid was Su Ming. He was instantly relieved. As long as Lin Mianmian didn't like another man, he still had a chance. What exactly do you want to say when you look for me? Lin Mianmian sat down, not even bothering to look at him. Mian. In fact, this matter, I originally didn't intend to tell you, but now, I have to tell you, because I don't want you to regret it. Su Feng opened his mouth as if he had made a great determination. Lin Mianmian snorted out a laugh. The thing I regret the most is that I didn't find out your true colors earlier. Letting you, the beast, stay by my side for so long. Mian, do you still remember when you suffered a life and death crisis a few years ago? In fact, the person who saved you at that time was me. It's just that I didn't want to kidnap you with the identity of the person who saved your life. So that's why I haven't told you. Su Feng looked at her and said in a firm tone. Lin Mianmian was stunned. A few years ago she did encounter an extremely dangerous accident. At that time there was a man who saved her. Only she didn't get a good look at the man's face. She had kept this matter in her heart for the past few years, but she hadn't been able to find that man. My feelings for you have grown deeper over the years, which is why I inexplicably wanted to take control of you, but now I really know that I was wrong. As long as you're willing to save me from getting out, from now on, I definitely won't bother you anymore. Su Feng was still talking non-stop. Please, for the sake of me saving your ass once, can you save mine too? It's a pity that you don't want to be the king of storytelling. You're so good at making things up. How shameless. How come you're the one who saved Lin Niannian's life? Su Ming sent out endless contempt for Su Feng in his heart. Lin Nianyang certainly didn't believe Su Feng's words either. If Su Feng was really her savior, with his character, he would have said so long ago. How could he have waited until this day? I thought you had to ask me to come over because you had something important to say, and I'm not interested in listening to your bullshit, she said as she was about to get up and leave. Wait, Su Feng hurriedly called out to her. I know that you definitely won't believe anything I say right now, but I have evidence that can prove that everything I say is true. You can go to my house, and in the third compartment of the cabinet in my study is the token you gave me in the first place. Hearing this, Lin Nianyan was also stunned. Su Feng spoke so truthfully, it couldn't be that he was really the one, could it? Seeing Lin Mianian's appearance, Su Ming guessed that this silly woman had begun to be tricked by Su Feng again, and he had to take back his previous words that she wasn't a silly white woman. This person is really interesting. He'll even do a full set of theater. No wonder this stupid woman was fooled by him. He turned his head to look at Su Feng and muttered in his heart. Hearing this, Lin Mianian was devastated. She wasn't fooled by Su Feng, but just in case, Lin Nianyang still planned to visit Su Feng's home. Fearing that Su Feng was deliberately luring her to her home, Lin Nian directly called on a bunch of bodyguards to accompany her this time. Unexpectedly, she actually did find that token in Su Feng's house, a silver bracelet with an emerald set on it. This bracelet is her former favorite to wear on her hand? That day and the man who saved him separate. The man has been refused to tell her name. She returned this bracelet to him. How could it be Su Feng? She muttered with mixed feelings in her mind, and with a stomp of her foot, she hurriedly made to rush to the prison. Although she loathed Su Feng to the core, she couldn't personally send her savior to prison. That would be too much for her conscience. I have to hurry and get Su Feng out, or else the sin will be great, she muttered as she walked. What are you going to do? This bracelet is fake. Can't you tell if you've worn the bracelet yourself? Su Ming spat powerlessly. Chapter 55. Lin Nian's footsteps paused and she picked up that bracelet again to look at it. Fake? It doesn't look like it? Isn't this bracelet the same as the one she used to wear? On this kind of bracelet, Dongcheng District's Songlan Jewelry Processing Store. That store inside the master can do 20 or 30 in one breath. On this big fool cannot see. I am also convinced. Su Ming shook his head without eyes and closed his eyes. Lin Nianyang fell silent, thinking that Su Ming's words had all been fulfilled before. She didn't dare to disbelieve them. The real bracelet should now be in. Su Ming thought back to the old days, and his brain could not help but become groggy again. That's the trouble with being a kid. You get sleepy. Hearing Su Ming's words, Lin Mianian instantly perked up her ears in excitement. Could it be that he knew who the man who had saved her in the first place really was? However, after waiting for half a day, he didn't wait for Su Ming to continue. At the pawn shop? Which pawn shop? Confused, she looked down and realized that Su Ming had actually fallen asleep at some unknown time. She had no choice but to first go to the jewelry processing store that Su Ming had mentioned to see if this bracelet at Su Feng's home was fake or not. The master of Songlan Jewelry Processing Shop was a middle-aged man, and when he saw a guest coming, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Master, I want to ask about this bracelet. Have you ever made it? Lin Mianian went straight to the point. Seeing the bracelet on her hand, the master immediately laughed. I'm so good at this bracelet. If you want it, I can make you the exact same one right now. Lin Niannian was surprised, but at the same time felt a few reasonable. After all, this is what Su Ming said store. She pulled out a wad of bills. That would be a problem. Money is not the issue. The key is to make the exact same one. No problem. Seeing her being so generous, the master smiled even more happily. This kind of bracelet, it won't even take me an hour to make it. As expected, only half an hour's work. The master made a bracelet that was exactly the same as the one on her hand, and she held the two bracelets in her hand, and actually couldn't tell which one was the one she brought here. Master, your craftsmanship is too good as well, she uttered in surprise. Where is it that I'm good at craftsmanship? It's this bracelet. I just hit one not long ago. I'm practiced at it. The master collected the money and said smilingly. Hearing this, Lin Mianian became more and more shocked. It couldn't be that the one Su Feng had at home was also copied at this store. May I ask if the person who came to you at the time to have this bracelet struck was a young man? About this tall. She hastily made a comparison. The master was reminded by her and also looked like he remembered something. Yeah, it was a young man. He brought a photo over at that time, and asked me to tie one just like the bracelet on the little girl's hand in that photo. Girl, why do I think you look a bit like the little girl in that photo at that time? The master stroked his chin, looked Lin Nian up and down, and spoke out in doubt. Lin Nian directly flipped out Su Feng's photo. Master, take a look. The man who came over with the photo at that time, was it this person? Kinda. The master instantly became even more curious, nosily trying to ask something. And Lin Mianian's mood had been gloomy to the extreme. Once she had relied immensely on Su Feng. She would tell him everything, and had once asked him to find the benefactor who had saved her life. Su Feng knew all the details of how her benefactor had saved her in the first place, not to mention that he certainly knew about the bracelet. This bracelet before she gave it to her benefactor. Often worn on the hand, Su Feng really have ulterior motives. Specially found her former wearing the bracelet to take pictures to make imitations. If Su Ming hadn't reminded her, she might have really been fooled. Su Feng was really far-sighted in his plans, leaving himself a good way out early on. She sneered and pulled out another card from her wallet. Master, hard on you. Do me another favor. On the other side, Su Feng, who had already been imprisoned, was being beaten. When the inmates in the prison heard that Su Feng was incarcerated because he instructed someone to rape a woman, they all despised him. Even within criminals, rapists are the most dishonored. No one in the prison would even talk to Su Feng, and he was even bullied by the prison bosses every day. And for several days in a row his lunch was served by the prison boss's men. He was so hungry that his face was so thin that he was almost starry-eyed before the prison guard suddenly found him and said that Lin Nian had come to visit him. Upon hearing the news, he immediately became excited. This bitch must have seen that bracelet and came back to save him. Mian, I knew you would come back. You're a kind and good girl. You'll get me out. He sat across from Lin Mianian, crying uncontrollably. You don't even know what kind of days I've had in prison these past few days. I've been waiting for you to come. Lin Mian just quietly looked at him as he acted. That's what you deserve. Su Feng was stunned, looking up at Lin Mianwen in some confusion. No, according to his plan, shouldn't Lin Mianian be filled with remorse for him right now, crying that she should have recognized him earlier before releasing him from prison? Why doesn't she follow the rules? Could it be that she didn't find the bracelet? It can't be. It was carefully prepared by him. That token you wanted me to find. It's this one, right? Lin Nian asked with a light smile as she pulled out the bracelet she had found from Su Feng's house from the bag she was carrying with her. Su Feng was instantly relieved. Yeah, after you gave me this bracelet in the first place, I've been treasuring it at home. Really? Then it's really hard for you to work so hard to imitate a fake out. Lin Mianian felt sick to her stomach just listening to his mouth full of lies. And when she recalled that she had actually once been incredibly dependent on such a brute, she wanted to stomp her foot on the other party's face even more. Su Feng was stunned for a split second, then resumed that bitter look and cried. Imitation? How could I possibly imitate a bracelet? This is what you sent me. It was a pity that before he could finish his sentence, Lin Nian stood up and flipped the bag she had brought with her right over. Whoa. A large pile of identical silver bracelets were dumped out and piled right in front of Su Feng's eyes. Songlan Jewelry Processing Shop. The master of this store is really good at his craft. Lin Nian snorted out a laugh. As soon as these words came out, Su Feng realized that Lin Nian had already found out everything, and he was instantly speechless. Why is this stupid woman so smart this time? That store is at the very edge of the East District. She's never been there before. How on earth did she find out about it? Without waiting for him to figure it out, Lin Nianyang was already about to turn around and leave. Su Feng, put away those sideways thoughts of yours and reform well in prison. After settling Su Feng, Lin Nianmian, who had returned home, felt relaxed and fell asleep on her bed in no time. But in her dream, she saw the shadowy figure again. Chapter 56, Identity Before Reincarnation. Several years ago, she was kidnapped, but no one in her family cared if she lived or died. The kidnappers who couldn't get the ransom were outraged and tore up the ticket, throwing her into the cold waters. Just when she thought she was going to be buried at sea, a man in black cut through the cold water and took her hand under the incredibly dim water. She remembered that the sea was cold and chilly that day, colder than ice, but the warmth coming from that hand was unforgettable. She was too uncomfortable to open her eyes. But a soothing male voice came to her ears. You're breaking the law. Do you know that? Followed closely by the sound of the group of robbers. Who are you? Don't be nosy here. Boss, he saw our faces. Should we waste him? Then what's the point? Together. She was confused in consciousness, only knowing that a fierce fight had occurred around her, and the youth who saved her. His hands seemed to be very good, and did not know how long it took before a pair of big hands pressed on her chest and gave her CPR. Ahem. She spat out a mouthful of water and snapped her eyes open, only to realize that the person in front of her was Su-ming? Starving me to death. Coming back to sleep and not knowing to make milk for this young master. Su-ming held up his milky little hand and used all his strength to scratch Lin Niannian's face. Lin Niannian came back to her senses and smiled sarcastically. Baby, hungry isn't it? Godmother will go and brew you a grandma to drink, okay? Don't use such a disgusting tone of voice to speak to me. Su-ming had a chill of evil. Lin Niannian in turn became even happier. This little guy's eyes glared round when he was angry, even more adorable. She quickly rinsed Su-ming's milk, and while feeding him the milk, Lin Niannian couldn't help but talk to herself. Baby, who do you think the person who saved me in the first place really was? I just had a dream about being kidnapped again. Those kidnappers were really scary. Su-ming was making a milky effort, and his calves stirred uncontrollably. They're just a few punks so poor they can't even afford to eat. What's there to be afraid of? He sipped his milk and grunted disdainfully. Lin Nianyang was taken aback because these words, after that youth had saved her, in order to comfort the stunned her, had once said exactly the same thing. Even the tone in which the words were said was similar. Only Su-ming's voice was a bit milkier. Shouldn't. Ahem. Su-ming in her arms suddenly coughed. It turned out to be that she had just been too distracted by her thoughts and didn't pay attention to the speed of breastfeeding Su-ming, making him choke on his milk. Auntie, you're going to murder young children. Su-ming spat weakly while coughing. Hearing this address, Lin Niannian instantly put away the thoughts she had just had. How could this poisonous little baby be the same savior who had gently comforted her and told her not to be afraid? How could Lin Niannian know that Su-ming was just annoyed by her stupidity? She patted Su-ming's back and resumed breastfeeding him. I'm sorry, baby, Godmother just got distracted. Looking at Su-ming's budding little face, she wasn't angry anymore. Instead she gently coaxed Su-ming. Su-ming grunted. Not just a few kidnappers? See how scared you are. When I made my move, those few rabble-rousers were all directly scared by me and pissed their pants. Lin Nianyang was once again stunned. What does that mean? What do you mean? When he strikes? Her thoughts drifted away once more, and then Su-ming unsurprisingly choked again. I want to go home. I want to go home to my mom. This woman tried to murder me. Lin Nianxian coughed awkwardly and could only send Su-ming back home first, but she didn't sleep well for days afterward, always dreaming of that person. Sometimes that person's gentle smiling face, sometimes those horrible robbers. Finally, one night, those eyes of the youth in the dream suddenly began to shrink, and then, they turned into Su-ming's appearance. The faces of the youth and Su-ming actually began to overlap continuously in her dream. She woke up with a start and took several deep breaths before she realized with hindsight that it seemed that Su-ming's eyes really did bear some indescribable resemblance to the person who had saved her in the first place. She instantly recalled what Su-ming had said earlier. Su-ming seemed to have said that the bracelet was in some pawnshop. If she could really find this bracelet in some pawnshop, wouldn't that prove that Su-ming was the savior she had been looking for? This bizarre thought made Lin Niannian shiver uncontrollably, but she was too curious. So she took the replica bracelet and went to a pawnshop closest to her home. But this pawnshop said it hadn't taken the bracelet in the last few years. There are a lot of pawnshops in the empire. If it's not in this one, it might be in another. She gritted her teeth and decided to look from house to house. But then her agent called. Mian, where have you been? The movie will be shot soon. Everyone is still waiting for you. The agent was very anxious. The crew side is rushing. I've called you so many times. Why don't you answer? Anxious me? She then realized the agent had called her a dozen times since morning. But she didn't even have the heart to go to the theater to shoot a scene right now. And she couldn't sleep or eat without figuring out whether Su-ming was that person or not. Please take a vacation from the director for me, and tell him that I have something very important to do, she said as she got into her car to rush to the next pawnshop. No, how can something like taking a vacation from filming be said on the fly? If you take a vacation now, the entire crew will be displeased with you. The agent felt like the sky had collapsed when she heard this. She had only been Lin Niannian's agent after Su Feng had been arrested. It was rumored in the circle before that Lin Niannian was particularly good to the staff around her, but she never thought she could actually do something so unreliable. The next second, she heard Lin Nianyang's pitiful voice. Please talk to the crew side for me. I'll double your salary this month, please. The agent immediately beamed with joy. No problem. It seems that the rumors in the circle are not false. Lin Niannian hung up the phone and went to several more pawnshops in quick succession. And by the time she found the last one, she thought she might be crazy. Perhaps that sentence was just a casual remark made by Su-ming when he was sleepy? However, she actually did see the bracelet at the last pawnshop. The pawnshop employees searched for a while before turning out the bracelet. We have been collecting this bracelet for a long time. Because there is a larger appreciation space, so we have not been selling it. Do you want to buy it? Lin Nianyang was bursting with excitement and didn't hesitate to pay a high price for the bracelet. How could Su Ming, a little baby, know that this bracelet was in a pawn shop? It is said that if a person passes on to the next life and is reincarnated, he or she will look the same as in the previous life, and as a baby, he or she may retain the memories of the previous life. She'd had a few thoughts, but they'd all been too bizarre. Maybe the bracelet was a fake too. Chapter 57. As soon as this thought popped up in Lin Nian's mind, she smiled helplessly in the next second. If the bracelet wasn't real, how did the pawn shop take it and keep it until today? As she was thinking about it, she heard the pawn shop clerk sigh again. I still remember when that young man brought this bracelet to pawn it, saying he was going to exchange it for money to buy himself a tombstone at the Castle Peak Cemetery near here. She was instantly stunned and said incredulously, "Wasn't he a young man? How could he want to buy himself a tombstone?" "I don't know about that, but I see that he's dressed down and everything, so I guess he's in some kind of trouble." The clerk staggered and sighed. "That's why it seems strange that he's a big young man who wants to buy a tombstone. So I can remember it until today, no?" Lin Nian pondered. Could it be that she couldn't find that man all these years because he had? She shook her head and gave the money for the clerk to dig up the transaction records from the year the man brought the bracelet to the pawn shop. The register lists the trader as Mr. Su, and the transaction took place 2 years ago. Su. This coincidence in surnames had left Lin Nian in complete confusion. She was so torn up inside that she finally went to the Castle Peak Cemetery, and only after asking the cemetery administrator did she learn that a man surnamed Su really did buy a cemetery plot here 2 years ago. "I know the man you're talking about." The cemetery janitor had an odd look on his face and pointed in the direction of a cemetery. "Grave 56 there. That's where he's buried." "Buried? He's already dead?" Lin Nian was completely stunned, and a trace of trepidation and icy coldness pervaded her heart. The person she had worked so hard to find for so many years was actually dead? Yeah, a couple months ago. His sister came over with his ashes and buried him there without saying anything. But it's really weird, too. There's nothing written on that headstone. Standing in front of the man's tombstone, she had mixed feelings. What exactly was this person's identity? She actually couldn't find out until now. What kind of person would have not a single word on their tombstone and not a single posthumous photo? Did he die of illness or suicide? Or was he murdered by his enemies? Lin Nian's slender fingers propped up the tombstone. A cold touch filling her heart from her fingertips. A painful feeling of powerlessness filling her entire body. What young man would think of buying himself a tombstone while still alive if he were not in a situation of overwhelming despair? If she had definitely found her benefactor earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have died. If. Unfortunately, there are not that many ifs. She knelt in front of the man's tombstone and broke down and cried for a long time before giving him 3 heavy kowtows. "Benefactor, when I have the chance in my next life, I will repay you properly for saving my life," she solemnly promised, but these words suddenly reminded her. In another life? The words that Su Ming had said once again appeared in her mind. Su Ming had said what the benefactor had said to her, and also knew where this bracelet was. Moreover, if Su Ming was just a little doll, how could he be so clearly organized? Could Su Ming be this benefactor of hers reincarnated and reincarnated? Thinking that there was a Green Zen temple near the Castle Peak Cemetery, and that there was a very powerful master in the temple, she got up and left the cemetery in a hurry to meet the master. "Master, in this world, is it true that someone can be reincarnated and still carry the memories of their previous life?" she asked with full devotion. Hearing her words, the master, who had been gazing with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and looked up in the direction of the Castle Peak Cemetery, turning his head only after a long time and sighing leisurely. "That's probably because that person still has a strong obsession left in his life." Lin Nianyang was stunned, instantly becoming a little more curious about this benefactor of hers once again. "Master, I would like to ask, if someone who is reincarnated with memories, and someone from their previous life, would they look particularly similar?" Thinking of Su Ming's eyebrows that were 7 or 8% similar to her benefactor's, she asked once again. The master, however, just sighed again and helplessly said, "People can't be reincarnated after death. Even if they are reincarnated, it won't be the same person. Scholar, there are some things you have to think about." No, master, you're mistaken. I don't have any relatives who have passed away. I just ran into someone who I thought looked a lot like my benefactor who has passed away. But then again, he said the exact same thing as my benefactor. That's why I guessed if he could be the reincarnation of my benefactor. Hearing her say this, the Master Fong smiled faintly. If you're talking about these two people's festival days and birthdays being on the same day, it's not impossible. Lin Nianyang instantly turned her grief into joy. Just now when she went to sweep her benefactor's grave, she specially gave the cemetery administrator the benefit of the doubt and asked the administrator what day her benefactor was buried. It just so happened that the day of the benefactor's burial was only a few days earlier than the day of Ming's birth. and it was very likely that the benefactor died on the day of Su Ming's birth. Although the master said to her that even if the same person is reincarnated, the person in this life and the person in the previous life are two very different and unrelated people. However, Lin Mian felt that Su Ming was her benefactor. After all, she hadn't told the master that Su Ming remembered his past life. It must also be heaven's will that she could hear Su Ming's heart. It was the heavens hinting at her to repay Su Ming properly for this lifetime. She just didn't expect that the savior she was looking for so hard to save her life had actually become her godson in this life. So it was really fate. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Ming couldn't speak yet, she would have been a little unsure of how to face him. She happily wanted to donate money to the temple, but the guru warmly stated that she only needed to donate a lamp to the temple. Since your benefactor has passed away, why not donate a long-lasting lamp in his honor to light his way to the afterlife? It was only when the master handed her the long bright lamps that she noticed that the Green Zen temple seemed to be filled with long bright lamps, but the long bright lamps were lit for those who had passed away, and when they were said to be a blessing for those who had passed away, they were in fact nothing more than a form of relief for the living. She couldn't help but ask the master with some curiosity, have there been many people coming to the temple to light the everlasting light lately? The master seemed to understand what she was thinking, and with a slight smile, he said, no, this is all prepared by a female master, for her deceased brother. Are all of these? Lin Mianian was a little surprised. There were already many long bright lights in the temple. She had just walked up from the bottom of the mountain and had seen an unknown number of them along the way. Could it be that all of these lights had been donated by the female almsgiver that the master was talking about? Well, these lamps were not only lighted by that female practitioner, but they were also made by her. The Grandmaster looked at the temple's long lighting lamps and said in a leisurely tone, when she came to our temple a few months ago, she has been lighting the lamps to pray for her brother's blessings. I think the bond between their siblings must be very deep. As Lin Mian listened, she couldn't help but be moved by this and couldn't help but want to meet this woman. Chapter 58, Suning Xue. Since that's the case, then I'll also make a long-lasting lamp for my benefactor. Lin Nianyang took the initiative to propose. With this lamp done, her benefactor could also say goodbye to the misfortunes of her past life once and for all. She wasn't very crafty and made it until dark at night before she was just about done with a long light. Benefactor, a bad life in the last life is a matter of the last life. In this life I will make sure you eat good food and drink good food, and live happily for the rest of your life. She stood in the temple with a long bright lamp and lit the lamp with a smile. Hanging the lamp in the temple felt like a big stone had fallen from her heart. At this time, the temple's long lighting lamps had all been lit up, and the quiet little temple looked especially beautiful at this time, so she couldn't help but look lost in thought. When she had seen enough and was ready to leave the temple, she found that the road from the temple to the bottom of the mountain was all lit up as well, and many of the residents who lived nearby were attracted by the unique scene and ran to watch. She was just halfway down the hill when she was almost crowded by pedestrians going up the hill and couldn't find a place to go down. In the midst of the confusion, a pair of large hands suddenly groped her ass, and she screamed out in shock. The passers-by around her were taken aback and looked at her with odd faces. She looked back excitedly and was met with the lewd gaze of a young man wearing glasses. You stinking hooligan, why are you touching me? She questioned with wide eyes and annoyance. The man with glasses immediately put away the lewdness in his eyes and put on an innocent look. Who touched you? I came up the mountain to see the lights. You clearly just touched me. Lin Nianyan was furious. Never seen such a shameless person. There are so many people on this road. I didn't even feel that I touched you. Maybe I just accidentally touched it? Did you misunderstand? The man with glasses revealed a polite smile and asked gently in return. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Mianian had just caught the lewd smile on his face the moment she turned around, she would have believed that the other party was telling the truth. Don't pretend. You clearly just touched me. I'm calling the police, she said forcefully with a red face. The surrounding people saw the glasses man looks well-mannered. Speak then Sven. On the contrary, Lin Nianyan emotionally agitated. A look of reason. Half persuaded. Little girl. The young man has explained that he was careless, so why don't you let it go? Think you look like a flower. Who cares to touch you? Girls these days just like to think they're so self-absorbed. Lin Mian listened to the comments of the people around her. A face reddened. Obviously she was the one who was touched, but it turned out to be her fault? Just as she was riding the tiger, a fist suddenly swung into the face of the man with glasses, who was caught off guard and his glasses flew straight out. Lin Mian was also startled, only to see a valiant-looking woman already kicking on top of the man with glasses and giving him a good beating. It was obvious that the man with glasses was much bigger than this woman, but he was being beaten by her, screaming and unable to fight back. I just saw you groping some other little girl. Don't think there's no one to rule you. Get the hell out of here. She waited until the woman had had enough of the beating before she kicked the man in the face. The man with glasses was beaten so much that he didn't even dare to let out a fart. and immediately fled as if he had run away. Lin Neon looked dumbfounded. She had never seen a woman actually be this powerful. "Are you alright?" The woman looked at her and added as if she was not relieved. "If it wasn't for the fact that this is the imperial capital and you can't just hurt people." His salty pig's hands, "I would have chopped them off." Lin Mianian came back to her senses and was amused by the other party's words. "I'm fine. Thanks for just now. You're awesome." The woman, however, laughed directly and casually. "If I hadn't lit so many lawn lights, I wouldn't have let such people have the chance to take advantage of the situation." Lin Nian was stunned, forgiving her for being the female giver that the master said she was, and thinking that all these lights were lit by her for her already deceased brother. Lin Nian's heart couldn't help but feel a little sad. It's sad that such a kind and righteous woman has lost her next of kin at such a young age. However, in the next second, the woman suddenly gripped her wrist in excitement, staring closely at the bracelet on her wrist and asked, "This bracelet, may I ask where you got it from?" Her strength was so great that her grip made Lin Mion's arm hurt a little. She drew in a cold breath before the other woman let go of her hand as an afterthought, but her gaze was still locked on the bracelet. "I'm sorry, it's just that my brother used to have this bracelet when he was alive. That's why I was momentarily excited," the woman said with some embarrassment. "My name is Su Ningxue, if you don't mind. Could you sell this bracelet to me?" Su Ningxue? Lin Nianwen was stunned, suddenly thinking that her benefactor's surname was also Su. A bold guess suddenly rose in her mind. "I would like to take the liberty of asking if your brother's grave, is it at Green Hill Cemetery number 56? How did you know?" Su Ningxue was a bit shocked. A few months ago Su Ming was hit by a car to save her from death. She realized that the original Su Ming's kindness to her was always from the heart. She regretted immensely, and rummaged through Su Ming's former room to find his will. In his will, he said that he had bought himself a nice place with green hills for a cemetery and that he wanted to leave the international center and be buried here. With no name on the tombstone, she wanted to bury Xiao Ming in the Su family's ancestral graveyard, but the rest of the Su family besides her firmly disagreed, so she had no choice but to bring Xiao Ming's ashes here. Every day after that, apart from going to the Castle Peak Cemetery to talk to Ming, she stayed at the Qingzhen Temple to make long-lasting lamps for him. It is said that long-lighting lamps and the like illuminate the deceased's path to the next life, and that the brighter the light, the happier they will be in the next life. In the past few months, she had never seen anyone come to visit Ming's grave. Did this girl in front of her know Ming? Lin Nian was just as shocked as Su Ningxue. She thought that her benefactor must have had a very hard life in his previous life. She didn't realize that he actually had a sister who loved him so much. Looking at the look of sadness on Su Ningxue's face, she hesitated and decided to tell the truth. Su Ningxue listened and also felt shocked. Su Ming? She remembered that the Su family branch on this side of the imperial capital did give birth to a child a few months ago, also named Su Ming. It's just that she was in the midst of extreme grief when she learned the news and didn't care about it at all. She couldn't wait to get to Su's house to see the Su Ming who was just a few months old. Meanwhile, Shen Ningwei was shopping in the dessert store. "Order me 10 boxes of walnut pastry." "I'm sorry little sister. Our store is all booked up for today's walnut crisp," the sales clerk said somewhat apologetically. Shen Ningwei frowned. This walnut crisp is something she bought for a great use. She must get it. "I'll pay 10 times the price. Sell it to me." Chapter 59, The Man Who Bought the Walnut Cake. "Little sister, do you know how much 10 times the price is?" The clerk looked at Shen Ningwei, who wasn't even as tall as the counter, and just thought she was a little kid throwing a tantrum when she didn't buy the dessert she wanted. Unexpectedly, Shen Ningwei directly opened her small pink wallet and tapped out a stack of $100 bills. "Nosy, pack my bags," she grunted. Once upon a time, brother Su Tian especially loved walnut pastry. If Su Ming was really her brother Su Tian, he would definitely like walnut pastry as well. When she brought the walnut pastry to Su Ming, if Su Ming didn't want to eat it, then it would prove that she was overthinking it. The clerk was also taken aback and hesitated for a split second before wrapping the walnut pastry for Shen Ningwei. At this time in the Su family, Su Tian was pampering Xia Li. "Auntie, didn't you say you'd give me my favorite walnut brittle today?" Looking at Su Tian's pitiful little eyes, Xia Li was also a little strange. She called the dessert store early in the morning and said she wanted walnut cake. This should have been delivered a long time ago. How come there was no movement at all? "Don't be in a hurry. Wait for Auntie to make a call and ask." She touched Su Tian's head and said gently. Under the shadow of her palm, a grimness flashed across Su Tian's face. On the other end of the phone, the clerk embarrassedly apologized to Sherry. "Sorry, a little girl came to our store today and made a scene and bought all the walnut crumble. The store is now making it again for you. What's wrong with you guys? I clearly ordered the walnut brittle first," Charlie questioned in dissatisfaction. But the only thing that replied to her was the clerk's uncontrollable apology. "It doesn't matter Auntie. I can wait." Su Tian took her hand. his tone gentle. Looking at Su Tian's understanding appearance, Xiaoli couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. You child, you just know too much. At exactly this moment, Su Long held the cell phone and walked out, cheerfully holding Su Tian and sitting on his lap. Tian is not sad, haha. Grandpa is about to call Ning Wei's sister. Do you want to Ning Wei's sister yet? Su Tian heart disdain. So a yellow hair girl, what is worth her thinking? But on the surface, he nodded curtly. Su Long's video call to Shin Ningwei happened to connect. Grandpa. The voice of Shin Ningwei on the other end of the phone was sweet, but her small eyebrows were tightened as if she had encountered something troubling. Vivi, what's wrong with you? Who has upset you? Su Long asked with some curiosity. Su Tian, however, pointedly noticed that there was a pile of walnut shortcake on the coffee table behind Shin Ningwei, and it was the packaging of the dessert store that Xia Li had ordered. Turns out she was the one who bought away those walnut brittle. It's still not Su Ming. I kindly bought him so many walnut crisps, and he doesn't like them at all. Shin Ningwei grunted, picked up a piece of walnut pastry and walked over to Su Ming's crib, wanting to demonstrate it to Su Long. Su Ming tightly closed his mouth. Facing the walnut pastry she handed over and frantically waved his limbs, saying that he just wouldn't eat, and almost hitting Shin Ningwei. Shin Ningwei was furious. Her Su Tian brother was very fond of walnut pastry. Su Ming actually did not eat a single bite, certainly not the reincarnation of her deceased Su Tian brother. It seemed that the words she heard before were all hallucinations from her missing brother Su Tian too much. You my little ancestor. How can Su Ming eat walnut pastry now? People can still only drink milk. You quickly put down the walnut crisp. Su Long hurriedly called out. Babies this young can choke on walnut brittle if they're not careful. Although he didn't like Su Ming, in the end it was his grandson, and when it came to Su Ming's personal safety, how could he pretend not to see it? Can't you eat it? Shin Ningwei blinked in confusion. Su Ming was speechless for a while. Fortunately he had just kept his mouth shut tightly, or else he was afraid that he would be dead by now. Of course you can't. You can't eat it until you're at least teething. Su Long laughingly said. Shin Ningwei instantly deflated and listlessly put down the walnut cake. Wei, why did you buy walnut crisp for Xiao Ming when you had a good reason to do so? Su Long asked with some curiosity. Shin Ningwei poked Su Ming's face and hummed. No reason. I just think he should like to eat it. The thought of having to wait until Su Ming grows teeth in order to verify whether he is or is not Su Tian's brother changed. Shin Ningwei's mood is indescribably irritable. Hurriedly said a couple of sentences to Su Long and hung up the phone. Since the beginning, she hadn't noticed Su Tian on the video call. What's the matter, Tiny? Bad mood? Only after hanging up the phone did Su Long notice that Su Tian's face looked bad and immediately asked with concern. Su Tian lowered his eyes, and the corners of his mouth also drooped. At first glance, there is something on his mind, but on his mouth he still said, there is no. Xia Li, however, had already understood it all. Xiao Tian, are you having a hard time seeing that Ning Wei's sister remembered to buy walnut crunch for Su Ming, but didn't remember that you like walnut crunch? Su Tian hurriedly waved his hand. My younger brother is still young. It's only right for Sister Weiwei to treat my younger brother better. I'm fine. He had a resigned look on his face. Looking at Su Long, he immediately put his arm around Su Tian. Xiao Tian, don't be sad. All of us love you very much. Tomorrow you have another cousin coming over to our house. I guarantee that as soon as she sees you, she'll love you. That cousin was naturally Su Ningshui. Su Long had heard that she had rushed to the Imperial City from the International Center just to pray for her brother who had passed away, and had specially invited her to come to the house for a small gathering. Not only did Su Tian have the same name as that dead brother of hers, but his looks were also somewhat similar, and Su Ningshui would surely love him as soon as she saw him. Su Tian heard that this expression was a big shot from the International Center, and specially dressed himself up. He was already very cute looking, and after cleaning up, besides being cute there was also more pity. However, he waited for a day until the evening, when it was already dark, and the cousin that Su Long said hadn't even come over. Grandpa, didn't you say that cousin would come over today? Su Tian was incomparably disappointed. Su Long couldn't figure out the situation either. But the Su family members from the International Center were not qualified to casually disturb them, even if he was by definition of a much larger generation. He had no choice but to call Su Ningsu's assistant and ask why Su Ningsu didn't come. Fourth miss went to Mr. Su Bingjian's house. The assistant's tone was cold. Su Bingjian's place is too small. I'm afraid it's not well taken care of. Why don't we invite the fourth young miss to come to the Su family mansion? We can also entertain. Su Long hurriedly said respectfully. No one can interfere with fourth miss's decision. The assistant was cold-faced and unfeeling, with no intention whatsoever of continuing the conversation with Su Long. Can I trouble you to let me have a few words alone with the fourth young miss? Su Long was just as unhappy in his heart as he was, but he could only smile on his lips. Wait a moment. The voice from the opposite side disappeared for about a minute or two before Su Ningshue's voice came over. What do you want to say? Ning Shui, do you want to come and see Xiao Tian? Su Tian said mysteriously. Not only does he have the same name as your brother, even his appearance is similar. If you don't see him once, you will definitely regret it. Chapter 60, Why the Rejection? Su Long thought that if he let out this killer, Su Ningshui would definitely rush over immediately, but the woman on the other end of the line reacted flatly. I know. Anything else? Su Long met her words with this, and meant to be speechless for a moment, not being able to say a single word for half a day. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Su Ningshui directly hung up the phone after saying that, not giving Su Long a chance to continue. At this time, Su Ningshui was working with Lin Mianwen to select a meeting gift for Su Ming. She had planned to meet Su Ming that night, but thinking that it would not be good for her to go empty-handed, she invited Lin Mianwen to go with her to the gold store to choose a long life lock for Su Ming. In her last life, Su Ming had died early in order to save her, and in this life she only hoped that Su Ming could spend this life happily, peacefully, and live a long life. Bring me the heaviest and best-looking long life lock in your store. As soon as she entered the store, Su Ningshui only then atmospherically ordered up the clerk. Lin Nianshui was instantly even more moved when she saw Su Ningshui being so generous. Miss Su, this long life lock is really too big. Su Ming is only a few months old now, so I guess his neck will hurt. Looking at the long life lock that the shopkeeper had brought, she kindly warned, can't he talk now? Su Ningshui was a bit surprised. Then how did he tell you that the bracelet was at the pawn shop? As soon as this question was asked, Su Ningshui also reacted. Su Ming had only just passed away a few months ago, and could only be a few months old baby when he was reincarnated. She was instantly skeptical of what Lin Mian said. To say that Lin Mianian was deliberately designing it, that was also impossible, because until Su Ming's death, everyone in the outside world still thought that she was incomparably disgusted with Su Ming. It was also in the moment when Su Ming lost his life that she realized just how good Su Ming had been to her, and how much she couldn't accept the loss of Su Ming's passing. As for her coming to the imperial capital to bury Su Ming, there was no one on Su Ming's tombstone whatsoever, and it was impossible for outsiders to investigate that the person she was mourning was Su Ming. Lin Mianyang looked entangled, pulled her to the side, and whispered, Miss Su, I see that you love Su Ming so much, so I'll whisper it to you, but don't treat me as if I'm a psychopath. What? I can hear Xiao Ming's heart. Lin Nianyan told this secret to Su Ningshui with a bit of a blush. Not only does Xiao Ming have memories of his past life, he can also predict the future and summon thunderstorms. In short, Xiao Ming is a very magical child. Taking advantage of Su Ningshui's frozen moment, Lin Nianyang again said all the guesses that had been pent up in her heart for days in one breath. Su Ningshui was stunned for a long while, but finally decided to believe half of it. Since it was possible for Su Ming to be reincarnated, it was not impossible for Lin Mian to be able to hear what was in Su Ming's heart since she was connected to Su Ming in both lives. As for calling the wind and calling the rain, is really too bizarre. Although she didn't know much about Su Ming during his lifetime, she didn't know that Su Ming still had such a skill. I believe in you. When I pick the long life lock, can you accompany me to see Xiao Ming early tomorrow morning? Su Ningshui smiled. Of course. Lin Nianyang nodded without hesitation. If this Su Ming really looked very much like Xiao Ming as Lin Mian said, then she would want to meet him for whatever purpose. Once a person has regrets that they have no way to make up for, they want to seek hollow solace in similar people and things. Keep this big long life lock as well, and bring me a small one that I can wear on a daily basis. Su Ningshui gave a command to the clerk. On the other hand, Chen Wanxia was so excited that she hadn't slept all night when she heard that the fourth miss of the Su family from the International Center wanted to see Su Ming. That was someone from the International Center. Xiao Ming was already a genius. If he could be appreciated by the Su family headquarters in the International Center, he would definitely have a great career in the future. By morning, Su Ningshui and Lin Niannian went up to Su Bingzhen's door with a whole bunch of gifts, and when she saw Lin Niannian, Chen Wanxia was still taken aback. Mian, why did you come with the Su family's fourth miss? Lin Mianian smiled wryly. This is a secret between the two of us. Chen Wanxia was confused, and Su Ningshui had already excitedly and incomparably hugged Su Ming from her hand. It's just too much of a resemblance. The boy looked exactly like Ming when he was little. Su Ming was sleeping soundly, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Su Ningshui looking at him with a loving face. Thus, Chen Wanqiu and Lin Mianmian heard a roar from Su Ming's heart at the same time. I've got a big problem. Su Ming was genuinely startled, almost thinking that he was still on a mission. Turning his head to see Chen Wanqiu and Lin Mianmian, he confirmed that he hadn't crossed over again. Before he breathed a sigh of relief. Why is she here? She's not here to strangle me in my infancy. Is she? I'm still just a child. Su Ming couldn't help but lament out loud. New number don't mess ah. Neither Lin Mian could understand what Su Ming was actually saying. They could just sense that Su Ming didn't seem to like this cousin very much. Su Ningxue didn't hear Su Ming's words and took out the long lifelock she had prepared. Auntie Chen, this is the long lifelock I prepared for little Ming's brother. Please hold little Ming and let me put it on him. Is that okay? Chen Wanqiu was flattered. The Su family of the International Center did not know how much more powerful than their family, even if they were dipped in the pro. Su Ningxue this status, always will not recognize this relationship, but Su Ningxue took the initiative to call her aunt. This was the same as her admitting that she was a junior and acknowledging that Su Ming was her cousin. Lin Mianxia smiled. Knowing everything, she naturally wasn't surprised. Of course, I'll hold it for Wanqiu. She took advantage of Chen Wanqiu's stunned effort to pick up Su Ming. Su Ming's tiny eyes stared tightly at the long lifelock that was getting closer and closer towards him. I don't want this woman's things, Su Ming wailed in his heart. And his small, white, fat hands waved and beat haphazardly. With a dan gang sound, the long lifelock in Su Ningxue's hand was actually swung to the ground by him. At this exact moment, Su Long, who couldn't wait, personally brought Su Tian up to the door of Su Bingzhen's house. Just in time to see this scene. Su Long was startled. This is a person from the International Center. Chen Wanqiu also does not watch a little. If it causes Su Ningxue to be unhappy, their entire Su family will have to follow the bad luck. Chen Wanqiu and Lin Mianyang also looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing why Su Ming was so repulsed by Su Ningxue. But who knows? The living room was silent. Su Ningxue was just a little lost, without half a sign of anger. Seeing this, Su Tian immediately walked forward and bent down obediently, wanting to pick up the long lifelock on the ground. Sis, here. The boulder in Su Long's heart instantly fell to the ground, and his expression became incomparably smug. In this way, Su Ningxue will definitely have a favorable impression of Su Tian, right? Looking at Su Tian's face that she was incomparably familiar with, Su Ningxue's memory was instantly pulled back to a few months ago. At that time, Su Ming had just passed away, and Zhang Ma, the nanny who had worked in the house for more than 20 years, had mentioned her resignation. She was very puzzled. But Mrs. Zhang said, if it wasn't for young Master Su Ming, I should have resigned a few years ago when young Master Su Tian tossed us subordinates around. Chapter 61, she was really wrong. Xiao Tian, is he not good to you guys? At that time, Su Ningxue simply couldn't believe Zhang Ma's words, because Su Tian was the most well-behaved and understanding child in the world in the eyes of all the Su family members, simply gathering all the benefits of children in the world. But Zhang Ma sighed heavily at her. Fourth Miss, once upon a time I saw how disgusted you were with that boy Xiao Ming, so naturally I didn't dare to say anything. But now that Xiao Ming is gone and I'm not going to do it anymore, there are some things I'm not comfortable holding in my heart, so why don't I just tell you directly? In Zhang Ma's mouth, Su Ningxue realized that Su Tian's good behavior is all pretended. In the place where Su family members cannot see, Su Tian often abused cats and dogs. Every time he will let the family servants to help him catch stray cats and dogs. At the beginning of the family servants thought it was Su Tian character goodness, and then gradually found to Su Tian hands of cats and dogs cannot last a few days on the death. More often, the servants also noticed something wrong. No longer willing to help him catch those cats and dogs, he began to intensify, directly tormented the servants at home. Every time after Su Tian bullied those servants, it was Su Ming who took the initiative to appease those servants and even used his pocket money to compensate those servants. As Zhang Ma spoke, she couldn't help but shed tears. Every time Xiao Tian breaks into some trouble, and sees that he can't hide it anymore, he pushes it all onto Xiao Ming's head. Although I'm just a nanny in this family, I'm heartbroken to see it. These things, why didn't you tell me earlier? Su Ningxue was puzzled. Zhang Ma, however, smiled somewhat helplessly. Don't say that I didn't say it earlier. If I hadn't seen you grieving over young Master Xiao Ming's death, I just wouldn't have said it until I died. This was said euphemistically. Su Ningxue was a smart person and had already understood it. Nothing more than authorities. Everyone in the Su family loved Su Tian and thought that Su Tian was a good boy. And even if the servants in the family revealed Su Tian's nature, they would only be thought to be receiving favors from others and falsely accusing Su Tian. Out of the work of the people, alone is the best policy. In case the revelation of Su Tian failed to attract Su Tian's retaliation, it is very likely to implicate the family. It's a fool's errand to do something like this that does more harm than good. Zhang Ma was still different from the other servants. Su Ningxue had been taken care of by her since she was a child, and if Zhang Ma did not resign, the Su family would definitely allow her to live out her days. She would rather give up such a great benefit to expose Su Tian's true colors, so it could be seen that back then, just how horrible those things Su Tian had done were. Fourth Miss, I've said all I can say. Now that young Master Xiao Ming is also gone, I'll only be sad if I stay here. Zhang Ma sighed and spoke hesitantly. That boy, Xiao Ming, is truly a top-notch child. It's a pity. After Zhang Ma left, Su Ningxue secretly inquired from a few servants in the family. A few people's words were exactly the same as Zhang Ma's. All of them lamented Su Ming's death. As for Su Tian, everyone's face was endlessly disgusted when they talked about him. It wasn't until then that she realized how completely wrong she was. Su Tian is a devil in the skin of an angel. A child of a few years old just abuses cats and dogs, and knows how to use his power to bully the disadvantaged underlings, skillfully framing the mistakes he made on innocent and kind-hearted people. So it is evident that he is a born evil. Stop! She looked back at Su Tian, who was about to touch the long lifelock in front of her, and yelled. Su Tian was startled and cringed as he withdrew his hand. It's not your stuff, don't just touch it. Su Ningxue squatted down and quickly picked up the long lifelock, the dislike in her eyes unmistakable. That contemptuous look made Su Tian instantly feel like a naked clown surrounded by the crowd. He collected his hands and stood still, his face flushed red with embarrassment. Didn't Grandpa say that the new cousin would love him? Why was this new cousin actually so fierce? And she actually liked Su Ming as well. Obviously Su Ming was so ugly looking and couldn't speak. Shame, jealousy and resentment tangled in his mind, and he couldn't control his emotions as he broke down and cried. Su Long panicked, wondering why Su Ningxue would yell at Su Tian. It is said that when the Su family to the family's young master, but in the mouth afraid of melting, hold in the hands afraid of falling. Even if only rely on A and that young master and the young master of a million similar face, Su Tian should be able to immediately conquer Su Ningxue's heart is right. Listening to Su Tian's cries, Su Ningxue only felt annoyed. She only spoke a little louder and didn't say anything wrong. Why cry like this? She picked up Su Ming and was about to enter the room. Out of sight, out of mind. Who knew? Su Ming in her arms suddenly struggled. Perhaps it was because a baby's tear ducts were more developed. Su Ming, in his jealousy of resisting Su Ningxue's touching himself, actually cried out loud like a baby. He cried out while struggling, saying anything but not to stay in Su Ningxue's arms. This child, he might have been frightened. Chen Wanqiu was also a little worried, afraid that Su Ningxue would also get tired of Su Ming because he was crying. But Su Ningxue only gently patted Su Ming's back one by one, patiently soothing him. Bad woman, put away your little tricks. This young master will bite his tongue today, but he won't go back to the room with you. You scatter me, Su Ming shouted frantically in his heart. Amidst the sound of crying, Su Ming's words were inexplicably somewhat amusing, and Lin Niannian stifled a laugh and took the initiative to step forward. This child is probably recognizing life, so it's better to let me hold him. Su Ningxue glanced at Su Ming with some reluctance, and seeing that he was so resistant, she could only hand him over to Lin Nianyang. When it reached Lin Mian's hand, Su Ming instantly quieted down and didn't cry or make any noise. Lin Mianian was still a bit flattered, thinking that this godson of hers usually either said she was old or stupid, but she didn't expect to like her quite a bit. She carried Su Ming back to her room, and Chen Wanqiu and Su Ningxue naturally followed her. Su Tian, who was going to continue crying, was also a bit dumbfounded when he saw that the crowd had all left. He turned his head and looked at Su Long with eyes full of doubt. Grandpa, didn't you say that cousin would definitely like me? Why did cousin just scold me? This, drawled Su Long. How did he know? It could be that cousin doesn't know you yet. Like this, you go prepare some fruits to send over to a few of cousin. Introduce yourself properly. Grandpa believes that cousin will surely believe you when she sees you being so good. Su Long squatted down, touched Su Tian's head, lovingly proposed. If the appearance like still can't impress Su Ningxue, then add the character. It is said that the young master is indescribably well behaved since childhood, which is also very similar to Su Tian's character. 5 points of temperament, 5 points of appearance. He did not believe that Su Ningxue's heart was made of stone, which was not impressed. Chapter 62, All Born Bad. Su Tian listened to him and went to the kitchen obediently. After about 20 to 30 minutes, Su Genius walked out of the kitchen with a plate of fruits and went to Lin Mian several people's rooms. Cousin, this is the fruit Grandpa asked me to prepare. You came all the way here. Have some fruit first, he said good-naturedly. Su Ningxue was stunned. Did you cut all these fruits? This is very different from Xiaotian. Xiaotian grew up in the Su family is pampered. Not to mention cutting fruit. Is a fruit knife the slightly sharp things? The family will not let him touch, for fear of cutting his hand. But the plate of fruit Su Tian brought over was not only evenly cut, but also exquisitely arranged. This child was quite understanding. She picked up a peeled orange and was about to eat it, but Lin Mianyan quietly pulled her arm, signaling her not to eat it. Just now, Lin Mian heard Su Ming's words again. He can be so kind as to cut the fruit himself. Do you think all the servants in our house are dead? He must have tampered with the fruit in some way. And at a glance, he didn't hold his farts. What's wrong? Su Ningxue was a bit puzzled. Lin Mianxue hesitated for a moment and muttered quietly in Su Ningxue's ear. telling her what Su Ming had just said. And at the end, she didn't forget to add, "This kid has done a lot of bad things before, but instead, he likes to pretend to be naive after he does it, so don't be fooled by the way he looks." Yes, Su Ningxue frowned, listening to Lin Mianian's description. She always felt some déjà vu. Wasn't it the same with her now dead brother, whose outward naivete fooled everyone? "I don't want to eat the fruit. Go ahead and take it out." She pushed the plate of fruit away and said, pretending not to care. Su Tian was stunned and immediately raised a pleasing smile. "Sister, just eat a little bit. Consider it as a small token of my appreciation." "Yes?" Su Ningxue smiled faintly and deliberately pushed the fruit plate towards him. "You've worked hard after preparing for so long, so why don't I give it to you to eat?" "Ha!" Su Tian's face instantly became ugly, but in the next second, he revealed a terrified expression. "This is prepared for the guests. How can I eat it?" Through his reaction just now, Su Ningxue could already tell that there was definitely something wrong with this plate of fruit. "You don't want to eat, so you're not giving me face?" She still smiled and flirted in an easy tone. Normal people, especially children who don't know how to dismantle the words within the words, would definitely at least symbolically take a fruit and try it after hearing this, but Su Tian was still very resistant. "No way. This plate of fruits is specially prepared by me for you, cousin. I can't eat it." Su Ningxue was too lazy to go through the drama with a child, and said bluntly, "You don't eat it because you know there's something wrong with this fruit, right?" "No, it's not." Su Tian hurriedly waved his hand. "Since it's not, then you can taste it first. I can't finish this big plate of fruits anyway." Su Ningxue's tone instantly became cold and stern. If there was really no problem with this plate of fruit, Su Tian definitely wouldn't have been so resistant and said nothing. Su Tian not only didn't eat, but also looked at her with an innocent face, as if he had been wronged by the heavens, shedding tears and saying pitifully, "Cousin, I kindly prepared fruits for you. How can you think of me like that? It was Grandpa who said that we are relatives and told me to make sure I treat you well. That's why I prepared the fruits for you. Why do you think so badly of me?" As he said that, he also raised his hand and displayed the band-aid cut on his finger to Su Ningxue. "I cut my hand trying to cut the fruit. It hurts so much." This tearful appearance. Ordinary people would definitely look like they would blame themselves and feel guilty. But Su Ningxue felt incomparably familiar. This set of people after the evil, before the people pretend to be innocent appearance. Simply in small days and the same. Think of Zhang Ma said the words, Su Ningxue's hearts cannot help but a burst of cold. Instantly will be in front of the person and small days together. They not only have the same name on the outside, but they even have the same personality and are both born bad. "Get the hell out of here," she roared out in unbearable fury. Hearing her voice, Su Long, who had been standing outside the door eavesdropping, couldn't hold back any longer, and directly walked in to hold Su Tian's shoulders, saying with some dissatisfaction, "Fourth Miss Su, Xiao Tian kindly cut the fruits for you. Why are you making things difficult for a child when you're being nice? You old dang. You know to come and talk at this time. You think the fruit is fine. Why don't you eat it?" Su Ming grunted. "Really? Since you're so convinced that this plate of fruit is fine, then it's fine for you to eat." Hearing Su Ming's words, Lin Niannian immediately said. Su Long did not hesitate to pick up a petal of pomelo in the fruit plate and ate it into his mouth. "Look, I've said it all. Xiao Tian is such a small child. How could he tamper with the fruit? I've eaten it all. It's not a problem at all." Su Ningxue immediately followed. "If you like it, then eat it all. I don't eat it anyway." Su Long carried the fruit plate. "It's fine for me to eat it all, but it's too heartbreaking for you guys to slander Xiao Tian like this. It will cause psychological trauma to Xiao Tian. If you want to know whether or not you've slandered him, just take a look at the kitchen surveillance just now and you won't know." Lin Mianian skimmed her mouth and said confidently. Chen Wanxiu immediately called up the kitchen surveillance, but found that the kitchen surveillance was actually out of order today, and the image of Su Tian entering the kitchen during that time was not captured at all. Su Long was even more confident. "Since you guys can't produce any evidence, there's no problem with me eating this fruit, and it's time for you guys to believe that Xiao Tian is really a good kid." Lin Mianian was a little hesitant, then heard Su Ming leisurely say, "Eating it is fine, doesn't mean it can be fine all the time. Ah, Lao Dang, you'll just wait to suffer." Although Su Ningxue couldn't hear Su Ming's heart, her thoughts at this time coincided with Su Ming's. How could the monitor be broken for good reason? And it was broken shortly before Su Tian entered the kitchen. Since there's no surveillance, there's no proof that he didn't tamper with the fruit in the kitchen. So why should I believe him? She said with a straight face. Su Tian froze. Just before he entered the kitchen, he specifically turned off the electric switch of the kitchen monitor, in order to let others not find a bit of evidence that he had done something bad, not realizing that now there was no monitor but instead he had no way to prove his innocence. "Fourth Miss Su, you are too forceful." Su Long was also infuriated. But on the contrary, he still couldn't do anything about Su Ningxue. Right at this moment, Shen Ningwei suddenly walked in and coldly looked at Su Tian. Don't eat it. These fruits are the ones he picked up from the garbage can. He cut off the bad ones and left the good ones laid out. Chapter 63, Who to Sleep With? Su Long obviously didn't quite believe it. No way. How could Xiao Tian pick up fruits from the trash can? Isn't the kitchen refrigerator full of fruits? Sister Weiwei, why are you slandering me? How could I pick up food from the trash can? How unhygienic is that? Su Tian also had an innocent expression. You turned off the kitchen's surveillance electric switch yourself. I saw it all. Shen Ningwei grunted and pulled out her cell phone. I filmed it all. She held up her cell phone and clicked on a video in which Su Tian was wearing disposable gloves and stripping fruit out of a trash can. Those fruits are bad. Some are half rotten. Su Tian will dig out the rotten ones, and cut the rest into small pieces and put them on the plate. And some of the orange halves are moldy and hairy. And he was able to endure the nausea and peel off the only few remaining petals that were not bad. Through the cell phone screen, Su Long all inexplicably smelled a stench, thinking that he just actually ate those fruits. His stomach instantly turned over in general. Directly a breath cannot be raised. Directly rushed to the bathroom and vomited. Su Ningxue also did not expect that at the critical moment, it was actually a little girl who came up with the evidence. However, it didn't really matter who took it out. What mattered was that this evidence could expose the true colors of Su Tian. This little devil. Is there anything else you want to say in your defense? She looked at the pale-faced Su Tian and said in a cold voice. Su Tian gritted his teeth and stammered. No, it's because I see that it's too bad for those fruits to go to waste just like that. Since you think it's a pity to waste it, then eat it yourself. Eat more. It's just the age of growing up. Don't starve the child. Su Ming muttered in his heart. Hearing Su Ming's words, Chen Wanqiu tenderly picked up the rattle on the side and shook it in front of Su Ming's eyes. He wouldn't be interested in this kind of child's play. That was what Su Ming thought in his heart, but his body was uncontrollably inclined towards that rattle. It seemed that staying in a baby's body had actually unconsciously given him some of the physical habits that only little dolls had. Lin Nian also followed Su Ming's words and smoothly said, since that's the case, then you should eat all these fruits, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste? Su Tian, who was still sophomoric, was instantly dumbfounded. His face green for a while and white for a while. It seems that you also know that these things are not edible. Su Ningxue snorted. You brat. Thanks to me trusting you so much. Su Long threw up and directly rushed out from the bathroom, raising his hand to punch Su Tian. Su Tian was so scared that he backed away, but before Su Long could touch him, he once again covered his stomach and wailed as he rushed into the toilet. Those fruits were already bad. After being thrown into the garbage can, they were even contaminated with an unknown number of harmful bacteria. And Su Long just ate several kinds of fruits in a row in order to prove Su Tian's innocence, so it would be strange if he didn't get diarrhea. Su Ming scared inside in his heart. This is a handful of years old. I do not know if the body is still resistant to manufacturing. Do not pull the body collapsed. And inattention to open the table. Chen Wanqiu and Lin Niannian snorted out a laugh. Shen Ningwei also showed a rare hint of a smile. Only Su Ningxue was uncertain. Su Ningxue had always disliked Su Long. And when she thought that it was Lin Niannian who had just swindled Su Long into eating so much fruit, she couldn't help but smile slightly. I didn't expect you to be quite clever and actually be able to set Su Long up. Lin Niannian smiled smugly and whispered to Su Ningxue, it's not me, it's him. She turned her head and signaled Su Ming, who was playing with a rattle. With her eyes, Su Ningxue immediately understood and asked in a whisper that only the two of them could hear. Is it because you just heard his heart again? Lin Nian nodded, and asked back with some curiosity. Can't you hear it? Seeing the other party look lost, Lin Nianyang's heart actually inexplicably had some small pride. She had thought that Su Ningxue is Su Ming's most important relative in his previous life. Since Su Ming was reincarnated with memories, then heaven would also definitely allow Su Ningxue to hear his heart. She didn't think that Su Ningxue would actually not be able to hear. It seemed that she was the only one who could hear what was in Su Ming's heart. She must be the most special being in her benefactor's heart. Lin Nianxian was happy in her heart, but Su Ningxue was a little bit less savory. From the 2 days she had spent with Lin Niannian, she had been able to tell that Lin Niannian was straight talking and actually didn't have much of a heart city. The words that had just set Su Long up were words that she would never have been able to say without Su Ming hinting at them. However, it is clear that Lin Niannian and Su Ming in his previous life actually only had a one-sided relationship, even if Su Ming saved Lin Niannian's life. For him, Lin Niannian is definitely just an insignificant person in his life. Even such a person could hear Su Ming's heart. Why couldn't she hear it? Without waiting for her to think about it, Su Long had already left the bathroom again, and when Su Tian saw him leaving, she immediately had to follow him. Su Long, however, raised his hand in annoyance and pushed him away with one hand. Get the hell out of my way. I trusted you in vain. I'm going back to the International Center. From now on, you're on your own. Don't, Grandpa. You can't leave me behind. I didn't mean for you to eat that fruit. Su Tian stumbled and ran out after Su Long. But Su Long had already gotten into the car driven by the driver and directly kicked the gas and left in a desperate manner. Self-inflicted. Lin Mianian wouldn't feel sorry for Su Tian. Instead she spat very relieved. Chen Wanqiu also sighed helplessly and called the housekeeper. Throw Su Tian out of my house. No matter what. He once moved to kill Xiao Ming. Even if he can change his ways, I wouldn't dare to keep him in the house. When Su Tian was driven away, Su Ningshui listened carefully for a long time again. Lin Nian said that Su Ming had been rambling in his mind, like a little chatterbox, but she couldn't hear a word. Thinking about how harshly she and her Su family had once treated Su Ming, she guessed that Su Ming had blamed his death on the Su family and her, and was still unwilling to forgive her, which was why she couldn't hear Su Ming's heartfelt words. It didn't matter if Su Ming didn't accept it now, she could always stay with him, just as Su Ming had silently guarded her and the Su family in his previous life. One day, she would be able to hear Su Ming's heart just like Lin Niannian. At night, Chen Wanqiu wanted to carry Su Ming back to his room to sleep as usual, but Su Ningshui was a million times more reluctant. I quite like the boy. Why don't you let him sleep with me tonight? This child is going to make a fuss about drinking milk at night. I'm afraid he'll disturb your sleep, Chen Wanqiu said with some embarrassment. It's fine. I don't mind the noise. Just let him sleep with me. Su Ningshui replied without hesitation. Wait, I haven't slept with my godson for a few days either. My godson must have missed me. Lin Niannian instantly didn't agree either, and also wanted to come over to grab Su Ming. No, what do you think I am, a sleeping companion? Su Ming had a black line on his head. I want to sleep by myself. Let me be a quiet beautiful man. Isn't it good? Chapter 64, Only She Can't Hear. Despite Su Ming's vehement protests, when a person was too weak, even being angry would look like being cute. The three women, after a fierce battle, finally decided the three of them would sleep with Su Ming. This night, Su Ningshui had a rare good night's sleep. However, the next day, Chen Wanqiu was still dreaming when she was awakened by a sharp ringing of the phone. Ma'am, it's not good. The assistant's voice was urgent with a hint of panic. The company's stock price is now plummeting. Chen Wanqiu immediately came to her senses and hurried to the company. She thought it was some big project in the company that had gone wrong, but that wasn't the case. All of Su's projects were running well, and it was public opinion that was affecting the company's stock price. It turns out that in the early hours of this morning, Su Shikuan posted an announcement that the Su Bingjin family had abandoned their several-year-old adopted son after giving birth to their biological son, and would not allow their adopted son to enter the family home. Moreover, Su Shikuan had found the surveillance footage of the Su family butler driving Su Tian away last night somewhere. Su Tian is thinly dressed and tearfully pleads with the Su family not to abandon him, but the Su family butler continues to tell Su Tian not to return to the Su family no matter what. Young Master Xiao Tian, it's better for you to come back less often in the future. Madam and Mr. won't want to see you. What the housekeeper said to Su Tian was clearly a kind reminder, but in the eyes of the melon-eating netizens who didn't know the cause and effect, it became a cold and merciless warning. The netizens are outraged. Such a small child. Su Bingjin's family is also too heartless. Said Lost, this is abandonment. The Su family is so rich, even if they have a biological son, there isn't a bit of pressure to raise an additional adopted son. Right? It's too selfish yet. Su Tian is still so young. Even if you raise a kitten or puppy for a few more years, you should have feelings, right? But just that, and it wasn't enough to affect Su's stock price. Su Shikuan also followed up by releasing a photo of Su Tian receiving treatment in the hospital room. He claimed that after being abandoned, Su Tian met a homeless man and was molested by him because he was homeless. Su Tian in the photo was covered in bruises and looked very painful. Even Chen Wanqiu was taken aback when she saw the photo. At least she had raised Su Tian for so many years. Even though she had already seen Su Tian's true colors, she still couldn't stop her heart from hurting. The average netizen certainly couldn't possibly think about how vicious and horrible Su Tian's heart really was, and would only feel heartbroken for Su Tian. Su Tian is just a child. How bad can it be? If you don't want to raise it, just send it back to the orphanage. It's too irresponsible to just throw it away. I've heard that some rich people who can't give birth to a son will adopt one to bring some young to their family. And when they have a son they don't care about the death of their adopted son. And it looks like that's what happened to the Su family. Luckily, Uncle Su Tian is a good man and saved Su Tian. Such a small child, encountered this kind of thing, will certainly leave a shadow in his heart for life. Physical injuries can be healed, but psychological trauma cannot be easily wiped out. Su Bingjin had just finished the shareholders meeting and pacified all the shareholders, saying that he would definitely deal with the negative news this time. when his assistant hurried into his office. Mr. Su, the reporters have surrounded the company building and want to interview you. This is not an interview, it's an interrogation. Chen Wanqiu has also been staying in the company to help Su Bingjin to deal with this trouble. Smiled helplessly at Su Bingjin said bitterly, or first go to the hospital to see Xiaotian's injuries. As soon as she walked out of the company's gate, countless reporters surrounded her like leeches. Mrs. Su, may I ask why you kicked out Su Tian? May I ask if you adopted Su Tian in the first place just for theater? What do you have to say about Sutton being molested because of your abandonment? Chen Wanqiu stared with a frown, pinpointing a more fair and objective media outlet, pointing the camera at his home and slowly said, I didn't abandon Su Tian. I just let Su Tian go to live in his eldest uncle's house. And last night I sent a message to his eldest uncle, letting his eldest uncle take him away. Of course, Chen Wanqiu couldn't just ignore Su Tian's death or life. If something happened to Su Tian, she couldn't escape her responsibility. So last night, just after she drove Su Tian away, she sent a message to Su Shikuan. In front of all the reporters, she opened her cell phone and flipped out the record of the message she sent to Su Shikuan last night. If you guys don't believe me, you can see for yourselves. While the reporters froze over this new information, Chen Wanqiu quickly got into the car. She couldn't tell the reporters about the evil things Su Tian had done, because no one would believe that a child of a few years old could be that bad. Now that she and the Su family were in the midst of negative news, speaking out about Su Tian's filth at this time would only make the outside world think that she was doing this to protect herself, so she was deliberately pouring dirty water on Su Tian. Su Shikuan, who got the message, immediately claimed that he didn't get any text messages at all. A lot of voices saying that Chen Wanqiu had falsified the message records also appeared on the internet, and like a wave, it quickly brought up a wave of rhythms. Most netizens were affected by this wave of beats and felt that Chen Wanqiu had falsified the message records in order to clear her name. Meanwhile, in the Su family, Lin Mian and Su Ningxue were taking care of Su Ming while worrying about Chen Wanqiu. Su Shikuan is just too much. What good can it do him to blow this kind of thing out of proportion? He's Su Tian's eldest uncle. That's still Su Ming's eldest uncle. Lin Mian said hatefully, if I were to say, that boy Su Tian has such an evil mind. Being molested is also his retribution. Don't be too anxious. If necessary, I'll make a trip back to the international center and just let the Su family headquarters step in to help. Su Ningxue's brows tightened. She said so on her lips, but in her heart she didn't have much certainty that the ministry would be able to make a move. After all, that Su Tian kid is just too much like Su Tian on the surface. If her sisters saw Su Tian, it was really impossible to say who they would help at that time. Su Shikuan said that Su Tian was molested. And this group of idiots really believed it. Su Ming muttered as he played with his toys. Hearing this, Lin Mian immediately perked up her ears. This is a look at Su Shikuan in the intention to give Su Seda Kan. Stepping on the image of my parents to set up their own persona. It really shameless. Su Tian must have nothing to do with it. Lin Mian was a little surprised. She could also tell that Su Shikuan was being deliberately bad. But how did Su Ming see that Su Tian was fine? In the next second, he heard Su Ming leisurely said, if it was really molested, that old fox must have taken out the hospital's certificate of forensic injuries. A photo can explain what? A photo can't tell us anything. It's just a photo that fools you little fools. Lin Mian suddenly came to her senses. Yeah, why didn't she think of that? Makeup, pictures. It was easy to fake a picture of Su Tian being molested. I know, I'm going to Wanqiu. Ningxi, you help me take care of the baby. She picked up Su Ming and happily kissed him on the cheek. Su Ningxue was dumbfounded. Did you hear something again? Lin Nian was in no mood to answer her and picked up her handbag and hurriedly walked out. Chapter 65. Are you really hurt? Su Ningxue couldn't hear what was in Su Ming's heart, and for a moment she was a little confused. She picked up Su Ming and said with some concern, do you want me to accompany you? No. Just take care of the baby. Lin Nian waved her hands back and forth and couldn't wait to go out and find Chen Wanqiu. When Lin Mianian left, only Su Ningxue and Su Ming were left in the house. Su Ningxue wasn't clear about the situation and could only be anxious. She put her arm around Su Ming and said with a solemn face, Xiao Ming, don't worry, even if the Su family really goes bankrupt because of this, I'll still take care of you, as well as your parents. I thank your 8 generations of ancestors. Can't you expect me to be good? Su Ming was speechless for a while. Meanwhile, Chen Wanqiu was on her way to meet up with Su Bingjin. Looking at Su Tian lying on the hospital bed weak bar unbearable, she also felt guilty in her heart. She had raised Su Tian for so many years. Of course she also hoped that Su Tian would change for the better, but she had already given Su Tian too many chances before, and Su Tian didn't treasure them before their mother-son relationship came to an end. But even so, she didn't want to victimize a young child of a few years old to such an extent. If she had known, She would have let the housekeeper personally send Su Tian to Su Shikuan's house last night. It was only last night that she was really exasperated by Su Tian's repeated behavior that she was bent on making Su Tian hurry up and disappear from her sight, because she blamed herself too much. The loathing for Su Tian in her heart also unconsciously abetted a lot. Just then, Lin Myannian's phone called. Wanqiu, where are you? Mian, I'm going to the hospital right away. Bingjin said he'll be here in a while as well. Do you want to accompany me to go to the hospital to see Xiao Tian? He's been hurt so badly because of me. And I don't feel good in my heart either. Chen Wanqiu said somewhat sadly. Wanqiu, do you really believe that Su Tian was molested? Lin Nianxian anxiously reminded Chen Wanqiu. If you just go to the hospital to see Su Tian, you'll fall for Su Shikuan's plan. Chen Wanqiu didn't understand. You mean Xiao Tian he's not actually injured? Think about it. Didn't Su Shikuan stir this up on the internet because he wanted to affect your family's business? If Su Tian was really molested, wouldn't he have rushed to your house last night with Su Tian in his arms to demand an explanation? Lin Myannian followed Su Ming's train of thought. And if Su Tian was really injured, he would have definitely released an appraisal of Su Tian's injuries a long time ago. So how could he just release a photo? Chen Wanqiu's eyes widened and immediately went back to look at Su Tian's picture. Those bruises on Su Tian's arms didn't show signs of makeup. It was impossible for ordinary people to see it. But as an actress who had done countless movies and TV dramas, she didn't know how many times she had drawn the look of makeup injuries on her body. And if she took a closer look, she would be able to tell the difference between the real and the fake. Maybe Su Shikuan was too worried about Xiao Tian, so he forgot to put in an injury appraisal? Chen Wanqiu stared at her eyebrows and said hesitantly. Although Su Shikuan had not been dealing too well with their family, he had always favored Su Tian very much. So how could he possibly be cruel to Su Tian? If Su Tian hadn't been molested, then where did these injuries on his body come from? It couldn't be from Su Shikuan, could it? He's released the photos to the public. Surely he's trying to crack down on your family? If he can come up with an injury appraisal, how could he not? Lin Myannian was anxious. Where are you now? I'll go find you. No matter what. She had to stop Chen Wanqiu. She couldn't let her go to the hospital just like that. Chen Wanqiu hesitated for a split second. Mian, if you hate Xiao Tian and are not willing to accompany me to the hospital to see him, I can understand. You my auntie, where did you think of? If you went to the hospital to see Su Tian, wouldn't that be the same as directly telling the media that Su Tian was really molested? By then the fake will become real. When Lin Nianxiu saw that Chen Wanqiu was so unenlightened, she was immediately distraught. But if Xiao Tian is really injured because of me, and I refuse to even go see him, isn't that a bit too unkind? Chen Wanqiu was also a bit hesitant in her heart. Seeing that Chen Wanqiu's side couldn't make sense, Lin Nianyang also had a headache. Forget it, you send me a location first, let's meet and talk. At the same time, in the hospital room, Su Shikuan was carefully instructing Su Tian. Later, you remember to cover the quilt, just show your arm, make sure to act pitiful, so your parents can let you go back. Don't worry big uncle, I definitely won't reveal myself, Su Tian confidently said. You kid, you are also really hard on yourself. Hard to pinch out so many injuries on your arm. I also said to let the makeup artist draw you a little bruise and forget about it. Su Shikuan touched Su Tian's head. A few moments of appreciation showed in his eyes. Mom is an actress. If she puts on makeup, she will definitely be able to see it. You have to do a full set of theater. Su Tian smiled smugly. This time, the internet is cursing Chen Wanqiu and Su Bingjin, and they will definitely pick him back up for the sake of Su's stock. When he returned to the Su family, if the two of them still wanted to send him away, he would still call a bunch of reporters over and force them with public opinion. Little Tian, you're really smart. If you hadn't suggested it, I wouldn't have been able to think of this method. Su Shikuan smiled and praised Su Tian. Yesterday he did see Chen Wanqiu's text message to pick up Su Tian, or Su Tian proposed this solution to him. As long as this shit pot to Su Bingjin couple a mouthful, in the future, they just do not want to take care of Su Tian again, also have to take care of his Dingkuan company. On the other hand, had seen its share price rise a little bit because of those charges he had issued. It's really a double whammy. Moreover, Su Tian was still able to ruthlessly pinch out so many real injuries on his own body that absolutely no one could tell that something was fishy. If Chen Wanqiu and Su Bingjin don't come to the hospital to see Su Tian, it means that they really don't care about Su Tian and are cold-blooded. If they came, it would also show that Su Tian was really injured. This time this dumb loss, Su Bingjin is certain to eat. The next second, Su Bingjin pushed open the door of the hospital room and walked in. Su Tian immediately closed his eyes and pretended to be in a coma. Bingjin, you're finally here. Look at what little Tian has become. Su Shikuan immediately howled loudly. Alright, don't pretend. I don't believe that you really didn't see Wanqiu's message last night. Su Bingjin didn't even look at Su Tian and directly turned to Su Shikuan coldly. Su Shikuan was just about to open his mouth when a large group of reporters suddenly flooded into the hospital room, constantly photographing Su Tian in the hospital bed. Su Shikuan heart a burst of smugness. It seems that he called the reporter arrived. He looked at Su Bingjin this time how to explain. However, in the next second, a reporter aimed the microphone at him and asked angrily, Mr. Su Shikuan, may I ask why you did such a thing? Chapter 66, Children's Songs. Me, what did I do? Su Shikuan's heart thumped, sensing a hint of misfortune. Why did this group of reporters seem to be coming for him? Su Bingjin snorted coldly, what have you done? Your own heart should know best. An hour ago, he received a call from Lin Mianian. Originally, he was also anxious in his heart, wanting to quickly go to the hospital to see the situation of Su Tian's injuries. Although he and Shan Wanqiu are the same, are very hate Su Tian, but also do not want to Su Tian by their own harm to this state. It was only after Lin Mian's reminder that he realized that this was most likely a trap prepared for him by Su Shikuan and Su Tian. So he arranged for his people to disguise themselves as hospital nurses and quietly placed a miniature camera in Su Tian's hospital room. The conversation between Su Tian and Su Shikuan just now had all been captured by the miniature camera. The footage has now been posted online by reporters. Mr. Su Shikuan, may I ask why you falsely accused your own brother? Doesn't your conscience bother you when you go out of your way to injure a small child in order to frame your own brothers? Are you hoping to see Su go bankrupt? Su Shikuan, who still can't figure out the situation, was shocked by the swarm of questions from the reporters. He waved his hands carelessly and said anxiously, are you guys mistaken? It was their family's neglect of Xiaotian that caused Xiaotian to meet a vagrant and be molested. Yes? Su Bingkuan walked directly to Su Tian's bed and reached out to lift his covers. What are you doing? Su Shikuan immediately rushed over to stop him. I thought you said he was molested and covered in bruises. So let's show all the reporters if he's covered in bruises? Bingjin, you're really going too far. This will cause secondary psychological trauma to Xiaotian. Su Shikuan immediately retorted him with righteous words, not realizing that what he was saying now was as ridiculous as a jumping clown in the eyes of the crowd. Su Bingjin didn't bother pretending, and directly took out the video of the two of them talking. Hearing the voice in the video, Su Shikuan's face instantly changed. The reporters sent various questions at him again, while Su Bingjin, who kept a sneer on his face, took a few steps back and left the hospital room. This farce that Su Shikuan had caused himself, let him clean it up himself as well. Because the reporters released the video, the online public opinion about the Su family was also instantly reversed. My god, Su Tian is such a small child, but he can actually lay such a cruel hand on himself. It's too horrible, isn't it? It seems like both Su Bingjin and Chen Wanqiu used to dote on Su Tian. They suddenly kicked him out of the house. It can't be that Su Tian did something, right? Don't talk nonsense up there. Chen Wanqiu didn't drive Su Tian away. She just let Su Tian go to Su Shikuan's house. I feel that Su Tian looks completely different before and after people. I've heard that some bad kids are not only not stupid, they are also much smarter than normal kids. Look at Su Tian. How scary is he? He's just a few years old and he knows how to use public opinion to slander his adoptive parents. Isn't that proper whiteness? Su Shikuan to deal with the non-stop harassment of journalists and media has been a headache, but the online abuse and spit on him is also getting more and more intense. Mr. Su, our company's stock price has been plummeting for the last 2 days. If we don't find a way to remedy the situation, the company will most likely go bankrupt. The assistant cautiously reminded Su Shikuan. What can I do? This time, I really lifted a stone and smashed my own foot. It's all because of that little son of a bitch, Su Bingjin, who actually secretly set me up. Su Shikuan was impotently furious and lost his temper in the office. In the end, it was his assistant who suggested that he should beg Su Bingjin. Only when Su Bingjin pulled that video could the matter gradually die down. Unable to do anything else, Su Shikuan could only go to Su's with the prepared gifts. Bingjin, this matter is my fault. I also just saw that you guys have been unwilling to have Xiaotian, and wanted Xiaotian to be picked up by you guys earlier. That's why I did this in a moment of stupefaction. Can you see if we can just let it go like this? He revealed a pleasing smile. We are always family. Family? Now you know to say we're a family? What you did is not something a family can do. Su Bingjin glared at his eyes and chided angrily. Yes. Don't I know it's wrong? Trouble you to withdraw that video. Otherwise my Dinkuan group will be finished. You can't just stand by and watch your own brother's company go bankrupt, right? Su Shikuan held back the hatred in his heart and kept begging Su Bingjin. Su Bingjin a burst of speechless. That video sent to the internet. Do not know how many media reproduced. I just want to undo not finished. You go back. Even if he did remove all the videos reproduced by the media online, what Su Shikuan had done would not change. Self-inflicted. On the other hand, in the Su family, Chen Wanqiu and Lin Niannian were enjoyably brushing the hot search together. Su Shikuan's glorious deeds are still hanging on the hot search list, occupying half of the hot search list. Mian, thanks to you for reminding Bingjin. Chen Wanqiu wrapped her arms around Lin Nianyang and said gratefully, "Humph, you didn't believe me then." Lin Mianian held her head up a little arrogantly. Don't get upset. I was wrong, okay? I'll definitely believe you next time. Chen Wanqiu hurriedly coaxed her. Lin Nian shook her head. But don't. Next time I won't necessarily be as smart as this time. If she hadn't heard Su Ming's heart this time, how could she be so resourceful as to recognize Su Shikuan's trickery? Turning to her, she suddenly reacted. Nope, that's the kind of thing you shouldn't expect to run into next time. Blah blah blah, don't say such unlucky words. Chen Wanqiu was amused by her appearance and followed her with 3 yucks. Outside the room of the two, Su Ningxue's expression fell. She had already heard Lin Mian and Chen Wanqiu's words, and it seemed that this time it was also Lin Mian who had heard Su Ming's heart, and it was also Su Ming's credit that Su's crisis had calmed down. A burst of sourness spread on her heart. In the end, how could she make Su Ming open his heart to her as well? She also wants to hear what's in Su Ming's heart. While Chen Wanqiu and Lin Niannian were chatting, she came to Su Ming's room alone. Su Ming was playing with toys in his room, and when he saw her come in, he immediately tensed up. Why does she look so serious? She's not trying to kill me again, is she? Wait a minute, don't come near me, don't hug me, help Su Ming inwardly cried a ghostly cry, and as a result, Su Ningxue directly and gently held him in her arms. Su Ningxue hugged Su Ming and gently hummed a children's song to him. This children's song was something that Zhang Ma often sang to put their children to sleep when they were small. I've heard that the children's songs you listen to when you're a child are the softest part of everyone's heart. So maybe Ming will be touched when he hears this song. She hummed and sang for a long time, until she couldn't even hold Su Ming anymore. Su Ming, however, was still unresponsive. Chapter 67, Identification. Su Ningxue was strange. When they couldn't sleep when they were little, Zhang Ma hummed children's songs with her arms around them like this, and they all fell asleep before they finished humming a song every time, and Su Ming was no exception. But now Su Ming's eyes were glaring round and seemed to be even more spirited than when she hadn't sung yet. Could it be that Su Ming wasn't the reincarnation of Xiao Ming at all? If not, how do you explain all the things that happened before? Are these people all acting in front of her? Just as Su Ningxue was puzzled, Chen Wanqiu, who was chatting with Lin Nian, suddenly received news that Su Lingmeng had recovered and was discharged from the hospital and was already on her way home. As soon as Su Lingmeng returned home and saw Su Ningxue hugging Su Ming, she immediately rushed over in annoyance and snatched Su Ming away. Who are you? Why are you holding my brother? Meng, she is your and Xiao Ming's cousin, specially coming over from the international center to see Xiao Ming. Chen Wanqiu was afraid that Su Lingmeng would accidentally upset Su Ningxue and hurried over to explain. After saying that, he looked at Su Ningxue with apologies. Fourth miss, don't mind. This child Meng is only close to Xiao Ming. She didn't know you and was so nervous when she saw you hugging Xiao Ming. Yes, Ningsu, let's go out first. Meng hasn't seen Xiao Ming for a long time either. Let the two siblings spend some time alone. Lin Niannian also hurried over to pull Su Ningxue. Su Lingmeng tightly hugged Su Ming and stared at her with a wary expression. What did you just do to my brother? I just accompanied him for a while. Su Ningxue was stunned and said with some confusion. Are you playing with me? You've been singing in my ear. And I don't know what kind of shitty song you're singing that's so hard to listen to, but if you don't listen carefully, you'll think that you're preparing to recite the scriptures to overtake me. Su Ming hummed, nonchalantly spat out. Just now, Su Ningxue hugged him and sang as soon as he came in, but the singing was really hard to hear, and he wanted to cover his ears several times to stop listening, but he was also pressed by Su Ningxue's hand, telling him to sleep obediently. Who's a good person who can fall asleep listening to her sing? Su Lingmeng carefully carried Su Ming and placed him in the cradle, pulling Su Ningxue's hand out of the room. Chen Wanqiu and Lin Niannian were clear about Su Lingmeng's temperament, and they didn't dare to approach. She took Su Ningxue to an uninhabited corner before she nonchalantly said, You're not allowed to sing to my brother anymore. Singing so badly, what if you scare my brother? Su Ningxue was taken aback. Just now when Su Lingmeng came back, she clearly didn't sing. How did Su Lingmeng know that she had sung to Su Ming? How did you know I just sang? She asked this with her mouth, but in her mind she had a wild guess. Could it be that Su Lingmeng could also hear Su Ming's heart? And that it was Su Ming who had said in his heart that her singing was difficult? I just heard it outside the door. And just by looking at my brother's uncomfortable look, I knew that you must have a hard time singing. Su Lingmeng wrapped her arms around her chest and vaguely said. Her words further solidified the suspicion in Su Ningxue's heart. Noticing Su Lingmeng's offer to her, she could only nod her head and agree first. Okay, I won't sing to Xiaoming again. Turning her head, she approached Lin Nian and inquired. Nian, when you were in the room just now, did you hear Xiaoming say anything? Of course, Lin Nian also heard Su Ming say that Su Ningxue's singing was hard to hear, but it was just too heartfelt for her to say, and she was too embarrassed to say it. That's something you're better off not hearing, she drawled, suggesting politely. Su Ningxue, however, understood all of it and asked directly, is Xiaoming saying that my singing voice is hard to hear? How did you know? Lin Nian asked back, confused. Su Ningxue was instantly certain that Su Lingmeng could also hear Su Ming's heart. She had mixed feelings in her heart. It turned out that Lin Nian hadn't lied to her. She could really hear Su Ming's heart. Lin Nian could hear it. Su Lingmeng could hear it. So why was she the only one who couldn't hear it? Su Ming didn't react to the children's song she sang. So it turned out that it was too hard for her to sing, and Su Ming didn't even hear what she sang. In other words, if Su Ming was really Xiaoming reincarnated, he wouldn't have no reaction after hearing the children's song that Zhang Ma had sung. She found one of the Su family's servants who could sing. Please, go sing this song to put the little young master to sleep. The servant immediately complied. This time, Su Ming couldn't control the tears that flowed down his face after hearing the familiar song. His tears were different from the loud cries of a small child. They were silent tears, as if he was desperately trying to hold something back. A normal child of a few months could never cry like that. Su Ming didn't know what was wrong, but when he heard this children's song, he couldn't help but picture Zhang Ma's amiable appearance in his mind. When he started the quest, he only thought of Zhang Ma as an insignificant NPC, but as he failed more and more times, he truly felt Zhang Ma's warmth. Everyone in the Su family treats him badly, except for Zhang Ma, who has always treated him like a child and has always believed him to be a kind and good person. I wonder how Mrs. Chang is doing now. That bastard Su Tian is dead, so Zhang Ma should not be given a hard time anymore, right? His thoughts were confused and he slowly closed his eyes to the warmth of the song and fell into a dream. Su Ningxue had been hiding in the shadows, and when she saw Su Ming react like this, she was already convinced in her heart that he was the reincarnation of Xiaoming. She carefully rolled up Su Ming's pants, and sure enough, she found a red birthmark on Su Ming's calf, exactly the same as the one on Xiaoming's leg. That's it. This little baby was definitely Su Ming reincarnated. She was overjoyed and immediately decided that she would immediately take Su Ming to the international center. Hearing this news, Chen Wanqiu was half happy and half delighted. With Su Ming's talent, entering the international center was the only way to get the final training. Su Ningxue liking Su Ming should be an honor for their family. It's just that Su Ming is really too small, and going to the international center right now, Chen Wanqiu certainly doesn't want to give up. Su Ningxue immediately said, Auntie Chen, when I have settled down Xiaoming in the international center, I will immediately arrange for you and uncle to go over to live together, or else Xiaoming won't be able to see his own mom and dad, and will definitely be sad as well. This, Chen Wanqiu, was a bit difficult. If she and Bingjin both went to the imperial capital, Su's business would have no one to take care of it, and with their family's financial strength, into the international center is also in the Su family headquarters to live a parasitic life. I forbid you to take my brother. My brother doesn't like you. When Su Lingmeng learned of this news, she immediately rushed out and shouted, I want to be with Xiaoming. I won't allow you, this bad woman, to take him away. Meng. Chen Wanqiu's face suddenly changed, and she immediately rebuked loudly, don't talk to the fourth young miss like that. Su Ningxue, however, didn't think so and immediately said, since you don't want to be separated from Xiaoming, then I'll just take you to the international center with me. Chapter 68, Departure. I've heard that cousin Meng has a mental illness, so when she goes to the international center, I'll give her the best rehabilitation treatment at the international center, and I'll also give her the best education. Su Ningxue promised Chen Wanqiu seriously. To Su Ningxue, even if Su Lingmeng was hostile to her, she was still Xiaoming's family for the rest of his life, and she needed to protect him just as well. Chen Wanqiu was overjoyed. The two children in the family can go to the international center at the same time to live. This is a great good thing. The other side of the begging cannot come. Good. Then I'll have someone help the two of them pack right away. The next day, Su Ningxue hugged Su Ming and went back to her place first. A few of her men were startled to see her return with a child in her arms and murmured quietly, this can't be the boss's illegitimate son, can it? How is that possible? When has our boss ever been pregnant? So what's the deal with this kid? Don't I remember our boss hating kids? Yeah, especially this kind of kid that only cries and poops and pees at a few months old. Every time the boss encounters this kind of kid, that look in his eyes is super scary. Okay? It was only after a few people had discussed the matter that they noticed that Su Ningxue was not only holding a child, but she was also followed by a cold girl with resistance written all over her face. This girl was none other than Su Lingmeng, who had reluctantly followed her. Get ready. In another 2 hours we'll take a private plane back to the international center. Su Ningxue hugged Su Ming and instructed her men. The men, who were originally still making small talk, instantly quieted down, straightened their bodies in unison, and lowered their heads to neatly say, yes. Su Lingmeng was just getting upset when she suddenly heard Su Ming's lament. This is disastrous. In 2 more hours I'll be finished. It's true that my life is just ill-fated. She was startled and unconsciously clenched her fists. Did Su Ming know that they would encounter danger on their way to the international center? Poor Su Ningxue is also really stupid. There is such a big thunder buried in her men. She actually didn't even realize it. Big Ray? Su Lingmeng immediately understood. Taking advantage of Su Ningxue's effort to send Su Ming to the nanny for breastfeeding, she pulled Su Ningxue into the room and kindly reminded her. We can't leave. There's a traitor amongst your men. If we leave now we'll be in danger on the road. Su Ningxue was stunned, looking up and examining Su Lingmeng's serious expression for a while, and only after a long time did she laugh out softly. Don't joke around. Do you think that by saying such words, I cannot take you and Xiaoming back to the international center? I know my men well. It's impossible for them to betray me. Forget it if you don't believe me. I'm not going to let you take Xiaoming to the international center. Su Lingmeng didn't like talking to others in the first place, not to mention that she didn't like Su Ningxue. Then you cheer. Su Ningxue didn't take Su Lingmeng's words to heart at all. In her eyes, this was nothing more than a little girl who didn't want to leave the house throwing a wild tantrum. Trying to escape with such a trick was simply impossible with her. Soon after, Su Ningxue took Su Ming onto the airplane. Su Lingmeng felt that there was danger, but for Su Ming's sake she still followed without hesitation. Su Ningxue's men brought snacks and drinks and respectfully said, Boss, this is what you asked me to prepare. Well, go down. Su Ningxue nodded and turned her head to look at Su Lingmeng. Do you want to eat something? When a little girl has a temper tantrum, a little good food and drink will naturally coax her out of it. Su Lingmeng didn't know what was in Su Ningxue's mind, but she heard Su Ming's heartfelt words. Isn't that Su Ningxue's traitorous henchman? There must be something wrong with the food he sent. Previously, when Su Ming failed in his mission, it was because this traitor suddenly made a move against Su Ningxue, and he directly died in order to protect Su Ningxue, so he remembered that traitor's face vividly. Hearing Su Ming's words, those delicious-looking dessert drinks on the table were no different from poison in Su Lingmeng's eyes at this point. I'm not eating it. She grunted and inclined her head. Su Ningxue thought she was playing a little game and immediately let out a light laugh. Are you really not going to eat these desserts? It's very delicious, oh, she said, picking up the dessert on the table and taking a bite, purposely acting like it was delicious. Su Lingmeng was speechless for a while. Treating her like a 3-year-old? How could she be so gluttonous? Eat as much as you like. Humph. She picked up Su Ming and directly went to another box. Su Ningxue was a bit helpless, but now that they were on a plane to the international center, she would have plenty of chances to make Su Lingmeng accept her in the future. Ming's family, from now on, would be her family as well. Just as she was thinking this, her head went all fuzzy and the scene in front of her eyes became very blurry. What's going on? Are you airsick? Nope. Suddenly alert, she looked to the plate of snacks on the table. It was the snacks that had ecstasy in them, that her most trusted henchman rushed in and took advantage of her weakness to tie her up straight away. Do you know what you're doing? Su Ningxue's eyes sank slightly and her tone was icy cold. Of course I know. The henchman sneered. Tell me what the combination to the Su family's safe is, or else I'll make sure the Su family never finds you again. You have followed me for so many years. I have treated you well. Su Ningxue's voice was weak. The Su family safe had many confidential documents in it. If it was leaked, not only her, but probably the entire Su family would be implicated. I've been lurking around you for so many years, in order to be here right now. Whatever you do to me? The other party sneered and raised his hand to squeeze her chin tightly. Are you going to say it or not? It was only then that Su Ningxue reacted to the fact that what Su Lingmeng had said was true, and that there really were traitors among her men. But how could Su Lingmeng, a small child, know this? Recalling Su Lingmeng's performance just now, Su Ningxue suddenly understood. Again the heart. Su Ningxue felt a pang of regret in her heart. Had she known that she should have listened to Su Lingmeng, so she could at least investigate the details of these men of hers once more before she set off. At the same time, she was anxious inside. Now that she was on an airplane, after this traitor laid his hands on her, it was likely that he wouldn't spare Su Lingmeng and Su Ming either. She had to find a way to protect Su Ming. Don't bother. After being hit by the drug I gave you, you'll all be weak after 5 hours. The traitor standing in front of her laughed triumphantly. Is it hard for you to expect that little girl and her still breastfeeding brother to come to your rescue? The traitor pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Su Ningxue's face. If you don't say the password, I'll destroy this face of yours. and then cut off the flesh of your body inch by inch. I'll see how long you can endure it. If you kill me, the Su family will never let you go even if they exhaust the ends of the earth. Su Ningxue clenched her teeth as a scarlet red color flared up in her eyes. That will be after you're dead. 2. The traitor sneered and raised his dagger to her face. Chapter 69, How to Hear the Heart. Boo! Su Lingmeng, who was hiding in the shadows, threw out the bottle of wine held in her hand with force. The traitor was caught off guard by her knock and stumbled to the ground instantly. Quickly mend the knife. Su Ningxue immediately came into the spirit and loudly reminded. Su Lingmeng grabbed the dagger that the traitor had thrown on the ground and stabbed him in the thigh haphazardly. She didn't know how many stabs had been made before she heard Su Ningxue's voice. Alright, he's already passed out from the pain. Su Lingmeng looked back at the traitor lying unconscious on the ground. Her voice surprisingly calm. Want to call the police? No need. There are handcuffs in the box I carry with me. You cuff his hands and feet first. He received more than 10 knives from you. Although the knives didn't hit the vitals, it's also considered his retribution. Su Ningxue forcefully leaned back to sit on the sofa. There is also my medicine box, which has the antidote for the ecstasy. You go and help me bring it. Su Lingmeng cuffed the traitor, but did not bring Su Ningxue the antidote. It's fine for me to get you the medicine, but you have to let us go back to the imperial capital. She sat in front of Su Ningxue and snorted coldly. You can't even see the people around you. And how are you going to guarantee our safety when we follow you back to the international center? When we return to the international center, I will hire the best bodyguard in the international center for Xiaoming. Su Ningxue had a splitting headache, but still forced herself to endure it and said, then what if there are traitors among the bodyguards you hired? Su Ningxue didn't eat her up and immediately asked back. This question also left Su Ningxue speechless. This ecstasy is so potent that it will cause irreversible damage to one's brain if the antidote is not taken in time. Helplessly, she could only promise Su Lingmeng first. Okay, I'll send you guys back to the imperial capital. Now you can help me get my medicine. Su Lingmeng held her cell phone and smiled smugly. This is what you said yourself. I've recorded this. If you don't keep your word, I'll tell Xiaoming that you're an untrustworthy villain. After taking the medicine, Su Ningxue could only order the airplane driver to return to the imperial capital. However, she didn't directly let Su Lingmeng and Su Ming go home, but instead brought them to the Green Zen Temple, where she had previously asked the masters of the Green Zen Temple many questions on the soul's past life in order to light the everlasting light for Xiaoming. This time, she also wanted to ask the master again for advice on how exactly to hear Su Ming's heart. Su Ningxue often thought that if she could hear Su Ming's heart, she wouldn't be subjected to a small child at every turn. What's more, everyone can hear that little guy's heart. She's his sister from his past life. How can he be left out? Sure, master. It is not a good thing to privately pry into the hearts of others. The master sighed helplessly as he learned of her intentions. One should be content. I think you have now obtained what you once wouldn't even dare to think about. Hearing these words, Su Ningxue was even more convinced that the Grandmaster must have a way to allow her to hear Su Ming's heart. Wasn't the reincarnated Su Ming someone she had once been able to hope for? The Grandmaster must have already calculated it. Master, I know there's a saying that a sincere heart is spiritual, and a pure heart is true. This person I want to ask for. All his friends and relatives can hear what's in his heart. Only I can't hear it. I think it must be that I'm not sincere enough to move heaven. I beg you to show me a clear path. Sure, master. There are some things that have long been predestined by the heavens and are not humanly possible. I hope you can understand. The master was still a bit reluctant. Su Ningxue was stunned for a moment before she re-lifted her head, seriously confronted the master, and said word for word, this person is the center of my heart, and I will never give up until I reach my goal. The Grandmaster sighed. In that case, then you should chant the scriptures with me, and do so more often on weekdays as well, and you might still have a chance. Su Ningxue immediately nodded her head as if pounding garlic and chanted the scriptures along with the master. After the guru rested, she also chanted for several more days, day and night. Passing by Su Ming's room at night, she walked in with anticipation. This time she should be able to hear Su Ming's heart, right? However, she played with Su Ming for a long time. Not only did she not hear any sound, Su Ming was also very resistant to her physical contact. It frustrated her beyond measure. How could it be possible that she had been chanting the scriptures as the master had said for so long, and it hadn't helped at all? The guru only said that it might work if she persisted in chanting the scriptures, but he didn't say how long she had to persist, and in case it took 5 or 10 years, how could she wait that long? Right now Su Ming was still young. If she could hear Su Ming's heart, it would be better for her to ease her relationship with him, and it would be more difficult to do so when Su Ming grew up. What are you doing? Don't touch little Ming. Su Lingmeng suddenly rushed in and angrily snatched Su Ming from her hands. Can't you see that Xiao Ming doesn't like you? Yes, my good sister. You are truly my mouth substitute. Su Ming gave Su Lingmeng a fierce nod of approval in his heart. Hearing these words, Su Lingmeng instantly straightened up as if someone was backing her up, and her eyes towards Su Ningxue became even more nonchalant. I just want to see Xiao Ming. Su Ningxue was in a lost mood and spoke in a soft voice. Su Lingmeng immediately hummed. You bad woman, you promised to send us back to the imperial capital, but in the end, instead of sending us home, you just left us here. Little Ming and I don't like you. She said this too many times, and Su Ningxue didn't suppress her inner annoyance and suffocation for a moment, and loudly questioned, how do you know that Xiao Ming doesn't like me? I just know. Su Lingmeng shouted out unwillingly. Su Ming had a big head and two big heads. He was still a baby. He didn't want to listen to women arguing. Fortunately, Su Lingmeng quickly put her down and walked out with Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue directly showed her cards with Su Lingmeng. Is it true that Xiao Ming said to you that he doesn't like me? How do you know? Su Lingmeng blurted out. Then did Xiao Ming say anything else to you? She gazed at Su Lingmeng. You don't have to be so hostile to me. I want Xiao Ming to be happy and joyful just as much as you do, and I won't take Xiao Ming away from you. Since she couldn't hear Su Ming's heart now, she could only understand Su Ming's inner thoughts through other methods. Su Lingmeng looked at her sincere eyes and felt uncomfortable in her heart for no reason, and only after a moment did she stutter a bit and say, Xiao Ming said that there will be mice burrowing into your comforter tonight and gnawing your fingers off. What? Su Ningxue was startled, and her hair stood on end. It's fine if you don't believe it. Anyway, Xiao Ming said that there were traitors among your men before, and you didn't believe it even after I told you. Su Lingmeng cut out a sound and directly turned around and walked away. Chapter 70, Caught in the Act. Because of the fear of rats getting into the nest, Su Ningxue didn't dare to go to bed all night, and thinking of rats in her room, she didn't even dare to go back to her own room, so she stood in the yard all night. The next morning, Su Lingmeng opened the door to her room, and when she saw Su Ningxue with blue eyes, she directly laughed out, and looked her up and down as if she were a clown. Su Ningxue somewhat didn't understand her sneering eyes, but she didn't say anything and twisted her head to leave. It just so happened that the temple master had also gotten up, and when he saw Su Ningxue standing in the courtyard, he immediately smiled and saluted with folded hands, politely saying, Sure master, you got up so early today. Master, there are rats in my room, can I trouble you to get someone to take a look? Su Ningxue frowned and said. The other party was stunned for a split second before saying in a million different ways, Sure master, now this season our temple should not have rats. Besides the temple also raised a few cats. So many years I have not seen the temple has rats. It was only then that Su Ningxue realized that Su Lingmeng had just been mocking her. She was furious and embarrassed that she had been tricked by a little girl. Just because she couldn't hear Su Ming's heart right now, she couldn't tell which of Su Lingmeng's words were true and which were false. Scholar, are you looking at it wrong? The master's voice pulled back her thoughts. If you're really uneasy, I'll ask someone to carry a cat to your room. The cats in the temple have spirituality. They will only catch mice and won't hurt anyone. No need. I should have misread it. She hurriedly shook her head and turned to ask about the real concern in her heart. Master, I've been chanting the sutra for so many days as you told me. Why hasn't what I've asked for been fulfilled yet? Water dripping over a stone is not a one day's work. Still, the monk needs to be a little more patient. The Grand Master reminded rather profoundly. But this answer obviously did not satisfy Su Ningxue. She didn't have that much patience to wait for the water to drip over the stone. She only wanted to hear Su Ming's heart as soon as possible. As it happened, her men had brought several metaphysical Taoist priests with them. These people were the ones she had instructed her men to find a few days ago, and since Buddhism was useless, she would have to rely on metaphysics. I don't care if any of you are really good at what you do or if you're just abusive. As long as you can find a way to help me hear my brother's heart, it's no problem what kind of payment you want. She put down her bold words directly in front of a few people. As long as she could hear Su Ming's voice, she could do whatever it took. And when the few people on the opposite side heard his words, they all had odd expressions, as if they took Su Ningxue as someone with an abnormal brain. How can an ordinary person hear another person's heart? Helpless, Su Ningxue gives too much. As for Su Lingmeng, when she heard that Su Ningxue had found a bunch of god dancers to come over, she was also excited to hug Su Ming to see the fun. Ming, do you think that bad woman is sick in the head? Still thinking of inviting a Taoist priest to perform magic? I don't know what bad ideas she's planning. She hugged Su Ming and still didn't forget to blow in his ear, saying bad things about Su Ningxue. Su Ming cocked his head, scanned the circle of those few Taoists, and laughed out softly. Su Ningxue is not stupid, not all looking for a liar over. There is one more capable. Su Lingmeng immediately came into the spirit. She was also curious as to who was the true Taoist among this group of people. However, Su Ming didn't continue, and instead, he was a bit puzzled. Su Ningxue is rich and powerful. What else do you want to ask for? Is it possible to ask for a boyfriend? No. Finding a boyfriend is not like chanting and looking for a Taoist priest, is it? Su Lingmeng deflated the corners of her mouth before barely stifling her laughter. What this bad woman was asking for was of course for her to be able to hear Su Ming's heart as well. However, she could hear Su Ming's heart this thing, but cannot let Su Ming know, or else he will not speak in his heart in the future how to do. I also don't know if Su Ningxue can tell that these people are all pretending, so don't be tricked out of your pants by then. Su Ming was still muttering. Several of you, whoever of you can do what I want can come forward first. Su Ningxue spoke aloud to the several Taoists in front of her. Miss Su, this matter you are talking about is actually not difficult to handle, nor is it difficult to handle. A middle-aged Taoist priest took the lead and stood out, stroking his goatee and leisurely saying, just everything has a gain, there must be a loss. This matter is the reverse of heaven's opportunity. Seize the creation, but also need you to fund. We can do. Money is not a problem. Su Ningxue immediately said, but for me to give money, you also have to prove to me that you are truly capable. I am Song Jingawei of the Wind Clearance View, and I believe that the other few peers present today have also heard about it. The other party straightened his stance and proudly said, looking very confident, so it's Taoist Master Qinghui. I've heard a lot about you. One of those few Taoist priests who were still standing to the side immediately stood out and said excitedly, you are our Xian sect's renowned Taoist Master Qinghui? Disrespectful. A few others stepped forward and blew up at him in a big way, with him as their leader. The only one who remained standing there was a Taoist priest with tattered clothes and a cloaked head, as if he had heard nothing and seen nothing. When Su Ningxue saw that this person was actually so famous, a wave of hope immediately rose. In that case, I'll ask you, Taoist Qinghui, to help me. This is natural, but there's also Miss Su. You have to pay $300,000 in Guajin first. The other party raised his hand and gestured. $300,000? Su Ningxue was a bit shocked. It was actually as simple as $300,000? The other party, however, will be wrong, immediately explained. Ms. Su, this money is not for me. Is to take away some of the fortune on you? Everything in the world has a loss before. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Ningxue interrupted him and said happily, I'll transfer it to you right away. This ingrate. Su Ming immediately spat out breathlessly. The wind clear view of the Qinghui Taoist 3 years ago in the ground. Clearly a group of liars teamed up to act, but also acted more really the same. Qinghui, that old man knows the estimated can be angry from the grave to climb out. Su Lingmeng hugged Su Ming and immediately took a serious look at these Taoist priests in front of her, and also realized that of all the Taoist priests, only that scruffy Taoist priest in the corner had been silent, and all the other Taoist priests were rushing to appease that fake Taoist Master Qinghui. Earlier, Su Ming had also said that not all of these Taoist priests were fakes, so it seemed that this scruffy Taoist priest was the only true Taoist priest. She immediately walked over to Su Ningxue's side, cleared her throat, and pointed at the scruffy Taoist priest. They're all liars. There's only one real Taoist priest. Him. It was only when he heard her words that the scruffy Taoist priest raised his head. It was then that Su Ningxue realized that there was also a large red birthmark on the right side of the man's face, only that it had previously been hidden by the oily and dirty hair. This person looks just like a beggar. On the contrary, Qinghui Taoist Master, not only talk clearly, the appearance is even more immortal. Su Ningxue instantly frowned in dissatisfaction, but Su Lingmeng continued. Taoist Master Qinghui was 3 years ago. Alright, Meng, stop fooling around. Su Ningxue interrupted her in dissatisfaction. Su Lingmeng pretended to be regretful. She knew Su Ningxue wouldn't believe it. That's why she said so. Chapter 71. Taoist Master Qinghui. This cousin of mine doesn't know any better. You don't need to take it to heart. After Su Ningxue rebuked Su Lingmeng, she turned her head again and respectfully said to that fake Taoist master. The other man also looked like he was in high spirits. No harm done. Su Lingmeng was very speechless. Even if you don't believe me, you still count the money after being cheated. Humph. As she said that, she hugged Su Ming and went back to her room. Su Ningxue, however, only thought that she was throwing a little princess tantrum and didn't take it to heart at all, immediately transferring $300,000 to Taoist Master Qinghui. Miss Su, this is the connecting heart talisman. Taoist Master Qinghui, who had gotten the money, pulled out a stack of talismans. This is one that I have personally enlightened. So as long as you stick this talisman on the bedside of you and little Sir Su Ming, you will get what you want in just 77 or 49 days. 49 days? That long? Su Ningxue's brows were furrowed, and she was still a bit reluctant. Qinghui Taoist but hurriedly panicked and waved his hand. Miss Su, this matter is against the way of heaven. 49 days is already short enough. You cannot talk nonsense. Or if the heavens know, the wrath of the down, the poor Tao cannot. Once she heard this, Su Ningxue hurriedly closed her mouth, not daring to complain anymore. 49 days is 49 days. It's better than waiting forever before. And what if after 49 days, I still can't hear Ming's heart? She asked worriedly. Then only open the altar practice. Just open the altar is not easy, but also need to choose a good day, and will consume longevity. Less than a last resort cannot be easily used. If 49 days after the effect is not yet, you can personally bring the little boy to the wind clear view to find me. Good. Then thank you, Taoist. After sending off the other Taoist priests with a gift, Su Ningxue took those back to her room, and in order to make sure that the talisman would take effect, every night after that she would have to sleep with Su Ming in her arms. Su Lingmeng was the one who didn't want to sleep with Su Ningxue, but she couldn't hug Su Ming if she didn't stay together, and after sleeping alone for several nights, she just couldn't take it anymore and directly rushed into Su Ningxue's room. You bad woman, give Xiao Ming back to me. She tore up all those charms on her bedside and cursed loudly. These charms of yours are useless. They're all fake. Meng, you've gone too far. Su Ningxue was instantly enraged and was about to call for an underling to take her away. Su Lingmeng sneered. I've already torn the talismans. If I wanted to make you angry, I could have just not told you that these talismans were all fake. I'll tell you while little Ming is away. Taoist Master Qinghui died 3 years ago. Those Taoist priests are all fakes. Only that scruffy Taoist priest who kept quiet that day was real. And this is all from Xiao Ming's heart. Believe it or not. She wrapped her arms around her chest. If you don't let me sleep with Ming tonight, I'll tell Ming that you're the most annoying woman in the world. When Su Ningxue saw that she looked serious, she couldn't help but think back once again to the scruffy Taoist priest she saw that day. There was indeed something indescribably odd about him. Could it be that Su Lingmeng hadn't lied to her this time? Thinking of this, Su Ningxue immediately called for her assistant. Go and investigate if Taoist Master Qinghui of the Wind Clearance Temple is still alive. And by the way, go and retrieve the scruffy Taoist priest from that day. That Taoist priest? He's right at the foot of the Green Zen Temple mountain to give a fortune-telling stall. Ah, all these days, the assistant said in a bit of a trance. At that time, fourth miss, you said you were looking for a Taoist priest, so I pulled him up as well, the assistant said with some confusion. What? Su Ningxue was instantly somewhat speechless beyond words. However, in order to verify Su Lingming's words, she still went straight to the bottom of the mountain to find the Taoist priest. Count what? The Taoist priest didn't seem at all surprised to see her, and said blandly, how did you know that I came to find you? Su Ningxue voiced out in doubt. She could have just pretended to be passing by this Taoist priest's stall without showing any intention to have her fortune told. You're passing by, so I'll take a little bit of customers. If you don't count, just stand to the side and don't disturb my business, the Taoist priest lazily said. Su Ningming's chest was a bruise, but she still sat down patiently. Calculate, then I'll trouble you to count my fortune. 2,000. The Taoist priest swept her off her feet and simply held up 2 fingers. I haven't even said what I'm going to count. And you want 2,000? Su Ningxue's eyes widened. If it doesn't count, go. The Taoist priest remained lazy. Su Ningxue was furious and directly drew out $2,000 in cash from her purse. Count it. She wanted to see what kind of bullshit this Taoist priest could put out. The dowser took the money and said to her, say any number, whatever is on your mind. Su Ningxue had never seen people telling fortunes like this and casually reported her lucky numbers. The other party pinched his fingers and counted for a few moments before he faintly said, you will die shortly afterward. With no bones left, Su Ningxue instantly became furious. You're talking nonsense? I'm healthy and disease-free. How could I possibly die? Give me 100,000 Guajin. I have a 50% chance to help you block this life and death calamity. But even if you do, you'll be crippled if you don't die. So think about it yourself. The other party ignored her anger at all and instead said more calmly. Su Ningxue got even more angry when she heard it. This dead Taoist priest must be trying to cheat her out of her money. Do you take me for a fool? Dare to curse me to death? I think you are looking for death. She directly punched this fake Taoist priest, and strictly ordered her men not to allow this Taoist priest to set up a stall under the mountain. Just finished dealing with this bad thing, Su Ningxue was about to go back to the temple to find Su Lingmeng. A group of villagers under the mountain suddenly came together in great numbers towards her. Miss, are you also going to the Green Zen Temple to seek rain? One of the villagers sized her up curiously. Seeking rain? Yes. In the last 2 months, we haven't had any rain here, and if it doesn't rain again, the crops in our fields will all be finished. We can't even pump water out of the canals anymore. The seedlings in the fields are dying of drought. We can't do anything about it. The villagers were all sad, talking to Su Ningxue about the drought's torment on them. Looking at them, Su Ningxue was also a little heartbroken, and was still considering whether to call an airplane over to give them artificial rain. Right at this moment, a cheerful voice rang out from behind the crowd. "Don't worry everyone. I came here this time to pray for rain." The crowd immediately turned back. Qinghui's figure appeared from behind them, and a villager spoke out in surprise. You're Qinghui from the Fengqing Temple. You also begged for rain for us last year." "I remember. Taoist master, please help us beg for rain," begged the Taoist. All the village names immediately surrounded Taoist master Qinghui. "Don't worry everyone. I will definitely beg for rain for you," Taoist master Qinghui said confidently. Chapter 72, People are stupid and have a lot of money. Looking at Qinghui, Taoist priest to help the crowd pray for rain, but also guaranteed that the next day will definitely rain. Su Ningxue is still a little unbelieving, did not expect that night really rained torrential rain. One night passed, several originally withered large water tanks in the Green Zen temple were filled, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of freshly rained earth. So Su Ningxue became even more convinced that Taoist Qinghui must have real skills, and she hugged Su Ming and commanded with her own men, "Quickly go and find Taoist master Qinghui and ask him to prepare a new talisman for me, no matter how much it costs." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ming rolled his eyes. Su Ningxue all looked dumbfounded. Such a small baby would actually roll his eyes. He must have said something else in his heart. Unfortunately, she couldn't hear Su Ming's heart, so she could only quietly ask Su Ningxue, "Little Snow, can you tell your sister what little Ming was just saying in his heart?" "Che, I'm not going to tell you. You don't believe it anyway." Su Lingmeng skimmed her mouth. She didn't have anything to say to this woman who had been hugging her brother all day. "If you tell me, I'll stop hugging little Ming today and let little Ming stay with you." Su Ningxue was eager to know what was on Su Ming's mind and could only give in. "Really?" Su Lingmeng's eyes instantly lit up. "Then I want Xiao Ming to accompany me for the 3 days behind me. And you have to swear that I'm the only one who can be with Xiao Ming, and you're not allowed to show up." Last time she asked Su Ningxue to send her and Xiao Ming back to the imperial capital. Su Ningxue played a trick on her, and she didn't dare to easily trust any promises from this bad woman anymore. Seeing her look of oil and salt, Su Ningxue could only nod her head with some flesh and blood. "Okay, I swear that I'll only let you and Xiao Ming be together in these 3 days, and I definitely won't disturb you guys, so just tell me." Upon hearing this, Su Lingming's motivation was immediately mobilized, and she listened carefully before letting out a pft of laughter. What did Xiao Ming say? Su Ningxue instantly became even more nervous. Su Lingmeng pulled Su Ningxue and quietly repeated Su Ming's heartfelt words. "Didn't say anything, just said that today's weather forecast was supposed to be heavy rain. You yourself, the small brain atrophy, doesn't look at the weather forecast, and was cheated by that fake Taoist priest in conjunction with a group of actors who didn't even know." Su Ningxue's face instantly turned ugly, and Su Lingmeng hastily raised her hand. "Those are Xiao Ming's original words. It's not me scolding you." And Su Ningxue held back her anger at being deceived by the fake Taoist priest and continued to ask. And Su Lingmeng listened again before saying, "Xiao Ming also said that the fake Taoist priest intentionally made a play to beg for rain in order to cheat more money from you. And Xiao Ming said that you are stupid and have a lot of money, saying that you're not as smart as me, not as pretty as me, not even comparable to one of my toes." Looking at Su Ningxue's face that was angry to the point of turning iron blue, Su Lingmeng became happier and happier as she spoke, and couldn't help but begin to add more fuel to the fire. "Alright." Su Ningxue was unwilling to listen and interrupted her. Su Lingmeng didn't care either, and directly hugged Su Ming beautifully. Su Ningxue froze in place, and only after a long time did she remember to come and look at the weather forecast, and realized that the weather forecast from 3 days ago had said that there would be a heavy rainstorm today. She was instantly furious, and just then, the assistant she had previously sent to the Wind Clearance Temple also came back and hurriedly reported to her. "Boss, the Wind Clearance Temple's Taoist master Qinghui is indeed a metaphysical powerhouse, but he had already been feathered into immortality 3 years ago." This conclusive news let the anger in Su Ningxue's heart instantly sprang up, and she immediately rushed to that fake Qinghui Taoist. "No, now it should be called a liar." And she immediately rushed to that liaress room. Just as she reached the door to the room, she heard the familiar voice of the crook, who was talking to several people. "Big brother, the scene we put on yesterday must have bluffed that stupid bitch, and when she sees the rain today, she'll come begging for you. That's right, this time you mustn't ask her for $1 million. This stupid bitch is just good for the money." The dead liar laughed loudly. "We have done so many times. Only this woman is the best to cheat. Such a wrongdoer cannot be found, but also not in vain we do a play." A few people were chatting very happily in the house, but Su Ningxue listened to the fire and directly kicked open the door of this liar's room. "Injustice?" she sneered. "Looks like you guys are looking for death." The few people who were originally laughing out loud instantly panicked when they saw Su Ningxue, but a moment later, The fake Taoist priest was the first to come back to his senses and explained with a sarcastic smile. Miss, you've misunderstood. It wasn't you we were talking about just now. Is that so? Feng Qingguan's Taoist master Qinghui died 3 years ago. You are not Taoist master Qinghui at all. You are just a bunch of liars. Su Ningshui clenched her fists. Be good and spit out the money you cheated me with. I can consider leaving you guys a whole body. As soon as they heard these words, the group of crooks realized that their scam had been detected, and a few of them looked at each other in a circle, and the look on their faces became full of concern instead. The fake Taoist master in the lead directly played a scoundrel. It's not like there's only one Feng Qingguan and one Qinghui Taoist master in this world. I didn't say which one I am. Furthermore, you gave me money. I also gave you the charm for me to pay back the money. You have to prove with me first that the charm I gave you didn't work, right? Humph. It seems like you guys really don't want to live. Su Ningshui snorted coldly. This group of people clearly knew that her talisman had been torn up and wanted to play rogue with her. Miss Su, your words are too harsh. Several people also stood up when they saw Su Ningshui trying to make a move. But Su Ningshui came alone, and the few of them didn't put Su Ningshui in their eyes at all. How can a woman beat a couple of big men? However, in the next second, they were all kicked out by Su Ningshui. In the blink of an eye, several people collapsed in the yard, unable to crawl. Su Ningshui's men hurriedly arrived and swept a circle of the crowd in the courtyard. All of them lowered their heads and waited for Su Ningshui to speak. Send them to jail and make them spit out all the money they cheated before. Su Ningshui instructed blandly. A few people, however, were not afraid. You have a big mouth. The money that came into our brothers' mouths has never been spit out. Even if you put us in jail, we'll still get out in a few years. Su Ningshui's henchmen snorted and stomped on the fake Taoist priest's head. Kid, our boss is sending you to the International Center's prison. Ever heard of it? As soon as the words International Center came out, several people's faces instantly changed. If you go into the International Center prison, you'll shed your skin if not die, and you probably won't have any hope of ever getting out again in your life. Chapter 73, Third Sister. They all didn't expect Su Ningshui's head to be so big. They all fell to their knees and kept kowtowing to Su Ningshui. Ms. Su, we're wrong. The money you gave us before, I'll pay it back right away. I beg you to let us have a way out. Except that it was obviously too late for them to plead for mercy. Only after letting her men take away the group of crooks did Su Ningshui rethink the scruffy Taoist priest. It seemed that Su Lingmeng wasn't lying to her the other day. What she said should be the truth. If that scruffy Taoist priest was a true metaphysical powerhouse, his statement that he was about to die that day must have been true as well. Su Ningshui immediately had a heart attack and hurriedly went down the mountain to find that scruffy Taoist priest. But she didn't expect that as soon as she stepped out of the doorway of the Green Zen temple, she saw that Taoist priest standing under a big tree right outside the temple. It seems I was right in my calculations. Seeing Su Ningshui appear, he didn't seem surprised at all, as if everything was within his expectations. Sir, it was me who had the eyes to recognize MT. Tai before, please forgive me. Su Ningshui took 3 steps and walked to him, sincerely apologizing. She had already ordered her subordinates to keep an eye on this Taoist priest before, not allowing him to set up a stall near the Green Zen temple, but today he was able to appear directly at the entrance of the Green Zen temple, indicating that he had long ago calculated today's turn of events. Together with Su Lingmeng's words earlier, she was even more convinced that this scruffy Taoist priest in front of her was indeed extraordinary. Thinking of the various offenses she had taken earlier, Su Ningshui's head couldn't help but hang down. She was already prepared to be taunted by the other party, in order to get through the life and death tribulations ahead. No matter what kind of taunts and ridicule, she would have to suffer today. However, this scruffy Taoist priest only smiled gently. It's fine. 100,000 and 2,000. I'll help you through this life and death calamity. 100,000 is the guajin, and 2,000 is the medical fee and mental damage fee for the beating you gave me before. You don't mind if I hit you? Su Ningshui was a bit surprised. I came out to tell people's fortunes. It's not the first time I've been beaten up. This is our occupational risk. I can't carry a beating and give back a fortune. The other party smiled in disbelief. Thank you for your generosity. I will transfer the money to you, and I also hope that you will definitely help me crack this life and death calamity. Su Ningshui immediately said gratefully. Wait a minute. I still need to be clear with you. In all things, do your best and listen to God's will. Even if I make a move, I'm only 50% sure, and even if I succeed, you'll have to pay a corresponding price. The other party, however, didn't immediately ask for money. Instead, he seriously reminded Su Ningshui. Su Ningshui was stunned. Sir, let's go inside and talk about it. She raised her hand and welcomed the other woman toward the temple. As a result, just after walking into the Green Zen temple, the two of them bumped into Su Lingmeng, who was holding Su Ming. When he saw Su Ming's face, the scruffy Taoist suddenly changed his face drastically, cupped a spell in his hand, and retreated 3 steps in a row. Get out of the way. I'm going to take little Ming down the mountain to play. Su Lingmeng grunted, directly carrying Su Ming in her arms as she staggered past them and walked out. Only after the predestined had left did the scruffy Taoist monk breathe a sigh of relief and earnestly inquired about Su Ningxue. May I ask, Miss Su, what kind of person is that little baby you just had? It's my cousin. Su Ningxue hesitated for a moment, and still didn't say the matter that Su Ming is the reincarnation of Xiaoming. Sir, let me transfer the money to you first. No matter what, as long as I can avoid the life and death robberies, I always have to try. She pulled the topic back, but the scruffy Taoist priest waved his hand and hurriedly said, No need, no need. Your life and death calamity has already been broken. He raised his head and looked in the direction Su Ming had left, and there were still a few intriguing moments of incomprehension in his eyes. Broken? Su Ningxue was even more incomprehensible than he was. She lowered her head and looked herself up and down, not feeling out what exactly was different between herself and just now. It's not me, it's that little cousin of yours. As long as you stay by his side all the time, there won't be any danger, and the life and death tribulation will cease to exist. The scruffy Taoist smiled and said, That's your luck. Since you no longer have a life and death calamity, it's time for me to leave. The scruffy Taoist sighed with some regret. My good business is actually so yellow. Sir, you did the fortune telling for me and also told me the method to break the life and death calamity. The fortune you asked for? I deserve to give it to you. Su Ningxue immediately said knowingly. Don't. I don't want this money. If I do, I'll lose my life. The scruffy Taoist monk waved his hand repeatedly and directly turned around and walked away. Su Ningxue was even more puzzled, but she also saw that this Taoist priest was indeed not simple. She was really curious, so she had her men investigate this Taoist priest. It was only 2 days later that her men brought her news that shocked her beyond belief. This ugly-looking, scruffily dressed Taoist priest actually came out of the Imperial Heavenly Xianmen in the International Center. Huangtian Xianmen. That is the most prestigious metaphysical family in the world. It is said that at the beginning of the construction of the International Center, it was the head of this family who personally came out and selected the address. Nowadays, the International Center can develop into its present appearance because of this piece of feng shui land that occupies all the world's qi luck, which was selected by the headmaster of the Huangtian Xianmen sect at the beginning. And this family not only will feng shui geomancy, qi men dun jia, fortune-telling divination, all kinds of Xianmen Jeshu masters have. The people who came out from the Imperial Skyxian sect were all big shots who could start a mountain and establish a sect outside. Boss, it is said that this person was the best of the previous generation of the Imperial Skyxian sect, and once saved an old man who had been cut off for a quarter of an hour alive. There was a rich man who was beset by bad luck, and when he stepped in and used a little of his hand, he directly dissolved the bad luck. Also, he had counted several places where earthquakes would occur, and none of them were wrong. I heard that the head of the Royal Heavenly Xianmen sect used to belong to him to be the next head of the sect, but I just don't know what changed. He left the International Center a few years ago, and we couldn't find out any traces of him in the time after he left the International Center. And the most recent record of his activities is that he appeared in the vicinity of the Qing Zen Temple to set up a stall to tell fortunes. Su Ningxue listened to her men's report, and instantly became even more puzzled. How could such an expert be underneath the Green Zen Temple to give a fortune-telling stall? And the charge was actually only 500 a time. Boss, he charges 30 for fortune-telling for ordinary people, and only 500 for charging you, one of her men kindly reminded Su Ningxue. She also thought of the fear and scorn that the scruffy Taoist priest had on his face when he saw Su Ming before. Could there be something in Su Ming that is different from normal people? Just before he had time to think about it in detail, his men brought her another piece of news. Third Miss is on her way to the Imperial capital. She said that you've stayed in the Imperial capital for too long and that it's time to go back. Third sister, why is she here? A bad feeling rose in Su Ningxue's heart. Chapter 74, Su Rong. Su Ningxue's third sister, Su Rong, had hated Su Ming the most in the past, and this time when she brought Su Ming's ashes to the Imperial capital for burial, Su Rong was the one who strongly opposed it. Third Miss seems to be here for young Master Su Tian. She heard that young Master Su Tian looks like him, Su Ningxue's henchman wanted to say. Naturally, it was very much like the already dead Su Tian, and although the words of the henchman were not finished, Su Ningxue already understood it all. She has long been clear. A few sisters at home, if they know that there is a child looks the dead Su Tian looked exactly the same as when he was a child, will be unable to hold back, and then she brought little Ming back to the Su family will be even more troublesome. So she has been strictly guarded against the International Center side of the news. But I didn't expect that with 1,000 precautions. Su Rong still knew She immediately went to Su Lingmeng and held Su Ming in her arms. Little Ming, don't worry, no matter who is in the way, I will definitely bring you home. Humph, belated deep love is lighter than grass. I don't want to go back at all, Su Ming spat out disdainfully, but at the same time, he also learned from Su Ningshue's mouth that Su Rong would be coming over soon, and a layer of cloudiness instantly pervaded his heart. Su Ningshue, the Buddha, hadn't been sent away yet, but how come Su Rong, the king of hell, had come again? These two badass women served him a little baby and it looks like he's not going to live long. Soon enough, Su Rong arrived at the Green Zen Temple. Su Rong was born extremely beautiful. Her skin was like condensed fat. Her eyebrows and eyes were raised with a flavor that made people not dare to approach easily, although she was not too tall. But her figure was very proud. As soon as she saw Su Ningshue, she asked with full unhappiness, "Fourth sister, why are you still staying at the Qing Zen Temple? For that heartless dead man Su Ming, are you as sad as this? Hiding in this temple and refusing to return to the International Center? Who are you calling dead? Beware of me suing you for slander." Su Ming and Su Ningshue's arms became anxious and cursed. Su Ningshue was also a bit embarrassed. "Third sister, Xiaoming, he is not what you think." "Well, let's not mention that disgusting person. You'll come home with me in a few days. The family misses you." Su Rong interrupted with some boredom, seemingly very uncomfortable talking about the topic about Su Ming. "I heard that the Su family in the imperial capital has a child who was also named Su Tian and looks just like Xiao Tian when he was a child. Have you been to the Su family yet? Why don't you take him along?" Su Ningshue's face suddenly froze. "Sister, that child, who at a young age directly poisoned his own brother. I went to the Su family. He just because I hugged his brother. He quietly picked up fruits from the garbage can to make a fruit plate for me to eat." She told Su Rong all those bad things Su Tian had done one by one. If she said to Su Rong right now that Xiao Tiansheng was actually not as kind as he pretended to be in the past, Su Rong would definitely not believe her. Su Ningshue could only choose not to say anything first. Such a child, even if he looks and has the same name as Xiao Tian, he is definitely not Xiao Tian. How can we bring him back to the Su family? But Su Rong didn't quite believe it. "Fourth sister, I remember that Su Tian is just a little kid of a few years old now, right? Can a small child do so many evil things? Those things you said. Even adults like us can't do them. You're not making up stories with me, are you? Everything I said is true. Third sister, you have to believe me. If you don't believe me, you can personally ask Su Tian's foster parents." Su Ningshue's tone became agitated, and the hand holding Su Ming shook. And only then did Su Rong notice that there was a child in Su Ningshue's arms. Just now when she came in, her mind was full of thoughts about Su Tian. She really didn't notice. She instantly widened her eyes and nervously said, "Fourth sister, you didn't return to the International Center for a few months. It's not possible that you're pregnant with an illegitimate child, is it?" Saying that, she immediately reached out and peeled towards Su Ming and Su Ningshue's arms. Su Ningshue couldn't explain it and couldn't be allowed to look at Su Ming. The moment she saw Su Ming's face, Su Rong immediately retreated several steps and almost didn't hit the doorframe. "It's him." Only after a long time did she come back to her senses, staring at Su Ming with a pair of eyes tightly fixed on him, and whispered, "How come he looks exactly like Su Ming when he was a child? This is the biological child of Su Tian's adoptive parents, also called Su Ming." Su Ningshue softly explained, "Actually called Su Ming as well?" Su Rong's eyes flashed a fierce color, and he lowered his voice and Su Ningshue said, "This child looks the same as Su Ming, and has the same appearance. He is definitely a born evil seed. It's better to get rid of it earlier. And this face, I'm upset just looking at it. Which one of us is the bad seed? Do you think I'm a weed in the field that you can get rid of just like that?" Elementary School Arithmetic Class Addition. Subtraction and multiplication are learned. Forget to learn in addition. Ready to my head to count it? Su Ming was instantly speechless, and in his heart, he gave Su Rong a cordial greeting. Su Lingming heard it from the side and giggled. Su Ningshue noticed the change in Su Lingming's expression and knew in her heart that Su Ming must be spitting something out in her heart again. But she didn't care to look deeply into it and just retorted to Su Rong, "Third sister, what are you babbling about? Su Ming is just a little baby. He has no grudge against you." She was afraid that Su Rong would really make a move against Su Ming and directly push Su Rong out of the room. However, in the middle of the night that day, while Su Ningshue was asleep, Su Rong still quietly went to Su Ming's crib. When she thought of the evil things Su Ming had once done to her, her heart was a burst of indignation. In this half day, she had already investigated all of Su Ming's information. This baby that looked just like her own brother, the date of birth and Su Ming's date of death could still be the same day. In case he was Su Ming reincarnated, then allowing him to grow up would be tantamount to cultivating a demon. It would be better to. Now, she directly covered Su Ming's mouth and pinched Su Ming's neck with one hand. Murder! Murder! Su Ming desperately waved his arms, unable to scream even if he wanted to. Just when Su Ming felt that he was about to die of suffocation, a man kicked open the door to Su Ningshue's room from outside and shouted, "Stop!" Su Rong was so scared that she instantly let go of her hand, and the sleeping Su Ningxue also opened her eyes and sat up in confusion. Looking at Su Rong standing beside the crib with a heartfelt look on her face, she instantly came to her senses and rushed toward Su Ming. Seeing a red mark on Su Ming's neck, she was instantly enraged. Just before she could speak, the man who pushed the door opened his mouth first, and he was none other than the scruffy Taoist priest who had told Su Ningxue's fortune a few days ago. He pointed at Su Ming and said with a tense face, "This little baby has an extraordinary destiny. It is not something you can easily mess with. If you kill him, it is necessary to pay for it with your life, and there will also be the scourge of your family, and even if you mess with him, it will also lead to disaster. I'm 500. I'll help you to turn misfortune into good fortune." Su Rong? You bullshitting ugly liar. How dare you come and badger me, and dare to cheat me out of my money? Su Rong was immediately enraged. Third sister. Stop it. Su Ningxue hurriedly stopped her. This is the metaphysics bigwig out of the Imperial Heavenly Xian sect. Everything he said is true. Su Rong looked up and down at the man in front of her and became even more disbelieving. Everyone from the Imperial Skyxian sect is immortal. This man is dressed like a stinking beggar. How could he be related to the Imperial Skyxian sect? Chapter 75, Retribution. Forget it if you don't believe me. What's with the constant personal attacks? That scruffy Taoist priest was not happy and grunted, turning his head away. Su Ningxue wanted to go and stop but didn't. She could only turn back and patiently explain to Su Rong. Third sister. He really came out of the Imperial Heavenly Xian sect. If you don't believe me, I'll have someone take his investigative information and show it to you. Are you telling the truth? Su Rong was still half convinced. Su Ningxue persuasion, and brought the investigation information. Su Rong reluctantly believed. However, the next night, Su Rong still quietly hugged Su Ming away again. Even if that ugly Taoist priest had a relationship with the Imperial Heavenly Xian sect, he must have been found by Su Ningxue to lie to her. As the saying goes, money makes the devil work. It must have been Su Ningxue who bribed that Taoist priest. Although she didn't believe Su Ningxue's words, she always had a few scruples in her heart and didn't dare to kill Su Ming again, but instead carried Su Ming to a farmer at the bottom of the mountain. This farmer had always wanted a son and was overjoyed to see Su Ming. Su Rong made a deal with them to not carry Su Ming out for the next few days, and the two of them agreed cheerfully, keeping Su Ming, this scourge by Su Ningxue's side. When the time comes, the entire Su family will probably have bad luck, so it would be better to send it away in a hurry. Su Rong went back to the Green Zen Temple in a relaxed mood, while Su Ningxue and Su Lingmeng, who had discovered that Su Ming had disappeared, both went crazy with anxiety and searched for Su Ming everywhere in the Green Zen Temple. You bad woman, it must be you who hid Su Ming, Su Lingmeng cried out anxiously as she kept cursing Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue also blamed herself. Obviously she didn't put Su Ming in the crib last night, but slept with him in her arms. So why would such a big baby be gone once she woke up from a nap? Looking at the two of them in a hurry, Su Rong directly returned to her room as if nothing had happened. Yesterday she had deliberately added sleeping pills to Su Ningxue's dinner. Otherwise how could she have easily hugged away Su Ming who was in Su Ningxue's arms? There was also no surveillance in this temple, so as long as she didn't say anything, no one could find out where Su Ming had gone. Su Ningxue quickly found her room and questioned her in tears. Third sister, is it you who hid Su Ming? I didn't. Didn't that Taoist priest say yesterday that messing with Su Ming would bring bad luck? Why would I have nothing to mess with him? Su Rong immediately put on an innocent look and said loudly. What then? How could Xiao Ming have disappeared? Su Ningxue was so anxious that she stretched her neck to look into Su Rong's room. It really wasn't you who hid him. If you suspect, I'll just come in and look myself. But if you come in and don't find anyone, you'll have to follow me back to the International Center tomorrow, and bring Su Tian with you. Su Rong took the opportunity to bargain with Su Ningxue. Third sister, you stop fooling around. I'm in a hurry to find Xiao Ming. Su Ningxue frowned and directly rushed into Su Rong's room. Of course Su Rong couldn't stop her and could only let her rummage around the room. I said that Su Ming is not with me, and it's his own bad fate that he's lost. Su Rong wrapped her arms around herself and said indifferently, since you didn't find anyone, then tomorrow, bring Su Tian back to the International Center with me. Su Ningxue turned her head violently, glared at her hatefully, and firmly said, I will definitely not return to the International Center until I find Xiao Ming. If I can't find him for 1 day, I'll search for 2 days. Even if I have to search for my whole life, I'll do whatever I want. After saying that, she rushed straight out. Su Rong looked at her back as she left and only felt that it was unthinkable. It must be the demon Su Ming who had put some kind of compulsion on her fourth sister that caused her fourth sister to directly lose her mind. She yawned and was just about to close the door to her room and go to sleep when a figure suddenly appeared in her doorway. I advise you to carry that child back earlier. The visitor was the scruffy Taoist priest from yesterday. Su Rong was startled by him, half afraid and half disgusted. She took half a step back and looked at him warily. What are you talking about? I can't understand. Little girl. Yesterday, the poor Taoist has already told you. That child's destiny is extremely hard. If you send him away and break his destiny, it will definitely backfire. It's better to pick him up earlier. The scruffy Taoist stared straight at her face and sighed. Don't you talk nonsense. Who are you scaring? Su Rong stammered a bit, but was inexplicably a bit vain. How did this scruffy Taoist priest know that she had sent Su Ming away? Could it be that he secretly saw it? It's not possible, is it? Last night, she was very stealthy when she sent Su Ming away, and looked carefully to see that no one was following her. That's all I have to say. If you don't pick up that child as soon as possible, sooner or later you'll be bombarded by 5 thunderbolts. And when that happens, your corpse will be gone. And that's no joke. As if he was worried that Su Rong did not believe his words, the scruffy Taoist priest added a few more sentences. You are now already black in the Hall of Seals. Originally your destiny was also good. Your head surrounded the purple chi, but now this purple chi is flooded with black. The more Su Rong heard, the more scared she became, and she directly copied the broom in the room and struck it at the sloppy Taoist priest's body. You hurry up and get out. Old godly man, less pretending to be a god here. I am not a godly man. Trouble you to respect my profession. Don't fight. Can I just leave? The sloppy Taoist priest screamed as he ran out of the courtyard. Su Rong angrily dropped the broom and grunted coldly. As soon as Su Ningxue left, this damned magician came, definitely trying to scam her with this method. She wouldn't fall for it easily. A day passed, and Su Ningxue walked back exhausted after searching for a day in the vicinity of the Green Zen Temple. Fourth sister. What's there to find? Forget it. Su Rong took the opportunity to come over and persuade her. You go away. Su Ningxue's heart was exhausted and she powerlessly pushed her away. Su Rong skimmed her lips and returned to her room just about to go to sleep, but she saw a white cat with half of its body bleeding appearing on her bed, and it had a broken green snake head dangling from its mouth. Aha! Su Rong instantly bounced off the bed in fear, taking several steps back in a row, looking at the cat on the bed in horror. The white cat bit the snake's head, which should have been dead, but suddenly spat out its letters and its eyes darted around. For a moment, the blood in her body seemed to go cold, and she paced toward the door, trembling. Just as she was about to lean into the doorway, she bumped into a hard wall, and she looked back to see that where there should have been a door, there was now actually only a wall made of yellow mud. The white cat on the bed bristled and jumped up, covered in blood, and lunged toward her face. Ah! She instantly cried out in terror, squeezing her eyes shut and waving her hands frantically. Su Ningxue, who was all about to pass out from exhaustion, was awakened by her shrieks and rushed to her room. Chapter 76, Psychic Incident. When Su Ningxue arrived at Su Rong's room, she was just in time to see Su Rong sitting on the bed with a sweaty head. Third sister, what's wrong with you? She asked. Frowning, Su Rong breathed heavily, realizing that everything she had just seen was a dream she had fallen asleep and dreamed. She was instantly relieved. It's okay, I just had a nightmare. Su Ningxue, who was already tired, grumbled with some annoyance. Since you're fine, don't always yell in your room and disturb the rest of the others in the temple to rest. Su Rong was also a bit embarrassed. It was the first time she had such a horrible dream, and she didn't expect to disturb others. Only after Su Ningxue left did Su Rong lie back down again. But this time, before she could fall asleep, she saw a weasel with a human face squatting on the roof of her room, looking at her with red eyes. The moment she locked eyes with the thing, the other actually gave her a wry smile, a large mouth grinning upwards, all the way behind her ears. Su Rong couldn't control it and screamed out again. Su Ningxue, who had just returned to her room, rushed back again. What's wrong with you again? There. Su Rong shivered her fingers and pointed in the direction of the roof. It took that finger to realize that there were no beams in her room at all, let alone any weasels with human faces. What's there? Rats? Su Ningxue frowned, thinking that only a few days ago the master had said that there were no rats in the Green Zen Temple. She became more and more dissatisfied. If you're fine, don't make a fuss. There are many monks in the temple other than me, and they all need to rest. No, fourth sister, there's something dirty in my room. Su Rong wanted to cry. Su Ningxue looked around but didn't find anything odd. Third sister, you're having a nightmare, aren't you? It's fine. This is a temple. How could any dirty thing dare to come over? She patted Su Rong's back and comforted her, then yawned and left. However, Soon Su Rong again saw a female ghost with a red cover standing in her room. She unsurprisingly screamed out, and again. Su Ningxue finally couldn't take it anymore and kicked the door of her room open. Third sister, what the hell are you doing? We're going to sleep if you don't. Stop screaming. No, there's really something in my room. I'm scared. Su Rong was so scared that she was on the verge of crying and rushed forward to hug Su Ningxue. This is the Green Zen Temple. There are high priests of the way sitting here. Buddha's light shines brightly. How can there be filth? Are you finished? Su Ningxue completely lost it and threw her away to return to her room. Su Rong was lost in thought, just about to return to the bed with a trembling body. When she saw Su Ningxue going and returning, she immediately went up to pull Su Ningxue forward in surprise. Fourth sister, why don't you sleep with me tonight? I'm scared. Yes, I like sleeping with my sister the most. Su Ningxue let out a shrill sound and said with a smile. Su Rong instantly sweated. This voice was clearly not Su Ningxue's. She was so scared that she instantly shook off the other party. Fresh blood slowly gushed out from Su Ningxue's 5 senses, and several blood trails flowed down her fair face, but she seemed to be oblivious to it, and still approached Su Rong with a smile on her face. Sister, don't you want to sleep with me? I'll always sleep with you in the future. Sister, okay? Seeing her approaching towards herself step by step, Su Rong was so frightened that she screamed out once again. Su Ningxue, who was sleeping in her room, once again heard Su Rong's screams and couldn't bear it as she put on her headphones and covered her head under the covers. Su Rong was so scared that she ran outside Su Ningxue's room and kept knocking on the door. But Su Ningxue had already fallen asleep with her headphones on and simply ignored her. For the whole night, Su Rong didn't dare to sleep, and kept avoiding the Su Ningxue who was approaching her. It wasn't until the next morning, when the first rays of morning light appeared, that the various eerie phenomena in front of her disappeared, and she breathed a sigh of relief, but was terrified that they would haunt her again the next night. Once again she remembered what the godly man had said yesterday. Could it be that what he had said was true? When she heard that the scruffy Taoist priest was at the bottom of the hill of the Green Zen Monastery giving out fortune-telling stalls, she immediately went to look for the other party. As soon as the scruffy Taoist priest saw her, his eyes instantly widened and he pulled out a talisman and stuck it on his chest, chanting a few lines of some kind of spell. Su Rong saw him. Some embarrassment, do not know how to speak. After all, only yesterday she scolded this person stinking beggar, and also took a broom to drive people away. I tell fortunes. She bit back when she saw the word fortune teller that someone had set up in his booth. I can't count your life, the scruffy Taoist priest said indifferently. Why? A person who is about to die. What life is there to count? The scruffy Taoist said casually. Su Rong instantly panicked. Sir, please help me. I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have kicked you out yesterday. Please, I don't want to see those things again. The scruffy Taoist sighed heavily. I can't solve your destiny. If you go to Su Ming, you might still have a chance. Su Ming is just a baby. How could he be even more powerful than you? Su Rong didn't believe it at all. Instead she pulled out her wallet. Did my fourth sister give you money to say that? How much did she give you? I can give you double. The scruffy Taoist immediately pushed away the money she handed over and said seriously. I'm a very ethical professional. I won't take a single penny of money that isn't mine to earn. Please respect my profession. There is a saying that says, to unring a bell you need to tie it. With my cultivation I can't save you. You'd better go find Su Ming. The scruffy Taoist monk took advantage of her stunned moments and added in a serious tone. The life is your own. If you don't believe in it, there's nothing I can do about it. Su Rong was still trying to beg him, but he just closed the stall and left. She returned inside the Green Zen Temple with a heavy heart and found Su Lingmeng and Su Ningxue arguing in front of the dining table, where the bowls and dishes were all overturned, and neither of them looked like they had eaten at all. If it wasn't for you, Ming wouldn't have lost it at all. You bad woman. I will definitely find Ming. Meng, you should eat some food first, otherwise your body will starve. How can I be in the mood to eat if I can't find Ming? Listening to the sound of the two quarreling, Su Rong's heart was also 10,000 times more hesitant to carry Su Ming back or not. What if she didn't pick up Su Ming and those weird things showed up again tonight? But if she just picked up Su Ming, she wouldn't feel good in her heart either. However, what she hadn't expected was that before she had made up her mind to go and retrieve Su Ming, that farmer had come with Su Ming in his arms first. As soon as they saw Su Rong, they immediately said bitterly, Girl, we don't want this child. Take it back. Chapter 77, Is it a disaster or not? Seeing Su Ming, Su Lingmeng immediately rushed out like flying and hugged Su Ming. Su Rong instantly panicked. Didn't this couple say that they would definitely hide Su Ming? Why didn't they keep their word? Don't they want a son? Su Ningxue was also instantly annoyed when she heard the couple's words. Third sister, you've gone too far. I just don't want you to be confused by Su Ming. Su Rong was also aggrieved. If she wasn't worried that Su Ming would grow up and become the same as that dead Su Ming again, did she need to go to such great lengths? Su Lingxue was so angry that she cursed. You bad woman, Xiao Ming is only how old? He can't even speak. How can he mesmerize people? Nuts. Third sister, hurry up and leave, I don't want to see you anymore. Su Ningxue was also incomparably disappointed in Su Rong. Fourth sister, are you going to fall out with me over this little brat? We're the ones who are blood sisters. Su Rong was in a million pieces. It wasn't like she had killed Su Ming. She had only given him away. Su Ningxue could actually be so angry. I heard that Su Ningxue hadn't even met this Su Ming for a few days yet. So how could she have been mesmerized by him? What do you want me to do to you when you've already done this asshole thing? Hurry up and get out of here. Su Ningxue looked at Su Rong's unrepentant appearance and lost the last of her patience. Raising her hand and pointing at the doorway, she loudly said, Roll? You're telling me to roll? Su Rong was incredulous. Seeing that the situation was not right, those two couples hurriedly left the Qingzhen temple first. Su Ningxue and Su Rong had a big fight, and Su Lingmeng also gave Su Rong a furious scolding, and the entire Green Zen temple was in a state of turmoil. Su Rong, who couldn't argue with Su Ningxue, and the two of them could only return to her own room first. She had a complaint in her heart. If it wasn't for that couple's lack of trust in sending Su Ming back without permission, where else would there be so much going on? Puzzled in her mind, she quietly descended the hill early the next morning to find the pair of farmers. Why did you send that boy back for good reason? Wasn't it you who said you wanted a son? She questioned the two with displeasure. It caused me and my sister to have a fight. The two farmers couple looked at each other in dismay, and only after a long time did the two of them stammer. Miss, it's not that we don't want a son. It's that this child, we really can't afford to raise him. It's just a baby. What can't you guys afford to raise? Su Rong was furious. It's not about the money. It's that this child is evil. I was holding him in the house to breastfeed him, and inexplicably he fell, and was also smashed by the clock hanging on the wall falling down. That peasant woman's brow was furrowed and she bitterly pulled her hair, revealing a large scar on her scalp. Look, such a big scar was smashed out on my head. Me too. I went out to plow and got my leg hurt by a plow and rake. It's hurting my bones. That farmer also hurriedly rolled up his pants leg. Seeing the vaguely white bone wound on the farmer's leg, Su Rong was also taken aback and suddenly had a slight heart attack. She did give Su Ming away because she was worried that he would bring calamity to the Su family, and she didn't expect that this couple would actually have bad luck so quickly. In an instant, the bit of fire in her heart instantly disappeared. Alright, it seems to be that little brat who has no destiny with you guys. She dropped that and tried to leave when the couple stopped her. This child must be a calamity. Otherwise, how could you give up a son to us for nothing? You screwed us over. You have to compensate us for our money. The farmer said pitifully, I've injured my leg. I'm not good at doing farm work for a while. My family can rely on me to do some farm work to earn money to make ends meet. Yes, our old couple didn't have a child until we were old, and now we are injured. How can we live in the future? The peasant woman followed suit and cried out, looking at the honest and pitiful two in front of her. Su Rong also felt a little guilty. If she hadn't sent Su Ming, a calamity, to this couple, they wouldn't have been injured. I'll just pay you all how much you want, she said graciously. Upon hearing this, the two couples who were still crying immediately stopped crying, and the two of them glanced at each other, hesitating for a while before the farmer opened his mouth somewhat naively and said, You can just give 5,000. Su Rong was a bit surprised that it was only 5,000. It wasn't as much as her pocket money for a day, and this couple was really pitiful, being dragged down like this by Su Ming and still not daring to ask for money. I lost my wallet in the Green Zen Temple. Why don't you guys go with me to the Green Zen Temple to get it? She smiled, and in her heart, she had already calculated that she was going to directly give this couple $10,000 later, as a way to make up for the guilt in her heart. As soon as the two of them heard this, they immediately followed Su Rong back to the Green Zen Temple. Su Lingmeng was hugging Su Ming and sunbathing in the courtyard, and when she saw Su Rong bring that couple in again, she instantly nervously hugged Su Ming tightly. You bad woman. You want to bring someone to snatch Xiao Ming away again, don't you? I'll tell you. Unless it's me who dies, I will absolutely not let you take Xiao Ming away. Her body was taut, and she stared at Su Rong with all the vigilance she could muster as she warned. Su Rong was helpless. This couple was injured because of Su Ming. I came back to get money to compensate them. You're talking nonsense. Little Ming is still a little baby. How could he hurt someone? Su Lingmeng instantly became even more upset. I'm not talking nonsense. Su Ming is a calamity. He just went to this couple's house for one day and both of them were injured. Su Rong dissatisfiedly corrected her. If you're always with Su Ming, you'll definitely be killed by him too. Su Ming and Su Lingmeng's arms waved his hand, a piece of grass mud horse in his heart. You can really be a Qing Tang Daolong. Obviously these two people are their own evil deeds to do more retribution, want to draw my blood to take out to sell, the result of their own first bad luck. Upon hearing this, Su Rong was instantly enraged, pointing at the couple and cursing. The two of them were injured because they were the ones who got what they deserved, and it was because they treated Xiaoming badly that they got what was coming to them. They deserved it. How can this child of yours talk like this? Su Rong also got angry, pointing at Su Lingmeng and scolding her. Su Lingmeng couldn't be angry, so she directly snorted coldly and turned her head to find Su Ningxue to tell her off with her arms around Su Ming. Sorry about that, I'll go get you guys the money. Su Rong apologized to the two. It's fine. We're the ones interrupting. The couple hurriedly waved their hands in a naive manner. The fact that they were so down to earth made Su Rong even more dissatisfied with the words that Su Lingmeng had just used to scold them for deserving it. After taking the compensation money for the two of them, Su Rong even personally sent them out of the Green Zen Temple. Unexpectedly, she and the couple had just stepped out of the gates of the Green Zen Temple when they encountered that scruffy Taoist priest again. After that night's shenanigans, Su Rong's attitude towards the scruffy Taoist priest had quietly shifted by a few points. Inexplicably a bit scornful, the scruffy Taoist priest looked at the couple and faintly said, "You two have messed with people you shouldn't have messed with and done things you shouldn't have done. So it's best if you go and burn incense and pray for forgiveness from the heavens right now. Otherwise, I can't estimate the amount of calamity that would be induced." Chapter 78. Both of them couldn't help but feel a little weak when they heard the words of the scruffy Taoist. This Taoist priest often told fortunes at the bottom of the hill of Qingzhen Temple, and the villagers in the neighborhood said that he was very accurate, and they were afraid that what this Taoist priest said was true. But in front of Su Rong, they don't dare to reveal their footsteps and can only pretend to be calm. Don't know what you're talking about. Can't understand. We don't have any money. We don't tell fortunes. So don't you cheat us out of our money. The two of them were talking about leaving the Green Zen Temple. Stop. Su Ningxue, however, rushed over with her men. She had just heard Su Lingmeng say that these two had been retributed for wanting to draw Su Ming's baby blood in exchange for money. And it's not the first time they've done this kind of thing by drawing a baby's blood. They even gave birth to a baby girl by themselves before. And it was by them that they drew blood alive to the point that their body was weak and died. How could Su Ningxue let such beasts go easily? Give me control over them. Her men immediately swarmed over the couple to hold them down. What are you doing? Su Rong anxiously stopped in front of the couple. These two people want to harm Xiaoming. I'm going to send them to jail. Su Ningxue's attitude was resolute. If people like this were left unchecked, there was no telling how many more little babies would be killed in the future. When the couple heard this, they were so scared that they directly paralyzed on the ground. That doll was given to us voluntarily by you, miss, and we almost got killed by him without doing anything. And we were smashed in the head and injured in the legs. And now you want to send our old couple to jail. Is there any king's law here? Old man, why is our life so bitter? Just want a medical fee. Actually have to go into the bureau. What kind of world is this? The peasant woman was in tears, crying uncontrollably. Su Rong was also angry and stood directly in front of Su Ningxue. Su Ming was given to them by me. They did nothing wrong. If you want to give it away, just send me to prison. Third sister, don't be unreasonable, okay? They were injured because they were trying to lay their hands on Su Ming and were countered by Su Ming's chi. Su Ningxue had a headache. Unfortunately, Su Rong didn't believe Su Ningxue's words at all, and instead turned her head to persuade her. Su Ming is just a newborn child. They have no grudges against him. Why would they want to harm him? Su Ming is the star of disaster. Whichever family he goes to will suffer. You'd better give up on Su Ming. He's exactly the same as that already dead broom star. Both are harmful things. The scruffy Taoist priest watched from the sidelines, sighed in an extremely soft voice, and exclaimed in a small voice, "It's hard to persuade a ghost to die with good words." When Su Rong heard his words, she subconsciously wanted to dislike him back, but thinking of those weird scenes before, she still closed her mouth with some fear. If Su Ming is a calamity, how come nothing happened to him at all when I kept bringing him along? Su Ningxue was furious. That's because your life is good. Even if you're temporarily fine now, after staying with Su Ming for a long time, you'll definitely not be able to withstand it. The more Su Rong said, the more she felt that she was right. In short, this couple's is definitely innocent. You can't wrong a good person. Su Ningxue's brows tightened, knowing that if she couldn't find any evidence, she definitely wouldn't be able to convince Su Rong, so she took the initiative to propose. It's fine if I don't send them to jail. I'm going to search their home. As long as I can't find anything suspicious, this matter will be settled. That is someone else's home. How can you just go and search it? Su Rong was a little dissatisfied. If she hadn't insisted on giving Su Ming to this couple, they wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation right now. Su Rong felt a little bad in her heart. If they don't allow a search, Then there's a problem. Su Ningxue snorted coldly. Paper can't wrap fire. When I send them in, the police will be able to investigate just the same. Don't you be so. Su Rong became even more anxious and was about to debate with her, but was pulled back by the couple. Since this girl doesn't believe us, she can search if she wants to. There's nothing valuable in our old couple's home anyway. Noble people like you can't see those things in our house. The couple looked frank and spoke with an unmistakable simplicity. Seeing that they had all backed down so much, Su Rong's heart was even more intolerant, and could only turn back to warn Su Ningxue. After you finish searching their home later, if you don't find anything, then you won't be allowed to make things difficult for them anymore. Su Ningxue was about to agree, when the scruffy Taoist priest by the side suddenly opened his mouth and reminded her in a low voice, since they dared to let you go, those tools of evil have obviously been hidden, and you won't necessarily be able to find them if you go. These words made Su Ningxue tighten up as she met the couple's eyes and realized that both of them were emboldened. It seemed to be true what the scruffy Taoist had said. They had been prepared for this for a long time. She was a little depressed in her heart, and right at this moment, Su Lingmeng walked out with Su Ming in her arms. Even if you can't find it, I'll go with you, she exclaimed to Su Ningxue. Noticing Su Ming in her arms, Su Ningxue suddenly gained a few points of strength. What Su Lingmeng told her before was all in Su Ming's heart, and Su Ming only knew that they had once drawn blood to kill a baby girl by listening to this couple. So maybe Su Ming knew more, just that he didn't say it in his heart. If he took Su Ming to the couple's home, he might be able to find out some evidence that they couldn't easily discover, and at that time, he could also dismantle the couple's true colors, letting Su Rong know that she was the one who was right. Okay, Meng, you hold little Ming and come with me, she immediately said. The group soon arrived at the farm couple's home at the bottom of the hill. Their home was small, just a couple of cottages and a couple of chickens in the yard, and they were practically penniless. Thinking that Su Rong had actually sent Su Ming to a family in just this kind of condition, Su Ningxue's heart was again irritated. With such a family, it was questionable whether they could support a child, and Su Rong had sent Su Ming here, obviously not wanting to make Su Ming's life better in the future. She couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Fortunately, this couple sent Su Ming back. Otherwise, she didn't know in her life if she would still be able to see the grown-up Xiao Ming. Even as her thoughts wandered, several of her men finished searching all the rooms, but all of them failed to find anything related to the blood draw. Boss, there's nothing suspicious in this house. How is it possible? Su Ningxue did not believe. Rushed in and carefully searched again inside and out. Still found nothing. Su Rong felt a small burst of triumph in her heart. How's that? Now it's time for you to believe what I said. Su Ming is a big disaster. This couple are really good people. Chapter 79, Breaking Up the Wicked Couple. You've seen it all. We don't have anything in this house. Seeing that Su Ningxue couldn't find anything, that couple immediately came over and said in an incomparably smug ground, our old couple is half in the ground, dreaming of a son. If not, this child is really grandma's. Of course we were willing to send him away. The two said in tears. You came over with such fanfare. Our old couple's face is lost in the village, and we can't hold up our heads as people in the village in the future. Seeing the two of them so pitiful, Su Rong's dissatisfaction with Su Ningxue increased once again. Fourth sister, now you can believe that they are innocent, right? Although she hadn't found any evidence, with Su Ming's heartfelt words and the scruffy Taoist priest's reminder, she simply couldn't believe that the couple was truly innocent, and could only remain silent unwillingly. Su Rong, however, was persistent. Since you didn't find anything, you have to apologize to them anyways, right? If you guys come to our house to search like this, when the time comes, the people in the village will gossip. They should say that we husband and wife have done something illegal. I'm afraid that when our injuries are healed, it will be hard for us to go out and look for another job. The couple lamented. How are we going to live from now on? Old man, we, husband and wife, have lived all our lives alone, and in our old age we still find ourselves in this kind of situation. Uncle and auntie, don't feel bad. Big deal. I'll send you living expenses every month from now on. Su Rong instantly became even more apologetic and offered to compensate the couple. Su Lingmeng snorted coldly. Just now it was the two of them themselves who agreed for us to come and search. Now what are you pretending to be pitiful here? Besides, our Xiao Ming has a mom and dad. They just carried them away without even asking. It was their fault in the first place, and they still dared to lick their faces and ask for money. How are you talking? Su Rong was instantly annoyed, pointing at Su Lingmeng and about to scold. Su Lingmeng directly shouted out loud regardless. I just spoke like this. What's wrong with that? You secretly hugged away my own brother. I didn't let the police come to arrest you because of Su Ningxue's face. Don't turn your nose up at me. Cursing is good, cursing is wonderful. Sister, I love you too much. If you can curse, curse more. Su Ming nestled in her arms while listening. he couldn't help but give her a shout-out. Good, good. Su Rong was so angry that she almost didn't speak for a long time. This is the good daughter taught by the imperial capital Su family. When I return to the international center, I will definitely talk to my family about it. This Su Rong, who couldn't say anything about my sister, went back to snitch, really tore off the left cheek and pasted it on the right cheek, thick-skinned on one side and shameless on the other. Su Ming breathlessly spat. This pair of old pussy dang is also can go to compete in the movie Emperor Movie Queen? Obviously they only some time ago to draw blood to draw the dead baby girl body are still in the cellar to put it. Su Lingming's eyes instantly lit up. No wonder this couple was so emboldened. It turned out that they had also hidden a cellar. But where would the entrance to the cellar be? Meng, do you know what's wrong? Su Ningxue pulled back Su Lingming, who was still about to argue with Su Rong, and asked quietly. As she spoke, she also quietly sized up Su Ming, the implication being that she wanted to ask if Su Lingming had heard what Su Ming had said. Su Lingming skimmed her mouth. Well, yes, there is, but she doesn't know where the hell that cellar is, does she? How come Ming never finishes talking? As she was hesitating, Su Ming's voice rang out once again. Why is Su Ningxue staring at my face? What's wrong isn't on my face. Isn't the cellar under the chicken coop? As soon as Su Lingming heard this, her eyes immediately lit up and she pretended to say, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Alright, since you guys can't find out, then apologize to them. Su Rong said rather smugly. Su Ningxue's face was ironic. Asking me to apologize with the person who hugged Xiaoming away is impossible. Then I will order you as the third sister of the Su family that you must apologize to them, or else when we return to the international center, I will tell all the Su family members that you are siding with someone who has the same look-alike name as that sinful bastard, and at that time, you will be prepared to be punished by the family. Su Rong couldn't bear it any longer and said, she even moved out the Su family headquarters, and Su Ningxue instantly became even more nervous. If she didn't apologize, if she wanted to bring Xiaoming back to the Su family headquarters in the future, it would probably be even more of a resistance, but she really didn't want to let her apologize. Just as she was about to lose her grip and decided to give in to Su Rong, Su Lingming suddenly spoke with some suspicion. Why do I smell a strange odor? She turned her head in the direction of the chicken coop as she spoke. The couple's eyes instantly changed and they panicked. Where's the strange odor? Little girl, you smelled it wrong, didn't you? Yeah, but I just smelled a strange odor. There it is. Su Lingming raised her hand, pointing in the direction of the chicken coop. It seems like the smell of something rotting. That must be because the chickens pooped too much in the shed. That's why it smells bad. The farmer stammered. Yeah, that chicken coop is full of chicken poop, and we're too old to take care of it. Su Lingming blinked. Is that so? But why do I still smell an odor of blood? That would be if we had killed the chicken 2 days ago. Su Ningxue didn't wait for them to continue arguing and directly ordered, search for me. A few of her men immediately rushed over and overturned the straw laying in the chicken coop, and sure enough, they found a covered cellar opening underneath the straw. As soon as the cellar opening was opened, a strong, fishy odor poured out. Su Ningxue and her men are used to seeing the wind and waves, but it's nothing. Su Rong can't stand it and almost didn't vomit directly, although Su Lingming on the side already knew what was in that cellar, but really smelling the smell, her heart was not good either. Soon, Su Ningxue's men came out of the cellar, looking at the couple with icy faces, and coldly reported, Boss, there's a baby girl's body inside, with many needle holes on her arms, as if she was pumped to death. Su Rong was instantly appalled. How is this possible? If you don't believe me, you can go down and take a look yourself. Su Ningxue blandly said. She instantly scrunched her neck, afraid to speak again. You two murderers, what else is there to say? Su Lingming hugged Su Ming and cursed at the couple. Detain them for me. Send them to the police station. Su Rong came back to her senses and angrily gave the order. Don't. We have no choice here. The couple immediately wailed on the ground. That's our own daughter in there. She's sick. We want to treat her, but we really don't have any money. Yeah, all the pinholes in her body are from the shots we gave him for being sick, the two said with a sniffle. We're too old to earn money before we can't cure her. The two old pussies den. Really shameless. Obviously only in his early 30s. Hard makeup into 50 or 60 years old out to cheat people. It is estimated that before also pretending to be an old couple cheated a lot of babies. Su Ming grunted, unable to say that he despised it. Chapter 80, Hearing the Heart. When Su Ningxue heard this, she immediately stepped forward and kicked over the two of them. Two shameless dogs, bastards, even your own children can be killed. You don't deserve to live, she cursed with righteous indignation. And in her heart, she felt sorry for the baby girl who had her blood drawn alive and died. Although Su Rong also had hesitation in her heart. She didn't dare to easily believe their words anymore, but persuaded. They are so old, and it is estimated that they won't be able to live for many years. Or, they're not old. Look at their hands and necks, there are no wrinkles at all. They're obviously faking it. Su Lingmeng hummed. Didn't you give Xiaoming to them before because you saw that they were old and still didn't have a child? They are just deliberately pretending to be elderly to trick babies. Hearing this, the couple immediately shrunk their hands sheepishly. Su Ningxue passed with a look, and several of her men immediately stepped forward. Soon the two men's disguises were removed, revealing two young faces. Su Rong was completely speechless, thinking that she had foolishly given them twice the compensation before and said that she would support them in the future. She was so angry that she was about to explode. These two bastards actually dared to take advantage of her goodwill like this. She had the pair brutally beaten before being sent to the prison at the International Center. With the severity of the sentences at the International Center, these two will probably soon be able to go and bury their daughters, or even the babies they once killed. After dealing with these two people, Su Rong apologized to Su Ningxue and Su Lingmeng with a million embarrassments. In the end, they were close sisters. Su Ningxue didn't say anything, but Su Lingmeng didn't care about her apology. For those who disliked Su Ming, Su Lingmeng was equally disliked. Su Rong, however, had her eyes on Su Lingmeng. At that time, none of them noticed any abnormality, but Su Lingmeng was able to smell the fishy stench and blood coming from the cellar. Obviously her sense of smell was particularly sensitive and unusual, and she was also the one who found out that the pair of dogs and men disguised their age. So it was evident that her observation was also not ordinary. In Su Rong's eyes, Su Lingmeng was a rare genius, and such a talent should be brought back to the International Center for proper cultivation. She immediately found Su Ningxue to discuss. Fourth sister, although I still don't like Su Ming, but Su Lingmeng has a keen sense of smell and observes subtly. I think we should immediately bring Su Lingmeng back to the International Center. Su Ningxue knew very well that Su Lingmeng wasn't having a keen sense of smell at all, but rather she had heard Su Ming's heart. She couldn't help but have thoughts in her heart. Before Su Lingmeng and Su Rong had all sorts of disagreements, yet Su Rong was still able to appreciate her talent. If she knew about Su Ming's abilities, would she also change her mind about Su Ming? But she couldn't hear Su Ming's heart either, and Su Rong obviously couldn't hear it either. If he told Su Rong the truth, he didn't know if she could believe it. What's wrong with you, not willing to take Su Lingmeng back to the International Center? Su Rong asked with some curiosity when she saw her constipated expression. It's not, Su Ningxue wanted to say. Since this is the case, then I'll talk to my family now, and tomorrow, I'll first bring Su Lingmeng back to the International Center to do a physical test. Su Rong immediately said. No way. Su Ningxue immediately became agitated. You can't report it. Why? Such a good talent is rare. Su Rong was puzzled. Su Ningxue hesitated for a moment, but was still prepared to tell Su Rong the truth. Su Lingmeng doesn't have any talent at all. She would know where that cellar is. It was actually Su Ming who told her. The person who can make these precise judgments is Xiaoming. What? Su Rong felt that this was simply unbelievable. Su Ming can't even speak. He doesn't even have a single tooth. How could he tell her? Besides, he's just a little kid. How could he have that kind of keen observation and analyzing power? Su Lingmeng can hear Su Ming's heart. Su Ningxue herself blushed a little as she spoke. Ha! Su Rong huffed as if she had heard something heavenly. Fourth sister, are you out of your mind? What I said is true. Xiaoming's physique is different as you can see. That couple would get retribution immediately if they tried to lay hands on him. I didn't lie to you. As long as it's someone that Xiaoming trusts, he can hear what's in his heart. Su Ningxue hurriedly explained. Su Rong just wanted to say that Su Ningxue must be crazy, but then she suddenly thought of the weirdness she saw the night she sent Su Ming away, and her heart was suddenly half convinced. That's right. That Taoist priest also told me earlier that I will have a life and death calamity before long, but as long as I stay by Xiaoming's side I will be fine. Xiaoming's qi can protect me. Seeing her hesitation, Su Ningxue hurriedly continued to persuade her. Is it? When Su Rong heard the name of that scruffy Taoist priest, her heart was also a bit in a state of confusion. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself tomorrow and see if Su Lingming's sense of smell is really that great. Su Ningxue thought about it and proposed. Su Rong was thoughtful and soon left Su Ningxue's room. At this time it was already dark. She walked towards her room with a heavy heart, but halfway there, a small black cat suddenly leaped out, squatting in the middle of the road looking straight at her, a pair of cat eyes glowing with green light. Su Rong was stunned and tried to go around the little black cat. Who knew that the little black cat suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of bloodied fangs, and a bizarre black aura rose all over its body. Su Rong was so scared that she backed up and turned her head to run. The little black cat immediately ran after her. She panicked and actually accidentally crashed into Su Lingming's room. Su Lingmeng was sitting by Su Ming's crib teasing him with a rattle, and when she saw her suddenly barge in, she was just about to lose her temper when she saw Su Rong hiding behind her and Su Ming with a terrified face. Don't come over, she said warily, suddenly thinking of what that scruffy Taoist priest had said, and it seemed that if she personally approached Su Ming, those weirdnesses wouldn't appear anymore. But now, that little black cat with a black aura stood at the door of the room, staring at Su Ming in the crib as if it was going to tear him apart in the next second. Su Rong's heart burst with despair. It seemed that the scruffy Taoist priest was all bluffing her. Su Ming was a little baby. What could he do with these strange things? Ow! That little black cat cried out, its body rapidly expanding dozens of times as it waved its huge claws and pounced on Su Ming. Su Rong closed her eyes in despair and collapsed to the ground. The next second, however, she heard a sharp scream. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that the black cat had directly turned into a wisp of white smoke the moment it was about to approach Su Ming. Isn't it just the wild spirit of a cat? As for being scared like this, Su Ming rolled over and spat while playing with the rattle. It was only after hearing Su Ming's words that Su Lingmeng realized what had happened. What's going on? What happened? Su Ningxue was woken up by the screams that Su Rong had just made when she escaped and hurried over. Su Lingmeng purposely pretended to be confused. I don't know. She was having a nervous breakdown and ran to me shouting. Chapter 81, The Black Cat Turned into White Smoke. Su Ningxue frowned helplessly and reprimanded. Third sister, can you not always yell and scream whenever you have a nightmare? Making it impossible for everyone to rest. She was frightened by evil spirits, but those evil spirits came to her, and only she could see them. People who don't understand metaphysics won't be able to see it. At the same time Su Ningxue spoke, Su Ming also began to synchronize and start his tirade. If this continues, Su Rong should be treated as a psychopath, even though she's already quite psychopathic. Su Lingmeng stifled her laughter and waited until Su Ningxue had finished counting Su Rong out before she impishly urged Su Rong to leave. Why don't you hurry up and leave? This is my room. Thinking back to that terrifying black cat just now, Su Rong pressed herself not to dare to leave. However, Su Lingmeng didn't care if she was scared or not, and directly pushed her out of the room. Isn't it just a little black cat? As for being scared like this? Su Lingmeng closed the door to her room and then turned to Su Rong with a burst of mockery. You messed with Xiao Ming yourself, and now you deserve to be haunted by an evil spirit. You can see what just happened. Su Rong was taken aback and asked hesitantly, but before she could finish her sentence, Su Lingmeng spoke first. I'm the one who can't see it. It's not like I've done anything wrong, so you should leave, little Ming, and I don't welcome you. Su Rong pondered. Could it be that she could really hear Su Ming's heart? And it was Su Ming who had said that the evil spirit she had just encountered was a black cat? Thinking that the black cat had just disappeared as soon as it approached Su Ming, she couldn't help but believe even more in those words that Su Ningxue had told her earlier. Wait a minute, cousin Meng Meng, can you help me out and ask Su Ming to think of a way for me to get those evil spirits to stop pestering me? I'm really going crazy. She grabbed Su Lingmeng's arm in fear and kept pleading. Su Lingmeng pulled her hand away in a flash and said impatiently, Go away. I'm not going to help you, a bad woman. With that, she flew back to her room and closed the door with a bang, but with that on her lips, after returning to her room, she still intentionally or unintentionally muttered in Su Ming's ear, This bad woman, godly, like she's been possessed. I don't know if there's any way to make her a little more normal. Su Ming played with the toys she handed over and silently rolled his eyes. That's what she deserves. I don't care if she lives or dies. Just don't come back to harm me again. Hearing Su Ming's words, Su Lingmeng instantly stopped continuing to mutter and focused on playing with the toys with Su Ming. By the next morning, Su Rong, who had been pestered by the evil spirits and hadn't slept well all night, couldn't stand it anymore, and could only come to find Su Lingmeng again. Sister Lingmeng, yesterday, the fourth sister had told me that you could see Su Ming's heart, so you'll just help me, Su Ming, and in the end there's no such thing as a way to drive away those evil spirits. Su Lingmeng sneered, so you already know, but it's useless for you to beg me. Xiao Ming already said yesterday, he doesn't like you and won't care if you die or live. She was about to continue, but someone suddenly knocked outside the Green Zen temple. One sound followed another, and the temple's little shaman hurriedly ran toward the door while putting on his coat. Who is it? And why have you come here so early? Both of them were attracted by the knocking sound and looked over together, realizing that the visitors were actually Su Shikuan and Su Tian. The moment she saw Su Ming, Su Rong's entire body froze. This child was clearly exactly the same as Xiao Tian when he was young. She couldn't help but shed tears of excitement and rushed over to hug Su Tian. Xiao Tian, sister misses you so much. Why don't you come back to see your sister? Do you know how my sister has been living all these years after you were gone? Su Tian was taken aback and looked at Su Shikuan with his head held high with his hands and feet 5 thick. Su Shikuan hurriedly explained. Third Miss Su. This is my nephew Su Tian. I heard that you also came to the imperial capital, so I hurriedly brought him along to pay a visit. I hope you don't find us abrupt. Realizing that the person in front of her was not the same person, Su Rong's thoughts pulled back a few points, and she trembled as she let go of Su Ming, silently wiping away the teardrops from the corners of her eyes. No offense. I've been wanting to meet this cousin of mine for a long time. Su Tian rolled his eyes. He had already heard from Su Shikuan's mouth that he looked very similar to his cousin's deceased brother, so he didn't call his cousin, but directly called out third sister. Hello third sister? I'm Xiao Tian, he said good-naturedly. This third sister almost made Su Rong fuse him with the dead Su Tian. She trembled, excitedly answered and hugged Su Tian tightly once again. Little brother Tian, are you willing to stay with third sister all the time and be sister's own brother? Su Tian blinked a little confusedly for a moment before saying, Eldest uncle said that third sister you came from the international center. Will you take me back to the international center with you? You don't know. This child Xiao Tian's life is very bitter. He is a child adopted by my brother's family. Only after their family gave birth to their own son, Su Ming, they directly kicked him out of their home, and now Xiao Tian has always been living in my home. Su Shikuan immediately added fuel to the fire and complained to Su Rong. These words caused Su Rong to feel even more heartbroken for Su Tian, and she immediately made up her mind. Good. Third sister will definitely take you back to the international center. With third sister here, won't let anyone. Before she could finish her sentence, the scruffy Taoist priest suddenly appeared behind a few people, interrupting her words. Girl, if you want to live, it's better if you don't taint yourself with this child. This child's destiny is very fierce. Anyone who is close to him, no matter who it is, will not have a good ending. The scruffy Taoist priest stared at Su Tian and said with a serious expression. Su Rong was somewhat shocked, and instantly her eyes were filled with hesitation when she looked at Su Tian. You stinking Taoist priest, what nonsense are you talking about? I stay with Xiao Tian every day, and I'm not in the least bit of trouble? Su Shikuan instantly became anxious and cursed angrily at the scruffy Taoist priest. What I said is true. If you don't believe it then forget it. The scruffy Taoist turned around blandly, ready to leave. Su Tian pulled Su Rong's arm with a pitiful face, her big round eyes filled with crystallized teardrops. Sister, do you not want me to? Is Xiao Tian a child that no one likes? Looking at his weak and aggrieved appearance, Su Rong's heart simply melted. She had already lost a blood brother. It was not easy for her to once again meet someone so similar to Xiao Tian. This was the fate given to her by God. Besides, Su Shikuan also stayed with Xiao Tian for so long and nothing happened? She instantly forgot about the scruffy Taoist priest's reminder and hugged Su Tian back to her room, happily proposing, Little Tian, tonight you'll sleep with third sister, okay? Chapter 82 Disappointment in Su Tian. Su Tian immediately revealed a sweet smile and nodded, looking at his adorable appearance. Su Rong's heart melted and instantly became even more unconvinced of that scruffy Taoist priest's words. How could such a cute kid be a great evil destiny? In the days that followed, Su Rong had been bringing Su Tian along to live in the Green Zen Temple. For some reason, ever since Su Tian came, she hadn't encountered any of those weird things, and her spirit was recovering day by day. Su Tian is also extraordinarily understanding and obedient. Su Rong also discovered that Su Tian's intelligence was a little higher than the average child, which surprised her greatly. Fourth sister, Su Tian is simply like an exact copy of Xiao Tian. Not only does he have the same looks and personality, even his IQ is just as high. She pulled Su Tian to Su Ningshue's face and complimented. But Su Ningxue felt a headache when she saw Su Tian. I already told you before. He's not a good boy. Since you don't listen to me and have to be close to him, then don't always talk in front of me to make me upset. Su Lingmeng happened to be in Su Ningxue's room as well, and nodded approvingly when she heard this. Since you like Su Tian, then you can continue to stay with him. Little Ming and I will leave first. Su Ningxue grunted and turned her head toward her Su Lingmeng. Meng, hold on to Xiao Ming. Let's go. Although Su Lingmeng was upset with Su Ningxu, she even more so didn't want Su Ming to keep appearing in Su Rong's field of vision, and decisively hugged on Su Ming and followed Su Ningxu to leave the Green Zen Temple. Su Rong didn't expect Su Ningxue to actually leave at the drop of a hat, and anxiously chased after her, but Su Ningxue's figure had already disappeared, and instead, the scruffy Taoist priest reappeared in the courtyard. Girl, you're going to be in big trouble. As soon as he saw Su Rong, he said with some concern. Su Rong got tired of hearing this. Please don't scare me all the time. I've been with Xiao Tian for the past few days. Not only have I not encountered any bad things, on the contrary, those evil spirits that were pestering me before have disappeared as well. Xiao Tian is definitely not what you said about the Heaven's Fate Lone Star destiny. It must be that he has blessed me. The scruffy Taoist shook his head repeatedly with a look of hatred. Don't listen to the words of a good man and suffer the consequences. You seek your own happiness. Seeing that he was about to leave after saying this, Su Rong immediately raised her head in defiance and exclaimed, with Xiao Tian by my side, I'm not afraid of anything, you're less of an alarmist. But the scruffy Taoist priest didn't seem to hear her and left at a very fast speed. Su Rong returned to her room and happily played with Su Tian all day. When it was dark, she hugged Su Tian and slept together like she did the other day. But tonight, above her bed, there stood two ravens with red eyes. It's an even more horrifying sight than what I saw that day. Get out! Su Rong didn't think too much about it, comforting herself that these two crows were flying in from outside. After all, the Qingzhen temple was on a mountain and there were many wild birds, but when she raised her hand to repel those two crows, her hand went straight through. Ga ga ga! The two crows fluttered their wings and flew, and after an unpleasant cawing sound, a mass of black gas condensed around them to form more crows. Su Rong screamed in fear and climbed up from the bed, subconsciously clinging to Su Tian beside her. Help! Help! Su Tian couldn't see those things, but was shocked by her reaction, and immediately had to peel away Su Rong's hand holding her arm. You let go of me, third sister, he whispered. Su Rong was like a drowning person who treated Su Tian as a driftwood that could save her life. The more Su Tian told her to let go, the tighter her grip became. Those crows converged into a large drill and flew through towards Su Rong's body. Ah! Su Rong screamed and hissed out as a sharp pain erupted from her body. The crows passed through her body and then turned into vipers that crawled up to her head. She screamed as she raised her hands to grab those vipers above her head. Because of this action, she also loosened the hand that had been gripping Su Tian. In Su Tian's eyes, Su Rong must have gone crazy as she screamed and wailed while constantly tearing her hair. How can you give a crazy person a good life later? Without hesitation, he left Su Rong behind and ran out. Unfortunately, Su Rong was already completely caught up in the hallucination, and didn't even notice that Su Tian was already gone, and kept shouting, Xiao Tian, save me, save me. Boom, came the popping sound. Just when she was about to faint from the pain, a golden light suddenly appeared, and those poisonous snakes on her body instantly flew away. Only then did Su Rong barely come back to her senses, realizing that the one standing in front of her was actually that scruffy Taoist priest. The other party was also sweating profusely and squeezing an already half-destroyed yellow talisman. Only when he saw Su Rong regain consciousness did he throw away the yellow talisman, as if he was relieved. These things are just too difficult to deal with. If I had come one step later, your life would have been hard to protect. Su Rong immediately nodded gratefully to him. Thank you, master, for saving my life. Realizing that Su Tian was not in the room, she also asked with some anticipation. Grandmaster, was it Xiao Tian who just went to you and asked you to come and save me? Him, the scruffy Taoist priest snorted. Just now, as soon as he saw you suddenly go crazy and yell, he was straight up scared and didn't know where to run. I came on my own. Yes? Su Rong's heart murmured with some disappointment. It must have been scary for her to look like that just now. Su Tian was just a little kid. It was normal that he would be scared away. But, if her Goten had seen her like that, he would have tried to save her at the first opportunity, right? Maybe it was because she wasn't close enough to the boy to be a sibling. Master, can you please give me some talisman paper so that I won't be haunted by those things anymore? She withdrew her mind and begged the scruffy Taoist priest in front of her in a small voice. Instead, the other man heaved a sigh. I've already said that my Tao is too shallow to completely clean up this group of evil spirits, and you're looking for Su Ming. I can still save your life tonight, but these things will get stronger and stronger, and I estimate that I won't be able to save you the night after tomorrow at the latest. Don't you understand by now? The reason why you were safe and sound a while ago wasn't at all due to that child called Su Tian, but because Su Ming lived right next door to you, and now that Su Ming is gone, those evil spirits are naturally haunting you again. Su Rong's heart jumped at the sound, but she was still a bit hesitant. But, life is your own. If you don't want it, I can't. The scruffy Taoist sighed again and quickly left. Not long after he left, Su Tian returned, and when he saw that Su Rong was fine, he carefully walked over and complained to Su Rong. Third sister, it's not comfortable to live here at all. The temple has to ring the bell every day. I'm often woken up early in the morning, and I've lost weight from eating fasting every day. So you'd better hurry up and take me back to the international center. Su Rong had thought that he had come to care about himself, but he didn't realize that all he thought about was actually himself, and a wave of disappointment came over him. Chapter 83, Change of Opinion. Su Rong was in no mood to ignore Su Tian's complaints right now. Just now the Taoist priest had already said that he wouldn't be able to control those evil spirits the day after tomorrow at the latest, which meant that she only had one day and one night to find a way to break the evil spirits. Otherwise, recalling the excruciating pain she had just felt, she felt her blood run cold. Xiao Tian, wait for a moment. She swept a glance at Su Tian. her expression not as gentle as it was when she was once upon a time to Su Tian. Su Tian had always been good at reading people's words and instantly silenced himself. Su Rong dialed Su Ningshue's video phone, and after a long time, the opposite side answered the phone. What's wrong? Third sister? Su Ningxue was lying on the beach in her bikini, with Su Lingmeng beside her playing in the water, while the nanny was carefully taking care of Su Ming. You're going on vacation? Su Rong was a bit surprised. No, it was at my house in the international center, and I turned the beach system on. Su Ningxue said calmly. The technology of the international center has long been far beyond the outside world, and super rich people like the Su family, who are all ranked in the international center, can simulate summer beaches in winter in their own manner, allowing people to sunbathe as they wish, Su Ningxue said, and even held her cell phone up, revealing the large manor not far behind her. I'll go back to the international center to look for you now, Su Rong immediately said. At those words, Su Ningxue was somewhat reluctant. It's fine for you to come back, but don't let Su Tian appear in front of me. Su Tian, who was standing beside Su Rong, gave a thump in his heart. Just now he had been attracted by the huge manor of Su Ningxue's house, and couldn't help but fantasize about the scene of himself living in the big manor. This kind of manor is not something that Su Bingzhen's big villa can be compared to. Su Tian has never seen someone's residence can be luxurious to this extent. Hearing that Su Ningxue actually disallowed Su Rong from taking him along, he immediately became anxious and pitifully pulled Su Rong. Third sister, don't leave me behind. This temple is small and shabby. I don't feel comfortable living here at all. Just take me away. I haven't seen an estate that big. And didn't you say we'd be blood siblings from now on? Su Rong frowned, thinking that after she was frightened last night, Su Tian ran away without caring about himself in the slightest. Her heart was indescribable. If it's her tiny, she'll never leave her behind. She remembered that when she was a child, her family had also brought Xiaotian to the temple to pray for blessings and purification. And at that time, Xiaotian was even younger than this Su Tian in front of her. But she didn't complain at all. Su Tian, after all, is not Su Tian. Looking at the familiar face of this child in front of her, Su Rong's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She pressed Su Tian's shoulder and faintly said, I'm sorry, this time, third sister can't take you there. I'll send you back to the imperial capital Su family first. Don't, Su Tian immediately exclaimed. You said we're blood siblings, so your home should be my home. Why aren't you willing to take me home and give me a good life? Su Rong was puzzled. Although it was true that the conditions of the imperial Su family were not as good as the international center, they were wealthy enough outside of the international center. So how could Su Tian be so emotionally agitated? Is it possible that Su Bingzhen's family is not treating you well? So can I send you back to Su Shikuan's house first? She asked speculatively. I don't want it. Third sister, we're the family. How can you send me back to my eldest uncle's house so irresponsibly? Could it be that all those words you said before that you would always be good to me were all lies? Are you leaving me behind? Su Tian, however, was even more reluctant, as if how Su Rong had mistreated her. Su Rong frowned. Her Xiao Tian would not be this disruptive at all, and was more well-behaved and understanding than Su Tian by an unknown amount. Let go, she said coldly. You said I left you. Didn't you leave me first last night? Su Tian, who still wanted to be pampered, instantly sobered up when he heard this and closed his mouth unwillingly, but his heart was very indignant. Didn't his eldest uncle say that he looked exactly like Su Rong's already dead real brother? Why hasn't Su Rong brought him home? Could it be that Su Rong didn't even love her dead brother as much as uncle said? Su Rong didn't know what was in his mind, and after letting Su Shikuan come and pick up Su Tian, he hurried back to the international center. Only after seeing that she really didn't bring Su Tian along did Su Ningxue agree to let her and Su Ming live together as well. That night, Su Rong slept in the room next to Su Ming's, and those evil spirits that had almost tortured her to death actually really didn't reappear. Not only were they evil spirits, but she didn't even have nightmares. At first, Su Rong was a bit skeptical if it was just a coincidence, but as a few days passed, her spirit did get better day by day. A few days later, her best friend made a video call to her and was still surprised. Rong, did you secretly do medical beauty behind my back? How come your skin has gotten so much better? You're so pretty now. Su Rong was stunned and raised her hand to touch her face. Is that so? Of course. You don't even know how beautiful you are now. I'm a bit jealous. Have you found some new great beautician? Don't tell me who it is yet? Her best friend was gawking at her face with a gossipy look on her face, urging anxiously. It was only then that Su Rong realized that her skin had indeed become much more delicate, and there wasn't even a single fine line on her face anymore. Could this also be because of staying by Su Ming's side? As she was wondering, it just so happened that Su Ningxue was pushing Su Ming's stroller and returned home with Su Lingmeng. Su Rong carefully observed the two of them and realized that both of them seemed to have become prettier as well. Su Ling Meng was originally young and couldn't see a big difference, but Su Ning Shui was different. Her skin was now white and red, glowing, and her pair of eyes were even more brilliant like stars, indescribably moving. Even her chest, well, it seemed to be raging quite a bit. I'm not going to talk to you first. You'll accompany me to a party later in the evening. You'll talk to me properly when we meet then, huh? On the other end of the phone, his best friend admonished and hung up. Su Rong quietly told Su Ningshue about the speculation in her heart, and to her surprise, Su Ningshue told her news that surprised her even more. Third sister, you're not wrong. I haven't stayed by Xiaoming's side for long, and the bottleneck that I hadn't been able to break through in my previous practice managed to break through, and I also feel that it's because of Xiaoming's blessings. This time, Su Rong also had to believe in her heart that Su Ming truly had an extraordinary destiny. Thinking of the things she had done to Su Ming before, she decided to take the initiative to make amends, so she took the initiative to propose to Su Ningshue. Fourth sister, why don't you let me breastfeed Su Ming recently? Seeing Su Rong's attitude change, Su Ningshue was of course happy and immediately agreed. Su Rong made the milk powder and held Su Ming to feed him, but what she didn't know was that the current Su Ming had already developed a stress reaction to her, and the moment he saw her approaching, he felt that nothing good could come out of it. She wouldn't have brewed me some kind of poisonous milk powder, preparing to drink me into a retard, right? Su Ming was so scared that his heartbeat accelerated, desperately waving his hands to show his resistance. To Su Ming, this woman, Su Rong, was even more annoying than Su Ningshue. He directly knocked over the milk bottle in Su Rong's hand. Chapter 84, she's the one who made a fool of herself. Su Rong didn't think that Su Ming, a small child, would have so much strength. She was so caught off guard that the bottle fell right onto the table, the cap knocking against the edge and spilling a bottle of milk all over her. Luckily, the milk given to babies was warm, and Su Rong was not scalded. It was just that her body was all dirty and she had to put Su Ming down to take a shower. By the time she got out of the shower, she realized that she had missed her best friend's appointment to go to the party. You can't be late on purpose because you don't want to tell me the secret formula to become beautiful, right? Her best friend grumbled at her on the other end of the phone. Su Rong was also a bit helpless. The entrance time for that party was only half an hour, and it was too late for her to rush over there now. I heard from a good friend that tonight the International Center's most famous piano virtuoso, Macmillan Cook, will be in attendance and will be playing live. The International Center's most famous piano virtuoso, Macmillan Cook, will be there tonight, and he'll be playing live. That was her favorite pianist, and missing the party was still quite a bit of a shame for her. It was a good thing that her best friend said that she would wait until the maestro played to play a video with her, so that she could watch it as well. Su Rong walked to the living room and happened to see Su Ningshue teasing Su Ming. Seeing her appear, the smile at the corner of Su Ningshue's mouth froze for a moment before she somewhat stiffly said, "Third sister, you're still not very good with babies, so in the future, it's better for me to brew Xiaoming's milk." Today, Xiaoming's milk drinking was delayed. Su Rong's heart instantly became even more uncomfortable, and she directly turned her head to go back to her room. When it was time for the party, her best friend video called her right on time. "Look, your idol." Looking at Cook, who was concentrating on his performance on the stage, Su Rong felt more and more bad. If it wasn't for breastfeeding Su Ming, she wouldn't have missed her idol's performance. Normally, Cook opened a special show, but it was hard to get tickets with money, and even she hadn't seen Cook play live a few times. She waited until Cook's performance was over before her best friend laughed and teased her. "I let you be late. Now you're gutted. I have to go take a picture with him later, so don't be too jealous of me. It's my bad luck." Su Rong smiled to herself. However, as soon as her words left her mouth, a loud clang rang out in the party hall. Her best friend also screamed out. The picture on the opposite side of the video became particularly confusing. Su Rong was anxious and hurriedly kept asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" I don't know how long I waited before the camera reappeared with my best friend's face. Her coiled hair had fallen out. She still looked a little stunned, and she was stuttering. "I was just scared to death." The crystal chandelier on the ceiling of the party hall suddenly fell down, and several guests standing in the middle of the hall were smashed into unconsciousness, and many other guests were also injured. What? Su Rong was shocked. She remembered that the crystal chandelier in the hall of the party was very big, and the floor height of the hall was very high. That chandelier suddenly fell down, but it could smash people to death. She immediately cared about her friend. "Are you going to be alright? Are you hurt?" My best friend shook her head. "I just stood in the corner all the time in order to play video with you without being noisy. I didn't get smashed, but the commotion of that lamp falling was too big. I was also startled, and I followed the people outside in a confused manner, and I don't know who stepped off my high heel shoes. And the limited edition that I just bought. Su Rong then breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're okay, my best friend. However, sighed with some hijacking, it seems that we too are also lucky. If you had not been late today, I would have dragged you along to stand in the very center of the hall to watch the show. Su Rong was stunned. Originally she felt sorry for missing her idol's performance, but she didn't realize that this lateness actually saved her and her best friend's lives. Could Su Ming have foreseen what might happen in the future and deliberately saved her in this way? Su Rong excitedly rushed out of the room and found Su Lingmeng playing with Su Ming. Seeing her, Su Lingmeng immediately shielded Su Ming and said vigilantly, "Are you looking for Su Ningxue?" She went out. While Su Lingmeng was speaking, the TV in the living room happened to broadcast the accident in the gala hall in real time. Su Rong walked to the side of the two of them and tenderly sat down. Ignoring Su Lingmeng's flying daggers in her eyes, she touched Su Ming's little face. "No, I came here specifically to thank Xiao Ming. Tonight if it wasn't for him purposely knocking over the milk bottle and dirtying my clothes, I wouldn't have missed out on this party with an accident because of the bath. It was Xiao Ming who saved my life. God damn it, why didn't you tell me about this party tonight? If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have knocked over that milk bottle." Su Ming howled in his heart. When Su Lingmeng heard Su Ming's heartfelt words, she almost didn't laugh outright. How could little Ming intentionally knock over the bottle? He's just a little baby. What does he know? People just don't like you before they don't want to drink the milk you feed them. Su Lingmeng picked up Su Ming, rubbed her nose against the tip of Su Ming's nose, and intentionally said in a tone that teased the child, "It's this cousin who's making a fool of herself, and our little baby Ming didn't want to save her. Isn't that right?" Su Ming immediately giggled. He didn't say anything, but he did say everything. Su Rong huffed, somewhat unspeakably embarrassed. She knew that Su Lingmeng could hear Su Ming's heart, so what Su Lingmeng had just said must have been from Su Ming's heart. Otherwise Su Ming wouldn't have laughed so happily. So it seemed that she was really making a fool of herself. Just when she was about to find an excuse to leave, Su Shikuan's video call suddenly came. Su Rong was stunned. Her heart was inexplicably a little uncomfortable, but she still walked to the side and picked up the phone. "Third miss, I'm here to make amends to you on behalf of this boy Xiao Tian. He already knows he's wrong." Su Shikuan piled up a smile on the other end of the phone. "That night he left you behind and ran away by himself. It's his fault. Please, just forgive him for this one time. He is really already treating you as his own sister." With that, he had Su Tian appear on camera as well. Su Tian's eyes were red and looked very pitiful. "I'm sorry sister. I was wrong. I shouldn't have left you behind that night just because I was scared. I really missed you after you left. When can you come back to Imperial Capital to see me? Since you left, this child has been crying, wanting you to think of you, but also said that she dreamed of playing with you as a child and felt that you were her own sister." Su Shikuan continued. "Sister, I dreamt that when I was a child I lived with you in that big manor. That's why I want to go back with you so much. I'm sorry, I know it's not my home. As long as you can come to the Imperial Capital often to see me in the future, don't leave me behind." Su Tian lowered his head, nervously and uneasily rubbing the corner of his coat. Su Rong was a bit surprised that Su Tian would actually have such a dream. Could it be that he really was the reincarnation of Xiao Tian? Only that he had already forgotten the memories of his previous life? Once Su Tian and Xiao Tian were linked together again, Su Rong's heart couldn't control a few moments of heartache. "Sis didn't leave you behind. Sis is picking you up and bringing you to the International Center right now. Okay?" Chapter 85, Sending Su Tian Away. When Su Ningxue came home, she happened to hear Su Rong say that she wanted to pick up Su Tian to come to the International Center, and immediately shouted angrily, "Third sister, what are you doing? I'm going to pick up Su Tian and bring him here. Mr. and Mrs. Su Bingjin don't want to take care of him. I'm picking him up to live here for a while." Su Rong said stiffly. "No way, I don't agree. I told you not to bring Su Tian if you want to go home. I don't want to see him." Su Ningxue had a fierce attitude. Su Lingmeng also stood on the same front as Su Ningxue. "My parents don't want Su Tian. That's because Su Tian is just too bad. If you pity him, you'll have your regrets later." However, Su Rong still picked up Su Tian under pressure. Su Tian also brought a suitcase of gifts on the day he came. He good-naturedly delivered the gifts to Su Rong's several hands. "Thank you sisters for being willing to take me in. This is the gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it." The gifts he bought are not expensive. Are some dolls and bears dolls, not to mention Su Ningxue Su Rong. Even Su Lingmeng so old girls do not like it too much. But stretching hands do not hit the smiling face of the people. A few people still accept the gifts. "Third sister had to ask you to come to the International Center, but I'll say it in advance. I won't forget what you did to me. It's your skill that you can bluff third sister. Usually there's nothing to do less hanging around in front of me. Otherwise I'll send you back to the Imperial Capital immediately." Su Ningxue coldly and nonchalantly warned. I. Su Tian looked like he was shocked, lowered his head and stammered, not knowing what to say. Little Tian is just a child. At most he is a bit mischievous. How bad can he be? Don't talk like that. Su Rong blocked in front of Su Tian and said with some dissatisfaction. Su Ningxue grunted and no longer paid attention to the two of them, and the doll that Su Tian had given her was casually thrown in the corner of the room by her. Meng, go to bed early tonight. I'll take you and Ming to the mall tomorrow. She decided to have an out of sight, out of mind. She said. She was about to take her pajamas and go to the bathroom to take a shower, and called out twice to Su Lingmeng, only to find that Su Lingmeng didn't even answer. Turning her head to look, she realized that Su Lingmeng was staring at those dolls given by Su Tian with a very ugly face. What's wrong? Su Ningxue quickly became alert. Su Lingmeng glanced at Su Ming, who was lying in the crib, and quietly pulled her to the side, whispering, I just heard Xiao Ming say that there's something wrong with those dolls. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue immediately tensed up. I told you that Su Tian wouldn't give us something for no reason. Poof. Su Lingmeng sneered. Being attentive to nothing is either adultery or theft. Su Ningxue directly cut open the bear doll, and really found a miniature camera behind the doll's eyes. She directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and did not dare to imagine what Su Tian would do if he got his own indecent photos if he really changed his clothes in front of this bear doll. What about that doll he gave you? She turned her head to inquire about Su Lingmeng. I've already taken it apart and looked at it. There's a camera inside as well. Su Lingmeng's tone was heavy. Luckily Xiao Ming found it in time. Otherwise I would have been looked at. Su Ningxue was shocked in her heart. Both she and Su Lingmeng were guarded against Su Tian. The gifts he sent were all thrown away in the inconspicuous corners of the room. But Su Rong had a lot of trust in Su Tian. Maybe she would even sleep at night hugging the doll that Su Tian sent her. She immediately took her doll and went to Su Rong's room. Su Rong was sitting on the bed ready to undress when Su Ningxue suddenly knocked on the door before she stopped to open it. What's wrong, fourth sister? I'm getting ready for bed. Is there something wrong with you? Looking at Su Ningxue's anxious face, Su Rong followed suit and became nervous. Third sister, where's the doll Su Tian gave you? Su Ningxue opened the door. I put it on the bed. That big bear is quite soft and gentle. I'm going to let it sleep with me at night. Mentioning Su Tian, Su Rong's tone couldn't help but soften a few points. I remember when Xiao Tian was still alive. The first birthday gift he gave me was a doll, but unfortunately it was later broken by that brat Su Ming. Su Ningxue was in no mood to reminisce about the past with Su Rong. There's something wrong with the doll that Su Tian gave me. There's a miniature camera in it, and there's one in Su Lingming's doll too. She lowered her voice and warned. At those words, the smile on Su Rong's face instantly froze, and she hesitated for 2 seconds before she said with a million doubts, That's impossible, right? I don't see anything wrong with that doll. It couldn't be that you wanted to drive Su Tian away and deliberately made up a lie, right? Su Tian is just a child. How could he intentionally install a camera in the doll? He's not an ordinary child. Su Ningxue's face was gloomy, knowing that Su Rong wouldn't believe her no matter how much she said, so she directly barged into Su Rong's room. She directly ripped open the big bear doll in front of Su Rong and snapped out a miniature camera behind the doll's eyes. Seeing is believing. Now you should believe what I said, right? You're the only one who's touched this doll since Su Tian gave it to you. Su Rong looked at that camera and was shocked beyond words. She really couldn't believe that Su Tian, a small child, could actually do such a thing. I'm going to find Su Tian and ask him about it. Only after a long time had passed did she adjust her emotions and said somewhat unwillingly, If you want to go, let's go together. But it's best to first figure out his intention of installing these cameras. I'll go with you. Don't startle the snakes. Su Ningxue asked the underlings of the family to turn off the lights of most of the rooms in the house, making an appearance that the whole family had already rested. She and Su Rong touched the darkness and quietly arrived at the door of Su Tian's room. In the room, the sound of Su Shikuan's bright laughter came from the room. None of them noticed anything wrong with the dolls, did they? Of course not, but I acted very well. Su Rong even protected me. Eldest uncle, just don't worry about me. After a while I'll find a chance to take down the cameras in those dolls and send them to you. Su Tian happily talked to Su Shikuan on the phone. Our family Xiao Tian is just capable. I hope these cameras can help me capture Su's core business secrets. When the time comes, Su Shikuan was even happier than Su Tian and couldn't stop praising him. Eldest uncle, I've done everything you've asked me to do. When the time comes, you have to keep your word and buy me the latest model of the small racing car. Su Tian urged Su Shikuan with a serious face. Don't worry about it. I bought it a long time ago, and I'll give it to you right away when you come over with the camera. Outside the door, Su Rong felt the blood in her body go a few degrees colder, a chill laced with anger rapidly rising from the soles of her feet. Now, Should you believe what I said? Su Ningxue's voice was faint, revealing a few points of helplessness. I will send Su Tian away tomorrow. Su Rong tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart and gritted her teeth. Chapter 86, Su Rong's Life. Only after receiving Su Rong's promise did Su Ningxue return to her room. Su Rong had wanted to confront Su Tian personally, but when she thought of Su Tian's face, she was a little too impatient. It was a face that looked exactly like her little day. After standing outside Su Tian's door for an unknown period of time, Su Rong returned to her room somewhat forlornly, and that night, she slept very uneasily. She actually dreamed of the already dead Goten. She held little Su Tian's hand as they played together in the amusement park, and when little Su Tian wanted to ride the merry-go-round, she accompanied them. But as the wooden horse rotated, Xiao Tian suddenly reddened his eyes and asked Su Rong in tears, "Third sister, why did you leave me behind again? Why don't you believe me?" Su Rong instantly woke up, recalling that dream. Her eyes unconsciously heated up, remembering those words again. A thought suddenly arose in Su Rong's heart. Could it be that this was the heavens hinting to her that Su Tian was the reincarnation of Xiao Tian? That's not right either. When Xiao Tian died, this current Su Tian would have been born long ago. In terms of time, this Su Tian could not be the reincarnation of Xiao Tian, but they were so much alike. If there wasn't a slight relationship between them, Su Rong wouldn't believe it. Could there really be parallel time and space in this world? The Su Tian in front of her eyes is actually her Xiao Tian. Only, it is the Xiao Tian in parallel time and space? When she thought of the connection between Su Tian and Xiao Tian, Su Rong couldn't bear to drive Su Tian away again. By the next morning, Su Ningxue specially made breakfast for both Su Lingmeng and Su Rong, but not for Su Tian. Su Tian was aggrieved. "Fourth sister, where's my breakfast?" Su Ningxue sneered. "I'm not your fourth sister. You'd better not call me that." Su Tian's face instantly froze, looking at Su Rong as if for help, seemingly already treating Su Rong as his umbrella in this family. "Third sister, you say it." Su Ningxue spoke faintly, deciding to let Su Tian die completely. She waited for Su Rong to personally let Su Tian go, but Su Rong's expression was complicated. She opened her mouth, and hesitated for half a day before handing Su Tian his share of breakfast. "Little Tian, good boy, you take the breakfast and go to your room, okay?" Su Tian immediately carried his dinner plate and left happily. "Third sister, what are you doing? Didn't you promise me that you would send Su Tian away today?" Su Ningxue was furious and said in a million different ways. Su Tian was only instructed by Su Shikuan. He didn't know the seriousness of putting a camera in a teddy bear. Children are always easily misled. Su Rong smiled, somewhat powerless to defend Su Tian. He was taught bad by Su Shikuan. "I will teach him well in the future." "Are you crazy? Obviously you were so disappointed in Su Tian last night as well, right? And Su Tian isn't even a little kid anymore." The more Su Ningxue heard, the more she got angry and couldn't help but speculate. "Did Su Tian fill you with some kind of mesmerizing soup again last night?" "No, I just think that Su Tian really isn't that bad." Su Rong shook her head repeatedly, but her eyes were very evasive. She didn't dare to continue arguing with Su Ningxue, and could only desperately promise, "I will definitely make Su Tian change his ways and slowly become a good boy." "You're really crazy." Su Ningxue was speechless beyond words. The two argued until the end, and it just didn't work out. Su Ningxue thought about it and still felt that Su Rong's change in attitude overnight was too strange. Just then, Su Lingmeng carried Su Tian out of the room and sat down sleepily at the dining table. "Did you kick Su Tian out? Third sister doesn't know what's wrong. She clearly promised me last night that she would drive Su Tian away. And then she got up this morning and changed her mind. Instead, she's being especially nice to Su Tian." Su Ningxue frowned and said, "I don't know if it's because Su Tian did something small." "Humph, what other small action could it be? Isn't it just for Su Rong to think of him as her dead real brother again? This is the killing power of the white moonlight." Su Ming drank the milk handed over by Su Lingmeng, and spat in his heart with 10,000 disdain. But Su Rong is afraid that she does not know that this is all calculated by Su Shikuan and Su Tian. These two guys can be really bad. Su Lingmeng smiled faintly. "Then isn't the reason very simple? It seems that although you're a great fighter, your brain is not smart." "What do you mean?" Su Ningxue scrutinized her chesty look and instantly understood. "Is it?" She paused mid-sentence and looked toward Su Ming, who was drinking milk in Su Lingmeng's arms. Su Lingmeng wasn't much smarter than her, so it must have been something she heard Xiao Ming say. After waiting for Xiao Ming to fall asleep, Su Ningxue anxiously grabbed Su Lingmeng and inquired, "Tell me, is it just now that you heard Xiao Ming say something?" "Who am I to tell you?" Su Lingmeng hummed lightly, pressing the appearance of not wanting to tell her, and lazily said, "I don't like Su Rong anyway. If she really dies, I'm still happy to see it happen." Su Ningxue's heart thumped. Could it be that what Su Tian did could still threaten Su Rong's life? Meng Meng, Please tell me. She hurriedly pleaded. Third sister is at least your cousin, and has blood relatives with you. Since you're still so worried about Su Rong, it means that you're not wholeheartedly good to Xiaoming either. If you can drive away Su Tian today, you can drive away Xiaoming and I tomorrow. Wanting me to tell you is not impossible, unless you can give this manner to Xiaoming. Otherwise, I won't tell you Xiaoming's heart. Su Lingmeng held her head high and took the opportunity to demand. Although she resisted coming to the international center at first, but after she came here, she realized that this place was really heaven and earth compared to the imperial city. If she could bring her mom, dad and sisters over, and their family lived happily here, it would be much better than in the imperial city. Although this manor is not yet the Su family's best manor in the international center, but it is also worth a lot of money. Su Ningxue all day looks like she likes Xiaoming very much. Not to come up with something, she does not believe in what is called true heart. Su Tian hadn't pretended to be a good boy at home before. She had to get tangible benefits for Xiaoming before she could do so. Su Ningxue was stunned. She didn't expect Su Lingmeng to suddenly make such a big request. What? Are you unwilling? It seems that in your heart, Su Rong's little life isn't as important as a house. Su Lingmeng snorted and nonchalantly mocked. You don't even care about your own sister. Do you still care about Xiaoming? I'm not going to tell you everything in Xiaoming's heart. After she finished speaking, she made a move to leave. Su Ningxue hurriedly stopped her. Don't. I didn't say I wasn't willing to send it, but transferring such a large property isn't that easy, and Xiaoming is still a small baby. I have to call a lawyer to come over and draw up a complete transfer agreement. That's more like it. When Xiaoming gets the house, I'll naturally tell you what Xiaoming said. Only then was Su Lingmeng satisfied. With Su Rong's life at stake, Su Ningxue didn't dare to delay, and that afternoon, Su Ningxue hired a professional lawyer to come to her home. Chapter 87 Giving Away Real Estate. Seeing that there was a guest in a suit in the house, Su Tian took the initiative to help her and the guest washed the fruits in order to please Su Ningxue. Fourth sister, have some fruit. He brought out the fruit with a well-behaved face. Su Ningxue laughed out softly. I wouldn't dare to eat the fruits you serve. Who knows if I picked them up from the trash this time. No, fourth sister. I really want to live a good life with you guys now. Please give me a chance, Su Tian hurriedly said. Su Lingmeng couldn't look past Su Tian's pretentious appearance and hugged Su Ming over. Don't even think about pretending to be good in front of us. We're not going to eat you. She glanced at the slightly embarrassed lawyer and said with her head held high, do you know what this gentleman is here for? He's the lawyer that cousin hired. And fourth cousin called him here because she intends to transfer this house to Xiaoming's name. So you won't get a single benefit even if you flatter fourth cousin. Little Ming is still so young. How could fourth cousin give such a nice big manor to little Ming? You're joking with me, right? Su Tian's eyes widened, simply unable to believe that Su Lingmeng would be so kind to Su Ming. Who's in the mood to joke with a lousy person like you? Su Lingmeng gave an unfavorable cut. Su Tian unwillingly looked at Su Ningxue, wanting to ask if what Su Lingmeng said was true or not. Unfortunately, Su Ningxue directly ignored him. Instead, she seriously asked the lawyer, I want to make this manor completely belong to Su Ming. Even if Su Ming is now a minor, he can't be used by his guardian for another purpose. May I ask what terms and conditions should be drawn up? Fourth Miss Su, are you giving it to young Master Su Ming for free? The lawyer opened his notebook and carefully recorded. Yes, free gift, Su Ningxue firmly said. Su Tian was completely dumbfounded. It was not easy for him to live in such a large manor. If this manor was given to Su Ming now, then wouldn't he not be able to inherit it in the future? He was not willing to watch the fat meat that belonged to him just go into Su Ming's mouth, and immediately turned around and went to find Su Rong. Third sister, there's a guest in the house, seems to be a very powerful barrister. A lawyer? Was it hired by your fourth sister? Su Rong asked curiously. Yes, I heard fourth sister say that she wants to give this house to little Ming brother, and specially called a lawyer to write the contract. Su Tian suppressed her inner jealousy and pretended to be naive. I really envy little brother Ming, being able to be liked so much by fourth cousin. If only fourth cousin could like me so much too. Su Rong immediately couldn't sit still and couldn't be bothered to listen to Su Ming anymore, immediately rushing to the living room. When she saw Su Ningxue was concentrating on negotiating with the lawyer, she believed that what Su Tian said was true, and immediately became anxious. Fourth sister, are you confused? Su Ming is still so young. How can you give him this house? Is there a no-no? I'll draw up a good agreement so that even Xiaoming's real parents can't touch anything I give Xiaoming. Su Ningxue was unimpressed. The manor was worth a lot of money, but to her, it was just a drop in the bucket. Su Rong, however, was very angry. This manor was the former residence of their family, and then their parents moved away from here when their business got bigger, and it was originally the eldest sister who was taking care of it. And then Su Ningxue gave this manor to her as an adult gift when she came of age. This manor holds many of their childhood memories. So how could Su Ningxue give Su Ming an outsider? What's more, this outsider looks so much like that Deathstroke, even has the same name, that he's not prepared to say that he's the reincarnation of that Deathstroke. This manor could not be given to anyone but Su Ming. No way. Anything else you want to give Su Ming is fine, but not this house. She immediately protested. Have you forgotten? This house was something that Mom and Dad had planned to give to Xiao Tian before, and now even though Xiao Tian has passed away, you can't just give it to Su Ming? Have you forgotten who killed Xiao Tian? Su Tian followed behind Su Rong, and when he heard this, his eyes lit up. Turns out the house was his to begin with. Su Ningxue let out a cold smile. You mean, you want me to leave this manor behind for Su Tian? Her eyes burned as she accurately captured the flash of greed on Su Tian's face. This appearance of being kind on the surface, but actually being dark inside, was the same as the dead Xiao Tian. I don't mean that either. Su Rong somewhat awkwardly huffed. This manor was already Su Ningxue's, so she naturally wouldn't have that kind of thought. Third sister, if you dislike Su Ming so much and always defend Su Tian, sooner or later you will regret it one day. Su Ningxue stared at Su Tian and nonchalantly said, after you find out that he's an evil bastard who does all sorts of bad things without blinking his eyes, after you fall into his trap disguised under the mask of goodness, it will be too late for you to regret it then. I'm not. Su Tian hastily waved his hands up in defense of himself. It's not. Sister, I'm not like this. Don't you dare put on this pitiful look. When you laid your hands on Xiao Ming and made me eat the fruits in the garbage can, I've already seen your ugly face. Su Ningxue couldn't bear it anymore and scolded angrily. Don't think that I can't do anything about you because you have third sister protecting you. Don't call me sister in the future. And don't appear in front of my eyes. I'm nauseous at the sight of you. Me too. Puke puke puke. Su Lingming chimed in. Oh wah 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 wah. Su Tian cried out sadly as he looked at the two men's disgusted expressions. Obviously, he was much more powerful than Su Ming, who could do nothing but drink milk. Yet everyone liked Su Ming and not him. If it wasn't for Su Ming, he would definitely be everyone's favorite person right now. The more he thought about it, the more unfair it seemed. And instantly he cried even more. Seeing him so sad, Su Rong was also anxious and immediately squatted down and drew a tissue to help him wipe his tears. Xiao Tian doesn't cry. Third sister likes you. Third sister likes you the most. You like Su Tian so much. Why don't you just be like fourth cousin and give a set of manner to Su Tian? Su Lingming snorted from the side and said nonchalantly, this manor isn't yours, so who are you to not allow fourth cousin to give it to Xiao Ming? Su Ningxue exchanged a glance with her, and instantly agreed with her heart. Yes, since you like Su Tian, third sister, why don't you do the same as me, and also send a house to Su Tian? Upon hearing this, Su Tian, who originally couldn't stop crying in any way, immediately closed her mouth, blinking a pair of big watery eyes and looking at Su Rong with an expectant face. Su Rong only felt embarrassed, not to mention the fact that the time she had known Su Tian was really too short. Even if he was the reincarnation of Xiao Tian, his character was much different from Xiao Tian's, and even if his character was the same as Xiao Tian's, he was just a child now, so how could he just give away the property? Su Ningxue sending this manor to Su Ming was just fooling around. How could she accompany Su Ningxue to fool around with her? Forget it, I don't care. I'm sleepy, I'm going to bed. She stood up and waved her hand. Chapter 88, Making a Move. The moment she stood up, a color of intense disappointment immediately appeared on Su Tian's face. Su Rong returned to her room, deciding that out of sight was out of mind. She lay down on her bed and quickly drifted off to sleep, but to her surprise, she dreamed of Goten again. This time, it was still Xiao Tian as a child. At first she and Xiao Tian were playing games in the back garden of this manor. Suddenly Xiao Tian sat down on the ground and cried out, Why is fourth sister so biased? Giving this manor all to little Ming's younger brother, but nothing to me? Ooh, is it true that fourth sister doesn't like Xiao Tian? Seeing Xiao Tian so sad, Su Rong instantly panicked and immediately comforted. No, Xiao Tian, no one dislikes you, but fourth sister said that seeing me makes me sick. Third sister, when you say you like me, you won't give me a gift like fourth sister gave Xiao Ming the manor. You don't love me at all. As Xiao Tian spoke, she broke down and cried, looking at her own brother, who she had loved since childhood, being so sad. Su Rong's heart felt as if it had been stabbed with needles and stung more than once. She could only hold Xiao Tian tightly and couldn't stop comforting. Xiao Tian doesn't cry. Who said third sister isn't willing to give you a house? Third sister's things are your things. Isn't it just a house? Third sister will give it to you right away. Really? Xiao Tian tilted his head and said expectantly. Third sister, will you always be so good to me? Of course. Su Rong couldn't stop nodding. Just as she was deep in a dream and unable to wake up, Su Ningxue had already negotiated the content of the agreement for the gift of the property with her lawyer. Fourth Miss Su, you signed this agreement, and the transfer agreement will come into effect. The lawyer quickly printed out the agreement and handed Su Ningxue a signing pen. After you sign, I will immediately help you with the real estate procedures. Trouble. Su Ningxue was about to sign when her cell phone suddenly rang. She wanted to hang up directly, but when she saw the word Big Sister on the caller ID, she froze slightly, and a bad feeling rose in her heart. Big Sister Su Sherlan was usually very busy and would rarely call her out of the blue. After a split second of hesitation, she hung up, ready to sign the papers first, but the next second her phone was ringing again, with the general idea that it would keep calling as long as she didn't answer it. Su Ningxue could only helplessly pick up the phone, and Su Sherlan's questioning voice immediately came over. Fourth sister, I've heard that you're going to give that manor of our family to a little baby, and a little baby that looks very much like that bereaved man Su Ming. Isn't that right? Big sister, this is my own business. Su Ningxue heard the blocking intent in her words and immediately said in dissatisfaction, which little kid you like is of course your own business, but you can't give this manor away. I was the one who gave this manor to you in the first place, and it's written in the transfer agreement I gave you that without my consent, you can't give this manor away at will. Su Sherlan's tone was cold, as if she was telling Su Ningxue in a commanding manner. Su Ningxue was a little surprised. When she was just 18 years old, Big Sister gave this manor to her. She also never looked carefully at that gift agreement. She simply did not know that there was such a clause inside. Just as she was checking the terms of that original gift contract, Su Rong also woke up from her sleep. She was pretty sure that the person she had just seen in her dream was Xiao Tian, her own brother, not Su Tian now, but he would be sad and cry because of what was happening now. Could it be that Xiao Tian reincarnated in Su Tian's body still had a conscious existence? Naturally, she didn't want to see Xiao Tian cry. And just now in the dream she had promised that she would give Xiao Tian a house, so she would definitely keep her word. Right at this moment, Su Tian knocked on the door outside, her voice soft and sticky. Third sister, I've made milk for you. You can drink it before you go to sleep. Su Rong returned to her senses and pressed down the dryness in her throat. Come in. Su Tian carried a cup of milk into her room and said good-naturedly, in the past, my mom and dad often told me that if I couldn't sleep well at night, I could sleep well if I drank a cup of milk. Su Rong was stunned before she said with a slight hesitation, Xiao Tian, how did you know that I didn't sleep well? I just slept and dreamed, dreaming that I had been crying, and you, third sister, had been coaxing me, and hadn't been sleeping. Su Tian blinked, and stuttered a little when he spoke. When these words came out, Su Rong was instantly surprised. This dream of Su Tian's, wasn't it the same as the one she had just had? She hurriedly grabbed Su Tian's hand and asked earnestly, Xiao Tian, third sister just didn't say she was going to give you a house. Are you sad? Su Tian's expression froze for a while before he shook his head. I don't want the house. I just envy fourth sister for giving it to little brother Ming. Third sister, am I really much worse than little brother Ming? That's why you guys like little brother Ming more and dislike me? Looking at Su Tian's inferior and timid appearance, Su Rong felt her heart melting. Su Tian was now Xiao Tian in her heart. How could she bear to let Su Tian feel inferior to others? Her Xiao Tian was the pride of heaven. All his life only others envied Xiao Tian. Never Xiao Tian envied others. Who said that? Third sister is preparing to give you a new villa. You wait. Third sister will let her lawyer come over to draft the contract. She pinched the flesh on Su Tian's face and pulled out her cell phone to call her lawyer to the door. Although she didn't have as many assets under her belt as her other sisters, taking a villa out and giving it to Su Tian wasn't a meaty pain for her. Besides, no amount of money was as important as her brother's happiness. She and her lawyer were on the phone communicating the terms of the agreement related to the transfer of the property, while Su Tian stood on the sidelines, a smug smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. On the other side, Su Ningxue also confirmed that Su Sherlan's statement was true after carefully examining it. In desperation, she could only give up on gifting this manor to Su Ming for now and let the lawyer leave first. It must have been third sister who went to big sister to complain. Otherwise big sister couldn't have known that I was going to give Xiao Ming a house. The agreement that was about to be signed had been destroyed just like that. Su Ningxue was also furious and immediately had to go find Su Rong to settle the score. Su Lingmeng was also angry and was about to follow Su Ningxue to settle the score with Su Rong when Su Ming's muttering appeared in her mind. The first thing I'd like to say is that I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. But I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. And I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. She suspiciously turned her head to look at Su Ming in the cradle. The little guy's eyes were closed as if he was sleeping. And she didn't know if he was talking in his sleep or pretending to be asleep. Although she couldn't figure out the situation, Su Lingmeng still decided to trust Su Ming. Seeing that Su Ningsu was already almost at the door of Su Rong's room, she hurriedly rushed over and pulled Su Ningsu back. Chapter 89. Not even a finger of Ming's can compare. Wait a minute, this isn't Su Rong's doing. You calm down. Su Lingmeng pulled her back and whispered, if not her, who else could it be? Su Ningxue was getting angry, and said without any good humor, don't you stop me. She's your third sister. Don't you know her character? If she wanted to stop you, she would have just called Su Shilan in front of you and would still be secretly messing around behind your back? Su Lingmeng immediately asked Su Ningxue back. This question, on the contrary, calmed Su Ningxue down. Su Rong's character has always been straightforward and does not like to bend, and this kind of thing of snitching is indeed not like her style of behavior. But, how do you know so much about my third sister's character? Su Ningxue was a bit puzzled. Su Lingmeng's contact with Su Rong was rare, and she had also always disliked Su Rong. It's little Ming. Su Lingmeng sighed. Xiao Ming said it. How would I know if you ask me? Su Lingmeng was also a bit depressed. She was Xiao Ming's own sister. How come Xiao Ming knew more about Su Rong's cousin than she did about her own sister? Then did Xiao Ming say who it is? Su Ningxue, who knew that Su Ming was the reincarnation of Xiao Ming, was not surprised and hurriedly asked after him. If it's not Su Rong, then it can't only be Su Tian. He must have called Su Shikuan. The jealousy in Su Lingmeng's heart hadn't dissipated yet, so she hummed and said irritably, Su Tian just can't see Xiao Ming getting something better than him, and he's been jealous of all the things that Xiao Ming has gotten since he was born. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue immediately had someone go and check Su Tian's call records, and sure enough, she found that Su Tian had made a phone call with Su Shikuan not too long ago. Her men worked quickly and checked it out along with the call logs. In the call log, Su Tian's voice was aggrieved and indignant. Eldest uncle, Su Ming doesn't know what kind of bewitching soup he has given to Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue is now going to give this manor I live in to Su Ming, and if this goes on, will she transfer all of her property to that brat Su Ming? What? If that manor was taken to the imperial capital, it could have bought a villa district, and she just gave it to Su Ming? Su Shikuan was shocked beyond belief. You can't be teasing me? What I said is true. Big uncle, you quickly think of a way. She has already called a lawyer, and will be giving the manor to Su Ming later. Su Tian eagerly said, I heard Su Rong say that this manor is still what the Su family originally intended to give to that Su Tian. If I don't give it to Su Ming now, when I take care of the Su family, this manor will definitely be mine. What about Su Rong? She didn't come out to stop it? Su Shikuan said unwillingly. She can't stop Su Ningxue at all. So quickly find someone who can talk. Su Tian anxiously urged. Okay, wait for me. I'll go make the call now. Su Rong can't stop Su Ningxue. I don't believe that there's still no one in the Su family who can control her. After Su Shikuan finished saying this, he hung up the phone. After listening to the entire recording, Su Ningxue couldn't help but be enraged. Su Tian's greed was truly beyond her imagination. She thought that Su Tian was just jealous of Su Ming being able to get a large manor, but she didn't expect that he actually directly wanted this large manor. Don't be so surprised. Su Tian has always been like this. Anything that Xiao Ming gets, he feels that it should be something that only he deserves. Su Lingmeng noticed her complicated expression and smiled lightly. Good, drawled Su Ningxue, gritting her teeth and saying word for word, then I'll just let him know that he's not even worthy of a single finger of Xiao Ming. The next morning, Su Ningxue called the lawyer again after Su Tian woke up. Her assistant also arrived with holographic projection equipment. Because of what Su Ningxue said yesterday, Su Tian also didn't dare to get close to her. But looking at the lawyer who came to the door again, he still carefully hid in the corner, wanting to eavesdrop on what Su Ningxue was planning to do again. But he didn't know that Su Ningxue had seen him long ago. Su Ningxue explained to her assistant and pretended to turn her head without thinking, just in time to meet Su Tian's peeping gaze. As the four eyes met, Su Tian turned his head in some embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Su Ningxue smiled at him and waved her hand, gently saying, Xiao Tian, when did you wake up this time? Just in time. Why don't you sit over and watch together? Su Tian was uncertain. Together? Watch what? Although he couldn't figure out the situation, Su Tian slowly walked over and sat beside Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue's assistant opened the hologram, and a luxurious amusement park appeared in the image. Mr. Lawyer, this is an amusement park in my sole possession. Right now my other assistant is in the amusement park. I'll let him show you the actual situation of the amusement park. Su Ningxue's tone was gentle. Her assistant was soon walking around the amusement park. Su Tian couldn't take his eyes off the rides. Many of the rides in this amusement park he had never even seen before. Flying over the horizon, turbulent drift, roller coaster. Su Ningxue's assistant played one project after another, just watching with the hologram. Su Tian all felt it was really too exciting and fun, and couldn't wait to go to this amusement park to play in person. A morning's time passed. Su Ningshue's assistant only on the other side said, "Boss, this amusement park is too big. All the items are played once. It is estimated to play for 3 days. You still want to continue to see? Alright, you go and rest." Su Ningxue smiled faintly and said. The live image was turned off, and she asked her assistant to call up a panoramic view of the amusement park. And only then did Su Tian realize that this amusement park was much bigger than all the various amusement parks he had played in the imperial capital. This amusement park, but also invited a lot of world-famous animation and game characters to be NPCO. You go to play, you can also interact with them. To the evening there are fireworks show. Every day. Su Ningxue continued. Su Tian's eyes instantly brightened even more. That good? Of course. Do you like this amusement park? Su Ningxue saw the longing in his heart and deliberately asked. Like. Su Tian busily nodded his head. Like. I've never seen such a luxurious amusement park before. Fourth sister, are you going to take me to play? Su Ningxue replied. You like it so much, if I were to give this amusement park to you, you would be very happy, right? Really? Fourth sister, you're too good. Su Tian was overjoyed and shouted with joy. It's good that you're happy. The corner of Su Ningxue's mouth hooked up a slight arc, turning her head to look at the lawyer. Please help me draw up an agreement to give this amusement park to my brother. She paused, glanced at Su Tian's expectant gaze, and slowly spat out the long simmering name. Su Ming. Chapter 90. What? Su Tian immediately stood up excitedly and shouted out. Since you and Su Ming are brothers, then what you like now, Xiao Ming will definitely like when he grows up. I'm going to prepare it for Xiao Ming. Su Ningxue said very naturally. I was just asking for your opinion. You don't think I'll really give it to you, right? I. Su Tian opened his mouth and blushed in shame under everyone's gaze. Because of Su Ningxue's deliberate guidance, his little bit of mind was also completely exposed in front of everyone. The crowd's gaze at him was filled with amusement, and this gaze was like an invisible blade, publicly executing his dignity. I didn't. Fourth sister, you're so good to little brother Ming. Su Tian deflated his mouth, holding back the aggression in his heart, and made a dry and perfunctory remark. If she's not nice to Su Ming, is she nice to you? The little white-eyed wolf? Su Lingmeng was also hugging Su Ming and said with a smile, there are some things that you should or shouldn't have, deserve or not. Don't you have any numbers in your heart? Su Ningxue also followed to make up for it. You can't call me fourth sister. You even dare to lay hands on your own brother. The parents who carefully raised you for so many years can also betray you at will. I wouldn't dare to have a brother like you. Don't call me sister either. It's annoying to see you. You just know how to act pitiful all the time. Su Lingmeng followed. The two of them said one thing to each other, and Su Tian's face followed a green burst of white, and for a long time, he did not say anything, but could only turn around and leave the living room in shame and indignation. His heart was filled with hatred. This damned Su Ming, he shouldn't have appeared in this world, and snatched away the favor that should have originally all belonged to him. Thinking of that luxurious amusement park, jealousy and unwillingness simply engulfed him. Su Ningxue was not willing to send him, then he would go to Su Rong. Anyway, what Su Ming had, he could not be less. In fact, not only was Su Tian incredulous, even Su Ningxue's assistant was shocked and hesitantly said, Boss, this amusement park took a lot of effort for us to take sole possession of it in the first place. Do you really want to give it to a baby? Yes, Su Ming is my younger brother. Sooner or later my things will be his. It's just right to give them to him now. Su Ningxue firmly said. You guys can hold your opinions if you have any. Her assistant shut her mouth momentarily. The lawyer was also surprised. Yesterday he came over and was not particularly surprised when he heard that Su Lingmeng was going to give this manor to Su Ming, because many rich people would prepare real estate for their children when they were still young. But this amusement park is different. This amusement park's profit is calculated in billions of dollars every year. Even if the transfer agreement was signed, Su Ming, a baby, would definitely not be able to take charge of an amusement park, and the one who actually put in the effort to take charge of it would still be Su Ningxue. But every year the profits would go into Su Ming's account. Su Ming thus possessed assets at an age when he was still breastfeeding that an ordinary person would never earn in a lifetime. The lawyer was also a burst of envy and jealousy inwardly, but still quickly drew up a good contract for Su Ningxue, and without blinking her eyes, she signed the contract at the amusement park. Not only the lawyer, but the servants in the entire manor, as well as Su Ningxue's assistant were all envious that Su Ningxue was so good to Su Ming. Since your agreement is signed, I'll go find Miss Su Rong, who also asked me to prepare a property transfer agreement yesterday. The lawyer politely stood up and inquired, May I ask if Ms. Su Rong is at home? Real estate transfer? Could it be that Su Rong is planning to give away her house to Su Tian? Su Ningxue immediately guessed it. So you know about it too. Fourth miss. Yes. She personally called yesterday and asked me to bring the agreement over today to sign it. The lawyer didn't think too much of it and said with a smile, the two young ladies are really loving towards their brother. I think she's crazy. Su Ningxue frowned tightly as she looked towards Su Lingmeng and inquired in a small voice. Meng, although I can't give Xiaoming an estate, I've already given Su Ming such a large amusement park as well, so you can tell me what exactly Su Tian used on Su Rong, right? Su Lingmeng skimmed her lips when she saw that the lawyer had gotten up and gone to Su Rong's study. She was looking at Su Rong with displeasure and wasn't interested in caring about her, but if she let Su Tian continue to do that, he still didn't know how much he could get from Su Rong's body. Compared to Su Tian, Su Rong isn't that annoying. I heard Su Ming say 2 days ago that Su Rong has now completely treated Su Tian as that you have already died as your own brother. That's why she's doting on him without a bottom line. Su Ningxue was puzzled, but Xiao Tian has always been a kind and good boy in third sister's heart. Su Tian ran away in fear when he saw her go crazy last time, and this time he put cameras in the dolls he gave us. This look of his and the Xiao Tian third sister remembers are just like two different people, so how could third sister feel this way? Only if she knew the true colors that Xiao Tian had hidden in front of her. It wouldn't be surprising to think that Xiao Tian and Su Tian were inner cores of the same demon. If third sister also knew that Xiao Tian wasn't a kind child, how else would she be doting on Su Tian so much right now? She couldn't think of a reason, but Su Lingmeng gave her a direct answer. Su Rong would have such an illusion because she ate a psychotropic drug. Xiaoming said that there is a psychotropic drug that can make a person hallucinate while dreaming, and with the addition of a bit of suggestion can successfully hypnotize a person's mind. Su Ningxue was stunned. Su Tian actually dared to drug third sister? He more than dared to drug Su Rong? Su Lingmeng laughed. If it wasn't for the fact that both you and I dislike him and guard against him at all times, this medicine would definitely not have been spared for the two of us. But he's a little kid. Where on earth did he get such an evil drug from? Su Ningxue frowned. She knew very well that this kind of drug could definitely not be obtained without going through irregular channels. As soon as these words were asked, without waiting for Su Lingmeng to answer, she already guessed the answer. It's Su Shikuan? Who else can there be besides him? Su Lingmeng grunted. When I found out about that miniature camera 2 days ago, I should have knocked Su Shikuan around. This old fox, not very capable, but his appetite is not small. Su Ningxue's mind is heavy. This kind of drug Su Tian must have prepared it before he came to the international center, and his apology and crying to Su Rong was all pretense. Perhaps when he was in the Qingzhen temple, Su Tian had already let Su Rong take this kind of drug. A mentally normal person taking hallucinogenic drugs for a long period of time will not only suffer from neurological disorders, but will also be in danger of losing his or her life if the situation is slightly serious. I'll go find third sister now. Su Ningxue retrieved her thoughts and quickly rushed towards Su Rong's study. The moment the door to the room opened, Su Rong was holding a signing pen to sign the property transfer agreement. Chapter 91, A Thorough Look. Wait a minute, third sister, she shouted out in a hurry. Su Rong's hand that was about to sign paused and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Third sister, don't sign yet. Su Ningxue walked over and pressed her hand. Are you trying to stop me from giving Ten a house? She was instantly disgruntled. Su Ningxue was about to open her mouth, when she glanced at Su Tian, who was staring at them closely with his eyes rolled to the side, so she changed her words. No, it's that I have something else to talk to you about. Can you come out with me for a bit? Seeing that the duck in hand might be about to fly, Su Tian was immediately unhappy, and stepped forward to pull Su Rong's arm and said accusingly, Third sister, are you actually not wanting to send me the house at all, and that's why you asked fourth sister to come? Su Rong was instantly anxious. Of course not, I'll sign it now. With that, she picked up her pen again. Su Ningxue couldn't care less and directly snatched the pen from Su Rong's hand and pulled her outside. Seeing that Su Tian actually wanted to follow her, her eyes were stern. Butler, take Su Tian away. Third sister and I have something important to say. The housekeeper rushed at the sound, dragging Su Tian towards the outside of the room. Su Tian used all her strength to struggle desperately, her mouth still shouting angrily. Third sister, why don't you keep your words? Why did you say you'd send the house to me and then didn't sign for it? Do you not love me? Su Rong couldn't stand Su Tian's questioning. Her heart instantly felt even more guilty, turning her head to look at Su Ningxue with a few more moments of anger in her eyes. What the hell are you doing? Third sister, have you been dreaming a lot about Xiao Tian lately? The first words Su Ningxue spoke made Su Rong freeze. How did you know? Did you dream it too? Did you dream that Xiao Tian and the current Su Tian are the same person? Su Ningxue replied. Su Rong was silent, looking at Su Ningxue's expression. She already had a bad premonition in her heart. Is it true that every time you're not nice to Su Tian, Every time you're disappointed in Su Tian, you'll have this dream? The questioning one after another made Su Rong unable to sit still. Her brows tightened. Just say what you have to say. In fact, you would have this kind of dream because Su Tian gave you a hallucinogenic drug. After you ate it, you would have dreams, linking him with Xiao Tian. Seeing that the padding was enough, Su Ningshui told her the truth. Think about it carefully. Did Su Tian ever bring you anything to drink before you went to sleep? As soon as this question was asked, Su Rong thought of how Su Tian would often bring her a cup of honey water before she went to bed at night from the time he was in the Green Zen Temple. But every time that honey water was especially sweet, she only thought that Su Tian was a child, so his taste was on the sweet side, and never suspected that the sweetness might be to suppress other flavors that shouldn't be there. And it seemed that just about every time she drank that honey water, the dream she had something to do with Goten. Fourth sister. How do you know that it was Su Tian who gave me the hallucinogenic drug? Su Rong was a bit strange. It doesn't matter how I know. What matters is that it's a fact that Su Tian drugged you. Su Ningshui took the initiative to propose. If you don't believe it, you can verify it yourself. How is it verified? Su Ningshui spoke the plan in her mind in one breath. The last time you dreamt of Xiao Tian, it was because we discovered the camera in the doll. Su Tian must have also known that the camera had been discovered, so he hurriedly drugged you, so that you wouldn't be able to kick him out. It's the same this time. As long as you don't sign the property transfer agreement, he will definitely drug you again. Su Rong was thoughtful for a moment before nodding gently. Soon, Su Rong called for Su Tian and said gently, Xiao Tian, the lawyer said that there are still some problems on my property transfer agreement. He still has to revise it. You won't blame third sister, right? A strong disappointment quickly surfaced in Su Tian's eyes, but he quickly suppressed the emotion and squeezed out a smile as he asked, of course not. So when will the lawyer be able to revise the agreement? This, Su Rong frowned slightly. I can't say this. Maybe it will take a half a year. Half a year? Su Tian couldn't control his voice in shock. Realizing his outburst, he immediately closed his mouth again. Only that a wave of annoyance still showed on his face that he couldn't suppress. In the end, they're kids and can't be that in control of their emotions. Su Rong's heart was also covered with clouds of doubt. Su Tian this way, really completely different from the kind and understanding little Tian. Perhaps what the fourth sister said was true. It's getting late. Xiao Tian, I'm going to sleep. You go back to your room and rest too. She deliberately yawned. Don't worry about it. As soon as the lawyer's agreement is changed, I'll immediately transfer the property to you. And in the future, all of third sister's things will also be yours. Su Tian rolled her eyes. The impatience on her face quickly faded, replaced by a good-natured smile. Third sister, then I'll go brew you a cup of honey water. It's good for your skin if you drink it and go to sleep. Hearing the words honey water, Su Rong's heart thumped, but her face was still calm. Yes. Su Tian walked out of the room, an intense ruthlessness instantly enveloping his body. He didn't believe Su Rong's claim that there were problems with the real estate agreement. It must be because she didn't want to part with that real estate. Obviously, the amusement park Su Ningshui had given Su Ming was much bigger than the real estate, so how could she not have any problems with that agreement? This time he made sure to drug Su Rong a little more and went straight to her for an amusement park as well. With his mind made up, he turned around and went back to his room, took out the hallucinogens in his pocket, and put them all into the honey water he prepared for Su Rong. Let you not give me the house. Let you not give me the amusement park. You made me do it, he chanted as he stirred the honey water. Right at this moment, Su Ningshui's voice coldly sounded from behind him. Now you have nothing to say. He was so frightened that he was almost about to drop the cup in his hand. But Su Ningshui was quick to snatch it over. Su Rong stood behind Su Ningshu, looking at him with a disappointed expression. Just now, Su Rong and Su Ningshui stood outside his room and saw what he did with their own eyes. Su Tian, you disappoint me too much. Su Rong sighed. Am I not treating you well? You actually took advantage of my trust in you and drugged me. No, that one of mine isn't medicine. It's a maintenance product. Su Tian hurriedly defended himself. Since it's a maintenance product, then you just drink it yourself. Su Ningshui let out a kind smile and handed the water cup to him. Su Tian took a conscious step back. Just this one small action had revealed what was really going on in his heart. It was a glass of water he certainly didn't dare to drink. Su Rong also didn't want to see Su Tian again. Only that she still had some attachment to Xiao Tian in her heart, so she couldn't say anything heavy to Su Tian's face, and just said lightly, I'll have someone send you back to the imperial capital right away. Don't! Su Tian instantly became anxious. Third sister, don't drive me away. I didn't want to drug you either. It was eldest uncle who forced me to do so. Chapter 92, Dog Bites Dog. It's all because uncle told me to do that. He said that's the only way you guys would like me and I could stay here. Su Tian cried very sadly. Mom and Dad don't want me anymore. I don't want to be kicked out and be a homeless kid again. Looking at Su Tian's helpless expression, Su Rong's heart still softened a few points. I'll explain to Su Shikuan and ask him to take care of you. Su Rong sighed and said indifferently. The corner of Su Ningshue's mouth raised in a subtle arc, and she just quietly watched Su Tian act here. Jianshan is easy to change. Nature cannot be changed. Su Shikuan is indeed not a good person, but compared to the ruthlessness and insidiousness, I am afraid that Su Shikuan, the adult, is not even a tenth of Su Tian. The last time Su Shikuan claimed to the public that Su Tian was molested by a homeless man, Su Tian was ruthless enough to do it to himself just so he could mess with his adoptive parents' company, which is not something a young child of his age should do. Pity Su Tian. Third sister, you'll definitely regret it later. She faintly opened her mouth to remind Su Rong. Su Tian, however, cried out in fear. Big uncle said that if I can't stay at the international center, he won't want me either and will send me to an orphanage. I'm sorry, third sister. I'm really too scared. When Su Rong heard this, her heart completely softened. In that case, then, since Su Shikuan asked him to do it, then you can't just listen to his side of the story. Su Ningxue opened her mouth at the right time, interrupting her. You should also call Su Shikuan and ask him if he said those words to him, and if this medicine was prepared for him by Su Shikuan or not. Su Rong felt that what Su Ningxue said was also reasonable. What Su Tian did was definitely without Su Shikuan's instructions. She immediately called Su Shikuan. Third miss, it's so late. Why are you calling? As soon as Su Shikuan answered the phone, he immediately inquired in a polite manner. Why am I calling you? Aren't you clear yourself? Su Rong snorted coldly and said aloud. Su Shikuan, your ability is not small. Actually dare to hit the idea of my Su family's family property. I see that from now on. You don't need to be surnamed Su. Su Shikuan suddenly panicked, hurried to defend himself. You have wronged me. I'm such a small role. The Su family can crush me with the move of a finger. You are borrowing my 10 guts. I would not dare to have that kind of mind. Yeah, I see that you have quite a lot of guts. That miniature camera thing, I didn't take it into account. You don't think I'm easy to bully, do you? Su Rong questioned in a cold voice. Su Shikuan couldn't figure out the situation, or kept pretending to be confused. What miniature camera? Why don't I understand? It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Tomorrow I will make Dingkuan Group disappear from the imperial capital. Su Ningxue was too lazy to listen to Su Shikuan and Su Rong's bullshit, and directly took over the phone, and said in a cold voice, if you don't want to be kicked out of the Su family right now and become a lost dog, it's best to give an honest explanation of the things you've done right now. Su Shikuan's voice was shaking. I really don't know anything. Is that so? Then I'll just let the police investigate and find out where the drugs Su Tian gave me actually came from. I believe you've heard about what's going on in the International Center's prisons. Su Rong snorted and threatened. Since you don't think it's necessary, then why don't you be honest and clear? Su Rong's voice was instantly serious. Don't think that relying on your little relationship with the Su family, I'll be lenient with you. I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong. Su Shikuan was so scared that he immediately shouted out. It's all because I was confused for a moment that I had a crooked mind. I did give that medicine to Su Tian. I had selfish motives, but I was also worried that you would be the same as the fourth young miss and dislike Xiao Tian. And I was also heartbroken for Xiao Tian. I didn't expect you to be so concerned about this nephew, but he just said that you forced him to do all the drugging, and that if he drugged me as you said, you would have sent him to an orphanage. Is that how you care about your nephew? Su Rong questioned. Su Tian stood on the side and watched Su Rong and Su Shikuan on the phone. Seeing that Su Rong had told Su Shikuan everything he had just said, his face instantly whitened by several points. Su Shikuan on the other end of the phone was shocked and shouted. What? When did I threaten Su Tian? Isn't this nonsense on his part? It was clearly him who begged me to find a way to make you and the other sisters of the Su family like him, and that's why I got him this medicine. Upon hearing this, Su Rong and Su Ningxue simultaneously widened their eyes and looked up at Su Tian. Su Tian instantly cried out. I didn't. It was eldest uncle who forced me. I didn't want to drug my sister at all. Hearing Su Tian's voice, Su Shikuan realized that Su Tian was also present, and instantly became furious and cursed. You brat! The ability to open your eyes and talk nonsense is not small. If you didn't beg me, could I help you find that kind of medicine? You white-eyed wolf! From today onwards, I'm not your uncle. When Bingjin and the others threw you out, I shouldn't have taken you in. Su Lingmeng carried Su Ming over to watch the fun, just in time to hear Su Shikuan and Su Tian have a big fight. Seeing these two turn against each other and about to break off their enmity, Su Lingmeng almost didn't laugh out loud directly. A dog bites a dog with a mouthful of hair, and in the end, neither of them will surely end up in a good place. Su Ming's gaze flicked over the several people in the room, and finally landed on the cup of honey water. Su Rong still has the mood to listen to Su Tian and Su Shikuan's bullshit here? If I were her, I'm sure I'd immediately send that glass of water for testing right now. After taking hallucinogenic drugs so many times, I wouldn't rush to test the drug composition and prepare a treatment plan. Hearing Su Ming's words, Su Lingmeng also reacted. She quietly told Su Ningxue about Su Ming's words. Soon the glass of water was sent to a testing facility. As for Su Tian, Su Shikuan is certainly not come to pick him up. Su Bingjin couple also do not want him. Su Rong sees Su Tian crying so sad, cannot help but some soft heart. Even if Su Tian had no relationship with Xiao Tian, in the end, he had the same face as Xiao Tian, and was considered to have some affinity with Xiao Tian, and to just kick him out and let him wander the streets. Su Rong couldn't do it, keeping Su Tian around. Sooner or later we will all be killed by him, and since no one in the Su family in the imperial capital wants him anymore, why don't we just send him to an orphanage? Su Ningxue proposed to Su Rong. An orphanage? Su Rong frowned hesitantly. Su Tian is so young to go back to the orphanage again. Would this be too cruel? The Su family has so many properties. Why don't we just send him to a remote house to raise him, and not allow him to appear in front of us again? Su Ningxue sneered and handed her a test report. This is the test report of the ingredients of that drug Su Tian gave you that night. Take a look for yourself. He's going to kill you and you still think it's too cruel to send him to an orphanage? Chapter 93, Sent to an Orphanage. What? Su Rong took the report and took a closer look, only to realize that the lethality rate of this glass of water was actually as high as 90%. If she hadn't realized Su Tian's little move last night and drank the cup of water, she might have been in the ground by this time today. Su Rong's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, giving birth to a few moments of celebration after the robbery. The doctor from the testing organization said that this drug will only have minor side effects when taken in small amounts at a time, and to be lethal, one would have to use an exceptionally large dosage. And I believe that when Su Shikuan gave this drug to Su Tian, he also instructed him to use it in small amounts and many times. Su Ningxue analyzed it seriously. Su Shikuan figure is the Su family property. Now the Su family only Su Rong like Su Tian. If Su Rong died because of the water poured by Su Tian, Su Shikuan will be a basket case. It was only possible that Su Tian was in a hurry and increased the dosage of medicine without regard to Su Rong's death. Do you think someone like Su Tian still deserves your pity? Su Rong clenched her fists. Of course it wasn't worth it. It was just that she still felt a little sorry in her heart. If Su Tian wasn't so bad, even if he didn't have Xiao Tian's good behavior and understanding, and acted like an ordinary child, she would have treated him kindly because of that face of his. Pity. She immediately had someone press Su Tian and took him to the orphanage. Third sister, don't send me away, please. Su Tian thought of his former miserable life in the orphanage and cried out in fear. He kept begging for mercy with Su Rong. I really didn't think of harming you. It's all because my eldest uncle forced me to do so. Didn't you say that we're blood siblings? You can't be so cruel to me. Whether or not Su Shikuan forced you to do it, it's a fact that you almost killed me. What you've already done won't change. And of course, I won't let go of you or Su Shikuan. Su Rong held her head high and shoved him into the hands of the orphanage director. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him run out of the orphanage. After explaining this, Su Rong left. Because of Su Rong's identity, the director of the orphanage had a few scruples about Su Tian at first, and had always taken good care of him. But Su Tian was enjoying a rich man's life in a big manor a day ago, and a day later he had to live in an orphanage. How could he accept this kind of discrepancy? And he couldn't take it anymore within 2 days, and begged the dean to let him call Su Shikuan. But after the call was answered, Su Shikuan cursed at him. You little brute. How dare you call me? Do you know how bad I've been victimized by you? When I find you, I'll hang you up and smoke you for 3 days. Su Tian was startled. He didn't understand how his elder uncle who had always been kind to him could suddenly be so fierce, but he really didn't want to live the hard life in the orphanage anymore. He could only lick his face and beg Su Shikuan. Elder uncle, my third cousin left me in the orphanage. Come and pick me up and leave. The life here is not at all a life for a human being. As soon as these words came out, the face of the dean standing next to him also turned a few shades of ugly. What do you mean? This is not a human life? There are so many orphans in the orphanage. Aren't they all not human? Su Shikuan snorted. Su Rong doesn't want you anymore. Do you think I will still want you? You can't even please Su Rong's heart and help me get the Su family's fortune. So what use is there for you? What do I need you for as a white-eyed wolf? I just want to beat you to death. After saying that, he hung up the phone at a fiery pace. Su Tian wanted to call again, but realized that Su Shikuan had already blacked him out. Through this phone call, the dean also found out that Su Tian was just a child that no one wanted. And with the words that Su Tian had said, he also then told the people not to have to take special care of Su Tian anymore. So the next day, Su Tian realized that the meals he ate every day were actually another notch worse. Not to mention that one neat dish was gone, and the vegetarian dishes were also pitifully small. Not only that, but the dean also shifted Su Tian's bed to the chase room, where 40 to 50 children lived in one room, and the room smelled musty. The children in this room were either handicapped or had intellectual problems, making it difficult for them to be adopted away. While the room Su Tian had stayed in before was the best 4-bedroom room in the orphanage, and it was usually the children who had the most hope of being adopted away that the dean would let them stay there. Su Tian was living a miserable life and begged the dean to change back to his original room, but unexpectedly the dean just laughed coldly. Didn't you say that the days in our orphanage are not lived by human beings? Then isn't it pretty much the same wherever you live? He then realized that he was only thinking of leaving the orphanage early and accidentally said the wrong thing. Unfortunately, he realized now that it was too late. The other children in the orphanage also knew what he had said, and a few of the children who had grown up in the orphanage looked at him badly because of it, and since he was already getting few meals a day, these children had to group together to rob him. In less than a week, Su Tian's originally fair and round face was starved and sunken, and his walk was a bit frail. By the weekend, Su Rong took Su Lingmeng and Su Ming out to play together, and happened to pass by the orphanage, and seeing a little girl sitting at the entrance of the orphanage swinging on a swing, Su Rong remembered Su Tian who was in the orphanage. She walked over and touched the little girl's head and asked, "Little sister, why are you sitting here alone? Big brother, they are bullying. I don't dare to go in." The little girl licked her lips and stammered a little, looking inside the house as she spoke. Bullying? Su Rong frowned. There weren't enough resources in the orphanage. It was normal for the older kids to bully the younger ones. Are you scared of Big Brother? Last time a younger brother was killed. The little girl was too young to express herself completely, but Su Rong was still very shocked. I can't believe a child died in the orphanage. Could Su Tian be in danger too? Just then, Su Tian screamed and rushed out, and several children ran out after him, pushing him to the ground. I'll see where you can run to. Humph. Will you dare next time? Cut the crap and hit him. A few children, with a word from you and a word from me, greeted Su Tian, who screamed and dodged at the same time. Su Rong watched from the sidelines, vaguely worried in her heart. Su Lingmeng was afraid that she would go soft on Su Tian again and hurriedly pulled her away. As the two of them walked down the road, Su Rong held back, but still didn't hold back and talked about it with Su Lingmeng. You said those kids won't beat Su Tian to death, right? He deserved it even if he was killed. Su Lingmeng was disdainful. He's going to kill you. Why are you still worried about his death? Su Rong sighed. Well, at least I was the one who put him in the orphanage. Hearing these words, Su Ming in Su Lingmeng's arms was speechless for a while. Please, can you not be so saintly and motherly? Never only Su Tian harmed others. Not others harmed him. He was bullied in the orphanage certainly will not stop. Chapter 94, Su Tian's Secret. When Su Lingmeng heard Su Ming's words, she couldn't help but be a little curious as well. Su Tian had always led a pampered life, unlike those children who lived together in the orphanage since they were young who often fought. As a matter of fact, Su Tian only had a life of being bullied in the orphanage. Who else could he bully? Returning home with this doubt, Su Rong told Su Ningshui about what she saw in the orphanage today, and Su Ningshui also advised Su Rong to leave Su Tian alone and let him fend for himself. Su Lingmeng, however, suddenly suggested, why don't we go see how Su Tian is really doing in the orphanage tomorrow? She was really too curious. Su Tian had gone into the orphanage. What other demons could he make? Meng, don't you hate Su Tian the most? Su Ningshui felt that Su Lingmeng proposing at this time was really a bit strange. It's because I hate it that I want to go and see how bad he's doing right now. The worse he's doing, the happier I'll be. Su Lingmeng smiled wryly, purposely not saying what was on Su Ming's mind. Seeing that Su Lingmeng and Su Rong both wanted to go see Su Tian, Su Ningshui had no choice but to agree, and the three of them went to the orphanage together the next day. However, Su Ningshui was worried that Su Tian knew that they had come and pestered them again, so she had been hiding in the shadows and secretly observing Su Tian. During the daytime, Su Tian was indeed bullied by several children in turn in the orphanage, and seemed to have a much more withdrawn personality. Su Rong had a hard time watching and was about to leave when she saw Su Tian sneak out of the orphanage after dark. A few people looked at each other and quietly followed Su Tian. Su Tian ran to an alley, pulled out a paper box, pulled out several dying kittens from it, and choked one of the kittens with one hand. The kitten yelled as it kept struggling. Let you guys beat me, I'll beat you all to death. Su Tian viciously cursed, and without waiting for a few people to react, he directly strangled the little milk cat in his hand. Su Rong almost screamed out, or Su Ningshui reacted quickly and covered her mouth. Those kittens were dying, and even if they stepped in to stop them now, they wouldn't be able to save those kittens' lives. It would be better to just wait and see what other heartless things Su Tian could do. Su Tian picked up another kitten and pulled up the hairs on the kitten one by one. And for every hair he pulled, he had to curse. Su Ningxue, let you dislike me. I'll beat you to death. Su Rong, you bitch, let you send me here to suffer. I'm going to kill you, both of you stinking bitches, and when I get out of the orphanage, I'm going to kill you both. As he tortured the kitten, he kept saying words that cursed Su Ningxue, Su Rong, and everyone in the Su family who had ever been kind to him. A kitten's miserable screams mixed with his unpleasant curses. Su Ningxue and Su Rong felt the blood in their bodies go cold, as if what appeared in front of them wasn't a few years old little child, but a demon that had climbed up from hell. Su Ningxue called his own men toward the alley. Su Tian, who was torturing the kittens, saw a stranger coming over and immediately became alert, and stuffed a few small milk cats back into the box and hurriedly ran away, waiting for Su Tian to leave. Su Ningxue's several people only went up to check up that box, and found that there was not only a kitten in the box, but also a dead little milk dog and a little bird. Su Rong almost didn't throw up after just one look, and Su Ningxue also had mixed feelings. This random abuse of kittens and puppies by Su Tian is exactly like the old Su Tian. Both of them were identical in appearance and character. Fourth sister. Let's go. Su Rong couldn't take it anymore and pulled Su Ningxue and Su Lingming to hurry back. On the way back, Su Rong managed to calm down before sighing. I really didn't expect Su Tian to actually be such a person. Although he looks the same as Xiao Tian, he is worlds apart from Xiao Tian on the inside. I was really blind to think of him as Xiao Tian. You're wrong. Su Ningxue spoke meaningfully. You may not believe it when I say it, but Xiao Tian actually abuses small animals as well. It's just that he's just as good at camouflaging as Su Tian. How is it possible? Su Rong steeply raised her voice, looking at Su Ningxue with an unbelievable face. Fourth sister. You don't like Su Tian. Don't slander Xiao Tian by association. How kind and understanding Xiao Tian is. We are all clear about it. Su Ningxue opened her mouth, but in the end nothing came out. Xiao Tian never let anyone discover his evil side until he died. And the Su family thought he was kind, simple, understanding, and that all the good words in the world could be used for him. And while death puts an even harder filter on an already wonderful person to poke through, she knew that without substantial evidence, Su Rong wouldn't believe what she was saying. Zhang Ma had already resigned and returned to her hometown in the countryside, and Su Rong would not believe the testimony of the other servants in the house. The two of them just stayed silent all the way back to the house. Su Ningxue wanted to let Su Rong know the true nature of Xiao Tian, but suffered from the lack of evidence. After returning home, she saw the sleeping Su Ming. Her mind suddenly flashed. Yeah, the person who knew about Xiao Tian's abuse of small animals, other than the underlings of the family, the person who knew the most would be Xiao Ming. After all, from what Zhang Ma said, Xiao Ming had advised Xiao Tian many times not to mistreat small animals, and sometimes he would secretly save the small animals that Xiao Tian had caught. And of course every time he saved the critters, he was inevitably beaten up by Xiao Tian. Since he was able to save the little animals, he should know where Xiao Tian usually abused the little animals. She pulled over Su Lingming and quietly told him about this. Can you inquire from Xiao Ming for evidence of Xiao Tian's mistreatment of small animals? Su Lingming was still a little surprised after hearing about what Xiao Tian had done. Before she had been hearing Su Rong recite about this Xiao Tian, and thought that he was not the same as Su Tian. He was a good boy, but she didn't think that he was actually pretending as well. Of course she would inquire about this kind of thing. After all, Su Rong had gone soft on Su Tian several times before because of that already dead Xiao Tian. If that dead white moonlight was actually ugly, Su Rong would definitely be even more disgusted with Su Tian, who looked just like the white moonlight. However, she wouldn't immediately agree to Su Ningxue's request. Instead, she raised her head and asked with some small smugness, "What benefits can I get from asking Xiao Ming for you?" Su Ningxue was speechless for a while, but Su Lingming's profits were all for Xiao Ming, so she followed Su Lingming's words. If you help me ask, I'll give Xiao Ming another gift, and you can pick what it is. Deal. As soon as Su Ming woke up from his nap the next day, Su Lingming came over to his side and muttered to herself while feeding him. I didn't expect Su Tian to abuse small animals. It's simply a heaven and a hell with that dead young master of the Su family. That genius in his name is really an angel's heaven. Bullshit. If he is an angel, I am the Jade Emperor. Su Ming let out a burst of curses and, it's also that secret base of his that's so well hidden that it's never been discovered. Chapter 95, The Antique Connoisseur. Su Lingming was delighted in her heart. Xiao Ming really did know some unknown secrets. She continued to talk to herself and kept praising Goten. Su Ming was stimulated by her words, and directly cursed in his heart, saying Xiao Tian's secret base. According to what Su Ming had said, Su Lingming realized that this so-called secret base was the place where that Su Tian usually hid to torment kittens and puppies. and every time he wanted to do something that subverted the 3 views he would hide there. Inquiring clearly, Su Lingmeng immediately sent a message to Su Ningshui, now take Xiaoming and I to buy a gift, and I'll take you to that lost brother of yours secret base. Su Ningshui didn't know what the secret base actually was, but she still took Su Lingmeng and Su Ming to the gold store in the mall. Meng, choose what you want yourself, Su Ningshui graciously said. When the clerk in the gold store saw the few of them come in, her measuring gaze lingered on Su Ningshui's body for a moment before she politely reminded, "Little girl, did you bring your brother out by yourselves? The gold jewelry in our store are all relatively expensive." Oh. Su Lingmeng became even happier once she heard this. Expensive is good. I like expensive. She wasn't picking out gold jewelry for herself, but for Su Ming. Of course, the more expensive the better. Take this gold lock out and show it to me. She reached out and pointed to one of the most expensive gold locks on the counter. The clerk's face was a bit ugly. These 2 little girls are so young. How can they afford to buy such expensive gold locks? It is estimated that they are just coming to take a look. They do not want to give a service to the business that cannot be done. Su Lingmeng raised her head, but realized that the several sales clerks had no intention of coming over. She was a bit upset, and Su Ningshui also frowned in dissatisfaction. Just when she was about to have a seizure, the manager of the gold store walked over quickly and said to her with a smile on his face, "Fourth Miss Su, what wind blew you here? What, not welcome?" Su Ningshui's face showed dissatisfaction. The manager hurriedly shook his head, still full of smiles. "You, wherever you've come to visit. My little store is simply fluffy. I brought my younger siblings here to buy a few gifts." Su Ningshui looked indifferent. The few sales clerks who were originally indifferent to Su Ningshui were not calm when they saw this. "You looked at me and I looked at you." All of them had doubts and worries written on their faces. This manager of theirs had never been condescending to them, and had never seen him so polite to any of the guests. However, in the next second, they heard the manager say loudly, "You're joking. You come to our store which need to buy a. Since your sister likes this gold lock, I immediately let someone give you wrapped up to send to my sister, just as a small toy." The crowd's jaws dropped in shock. This gold lock is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. But the manager said it's a small toy, and you're giving it away for free? Who the hell is this young lass? Su Ningshui directly ignored the surprised gazes of the crowd and had the manager wrap the golden locks and hand them over to Su Lingmeng. She pulled Su Lingmeng over and whispered, Meng, now can you tell me where that secret base is?" Su Lingmeng lightly hummed, "Of course I can't. This is what people gave me. It's not like you bought it. In the beginning we had agreed that I would only tell you if you bought a gift for Xiaoming." Su Ming was being carried by the servants of the house. Then he saw Su Lingmeng and Su Ningshui muttering and not knowing what to say. Su Lingmeng then resumed picking out the gold jewelry, and without a moment's effort, she picked out another pair of gold bracelets for Su Ming. "Is it okay now?" Su Ningshui asked Su Lingmeng with a smile. Although Su Lingmeng was always trying to find ways to take favors from her, the favors she took were all for Su Ming. So not only did Su Ningshui not hate it, she instead felt that Su Lingmeng's wealthy look was somewhat cute. "Alright, let's go back." Su Lingmeng was satisfied and took Su Ningshui with her as they walked back. On the way back, the few people happened to pass by an antique store. For some reason, Su Ningshui suddenly felt that Su Ming was so smart that he might also have the ability to identify antiques. It is said that some people with extremely positive destinies are born with some sense of these ancient objects. Meng, do you think Xiaoming likes antiques? Why don't I buy a few more antiques for Xiaoming? When he grows up these antiques might be able to sell for more money. She pulled Su Lingmeng and proposed. It would be foolish not to take advantage of another bargain. Of course Su Lingmeng didn't have any reason not to agree, and led Su Ming into the curio store with her. Meng, take whatever you like. When she entered the antique store, Su Ningshui said generously, "It doesn't matter how much it costs." Hearing this, the original very sitting in the counter dozing boss immediately stood up. "2. You casually see. Our store can be expert identification of the real thing. A lot of baby elsewhere to buy cannot buy. Oh." Su Lingmeng holding Su Ming in the curio store around. "See which curio are good. Just do not know which is the most valuable." A moment did not choose. Just as she was wondering, Su Ming's mocking voice suddenly came from her mind. "This boss can be really shameless. Where is the real thing in this store? I see this whole store. Only the boss is really thick-skinned." The moment Su Lingmeng heard this, her eyes instantly lit up. Ming was also too good to be able to tell if an antique was real or fake. She purposely held Su Ming and walked in front of a vase, pretending to be interested. Su Ming immediately spit. "Fake. Fake cannot be more fake. This color of the antique vase is now in the museum to stay. If the real so a small store dares to so placed here?" As soon as she heard this, she immediately turned to another antique gold Buddha. "This gold isn't even necessarily real. This stuff is daring to be put up for sale. and the boss is just fooling amateurs. Su Lingmeng went around the store. Everything Su Ming said was fake. And listening to Su Ming's tone, he really knows antiques very well. Meng, don't you have a favorite? Su Ningxue saw that Su Lingmeng had been spinning around without speaking, and deliberately asked. Through Su Ming's heartfelt words, Su Lingmeng also realized that this antique store was a fake store that pits amateurs, so she shook her head. I don't like anything here. Su Ningxue was stunned and instantly realized that she must have listened to Su Ming's heart. Otherwise, even if she didn't have a favorite, she would definitely pick the most expensive one for Su Ming. Since she didn't pick anything, she must have heard Su Ming say that everything in here was fake, and she didn't want to spend money in vain. Between thoughts, Su Lingmeng had already walked out with Su Ming in her arms, and Su Ningxue hurriedly chased after her. Chapter 96 Hidden Treasure. Su Ningxue still wanted to experiment a bit more, so she took the initiative to propose. Since this antique store doesn't have any favorites, let's go to the antique market and take a look around. The antique market is a mixed bag, and while there are many fakes, there are also many authentic pieces. Even some stall owners themselves do not know what they have in hand is authentic. Many antique connoisseurs like to find some good treasure in the antique market. However, there are also unknowledgeable, or half-knowledgeable antique enthusiasts, expecting to be blind cat meets dead mouse, rely on the collection of these antique products to get rich. As soon as she heard that she was going to the antique market, Su Lingmeng immediately agreed happily. Anyway, with Su Ming around, could she still be an ingrate? When the group quickly arrived at the market, Su Ningxue saw several jadeite ornaments on a stall. These several ornaments on the jade color glistening, complex workmanship, looks very exquisite, lined up in an exceptionally attractive. In addition to Su Ningxue, there are several young girls have gathered around. Boss, this jade pendant of yours looks good. How much is it? This jadeite is a good material, good workmanship and good, although it is not a particularly old object, but the collection value is not low. You guys see how about this number? The boss smiled and stretched out 2 fingers. 2,000? What 2,000? Do you think I'm doing charity? 20,000 apiece. The boss glared and staggered. Those few young girls gave a somewhat embarrassed sarcastic laugh and ran away in embarrassment, leaving only Su Ningxue still standing in place looking seriously at the jadeite pendant. $20,000 apiece. It seems that the price is not very expensive. This emerald ornament looks beautiful, and it is also pleasing to the eye when placed in the room. Little girl, do you like it? The boss saw her looking so seriously and immediately asked attentively. Boss, if I buy them all, can you give me a discount? Su Ningxue stood up and asked seriously. Buy them all? The boss looked Su Ningxue up and down and said with a smile. I'm afraid the discount is not too good, but if you buy them all, I still have 10 copper coins here. I just don't know if they're real or fake. I can give them to you. Su Lingmeng watched from the sidelines and also felt that the emerald pendant was particularly gorgeous and was worth a lot at a glance. Unexpectedly, the next second, her mind appeared Su Ming some powerless spit. This ornament is not just a modern crafts do old pretend antiques, the actual value is only about $2,000. This boss has a really black heart. As for the coins that are to be given away, the purchases are not real. Can the giveaways still be real? As soon as she heard this, Su Lingmeng immediately pulled Su Ningxue, who was about to pay. I don't like this emerald. Don't buy this. Su Ningxue was stunned, and when she saw Su Lingmeng raise her hand and pinch Su Ming's face, she instantly understood her hint. Who are you? If you say you won't buy, you won't buy. The boss, seeing that the business that was about to be made had been spoiled just like that, immediately cursed in displeasure. She is my cousin. We are together. Without saying a word, Su Ningxue stopped in front of Su Lingmeng. Since she doesn't like it, then I don't want it either. Sorry about that. The boss immediately changed his face, piled up an attentive smile. Girl, this jade pendant is only worth 20,000 here. If in the antique store or auction market, at least the price doubled. And the future appreciation space is not small. If you miss this village will not have this store pry. Su Ming was amused when he heard that the boss was able to talk nonsense with his eyes wide open. Why don't you take it to the antique store yourself or to the auction if it's so bullish? And also appreciation of space. That is not it? $2,000 of things you turn around and sell 20,000. Not all of a sudden appreciated 10 times. Su Lingmeng endured and endured before she didn't burst out laughing and hurriedly pulled Su Ningxue away. The boss was still shouting unwillingly from behind. Girl, if you don't buy it now you'll regret it later. Su Ningxue was also a bit sad because that set of emerald ornaments did look very gorgeous, but Su Lingmeng didn't let her buy them. It must have been something Su Ming said. She still chose to believe Su Ming than the boss's desperate sales pitch. Su Lingmeng and Su Ningxue turned around in the antique market for a while, but they didn't find anything good. Occasionally they saw a few real antiques, but they were all good things that weren't worth much, which is what antique market. The whole thing is just an ingrate market. Su Lingmeng hugged Su Ming and walked until her legs became sore, muttering and complaining. Su Ningxue also proposed, Meng Meng, why don't we go home? Since there is nothing good in this antique market, she doesn't want to waste any more time. It's better to return home early and go to Xiao Tian's secret base to take a look. The two of them were ready to leave as they spoke, and when they passed by an inconspicuous stall, Su Lingming's surprised voice suddenly came from Su Ming's mind. This is a really good thing, and I don't know if the owner is selling it. Su Lingming immediately paused in her steps and surveyed the stall that Su Ming was talking about. This boss's small stall place is very small. On the top of the only set some copper money and ancient books and paintings, plus a little look is not very before the porcelain small ornaments. Compared to the two of them just entered the door encountered that sell emerald ornaments of the stall is smaller than half of the stall. There are not many people in front of the stall. The owner is a middle-aged man, is bored with holding a purple sand pot drinking tea. Su Lingmeng quickly recalled the novel she had read where the protagonists had all found rare treasures from such mediocre and unnoticed stalls, and wondered which one of the piles of rags on this stall was the hidden model. It was a pity that she couldn't see it and could only concentrate on listening to Su Ming. Su Ming is also wondering. This boss stall things are heaps of laymen can see out of the rags, but he took in his hands to drink the water of the alabaster pot is a good old object. To the museum have to be well maintained that kind of. Could this guy be a hidden antique big shot? This boss, really interesting, selling things are rags. Give yourself a pot of water to drink to get so good. Really bitter no one can not be bitter ah. When Su Lingmeng heard this, her eyes lit up and she immediately looked at the alabaster pot in the owner's hand. In her eyes, this Zisha pot was no different from the pots that other bosses used to drink from, and she couldn't see anything unique about it at all. But so what? When Su Ming said that this pot was a good treasure, she believed that Su Ming was definitely right, and immediately pointed at the pot and said, I think that purple sand pot is good. I like this one. You buy that one for me. The boss was drinking tea and almost choked when she pointed out so much. You're a funny little girl. You didn't look at anything. You looked at this. Su Lingmeng wouldn't like an alabaster pot that a man drank water from for no reason. Su Ningxue understood in a second that it must have been Su Ming who said that this pot was a good thing with a lot of value. She knew that if she went along with Su Lingming's words to buy this alabaster pot, this boss might even notice the value of this alabaster pot and wouldn't be willing to sell it. So she purposely coughed and reprimanded loudly. This pot is all used by other people. So what's there to buy? Chapter 97, Being a Urinal. Su Ningxue said, turning back to Su Lingmeng and giving her a look. Su Lingmeng also understood and acted in unison with her. I don't care. I just like this pot. If you don't buy it for me, I won't leave today. You damned girl. You're going to piss me off. Su Ningxue put on an appearance of being so angry by Su Lingmeng that she lost her head. If you don't buy it, I'll go back and tell my parents that you mistreated me. I want it. Su Lingmeng looked like she was being disruptive. The two of them were at a standstill for a while before Su Ningxue asked the boss with a helpless face. Boss, can you sell me this pot? Selling is fine. It's just that this pot of mine is an alabaster pot. It's not cheap. The boss rolled his eyes and said with a smile. How much is it? Su Ningxue frowned, looking like she was worried that she couldn't afford it. It has to be 2,000 anyways. The boss estimated Su Ningxue and quoted a price somewhat sheepishly. Once they heard this price, Su Lingmeng and Su Ningxue were both relieved. It seems that this boss really doesn't know how to appreciate antiques, and also didn't recognize this as a good treasure at all. 2,000? So expensive. Su Ningxue reacted quickly and immediately called out. Can it be cheaper? Look, you've used it. Can it be cheaper? Even if I had used it, it would have been 1,500. It's still expensive. You said you don't drink tea either. Why do you have to have this teapot? Su Ningxue put on a reluctant look and turned her head to complain about Su Lingmeng. You leave me alone. I just want it. If you don't buy it for me, I'll leave home tomorrow. Su Lingmeng grunted and screamed. Boss, do you think it can't be cheaper? 800 okay? Su Ningxue bargained again. 800 is also too little. Like this, 12,000. I'm a purple sand pot. The boss emphasized again. Cheaper. Is 1,000 okay? Su Ningxue still had a face of flesh pain. She bargained with the owner for half a day and finally got the Zisha pot for $1,000. In fact, she knows very well that the average Zisha pot is only a few $100s. Maybe the boss only spent $200 or $300 when he bought this pot, and if he dares to sell it for $2,000, then it is also because he has a black heart. If she directly pulled out $2,000, the boss might still react to the fact that the pot was not simple, and then it would be bad if he changed his mind temporarily. The only way to make the owner feel that he has made a great profit after selling this great treasure is to make a sincere bargain. This purple sand pot is a good treasure. If that boss knew its true value, he would probably regret his intestines. Su Lingmeng happily chatted with Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue snorted. It's his heart that's black in the first place. Seeing that we're young, he wants to give us a high price to pit us against our money. We're eating black. What black eating black? It's so hard to hear. Su Lingmeng skimmed her lips, but the expression on her face was pleasant. As the two of them were talking, they happened to walk to the main entrance of the antique market and bumped right into the boss who was selling the jadeite pendant earlier. Seeing the purple sand pots they were holding, his eyes instantly lit up. Two little girls, how much did you pay for these pots? Su Ningxue and Su Lingmeng stopped their steps, and after glancing at each other, they unannouncedly revealed a smile. My sister liked it, so I bought it for $1,000. Su Ningxue looked at the boss and smiled. $1,000? The boss's eyes widened slightly, then immediately piled up a smile. You don't know. I'm a person who especially loves to collect tea utensils. This Zisha pot, I like it so much just by looking at it. How about I offer 10 times the price to buy it? This boss is still considered to have a vision. This alabaster pot is from the hand of the alabaster saint. If it is taken out to auction, the starting price will be $1 million. Su Ming scared twice. 10 times? Su Ningxue raised her eyebrows. Boss, you're quite generous, but we're not for sale. Don't? I do like this purple sand pot. If you can't part with it, then make an offer. The boss was anxious and hurriedly stopped in front of the two of them. Su Lingmeng directly broke him down and nonchalantly mocked. Boss, you don't like this pot. You like the price of this pot, right? If we quote the real price of this pot, I'm afraid you can't afford to buy it even if you lose all your money, right? Hearing this, Su Ming was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, his third sister was also a connoisseur of antiques. It really is true that you can't judge a person by their appearance. The owner also understood that the two of them were not blind cats who happened to buy the pot. Thinking that he had just planned to swindle them into buying that worthless jadeite pendant and clamored that they would definitely regret it if they didn't buy it. The boss's face instantly turned red. I didn't expect you two little girls to be young, but you're actually connoisseurs. Just now it was my eyes that were clumsy, and I was offended by my speech. He immediately apologized to Su Ningxue. Two people. Often in the antique market people know. This market does not know how much the wrongdoer cheat, no problem. But know how to do the expert is absolutely cannot be offended. This pot is indeed worth a lot, but I do like it, so you guys see if you can have $1.5 million and cut me off. He stared at the purple sand pot in the hands of the two men and said sincerely, $1,000 for a pot that will sell for $1.5 million before it even gets out of the market. That's a real $1 million profit. He had thought that Su Ningxue would consider it even if she didn't immediately agree. But unexpectedly, Su Ningxue refused without hesitation. It's not for sale. The pot isn't mine. I can't make it. If it's not yours, is there someone else so knowledgeable, bought it ahead of me? The boss was amazed. That's not true. This pot was bought for my brother. I'm going to use it for him to use as a urinal. Su Ningxue spoke in a serious manner, and even reached out to pinch Su Ming's little face. A teapot that costs more than $1 million is too much of a waste for you to bring to me to fill with urine, right? Su Ming has been speechlessly spitting up, keeping this pot as my wife's book. Doesn't she smell good? This time, the boss's thoughts actually coincided with Su Ming. Girl, such a good pot. Over $1 million. And you're just going to use it as a urinal for this little baby? You're not joking, are you? Isn't this a waste of money? Why would I joke? A pot of this price is only worthy of our little Ming. As long as Xiao Ming uses it well. What's spending a little money? Su Ningxue looked at Su Ming, happiness written all over her face, and even asked Su Lingmeng in passing, Meng, don't you think so? Although Su Lingmeng heard Su Ming's heartfelt words, she also agreed more with Su Ningxue's words that even if her Xiao Ming used a urinal, he had to use the best in the world. That's for sure. She nodded affirmatively. Su Ming burst his head, this world is too crazy. The boss is the same. Looking at the back of Su Ningxue, two people leaving happily, he is directly in the wind. Today I ran into two rich psychopaths. Chapter 98, The Terrible Secret Base. Su Ningxue returned home with the Zisha pot, and when she saw Su Rong happen to be in the living room, she immediately and happily showed the Zisha pot to Su Rong. Third sister, you don't even know. I picked up a great bargain today. Ha ha ha, that boss's expression simply amuses me. Because she was happy, Su Lingmeng chimed in. However, after the two finished speaking, they realized that Su Rong's face didn't seem quite right. Is that why you came home so late, because you bought a pot? Su Rong's face didn't look too good, and her words were filled with resentment. Su Ningxue was stunned, not sure what Su Rong meant when she said this. So she continued anyway. This is not an ordinary Zisha pot. It's a very valuable antique, and we got it for $1,000 today. So, Su Rong sneered, her eyes cold and abnormal. Third sister, isn't this matter worth rejoicing over? Su Ningxue spoke with some hesitation. Su Lingmeng, who was on the side, sensed that the situation was not right and hurriedly and quietly carried the alabaster pot away, letting the maid of the house take it to Su Ming's room. This was a good treasure that she had secured for Su Ming, so don't let Su Rong be upset and smash it later. What's there to be happy about? You actually just for such a thing forgot what day today is. Su Rong stood up, unusually angry. You simply disappoint me too much. What day could be worth more than this pot? Nerve. Su Lingmang skimmed her mouth and hummed disdainfully. Isn't it just that we went out shopping without you? Who are you flinging your face at? Su Ningxue was also confused. Third sister, just say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush like that, okay? Upon hearing these words, Su Rong's body trembled with anger. The bottom of her eyes flushed with red blood. Su Ningxue, you are simply confused. Today is the anniversary of Xiao Tian's death. The entire family has gone to see Xiao Tian. What about you? Where did you go? It was only when she said this that Su Ningxue remembered, but she wouldn't feel half guilty in her heart because of it. So that's what this is about. Su Ningxue, what kind of attitude is this? Even if you don't go to see Xiao Tian, you still go to buy things for Su Ming. Do you know that the person who killed Xiao Tian looks so much like Su Ming? Won't it hurt you in your heart? Right. It's all my fault. Xinjin, Su Ming was sleepy and drowsy when he suddenly heard Su Rong naming himself and instantly sobered up. Su Ningxue was annoyed in her heart. She wanted to let Su Rong know Xiao Tian's true colors, but right now Su Rong was angry. If she dared to say a bad word about Xiao Tian, it was estimated that Su Rong would go straight to madness. Unable to do anything else, she could only pacify Su Rong first, softly saying, Third sister, don't be angry. I'll go see Xiao Tian now. Is that okay? That's more like it. I'll go with you. Su Rong pursed her lips, and it seemed that her anger had dissipated a few points. She took out a box filled with toy models, and Su Ningxue said, Look, these are the toys I bought for Xiao Tian. He used to like playing with these the most. When we go to see Xiao Tian later, we will say that it was me and you who prepared it for him together. Otherwise, if he knows that you didn't prepare anything for him, he will definitely be sad. Su Lingmang watched from the sidelines, and found that these toy models were actually extremely difficult to buy limited edition models, and some of them had a price that was speculated to dozens of times the original price. It's too much of a pity to give these toy models to Su Tian, who is already dead. It's better to wait for Xiaoming to grow up and take them to Xiaoming to play with. She had an idea, pulled over Su Ningxue, and told her the address of Su Tian's secret base. Su Ningxue instantly came into the spirit. She quickly returned to Su Rong's side and said, Third sister, I actually prepared a gift for Xiao Tian as well, but I didn't put it here. So why don't you go with me to get it? That's great. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Rong readily agreed. The two drove to a small cottage near the Su's homestead. This villa was a birthday gift from the family to Su Tian on his third birthday, and only Su Tian had the key. After Su Tian's death, all the people in the Su family did not move the idea of Su Tian's legacy, and this villa was therefore deserted, and no one came for so many years. Fourth sister, what are you doing putting the gift for Xiao Tian here for a good reason? Su Rong was puzzled and at the same time had a few points of dissatisfaction. Coming here to make a run. Going to see Xiao Tian will be delayed for another long time. When Su Ningxue took the key to open the door, Su Rong was still standing behind her while urging and complaining non-stop. However, as soon as the villa's door was opened, an odd smell came to the surface, like a fishy smell or a musty smell. Su Rong couldn't help but frown. Some other day I'll ask someone to come here and clean it up. After Xiao Tian left, we weren't in the mood to deal with his house. How did we make it smell so bad? She pinched her nose and chanted as she entered the villa with Su Ningxue. However, upon seeing the scene in the villa, she completely froze. The entire villa was filled with the bodies of dead critters, and at a glance, so many years had passed that many of the corpses had already dried up. Su Rong was horrified. What are these things and how did they end up in Xiao Tian's house? This is Xiao Tian's secret base. His secret base for abusing small animals. Su Ningxue looked at the corpses of small animals piled up like small mountains all over the room and said with a trembling voice, even though she had long been clear about Xiao Tian's true nature, seeing so many little beings in front of her who no longer had breath, her heart was still indescribably hard to bear. If they had realized how cruel Tiny Sky was earlier, perhaps fewer critters would have been abused by him. That's impossible. Xiao Tian is so kind. How could he possibly abuse small animals? Su Rong's eyes were round, her body trembling as she kept backing away. This must be something you made up. There's no way Xiao Tian he's that kind of person. Su Ningxue, however, did not intend to just let her leave. Third sister, you come with me. She directly grabbed Su Rong's arm and forcefully pulled her, finding the basement of this villa. I'm not looking, I'm leaving. Su Rong struggled hard, but unfortunately she couldn't break free from Su Ningxue's grip. and could only be dragged by her into the basement. The basement was dark, but Su Rong smelled an extremely unpleasant odor, probably because the space here was closed, so the smell was difficult to dissipate. Because of the perennial disrepair, the lights in the basement were already broken. Su Ningxue turned on the flashlight and pulled Su Rong to the very center of the basement's operating table. Her flashlight shone through, and Su Rong instantly let out a shocked yelp when she saw the scene in the light. Ah! There was a full human bone strapped to that operating table. And looking at the skeleton, that's still a little baby girl, not even her milk teeth. Chapter 99, completely dead. Seeing that corpse, Su Rong was scared out of her wits and screamed as she tried to run outside. But Su Ningxue grabbed her wrist in a death grip. Take a good look. This is Xiao Tian's secret base, the place where he casually abuses and kills other beings. Could it be that seeing a baby's corpse like this? Are you still unwilling to believe that Xiao Tian he is really a demon? Su Ningxue blurted out word for word. Su Rong's heartbeat was like a drum, still desperately shaking her head, looking at Su Ningxue with a few moments of expectation in her eyes as she asked, "Fourth sister, are you lying to me? This baby skeleton is something you got from somewhere else, right?" Su Ningxue didn't answer, but only looked at her quietly with a pair of eyes full of sadness. It's all in the words. Su Rong suddenly remembered that once upon a time she took Su Tian out shopping, and when she went to the bathroom to use the toilet, Su Tian bumped into a woman with a baby. At that time, that woman came out of the mother and baby room with her baby in her arms and bumped right into Su Tian, and that baby of hers directly spit up Su Tian's milk all over her. She remembered that not only was Su Tian not angry, but he also touched that little baby's head particularly gently. But it was shortly after that the baby disappeared, and the news reports were all over the place, and she looked at the sobbing woman on the TV, still a little saddened. In retrospect, that baby was the size of the dead baby in front of me. Even, they are the same person. Su Rong's heart was instantly in turmoil. The gentle and kind appearance of Xiao Tian in the past constantly surfaced in the middle of her mind, forming a strong contrast with the dead baby in front of her. Whether this is a prop that I got out to trick you, or a real dead baby corpse, you should know very well in your own heart. Su Ningxue sighed and said, "Third sister, wake up. Xiao Tian, he's an unadulterated demon." No, Xiao Tian is a good boy. Su Rong desperately shook her head. Su Lingmeng hugged Su Ming and followed along to watch the fun, and when she saw Su Rong in this state, she couldn't help but let out a cold snort and said to Su Ningxue, "Why don't we just forget about it? A person pretending to be asleep is never going to be woken up." Su Ningxue was also helpless. "Third sister, do you have to see Xiao Tian abusing small animals with his own hands like Su Tian did in order for you to believe what I'm saying?" It was just that Xiao Tian was already dead. Even if she wanted Su Rong to see that scene with her own eyes, it was rather absolutely impossible. I don't believe that Xiao Tian, a child, would be so cruel. Su Rong shook her head. It's not like there aren't any child murderers in the world. If we didn't know if Su Rong's mouth could still be so hard after seeing the video Su Tian recorded when he abused these little beings at that time. Su Ming spat to himself as he reached out and grabbed the strap of Su Lingmeng's clothes. Psychopaths like Su Tian not only like to abuse small animals, but they also especially like to record those small animals struggling for survival while abusing them. Whenever Su Tian had overplayed his hand and couldn't find any new critters for a while, he would release those videos to watch them in detail. Su Ming also happened to have entered this secret base when he was doing a system mission after Su Tian's death, and this dead baby had also startled him at first. He was so scared that he took several steps back, and accidentally lit up a projection screen in the basement, which was full of images of Su Tian abusing small animals. This is a long time later than the last time I came over here, and I don't know if that projection screen is broken or not. Su Ming muttered to himself. Since Su Ningxue has found out about this secret base of Su Tian's, why don't they even check more carefully? It's not possible that she didn't even discover the switch of the projection screen, right? As soon as Su Lingmeng heard this, she immediately turned her eyes to look around. A switch? Where's the switch? The next moment he heard Su Ming breathlessly spit. No way. A red button that big. Don't you guys want to push it and see? Being reminded by him, Su Lingmeng immediately realized that there was a red button on the wall that was covered by a transparent glass cover. Su Ningxue was still arguing with Su Rong as she quietly moved over to the red button, lifted the glass cover with feigned curiosity, and muttered, "What is this?" She pressed the button with anticipation. Jab. A slightly jerky electronic tone sounded, and both Su Ningxue instantly stopped talking and coincidentally looked towards the place where the electronic tone appeared. It was only at this point that a few of them realized that an entire wall of the basement was actually a huge projection screen. The first thing that appeared on the screen was the young Su Tian. He gave the camera an innocent and wide smile. Su Rong's heart instantly softened into a piece. It had been a long time since she had seen the young Xiao Tian as a child. He looked so cute. How could he be a murderer? However, In the next second, Su Tian set up the camera. Ow! A sharp and ear-piercing cat cry came out from the screen. And on the screen, Su Tian was approaching a large female cat with a smile on his face. And underneath the body of the female cat there were also a few kittens that had just been born a few days ago. Su Tian was dressed tightly, holding a dagger in his hand, while the she-cat's fur exploded all over her body, arching her body to look at him warily. However, soon after, the female cat was subdued by Su Tian. But instead of killing the mother cat at once, he shut her up and, in front of her, sliced and diced her children to pieces. The crazier the mother cat howled and struggled in the cage, the happier Su Tian laughed, as if the mother cat's agonizing cries were the ultimate enjoyment for him. Beast! Animal! Su Lingmeng and Su Ming almost simultaneously let out an exclamation. Looking at the crazy appearance of young Su Tian in the projection, Su Rong was completely stunned. Not to mention Su Tian, she had never seen in her life that such a young child could actually be so cruel. But even so, she didn't want to admit what was in the image. However, the image played on the projection screen was not only this one, but soon moved on to the scene where Su Tian laid his hands on that little baby girl. Su Rong couldn't take it any more completely and shouted, "Enough!" She looked towards Su Ningxue and asked in a near collapse, Xiao Tian, he couldn't possibly do such a thing. Are these images deliberately forged by you? Why do you have to smear Xiao Tian? Su Ningxue knew how much Su Rong trusted Su Tian, but she didn't expect that even after the images were turned over, Su Rong actually still refused to believe it. Su Ming on the side, however, had long since seen through Su Rong's inner thoughts. Su Tian can do whatever he wants to torture small animals, but also related to the fact that he is too pampered in the Su family, born with money and power just like other children. If Su Rong admits that Su Tian is a murderous demon, it is tantamount to admitting in disguise that all the pampering she has given to Su Tian is wrong. It's not easy to want someone to admit they've done something wrong. If Su Rong sees those things in Su Tian's cell phone, I'm afraid she'll be completely dead. Chapter 100, Not an angel but a demon. Hearing the broken thoughts in Su Ming's mind, Su Lingmeng instantly became excited. It seemed that Su Tian's cell phone had even more explosive content than these videos. She hurriedly and secretly pulled Su Ningxue over and told her the news. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue immediately had her men find Su Tian's cell phone from his belongings. Fourth sister, let's go. If we're a little later today, we won't be able to see Xiao Tian in time. Su Rong was afraid of seeing more devastating things, pulling Su Ningxue's hand uncontrollably. Su Ningxue, however, didn't leave, forcibly pulling her along to watch the entire image. In fact, Su Rong knew very well in her heart that these images could not have been synthesized by Su Ningxue, who had deliberately found someone to synthesize them, but she simply didn't dare to accept this reality, and only wanted to hurry to escape. After watching the image, Su Rong hurriedly ran out of the villa. Her stomach flipped and she almost didn't throw up. Just then, Su Ningxue's men sent Su Tian over with a charged battery. Who are you guys? Why are you touching Xiao Tian's cell phone? Su Rong's eyes widened and she reached out to snatch the cell phone held in the visitor's hand. Su Ningxue walked out and took the phone one step ahead of her, turning it on while calmly asking, "Third sister, I'm the one who asked them to bring Xiao Tian's phone over. Aren't you curious about what Xiao Tian's phone has?" In the midst of Su Rong's half-frightened, half-curious gaze, Su Ningxue clicked on a black network video trading software. The transaction records under Su Tian's account showed that when he was still alive, he had been selling videos of cat and dog abuse on this website to other people who were as psychopathic as he was. And even underneath the videos he was selling, there were all sorts of cat abuse comments. Blogger, your cat abuse is too gentle. You should have starved the mother cat to death and then cut up her cubs and feed them to her to see if she eats them or not. Ha! Things like cats are just cheap. Good kill. Support the blogger next time after skinning and flaming. Bloggers would like to see you livestream your cat's medulla oblongata next time. Through these comments, Su Rong realized that Su Tian will not only sell videos, and will even open a live broadcast to abuse cats for rewards. And from the record of his account funds in and out of the record, he also made a lot of money in through this software, and simply do not know how many small animals died in his hands. The people in this software not only won't stop Su Tian, but will also keep praising Su Tian. So Su Tian's cat abuse is more and more bloody and cruel. Xiao Tian, how could Xiao Tian be like this? Su Rong looked at the comments and Su Tian's interaction with those people in the past, and her brain was constantly being pounded. Suddenly, her eyes went black. Third sister, Su Ningxue was taken aback and hurriedly wrapped her arms around Su Rong, who had fainted because she couldn't bear the blow. The unconscious Su Rong had a dream. She once again dreamed of Su Tian as a child. At first Su Tian was wearing a white dress, holy as a little angel, holding her hand and walking on the clouds, calling out to her sister with a mouthful of words, with an incomparably sweet and soft tone. But suddenly, the clouds underneath both of their feet disappeared. and she fell straight down towards the endless abyss. Su Tian, however, was as terrifying as a demon, his eyes scarlet as he let out a gust of sardonic laughter at her. Go to hell! She plummeted, eventually landing on a fluffy object, and she was just relieved when she turned her head to look up, only to see a huge dead cat face looking right at her, with a pair of cat eyes glowing an eerie shade of ghostly green. "Ah!" she screamed and woke up, bouncing out of bed in a flash. Before she could regain her senses from the nightmare, Su Ningxue worriedly pushed the door in. "Third sister, are you having another nightmare?" Su Rong was still panting in small gulps, and when she saw her come in, her eyes were still a bit confused, and it took a long time before she remembered what she had experienced before she passed out. "The doctor said that you fainted because you were in shock, and gave you medicine. You'll be fine after you sleep and get up." Su Ningxue poured her a cup of water and comforted her. "Don't worry, you're at home now. There's Xiaoming. Nothing will happen." Su Rong received the water before slowly remembering that she indeed hadn't touched those dirty things since she lived here in Su Ningxue. "I'm fine. I just had a nightmare." Su Rong pulled up the corner of her mouth and smiled gently. Su Ningxue thoughtfully asked her subordinate to carry Su Ming. "Third sister, why don't you hold Xiaoming and sleep for the night? I also had frequent nightmares before I met Xiaoming, and after holding Xiaoming and sleeping for a few nights, I haven't had any more nightmares." "No." Su Rong just wanted to refuse, but Su Ningxue had already tucked Su Ming in Su Rong's arms and tenderly said, "Third sister, you must take care of Xiaoming. Your greatness, aren't you sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth?" In Su Ming's heart, 10,000 grass mud horses raced past, greeting Su Ningxue's ancestors. Su Rong looked at the little baby with a resistant face, actually inexplicably a little want to know what is in his heart right now. After Su Ming stopped her from going to that party last time, and indirectly saved her life, she actually already vaguely believed in her heart that Su Ming was really like what that scruffy Taoist priest had said, that his destiny was extremely positive, and that she wouldn't run into any more evil spirits if she stayed by his side. "But I'm afraid it's impossible to sleep with him in your arms and not have nightmares. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a baby as cute as me?" Seeing Su Rong staring at his face all the time, Su Ming's heart went straight to his head, and he even made up his mind to go to his death. Damn, if Su Rong dares to kill today, he will die. But also, piss on her face too. Su Ming was dismayed to find that as a small, unarmed baby, he actually had other skill points that could cause damage to others besides peeing. He was still rambling. Su Rong actually directly hugged her and laid down, and also thoughtfully covered him with the quilt. "What's going on? She didn't do anything to me, and also covers me with a blanket?" Su Ming's eyes widened, somewhat incomprehensible. Where did Su Rong know these words in his heart? She just thought that it was no big deal to hug Su Ming and sleep for a night. I didn't realize that the night had gone by and she actually didn't have any nightmares and woke up a little more refreshed than usual. For a few days after that, Su Ningxue let Su Rong and Su Ming sleep together. Su Rong was surprised to find that she actually really never had nightmares again, and her skin had returned to the white and translucent state it was in before Su Tian came to the international center. Was it really because of sleeping with Su Ming? She was also very confused in her heart, but without waiting for her to figure it out, Su Lingmeng, who hadn't slept with Su Ming for several nights, launched a temper tantrum and barged into her room to forcibly carry Su Ming away. That night, Su Tian's eerie smiling face appeared again in her dreams. Chapter 101, Gambling on Stones. Ah! She woke up screaming. Hearing the sound, Su Ningxue immediately came to her room. "Fourth sister, can you carry Su Ming here? I want to sleep with Su Ming." She grabbed Su Ningxue's hand with a startled expression and begged. "But Meng, she hasn't slept with Xiao Ming for several days either." Su Ningxue was a little embarrassed. If she offended Su Lingmeng, and in the future she was unwilling to speak Su Ming's mind again, then it would be troublesome. Su Rong was also a little embarrassed, but when she thought that she would have those horrible dreams once she fell asleep later, she was suddenly sleepy. Looking at her six-headed appearance, Su Ningxue hesitated and took the initiative to propose. "Why don't I accompany you to watch the TV?" She had her subordinates make a late-night snack and watched a TV program while she and Su Rong ate their late-night snack. After watching a recently popular variety show, Su Rong was in a much better mood and was about to turn off the TV and go to sleep when she accidentally changed the channel. This channel is broadcasting a treasure appreciation program, and the expert on the program is appraising an alabaster pot. Su Ningxue was a bit surprised. How did this pot look so similar to the one she bought the other day? "Isn't this the purple sand pot you brought home the other day? How did it get on the treasure appreciation program?" Su Rong also looked out and asked with some surprise. But the expert's appraisal came out quickly, and the Zisha pot on the show was just a modern imitation. Experts on TV talk down to treasure hunters. "Sir, if this Zisha pot of yours is real, then I'm afraid the value has exceeded $50 million. And the future appreciation space is even more incalculable. This famous handmade Zisha pot has some unique identification points. The first is hearing the expert's words. Su Ningxue immediately took out that pot and compared it carefully according to what the expert said. Finding out that according to the experts, then this Zisha pot of hers must be authentic. She originally thought that since the stall owner was willing to offer $1.5 million to buy this Zisha pot without hesitation, the pot must be worth $2 or $3 million, but never dared to think that this pot could reach such an exaggerated figure of $10 million. I don't know if the boss who sold her the pot for $1,000 will regret his mistake when he learns the truth in time. Thinking that this pot was discovered by Su Ming, Su Ningxue couldn't help but think of that speculation of hers once again. People with extremely positive destinies have a much stronger sense of valuable possessions than the average person. And since Su Ming was able to pick out a real old antique from a pile of garbage, what if he were to gamble on stones? It is said that the gods are difficult to break inches of jade. Su Ningxue, because of the love of jadeite jade, often go to the gambling auction field to play. But she is not a connoisseur. Every time the whim of spending a lot of money to buy the original stone, after cutting basically her waist, so far has been in the gambling field lost a large sum of money. Because she has never made a profit from gambling. Some of the veterans in the quarry have also given her a few nicknames. What? Send money to the lady. Often lose general. In short, one more than one unpleasant. She was also very unconvinced. Specially brought a gambling expert to accompany herself. But the result was laughed at even more by the veterans, saying that she was addicted to human vegetables, and that if she could not win the bet herself, she would hire a hangman. This time, if she brought Su Ming over, she might be able to ruthlessly punch those veterans in the face. After all, no one would have thought that a little baby would know how to gamble on stones. The next day, she brought Su Lingmang and Su Ming along to the stone gambling ground. As soon as Su Lingmang heard Su Ningxue say that everything she bought today belonged to Su Ming, she immediately and cheerfully agreed to help her with the secret code when she arrived at the gambling casino in a while. As soon as the few people arrived at the gambling and stone auction house, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked over to them. And as soon as he saw Su Ningxue, he revealed a sneer. Fourth Miss Su, it's only been a few days and you want to be a money scatterer again? I see that if we lose you in this auction house, our annual income will be reduced by half. Ha ha ha. He Jun, you haven't lost a lot of bets either. So what qualifications do you have to lick your face and talk about me? Su Ningxue reddened her face and choked with the other party. This He Jun used to see that she was pretty, so he always wanted to get close to her in the name of teaching her how to gamble. And after being scolded by her cold face a few times, he started to go against her, and every time she lost in gambling, He Jun would make a big fuss and ridicule her. Even now, even when she appeared at the gambling auction house and happened to collide with He Jun, he couldn't keep that mouth of his idle. I have lost bets, but I won't lose every time like you. I can't win my own bets and ask someone to help. Ha ha. He Jun laughed uncontrollably. It so happens that his companion also came over. A million proudly show off. Su for Miss, you did not come to the gambling field some time ago, do not know. He Jun but not long ago from just opened a piece of superb jadeite. Good as hell. It's still you, Jun, who has the eyesight. This stone quarry hasn't opened a jadeite that good in years. A few people around them came over and gave He Jun a blowjob. He Jun is also some fluttering up. To Su Ningxue is another taunt. Su for Miss, you also do not say we always despise you. But if you can also open out a piece of superb jade, who still dare to laugh at you? You? I'm afraid that's hard. Ha ha ha. A few others burst into another fit of giggles. Su Ningxue's anger immediately surged as she inclined her head to look at Su Ming, her heart inexplicably gaining strength. Humph. Well then, I'll open a piece of superb emerald today to give you an eye-opening experience. Hearing this, He Jun's few people glanced at each other for a moment before bursting out in laughter once again. Fourth Miss Su, if you can open it, then even a sow can get up a tree. Ha 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 ha. I didn't realize you were so elegant as to come all the way out here to tell us jokes. Su Ningxue gritted her teeth and said seriously, who's telling you guys jokes? I'm serious. If you guys don't believe me, you can bet with me. As soon as he heard this, He Jun immediately came to his senses. Good, this is what you said you would bet on. If you lose, give me that necklace around your neck. How about it? Su Ningxue was stunned. This necklace around her neck was an heirloom of the Su family. Not only was it valuable, it also had a special meaning to her. Seeing her hesitation, He Jun instantly became more excited. What? You don't dare? Who says I don't dare? Su Ningxue came back to her senses and let out a cold smile. But if I win, you'll have to give me that piece of superb emerald you just got as well. No problem. He Jun agreed without even thinking about it, as he hadn't even thought that Su Ningxue could win. The auction started right away. Su Ningxue didn't bother to talk nonsense with him anymore and pulled Su Lingming to sit in the audience. Meng, I'll be relying on you in a while. You must help me win against him, Su Ningxue whispered curtly to Su Lingmeng. Hearing Su Ningxue's words, there was something strange in Su Ming's heart. Could it be that Su Lingmeng also knows how to gamble? Chapter 102 Gambling. Su Lingmeng hummed. I did promise to help you gamble on the stones, but I didn't promise to help you win what's his name either. As soon as she opened her mouth, Su Ningxue immediately smiled heartily and patted the back of her hand. Don't worry, I'll give Xiaoming the same extreme jadeite that I won that person later. Really? Of course it's true. Su Ningxue nodded. I've been upset with He Jun for a long time. If you weren't here today, I wouldn't have dared to make a bet with him. I just wanted to fight for it. Upon hearing this, the corner of Su Lingmeng's mouth instantly hooked up. Alright, I'll reluctantly promise you. The auction soon began, and the first round of the auction was for a raw stone. Gambling market according to their own skills. The seller only price not introduced. Let the buyer to judge. But the starting price of this piece of raw stone is actually going to be $500,000. The crowd instantly discussed. Sitting next to Su Ningxue, a veteran whispered up. Inside this raw stone, 80% can be opened out of the very best imperial green. I guess $500,000 is just the beginning. Who says it isn't? I guess this price won't go down without $2 or $3 million today. I'll give you $600,000. 700,000. Offers were quickly made in the auction room. Su Ningxue, according to their own experience in gambling, also feel that the original stone should be able to cut out the Emperor Green. Emperor Green production is rare. The finished Emperor Green, even if only a small pendant, but also worth a lot. Not to mention that the original stone is so big, if there is really Emperor Green, cutout do not know how many times can be doubled. Just as she was hesitating, the auction house had already fired the price up to $3 million. Su Ningxue picked up the calling card and was eager to move. Thinking that she didn't have much cash in hand, Su Ningxue picked up her cell phone again to call Su Shirlan, wanting to borrow some from her first. To spend millions of dollars for such a piece of broken stone, this group of people is really crazy as well. Su Ming lay in Su Lingming's arms, searching for thoughts. This original stone, although big, but are all illusion. Inside the jade cutout, I'm afraid not an inch thick, and cutout the green color is also certainly not Emperor Green. Shot this piece of original stone, people are afraid to lose their money. Hearing Su Ming's heartfelt words, Su Lingmeng instantly felt a jolt. She also does not know how to gamble, just saw so many people call the price. She thought it was something extraordinary good. It turns out to be a piece of garbage. I don't like this. She immediately pressed Su Ningxue's hand that was about to make a call and said calmly. Su Ningxue was stunned, still somewhat hesitant, but this piece of raw stone, if you don't believe me, forget it. This raw stone is a piece of trash. It can't be opened at all. Su Lingmeng interrupted her sullenly. Su Ming was a little shocked. It turned out that Su Lingmeng really knew how to gamble on stones. This third sister of his was actually a jade expert. Su Ningxue was so young, yet she knew both antiques and stone gambling. It was the first time he had encountered such a genius. A strong suspicion surfaced. Is she really a genius? When Su Ningxue heard Su Lingmeng's words of such certainty, she instantly stopped hesitating and chose to believe Su Lingmeng. But the others were still incomparably crazy about this piece of raw stone, and the auction price soared all the way up to 8 million. The one who ended up auctioning this piece of raw stone was actually He Jun. Jun, you're going to be rich this time, haha. If this raw stone opens up an imperial green, it will directly multiply several times. You've made a big profit. The few people around He Jun immediately sucked up to him, all waiting to watch the fun when he cut the raw stone later. However, at this moment, He Jun didn't have the heart to listen to these people bragging, but instead observed Su Ningxue in front of him. Su Ningxue was saying something to the young girl holding the baby beside her, and the two looked very happy. I don't know why. Usually this kind of raw stone, Su Ningxue, even if she didn't auction it, she was definitely going to bid on it, but today she actually didn't raise her hand for once, and He Jun had a few hidden uncomfortable feelings in his heart. But soon the next lot was on the stage, and He Jun didn't think any more about it and continued to look at the lot. Su Ningxue and Su Lingmeng were talking and laughing. This fool, by the time he cuts out all the scraps, see how I'll laugh at him. Thinking of the way He Jun gloated every time she cut out scraps in the past, Su Ningxue's heart was so unhappy. The next raw stones were good and bad. He Jun participated in the auction several times, but because he had already spent $8 million on a raw stone, he didn't bother bidding again once the price was high. However, he was surprised to find that Su Ningxue actually didn't bid either. Could it be that Su Ningxue didn't bring enough money with her today? Soon it was time for halftime. Su Ningxue pulled Su Lingmeng to go to the restroom, and when she came out, she happened to run into He Jun. Su Ningxue, lazy to give him a good face, turn around to go, but he smiled playfully, pasted up. Su 4 miss. you just before the opening. Is not swore that today will be able to open the very best jadeite? How to now? A thing also did not shoot down. It will not be not bring enough money, right? Humph, joke. When has my Su family ever been short of money? It's you. Prepare to lose a fortune. Su Ningxue sneered out with a cold face, but her mockery fell into He-jun's eyes, but it became a kind of bracing. Fourth Miss Su, although your family is rich, it can't hold you up to lose money every time. I think you just lost too many times in gambling. You can't get the money. This extremely fine jadeite's raw stone, at least 6 or 7 figures to buy. If you don't have the money, don't try to be strong. Su Ningxue was simply furious and laughed. It was unthinkable that in her life, she, Su Ningxue, would also have times when she was suspected of not having money. Don't talk nonsense with him. One mouth is a sour smell. Stinks to death. Su Lingmeng pulled Su Ningxue back and grunted, disgusted beyond measure. Seeing the two of them about to leave, He-jun was so angry that he let out a cold snort. There will be a time for you to cry in a while. Although Su Ningxue didn't give He-jun a good face, but she didn't shoot anything for the entire first half. Her heart was still a little apprehensive, pulling Su Lingmeng to mutter up in a small voice, Meng Meng, later on, in the second half, as long as there are slightly better raw stones, you'll let me buy them, or else you'll really lose out to He-jun in a while. The first half is full of some trash. It's a waste of money to buy it. If there's nothing good in the second half, I won't talk just the same. If you're willing to listen to me, just listen. If not, forget it. Su Lingmeng was not that good-tempered and muttered. Su Ningxue sniffed and stopped speaking. She was willing to believe Su Ming. Even if she didn't buy anything today and lost her heirloom to He-jun, she would still recognize it. The first couple of raw stones in the second half were not good, and there were so few people shooting them that even half of them were gone. If it was something good, it would have definitely moved up in the first half. Su Ningxue, aren't you just delusional if you want to pick up good goods now? Seeing that Su Ningxue still hasn't been buying anything, He-jun took the opportunity to come over to her side and flaunt his power. If you admit defeat now, I can also not want your heirloom necklace as long as you agree to one condition. Chapter 103 Witnessing. Su Ningxue shot a glance at He-jun and knew that he wasn't holding any good farts in his stomach. She pressed down the boredom in her heart for the time being. The corner of her mouth hooked into a sneer. What conditions? He-jun immediately rubbed his hands. Face full of writing covetously opened his mouth, revealing a mouth of big yellow teeth. Colorful. As long as you are willing to give your body to the promise, we became a family. You this heirloom I naturally do not want. Ha ha ha. As he said, a pair of salty pig hands touched towards Su Ningxue's waist. With brother in, I'll make sure that you'll never lose money again in this gambling quarry in the future. Su Ningxue let out a cold laugh, and with a quick eye, she grabbed his wrist, and with a backhanded snap, she directly lifted him to the ground. He-jun fell on his buttocks, paralyzed on the ground, is still a bit dazed, did not understand how he turned a circle in the air and fell to the ground. Want to marry me? You don't take a piss and look in the mirror either. Su Ningxue swept a glance at him with contempt. This He-jun has always been in the scenery in the gambling casino, and was blown away by the people around him, so he was even colorful and bold to this extent. Out of this gambling quarry, a person of Su Ningxue's status is someone he wouldn't be able to meet in 8 lifetimes, let alone get married. Nai He-jun only knew that Su Ningxue was the 4th miss of the Su family, but he was not sure which Su family this Su family was, nor did he know what kind of strength the Su family had in the international center, and thought that she was just a rich family miss, being dropped on the ground by a little girl in public. He-jun couldn't hang on to his face. He immediately climbed up, pointing at Su Ningxue with a puff of anger. You little girl, your strength isn't small. I'm willing to marry you, that's for your face. Later when you lose the bet, you're just on your knees begging for me. It's useless. Snap. Su Ningxue directly slapped He-jun's face. Scram. Her eyes were shadowy, and she carried a monstrous coldness all over her body. This slap she is a bit of force to confiscate. He-jun face hot pain. Half of the face suddenly swollen high. He covered his face, but instead, he became more excited, revealing a lewd smile. Good. Spunky enough. He-jun, like to conquer spunky women like you. Su Ningxue immediately raised her hand again, and He-jun immediately turned his head in fear and ran away. Goon. By him. It is estimated that Su Ningxue is going to miss out on this superb dragonstone seed jadeite. Su Ming looked at He-jun's back as he fled in a sorry state, then turned his head to look at the raw stone that was being auctioned on the stage. That piece of raw stone wasn't big, and looking at the surface it didn't look at all like it could be cut into good material. But in fact, only the top experts can see. This piece of raw stone 80% can cut out the best dragonstone kind of jadeite. The degree of scarcity is even more than the Emperor Green. When Su Lingmeng heard Su Ming's words, she immediately pulled Su Ningxue's hand. Shoot this piece. Ha! Suning Xue had just finished solving He-jun's harassment and hadn't returned to her senses for a moment. Seeing that the raw stone was about to be auctioned off by someone else, Su Lingmeng hurriedly hit Su Ningxue. Hurry up! Su Ningxue came back to her senses and hurriedly raised her card, not even looking at what Su Lingmeng had asked her to shoot. He-jun, who had just run away, saw Su Ningxue actually spent $3,000 to buy such an inconspicuous piece of raw stone, and immediately burst out laughing. Su Ningxue, you are too afraid of losing, and are anxious, right? Just such a piece of raw stone. Give it to me and I am not even lazy to take it. Looks like I didn't hit you hard enough just now. Su Ningxue swept a glance at him. I don't know how much better this piece of raw stone of mine is compared to the one you bought. There will be time for you to cry later. I think you've lost too much and your brain has followed suit. He-jun immediately laughed even louder. Those friends around him followed suit and mocked Su Ningxue, although the others present didn't echo He-jun. Their eyes were filled with sympathy when they looked at Su Ningxue, because everyone feels He-jun's original stone cannot cut out the Emperor Green is not good, but Su Ningxue's stone must be a waste. Su Ningxue would not have been able to gamble, but also want to put the treasure bet on such a piece of junk iron. That is not the gas fire attack heart. Brain out of the problem? Su Ningxue bit her lip and ignored the sneers of He-jun and the others. After the auction, Su Lingmeng also did not say anything. Su Ningxue heart blocked a breath. Also simply do not buy anything. She's going to use this piece of raw stone that everyone despises to win over He-jun today. When the auction ended, He-jun was the first to ask to cut the piece of raw stone he had auctioned, because Emperor Green is very rare. Anyone who wants to meet the freshly cut Emperor Green. The scene was crowded with people. The first cut saw a tiny bit of green. This material is really good. Jun, you've really gotten rich this time. Someone beside him immediately called out, giving He-jun an early congratulations. Only cut so little and saw the green. Inside is guaranteed to be a large piece of good material. Really envious. Jun also dares to gamble. We wouldn't dare to buy a raw stone of $8 million. Who says it isn't? Only a discerning veteran like Jun has the guts to do so. He-jun listened to the crowd's bragging and immediately couldn't wait for someone to make the second cut. Another large swath of emerald green. He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, and looked at Su Ningxue triumphantly. See, you're bound to lose today. Don't renege on your debt. Su Ningxue's face stiffened as her mind recalled what Su Lingmeng had said earlier. At that time, she said that the green inside this raw stone bought by He-jun was only 1 inch at most, and in addition to the surface layer of green, the seed water of the material underneath was extremely poor. Brother Jun, are you selling this raw stone? Why don't you sell it to me now? A person beside He-jun immediately said. You'll take it? I spent $8 million on this raw stone alone. Do you have the money to collect it? He-jun immediately laughed playfully with him. The man smiled sarcastically. I don't have that much money, so I'm not thinking of contributing with a few of my brothers. Go. The material that lousy saw. You think to come to fish for ready-made. You think quite beautifully. Then Brother Jun, please quote a price. The man laughed embarrassedly. Su Ningxue gritted her teeth and laughed out softly. You haven't even completely cut this raw stone. How can you guarantee that it's full of green? Her voice interrupted He-jun's banter with his friends, and the crowd looked at her with a few odd looks. This is cut 2 cuts. This raw stone material is certainly enough He-jun back to the capital. And how bad can it be? He-jun also felt Su Ningxue is in the strong support. More and more complacent. I see you is not see the yellow river does not fall tears. Admit defeat. Will not bet on the stone. You call me a good brother. I can teach you well. You're a girl. Why do you have to be so strong? Let me be your strong. Isn't that good? Su Ningxue endured these disgusting words of his and asked back. You wouldn't be afraid to cut the third knife, would you? 1 cut is poor. 1 cut is rich. 1 cut is draped in hemp and mourning cloth. I see this last cut of yours looks like it's going to be draped in hemp and mourning cloth. Chapter 104, Misreading. Anyone who heard someone curse themselves to death wouldn't be happy, and He-jun's face instantly went cold. Su Ningxue, you have spoken too harshly. I'll let someone cut the third blade right now, so that you can lose convincingly. As soon as his words fell, a man dressed in elegant clothes suddenly stood out from the crowd. Wait a minute, Mr. He-jun. I'm willing to buy this piece of raw stone for twice the price. The crowd instantly murmured. 2 times? That's $16 million. He-jun would be making a fortune if he sold it now. It seems that the cuts are just too good to be true. So good that some of the big bosses in the casinos are starting to eyeball them down the road. In addition to this man, 2 other big bosses came forward, one bidding higher than the other. Su Ningxue was afraid that He-jun just sold the original stone. Immediately said, a piece of garbage only. He is deliberately in front of people to cut these 2 cuts, so as to swindle other people's money. If you cut the third cut is not exposed, although Jun knows a little bit of gambling, but also do not dare to often bet on a stone on a few million. If it is usually, someone is willing to pay twice the price. In order to be safe, he must be good to see. But today, he was provoked up by Su Ningshue's words and held back a bellyful of anger. Su Ningshue, don't go too far. Who said I don't dare to cut the third blade? Later on when this third blade is cut out, I want you to kneel down and apologize to me. Kneel then. Su Ningshue didn't show any weakness, but if you didn't cut out the Emperor Green, then you have to kneel down and apologize to me. That's what you said. Jun sneered and let the people continue cutting the third knife. In fact, he didn't sell this raw stone immediately. Besides Su Ningshue's words, he also had his own calculations. Imperial Green is extremely rare. If he can cut out Imperial Green in this third cut, he can sell it for tens of millions of dollars, earning much more than now. If you can't cut it out, this second knife has cut out such a large piece of jade, the material inside won't be too bad. At most it will lose a few $100,000. He can also accept, since Su Ningshue had bet with him, then he had to let Su Ningshue know that gambling on stones, only connoisseurs like him were worthy of playing. The staff immediately prepared tools to make a third cut to Jun's raw stone. Listening to the sound of the machine cutting the stone, Su Ningshue's heart also felt like it was quietly clenched, indescribably nervous. If Su Ming's judgment is wrong, this piece of raw stone really cut out the Emperor Green, then she will lose her face in this stone quarry. I'm afraid that in the future cannot come back here to gamble. Su Ming, it shouldn't be wrong, should it? She was terrified in her heart and quietly turned her head to look at Su Ming and Su Lingmeng's arms, but she didn't expect Su Ming to suddenly yawn, his eyelids heavy with boredom to the point of drowsiness. This raw stone is no longer big. It's still just a big piece of trash. What's there to see? It's so boring, Su Ming muttered in his heart. After he rambled on for a couple of moments, he couldn't help but close his eyes. Su Ningshue had wanted to secretly ask Su Ming what he was thinking about, and when she saw him directly closing his eyes and sleeping, she instantly became even more apprehensive in her heart. Her heart was in a state of flux, but the friends around Jun were still constantly bragging about him. Jun, when you strike this Imperial Green Jadeite, you must remember to treat a few of us to dinner, so that I can dip into your joy. You really mean it. Even let Brother Jun treat you to a meal. This meal should be us treating Brother Jun to you. Next time we gamble on the stones we have to ask Brother Jun to take the palm of the eye. Who else can have a better eye than you? Jun, in this stone gambling ground of ours. Jun couldn't help but cast a contemptuous look at Su Ningshue as he listened to the boasting words. However, in the next second, a cry of alarm came out. The third cut had been made, and all eyes looked over. No! Such a large piece of raw stone. In addition to the second knife cut the thin layer of glass seed jade, the following actually no green at all. How is this possible? Jun was suddenly dizzy and almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Su Ningshue's hanging heart was finally put down. She let out a light laugh. I told you long ago, this piece of raw stone of yours is a piece of trash. Jadeite raw stone are all natural, grow into what looks like have. Even like this piece of raw stone such as the surface of a piece of green, the inside of the raw stone is not good at all is not unheard of. Those big bosses who were originally prepared to pay a high price for this piece of raw stone also shook their heads and left when they saw this. Jun was supported by a few people around him and slowed down for a long time before looking at the piece of raw stone. Jun, those friends around him looked at me and me, all looking at each other, but all of them unconsciously stepped back slightly and distanced themselves from Jun. Cough. Jun in order to salvage the respect. Can only force, is a person have look away? Although this original stone is only less than an inch of green, but it is also a glass seed, everyone here have no want to accept it? As soon as these words were asked, those who had originally called Jun their brothers and sisters, one by one, stopped saying anything. Although the emerald in this raw stone is glass seed, color is also good, but is really too thin. Cutout can only do the least valuable emerald beads, the price will be greatly reduced. And Jun had paid $8 million for this raw stone. Who knows how much he'll ask for it now? No one wants to be the wrongdoer and give Jun a takeover at a time like this. Jun, this raw stone of yours is all cut and wasted. One of his friends carefully swept the raw stone and complained out. We don't have much ability, and we can't afford to collect it. I don't want more either. You guys just give me a 20,000. For the sake of our many years of friends, I'll sell it to you cheaply. Jun eagerly quoted this price, but his heart was dripping blood. What was originally bought for $8 million became scrap just because of an extra cut, directly depreciating its value by hundreds of times. That's $8 million. Most of his fortune is in there. But even when he offered $20,000, no one was willing to take it. Brother Jun, aren't you trying to trick us? We all saw the cutting of that raw stone clearly. How is it worth $20,000? One person immediately muttered in a low voice. This is the one I spent $8 million to auction off. It's only cut 3 times. How come it's not worth it? Jun was instantly enraged. But the other side is a face of disdain. Skimmed his mouth. This gambling stone is originally a cut of life. A cut of death. If you cut the second cut of the time to sell, not to mention 20,000, even if it is 20 million people to buy, who asked you were not willing to sell it? You get out of here. Jun was so angry with him that he couldn't speak, but he knew very well in his heart that what he said was true. The man instantly shrunk his neck, not daring to argue with Jun again. Let's do it this way. Jun, we've known each other for so many years. I'll sell you face. $1,000. I'll take this scrap for you. A man in the corner stood out and opened his mouth very reluctantly. 1,000? Jun had a bruise in his heart and turned his head to look at the cut piece of raw stone, his heart churning with hatred. Get the hell out of here. He raised his hand violently and smashed the original stone on the ground. Chapter 105, Dragon Stone Seed. With a loud boom, the original stone was suddenly split into pieces. The man who had bid 1,000 immediately ducked into the crowd when he saw this. However, in a few hours, the $8 million in Jun's hands had gone straight down the drain. Looking at his angry pig liver color face, Su Ningxue's heart is happy. Directly snort a laugh out. Hearing her laughter, the crowd remembered that Su Ningxue had just said that the raw stone was a piece of trash before the third cut was even made. I don't know if she was a blind cat who ran into a dead rat, or if she had actually learned something real after not seeing her for a while. The crowd can think of things. Of course, Jun can also think of things. Was Su Ningxue taunted face to face? His heart is naturally 10,000 unconvinced. Immediately said, you don't laugh too early. My stone cut out even if it is no longer good. There are people are willing to pay 1,000 to buy. As for you to buy that piece of palm-sized protoliths, that's the real garbage a piece of. Is that so? Su Ningxue smiled contemptuously. Through Jun's original stone, she already knew that Su Ming did have the ability to gamble on stones. So the original stone of the piece she bought would definitely not be fake. Regardless of whether my raw stone is trash or not, you'll have to kneel down for me, which is what you just promised yourself. She was not in a hurry, and deliberately did not mention cutting her own piece of raw stone. Jun's face stiffened and he glared at her before he pretended to be calm and said, you were just jealous of my beautiful original stone. That's why you purposely said that my original stone was trash. It's not like you really saw that my original stone was not good. So what right do I have to kneel down for you? Su Lingmeng stood on the side, holding Su Ming disdainfully skimmed the mouth spit up. But your stone was not good, so other people see out on the coincidental. You bet on the stone earned on the real skill. Really enough double standard. Deserve you to lose 8 million. Jun was so angry that he raised his hand to point at her, half unable to utter a word. Me what me? Am I not right? It was you yourself who just said that you'd kneel down if you couldn't cut the jade. Talking like a fart. No wonder you still don't have a wife at your age. Su Lingmeng's wonderful words made Jun furious. Su Ningxue snickered from the sidelines. Jun looked in his eyes and immediately said, Su Ningxue, don't be complacent. The bet between the two of us is still in place. If your raw stone can't cut out the emerald, you'll have to give me the heirloom necklace. Don't worry. I'm not like you. A promise is a promise. Su Ningxue bashfully criticized him and turned her head to let the staff prepare to cut the piece of raw stone she bought. This raw stone of mine will definitely produce emerald. And it's still the best. She said with incomparable confidence in front of everyone. Because of her previous negative record at the gambling casino, those present were skeptical of her words, and some even thought that she must have taken the wrong medication. Such a small raw stone, even if the emerald can be cut out, it won't be very good, right? I think it's a flowery green seed at best. Su Ningxue has basically never won a bet on a stone before, so I have a feeling that this might just be a piece of scrap. Fourth Miss Su, hurry up and cut it open for us. Someone couldn't hold back and urged. Upon hearing this, the others followed and chimed in, each one a master of watching the fun. Amidst the uproar of the crowd, Su Ningxue had the first cut made. Because the original stone is small, the staff cut very carefully. For a long time before seeing a piece of crystal clear emerald, the scene instantly boiled. The water variety is quite beautiful. Looking at the outside of this raw stone, I really can't see that it can be cut out to emerald. This is ice or glass seed. It is the first cut did not cut out the green. If the emperor green is worth it. Jun simply did not expect Su Ningxue's raw stone actually the first knife can cut out jade. In order to salvage respect, he is still strong face, only cut a knife on behalf of nothing. Even if it can be out of jade, it does not necessarily have much good, because Jun has just flipped the car. The crowd also have this concern. Think Su Ningxue's original stone may only be this thin layer of emerald, and also do not see the green. Maybe all cut out is really worthless. Miss Su, are you still cutting? Someone anxiously asked about Su Ningxue. Of course. Su Ningxue smiled calmly. Everyone felt that this piece of jadeite of hers must be of average quality, but she became more confident, because Su Lingmeng had already quietly told her. Su Ming said that the jadeite in this piece of raw stone was dragonstone seed jadeite. Dragonstone seed jadeite is much rarer than glass seed jadeite. Crystal clear all over. Different times of the day will show different colors, and it is said that as early as 10 years ago, it was already almost extinct. The average person seeing this first blade right now would not think that it was a dragonstone seed. Ms. Su, why don't you not cut it? In the crowd, a man stood out and kindly said, you've already cut out the emerald, so if you take it out and sell it now, you'll be able to get your money back. Yes, Ms. Su, if the next cut is wasted, it will be more than worth it. These people came to persuade Su Ningxue now, also for Su Ningxue's sake, but Su Ningxue had already made up her mind and firmly said, cut the second knife. The side of the Hejun was relieved. From this first cut, the jade inside with the green may also be a little bit, as long as the second cut, guaranteed to sell out. What a good price. Before they bet, Su Ningxue can say that she will definitely bet out the excellent jade. He did not believe that such a small broken raw stone can really cut out the excellent jade. However, when the second cut was made, another large piece of emerald was revealed, and although it was still not green, the crowd could tell that it was a glass seed, a high-grade water type of emerald. Hejun, who was still waiting to watch the show, was instantly anxious, his eyes glaring tightly at the piece of raw stone. It was as if he wanted to smash it with his sight. This can't be, he muttered. This can't be. The crowd present was abuzz, and many big bosses walked directly to Su Ningxue's side to open the price. Ms. Su, I'll offer $1 million. You can offer me this piece of raw stone. I'll give you $1,200,000. I'm $1.5 million. $2 million. Hejun looked at Su Ningxue, who was surrounded by a group of big bosses. His heart was jealous. He remembered that Su Ningxue's piece of raw stone only cost 20,000 yuan when he bought it. This cut actually went straight to 100 times. However, in the face of a bunch of big bosses' opening price, Su Ningxue firmly shook her head. I'm not for sale. Please help me cut the third knife. Ms. Su, think it over. Don't cut out the third cut in the same situation as Hejun's piece of raw stone by then. Then it'll be a basket case. A big boss beside her immediately reminded her. Su Ningxue intentionally looked at Hejun, sneering out, I'm not spending $8 million to buy this raw stone. If the third knife is cut and ruined, it's just a loss of a little money. Cut it. Seeing her persistent attitude, the staff had to be prepared to help her make a third cut. Chapter 106, Su Shirlan. Seeing Su Ningxue disobeying the advice of the crowd and insisting on cutting the third knife, Hejun, who was still blocking a breath in his heart, suddenly came into the spirit. I didn't expect you to really dare to make the third cut, and you're not afraid that you'll turn into scrap if you cut it out. He was afraid that Su Ningxue would temporarily back out, and hurriedly sneered from the sidelines. I'm not afraid, but you should be very afraid that this third cut out of me isn't scrap, right? Su Ningxue immediately sneered back. Miss Su, don't listen to him, it's better to take it as it comes. A person beside Su Ningxue kindly reminded. Yes, it's not easy for you to gamble right once. Now this raw stone is still worth 2 million. If you cut the waste can be nothing. Hejun, he is his own material cut waste. Just do not expect you to get good. Yeah, the opposite of reality is standing in front of you. Don't cut it, sell it now. The crowd you a word and I a word. The core idea is to persuade Su Ningxue not to cut a third knife, so as not to lose money. The words also stepped on Hejun a few feet. Hejun angry face is green. You guys don't need to persuade me. I'm pretty sure that when the third cut comes out, the price of this piece of raw stone will directly multiply several times. Su Ningxue looked at the crowd and calmly stated her prediction. Looking at her determined look, the crowd was a little puzzled. Once upon a time, Su Ningxue came to bet on the stone, as if the eunuch into the Yihangyuan, have the heart, not rely on the technology of the stone, all rely on luck. They have not seen Su Ningxue bet on the win a few times. How come this time? Su Ningxue seems to have seen through this piece of raw stone and is so confident? No one noticed that Su Ningxue quietly glanced at Su Lingmeng again when she was determining whether or not she wanted to make the third cut, and it was only after receiving Su Lingmeng's affirmative look that she dared to open her mouth. Nor would anyone even think that the one who really knew how to gamble on stones was a little baby brought by Su Ningxue. In the midst of an expectant gaze, Su Ningxue had the third cut made. Hejun's hanging heart also finally died. Inside this piece of Su Ningxue's raw stone, it was all crystal clear emerald. This doesn't seem to be a glass seed. It's a cold seed, cold jadeite, right? A puzzled voice came out from the crowd. It was only after being reminded by this voice that someone had the hindsight to scrutinize Su Ningxue's raw stone. and then shouted out in excitement. It's not a glass variety. It's a dragonstone variety that's even rarer than glass. Not bad. It's a white dragonite seed jadeite. Much rarer than imperial green. Really? Isn't the dragonstone seed jadeite already extinct? This is still the original stone. I can't even imagine how expensive it should be. My goodness, this is the dragonstone seed? It's the first time I've seen it. MS. Sue, I'll offer $100 million. Please sell me this dragonstone seed raw material. An old collector in the gambling hall took the initiative to step forward and pleaded. Jadeite in general is, of course, more expensive when it is made into a product. But Su Ningxue hands of this piece of jadeite different, because the dragonstone species has been extinct for many years. The market of the dragonstone species of the original stone than the product is much less. As if it has become a new collection. The price has risen. The price of $100 million also shocked everyone, including Su Ningxue. She only knew that the dragonstone seed was a superb jadeite that was more advanced than imperial green, but she didn't realize that such a palm-sized jadeite could actually be sold for $100 million. Still, in order not to show her face in front of the crowd, she immediately agreed to this collector. Behind the crowd, He-jun was shocked and intended to sneak away. However, Su Ningxue reacted quickly and immediately stopped him. He-jun, you lost our bet. You wouldn't want to cheat, right? How? He drawled. Then please fulfill your promise and give me the piece of extremely high-grade jadeite that you gambled on earlier. Su Ningxue faintly smiled and said without haste. He-jun immediately stiffened his face, gritted his teeth and said, Su Ningxue, you did not know how to gamble on stones before, are not all pretending. You are deliberately hiding your ability to shade me? Su Ningxue only felt pain in her heart. She really didn't think that He-jun could think of her in such a complicated way, but the truth is naturally impossible for her to tell He-jun, so she smiled faintly and pretended to be profound. Is it or isn't it? Is it that important? Noticing the conversation between the two of them, those watching melon-eating passers-by gathered around and unceremoniously derided He-jun. Jun, you can't afford to part with your own superb jadeite and are preparing to cheat, right? Our Jun has always been a man of his word. How could he deny it? Ha ha ha. He-jun, you're going to start hemorrhaging today. With so many pairs of eyes watching, He-jun couldn't deny it, and could only endure the pain of handing over his superb jadeite to Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue directly in front of him asked her men to put this jadeite in Su Ming's name, including the income from selling the dragonstone seed jadeite today, all of which were also credited to Su Ming's account. Seeing that Su Ningxue kept her promise and really gave all of her earnings to Su Ming, Su Lingmeng was also very happy. The two of them hugged Su Ming and returned home with a smile on their faces. Su Rong was sitting at the dining table to eat, and when Su Lingmeng saw her, she immediately and vigilantly hugged Su Ming back to her room. As for that, running away when you see me. Su Rong deflated her mouth somewhat breathlessly. Su Ningxue, because of her win over He-jun, had a mouthful of bad anger out of her heart, and happily talked to Su Rong about what happened today. Third sister, you don't know. Today we brought Xiao Ming to the stone gambling ground. Xiao Ming could actually sense that there was a superb emerald inside that piece of raw stone. I relied on Xiao Ming to gamble out a dragon stone kind of emerald, and directly earned $100 million. $100 million? Hearing that Su Ming actually knew how to gamble on stones, Su Rong found it unbelievable. Fourth sister, you can't be making up stories with me? Is Su Ming really that good? Of course, it's not like you don't know that I've been losing at gambling on stones before. Su Ningxue immediately nodded her head, and also took out today's transfer records to show Su Rong. Seeing that every single transfer record can match what Su Ningxue said, especially that $100 million, Su Rong completely believed that Su Ningxue was not talking nonsense. She sat at the table in a bit of a daze, not even bothering to eat. It was unthinkable that Su Ming's destiny was actually so positive that he could even sense the goodness of jade. However, it suddenly occurred to her that Su Ming had been unpredictable before. Sensing that she would be in danger at the banquet, he could even sense the future fortune or misfortune of the people around him, and it didn't seem unusual for him to be able to sense whether jade was good or bad. Just as she was thinking, Su Ningxue suddenly looked at the meals on the table and wondered out loud, why does today's meal feel so much more plentiful? Is there going to be a guest at home? No, it's Big Sister who is coming back. These dishes are what I left for Big Sister. Su Rong came back to her senses and said softly, their Big Sister, Su Shilan, is coming. Chapter 107. Hearing that Su Shilan was coming, Su Ningxue couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart. When Su Rong had first seen Su Ming, she had wanted to lay hands on him because of his appearance, so it was impossible to say that her big sister would have the same idea. I'm tired. I'll go back to my room and sleep first. She instantly lost her appetite and put down her dishes and said so before turning around to go upstairs. Su Ningxue had just left the restaurant not long before Su Shilan came over with her luggage. Big sister. Su Rong immediately revealed a smile and stood up to take Su Shilan's luggage, her mouth still pouting. You're so busy at work. I haven't seen you for a long time. This time you have to stay longer and stay with us for a few more days. Su Shilan, however, looked grave. I heard that fourth sister insisted on adopting the just-born child of the imperial capital's Su family. And not only is that child also named Su Ming, but his appearance also resembles that Deathstroke. Is there such a thing? Su Rong huffed, immediately understanding that Su Shilan was here to find fault with Su Ming. She hurriedly said, it's true that it's like that, but Su Ming is really different from that bereaved star. Big sister, you mustn't provoke him. A baby who is still drinking milk. What can I mess with? Su Shilan sneered. I heard that the date of his birthday is not far from the date of that Death Star's death. Maybe that Death Star reincarnated. That Death Star killed Xiao Tian. I can't tolerate him. Hearing her big sister mention Xiao Tian, Su Rong instantly recalled the corpse of the baby she saw that day, and was instantly nauseated, whispering, Xiao Tian, that kind of beast. It's better to die. What did you say? Su Shilan didn't quite catch her words, but still tensed up in agitation and questioned in a loud voice. She has always been strict, although Su Rong likes her, but she is also afraid when she starts to get angry, so she only had to shrink her head. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito. In fact, Xiao Tian isn't a good boy at all. He's just good at disguising himself. Third sister, who instigated you to talk to me about Xiao Tian's faults? Su Shilan's brows tightened as she grabbed Su Rong's hand and asked, what I said is all true. Su Rong was also anxious and directly told Su Shilan all about Xiao Tian having abused small animals and babies, and also profiting with those videos of abusing small animals. If you don't believe it, big sister, I will go to get Xiao Tian's cell phone for you now. He still has that software in his cell phone, Su Rong said, about to stand up and go to look for a cell phone. Su Shilan, however, slammed the table and shouted angrily, that's enough. I won't allow you to slander Xiao Tian like this. I didn't slander Su Rong was so aggrieved. I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe me? Big sister? Third sister, I think you've been possessed to say such crazy things. Su Shilan sighed. She leaned against the side of the sofa, one hand supported against her temple and slowly said, earlier, Su Shikuan told me that ever since Su Ming was born, the Su family members who originally liked Su Tian all started to like Su Ming and loathe Su Tian. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems that it's really Su Ming. This little baby, who's too evil. That's because Su Tian already has problems. He likes abusing cats and dogs just as much as Xiao Tian. Su Rong wanted to cry. Where is Su Ming's evil? Other masters have counted for him, saying that his destiny is extremely positive, and that he can't be offended easily, and it was because he was able to foretell beforehand that I was able to retrieve a small life. Su Shilan frowned, not believing Su Rong's words at all. Instead, she felt more and more that Su Rong was crazy, thinking that Su Ningxue had also questioned the need to transfer this manor to Su Ming's name before. She concluded even more that it was the people of the imperial capital's Su family who had utilized Su Ming and compelled her two younger sisters. You go and rest first. I have my own measures. She didn't want to make another pointless argument with Su Rong. As long as Su Ming was dealt with quickly, then her two younger sisters would surely be able to return to normal soon as well. That night, Su Shilan had someone forcefully stuff Su Lingmeng and Su Ming into the guild hall. People who enter the guild hall are equivalent to disappearing from this world. No matter what their status was before they came in, the guild hall will deal with them cleanly. Everyone in here will be put up for auction, no different than a captive pig or dog. By the time Su Ningxue reacted, Su Ming was already in the clubhouse. She anxiously asked Su Shilan about the whereabouts of Su Ming's two men, but this made Su Shilan even more determined that she had fallen prey to Su Ming's evil, and refused to tell her whereabouts in any way. Just when Su Ningxue was so anxious that she was about to cry, Chen Wanqiu gave her a video call. Fourth Miss Su, Xiaoming and Meng Meng are staying at your place. Have they caused you any trouble? Chen Wanqiu had only called to inquire about the recent situation of Su Ming's two as usual, but she hadn't expected Su Ningxue's eyes to be red and look sad. I'm sorry, I lost Xiaoming and Meng Meng. Su Ningxue sobbed uncontrollably, not daring to look directly at Chen Wanqiu at all, forcing her sadness to tell the other party what Su Shilan had done. You can scold me if you want to. However, what she didn't expect was that Chen Wanqiu's reaction was very flat, only confirming to her that Su Ming and Su Lingmeng were taken away together before hanging up the phone. Of course it wasn't that Chen Wanqiu wasn't worried, it was just that she was clear that Su Ming had the ability to summon lightning strikes, and they wouldn't be in danger for a while. That day she went to the international center alone without Su Bingjin, who was still on a business trip. Su Shilan had sold her two children just like that, so of course she had to ask for an explanation. Only to enter the international center requires very complicated procedures. Chen Wanqiu also dragged a lot of relations to get the qualification. By the time it arrived without incident, it was late. Hearing that Chen Wanqiu had paid a visit, Su Shilan directly sneered and didn't even let Chen Wanqiu in, only letting the housekeeper put the word out to Chen Wanqiu. Mrs. Su, our missy said that a small family like you let your own child compel her two sisters, and now that the child has been sold by her, she deserves it. The housekeeper relayed Su Shilan's original words with Chen Wanqiu with an embarrassed face. Chen Wanqiu has been dignified and calm all her life. She has never heard such humiliating words. Her face instantly turned red. For the sake of her son, she couldn't care less. She shouted angrily, "You are buying and selling human beings. It's illegal." Within a few sentences of her shouting, Su Shilan violently opened the door of her room and walked out, looking at her and sneering out. What is there to say to a country bumpkin like you who is always trying to move in a crooked way to flatter our Su family? Countryside. Countryside. Chen Wanqiu choked on her words and was unable to speak for a long time. Send the guest away. Su Shilan didn't give her a chance to continue arguing, and directly asked the servants in the house to drive her out. Chen Wanqiu did not expect Su Shilan to be so unreasonable and could only go to the police station in the international center to call the police. However, as soon as the police heard that the person who sold Su Ming was Su Shilan, they immediately kicked her out, and it was only after her repeated pleas that a junior police officer in the police station ran out to whisper a reminder to her. Ms. Chen, you'd better go. Many of the police officers in our bureau are Miss Su's people. No one would dare to handle your case. What? A wave of despair ran through Chen Wanqiu's heart. Right at this moment, under the green sky and white sun, a thunderbolt suddenly rang out and struck straight at a building not far away. It was followed by a succession of falling thunder. Chapter 108, It's not a baby, it's Hades. With a jolt, Chen Wanqiu quickly rushed towards that building. When she got closer, she realized that it was a clubhouse. But just as she reached the front door, two dark men rushed out screaming. Chen Wanqiu could see that both of them had been struck by lightning, their hair blowing up one by one and their clothes in tatters. Wait a minute, have you guys seen a little baby? Chen Wanqiu hurriedly stopped them and anxiously inquired. When the two men heard the word baby, they instantly screamed even louder. There's a ghost. They howled, bypassing Chen Wanqiu and running off in a heap. Before Chen Wanqiu could react, she saw many well-dressed people running out of the clubhouse in a swarm in distress. She grabbed several people to ask if they had seen a baby and a young girl, but none of those people were in a state of panic, hastily breaking away from her and running out the door, as if running away a second later would kill them. Hearing the crowd say that it was haunted, Chen Wanqiu's heart was also a little nervous, but in order to find Su Ming, she couldn't care less, and directly went against the crowd towards the clubhouse. Ming, Mang. She nearly got pushed over by the crowd that was frantically running out the door several times, and could only have yelled up with all her strength. Oh, shit, why do I seem to hear my mom calling me? Su Ming's heartbeat suddenly appeared in the middle of her mind. Chen Wanqiu was bursting with joy. This meant that Su Ming was probably in the nearest box to her. She immediately pushed open the door of the box beside her. Su Lingmeng was hugging Su Ming, huddled in the corner of the box with a panicked face. As soon as the mother and daughter looked at each other, Su Lingmeng instantly couldn't tense up, hugging Su Ming and burrowing into Chen Wanqiu's arms to cry, "Don't be afraid. Mommy is here." Chen Wanqiu wrapped her arms around Su Lingmeng in a deadly embrace, her heart filled with the celebration of being lost and found. She took Su Lingmeng's hand and led her out of the room. As for those in the clubhouse, when they saw that Chen Wanqiu was going to take Su Ming away, they all let out a sigh of relief. Just now they saw with their own eyes, no matter who wanted to get close to the baby, a thunderbolt would fall out of thin air. And that thunderbolt after thunderbolt was directly split through the ceiling and fell on the body of the person who was closest to the baby. It's not a fucking baby, it's Hades. They had never seen anything so evil even after so many years in the meeting house. Whoever dares to stop that baby now, isn't that like looking for death? Chen Wanqiu was also very clear in her heart that the chaos and falling thunder in the clubhouse would be caused by Su Ming, and she led the two of them out of the clubhouse without a care in the world. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue, who couldn't find Su Ming, returned home with a haggard heart, only to see Su Rong sitting distractedly on the sofa complaining with Su Shilan. Eldest sister, quickly bring Su Ming back. If he's not here, I'll definitely be killed by those filthy things. As soon as she heard this, Su Ningxue immediately reacted that Su Rong must have been haunted by an evil spirit again. However, Su Shilan didn't believe Su Rong at all, and instead rebuked her in a cold voice. Do you think that if you make up this kind of reason, I'll pick Su Ming back up? You stayed at home and with so many servants around. Who could kill you? It's true, big sister. You have to believe me. They're finding me again. Su Rong frowned, her eyes glistening with water. pulling Su Shilan's arm and saying urgently. Su Ningshue's heart sank, not to mention her big sister. Even she didn't believe that her third sister had really stumbled upon any evil spirits that they couldn't see at first. It was the same deep-seated, scruffy Taoist priest who had taken the initiative to find her and tell her after saving third sister's life once. Big sister was already biased against Su Ming, and I'm afraid that this time, no matter what big sister said, she wouldn't believe it. Big sister. I can testify that what third sister said is true. Those evil spirits tortured third sister for a long time in the first place. She stepped forward and softly said, Su Shilan, however, let out a light laugh. The two of you have learned to work together to trick me now, haven't you? It seems that I was right to send Su Ming away in time. This child is truly evil. Everyone who has seen him is like they are possessed. Eldest sister. Back when third sister saw Su Ming at the Qingzhen temple in the imperial capital, she had also sent him away, but as a result, she saw some dirty things that night, and it intensified even more later. Su Ningxue was filled with helplessness as she told Su Shilan everything that had happened in the Green temple back then in one breath. Su Rong also chimed in from time to time. Unexpectedly, when Su Ningxue had finished speaking with great difficulty, not only did Su Shilan not believe it at all, but instead, she laughed out softly and raised her hand to nod at the two of them. It's not easy for you two to make up such a story when you're talking in unison. Seeing that he couldn't make sense with her, Su Rong was furious and shouted, Big sister, what I said is true. Right now, I'm still the one that these evil spirits are haunting, and when I'm tortured to death by them, you'll definitely be the next one to take your turn. Su Ming's kind of destiny is not something we can offend. You're really crazy. Su Shilan was even angrier than her, slamming the table, her tone full of disappointment. For that evil little thing Su Ming, you actually dared to curse even your own sister. Su Rong is really a showman. Can't reason, can only go back to the room with her own anger. But that night, those things once again wrapped around her like a poisonous snake. She was so scared that she wailed. Su Ningxue could only stay by her side, but Su Rong's arm still had 3 bloody marks. She cried and confided in Su Ningxue. Fourth sister, a cat just pounced towards me. It was so scary. Su Ningxue wanted to comfort her by saying that those were all hallucinations, but looking at the wounds on her arms, she couldn't really say anything. I will definitely find Su Ming as soon as possible. Don't worry. In the middle of the day, she could only put down such a feeble consolation to Su Rong. However, Su Rong suddenly thought of something and tightly grabbed Su Ningxue's arm. Fourth sister, go and help me first, and get that Taoist priest from the Green temple. He saved me once that night, and he's also from the Imperial Skyxian sect, so maybe big sister will believe what he says. These words reminded Su Ningxue, and she immediately called her men who were still in the imperial capital, asking them to invite that scruffy Taoist priest back to the international center as fast as possible. The next night, Su Rong was once again surrounded by those evil spirits, and dense wounds appeared on her body. Su Ningxue couldn't sit still and pulled Su Shilan to see for herself. You guys actually mutilated yourselves in order to bring Su Ming back? Su Shilan, however, still didn't believe in any evil spirits. Just as Su Ningxue and Su Rong were both too speechless to speak, the scruffy Taoist priest suddenly pushed the door in. That wasn't self-mutilation on her part. Chapter 109, Retrieving Su Ming. Suddenly seeing a strange man walk in, Su Shilan tensed up. Who are you? Su Ningxue hurriedly introduced. He's the Taoist priest from the Green temple I told you about. The man raised his head, looked at Su Shilan, and said with a slight smile, Miss Su, after many years of not seeing you, you still have the same elegance. Su Shilan couldn't help but sneer out when she saw that the Taoist priest who had been bragged about by Su Ningxue and Su Rong as being that accomplished was actually acting like a beggar. However, the smile on her face instantly froze when she looked at the other party's eyebrows. You're Huang Fu Su? I didn't expect that Miss Su still remembers me. The scruffy Taoist priest let out a light laugh. But that's already my former name. You can just call me Wu Wei now. Su Shilan was in a complicated mood. This Huang Fu Su was a renowned genius in the Imperial Skyxianmen sect, once the heir to the Imperial Skyxianmen sect's family head, only that he had inexplicably disappeared from the international center many years ago for some unknown reason. There was also a rumor that he was dead. Now that I see you again, I'm surprised that my image has changed so much, and I look very different from what I used to look like. But Huang Fu Su's ability, she had truly seen it with her own eyes. Huang Fu, oh no, Mr. Wu Wei, why are you suddenly visiting? I'm here for Su Ming. Miss Su, this child's destiny is extraordinary. I'm afraid that if you offend him, you're going to be in big trouble. Wu Wei warned Su Shilan with a serious face. Su Shilan was shocked. She simply couldn't believe that the words Su Ningxue had said to her earlier were true, and she even had some doubts as to whether or not Su Ningxue had joined forces with Wu Wei to deceive her. However, In the next second, Su Rong suddenly let out a loud cry, holding her head and trembling in pain. Don't come over, don't come over. Wu Fei's eyes were quick, and a charm was struck over, and the windows of the house suddenly opened wide, and the curtains were blown outward from the inside. Su Rong breathed heavily with a stunned look on her face. Seeing such a bizarre scene, Su Shilan also had to believe that what Su Rong said was true. Mr. Wu Wei, please also make sure you keep my third sister. No matter what kind of payment you want, I will do my best to do it. Su Shi immediately pleaded with Wu Fei with great worry. Wu Fei sighed and spoke in a serious tone. I don't need any payment. It's just that the bell must be unlocked. I can only do my best to suppress those evil spirits that Third Miss encountered, but they will come more and more aggressively. You'd better pick up Su Ming back to Third Miss as soon as possible. When Su Shilan sniffed, she could only hurry to find Su Ming and Su Lingmeng in the clubhouse. However, after arriving at the clubhouse, she realized that there was actually not even a single guest in the clubhouse, and the person in charge immediately greeted Su Shilan respectfully when he heard that she had come. Hearing that she was here to find Su Ming, the person in charge immediately sighed sadly. Miss Su, you're late. They've already been taken away. What? It was actually bought so quickly? Su Shilan was shocked and hurriedly inquired. Who was that buyer? No. The man in charge panicked and waved his hands. They weren't bought. They were taken by a woman. A woman? You guys didn't stop it? A wave of anger arose in Su Shilan's heart. Who in the world had such a great ability to take away the person she sent in directly from the clubhouse? The person in charge busily replied. How dare we stop it? You don't know. That little baby is evil as hell. Our people wanted to take him away, and as soon as we got close to him, a shocking thunderbolt came down from the sky with a crash, and directly collapsed the roof of the house. Yeah, the two of us here. We were both so close to not being struck to death by lightning. The men around the person in charge followed suit. Su Shilan's eyes stared, once again recalling what Wu Wei had said. Su Ming's destiny was extraordinary, and anyone who offended him would not have a good ending. Do you know who that person who took Su Ming is? Her eyes sank slightly. I heard that young girl call out to that woman's mother. Other than that, we didn't dare to check. The person in charge and his own men exchanged glances, and finally honestly told Su Shilan the truth. Su Shilan was in a gloomy mood. Chen Wanqiu. She was the one who took away Su Ming and Su Lingmeng. In this moment, she couldn't find Chen Wanqiu's whereabouts, so she could only return home first. Seeing Su Rong was sitting in the living room and resting, there was no trace of the scared and panicked look from last night. Looking at those small, thin but not deep wounds on her arms, Chen Wanqiu's mind was once again flooded with misgivings. Could it be that all of this was intentionally faked by Su Ningxue and Su Rong? Although Wu Wei has real skills, but not really, do not ask the world of the enlightened immortal. Was Su Ningxue bai is not impossible. While she was thinking in her heart, Su Rong had already opened her eyes and rushed towards her excitedly. Big sister, where's Su Ming? Didn't you go to the guild hall to pick them up? He was taken away by Chen Wanqiu, and I can't find them now. Su Shilan said in a light tone. Su Rong instantly became emotional. Can't find it? How could you not find them? How is it possible that there is still someone you can't find in this international center? Even if you want to find it, it will take time. Su Shilan shook off her hand and said with some annoyance. In fact, Su Rong was right. In the international center, as long as it was someone she wanted to find, she would definitely be able to find them in less than 2 hours. But she didn't really want Su Ming to come back immediately just yet. Big sister, if I can't find Su Ming again, I will definitely die. Su Rong was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. Aren't you fine now? Su Shilan looked her up and down and said skeptically. Could it be that the way you looked last night was all an act? What? Su Rong's expression stagnated and her voice became indistinct. Noticing her loss, Su Shilan's heart softened a few points, and she sighed helplessly. I'm tired. I'll go back to rest first. Tomorrow, I'll definitely help you find Su Ming, even if what Su Rong said was true. With Wu Fei, a metaphysical big shot, it would be fine for but a night. By nightfall, screams once again came from Su Rong's room, and Su Shilan's several people immediately rushed over. Only Su Rong was sweating profusely, and her legs kept twitching, as if a big invisible hand had choked her neck. Help! Help! Su Rong couldn't even speak fully, and both hands kept picking at the vicinity of her neck. Su Shilan hurriedly rushed over to try to grab the dirty thing in front of Su Rong, but she could only grab a handful of air. Get out of the way! Wu Fei pinched the talisman and rushed in, but the talisman in his hand actually shattered into many small pieces out of thin air. A current of air rushed him back several steps, and he coughed several times in a row, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. These things are too powerful. I can't suppress them anymore. If this continues, she will definitely die. What then? Su Ningxue and Su Shilan said in unison. Chapter 110, Seeing Again. Is there any Su Ming's clothes? Quickly bring them over. Wu Wei's brows tightened. Su Ningxue hurriedly went to get the clothes that Su Ming had worn, and Wu Wei grabbed them in his hands and flung them towards Su Rong's body, only to see Su Rong's taut body instantly loosen up, directly crooked down on the bed panting heavily. She rested for a long time before raising her head to look at Su Shilan and weakly said, "A black cat just rushed in and wrapped itself around my neck." But as soon as Su Ming's clothes came close to it, it immediately scurried out in fear. Su Shilan was also surprised to find a strangulation mark appearing on Su Rong's neck. She also had to believe that what Su Rong said was true. Eldest Miss Su. Those things are too powerful. Unless Su Ming himself stays with Su Rong, I won't be able to suppress them. But I haven't found Su Ming yet. Su Shilan also panicked, regretting that she hadn't gotten Su Ming back earlier yesterday. What if these things come back before I get Su Ming back? Wu Wei frowned. First, find all of Su Ming's clothes, cut them into rags and tie them everywhere in the room, as well as hanging more on the windows and doors. Su Ningxue immediately complied. Su Shilan, on the other hand, immediately had someone stop Chen Wanqiu, who was about to leave the international center on a plane. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Someone has reported you for child trafficking. Please cooperate with our investigation first." Several staff members stopped Chen Wanqiu and said with serious faces, "Child abduction? I didn't. These are my own children." Chen Wanqiu was a million times more puzzled. The staff, however, was prepared for this and questioned, "And how do you prove it?" Chen Wanqiu was confused. There was actually a day when she had to prove that her child was her own. This was too strange. They were originally my children. Chen Wanqiu glanced down at Su Lingmeng. "If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself." "Yeah, this is my mom. This is my own brother. What's there to prove?" Su Lingmeng pulled Chen Wanqiu's arm, and couldn't figure out the intentions of these few staff members. "I'm sorry, ma'am. If you can't produce evidence to prove your mother-child relationship with this baby, we'll have to take you to do the investigation first." The staff smiled faintly and directly took away Chen Wanqiu. Although in the end Chen Wanqiu did a paternity test and proved her identity, she also missed her flight back to the imperial capital. She had to rebuy her plane ticket, but this time someone new showed up to stop her with another reason. A few times in a row, Chen Wanqiu's wallet also bottomed out. The exchange rate of the international center is 100 times more than the outside world. Although the Su family and the imperial city assets are quite rich, but that point of the family property is all put into the international center, but also a bottom of the populace. Meanwhile, in Su Ningxue's manor, Su Shilan was pacifying Su Rong. After they followed what Wu Fei said and cut the clothes Su Ming had worn into rags and tied them to various parts of the room, those evil spirits, although they still appeared often, showed great fear when they were near those rags and didn't dare to come near at all. But Su Rong said that those evil spirits appeared more and more, and even some of them were able to hold back their fear a little bit to get closer to those cloths. Sooner or later it won't hold up at this rate. Third sister, don't worry, Chen Wanqiu, she will immediately send Su Ming back. Su Shilan confidently comforted Su Rong. She had made it a point to block Chen Wanqiu from returning to the imperial capital in the past few days. Chen Wanqiu came to the international center in a hurry. Her pass must have expired, and it would take a large sum of money to get a replacement pass. Chen Wanqiu is in the imperial city, and then how good? Into the international center, that is nothing. She cannot have the ability to earn such a large sum of money in a short period of time. Now that she was desperate, she still had to obediently return Su Ming. However, she waited for a day, but did not see Chen Wanqiu take the initiative to bring Su Ming to her door. At night, Su Rong saw those horrible black cats again, and those cloth strips could only ensure that she would not be attacked by the black cats, but they could not make her unable to see them. Su Shilan was also heartbroken by her sister's suffering, and finally couldn't hold back and could only go to Chen Wanqiu herself the next day. Seeing that Chen Wanqiu was standing in front of a cheap hotel with Su Ming in tow, she got out of the car with her toes in the air and walked quickly to the other party. "I'm afraid you can't afford to stay in such a crappy little hotel in your current condition." Chen Wanqiu turned her head, and when she saw Su Shilan's confident expression, she instantly understood. "The people who have stopped me from returning to the imperial capital these past few days were sent by you? Why are you targeting me? You're a country bumpkin. What is there for me to target?" Su Shilan held her head high and spoke proudly. "I can give you a new pass to roll back to your countryside. But Su Ming, you will stay. What are you going to do to little Ming?" Chen Wanqiu immediately nervously hugged Su Ming. Su Lingmeng also exploded. "You bad woman, don't bully my mom and Xiao Ming. Don't worry, I'll raise Su Ming properly, and in the future, when he grows up, he'll receive the best education in the world, which I guarantee is something that a country bumpkin like you won't be able to provide him with for the rest of his life." Su Shilan looked Chen Wanqiu up and down, not hiding the contempt in her tone. She hates those poor relatives of the Su family outside the international center. all of whom have accomplished nothing and still think of the Su family headquarters every day. If it wasn't for the sake of her third sister, she wouldn't have bothered to come and smell the stench on Chen Wanqiu's body. I won't give Xiao Ming to you. Just go, Chen Wanqiu said in a resolute tone. If Xiao Ming is with me, at least he won't be sold into the clubhouse. Then you'll wait for Su Ming to follow you as a beggar, without my help. With you also want to walk out of the international center. Humph. Su Shilan snorted coldly. Don't worry, my third sister needs Su Ming. I won't harm him anymore. Su Lingmeng, who was on the side, immediately reacted as she revealed a sneer. So you're here for Su Rong. It must be because those dirty things haunted Su Rong again after Xiao Ming left, right? That's what you deserve. We won't give Xiao Ming to you. Sooner or later those filthy things will haunt you too. Chen Wanqiu hadn't fully understood Su Lingmeng's words, but it was already clear that Su Shilan's desire to retrieve Su Ming wasn't at all like Su Ningxue's, who had done so out of fondness, but rather in order to take advantage of Su Ming. Eldest Miss Su, go away. I'm just going to beg for food, but I won't let Xiao Ming suffer even a little bit. She hugged Su Ming tightly, her tone resolute. I will absolutely not let someone with ill intentions like you raise Xiao Ming. That's right. You hurry up and get out. Su Lingmeng also cursed from the side. You. Su Shilan was infuriated and laughed out coldly. Good. Since you're not going to do anything until you've toasted, let's wait and see. I'll wait for you to kneel down and beg me. In the international center, people without money lived worse than pigs and dogs, and she felt that not more than a day later, Chen Wanqiu would come begging for her. Starving and dizzy. Chapter 111. Su Shilan returned home and waited in exasperation for a day, 2 days, and 3 days, but Chen Wanqiu did not come to her as she expected. Just as she was wondering if Chen Wanqiu had met an untimely end due to a lack of money, her henchman brought her a shocking and incomparable news. Chen Wanqiu not only didn't not leave, but also lived in a high-grade villa area. This villa area is also in the vicinity of Su Ningxue's manor. Moreover, the one villa she had bought was still a set that Su Shilan had just visited some time ago and found very satisfactory. That villa area is considered a high-class settlement even in the international center. Where did Chen Wanqiu get so much money to buy the villa? Could it be that Su Ningxue and Su Rong secretly financed Chen Wanqiu? Quickly go and call the fourth sister over to me. She hurriedly asked her men to call someone. Unexpectedly, Su Ningxue had already walked out with her own black tea, and said in a calm manner, there's no need to call out. I already know that Chen Wanqiu has bought the villa. I know what you want to ask, but this money really isn't what I gave to Chen Wanqiu. That's impossible. She couldn't believe it. If it wasn't you, who else could have given Chen Wanqiu such a large sum of money? If I guessed correctly, this money should be from Su Ming. Su Ningxue pondered for a moment and said with a serious face. Su Shilan was stunned for a long time before revealing a speechless to the core smile. Fourth sister, do you take me for a retard? Su Ming can't even speak right now. How could he give Chen Wanqiu that much money? And it's impossible for him to have that much money. If he really could have that much money, it could only be from you. Although Su Ningxue did give Su Ming a lot of money, but this matter she didn't want Su Shilan to know for the time being, so she simply went straight to the point. Although Su Ming can't speak yet, Su Lingmeng is able to hear Su Ming's heart. Before I brought Su Ming and Su Lingmeng to the gambling stone field, but I was able to bet a piece of jadeite of the dragonstone seed. Heartbeat? Gambling stones? Su Shilan's thoughts stalled for a moment. Su Ningxue pondered for a moment, thinking that Su Lingmeng and Lin Mianmian were both able to hear Su Ming's heartfelt words. So Chen Wanqiu, as Su Ming's own mother, might be able to hear them as well. Yeah, Chen Wanqiu earned that much money by listening to Su Ming's heart to gamble on stones. It has nothing to do with me. Su Ningxue added while Su Shilan was still thinking. Even if what you say is true and they can hear Su Ming's heart, then Su Ming is so small. How could he possibly know how to gamble on stones? Su Shilan still felt that her words were really full of holes and very ridiculous. Su Ningxue directly let people take out the alabaster pot that is still in the manor. This alabaster pot is an ancient master handmade. I was relying on Su Ming's heartbeat before the antique market to spend $2,000 to find. If you don't believe it, but take this pot to identify. Su Shilan had mixed feelings. In the past, she definitely wouldn't have believed it, but during this time, she had already seen the power of those evil spirits that tormented Su Rong, and her acceptance of this kind of thing had increased in a straight line. Moreover, her men had also checked Chen Wanqiu's movements over the past few days and confirmed that she had indeed appeared at the gambling casino frequently over the past few days. But even so, she still half believed Su Ningxue's words. Could Su Ming, a baby, really be that powerful? Or did the fourth sister actually secretly fund Chen Wanqiu, only fearing that she would go after Chen Wanqiu's trouble? She made up such an outrageous lie? Eldest Miss, Chen Wanqiu has taken Su Ming to the stone gambling ground again. Her men suddenly sent her a message. Su Shilan instantly made a decision. Hearing is not believing. Seeing is believing. Su Ming in the end will not be able to gamble on the stone. She personally go to see will not know. She rushed to the gambling ring where the crowd was gathered, discussing something. Su Sherlan was alerted in her heart and quietly hid in the shadows to observe, realizing that it was Chen Wanqiu who was surrounded by the crowd. There was no auction today, and only a few scattered stall owners were selling the backlog of raw stones they had on hand. Missy, I just went to ask. It said that after Chen Wanqiu came, as long as it's a raw stone she buys, it will definitely be able to open a jadeite, and some of the goods are even very good. Su Sherlan's men came to her side and reported in a low voice. Why are all these people surrounding her? Su Sherlan wondered out loud. In the gambling stables, those who can accurately pick out the raw stones with emerald from such raggedy stones, those can all be expert gamblers. I heard that in these days, Chen Wanqiu has made several attempts to make dozens and hundreds of times more money every time she gambles on stones, and has already been treated as a gambling god by this group of people. As the henchman spoke, his face couldn't help but show a touch of excitement to watch the fun, and when Su Sherlan swept over with a glance, he immediately resentfully pressed down the upturned corner of his mouth. Not far away, Chen Wanqiu only 500 yuan to buy a piece of raw stone everyone thinks is waste, but cut out is a small piece of glass seed of the best jadeite, although not big, but do a pendant is also more than enough. On the spot, someone with 30,000 yuan price to buy away. Although he didn't earn much this time, it was still a tens of times more, and the people present immediately sighed with envy. Who the hell is this man? His skill in gambling stones is so powerful. How come I've never seen it before? I heard it was a recent arrival at the International Center. She's so pretty, like a star. What people are stars outside the International Center. I've been to the Imperial City before on business and I've even seen her giant poster. The crowd's attention was on Chen Wanqiu's body, and they didn't even notice Su Ming, who was held in Chen Wanqiu's arms. In the blink of an eye, Chen Wanqiu arrived at the next stall, and the crowd hurriedly moved along with her. This time she spent all the $30,000 she had just earned on a raw stone that had already been cut, a cut that was right in the center, but pressed to see the emerald. The crowd thought that Chen Wanqiu was going to be an ingrate, but Chen Wanqiu had the staff make 2 more cuts in the position she said. These 2 knives went down, actually appeared emerald. The crowd immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Can see whether there is jadeite in the original stone has been very powerful. I did not expect Chen Wanqiu not only can come out, but also accurately know the location of the jadeite in the original stone. This is afraid to open the perspective eye. Although the small piece of emerald was also not very large, someone still quickly bid $3 million to buy this piece of raw stone. In just half an hour, the $500 in Chen Wanqiu's hand turned into $3 million. How could the crowd not be shocked? In fact, not only were they shocked, even Su Ming was quite shocked. Why does my mom know how to gamble? Is it a hereditary talent? Big question mark in his tiny head. When Chen Wanqiu heard Su Ming's heartfelt words, she couldn't help but blush a little and gently patted Su Ming's back. At the same time, a beautiful-looking woman also stared at Chen Wanqiu, sizing her up with interest. Chapter 112, The White Family. Chen Wanqiu gambled a few more pieces of raw stone. Su Ming was sleepy and directly fell asleep in Chen Wanqiu's arms. Looking at Su Ming's adorable appearance as he slept, Chen Wanqiu naturally did not intend to continue gambling on the stones, and she was just about to leave when a clear voice suddenly came from the crowd. Wait a minute, you're just going to leave? No more bets? Chen Wanqiu turned her head and searched through the crowd, her gaze finally landing on the owner of that voice. It was a young woman with a shapely figure, wavy hair, and a ruby earring in one ear that looked flamboyant. As soon as she opened her mouth, the people around her automatically stepped to the sides, giving her a huge space out. I'm sorry, I'm tired today and won't be gambling. Chen Wanqiu could see that she should have an extraordinary status and said politely with a slight smile, Don't but I heard that a beautiful expert has come to the stone quarry, so I specially rushed over, wanting to see how good you are at gambling stones. The woman smiled openly, her pair of red lips bright and charming. But I don't want to gamble today. Let's meet again sometime, Chen Wanqiu said in a gentle tone. If they were to gamble again, then they would inevitably have to let Su Ming wake up. Little Ming had only slept for so long today, she couldn't afford to wake him up. The woman was rejected twice by Chen Wanqiu, and the faces of the people around her became a bit odd, as if they were still vaguely worried about Chen Wanqiu. May I ask your name? The woman asked politely. Surname Chen. Chen Wanqiu didn't detect any malice on the other party's part, so she replied politely. How about this? Ms. Chen, as long as you can gamble again, and this time, if you open an extremely fine jadeite, I'll represent my family and talk about a cooperation with you. The woman thought for a moment and graciously said. Hearing this, Chen Wanqiu was still a bit confused. May I ask what your family is? You don't even recognize the White family's eldest lady. Before the woman could speak, those onlookers around Chen Wanqiu became anxious first and introduced themselves in a chorus of words. This is the White family's eldest miss, Bai Fuya. You should know the White family, right? Isn't this nonsense? The Bai family is one of the 4 major families in our international center. The Bai family is strong. To be able to ride on a partnership with the Bai family, this is a good thing that many families can only dream of. Miss Chen, please say yes. Everyone desperately wanted Chen Wanqiu to show Bai Fuya the stone immediately. Bai Fuya wrapped her hands around her chest and straightened her body. She just couldn't believe that there was really someone in the world who wouldn't be the least bit moved by this offer she made. However, Chen Wanqiu looked at the not-so-peacefully sleeping Su Ming in her arms, and after some hesitation, she still shook her head. I'm sorry, I don't want to gamble on the stones today. If you want to watch me gamble on the stones, you can wait for next time. Think about it, if you miss out on my Bai family's cooperation, it won't be so easy to have it next time. Bai Fuya was a bit shocked. She had never met anyone who could reject the Bai family so easily. Of course, Chen Wanqiu also wanted to cooperate with the Bai family, but once she saw Su Ming's face as he slept, she couldn't bear to wake him up. Well, it's better to do it next time. I'm going home. She gently rubbed Su Ming's face with a gentle eye color and prepared to bid farewell to Bai Fuya. Su Shilan hid in the shadows, taking it all in. She couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. In her mind, Chen Wanqiu was just a country bumpkin who used her son to flatter the Su family. If she could get on the big boat that was the Bai family, there was no reason for her to miss it. Ah, eldest miss. Su Ming seems to have fallen asleep. The henchman beside her cautiously reminded her. Su Shilan instantly reacted. It seems that what Su Ningxue said is true in all likelihood. Su Ming fell asleep. The heart naturally will not be talking. Relying on Su Ming heart sound gambling stone Chen Wanqiu relying on herself is impossible to open another piece of superb jade. So even if the conditions offered by Bai Fuya are very attractive, she had to refuse. Wait, Ms. Chen, since you don't want to gamble anymore today, can you accompany me around this neighborhood? Not far away. Not only did Bai Fuya not give up, she instead caught up with Chen Wanqiu, sincerely requesting, think of it as making a friend. Seeing the sincerity of Bai Fuya's expression, Chen Wanqiu could not refuse and nodded with a smile. Good. She had thought that Bai Fuya was also just an ordinary young lady who liked jadeite, but she didn't expect that after accompanying Bai Fuya around, she was a little surprised to find out that this young lady who was so beautiful that she couldn't be mistaken was actually not a vase. Bai Fuya seems to know a lot about jadeite. She has cut out jadeite a few times on her own, although the water type is not high quality, but it is not too bad. A few times of betting on the stone is almost no loss or profit, and although she looked strong on the outside, she was actually gentle and courteous to people, very educated, and didn't have the slightest contempt for outsiders like Chen Wanqiu who came from the imperial capital. After the two of them strolled around for a while, Su Ming suddenly yawned and slowly opened his eyes, looking at this beautiful woman who suddenly appeared beside his own mother. He was still taken aback. Isn't this the White family's eldest miss? Why is she here? Chen Wanqiu was shocked in her heart and couldn't figure out how her son could know Bai Fuya. This baby of yours is so cute looking. Bai Fuya also noticed that Su Ming had woken up and intimately raised her hand to pinch the flesh on Su Ming's face. Don't touch me, I also have dignity. Su Ming instantly exploded. How is it that everyone who sees him has to grab a handful of his handsome and dashing face? He inclined his head in disgust, causing Chen Wanqiu to laugh softly. What are you laughing at? Bai Fuya wondered. Chen Wanqiu hurriedly pulled away from the topic. Miss Bai, you don't want to see me gamble on the stone. How about this? You pay? I guarantee to help you open a piece of superb jadeite out. The base price is at least 10 million. How about it? Just now, when I said that I would let you gamble on the stones to show me, so that you could cooperate with the Bai family, you were still reluctant. Why are you willing now? Bai Fuya let out a light laugh, more and more unable to understand Chen Wanqiu. Of course Chen Wanqiu couldn't tell Bai Fuya that the real reason was that just now Su Ming was sleeping. She could only vaguely say, just now is just now, now is now. Bai Fuya was stunned, staring carefully at Chen Wanqiu for a moment before she let out a bright laugh and said cheerfully, good, as long as you can really open a piece of jadeite with a base price of $10 million for me, you're a friend. I'll make it. Su Shilan, who had been hiding in the shadows and secretly observing Chen Wanqiu, was instantly alerted. If Chen Wanqiu really hitched her wagon to the Bai family, it would be much harder for her to get back to Su Ming. She immediately turned her head and instructed her men, go and tell the owner of the quarry that I'll cover this batch of raw stones today no matter how much it costs. Hearing this order, her men were all a bit confused. Today there are many new superb raw stones in the casino. To bag all these raw stones, that's a huge amount of money. What? Don't go yet. Su Shilan's voice was urgent. Chapter 113. Bai Fuya was in the middle of picking out the raw stones with Chen Wanqiu when suddenly the stall owner answered a phone call, came back and started to close the stall in high spirits. Boss, we haven't bought it yet, Bai Fuya asked, somewhat puzzled. Didn't buy it, then it's just as well that you don't need to buy it. The stall owner cheerfully packed up the raw stones on the stall and happily said, just now the boss of the gambling stone quarry notified us that this batch of spirit stones today has been fully covered by someone. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanqiu and Bai Fuya turned their heads to look around at the other stalls and found that the other stall owners were also collecting raw stones. In the end, what kind of person actually can be so generous, directly without asking the price to accept a whole batch of raw stones? The entire people in the casino are very curious, seeing the owner of the gambling parlor arranging for all the raw stones to be given to a woman. It was only then that the crowd came together to cast a measuring gaze at her. It's her? Chen Wanqiu couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw Su Shilan. Bai Fuya's assistant is also very dissatisfied. Just now Chen Wanqiu promised to help Bai Fuya open a base price of 10 million jadeite out. This person will directly buy all the raw stone. This is not halfway cut off. Intentionally looking for pain? Missy, she must be deliberately provoking you. Do we need to teach her a lesson? The assistant stared at Su Shilan with a hostile face and inquired. Bai Fuya, however, gently shook her head and stopped her. No need, but it's also really too arrogant for her to rob your raw stone just like that. Missy, the assistant was still a bit unconvinced. She's arrogant because she has the money to be arrogant. Besides, I didn't buy the original stone. How can you say she robbed me? Bai Fuya's voice was soft, turning her head to look at Chen Wanqiu and asked, I just heard your tone. You guys know each other? More than knowing. Chen Wanqiu glanced meaningfully at Su Shilan, suppressing the dissatisfaction in her heart for the time being. The four great families of the International Center. The Su family's eldest miss. And who wouldn't know them? Bai Fuya was thoughtful and stopped talking. Although she was also the eldest young lady of the Bai family, the difference between her and Su Shilan was that Su Shilan had taken over the family industry many years ago, and still had a considerable amount of say in the Su family, whereas her father was already in charge of the Bai family. So even if they were the same big miss of the four great families, she didn't dare to easily start a conflict with Su Shilan. Many of the people in the audience had already recognized Su Shilan's identity and begged her to cut the raw stone on sight. Bai Fuya was a little upset that she didn't buy the original stone herself. But she wasn't angry. She pulled Chen Wanqiu and inquired excitedly, do you think Su Shilan will be able to make her money back after buying so many raw stones in one go? It will be a ghost if we can return the capital. There are not many good goods in this batch of raw stones, and Su Shilan doesn't know how to gamble on stones, when the quarry is a $2 store. Before Chen Wanqiu could speak, Su Ming's contemptuous voice came from his mind. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise a few points as she whispered Su Ming's words in Bai Fuya's ear. Upon hearing this, Bai Fuya also laughed out softly. Then you just swore that you would help me pick out a jadeite raw stone with a base price of $10 million? Hasn't Bai heard of a saying? Chen Wanqiu smiled with her eyebrows curved up, revealing a few points of rare cunning. A skillful woman can't cook without rice. There is simply no superb jadeite raw stone here, and I have no way out. Furthermore, I didn't say that I must bet out today? Bai Fuya and her met eye to eye, and after they exchanged eye contact for a moment, they both looked moodily at the pile of broken raw stones in front of Su Shilan. So, what do you think, out of these raw stones, are the ones that will open up emeralds? She asked in a deliberately high voice. With Chen Wanqiu, a stone gambling bigwig, the entire crowd immediately cast curious gazes. Chen Wanqiu carried Su Ming around those raw stones and already had an answer in her heart. This was because Su Ming was babbling on about the characteristics of each raw stone that could possibly be opened to jadeite. This piece can open up ice seeds, but the material is not big. This piece is even worse. Cut up is at most a glutinous seed, and it's also particularly small. At most 2 piece buttons. That piece is all good. Well, at least it's a high ice type. That piece of cut is supposed to be just the best. It's an ice screen, cut out to make a square circle bracelet, and 2 pendants inside. Chen Wanqiu listened carefully to Su Ming's mutterings for a while and made sure that there were only a few good goods in this group of raw stones before she returned to Bai Fuya's side and calmly pointed to the best raw stone and said, ice green can be cut out of that raw stone, and it's just the right size to cut a bracelet with a positive circle. The crowd all marveled at the fact that Chen Wanqiu was actually able to so confidently report the water type and size of the jadeite within the original stone, while Su Ming and Chen Wanqiu's arms marveled. No, she's saying all my words. When exactly did my mom learn to gamble with stones? Chen Wanqiu was at least a movie queen, and faced the crowd's boasting without blushing or jumping. She acted as if she was a real stone expert. Su Shilan looked at Su Ming in her arms, who was looking around with big round eyes, and thought that just now when Su Ming was asleep Chen Wanqiu was not willing to gamble on stones anymore. And now that Su Ming woke up, Chen Wanqiu was excited about gambling on stones again. She was more and more certain that Chen Wanqiu must have relied on Su Ming's heartbeat in order to be able to gamble on stones. But she did not believe it. Su Ming is just a little baby. A little expertise does not understand. Just by virtue of the fate of the extraordinary, can know such a raw stone in the emerald good or bad? Besides this piece, is there more? Bai Fuya asked curiously. It can't be that apart from this piece, the rest of the raw stones are all scraps. Although we can't say that it's all scrap, it's pretty much the same. Chen Wanqiu sighed as if she still had some regrets. When they heard this, the crowd couldn't believe it and talked about it. This can't be right. Such a big gambling quarry. Although it's true that this batch of raw stones is not good, it's also not possible that only one piece of emerald can be cut out, right? Yeah, big guy. You want to take another look? It's probably the only piece that people's big brothers are looking at. Amidst the uproar from the crowd, Chen Wanqiu pointed to a few other pieces of raw stone that Su Ming said had emerald, and said the varieties of emerald that would be cut out of these raw stones one by one. Except for these pieces, there are none. She shrugged, a helpless look on her face. My mother? I didn't think that there would be two stone gambling experts as good as me in the Su family. Su Ming continuously marveled in his heart. Su Shilan's men were instantly enraged. Chen Wanqiu, don't you talk nonsense. Our missy bought so many raw stones. How could it be possible that only these few pieces could be opened? Bai Fuya was also a bit suspicious and quietly pulled Chen Wanqiu's arm, asking in a low voice, is it really just a few pieces? You wouldn't have intentionally bullshitted me in order to take it out on me, right? Chapter 114, Trying One's Luck. Of course not. Chen Wanqiu laughed out softly. I'm just being honest. Su Shilan let out a cold laugh. What a truthful statement. Isn't it because you have a grudge against me that you deliberately cursed me? Noticing Su Shilan's hostility towards Chen Wanqiu, Bai Fuya subconsciously stood a bit in front of her. Please open all those emeralds she mentioned now. Su Shilan snorted coldly, full of disdain, and said to the staff. She didn't believe what Chen Wanqiu said. As long as she cut all these raw stones, then she would naturally be able to punch Chen Wanqiu in the face. Staff immediately cut the first stone, which is really an ice green jadeite. The scene is specialized in jadeite masters have seen. Surprised to say that the size of this jadeite is indeed only able to make a good quality is also good ring bracelet. Those who were watching surrounded Chen Wanqiu and balked. MS. Chen, your eyes, they are truly divine. MS. Chen, you are really good at this. Here's my business card. When are you free? I'll treat you to a meal? Bai Fuya instantly tensed up and deliberately coughed. Standing in front of Chen Wanqiu, this was a friend she wanted to make. How could she be easily abducted by someone else? Only one of the raw stones I just mentioned has been opened. It's better to wait for Big Miss Su to finish opening it. Chen Wanqiu smiled blandly and looked towards Su Shilan, who had a somber expression on the side. This first ice green jadeite cutout is only worth $100,000 even if it is made into a bracelet. Su Shilan bought all the raw stones in this batch, but it cost more than $3 million. If really as Chen Wanqiu said, this inside only a few bracelets are good, she will have to lose blood money. Although she didn't believe what Chen Wanqiu said in her heart, she was also inexplicably a little worried that what Chen Wanqiu said might be true. Cut again. She spat out two words through clenched teeth. The staff immediately cut another piece. The results of this piece in Chen Wanqiu said exactly the same. Just a glutinous seed, and small pore, at most worth $500. But the selling price of this piece of raw stone is $3,000. Although this amount of money is nothing to Su Shilan, but it makes her face very untenable. Listening to the crowd once again touting all kinds of things to Chen Wanqiu, she felt extraordinarily bad in her heart and could only grit her teeth and say, keep cutting. However, the results of the successive cuts were all, without exception, exactly as Chen Wanqiu had predicted. Seeing this, Bai Fuya instantly admired Chen Wanqiu. Miss Chen, you're really amazing. Even if these pieces are the same as what she predicted, it doesn't prove that there are no emeralds in the other raw stones. Su Shilan was naturally unwilling and braced herself. However, at this point, the crowd was clearly more willing to believe Chen Wanqiu, and talked about her in a variety of ways. Miss Su, Miss Chen is kind to help you pick out these good raw stones. If you cut yourself, it is estimated that you have to cut for a whole day. You should thank people only right. Yes, Miss Chen is a real talent. Besides, these raw stones are already average. The probability of cutting out emerald is already low. You are unlucky today. We all gamble on this kind of raw stone for fun and luck. How can anyone buy all of it like you? It would be strange not to lose money. With every word they said, Su Shilan's face became more somber, and she finally couldn't help but roar angrily. Shut up, all of you. The crowd was instantly silenced, not daring to truly offend this great lady. Open it again. There must still be emeralds. Su Shilan's tone was somber, and her men hurriedly complied. The staff responsible for cutting the raw stones in the entire gambling casino rushed over together, and several people cut the raw stones at the same time, but after dozens of cuts, still not a single piece of emerald appeared. Even Su Sherlan's henchmen were discouraged and carefully advised her, "Missy, there should be no emerald here. Or, cut," Su Sherlan ordered fiercely. Bai Fuya looked at Su Sherlan's deflated appearance and felt a little amused in her heart. The more Su Sherlan was now obsessed with cutting out the emerald, the more of a joke it became in the eyes of the crowd. Even if she did cut out another piece of jade, the crowd would only think that Chen Wanqiu had accidentally missed one, and no one would even question Chen Wanqiu's level of stone gambling because of it. Just then, Bai Fuya's cell phone rang. She looked down and greeted Chen Wanqiu. "Miss Chen, wait for me. I'll take a call." The call was from Bai Fuya's father, the current head of the Bai family. "Bai Jinglin, baby girl, why did you go to the quarry for so long today? What good treasure did you find?" Bai Jinglin asked smilingly on the other end of the phone. Dad, don't make fun of me. You don't know about my gambling skills. What good treasure can I get?" Bai Fuya smiled sarcastically. "But this time I really found a good treasure? Oh, what is it?" Bai Jinglin also became interested. "It's..." Bai Fuya turned her head to look at Chen Wanqiu, who was carrying a baby not far away, and let out a light laugh. "It's a person." She recounted the scene of Chen Wanqiu's stone gambling with Bai Jinglin in great detail just now. In fact, she was not very interested in gambling on jade. The person who really liked jade was her father, Bai Jinglin. She was only influenced by her father to know more about jade. Bai Jinglin was also greatly shocked after hearing her. "I've been playing with jade for so many years, but I've never seen such a strange person. You should quickly invite her to come and sit in our home. I'd like to invite her to come and take a look at those jade treasures of mine." Upon hearing this, Bai Fuya instantly grunted lightly in displeasure. "Those treasures of yours usually don't give us a chance to touch them, but now that you've run into a big brother, you're rushing to invite people to see them, but it's really a double standard. You, my good daughter." Bai Jinglin was already itching to go, and immediately made a decision. "Are you guys still at the gambling casino right now? I'll go over right now and personally invite her." Dad, how old are you?" Okay, I'll treat you, okay?" Bai Fuya was speechless for a while. Her father was calm and steady in everything else. Only when it came to jade, he was intoxicated, feeling that he would be possessed in the next second. She hung up the phone and returned to Chen Wanqiu, telling her about Bai Jinglin's invitation in public. Su Sherlan, who was obsessed with letting her men cut the jade, also froze. She remembered that the Bai family head was extremely fond of collecting jade, and was very precious about those jades, easily not showing them to people. Even her father had to go through a lot of trouble to get a glimpse of it with his eyes. Now that he hadn't even seen Chen Wanqiu's person, he was about to invite Chen Wanqiu to be his guest just by listening to Bai Fuya's dictation. "She, Chen Wanqiu, is just a country bumpkin. Why does she have such a big face?" Chapter 115, One More Competition. Chen Wanqiu was also somewhat elated and was just about to agree when Su Sherlan suddenly opened her mouth again. "Bai Fuya, she's just doing a show. Be careful of being cheated and counting the money for others." "Su Sherlan, what do you mean by that?" Bai Fuya heard her words so full of hostility and stopped holding back. "It was my father's intention to invite Miss Chen to our home. Is it possible that you have any preconceived notions about my father?" "That's not true. It's just that I suspect Chen Wanqiu that he doesn't know how to gamble on stones at all, and he just bought out the boss of the casino so that he could know in advance which piece of the raw stone had emerald in it, and which piece didn't." Su Sherlan wrapped her arms around her chest and confidently stated her guess. She didn't believe that there was really such a great stone gambling connoisseur in the world. Perhaps it was Chen Wanqiu's family who had bought out the gambling stone quarry owner in advance in the beginning, making both Su Ningxue and Su Rong think that Su Ming was born to gamble on stones and had an extraordinary destiny. This is all a chess game played by Chen Wanqiu. Now that Chen Wanqiu saw that she couldn't flatter their Su family, she found another way to take advantage of Bai Fuya's visit to the stone quarry to deliberately reveal herself and take advantage of the opportunity to climb up the Bai family's relationship. That's what this bunch of rednecks from outside love to do, is to get all smart. "Miss Su, you don't dare to talk nonsense with that." The gambling parlor owner instantly became anxious. "If I have that kind of ability, can accurately know which piece of raw stone has what emerald, then I still tired to open what gambling quarry I every day to gamble on their own, not on the line?" Some of the crowd of onlookers felt that the owner of the gambling parlor had a point, while others were suspicious of Chen Wanqiu as well. After all, Chen Wanqiu was a young woman who had never appeared in a gambling casino before, and gambling bigwigs were usually not young, so that they could be experienced and sharp-eyed. It was said that it was difficult for a god to break an inch of jade, and many people deep down were unwilling to believe that a young woman could have such a great level of stone gambling. There was a lot of talk, and the two parties were talking about getting into a fight. For her part, Bai Fuya felt speechless and pulled Chen Wanqiu's hand to leave. Miss Chen, ignore her. My father is still waiting for you at home. You couldn't have been poked and prodded by me and had a weak heart and wanted to leave, right? Su Shilan immediately questioned triumphantly. Chen Wanqiu hadn't been in a hurry yet, but the owner of the gambling parlor was already in a hurry first, and he hurriedly had people pull out a pile of raw stones that had already been cut and scrapped. Everyone look, this is all my previous cut waste raw stone. I really do not have that ability to recognize which raw stone has a good emerald. Miss Chen is trying to buy me off. I do not have that ability. The crowd was silent as they looked at the pile of raw stone waste that looked like a mountain of garbage. Boss, I didn't realize you secretly lost so much money in private. A man glanced at the gambling parlor owner heartily. Gambling quarry boss snapped and scratched his head. I'm not also thinking of one day to get lucky and open a superb jade to realize the freedom of wealth. Ha ha ha, I didn't realize that you're also a stone gambling rookie. Boss. The crowd laughed into a ball, and the atmosphere naturally harmonized. Since the owner of the quarry himself couldn't recognize the good and bad of the original stone, how could he be bought by Chen Wanqiu? Su Shilan, now you can stop being suspicious, right? Bai Fuya was also somewhat speechless. Thinking with her feet, she knew that Chen Wanqiu simply didn't have that much money to buy out the gambling casino owner. She had only just arrived at the international center not long ago, and with the exchange rate between the international center and the outside world, unless Chen Wanqiu was the richest man in the world in the outside world, where did she get so much money to buy out the boss of the gambling stone quarry when she entered the international center? Seeing this, Su Shilan also had to completely believe Su Ningxue and Su Ron's words. But the person who really knows how to gamble on stones should also be Su Ming. Definitely not Chen Wanqiu. Seeing Chen Wanqiu so complacent, she couldn't tell you how upset she was in her heart. And if she let Chen Wanqiu just hug Su Ming and Bai Fuya and leave, then her third sister would be in danger. Wait, Chen Wanqiu, I'm going to compete with you one more time. An idea was born in her heart, and she opened her mouth with a light smile. Then what? Chen Wanqiu looked back at the somewhat inexplicable smile on her face. Just compare to gambling stones. Su Shilan turned her head to the owner of the quarry. Please bring a new batch of raw stones. The owner of the quarry immediately complied and took out some of the raw stones he had bought that had not yet been cut. However, the others present were very unhappy with Su Shilan's behavior. Miss Su, you're too much of a nuisance, aren't you? When Miss Chen said that there were only a few good ones in your raw stones, that was also the truth. There are supposed to be losers and winners in stone gambling. If you can't afford to lose, then don't play. Miss Su was being put down and can't get over her face. You're just comparing yourself to Ms. Chen 10,000 times. That's still a self-serving insult. Originally, the crowd was still a bit wary of Su Shilan's identity, but as more and more people were talking, they became more and more reckless. Mocking Su Shilan with your words and mine. Why should I compare myself to you? Chen Wanqiu took a step back and reluctantly asked. As long as you don't want anything to happen to the Empyrean Su family, you don't have the right to ask this why. Su Shilan held her head high and spoke proudly. Bai Fuya looked back and forth between these two people, sensing that these two people seemed to have some sort of beef, and for a moment she couldn't open her mouth to defend them. Only when she saw Chen Wanqiu's silence did Su Shilan faintly smile. I'm not forcing you either, as long as you can beat me in a match. From now on, I won't look for trouble from you and Su Ming. Are you true to your word? Chen Wanqiu was stunned, her tone a little agitated. Of course it counts, but Su Ming can't be present when I compete with you. Su Shilan's words turned to Su Ming and Chen Wanqiu's arms. Chen Wanqiu's expression changed drastically at once, and even though she quickly reacted and tried her best to suppress it, a few moments of panic still flowed out of her eyes. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Su Shilan had completely concluded that Chen Wanqiu was relying on Su Ming to be able to cut so many extremely rare raw stones. As long as Su Ming wasn't around, Chen Wanqiu wouldn't be able to jump up and down. Take Su Ming away from me. Without waiting for Chen Wanqiu to speak, she turned her head sideways and ordered the men around her. What are you doing? Chen Wanqiu backed away in panic, and Bai Fuya hurriedly told her men to get up and down. Su Shilan, don't bully people too much. Miss Chen is now a guest of our Bai family, she snapped. How can you take it out on someone else's child after losing money yourself? Although the others didn't dare to stand up for Chen Wanqiu, their gazes towards Su Shilan were filled with disgrace. Sensing that the atmosphere was not right, Su Shilan could only step back. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want Su Ming to be present. My people can't move Su Ming, so let the boss hold Su Ming first, and then bring him back when we're done with the competition. There's always no problem, right? Chapter 116, The Real Stone Gambling Master. Who knows if you're related to this boss? Bai Fuya was cautious. You are trying to compete with Ms. Chen. Is it hard to be afraid of a little baby? Cut the crap. If she doesn't carry Su Ming away to compete with me today, I won't just let you guys go. Su Shilan was too lazy to play smart with Bai Fuya. I'll tell you the truth. Chen Wanqiu is a person from the imperial capital branch of our Su family. Today is our Su family's family matter. You Bai family members had better stay out of it. Bai Fuya was a bit surprised. And when she thought that Su Shilan had just called this baby Su Ming, she also reacted. Since it was a family matter of the Su family, it was indeed not good for her, an outsider, to speak up, but Chen Wanqiu was now a guest that her father was going to invite. And she couldn't let Chen Wanqiu be in any danger. If you want to carry Su Ming away, you can. My people will personally carry him. On balance, Bai Fuya took a step back. Su Shilan was now bent on seeking proof that the person who would gamble on the stones was or was not Su Ming, so she didn't care about this and directly agreed. Of course Chen Wanqiu was unwilling, but she was also riding a tiger. Su Ming was carried to another room by Bai Fuya's people with a dumbfounded look on his face. 10,000 questions bubbling up in his heart. Su Shilan can compete if she wants to. Why get rid of me? Am I some kind of an eyesore? I guess she lost a lot of money today and is pissed off and stupid. But at this time, Chen Wanqiu had completely lost sight of Su Ming's heartfelt words because she was too far away from him. Su Shilan took out those raw stones that the owner of the gambling casino had prepared. Chen Wanqiu, as long as you pick the best piece of jadeite out of these raw stones right now, you'll win. Everyone around looked at Su Shilan like she was a fool. What's there to compare? An expert like MS. Chen. Surely she'll see it in a moment. Just now a mess. Chen had picked out the only few good ones left in a pile of raw stones, and now there are just these few raw stones. How could she not pick them out? Miss Su has lost face and is still unconvinced. Bai Fuya was also very strange. She originally thought that if Su Shilan wanted to make things difficult for Chen Wanqiu, she would definitely propose a very difficult competition content, but she didn't expect it to be that simple. However, Chen Wanqiu looked at those pieces of raw stone for nearly half an hour. Her face became more and more gloomy, but never selected. The crowd is very puzzled, because want to identify these pieces of raw stone difficulty is not high. Around the scene to watch some of the gambling experts have seen which piece of raw stone in the good jade. It is reasonable to say that Chen Wanqiu, such an expert, should not be so long has not seen. Chen Wanqiu, it's been half an hour. If you can't choose again, I'll take it that you've lost. Su Shilan looked at Chen Wanqiu's tangled expression and snorted out a laugh. Take Su Ming back to the manor, she ordered triumphantly. Chen Wanqiu was forced to pick a random piece of raw stone. I'll pick this one. A few stone gambling connoisseurs looked at the piece of raw stone she had selected and were all very puzzled, because they could all see that there couldn't be any good emeralds in this raw stone. At first they were still suspecting that they were not well educated. Chen Wanqiu saw that they could not see the details. However, until the original stone cut, the crowd was surprised to find that this piece of raw stone is indeed no emerald, is a piece of worthless waste. Miss Chen, are you tired? Although Bai Fuya was surprised that Chen Wanqiu would choose the wrong one, she didn't doubt her ability and instead asked with concern. It's not that she's tired. It's that she doesn't know how to gamble on stones at all. Su Shilan snorted and spoke loudly to the crowd. The person who can gamble on stones is that baby Su Ming in her arms. That baby was born with another pair of eyes that can recognize jade. Whoever gets that pair of eyes from Su Ming can just as easily be a stone gambling master. At those words, the crowd found it unbelievable. Don't you talk nonsense. Chen Wanqiu was also anxious. Pit bulls are not guilty of harboring a sin. And the gambling stone field was mixed with fish and dragons. Su Shilan directly said in public that Su Ming's eyes were special. There was no guarantee that there wouldn't be people with ulterior motives who would want to get Su Ming's eyes. I'm talking nonsense? Then how do you explain that you won't be able to gamble on stones once Su Ming is gone? Seeing her flustered like that, Su Shilan was in a better mood and questioned triumphantly. Who said I don't know how to gamble on stones? Chen Wanqiu became more and more flustered, and fine beads of sweat oozed out of her hands. If you can, then pick out the best raw stone in here right now and prove yourself. Su Shilan pointed at the raw stones in front of her and laughed out coldly. Chen Wanqiu looked around. The crowd all surveyed her with an inquisitive gaze, and she forced herself to just stiffly pick another raw stone. Su Shilan immediately had someone cut it open, and there was still no emerald inside. Now you guys can believe what I'm saying. Chen Wanqiu, she's not a master gambler at all. It's just that her child happens to have a pair of eyes that can recognize jade, and if you guys dig out his eyes, you can likewise get rich overnight by gambling on stones. The eyes of the crowd looking at Chen Wanqiu became complicated. Disappointment, regret, greed, all kinds of emotional sight entangled together, as if an invisible net. Strangling Chen Wanqiu breathing is difficult. Since you've lost, I'm going to take Su Ming away. Boss, please carry Su Ming over. Su Shilan turned her head triumphantly and said to the gambling parlor owner, "Oh right, I will raise Su Ming, but I don't want Su Ming to grow up remembering that he had a hillbilly mother like you." As she said that, she raised her hand. and the few henchmen around her were about to approach Chen Wanqiu. Bai Fuya was instantly alerted and also had her own men come forward to protect Chen Wanqiu. Miss Su, don't go too far. She gritted her teeth and warned Su Shilan. Bai Fuya, you're the one who should mind your own business. Since Chen Wanqiu doesn't know how to gamble on stones, your father won't be in a position to want to see her. She's no longer a guest of your Bai family. Su Shilan was already devoid of patience. Upon hearing this, Bai Fuya didn't move away, but stood in front of Chen Wanqiu and firmly said, if my father wants to see her or not, then it's up to my father himself to say so. What qualifications do you have to arbitrarily speculate on my father's heart? With me here today, you won't be able to take Chen Wanqiu away. Between the two of them confronting each other, the owner of the gambling casino also returned with Su Ming in his arms. Su Ming, who had been staying in the room all this time, didn't know anything, and barely heard from the conversation between the few of them that Chen Wanqiu had lost the match, and Su Shilan was now going to forcibly take him back to Su Ningxue's manor. What do you take me for? Affection is not something you can buy and sell if you want to. Do you understand? Su Ming spat angrily. On the other side, Bai Fuya was getting nervous. She was only here to gamble on the stones today. She didn't bring many men with her at all. If Su Shilan really wanted to take Chen Wanqiu away by force, her men probably wouldn't be able to stop her. But what she didn't expect was that Chen Wanqiu suddenly took her hand and said with a determined look, don't worry, as long as Xiao Ming doesn't agree, no one can take me and Xiao Ming away today. Chapter 117, Not to be offended. Bai Fuya was confused by Chen Wanqiu's confident appearance, and for a moment thought that Chen Wanqiu had some backstage she didn't know about. However, Chen Wanqiu only silently pulled her back a few steps. The next second, boom! A heavenly thunderbolt struck down with a swish, directly knocking out the henchman of Su Shilan who was going to hug Su Ming. It was a sunny day. Suddenly struck a thunder down. The crowd present were scared and screamed. A series of back a long distance. Want to hug this grandpa? Oh no! It's this baby. Don't even look at how much weight you have. Su Ming let out a playful laugh, and in his heart, he gave Su Shilan an affectionate greeting. Su Shilan was also taken aback, but she quickly recovered and immediately ordered her other men to go grab Su Ming together again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go up the mountain and hit the gophers. Su Ming's words followed his words, and a streak of thunder accurately struck each and every one that attempted to approach towards him. In a blink of an eye, all of Su Shilan's men collapsed to the ground and convulsed, and even Su Shilan's arm was splintered by the electricity splashing on the ground. She covered her arm and took 2 steps back, letting out a soft cry of pain. Su Ming hummed smugly in his heart, with all due respect, everyone here is garbage. Those onlookers who were still fleeing were also surprised to find out that these thunders only seemed to strike at those people that Su Shilan had sent to rob Su Ming, and they stopped in their tracks, talking to each other about this miraculous scene before them. The owner of the quarry who was holding Su Ming also looked dumbfounded. In his life he had never seen such an evil thing. Su Shilan recalled what that clubhouse manager had said and instantly realized that all these thunders were summoned by Su Ming. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Wanqiu walked over to the gambling parlor owner and naturally picked up Su Ming. Seeing that Bai Fuya was still in a daze, she flashed a friendly smile at the other party and softly said, Eldest Miss Bai, in today's situation, it seems that it's not appropriate for me to pay a visit to the Bai clan. And I'll keep in my heart the feelings of defense that you've shown to Xiao Ming and I today. After saying that, she hurriedly left with Su Ming in her arms. By the time Bai Fuya came back to her senses, Chen Wanqiu had long since walked away. What the hell is she? She couldn't help but mumble out. But to her surprise, someone who answered her question actually appeared behind her. Someone you can't offend. With a jolt, Bai Fuya turned back and said with some surprise, Master Wu Wei, when did you return to the International Center? Wu Fei was attracted by the sound of thunder that Su Ming had induced, and several years ago, there had been a calamity in Bai Fuya's life that he had resolved, so Bai Fuya had always remembered him. He answered with a question, Did you and Chen Wanqiu have any beef just now? A holiday? No, Bai Fuya shook her head and instead said somewhat happily, I think we should be considered half friends now. That's good. Wu Fei sighed in relief. Bai Fuya reacted and immediately grabbed Wu Wei and inquired, You just said that she's someone I absolutely cannot offend. What exactly is her status? Her identity is ordinary, but the baby named Su Ming that she's carrying has an extraordinary destiny, not to mention being disrespectful to him. Even if she ever had any ill thoughts about him, she'd be met with a backlash. Wu Fei said while pointing his finger at the several people on the ground who had been stunned by lightning. These few people are the lessons from the past. Although the people present didn't know who this unkempt Tao was, they heard Bai Fuya call him master and treat him so politely, so they all decided that he must be a master of metaphysics. At this moment, when they heard his words, many people drew in a breath of cold air. especially those who had just listened to Su Shilan's words and were planning to gouge Su Ming's eyes out of his idea. They were even more flustered. They hurriedly gathered around Wu Fei and inquired about the way to break it. Master, is there any way to not be revolted? Yes, master. I'm still young. I don't want to die yet. I know it's wrong. I shouldn't have thought twice about that eye of his. I was larded up. There are timid people have already directly cried snotty. Wu Wei looked at all do not know what to say. It's just that the heart has moved in a crooked way. It's not enough to lose one's life. Wu Fei sighed and patiently explained to the crowd. But to have a little bit of bad luck lately is for sure. During this recent period of time you guys had better not go out. And don't think about messing with Su Ming anymore. And what happened here today? Even more so. You can't say a single word about it. Hearing this, everyone in the room was crying with remorse. Only Bai Fuya was in a good mood because not only did she not have any crooked thoughts about Su Ming, she also made friends with Chen Wanqiu. Only after the crowd left in frustration did Bai Fuya ask Wu Wei in a low voice. Master, since you said that those who offend Su Ming will have bad luck, then won't those who are kind to Su Ming also have good luck? Wu Wei gave Bai Fuya a meaningful glance and kindly said, although this is true, but it is also true if you are genuinely good. If you are good to Su Ming with the purpose of taking advantage of him, it might be counterproductive. Hearing this, Bai Fuya was instantly relieved. Thank you for the reminder, master. She had her men look for the direction Chen Wanqiu had left and soon caught up with Chen Wanqiu, who hadn't returned home yet. Ms. Chen, it was agreed that we would be guests in my home. Why did you leave first? Bai Fuya asked her politely. Chen Wanqiu obviously didn't expect Bai Fuya to personally come after her, and somewhat embarrassedly glanced down at Su Ming, who had already fallen into a deep sleep, and softly said, Miss Bai, as you have just seen, I don't know how to gamble on stones, so I'm afraid I can't afford to take on Mr. Bai's great love. No, this time it's me who came to invite you. Bai Fuya hurriedly waved her hand. I'm inviting you as a friend, asking you to come to my house for a short stay. A small residence? Chen Wanqiu was flattered. This was one of the 4 major families in the international center. In the old days, she wouldn't even dare to think about being able to go to the Bai family as a guest, and now Bai Fuya actually invited her to go for a small stay? Instead, Bai Fuya analyzed with her extremely seriously. Although I'm not sure why Su Shilan would still do this to you when you and Xiao Ming are a branch of the Su family, but the Su family has their hands full in the international center, and it's just too dangerous for you to be alone with a little baby, so why don't you come to our Bai family and stay here first? Chen Wanqiu's eyes sank, her heart silently analyzing the situation at hand. To fight against Su Shilan, she did need a backer. I actually have another daughter, also at the international center. She spoke with some difficulty. I'll send someone to bring your daughter along. Bai Fuya reacted quickly and said with a big grin, don't worry, even though our Bai family is a bit weaker than the Su family, it's not something the Su family can just bully. Chen Wanqiu looked at her enthusiasm and nodded tenderly as well. At the same time, Su Ningxue's manor had a new guest. Chapter 118 Suppression. Su Rong had started a high fever because she had been in shock for days, because she hadn't been able to bring back Su Ming. Su Ningxue could only have someone invite a master from the Imperial Heavenly Xian sect over to exorcise Su Rong's evil spirits. This new grandmaster was called Huang Funing, now the most powerful metaphysical bigwig among the younger generation in the Imperial Sky Xian sect. Mr. Huang Fu, please take a look. Are there any ways to remove these evil spirits that are haunting my third sister? These rags won't last much longer. Su Shilan endured the pain of the injury on her own arm and asked worriedly. Huang Funing checked around Su Rong before sighing and saying, in order to completely solve the problem, we still have to figure out the root cause. Su Shilan sniffed and immediately made a mistake. But Su Ming, I can't bring it back for a while now. Bring back who? Huang Funing, however, looked like he was very puzzled. The reason why Ms. Su Rong was haunted by an evil spirit is because the resentment of a person who has already died has yet to be dispersed in this home. Someone who has died? Su Shilan instantly thought of Xiao Tian, but she quickly denied the candidate. Xiao Tian was so kind. Even if he was unfortunate enough to be killed by Xiao Ming, he would definitely not hold any grudges against the Su family. Right, and Ming, master, it is true that someone in our family has passed away. May I ask if the person you are referring to who has died has only passed away a few months ago? She immediately inquired. Huang Funing's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded. What was this person's personality in life? As soon as she thought back to Xiao Ming, Su Shilan couldn't control a layer of coldness that filled her face. He's a sinister and despicable villain, cruel and cold-blooded, and he'll do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. A born evil. That's right, even if such a person dies, if he is not properly transcended, he will still leave behind serious grudges. It must be his grudges that have haunted the third young miss, And that's why he was attacked by the evil spirits to the point that he is now suffering from a high fever. Huang Funing said it all. This little bastard. He still won't stop even after death. Su Shilan was infuriated and cursed viciously. Master, please do something to suppress this little beast immediately. I would like to suppress it, but I also have to go to this person's grave before I can do it. And the amount of karma that needs to be made with the heavens if I want someone from the Huang Tianxian sect to take action isn't small. Huang Funing smiled and reminded Su Shilan. Su Shilan immediately agreed. As long as you can keep my third sister from being entangled by these evil spirits, I don't care how much money it costs. Huang Funing's face immediately showed joy, but Su Ningxue suddenly pushed open the door and rushed in, excitedly shouting, Big sister, don't listen to his nonsense. Xiaoming he is so kind. He definitely won't have a grudge, and Xiaoming he has already cast a vote. Before Su Ningxue's word tire could be uttered, a slap was thrown onto her face. Who allowed you to talk to Mr. Huang Fu like that? Su Shilan reprimanded her in a harsh tone. Her face burned hotly and she looked up a little overwhelmed. Huang Funing was very calm. No harm done. Let's go to that one's grave first. Su Ningxue was so angry that her teeth itched. Obviously Su Ming had already reincarnated. How could there still be any residual soul resentment in the world like this stinking Taoist priest said? Unfortunately, this stinking Taoist priest was also the metaphysical bigwig of the Imperial Heavenly Xian sect, and she had no evidence to poke him. Seeing that Su Shilan was about to get on the airplane with Huang Funing and rush to Su Ming's grave, she could only protest extremely hard, but it didn't help at all. And that night Su Shilan arrived at the imperial capital with Huang Funing. Seeing that Su Ming's tombstone was actually so simple that it didn't even have a name, Su Shilan's heart inexplicably felt a little bad, but that feeling was only fleeting, and by the time she reacted and realized that she had actually felt a twinge of pity for a tenfold brute, she found it quite absurd herself. Master, please do it quickly. She turned to Huang Funing and pleaded. However, Huang Funing looked at Su Ming's tombstone with a serious face and said in a heavy tone, I never imagined that this person's resentment would actually be so powerful. The karma I originally intended to make with heaven should not be enough. Master, I'll pay whatever it takes. I'm afraid I need $50 million. Huang Funing deliberated and quoted the price. Good. I will now immediately have someone call your account. Su Shilan waved her hand briskly, and her men immediately took action. After receiving the money, Huang Funing immediately began the practice. However, he had just posted 2 talismans when a mass of dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, directly blocking the originally bright and clear moonlight. A gust of wind whistled up, scraping Su Shilan so hard that she couldn't even stand up. A shocking thunderbolt passed through the clouds and smashed down directly towards Huang Funing's feet. Huang Funing was so frightened that he instantly dodged away. His face changed drastically, and before Su Shilan could react he fled and rushed out of the cemetery. Mr. Huang Fu, where are you going? Quickly suppress Su Ming. Su Shilan was anxious and shouted. Who knows this shout? Huang Funing ran faster, while running also shouted. This ghost is really rampant. I am afraid that one person is difficult to subdue. Wait for me to go back to ask my master to take action. Su Shilan also wanted to leave, but a gust of wind violently knocked her to the ground. Rumbling, electricity flashed and thundered in the dark cloud layer. Heavy rain poured down, and Su Shilan was alone and messy in the rain. After tossing and turning all night, she returned to her place exhausted, but she was just about to rest when she saw a puppy with its eyes gouged out sprawled out on her bed. She took 2 steps back in fear, and saw several more small, bleeding wildcats moving ever closer towards her. Some of them burnt all over, some with broken legs, some with ears and tails clipped off, all of them looking eerie. Suddenly, one of the little black cats let out a shrill, unmistakable yowl. Ah! She was so scared that she grabbed the teacups on the table and threw them towards the little wildcats, but the teacups went straight through their bodies and fell to the ground shattering into pieces. Her heart beat like a drum, and in her panic she realized that these things should be the evil spirits Su Rong was talking about. It's Su Ming! It must be Su Ming! She had only wanted to suppress Su Ming's residual soul, but she had actually attracted such a great amount of resentment from him. Su Ming, don't think that I'll be afraid of you. I will suppress you in a moment. Just wait. You won't be able to be arrogant for long. She held onto the corner of the table and shouted out into the air, as if this could barely alleviate the fear in her heart. Those evil spirits haunted her for a long time and waited until the light of day before disappearing very unwillingly. Su Shilan immediately sent an angry message to Huang Funing. Mr. Huang Fu, I but gave you $50 million, and this is what you do for the spell? Miss Su, don't be angry. I also didn't expect this wisp of residual soul to be so powerful. Don't worry, I've already asked my master to take action. Tonight, I will definitely help you suppress him. Huang Funing apologized on the other end while packing his bags. Your master? Chapter 119, Retribution. Yes, my master is Huang Fu Hui, the future head of the Imperial Skyxian sect. His skills are far above mine. With him taking action, suppressing this remnant soul will definitely be as easy as a slap in the face, Huang Funing assured with conviction. Okay. Su Shilan reluctantly agreed. In the afternoon of that day, Huang Funing returned to the imperial capital with Huang Fu Hui in tow. Don't worry, Miss Su. With me taking action, suppressing this tiny remnant soul is no problem. Huang Fu Hui spoke confidently after inspecting Su Ming's grave. The two of them began to perform the spell at the same time, and the area around the cemetery was indeed again cloudy and dark as it was yesterday, with a gust of demonic wind blowing up. Little remnant soul, how dare you clamor? Huang Fu Hui shouted, and with a snap, he placed a talisman on Su Ming's tombstone. Thunder continued to roar in that dark cloud, as if it was emitting a burst of unwilling wails. Huang Fu Hui mouthed the words, and eventually that thunder continued for a while before gradually dying out, and the dark clouds slowly faded away. Su Shilan watched from the side and also admired Huang Fu Hui. Worthy of being the future head of the Huang Fu family, what a skill! She politely addressed Huang Fu Hui Dao. Huang Fu Hui's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Hearing Su Shilan's praise, he nonchalantly wiped his face with a handkerchief and spoke in a calm and unparalleled manner. Miss Su is polite. Now that the residual soul of this ghost has been suppressed by me, and those evil spirits pestering the third young miss won't reappear, you can rest assured. Su Shilan instantly put her heart down. In that case, I'll go back to the International Center to see my third sister first, and later on, I'll prepare a heavy gift and personally send it to the Imperial Skyxian sect. Miss Su is welcome. Only after the two complimented each other did Su Shilan leave first. Only after confirming that Su Shilan was gone did Huang Fu Hui suddenly go weak all over and sit on his butt. Master, are you alright? Huang Fu Ning hurried to help him. Huang Fu Hui slapped him on the head without any good humor. You brat! How did you provoke such a powerful residual soul? Master was almost pitted to death by you. I can't help it. Miss Su suddenly came to invite me. You're not unaware of my three-legged kung fu. How could I know exactly why Su Rong was being pestered? So I had to inquire about it, and put the problem all on this unpopular adopted son of their family. Huang Fu Hui turned his head to look at the tombstone that had been labeled with a talisman and let out a light laugh. Kid, I know you're innocent, but who made you already a dead man who can't speak? It's still you, Master. Who's great, and you've subdued this brat to death in one go. Huang Fu Ning cockily gave him a thumbs up. Don't change the topic. How many benefits did you get from Miss Su this time? When you return to the International Center, spit them all out for me. Huang Fu Hui scolded him without a good mood. The two talked as they got into the car. However, their car was driving on the way to the airport when the steering wheel suddenly failed. What? Huang Fu Hui Huang Fu Ning are dead? Su Shilan, who had gotten the news, was shocked beyond belief. Yes. At that time, their car was crossing the river bridge when the steering wheel suddenly failed. The car directly crashed through the guardrail and flew out. Huang Fu Hui and Huang Fu Ning were killed on the spot. The henchmen reported in shock and suspicion. But miraculously, the driver who was driving for them actually suffered only a few superficial injuries. Su Shilan felt a little creeped out even listening to it, and she immediately rushed back to the imperial capital and found that the talisman on Su Ming's tombstone had actually disappeared. It's gone. How could it be gone? Stunned and panicked in her heart, she hurriedly scrambled around the tombstone, but she couldn't find the talisman. Don't look for it. Beside him, Wu Fei's voice suddenly sounded. Su Shilan was already in a state of high mental tension, and Wu Fei's voice scared her even more. Mr. Wu Wei, why are you here? She dropped to the ground, her eyes a mix of panic and joy. I came. Wu Fei was just about to open his mouth when she hurriedly climbed up and grabbed his arm as if she remembered something. Master Wu Fei, please hurry to help me suppress Su Ming's residual soul. He is really too evil. Yeah, how come I don't sense any remnants of souls here? Wu Fei looked at her meaningfully. Su Shilan didn't hear the deep meaning in the other party's words at all. She kept staring tightly at that tombstone and said nervously, It's true. I tried to come to suppress him yesterday, but I ended up being haunted by an evil spirit when I went back at night, and Mr. Huang Fu Hui himself came to suppress him, only to be directly involved in a car accident on the way back, and both master and disciple died. It must be Su Ming. It's Su Ming who is deliberately taking revenge. Just because I wanted to suppress him, he is deliberately retaliating against me. The more Su Shilan spoke, the more agitated she became, and her voice grew louder. Wu Wei blandly brushed aside her hand. No, Miss Su, you're mistaken. Huang Fu Hui will die because he deserves to die. What? Su Shilan instantly froze, looking at Wu Wei with a sense of incomprehension. Wu Fei sighed heavily and slowly revealed the change of events that led him to leave the Imperial Skyxian sect back then. Huang Fu Hui is my senior brother. Back then, I was about to take over the Imperial Skyxian sect, but inadvertently discovered that he was actually utilizing the power of the Imperial Skyxian sect to do business that harmed people's lives behind their backs, and I became furious. But he kowtowed in front of me and admitted his mistake, promising to live a life of poverty and good cultivation thereafter, and that he would take the initiative to admit his mistake in front of the family head and leave the Imperial Skyxian sect forever. In a moment of weakness, I didn't dispose of him immediately, but I didn't expect to be dealt with first by him, designing a trap to force me to leave the international center. Su Shilan listened to Wu Wei's narration as if she was listening to a heavenly book. What you say, is it all true? But Master Huang Fu Hui is famous, and I've heard that he's not only very capable, but also kind-hearted. The more evil and sinister a person is, the more they will painstakingly manage a benevolent appearance. Wu Wei let out a light laugh. He had changed his name and intentionally dressed up in such a scruffy appearance, waiting for today. He helped Su Rong in the capacity of the Imperial Skyxian sect, and seeing that he couldn't cure Su Rong, Su Shilan would inevitably go to others in the Imperial Skyxian sect. And ever since he left, Huang Fu Hui has become increasingly powerful in the Huang Tian Shenmen sect, and even his talentless disciple Huang Fu Ning has become a hot commodity. When he heard that Su Shilan had gone to Huang Fu Ning, he immediately released to the public the news that the Su family had had an unloved adopted son die a few months ago. Huang Fu Ning body no strengths. Each time the law is to rely on these messages to support the scene. Mixa 8 or 9. He therefore used the trick to have Huang Fu Ning lure Huang Fu Hui out of the way. These two were already evil, and after offending a son of the heavenly Tao like Su Ming, it was natural that their deaths would be imminent. Now with Su Ming's extraordinary destiny, he was also avenged. His heart was indescribably happy. But these utilization calculations, he naturally wouldn't tell all of them to Su Shilan. He only needed to let Su Shilan know that Huang Fu Hui was indeed unforgivable. Miss Su, if you don't believe me, you can follow me. Chapter 120, Full-Scale Suppression. Su Shilan followed Wu Wei to a villa in a remote area of the International Center. There were also two weird charms affixed to the entrance of the villa, and as soon as Wu Wei raised his hand and touched them, the two charms directly turned into powder and fluttered to the ground. Seeing Su Shilan looking surprised, Wu Wei took the initiative to explain. This talisman was left behind by Huang Fu Hui during his lifetime. Except for himself, others can definitely not get into this villa without a lot of effort. And of course it is even more unlikely that the people in the villa will be able to walk out. Now that Huang Fu Hui was dead, these two talismans were written with his essence blood, so naturally they were no longer valid. Su Shilan followed Wu Wei into the villa, surprised to find that this villa is actually plastered with talismans everywhere. Although she could not understand what these talismans actually do, but the heart is inexplicably weak, cannot say uncomfortable. But as long as Wu Fei walked by, those talismans would turn into powder in an instant, as if they had been purified. He led Su Shilan into the basement of this villa, and just as he opened the door to the basement, Su Shilan smelled an unpleasant odor of blood. In the basement were several large, half-human high steel cages, each holding a young woman in a white wedding dress. These young women were all very pretty, but at this moment, they could only curl up in the middle of the iron cage like livestock, and the eyes of each of them looking at Su Shilan and Wu Wei were filled with horror. Su Shilan also noticed that the iron cage was similarly plastered with talismans, and she asked somewhat incredulously, "These talismans, they can't all have been posted by Huang Fu Hui, right?" Wu Fei nodded and with a lift of his hand quickly disposed of all the charms on the iron cages. The locks on the cage all snapped off by themselves and fell to the ground with a few clangs. But even so, those women were all huddled in the corners of the iron cage, too scared to come out. These women were all found by Huang Fu Hui. He first abused these women, and when he had enough fun, he then packaged them as blessed people and sold them to people who wanted to pray to him for good luck. When he really encountered those who didn't listen, he would directly kill them on the spot to make an example of them. Over the years, there's no telling how many women have been ruined in her hands. Wu Wei sighed. If I hadn't had a moment of weakness in the beginning, there could have been fewer women suffering in this world. Su Shilan looked at those women. They were just as old as Su Ningxue. If something like this had happened to her sister, she must have been heartbroken as well. Huang Fu Hui is dead. You guys are free. Wu Wei said loudly. I'm here to save you all. There was a brief moment of silence from the women in the iron cage before one of them was the first to open the cage door and stumble out. Are you telling the truth? It's true. Huang Fu Hui is dead. Wu Wei took out a talisman from his pocket and handed it to the girl. This is a peace talisman. It can remove the bad luck you got here. Go home and live a good life. Looking at Wu Wei's gentle appearance, the girl couldn't help but hug the peace talisman and lost her voice. He's not a human being. He's just an animal, torturing us every day. Oh. I thought my life was over. The other women also excitedly ran to Wu Fei's side to receive the peace talisman. It was only from their messy words that Su Shilan gradually realized that Huang Fuhui was really a pervert who had harmed countless people. But it was clear that Xiao Ming was also an unforgivable bastard in life, and had even killed Xiao Tian. So the residual soul of such a person after death would actually deal with someone like Huang Fuhui. For a moment, her heart was mixed. Sir, thank you for saving us. We will never forget your great kindness in our lives. The girls surrounded Wu Wei and kept thanking him. May I ask where you live? Sir, and when I get home, I'll be sure to have my parents come to the door to thank you personally. Wu Wei smiled gently. The person who saved you all wasn't me. It was a person named Su Ming. Su Ming? The girls looked at each other for a moment and then looked at Wu Wei in confusion. You don't need to know who Su Ming really is. You only need to remember that the person who saved you is named Su Ming. In the future, if there is a destiny, you will naturally meet again. Now go home first. Don't let your parents worry. Wu Wei smiled and waved his hand at the girls. After sending all the girls away, Su Shilan was just about to go back to rest when she received a call from Su Ningxue. Big sister, you should quickly go get Su Ming back. Third sister's condition has worsened. I'm sending third sister to be resuscitated right now. What? Su Shilan's spirit tightened again. She had long ago found out that Chen Wanqiu had brought Su Ming to live in the Bai family, and for Su Rong's sake, she had to immediately rush to the Bai family. Bai Jinglin seemed to have guessed that Su Shilan would come and was not surprised at all. Instead he kindly invited Su Shilan to sit down and drink tea. Elder Mr. Bai, I came here today to ask for Su Ming. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for someone from our Su family to stay in your Bai family, right? Su Shilan's heart was burning with anxiety. She didn't have the heart to fight a protracted battle with Bai Jinglin, and said bluntly, Su Ming? What's Su Ming? Bai Jinglin, however, had a puzzled look on his face. Since he's from the Su family, how come he's in our Bai family? Shilan, why can't I understand you? Su Shilan gritted her teeth. Old Mr. Bai, my people have long since found out that Su Ming is in the Bai family, so don't play dumb in front of me. Shilan, this girl of yours hasn't seen you for a few years. Now how do you speak in such a flaming manner? I really don't know. Is it that which junior of our family has invited that whatsoever Su Ming you said to come as a guest? Bai Jinglin still looked like he didn't know what he was asking. Why don't you go back first today? And when I've asked clearly, then I'll personally send the person you're talking about back to the Su family for you. What do you think, Elder Bai? Are you bent on harboring Chen Wanqiu and Su Ming? Su Shilan's face grew more and more somber as she directly asked. I really don't understand what this is saying. Bai Jinglin was still smiling, just not recognizing that Su Ming was in the Bai family. Su Shilan had nowhere to use her strength, as if she had punched on cotton, and could only leave the Bai family first. Only after she left did Chen Wanqiu walk out of the room with an apologetic face as she hugged Su Ming. Mr. Bai, thank you for defending me so well. Where are you coming from, Miss Chen? Since you and young Master Xiao Ming are now guests of the Bai family, the Bai family has never let its guests be bullied. Bai Jinglin let out a light laugh and pretended to speak plainly. He has been through Bai Fuya's retelling, recognizing that Su Ming's destiny is extraordinary. Otherwise Su Shilan would not have tried every possible way to snatch Su Ming back, and to be able to make this good karmic relationship with Su Ming. The Bai family may be able to go further in the future. Only, Su Shilan definitely wouldn't just let it go. As expected, the next day, the Bai family's industry was fully suppressed by the Su family. Chapter 121. Although the Bai family and the Su family were both part of the four great families of the International Center, the Su family was more capable in this generation, while Bai Jinglin only had the ability to keep things in order. Shopping malls such as the battlefield, against the current, not to advance is to retreat. Down the years, although the White family is still thriving, but compared with the Su family is still a lot worse. Facing the Su family's suppression, Bai Jinglin was also somewhat distracted. At the same time, Su Ningxue had also heard that Su Shilan was suppressing the Bai family, and she knew that even if Chen Wanqiu didn't have the protection of the Bai family, as long as she didn't want to, it would be just as impossible for Su Ming to return to the Su family. Eldest sister, you'd better go to Chen Wanqiu to bow your head and soften your heart, and beg her to bring Su Ming back. She anxiously persuaded Su Shilan. Chen Wanqiu is kind-hearted. As long as you apologize to her, she knows that Su Rong's life is in danger. She definitely won't see death and save him. In fact, Su Shilan's heart also had some regrets that she shouldn't have been so hasty to sell Su Ming and Su Lingmeng into the clubhouse in the first place. But to ask her and Chen Wanqiu to bow their heads, she really couldn't do it alone. Stop it, I have my own way. In the face of Su Ningxue's constant shredding, she could only interrupt him with immense annoyance. Big sister, Su Ningxue was so anxious that she took a step forward. but she was directly pushed away. Shut the hell up. I promise I will use my own methods to make Chen Wanqiu bring Su Ming back obediently. She scolded Su Ningxue and hurriedly left. In the 2 days that followed, Su Ningxue utilized all of the Su family's forces and madly pressured the Bai family's various industries. She came on strong, and Bai Jinglin realized that the Su family's strength was even deeper than he had imagined, and there was no way for him to fight against it, and many of the Bai family's industries had to be declared closed down. Cutting off these industries would be like cutting off an arm to save his own ass. In just 1 day, his temples were much grayer. Seeing her father so distraught, Bai Fuya was also heartbroken. Father, the Su family is pressing so hard at every step for Su Ming, or else let's hand Su Ming over. Anyway, the Su family still wants to rely on Su Ming's extraordinary destiny right now, and they definitely won't lay a hand on him. After some hesitation, she proposed to Bai Jinglin, let's protect Chen Wanqiu first, and when we recover, we'll find a way to help Chen Wanqiu snatch Su Ming back. No way. Bai Jinglin, however, firmly shook his head. Su Ming absolutely cannot be sent away. Why? Bai Fuya felt that there was nothing wrong with the plan she had proposed, so she was very puzzled. Bai Jinglin let out a light laugh. If someone snatched you away from me and your mother when you were Su Ming's age, no matter what reason that person had, your mother and I would never forgive him. If we let Su Ming and Chen Wanqiu's mother and child be separated now, we would be making a vendetta against Chen Wanqiu. To have a grudge against Chen Wanqiu was naturally to have a grudge against Su Ming. Su Ming's destiny was extraordinary. Once he was feuding with him, the Bai family would only be heading towards destruction. It would be better to let go now and block the pressure of the Su family. Perhaps there is still a chance of a turnaround. Bai Fuya was also silent. If it wasn't for the fact that the Bai family's situation was really critical, she wouldn't have thought of this solution. But if we don't, if our family really falls, at that time, I'm afraid that not only Su Ming, but even Chen Wanqiu we won't be able to protect. She was momentarily out of ideas. Alright, I will definitely try my best to keep the Bai family's industry. Our Bai family can never betray our friends as long as we still have a breath in us. Bai Jinglin said this on his lips, but his eyes revealed great confusion. Apparently, he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold out. Outside the two's room, Chen Wanqiu, who happened to be passing by, heard their conversation clearly. She also blamed herself very much, not expecting that her living in the Bai family with Su Ming would bring such a great disaster to the Bai family. No matter what, Bai Fuya and her were like old friends at first sight, and had once lent her a helping hand in times of trouble. She couldn't cause trouble for the Bai family. Early the next morning, Chen Wanqiu was about to leave the Bai family with Su Ming in her arms. When Bai Jinglin learned of the news, he immediately stopped her. Ms. Chen, you're living well. Why are you leaving when you say you're leaving? Yes, Wanqiu, did you hear something outside? Don't listen to that. Our Bai family is a big family. The Su family can't do anything to our family. Bai Fuya also came over to take Chen Wanqiu's hand and said softly. Chen Wanqiu incomparably blamed herself. I want to take Xiaoming back to the imperial capital first. If I live here again, when you return to the imperial capital, Su Shilan will definitely snatch Xiaoming away immediately. Bai Fuya interrupted her without hesitation. Don't listen to all the fake news out there. Su Shilan did put pressure on our family, but with her little skills, it's like scratching an itch against our family. Miss Chen, you can live in the Bai family at ease. I, Bai Jinglin, have been running the international center for so many years. She, Su Shilan, a yellow-haired girl, wants to fight with me. She's still a bit young, Bai Jinglin also said stiffly. Chen Wanqiu looked at the two of them confidently, clear that they were only deliberately putting on an act in order to make her feel at ease to live in the Su family, and her heart became more and more unpleasant. Not only was it Bai Fuya and Bai Jinglin, the rest of the Bai family had also come over to advise her not to easily take Su Ming away. Chen Wanqiu was so retained by them that she had no choice but to continue living in the Bai family. However, that afternoon, Bai Jinglin realized that the Bai family's capital chain was about to break, and in order to make up for the deficit in cash flow, Bai Jinglin could only make an urgent bid for a piece of land with an excellent location. At first, in order to take this piece of land development qualification, the Bai family up and down to dredge, but spent a great deal of energy. Seeing that the project on the land was about to be completed and he would soon be able to make his money back, he had to offer it at a price 20% below the market price. This land is also the first family industry project that Bai Fuya participated in after graduation, and a lot of her heart and soul was poured into it, and when she signed the contract, Bai Fuya's heart was dripping blood. After the contract was signed, Bai Fuya was going to leave immediately, but she didn't expect Su Shilan to come out of nowhere and sit across from her in a big way. That person who bought the land immediately handed the contract to Su Shilan's hand. Big miss, take a look at the contract. Su Shilan proudly took it, but didn't open it. Instead she looked at Bai Fuya and said in a conspiratorial manner, "There's no need to look at it. I'm assured of the projects handled by Miss Bai." Bai Fuya was stunned for a moment before she reacted with hindsight that the person who had really bought this piece of land was Su Sherlan. An exasperated blush suddenly rose on her fair cheeks. "Su Sherlan, you are so calculating, to be so desperate against our Bai family. Sooner or later, one day, you'll get your comeuppance." Not only was Su Sherlan not angry, she also laughed out softly. "Retribution? It seems like all those losers who lost to me in the past also like to say this to me. I'll take it as a compliment from you. Wind and water turn. I don't believe you can be honorable for the rest of your life." Bai Fuya was so angry that her teeth itched. Su Sherlan snorted and gently rested that contract on the table. "Bai Fuya, now you should be the one begging me. I'll give you a chance. As long as you hand Su Ming over to me, I can destroy this contract right now." Chapter 122 Pie in the Sky. "You're dreaming," Bai Fuya refused without thinking. "I won't give Su Ming to you even if I die." "Fine. Toast to toast. When the Bai family goes bankrupt, I'll see if your mouth is still so hard." Su Sherlan snorted coldly, directly collected the contract, and left triumphantly. When she returned home and saw Su Ningxue looking worried, she immediately comforted. "Fourth sister, don't worry. I just acquired the Bai family's biggest land project in the past 2 years today. The Bai family will definitely obediently send Su Ming back to us as long as they don't want to go bankrupt." "You acquired that plot of land?" Su Ningxue's eyes widened in shock. "Yes, and it was acquired at a price far below the market price. The Bai family is also sick and desperate. I think they are now the grasshopper after the fall. They can't bounce around for a few days." Su Sherlan proudly took out that contract. "Big sister, you've really gone too far." Su Ningxue anxiously looked over that contract, and a heavenly whirlwind ensued. The Bai family had now become friends with Chen Wanqiu, and with Big Sister driving the Bai family to extinction, it would be even more unlikely for Chen Wanqiu to forgive Big Sister. This is something that Big Sister did that was really confusing. Originally, as long as she properly made amends and apologized to Chen Wanqiu, the third sister could be saved. But it turned out that the eldest sister wanted to deal with the Bai family, so it was definitely even more unlikely that Chen Wanqiu would forgive Su Sherlan. When she thought of Su Rong, who was still in the middle of a serious illness, Su Ningxue was distraught. "I'm going to personally go to the Bai family to find Wanqiu and apologize to her." "You stand still, don't go anywhere," Su Sherlan immediately chided. "If you dare to go and apologize to that hick, you're not my sister from now on. If it isn't, it isn't. I want to save third sister." Su Ningxue was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying, breaking down and shouting. Su Sherlan did not expect her to not only be unhappy after hearing that she had acquired the Bai family's property, but also to go to the Bai family to rush to beg Chen Wanqiu, and then some hate. "You're the third young miss of the Su family. She's just a woman married back to a branch of the imperial Su family. How can you beg for her with such a status? You are disgracing our Su family." Su Sherlan blocked the doorway, not allowing Su Ningxue to go out. "The one who is truly disgraced is you." Su Ningxue was furious and cursed at Su Sherlan. "For the sake of an identity, you don't even care about your own sister's life. You're really crazy." "I'm crazy?" Su Sherlan's voice trembled. "I'm not doing this for the sake of third sister. For the sake of our Su family?" Her patience was lost, and she directly had someone lock the gates of the manor, not allowing Su Ningxue to go out, and the two made a scene. However, what she didn't expect was that the next day, a scientific research team suddenly released a piece of research results, stating that after testing by their professional team, a piece of land in the International Center contained naturally occurring radioactive substances, and would be unsuitable for habitation for 50 years, and that piece of land happened to be the one that Su Sherlan had just bought from Bai Fuya. Su Sherlan was incomparably shocked and lost her temper at home. "It must be the Bai family who are counting on me. They are deliberately spreading rumors." However, the authorities soon also issued an announcement that the research results of this scientific team were true. Learning this news, Su Ningxue hurriedly advised Su Sherlan again. "Eldest sister, the Bai family is now protecting Su Ming. That's why they can have such good fortune. They are blessed by Su Ming's extraordinary destiny. Any more suppression from you will only result in losses for yourself. Why don't you hurry up and go find Chen Wanqiu and apologize? They're just getting lucky. What with their extraordinary destinies?" Su Sherlan glared at her unwillingly. "Which way did you turn this elbow?" Seeing Su Sherlan being so oily, Su Ningxue was helpless. Meanwhile, Bai Fuya was working with Bai Jinglin to deal with a bunch of bad debts of the Bai family. When she thought of Su Sherlan buying out the land project that she had poured her heart and soul into for several years, Bai Fuya couldn't be happy and kept looking at the documents sullenly. "Dad, didn't you say that as long as we protect Su Ming, we will definitely get lucky?" Seeing that the family was about to go bankrupt, she inevitably whined a little. Bai Jinglin, who was watching the news, raised his head and laughed out softly. Isn't this just a stroke of luck? Bai Fuya looked headlong at Bai Jinglin's computer screen before learning the news that the plot of land had been found to have radioactive material. She also felt shocked. The White family had also tested the land, and nothing radioactive had been found at that time, right? It was only after a closer look at the news that it turned out that the science team had developed new technology to detect radioactive material, and happened to use the land from that parcel as a test sample. It's just too much of a coincidence. Now this piece of land has been ordered by the relevant departments to stop work, not allowed to develop any project within 50 years. If she sells this piece of land one day later, that is really smashed in the hand. A blessing in disguise. Ha ha ha, Bai Jinglin burst out laughing. Bai Fuya was also very pleasantly surprised, and when she thought of Su Shilan's condescending manner yesterday with the contract, she couldn't tell you how happy she was. Yesterday she said to Su Shilan that wind and water turn, but she didn't expect it to turn so fast. But she was only happy for a little while. Even if Su Shilan had acquired that piece of land as a big loss, the Bai family's impending bankruptcy would not be changed as a result. Bai Jinglin was also at his wit's end, but he didn't expect that night. Bai's stock price suddenly began to rise. It was only after looking at the hot search Bai Fuya that he realized that it was a small third-line actor that the Bai family had casually signed a long time ago who had recently aired a new drama. This new drama has this young starlet playing just the heroine's brother, a male number 4 who doesn't appear for more than half an hour. I didn't realize that although the male and female lead actors of this drama are all big stars of the first tier, but their acting skills are too greasy. Instead, this small actor's acting skills are delicate and refreshing, attracting the attention of many viewers. With an acting clip edited by a blogger, the young actor instantly shot to the number 1 spot on the Hot 100, with his fans rising by more than 3 million overnight. And fans dig deeper into this little actor and find that not only is he handsome, he is good at singing and dancing. He is also a graduate of a top acting school, and his graduation grades are still the first in the whole school, so it's simply 360-degree, dead-angle perfection. And before this little actor burst onto the scene, he'd only ever received endorsements for the White family's products. His rabid fans outright bought up all of White's products. Even Bai Fuya felt that this had happened too doggedly. I'm afraid that in the entertainment industry, the phenomenon of a third-tier starlet soaring to the top stream overnight will not appear for more than 10 or 20 years. And it just so happened that such a person appeared at a time when their Bai family was in danger. What's even more bloody is that early the next morning, an unknown rich fan of this little star heard that the Bai family is now in difficult times and directly invested a large sum of money in Bai. Isn't this just pie in the sky? At this time, Bai Fuya wouldn't even think that it wasn't falling pies from the sky, but that it was raining pies. Chapter 123, Your Excellency still drinking milk. Bai Fuya had been paying attention to the stock prices that day, and she was soon surprised to find that not only had the Bai family's stock been rising, but the Su family's stock had suddenly plummeted. She was a bit surprised, although that piece of real estate was tested for radioactive substances, but Su Shilan had just bought that piece of land, and the outside world didn't know about it. Even if the Su family's stock price would fluctuate, it wouldn't be so bad that it would suddenly plummet, would it? She was puzzled when the news software automatically pushed a message to her. Bai Fuya realized that one of Su Shilan's healthcare industry had been seized by the authorities, because one day ago, an old man had physical problems because of eating the healthcare products of this industry, and he ate them directly into cerebral palsy. The family helped the old man go directly to the healthcare company's entrance to make a fuss, and it so happened that a famous news reporter passed by and filmed all this scene. As soon as the news was released, this company was directly seized, and since this company was now in Su Shilan's hands, the authorities also began to inspect the Su family's other healthcare industries. But what surprised Bai Fuya was that this company wasn't the Su family's a few days ago. It was acquired by Su Shilan from the Bai family in bad faith. This healthcare company was created by the Bai family, and has been in business for 30 years, and there has never been any product problems before. But when it came to Su Shilan's hands within a few days, there was such a big scandal, and it also happened to be bumped into by that famous reporter. Is this too much of a coincidence? However, soon after, she received new news. Before Su Shilan acquired several other industries, also appeared large and small problems, and all because of various reasons were exposed to the internet. Each became a hot topic. This time, Bai Fuya also had to believe that all of this was because Su Shilan had offended Su Ming, while their Bai family was tainted by Su Ming's good fortune. Dad, it's still you who had the foresight to resist the pressure and protect Su Ming. She admired Bai Jinglin's decision in the first place. Bai Jinglin smiled slightly, recalling the past. Back then, at your 10th birthday banquet, Mr. Huangfu Su didn't even see your face. He just passed by our house and took a look from afar, and decided that you would have a calamity, and there is absolutely no mistake in what he said. Bai Fuya was also indescribably happy. Su Sherlan, she doesn't believe in evil herself, she can only eat her own fruit, ha ha ha. Those industries that had problems under Su Sherlan, if they stayed in the Bai family, sooner or later they would all turn into bombs as well, and Su Sherlan was helping them to remove the mines at once. However, what she didn't expect was that Su Sherlan hadn't finished dealing with that pile of mess, and the projects under the Bai family that were originally half dead and Bai Jinglin was ready to give up actually miraculously came back to life, each and every one of them. Take for example, a small gallery run by Bai Jinglin because of his own interest. A young painter in the gallery who has been working with him for a long time was suddenly appreciated by the most famous painting and drawing Big Shot and directly accepted him as a close disciple. The young artist's paintings instantly rose in value, and along with it, the gallery that worked exclusively with him became instantly famous. Another example is a drink under the White House, which was about to be discontinued because of poor sales, but was recommended by a snack review blogger with a discriminating and poisonous taste that it was cheap and tasty. And soon other bloggers were scrambling to come up with videos to recommend it, which instantly sold out and added a production line overnight. Also, for example, the best high school in the International Center suddenly to relocate. The new school address is also in the White family is still under construction near the community. That community directly into a school district housing. The price soared 3 or 4 times overnight. Originally, that neighborhood was going to stop construction because of insufficient follow-up funds, but now it is directly back from the dead, relying on pre-sales to raise enough follow-up funds, because there was so much good news. At first Bai Foya was very excited, then her assistant came back to report, and she actually couldn't even get excited anymore. The Bai family was prospering, and a lot of people had come to visit the Bai family, especially a friend who befriended Bai Jinglin happened to know some metaphysics as well, and as soon as he arrived at the Bai family home, he smiled and asked Bai Jinglin, "Brother Bai has had a streak of good luck lately, and it seems that he's been tainted with a nobleman's good fortune. It really makes me so envious. You can see that too?" Bai Jinglin was also a bit depressed. "You have a purple face with a hidden golden color showing, but not penetrating to the inside, obviously stained with a nobleman's chi luck, and this nobleman of yours must be a person with an extraordinary destiny." The good friend said with certainty, "Can you let me also pay a visit to that noble person of yours? Such good fortune. I would like to have a taste of it." Bai Jinglin twitched the corners of his mouth and told his best friend in a bit of embarrassment, "I'm afraid I can't right now, as your excellency is drinking milk." Friends? Su Ming, who was drinking milk, choked and almost choked, and after sending his best friend away, Bai Jinglin was even more convinced that the good fortune that the Bai family had been experiencing in the past few days was all because of protecting Su Ming, and he immediately had his subordinates prepare a sumptuous banquet to treat the 3 of them. "Chen Wanqiu, to dinner, Miss Chen. This time, our Bai family was able to turn the danger into a safe haven, all because of the good fortune of young Master Su Ming. If you don't mind, I really hope that you can stay in the Bai family all the time." His attitude towards Chen Wanqiu also became more and more polite. "I'm still afraid of troubling you guys." Chen Wanqiu was also happy to hear about the Bai family's recent progress, but she was still vaguely worried. "But if I always live here, sooner or later Su Sherlan, she'll still come looking for trouble from you guys, right?" Bai Jinglin laughed out loud. "Ms. Chen, you can rest assured that as long as you and Su Ming stay in the Bai families, Su Sherlan will never be able to deal with our Bai family again." Hearing this, Chen Wanqiu was a bit puzzled, but she still stayed in the Bai family with peace of mind. At the same time, Su Sherlan did indeed have no time to deal with the Bai family again. As Bai Jinglin had said, the companies under her had a succession of scandals and blackmail. The Su family's share price had plummeted. The shareholders had been in an uproar, and she still hadn't been able to deal with all that trouble after a day of dealing with it at the company. Starving and dizzy, when it was dark, she had just walked out of the company's front door when a vase suddenly fell from the sky and smashed straight towards her head. Luckily, she reacted in time, and the vase only hit her on the shoulder. With a bang, the vase fell to the floor and broke in pieces, splattering her legs with the shards. Su Sherlan was in severe pain and directly fainted from the pain. By the time she woke up again, she was in the hospital. Su Ningxue looked at her lying weakly on the hospital bed, and her heart was anxious to find Wu Wei again. "Master, please think of a way. Su Ming can't come back for a while now, and now my big sister and third sister are all getting worse. Please, think of another way first." Wu Fei's eyes were grave, and he hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "Actually, your 2 sisters were unlucky not only because they offended Su Ming." Chapter 124, Having to Believe. In fact, Wu Fei had discovered early on that the reason why Su Rong would still be pestered by those evil spirits all the time was not because of offending Su Ming, but at that time, if he had directly stated the reason, Su Sherlan wouldn't have gone to Huangfu Hui's master and disciple, and he wouldn't have been able to avenge his great revenge, which was why he hadn't said anything. Now he can tell the truth. Although Miss Su Rong offended Su Ming before, she has done her best to make amends and truly repented during this time, and has long since stopped being influenced by Su Ming, and the person who truly pestered her is someone else, who is so hateful. Su Mingxue immediately clenched her fists and shouted angrily, "This man is none other than your own brother who has passed away." Wu Wei's eyes color sullen. "Back then I once had a one-sided relationship with him. He was young but his body was surrounded by death. Obviously the scourge of countless living beings. Young and early death is also his deserved." Previously, he had never mentioned that little young master Su Tian, also because he had heard that when he was alive, the Su family favored him immensely, and he didn't dare to mention it rashly. Other than that, Su Shilan would definitely not believe his words, and saying it at the wrong time would be a thankless task. Now that Su Ningxue was clearly desperate, he dared to tell the truth. Looking at Su Ningxue who had a stagnant expression in front of her, Wu Wei thought that she was not reacting, so he slowed down his tone. "I know that the Su family favors young Master Su. This little beast." Su Ningxue suddenly opened her mouth, speaking angrily. "Wu Fei, this little brute, who did evil when he was alive, still wants to get his own family killed when he's dead." Her eyes were indignant, and she gritted her teeth and cursed a few times before she looked at the clueless Wu Fei and sincerely inquired, "Master, he's already dead. How did he wreak havoc on my eldest and third sisters? Why is nothing happening to me at all?" Wu Fei did a slight calculation before he smiled and said, "Although he is already dead, he still has an extremely strong grudge against the Su family. You're fine, probably because you were good enough to Su Ming and dipped into his blessings. His resentment doesn't dare to come close." Su Ningxue thoughtfully told Wu Wei about Su Tianqing's former love of abusing small animals and having mutilated babies. Wu Wei immediately reacted. "Before, Miss Su San and I said that those evil spirits she saw were all kittens and puppies in the beginning. Those should all be the small animals that Su Tianqing killed in the past. Then my big sister her?" Su Ningxue immediately thought of Su Shilan who was still in the hospital. Wu Wei nodded, mostly because of Su Tian's resentment as well. "Then please help our Su family. Sir, get rid of this grudge," Su Ningxue said without hesitation. "To get rid of this resentment, I need to do a spell in front of Su Tian's grave, and also prepare for it. 2 days later is a suitable day. You can take me there then." Wu Fei counted the days and proposed, "It's a deal." Su Ningxue nodded solemnly. The thought that after the spell was done, her eldest and third sisters would no longer be tortured relaxed her. That night, when she went to see Su Rong, who had been unconscious, she couldn't hold back from sitting by Su Rong's bedside and telling her about it. "Don't worry, third sister, when I take Mr. Wu Wei to Xiao Tian's grave and get rid of his grudge, you'll be cured." Who knew that as soon as her words fell, Su Shilan excitedly pushed the door and walked in, loudly questioning, "What do you want, big sister?" Su Ningxue was startled by her. "I absolutely forbid you from destroying Xiao Tian's grave." Su Shilan scolded furiously. Xiao Tian, he was evil before he was born. He often abused small animals. Those evil spirits that third sister bumped into at the beginning were all small animals that were killed by Xiao Tian. "I asked Mr. Wu Wei to get rid of his grudge. It was also for the good of you and third sister." Su Ningxue couldn't care less and directly told Su Shilan all those evil things Su Tian had done in her head. Thinking of the kittens and puppies with missing arms and legs she saw that night, Su Shilan's mind was slightly stunned, but after a moment she forcefully shook her head off, forcing herself to stop remembering the events of that night. It was Su Ningxue who said as much as she could, but she wasn't willing to believe that Xiao Tian was really a bad boy. In her heart, Xiao Tian was the embodiment of all that was beautiful and innocent. How could he possibly do the things Su Ningxue said? "Fourth sister, stop talking nonsense. What my third sister and I encountered definitely wouldn't be the work of some grudge of Xiao Tian's, and if Xiao Tian is alive in heaven, he will also definitely bless all of our family to be safe and healthy." She looked at Su Ningxue and firmly said, "Then what about what happened to those industries of our family in the past 2 days, and you being hit by a vase? How does that explain it?" Su Ningxue was so angry that she stomped her feet. "Big sister, how come you just don't believe me? That's just a coincidence." Su Shilan put up her volume and said decisively, "Without my permission, you are not allowed to go near Xiao Tian's grave, or else, I will immediately kick you out of the Su family." "Big sister." Su Ningxue frowned tightly, unable to say how helpless she was, and could only glance worriedly at Su Rong, who was still unconscious. After Su Shilan finished speaking, she returned to her hospital room full of depression. However, that night, while she was drifting off to sleep, she suddenly felt a dullness in her chest, and she opened her eyes somewhat uncomfortably, only to find a small black cat with its ears clipped off standing on her chest with its face covered in blood. She let out a yelp of fright and sat straight up. In an instant, there was no telling how many physically crippled critters scurried out from under her covers. As she turned her head, she saw several more small, charred wildcats crouching on the windowsill, watching her silently. In the quiet moonlight, the kitten's eyes were indescribably eerie, and the hairs on her body stood up in sweat. Being so frightened, she didn't dare to stay in the hospital any longer and immediately called the nurse and was discharged back home that night. But those little animals actually seemed to have a spirit and kept following her closely. She warily made it through the night and was just about to get some sleep when her assistant called again, urging her to deal with the company's mess. After spending an incredibly tiring day like this, she was just about to fall into bed to rest when she returned home and saw her bed piled high with the corpses of small animals, which were piled up like a small fountain and kept spewing blood out. Her legs went weak and she fell straight to her knees. Wah 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 dash, a baby cry rang through the room. That sound was far away and close, sometimes indistinct, sometimes real. Even if Sue Sherlon covered her ears, she could still hear that baby's cry. 2 days later, Sue Sherlon's spirit had completely collapsed. She couldn't stand this torture and could only go to Su Ningxue, fourth sister. I've also seen some evil spirits in the past 2 days, so please help me to find Master Wu Wei and ask him to think of a way to exorcise an evil spirit for me. Chapter 125 125 Suppression. Su Ningxue immediately came into the spirit. She was just about to open her mouth to convince Su Sherlon to do something about Su Tian's grave, when she heard the other party seriously say, but absolutely not to touch Xiao Tian's grave. Seeing Su Sherlon so emaciated by the evil spirits and still with such a determined attitude, Su Ningxue could only sigh helplessly. Alright then, but there shouldn't be anything Mr. Wu Wei can do. I'll go find Mr. Wu Wei's master for you, maybe he'll have a solution. Go ahead. I can't stand it anymore. Su Sherlon rubbed her head in agony. That afternoon, Su Ningxue returned home with a brocade pouch, and solemnly explained to Su Sherlon, this brocade pouch contains an amulet personally enlightened by Mr. Wu Wei's master, so as long as you keep it close to your body at all times, you won't be pestered by evil spirits anymore. Yes? Su Sherlon was overjoyed and was immediately about to open the brocade bag. Su Ningxue quickly pressed her hand. You must not open it. The master said that this brocade bag has a prohibition he placed on it. If you unlock the brocade bag and take the amulet out, the amulet will be ineffective. With these words, Su Sherlon really didn't dare to open the brocade pouch again, and carefully tied the brocade pouch to her body. That night, she did get a rare good night's sleep without being pestered by those horrible critters. In the days that followed, there were no more accidents in the Su family's estate, and even Su Rong's condition got a little better. Su Sherlon's spirit recovered day by day, and her heart became more and more grateful to the master of Wu Wei. She found Su Ningxue and said sincerely, fourth sister, thanks to the amulet given to me by Master Wu Wei's master, I've been able to stay well for a while now. I want to personally come to the door to thank him. Why don't you take me to see him this weekend? Su Ningxue smiled and inquired, now you're finally willing to believe that the many upsets you and the Su family have been experiencing these days are not coincidental? There are some things that can't be done without believing. Su Sherlon held the brocade pouch and said with some embarrassment. Su Ningxue looked at her for a while, and suddenly tilted her head and laughed out. Elder sister, Mr. Wu Wei's master has long since been feathered. There's nothing in this brocade bag at all. How is it possible? Then how can I? This period of time. Su Sherlon ate a shock, while muttering while opening that brocade bag. That inside is actually really empty. Her words to the edge of the mouth instantly choked. Lifting her head, she met Su Ningxue's eyes that contained a smile, and she asked in disbelief, was it you who deliberately took such an empty brocade bag to trick me? Big sister, if I don't, how can you believe that only by suppressing Su Tian's residual thoughts, you and third sister will have saved you? Su Ningxue sighed, full of helplessness. Su Sherlon was stunned for a moment before she understood the meaning of Su Ningxue's words. She trembled and stood up excitedly, pointing at Su Ningxue incredulously and asking, You tampered with Xiao Tian's grave behind my back? I can't help it. If I don't do this, the Su family will definitely be finished. Maybe you and third sister will both die. Su Ningxue took a step back and frowned somewhat uncomfortably. And what do you mean by hands and feet? I just had Mr. Wu Wei suppress his resentment so that he couldn't continue to do evil outside. When Su Sherlon received her affirmative answer, she suddenly burst into a rage, copied the tea light on the table and threw it towards Su Ningxue's feet. There was a loud bang, and pieces of the tea light splattered everywhere. You're just revolting. Doing this to your own brother. Su Ningxue didn't expect the facts to be in front of her eyes. Su Sherlon actually still wasn't willing to believe, and her heart was unspeakably aggrieved. Where did I go wrong? After I suppressed Su Tian, you were no longer entangled by those evil spirits? It's impossible for Xiao Tian to be evil. The other night when I ran into the evil spirit was just an accident. Su Sherlon hesitated for a long time, but finally gritted her teeth and said, she said, getting right up and leaving the house. Big sister, Where are you going? Su Ningxue immediately felt bad and immediately chased after her. Don't stop me. I'm going to save Xiao Tian. Su Shilan shook off her hand in a flash and hurriedly got into the car. After Su Shilan arrived at the cemetery, she really found that Su Tian's tombstone had a lot of talismans pasted on it. Annoyed, she immediately ordered her assistant, tear up all these charms for me. Really want to tear off? The assistant was all a bit hesitant. Seeing the Su family's business improve over the past few days, even he had begun to believe Su Ningxue's words. You can't tear it. Su Ningxue also rushed over and anxiously stopped it. Do you know how much little Tian will suffer when these charms are stuck on his tombstone? His favorite sister actually used these charms against him. He must be heartbroken. Su Shilan pointed at those talismans and said with heartache, without these charms, he will come out and do evil. Little Tian wouldn't do evil. Su Shilan interrupted without hesitation. Xiao Tian is the best child in this world. I won't allow you to slander him like this. Seeing that the assistant was hesitant to make a move, Su Shilan could only take matters into her own hands and tear all those charms in one breath. Get me the best security you can find and don't let anyone hurt Tiny again. She turned her head to order her assistant. The assistant had no choice but to do the same. Big sister. Su Ningxue was anxious, but Su Shilan's attitude towards her had completely chilled. Enough. From today onwards, if there is nothing particularly important, you should not speak to me anymore. With security watching, Su Ningxue knew that even if she called Wu Wei to come and put those talismans on Su Tian's tombstone again, they would be quickly torn off. She returned home helplessly, pondering how she was going to convince Su Shilan. However, before she could think of a way out, Su Shilan shrieked and pushed open the door to her room, jumping into her arms at once. Help! Help! Su Ningxue was startled by her and followed her frightened gaze, but she saw nothing. Big sister, are you seeing those evil spirits again? She reacted and hugged Su Shilan, asking in a low voice. Su Shilan nodded in horror. They. She didn't say all of a sentence before she screamed and buried her head in Su Ningxue's arms. But soon, a red mark from a cat's claw still appeared on her arm. Help! Help! Help me! Su Shilan shouted out regardless. But Su Ningxue had no choice but to watch her being tortured like this for the rest of the night. Unless Xiao Tian's resentment is suppressed again, there's nothing I can do. Su Ningxue's eyes moved slightly as she persuaded Su Shilan. Su Shilan was covered with tiny wounds, and said, but this is not good for Xiao Tian. If Xiao Tian is still alive, he definitely wants you to be safe and sound no matter what. After that talisman was affixed to Xiao Tian's tombstone, didn't you never run into an evil spirit again? Su Ningxue followed the good advice. We can post it again. If those evil spirits didn't disappear, doesn't it also mean that those evil spirits have nothing to do with Xiao Tian? Su Shilan thought about it again and again, and finally, with the idea of giving it a try, she asked her assistant to put those charms back on. Chapter 126, Recognizing Su Tian. That night, Su Shilan really didn't meet any more evil spirits. She was a bit incredulous. How could little Sky have a grudge against me? He's such a good kid. Seeing this, Su Ningxue took out Xiao Tian's cell phone and flipped out those videos of him abusing small animals. Big sister, I told you before that Su Tian always likes to abuse small animals, and you didn't believe me. But these videos were recorded by Xiao Tian himself, so you can see for yourself. Su Shilan took the video somewhat confused. Looking at Xiao Tian's brutalized appearance in the video, she was completely frozen. These videos, her hands trembled more than 10,000 hair terrified to look at Su Ningxue. Is true? She spoke very softly, obviously still in disbelief. I was afraid that you wouldn't believe me, so I specially got Zhang Ma to come over. Su Ningxue sighed and asked the housekeeper to open the door. Zhang Ma walked in dressed plainly with tears in her eyes. Eldest miss. What fourth miss said is true. Young Master Xiao Tian not only abuses small animals, but also randomly bullies the underlings in the house. There was a maid in the house at that time, and young Master Xiao Tian, at a young age, actually cut her face with a knife, leaving her with a scar on her face that she could not get rid of for the rest of her life. Zhang Ma was very choked up when she recalled the past, but fortunately at that time another servant in the house found out in time. That maid saved her life. And not long after that young Master Xiao Tian held a grudge and secretly threw a vase at his head from upstairs while that servant was working, causing him to be directly beaten into hemiplegia. And, as Zhang Ma spoke piece by piece, Su Shilan kept recalling that it seemed like there used to be maids in the house who often had all kinds of accidents. However, because the Su family was too big and had too many servants, her parents were too busy with the Su family's business every day to care about those little things. Why didn't you guys tell me about this kind of thing earlier? She was a little puzzled. Said At that time, that maid cried and found Mr. and Mrs. and complained about young Master Xiao Tian's behavior. But Mr. and Mrs. was convinced that young Master Xiao Tian couldn't possibly do such a thing, and felt that the maid was trying to discredit young Master Xiao Tian, so she directly paid a heavy sum of money to drive that maid and her family out of the international center. Zhang Ma sighed. There are people back there who want to tell the truth. But you guys are incredibly fond of young Master Xiao Tian. I'm afraid that even if I say it, no one will believe it. Su Shilan was silent. She had to admit that what Zhang Ma said was not wrong. If someone dared to say a single thing wrong about Xiao Tian in front of her back then, she would definitely make that person pay a terrible price. Not to mention back then, even now, when her fourth sister told her that Xiao Tian was evil, she didn't want to believe it. If it wasn't for the fact that she had seen these videos, plus the fact that Zhang Ma was a nanny who had taken care of several of their Su family children since they were young, and was like half a mother to her, she wouldn't have believed what Zhang Ma said. In the past, when Xiao Tian did evil things, he often had to ask young Master Xiao Ming to take the blame. In fact, young Master Xiao Ming is the good boy. If not for fourth miss personally coming to me, I wouldn't be willing to bring up these old things again. Zhang Ma sighed and said with a face full of helplessness. Su Shilan was already double-eyed and muttered feebly, "But, Xiao Tian, how could he be so cruel?" It was still hard for her to take in for a moment, and her brain was so dizzy that she fell straight backward. Luckily, Su Ningxue was quick on her feet and caught her in time. This dizziness led her straight to a high fever, and she lay in her hospital bed unable to even open her eyes, having constant nightmares. In her dream, Su Shilan saw the Su Tian of her childhood again, who happened to be sitting on the grass, tenderly petting a little white rabbit. The sunlight spread over his angelic face, and Su Shilan's heart melted as she watched. However, in the next second, he suddenly grabbed the white rabbit's neck and directly ripped off its hind legs. The little white rabbit instantly let out a sharp, miserable cry, and Su Shilan was startled. And in the next second, she saw her juvenile self hurrying over. The youngster asked Su Tian with concern, "Little Tian, what's wrong with you?" Su Tian, who just now had a grim expression, instantly switched to a harmless smile, lifting his head and blinking his big round eyes. He said, "I'm fine, sister. It's just that this little rabbit seems to be injured. As soon as I touched it, it screamed so hard." "Yeah, let me take a look." The youngster squatted down and carefully examined the little white rabbit before she said heartily, "This little rabbit's hind legs are injured, and it seems to be man-made. I don't know who has such a bad heart." Su Tian scolded with righteous indignation from the side. "This big bad guy, how could he even hurt such a cute little bunny? I must teach him a good lesson." The youngster pinched his puffy, smiling face and said gently, "Alright, let's go ahead and treat this little guy." Looking at the youngster holding the little white rabbit and returning home with Su Tian, Su Ningxue only felt a chill in her heart. No wonder she had never found out anything about Su Tian in all these years. So it turned out that he had hidden himself so well. At this time Su Tian was only a small child of 5 or 6 years old, actually able to lie without changing his face. The speed of that expression switching, I'm afraid that even natural actors can't compare. She saw the youngster accompanying Su Tian to treat the little white rabbit, and the entire time he showed great concern for the little white rabbit. Even the movements of holding the little white rabbit were careful. When the bunny's hind legs were fully healed, the youngster took Su Tian with her to release the bunny, but not long after the young one left, Su Tian brought the little white rabbit back with a trapping cage, and this time, the little white rabbit was subjected to an even more horrific torture. Su Tian gouged out all the 2 eyes of this white rabbit. He tied the rabbit up and cut off the ears of the rabbit with a knife. The rabbit let out a heartbreaking scream, but he burst out laughing with excitement. Su Shilan looked at his brutal behavior and couldn't help but be scared in her heart. Just as he was about to cut off the neck of that little white rabbit, he suddenly turned his head and stared straight at Su Shilan. Su Shilan instantly woke up and sat up in a flash. She remembered that when Su Tian was small, he did often pick up injured small animals, and his family thought that it was because he was kind-hearted and would bring home injured small animals when he met them. Now that I think about it, all those critters should have been abused to death by him. "Big sister, are you having a nightmare?" Su Ningxue brought her a cup of water and said in a broken voice, "I've asked Master Wu Wei. He said that she'll have a high fever because those talismans that suppress Su Tian's residual thoughts are broken and their effectiveness is diminished. It's imperative that you ask Master Wu Wei to do another spell. After this spell is done, will Xiao Tian be suppressed all the way?" Su Shilan asked with some hesitation. Chapter 127 If Su Ming stayed in the Su family. "Big sister, you don't still have a heartache for little Tian, do you?" Su Ningxue's eyes widened as she looked at her incredulously. Su Shilan was a little embarrassed by her question, but eventually shook her head and said feebly, "In that case, let's ask Master Wu Wei to perform another spell." Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue immediately stood up happily. "Good, then I'll go find the master now." Looking at the back of her gleefully leaving, Su Shirlan leaned on the hospital bed, looking out the window at the streaming clouds gradually becoming dimmer as the night fell, and her thoughts gradually became misty. Tiny, his disguise is a little too perfect. On the other side, Suning Xue had already asked Wu Wei to redo the spell. Su Shirlan never had another nightmare about Xiao Tian, and Su Rong's health gradually got better. Although all those industries Su Shirlan had previously acquired from the Bai family had gone awry, the Su family was a large and deep family, and with her working day and night to deal with it, the Su family's share price had begun to slowly recover. That night, she followed the schedule given by her assistant and attended a charity gala at the International Center. The gala is held annually by the largest auction house in the International Center, and all money from the auction at the gala goes to charity. The entire International Center's powerful families and nobles would send people to attend this party, and every year, Su Shirlan, as the representative of the Su family, would auction off a collection at a high price. She entered the party venue in gorgeous clothes. Usually when she attended this kind of party, as long as she entered the venue, she would definitely be surrounded by the rich and powerful sons of various families, and there would be no shortage of attentive greetings. But tonight it was very strange. Obviously she had been in the room for half a day, but not many people came forward to climb over and talk to her. The few people who came over sporadically are also Su family's current partners, and these people are not as enthusiastic as usual. They all left in a hurry after exchanging a few words with her. She had long been accustomed to being the star of the show at such parties, and suddenly no one was paying attention to her, and she was still feeling very uncomfortable. Are there any big names from other families coming to this party today? She suspiciously turned her head to inquire about her assistant. I'm afraid that only a personal visit from the family heads of the 4 great families could make all these people ignore her, right? But she hadn't heard that a family head of the 4 great families would be appearing tonight before she came, right? The assistant wanted to say. No. Su Shirlan was even more perplexed, and just when she couldn't figure out how these people present who were most inclined to tend to the situation suddenly changed their temperament, she heard a commotion coming from the entrance of the party. It's Miss White coming. Miss White is so beautiful today, like a jewel. The crowd talked excitedly, and Su Shirlan followed their gazes, only to see Bai Fuya in a red dress, calmly walking into the banquet hall. Bai Fuya? Are these people crazy, actually going after her? Su Shirlan was in a state of utter disbelief. In her perception, the Bai family should be on the verge of bankruptcy at this moment under her pressure. Unless the group was trying to take advantage of the Bai family's impending bankruptcy to marry Bai Fuya home, she couldn't think of any other reason why she would be so popular. However, just after this idea appeared, she saw that her family's cooperative partners also walked to Bai Fuya's side, and Bai Fuya set up a close relationship, and the appearance was very flattering, as if they were begging for Bai Fuya's favor. However, before she had time to figure out what was going on, she saw Chen Wanqiu also carrying Su Ming into the banquet hall. She and Bai Fuya stood together talking and laughing, and the number of people surrounding the two of them grew instead. Su Shirlan was obviously far away, but she could still hear the whispers of the people around her. That one is Chen Wanqiu, right? It's said that she's very good at betting on stones. A master among masters. More than an expert. People just arrived at the International Center half a month ago. Relying on the gambling stone is now said to be worth almost 100 million. I've heard that the eyes of this kind of stone gambling bigwigs are born with aura, and are not at all like ordinary people like us. That's for sure. Look at which of the Bai family's industries isn't doing well after Miss Bai befriended Chen Wanqiu. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, Su Shirlan became more and more puzzled and could only turn her head to her assistant to inquire. What do they mean when they say that the Bai family's business is doing well? The assistant could only quietly tell Su Shirlan about the various strange dissenting encounters the Bai family had had recently. Missy, you've been too busy lately. You shouldn't have noticed yet that the Bai family's stock price has now far surpassed the Su family. Su Shirlan was shocked and couldn't believe it as she picked up her cell phone and searched for all kinds of news about the Bai family. The resurrection of every industry of the Bai family was an opportunity that was almost impossible to encounter in the business world. A successful businessman may only be able to seize such an opportunity once in a lifetime. How did the White family suddenly hit the jackpot like that? She raised her head, and her gaze involuntarily landed on Su Ming and Chen Wanqiu's arms. Could it be that the White family has been tainted with Su Ming's good fortune because they have protected him? It seems that Su Ming and Xiao Ming really aren't the same person, and Xiao Ming is a living, breathing mourner. Su Shirlan was unspeakably regretful. If she hadn't been so arbitrary in selling Su Ming and Su Lingming to the clubhouse, and had driven away Chen Wanqiu, it would be the Su family that would be developed now. Looking at Bai Fuya being surrounded by the crowd, with a face of spring in her step, she felt no pain in her heart. It was unknown if she had sensed her gaze. Bai Fuya suddenly turned her head to look over. The gazes of the two collided steeply in mid-air. Su Shirlan's face instantly froze. But on the contrary, Bai Fuya intentionally revealed a bright smile to her. Mockery! It was a naked mockery of her. Su Shilan was annoyed in her heart. She had never been so humiliated by someone after so many years in the mall. At this moment, she had forgotten that half a month ago, when she had acquired that piece of land of the Bai family, she had revealed a smile that was much more arrogant than the one revealed by Bai Fuya at this moment. Comparing to the ability to do business, how could Bai Fuya, a fledgling little girl, be her opponent? Having only dabbled in a few bits of Su Ming's luck, he dared to be so arrogant. If Su Ming is in the Su family, her thoughts suddenly lurched at the thought. Right, Su Ming, shouldn't he have been in the Su family in the first place? She was delighted in her heart and walked slowly to Chen Wanqiu's face, saying sincerely, Auntie Chen, long time no see. Chen Wanqiu was chatting with the people around her. When she saw her appear, she immediately hugged Su Ming in her arms tightly and looked at her warily. What do you want again? You've misunderstood. I've specially come to ask you to bring Su Ming back to the Su family with you. Our family misses you all. Su Shilan held back her dissatisfaction and tried to squeeze out a smile full of sincerity. Chapter 128, Charity Gala. Chen Wanqiu immediately sneered. Humph, you're coming to the soft side when the hard one doesn't work? Don't bother. No, I'm sincere. It was me who had some misunderstandings about Xiao Ming before. Su Shilan hurriedly waved her hand. No matter what, Xiao Ming, he is our Su family. Our family breaks bones and connects tendons. It's only right for him to live in the Su family. Su Shilan, I didn't expect you to be quite thick-skinned. Don't think that we can't see what you're playing at by wanting Su Ming to go back. Bai Fuya skimmed her mouth and mocked disdainfully. Chen Wanqiu also spoke solemnly from the side. I'm warning you, don't even think about touching a single hair on my son's head again. Otherwise, even if I spell out my life, I will definitely not let you go. As Su Ming listened to these words, his heart was also moved. Thinking that he had done so many missions, every time was a hot face sticking to other people's cold ass. When the licking dog when the person is numb, but never had a day to feel such a strong mother's love. Seeing that Chen Wanqiu's attitude was so resolute, Su Shilan could only give up for the time being. The other people present noticed the dispute between Su Shilan and Bai Fuya, and they all dared not bother with Su Shilan, who was bored and stayed in the corner with her assistant to pass the time. It was hard to make it to the last part of the dinner before she regained her composure. Since it is a charity gala, the last part is naturally to raise money for charity. The organizer will show the collections to be auctioned one by one, and all the people present will make voluntary offers. All auction proceeds from the collection go to charity, because of the charitable nature. So the organizers come up with the quality of the collection are not good, but also not bad. Voluntary bidding buyers are almost equivalent to donations. The auction of the collection is just a formality. The biggest donor to this party in the past few years has been Su Shilan, a symbol of the Su family's strength. The first collection was an antique vase, and after the collection was displayed, but no one made the first bid. This was a charity gala, and the first person to volunteer to bid naturally had to be someone with status. So how would an ordinary person dare to steal the limelight? Su Shilan was weighing how much it would be appropriate to bid when she heard Bai Fuya's crisp voice. I'll bid 2 million. Miss Bai has bid $2 million. Thank you, Miss Bai, for your dedication to charity, the organizer immediately said with delight. The price of $2 million is 3 times the market price of this antique vase. And with her, a person from one of the 4 great families, playing the first prize, it is expected that the people behind will not be less out. The arena was also full of compliments for Bai Fuya. Miss White is really generous. This is charity money. $2 million in one go. What a beautiful person. No wonder the Bai family has been so prosperous lately. It seems like the Bai family is constantly making good karma. This is only the first one. I guess Miss White will have to bid later. She's going to make a big show today. In previous years, it was Miss Su who gave the most charity, but this year, Miss Bai took the limelight. It seems that in the future, this Su family is really going to be unable to compare to the Bai family. Do you still need later? Right now the Su family can't compare to the Bai family either. Or else you can see why Su Shilan she didn't dare to bid just now, even though Su Shilan didn't really want to hear it. The murmurs kept drifting into her ears, and her face grew darker and darker. She won't be able to compete with Fuchsia? Are you kidding me? On stage, the organizers presented a second collection, an antique painting. The market price of this type of ancient paintings and calligraphy holds up to $1 million or so. Su Shilan was getting angry and didn't hesitate to open the bidding. I'll offer $10 million. The price, however, is more than 10 times higher than the market price. The crowd was stunned by Su Shilan's large sum of money. In previous years, although Su Shilan was also generous, but it was not so much more money. The people who had just been using the Bai family to pull the stomp on the Su family had changed their words, and one by one, they praised Su Shilan for being generous and kind. The Su family still has deep roots. $10 million spent without blinking an eye. It seems that the most scenic of this charity gala this year has to be Miss Su. Right at this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in very ordinary clothes suddenly walked onto the stage and took out a piece of jade that looked very ordinary on the outside. Seeing that you all are so generous for the charity, I also want to do my bit. Now I'm donating this piece of jade. As long as you all are willing to auction it, no matter how much the amount is, I'll donate all of it as charity. In previous years, there were many private collectors who took their own treasures out on a whim to raise money for charity, and the crowd didn't find it strange. It's just that the jade that this man took out was really a little bit unimpressive, and the color was extremely poor at first glance. Shooting other collections, although they are also donating money, but at least they can still get a decent collection. This jade is so trashy, they are not willing to spend money to buy rags. Su Shilan had the same idea. She wouldn't want such trash for nothing, and I don't know what fool would be willing to pay for it. Seeing that no one had made an offer, the man who had taken out the jade was also a bit embarrassed and hesitated to step down himself. Chen Wanqiu certainly didn't intend to buy it, and she was hugging Su Ming to watch the fun, when suddenly there was a muttering from Su Ming in her head. Why isn't anyone willing to buy such a great treasure? Are these people blind? She instantly had a jolt, focusing on the jade in the man's hand, but she couldn't see how that jade looked like a treasure. The next second, she heard Su Ming mutter again. This man is also really generous. Such a valuable good jade, but also willing to take out and donate it. But unfortunately, no one can read the goods. Chen Wanqiu's eyes widened. It's worth a fortune? How can such a little piece of shit be worth a fortune? On the stage, the man was too embarrassed and could only find himself a pedestal, saying dryly, since all of you can't see eye to eye, then I won't bother you all with your pleasure. I hope that you can all get good treasures in the auction today. After saying that, he hastily got off the stage, wanting to leave the banquet hall in a hurry. A couple of people who were watching the show even aimed at him, calling him a presentable bag. Seeing that the man was about to leave, Chen Wanqiu immediately stopped hesitating and chased after him in 3 or 2 steps, saying loudly, "Wait a minute, sir, I'm willing to buy your jade." With this shout from her, the eyes of the entire room instantly looked over. The man was also pleasantly surprised. "You're really willing to make an offer? Well, I think this jade of yours is very good. Are you sure that no matter how much money I offer, you will use it for charity?" Chen Wanqiu nodded and asked sincerely. "Of course," the man answered without hesitation. "Alright then, I'm willing to bid $15 million, Chen Wanqiu said in a flat tone. Chapter 129, completely separating from the Su family. The organizers are also delighted that the more money raised at a charity gala, the better the reputation of the organizers will naturally be. They had been organizing this charity gala for several years, and no one had ever offered a price as high as $15 million, and Chen Wanqiu's bid this time really broke the record. "Ms. Chen, thank you for your great support for the charity." The organizer, who had personally come down from the stage, expressed her sincere gratitude to Chen Wanqiu. Bai Fuya was also very puzzled as to why Chen Wanqiu would buy a piece of scrap at such a large price, but still watched her donate the money. Although the collectibles introduced by the organizers after that also had bids from other families, none of them were always comparable to Chen Wanqiu's bid. The subject of the crowd's discussion was also all still Chen Wanqiu. This Chen Wanqiu is probably a poor person who was rich at first sight and has money she doesn't know how to spend. She's overshadowed Miss Su in this one fell swoop, and she's still not being hated by the Su family? I see that just now Miss Su was polite to her, but it was she who had a somewhat loving attitude towards Miss Su. People are now on the big boat of the Bai family, so naturally, they don't fear the Su family. $15 million for a piece of shit. What a waste. I'm not doing it for charity, haha. Doing charity? Oh, only a fool would do charity like that. I think she's an ingrate. Some of the people who were friends with the Bai family began to feel sorry for Chen Wanqiu. If Ms. Chen wanted to be charitable, there are quite a few collections up for auction tonight, so why bother with such a broken jade? Who knows, someone could offer $100,000 for that jade and I'd think it was a waste of money. $100,000? I wouldn't even buy this in a $2 store. It's rumored that it's because Miss Su has some sort of beef with her, and she's deliberately suppressing Miss Su by bidding like this. Hearing this, Su Shilan's mood was also a bit complicated. She also didn't expect Chen Wanqiu to actually hate her so much, preferring to spend $15 million on a piece of trash to press her. But even if she overpowers this, isn't she the one who loses out? In the face of the crowd issued regret, Chen Wanqiu but showed very calm, has always insisted that they just want to make a contribution to charity. Only she herself could be sure that the jade must be worth a lot of money, and what Ming said was never wrong. Bai Fuya looked at Chen Wanqiu's calm demeanor and guessed a few clues, but the banquet hall was crowded, so she couldn't immediately grab Chen Wanqiu and ask for clarification. It was hard to wait until the banquet was over. and Bai Fuya hurriedly followed Chen Wanqiu outside. The two were just about to get into the car when they ran into Su Shilan, who was also leaving. Several people's gazes met. Su Shilan's expression was complicated, and after hesitating for a moment, she still took 3 or 2 steps to Chen Wanqiu's face, and said in a low voice, "We're always a family, and wasting so much money in order to be angry with me isn't really worth it. Whether it's worth it or not is up to me. If I think it's worth it, it's naturally worth it. I don't need Miss Su to worry about it for me." Chen Wanqiu coldly returned a sentence, then pulled Bai Fuya into the car. As soon as she got into the car, Bai Fuya immediately asked impatiently, "Wanqiu, you spent such a high price on this piece of jade. You wouldn't have done it just to be angry with her, right? How come? It's not like I have too much money to burn." Chen Wanqiu smiled as she took out the piece of jade and looked at it. "This piece of jade is worth much more than $15 million. Is that so?" Bai Fuya cocked her head, half-heartedly observing the jade. Chen Wanqiu had long ago let the nanny carry Su Ming to another car, and at this moment there was no need to hide it from Bai Fuya, and she generously said, "Just now I heard Ming say that this piece of jade has been treated with a shitty jade shell on the outside, and the jade inside is actually worth a lot of money." "Worth a fortune?" Bai Fuya was a bit disbelieving. She had never heard of such a small piece of jade that could be worth a lot of money. "Won't we know when we go back later and crack open the outer layer of this jade?" Chen Wanqiu cheerfully said. After the two of them returned home, Chen Wanqiu followed Su Ming's heartfelt hints and had the surface of the jade knocked little by little, and after knocking for roughly an hour, it was only after the outer shell of the jade was completely dislodged, and inside was actually an incomparably exquisite jade Buddha pendant. Bai Fuya all looked dumbfounded. It's 80% that whichever collector was afraid of being envied, specially made a disguise for their precious collection, only for something to go wrong and for it to trickle out onto the market. Bai Jinglin had learned of the news and also rushed over to see what was going on, and he pondered for a while before suggesting a rather large possibility. Chen Wanqiu couldn't help but feel a bit sorry. It seems that the man who sold the jade actually doesn't know the secret hidden in this jade. I've spent a bit of a loss on this $15 million. Bai Jinglin also became more and more curious. This camouflage is very skillful. I think the owner of this jade Buddha pendant must have loved it immensely. "Miss Chen, can you show me this jade Buddha?" After receiving the jade and observing it for a while, he then happily said, "This jade Buddha statue should come from a jade carving master. Last year I spent $100 million in an auction house before I auctioned off one of his works. The International Center's 100 million is indeed more than enough to get outside and buy a city." Su Ming really wasn't wrong. "Is that so? So Su Ming even saw this?" Bai Fuya was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect Su Ming to actually have such a profound understanding of jade. Bai Jinglin, however, thought more. He had originally thought that Su Ming was just a little baby with an extraordinary destiny. Now it seemed that Su Ming wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Such a jade forgery technique was impossible to see if one wasn't a veteran jade collector. After the recent events, Bai Jinglin was more and more certain that Su Ming was definitely not an ordinary little baby. The abilities he possessed had even exceeded the realm of what an ordinary person could have. It was as if he was the son of a god who descended from the heavens, and to be able to befriend such a person would surely benefit the Bai family immensely. On the contrary, once offended Su Ming will definitely incur unbearable consequences. Su Shilan is not the best example. That condescending woman was probably still holding on for dear life now. He just didn't know how long she could hold on. He must take advantage of the fact that Su Shilan hadn't yet woken up to first bring Su Ming into the fold. "Su Shilan thought that you were deliberately angry with her. If she knew that the jade you bought was worth so much, would her nose not be askew?" Bai Fuya's tone was indescribably happy. At the mention of Su Shilan, Chen Wanqiu's eyes sank a few points. "Ms. Chen, if you are willing, I hope that you can bring young Master Su Ming to completely break away from the Su family and establish a new family." Bai Jinglin took the initiative to propose. "Our Bai family is willing to fully support you." Chapter 130, The Strongest Foreign Aid. "This is a good idea." Bai Fuya's eyes instantly lit up. "Today, Su Shilan ran over and hypocritically said something about how you guys are a family in the end, and how breaking bones still connects the tendons, and hearing that made me want to vomit. As long as you guys are completely detached from the Su family, Su Shilan definitely won't be able to do anything to you." Chen Wanqiu was also a bit moved. "But my husband is still tied to the Su family headquarters after all, and there are still many industries in our family that rely on the Su family headquarters in their development. Affiliated families and the Ministry of Frankly Speaking is also a community of interests, and cannot be broken immediately, although the ministry will provide support to the affiliated families. But if the affiliated families have second thoughts, want to arbitrarily break away from the ministry is also certainly not possible. In other words, you have to shed your skin without dying." Bai Jinglin laughed cheerfully. "You don't have to worry about this. Since you guys can't cut off your business dealings for a while, You can actually start another stove. I'll give you a few industries under my own name first, as long as you run them well. It won't be worse than the ones that your family has in the imperial capital right now at all. With these words, Chen Wanqiu instantly turned red and waved her hand in embarrassment. How can this be a good thing? Xiao Ming and I are already very lucky to be able to receive the Bai family's shelter. How can we ask for anything else? What's wrong with that? If our Bai family hadn't been blessed with Su Ming's fortune, we wouldn't have been able to pull through a long time ago. Bai Jinglin laughed out loud and said recklessly, Yes. You guys detached from the Su family to be our family's affiliated family. Then we'll be family with you from now on. What else would a family say about two families? Bai Fuya also pulled Chen Wanqiu's hand and said happily. Now Chen Wanqiu and Su Ming were a super mascot in her eyes. That is, if Bai Jinglin gave Chen Wanqiu any more family property, she also felt that it was justified. After all, the more they gave Chen Wanqiu, the more blessings they could get for the Bai family, which was a good thing that no one else could even beg for. Is this really good? Chen Wanqiu still felt a little embarrassed. After a few excuses, she accepted Bai Jinglin's kindness. After all, she also wanted to completely get rid of the Su family, and as long as Su Shilan didn't die to Xiao Ming for one day, Xiao Ming was in danger at all times. The next day, Bai Jinglin completed the industrial transfer procedures and gave Chen Wanqiu a number of properties under his name. Chen Wanqiu had always lived the life of a rich wife when she was in the imperial capital. Su Bingjin is responsible for making money to support the family. She is responsible for the appearance of flowers. In addition to singing and acting, business things she although from Su Bingjin's mouth to understand a lot, but has never been on the hands of the personal management. Now that Bai Jinglin had brainlessly handed over all these industries to her, she simply couldn't cope. The company she stayed at had been reading documents for a day, but she didn't even have a clear understanding of the basic mode of operation of some companies, and she was dizzy after a busy day. Bai Jinglin learns that Chen Wanqiu does not know how to do business, and specially asks Bai Fuya to assist her from the side. But even though Bai Fuya patiently explained a lot of company knowledge to Chen Wanqiu still looked clueless. Sister Wanqiu, did you understand what I said? Bai Fuya looked at Chen Wanqiu's clear and with stupid eyes and couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Probably. Understand. A little. Right? Chen Wanqiu clenched her palms, scrunched her neck, and replied cautiously. That's so obvious to anyone listening that she doesn't actually get it at all. Bai Fuya raised her head somewhat helplessly and exchanged a glance with her assistant. In fact, she had expected this situation. She had spent several years training at the top economic institutions, and she still had a few moments of discomfort when she only handled the family's industry. Not to mention that Chen Wanqiu had never learned a single bit of specialized knowledge. Although she didn't have a problem with her dad wanting to transfer the industries to Chen Wanqiu, she had thought that Bai Jinglin would let professionals represent him. But her dad had insisted on letting Chen Wanqiu take over the industries himself. She called Bai Jinglin full of worries and reported Chen Wanqiu's side of the situation. Dad, Sister Wanqiu, her current ability is not enough to be in charge of such a large group at the same time. Why don't we just let her manage a small company first, and transfer the rest of the professional management talent from our family? Ha ha ha, don't worry, I trust Wanqiu. She'll cope. Bai Jinglin laughed out loud on the other end of the phone full of concern. Dad, Sister Wanqiu, she really can't. You have to give her time to grow. Bai Fuya was instantly anxious. Don't worry, I've already hired a suitable foreign aide for her and will be here later. Bai Jinglin left such a sentence and hung up the phone. Bai Fuya was still confused when she saw the family nanny carrying Su Ming into the office. Miss Chen, young Master Su has been crying. He probably wants to drink milk. Crying a six uncle ah, this moncler, baby has been quiet. When to cry ah. Nanny in the arms of Su Ming has been speechless. Cannot figure out how to sleep well at home, how to suddenly be carried to the company. As soon as Chen Wanqiu heard that her son wanted to drink milk, she immediately carried Su Ming over. The others saw this and walked out, and thoughtfully closed all the blinds. Forget it, it's not bad to be able to drink milk. Su Ming was held in Chen Wanqiu's arms, and also Maina casually. With a flick of his eyes, he couldn't help but look at the papers on his desk. The qualifications of all these partners are average, but if they can work with those industries my mom has in her hands now, they can have a good chemistry. Chen Wanqiu was breastfeeding Su Ming while fretting about picking a partner. When she coldly heard Su Ming's recitation, she immediately came to her senses. For example, this pharmaceutical company, although running half dead, but if you do not cooperate with hospitals, instead of cooperation with nursing homes, the production of healthcare products, the same drugs in a different packaging with a few ingredients can be 10 times the price. Not more than the pharmaceuticals have a lot of money. This piece of real estate on all the old houses, not good enough to sell. Simply in rental agencies, slightly renovated. That is a first-hand rental. The next half of the month there will be this piece of news to pass the subway put out. when this piece of rent can be skyrocketed. That product spokesman, why choose Jose? This cannot control the lower half of the beast. Cannot be long before the hat uncle to send a silver bracelet. That third line singer over there is the future of the king of heaven. The more Chen Wanqiu heard, the more excited she became, and she simply hugged Su Ming and handled all the documents. In no time at all, when she opened the office door again, she had already selected from dozens of contracts the ones that would develop the best cooperation in the future. Bai Fuya looked at her confidently and examined her with some suspicion. Chapter 131, Follow the Money. Bai Fuya read a few documents, and a few of the partners were indeed quality partners that she was also optimistic about. This was a great surprise to her. She had expected Chen Wanqiu to be able to select a suitable partner and it would already be very good. I don't know if she really has a talent for business, or if she's just a blind cat who stumbled upon a dead mouse. However, other than these contracts, she felt that Chen Wanqiu had been a bit wrong in all her other decisions. Sister Wanqiu, why did you choose such a small star as the spokesperson for this cosmetic? Our budget is enough. We should have hired the big star Jose. Bai Fuya was afraid that Chen Wanqiu wouldn't understand and patiently explained to her. Jose is a fashion celebrity. If you invite him, it's more in line with the high-end route of the new product. This third-line small singer, just a few songs in the past few years. The song is popular, and the fashion circle is not even in line with the Really, I think he's quite stylish. Chen Wanqiu smiled faintly and looked at Bai Fuya with an innocent face. Sister Wanqiu, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Bai Fuya was speechless for a while. Looking for a product spokesman to see the market demand should be based on a variety of data to make a rational judgment. Chen Wanqiu so decided on the basis of feeling, inevitably some arbitrary. There's no need to think about it. I've just had someone go and notify these collaborators. Chen Wanqiu was calm, and even patted Bai Fuya's shoulder, comforting her in turn. Don't worry, you just have to trust me. Bai Fuya couldn't help but cry and laugh. She was just about to continue persuading Chen Wanqiu when her assistant rushed over with a flustered face. Miss Bai. When the shareholders of the Bai family heard that Mr. gave Miss Chen so many properties, they are all very opinionated and are demanding a shareholders meeting. Bai Fuya snorted coldly, and her eyes were instantly cold. This group of old guys, I knew they wouldn't stop. Before, when our family was suppressed by the Su family, each one of them became a shrinking violet. Now that it's peaceful, each one of them wants to emerge to show their power. It's fine. Since they want to see me, let's meet. Chen Wanqiu didn't seem to be worried, and her demeanor looked very relaxed. She wasn't worried, but Bai Fuya was quite worried. Bai Fuya knows the power of those old shareholders, who often have opinions on the company's decisions based on their seniority, and only her father can keep them down. At the shareholders meeting, Chen Wanqiu faced the questioning of the major shareholders and concisely stated some of her future decisions. Who knew that this had made the shareholders dissatisfied? Because Chen Wanqiu made investment decisions that were really too arbitrary, and several companies under her are half dead. At any time there may be a cash flow break. This time every investment should be cautious. However, no matter how angry they were, Chen Wanqiu was unhurried and very Buddhist. Even Bai Fuya was stunned, wondering for a moment if Chen Wanqiu was really bad at managing the company and had completely swung for the fences. One of the old shareholders, seeing Chen Wanqiu's lack of oil and salt, was so directly angry that he ran to find Bai Jinglin and theorize. Jinglin, at least these companies are your years of hard work. Can you just watch that little girl Chen Wanqiu casually toss and turn? At least you have to manage it. Yeah, what has she invested in? Bai Jinglin asked with interest. The old shareholders immediately told Chen Wanqiu in front of him to make some investments that looked like they were going to lose money. Bai Fuya listened on the sidelines. A layer of sweat seeped out of her hand, afraid that Bai Jinglin would be dissatisfied with Chen Wanqiu for this reason. I didn't expect Bai Jinglin to show a look of relief instead after listening to the old shareholders' accusations, and sighed in admiration. Is that so? Wanqiu is really interesting. Such a forward-looking investment vision. Even I don't possess it. Jinglin, she's clearly investing recklessly. You can't just ignore it. The old shareholders were instantly anxious. Bai Jinglin, however, directly stood up and pulled with him to send him out the door. Old Hua, you can rest assured that I turn back. I am not to do it. But this is back again. Back a million steps to say. How we say this. He said a bunch of crap, and that old stockholder just got out of there in a blur. Bai Fuya watched in awe, and Bai Jinglin closed the door before he took a long breath and cursed. This old thing, Hu Guangwei, loves to be nosy. Dad, Wanqiu, she's only just taken over the company, and it's inevitable that there are some problems with the investments she's made. Bai Fuya hurriedly spoke up for Chen Wanqiu, but only halfway through her sentence, she was interrupted by Bai Jinglin. Problems? What's the problem? What are you still standing here for? Don't go yet. Bai Fuya was confused. Where to? Bai Jinglin looked at her with a look of hatred. Where else can I go? Of course I'm going to follow Chan Wanxiu to invest. Look at what she's investing in. You're still not following her. What? Bai Fuya's brain CPU was dry-fired by that. Let me ask you, when Chen Wanxiu was making those decisions, was she all together with Su Ming? Bai Jinglin chestily said. Bai Fuya still didn't react, nodding her head somewhat numbly, and for a moment she didn't think to understand what this matter could have to do with Su Ming. That won't do. That's the strongest foreign aid I've ever sent to Chen Wanxiu. You should quickly follow Chen Wanxiu and invest in it. Bai Jinglin nodded in satisfaction and urged once again. Meanwhile, Hu Guangwei, the old shareholder who had been sent out of the White family's gate, was already on his way to find the other shareholders to discuss their countermeasures. In his eyes, Bai Jinglin was inexplicably so supportive of Chen Wanxiu. There must be something wrong with both of them, and the Bai family shouldn't be managed by someone so useless. However, Chen Wanxiu didn't know that she was about to be targeted, but she asked Bai Fuya to send the Jade Buddha pendant to the appraisal agency together. Although Bai Jinglin is very sure that the Jade Buddha is from the hands of jade carving masters, but also to be sent to a professional appraisal organization after the test to determine its specific value. The two of them talked and laughed their way to the appraisal facility. Learning that the appraisal results would take a long time to come out, Chen Wanxiu directly pulled Bai Fuya to go shopping in a nearby commercial street, leaving her assistant to wait for the results at the appraisal agency. Who knew that after they left, the assistant ran into an acquaintance, Su Shilan. She happened to also bring the jade pendant she had paid a high price for that day at the party to appraise its value. Who knew that the person from the appraisal organization took over her jade pendant and looked around, then regretfully shook his head and stated, Miss Su, this jade pendant of yours is not from ancient times. It is a modern artifact, and it can be sold for $3,000 to $5,000 at most. What? Do you guys want to test it properly? Su Shilan was very surprised, but obviously someone said to me that this jade ornament is worth more than $1 million. Are you guys mistaken? Miss Su, we are not going to look at it wrong. This ornament really glance fake. The staff member's voice inexplicably went down as he met Su Shilan's fierce eyes. May I ask who told you that this ornament is worth over $1 million? He hurriedly changed the subject. This time it was Su Shilan's turn to be speechless. She had only heard someone talking about the price of this jade ornament at the party, and she had no recollection at all of who it actually was. Just when she was so angry that she wanted to leave, the staff brought out the jade Buddha pendant that had been appraised. Chapter 132. Sir, this piece of jade Buddha you brought is indeed the work of a famous ancient jade carver. Our estimated guaranteed value should be at 150 million. Please keep the treasure and the appraisal certificate. The staff respectfully told Chen Wanxiu's assistant. Su Shilan turned her head to look over, only to be surprised to find that this person seemed to be the assistant who always appeared beside Bai Fuya and Chen Wanxiu. Then the jade Buddha pendant he brought for identification. Could it be Bai Fuya's? The thought of Bai Fuya actually buying such an expensive pendant made Su Shilan's heart ache. The assistant put away the collection and called Chen Wanxiu on the spot, happily congratulating. Miss Chen, this jade Buddha pendant is really as valuable as you said. It's an unbelievably good treasure. Chen Wanxiu wasn't surprised at all by this answer, but it was Bai Fuya on the side who was so excited that she was about to jump up. Gosh, at that time, those people still said that it was a waste of money for you to spend $15 million to buy that jade. If they knew that there was such a good pendant hidden inside that jade, they would probably regret all their intestines. Bai Fuya's voice was not small as she spoke, and Su Shilan, standing nearby, heard it all. She was first shocked that this pendant was Chen Wanxiu's, and then she was even more shocked that this jade Buddha was actually from the broken jade that Chen Wanxiu had spent $15 million on that day. Thinking of Chen Wanxiu's calm demeanor at that time, Su Shilan's mood inexplicably sank a few points lower. She also thought that at that time Chen Wanxiu was to gamble with her to spend money to buy rags. It turned out to be a long time ago that she knew that the rags were just a bright pearl in the dust. In favor of her, she also went to Chen Wanxiu and said those words in front of her. And I'm afraid that at that time, Chen Wanxiu looked at her as if she were a clown. A sense of shame rushed over her and her face reddened several times. Miss Su, this is your treasure. Please keep it. That staff member who received her couldn't help but whisper a reminder when she saw her delay in taking back the jade Buddha ornament. Baby? Su Shilan turned her head to look at the jade pendant, and immediately became furious. This pendant is simply a symbol of her shame. What kind of treasure is it? She angrily grabbed the ornament and slammed it to the ground with a thud. The pendulum shattered into several pieces at once, and the staff member exclaimed softly in surprise. Inside this jade? This is Bluefield jade? Hearing this, Su Shilan also lowered her head suspiciously and saw a piece of beautiful blue-green jadeite in the center of the broken open pendulum. The value of this bluish jade is not small. I really didn't expect that this pendant actually has such a good superb jade species inside. The staff was surprised. If we didn't cut it open and look at it, no one would really be able to find it. Su Shilan half-heartedly picked up the broken pendant. A burst of joy in her heart. So how much is this emerald worth now? The staff member shook his head with 10,000 regrets. It's a pity. If this emerald is cut properly and made into handicrafts, it must be worth a lot of money. But unfortunately it's broken into several pieces now, and can't even make a string of beads, and it's just about the same as a scrap. Su Shilan was instantly constipated. What's the point of screaming when it's as good as scrap? Are you kidding me? On the other hand, Chen Wanqiu and Bai Fuya had already returned home. And before Bai Fuya could share with Bai Jinglin how valuable that jade Buddha pendant was, she was informed by her assistant that those shareholders of the Bai family were making trouble again. One of the worst offenders was Hu Guangwei. For this old fox, Bai Fuya is also very helpless. With him in the middle of the obstruction, Chen Wanqiu's all the decisions are implemented very slowly. And even some of the company's employees simply do not take Chen Wanqiu's designated partners seriously. Fuya, can't we get Hu Guangwei to back off? Chen Wanqiu couldn't make any effort and could only turn to Bai Fuya for help. But Hu Guangwei is the old shareholder in the company. Bai Fuya can't do anything about him. This Hu Guangwei, stubborn, even my father doesn't put him in his eyes. Although he doesn't account for many shares in the Bai family, he is very popular. Many shareholders have always stood on his side. What then? Chen Wanqiu also lost her breath once she heard this. Bai Fuya shrugged her shoulders and faintly said, speaking of which, this Hu Guangwei even tried to squeeze my father out of the seat of the Bai family head some years ago, and if it wasn't for the fact that my father noticed it early, the Bai family still doesn't know what its surname is now. Chen Wanqiu instantly understood, so he doesn't genuinely feel that the decisions and investments I make are bad. He's only deliberately suppressing me because I'm a junior supported by Mr. Bai. This old thing see me put cultivation newcomers are nervous. When I just took over the family's industry, he also wanted to make trips, but I at least surnamed Bai. He did not dare to how to make a fuss, and over the years explicitly and implicitly by my father recovered a lot of shares, only to be honest down. Bai Fuya huffed and puffed about the matter regarding Hu Guangwei. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had quite a few shareholders supporting him in the Bai family, my father would have dealt with him a long time ago. Isn't there any way to deal with him? Chen Wanqiu was puzzled. Although he is rather stubborn, but he is very popular. Unless he can be made to appear any black material and directly lose his reputation. Otherwise, it can only be done slowly. Bai Fuya collapsed on the bed, pulling over the pillow to cover her face, and her speaking voice also jarred, sounding a bit tired. Chen Wanqiu pondered for a moment, then suddenly her eyes lit up. It's not like there's no way. It's just that you'll have to cooperate with me. Even my dad can't do anything about him. Can you still have a solution for him? Bai Fuya bounced up from the bed in a flash and asked curiously. Well, I think perhaps Xiaoming will have a way. Chen Wanqiu nodded seriously. Bai Fuya's eyes widened as she turned her head to look in the direction of the baby's room where Su Ming was and said incredulously. Him? Yes. Only I can't let Xiaoming know that I can hear his heart. Otherwise, maybe he won't even whisper in his heart in the future. Chen Wanqiu seriously discussed with Bai Fuya. You mean we have to find a way to get Su Ming to reveal a way to deal with Hu Guangwei on his own? Bai Fuya understood a little, but still couldn't believe that Su Ming, a little baby, could have an idea? Su Ming, can he really do it? Anyway, we don't have a solution. So let's treat the dead horse as a living horse. He's not an ordinary child. Chen Wanqiu, who knew that Su Ming was a genius, didn't make her words too clear, and immediately discussed with Bai Fuya about the deception plan for a while, without a moment's effort. Su Ming, who was tired of playing with himself and was about to go to sleep, was suddenly carried to Chen Wanqiu's room by the nanny. Chen Wanqiu teased him while complaining sadly with Bai Fuya. This old man Hu Guangwei is really stubborn. It seems that with him around, there's no way for me to take over those industries Mr. Bai gave me, and it's impossible for us to break away from the Su family even if we want to. If you guys can't break away from the Su family, maybe one day you'll be approached by Su Shilan again. And then what if Su Ming is sold into the clubhouse again? Bai Fuya also said worriedly from the side. Yeah, I heard that in those clubhouses, some beasts like to play with little kids like Xiaoming. I blame that Hu Guangwei. Su Ming was dumbfounded. What the hell? How come you're about to toy with me? Chapter 133, Sweating It Out. He listened for half a day and finally came to a conclusion from Bai Fuya and Chen Wanqiu. If we don't fix Hu Guangwei, he's going to suffer. This Hu Guangwei, why does it sound so familiar to me? Su Ming was a bit puzzled in his heart, and after recalling for a long time, he remembered. Isn't he the same old glutton who, at almost 50, still fights 3 women with 1 man and ends up being caught and chased by his own proper wife? When Su Ming did his first mission, he vomited his heart and soul for Su Shilan, and Hu Guangwei, as a shareholder of the Bai family, often targeted the Su family's industry. At that time, Su Shilan was going to compete with Hu Guangwei for a land plot. And in order to make Su Sherlan's bid successful, he dug in his heels and relied on the system to finally find out the black information of this old fox. It turned out that he actually secretly raised 3 little lovers outside, or 3 tender water female college students. His wife fierce and vain, he did not dare to let his wife know. This old thing other guts are very small, but it is colorful. Often in the Lijiang Hotel 4502 box 4 people together to play poker, but also not afraid of one day tossed dead in bed. As Chen Wanqiu listened to Su Ming's words, her white cheeks couldn't help but float up with a touch of redness, and she couldn't help but imagine the moving images of Hu Guangwei and those 3 female college students, instantly becoming even more bashful. Sister Wanqiu? Bai Fuya noticed the change in her demeanor and stepped in at the right time. She immediately snapped back to the other woman and gave her a hand gesture. Bai Fuya immediately understood and coughed unnaturally. Cough cough cough. Don't worry too much Wanqiu. We will always think of a way to deal with Hu Guangwei. That's true. Chen Wanqiu nodded along. After the two of them exchanged a few pleasantries, Su Ming couldn't stay up and directly fell asleep. Chen Wanqiu immediately carried him back to the nursery, and as the two women hid in the room, Chen Wanqiu relayed what Su Ming had just said to Bai Fuya. Bai Fuya was dumbfounded by what she heard. Her little face turned yellow, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses, recalling, I remember that Hu Guangwei's wife especially likes jade jewelry, and she visits jewelry stores every weekend, so I should be able to find out her itinerary very quickly. Chen Wanqiu smiled and nodded. The next day, she went to the jade jewelry store with a superb jadeite that she had previously gambled for at a gambling casino. According to Bai Fuya's investigation, today Hu Guangwei's wife will come to this store to buy new jewelry. She wandered around the store a few times, picking things out in no hurry, and by the time she got to the 4th piece of jeweled earrings, a rich lady in a fancy dress strutted into the jewelry store. Chen Wanqiu could have guessed that this was the person she was waiting for before, even if she hadn't seen the photo beforehand. Her face, however, was well maintained, her body was slightly blonde, and what she wore was very gaudy even though it was all brand name, plus she wore gold and silver again, and from what she wore, one could tell that even though she was rich, her tastes were not very advanced, mainly a show-off. She was followed by a maid with a large bag, which was obviously her loot. As soon as they saw her coming, the shopkeepers immediately greeted her politely. Mrs. Hu, you're here. Well, I've heard that you've got a new goat white jade Buddha statue here, so don't bring it out for me to see. Mrs. Hu leaned on the leather sofa in the VIP area of the jewelry store and hummed slowly. Upon hearing this, the shopkeepers' faces instantly changed. Mrs. Hu, that Buddha statue was hired by our manager with a lot of effort, and now it is the treasure of my store. I'm afraid. Without waiting for her to finish, Mrs. Hu scat her tongue in dissatisfaction and swept the clerk up and down in disgust. Just take it if you're told to. No matter how much your manager spent on that statue, I can afford it. A working girl. What's the point of talking so much? A few employees' faces changed when they heard these bossy words of hers. Fortunately, the manager heard the news and rushed out in time, saying politely to Mrs. Hu, Mrs. Hu, don't be angry. She's new and doesn't know any better. I'm just letting someone send that Buddha statue over to you. Mrs. Hu snorted and said in a conspiratorial manner, Yo, isn't this the treasure of the store? You're willing to give it to me? You are joking. Joking. The manager could only laugh and quickly had someone take out that jade Buddha. Only when she saw the Buddha statue did a few smiles appear on Mrs. Hu's face. Not bad. I'll take it. Swipe your card. Looked at Mrs. Hu. By this Buddha statue has been on the sidelines to watch the drama of Chen Wanqiu's heart a little complicated. If she knew that her husband at this moment and the young beautiful female college students fighting in full swing, I do not know what kind of reaction will be. She is indeed rich enough to buy what she wants, but can't hold on to her husband's heart. Chen Wanqiu thought this in her heart and looked at Mrs. Hu with a little more pity in her eyes. Mrs. Hu was being surrounded by the manager and a few sales clerks to brag about her. When she coldly and unexpectedly met Chen Wanqiu's look of pity, her heart was suddenly upset, and she simply pointed at Chen Wanqiu and said, Those jewelry she just bought, all of them are also wrapped up and given to me. Upon hearing this, the manager was instantly delighted and said without hesitation, No problem. I'll have them all wrapped up for you right now. I picked these things out. Why should I sell them to her first? Chen Wanqiu was stunned and asked with some dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, miss. You haven't been buying. Of course we're going to sell it first to the guests who are sure they'll pay for it. The manager had a smile piled on his face, but the words he said made Chen Wanqiu even more displeased. Yeah, I was originally planning to let you guys process this piece of jade of mine before paying. Holding back her anger, she took out the jade stone she had brought along with her and said lightly, Now it seems that I can only go to the jade store next door to have it processed. Then miss, you take your time. We won't see you off. The manager didn't even look at the jade stone in her hand before immediately smilingly raising his hand at her. Chen Wanqiu's heart was clogged. Is this the way your store treats its customers? I'm sorry, guest. Don't we have an honored guest here today? You take it easy. The manager still had a smiling look, but the words he uttered were very infuriating. Chen Wanqiu snorted coldly and decided not to tell Mrs. Hu about her husband's cheating for the time being today, and turned around to leave. However, in the next second, a man came over in a hurry, apologizing to her repeatedly. I'm sorry, this employee of mine doesn't know any better. Don't mind me. This jade of yours is the best of the best. I don't know what you want to process? Processing? I see that this store of yours is too big. I'm afraid you can't look at this insignificant piece of jade of mine. Chen Wanqiu swept a glance at that manager. Her tone light. You're joking. Your jade is a rare treasure. I'm afraid that the entire international center can't pick 3 of the same quality as yours. The store manager laughed. That manager was standing around, already sweating. But I'm in a bit of a bad mood right now and don't want to do it. Chen Wanqiu still held her head high, her tone flat. Chapter 134, A Good Show. Store manager. This is all a misunderstanding. The manager wiped a handful of beads of sweat oozing from his forehead and carefully said, You don't have to come in tomorrow. The store manager turned back to the store and scolded in a cold voice. The manager instantly lost his life as if he had died, looking at Chen Wanqiu with remorse in his eyes. Only then did Chen Wanqiu satisfactorily hand over the extremely fine jade in her hand to the store manager. Alright, please make this jade of mine into a jade goddess of mercy. I want to give it to my son to wear. Jade guanyin? The store manager said with some regret. The size of this jade can make a big circle bracelet. Are you sure you just want to make a guanyin? It's not bad to make a bracelet and leave it for your son to marry in the future. Chen Wanqiu was amused by his words. I'm afraid this is a bit too early. My son doesn't even have a few teeth. The store manager was stunned for a moment before he realized, and followed suit with a sarcastic smile and offer. Your son is really blessed, but this jade only play a jade guanyin really waste. You see, we give you to do a big circle bracelet, and then use the inner circle of the bracelet to do the pendant. So you wear a bracelet, your son to wear the guanyin. Mother and son. How good is not it? That's a good idea. Chen Wanqiu nodded. After handing over the jade to the store manager and paying the deposit, she made a move to leave, but to her surprise, 2 maids stopped her. These 2 were the very maids that Mrs. Hu had brought with her. Chen Wanqiu was inwardly pleased that Mrs. Hu had been as she expected. Seeing that she had such good jade materials, her heart was moved. This jade of yours is really good. How about selling it to me? How much do you just say? Mrs. Hu walked over and said condescendingly. Chen Wanqiu snorted coldly. Mrs. Who is it? I know you. Aren't you that poor old woman who has no husband to love? You, what did you say? The other party instantly widened his eyes and shouted loudly. If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off. I am not nonsense. Who in our circle does not know that your husband Hu Guangwei he has 3 female college students outside? Chen Wanqiu wrapped her hands around her chest, deliberately wanting to provoke her. You, I'll kill you. Mrs. Hu's face turned red with anger, and she was about to pounce on Chen Wanqiu's body with her teeth and claws open. Chen Wanqiu immediately hid behind the store manager and said with a smile, Whether or not I'm bullshitting, go ask yourself. Isn't your husband a major shareholder of the Bai family? Go ask Mr. Bai and Miss Bai yourself. See if they all know. Mrs. Hu gritted her teeth. Wait, I'll call Bai Fuya now. Chen Wanqiu's hanging heart was finally released. With Mrs. Hu's character so high above the sky, directly tell her that her husband cheated on her. No matter how to say it, she definitely won't believe it. And maybe she will also tell Hu Guangwei right away, and then their plan won't be able to go on. That's why she purposely provoked Mrs. Hu to believe that it was common knowledge that her husband was cheating on her. Fuya, I met someone. She insisted that my husband cheated on me and said that you all know about it. So tell her how much my husband loves me. Mrs. Hu called Bai Fuya's phone and exasperatedly said, Bai Fuya has been waiting for this call for a long time. She looks like she is having a hard time speaking. You know all about it? In fact, Mr. Hu didn't do it on purpose. He just made the mistake that men all over the world would make. What? Mrs. Hu instantly had a heavenly spin and almost stumbled and fell to the ground. But luckily the servant beside her held her up. I've heard that Mr. Hu often goes to the Lijiang Hotel to get a room with those 3 college girls, and it seems like he'll be there tonight as well. Bai Fuya said carefully. Mrs. Hu, you must not say that I told you. My father and the others are afraid that you will be angry with Mr. Hu when they don't allow me to say anything. You all know? Mrs. Hu's face turned red with anger. This, Bai Fuya deliberately did not answer. In fact, Mr. Hu he still loves you very much. You want to open up. Men are not all like that. Even if Mr. who has adopted 3 female college students, a little more than the average man. That does not prove that Mr. Who he is not the same person. Halfway through her sentence, there was a busy tone on the phone. It was Mrs. Who hung up in anger. Who knows the next second? Her phone rang again. Chen Wanqiu saw the phone screen is so big husband 2 words. Heart tightened. Afraid of Mrs. Who directly and he confronted. Mrs. Who endured before picking up the phone. Hu Guangwei's voice came. Wife I have to work overtime again tonight. I'm afraid I have to stay at the company all night. Your nights don't wait for me. Go to sleep first. I'll let the home nanny stewed bird's nests for you. You drink a bowl of it before you go to bed. Beauty and nourish your face. Beautify and nourish your face? Hu Guangwei, you think I'm old, don't you, Mrs. Who asked exasperatedly. You no my baby, you will always be the most beautiful in my heart. Listening to this sweet words coaxed. No wonder Mrs. Who has never discovered the true nature of Hu Guangwei. Chen Wanqiu cannot help but pity Mrs. Who even more. But when she thought of the other party's condescending manner just now, she felt that the pitiful must be hated. Mrs. Who opened her mouth, and several times she wanted to speak, and each time Chen Wanqiu's mood was followed by nervousness. But in the end, Mrs. Who didn't say anything and hung up the phone after a few polite words with Hu Guangwei. Only then did Chen Wanqiu feel completely at ease and quietly left. 2 hours later, Chen Wanqiu returned home, and Bai Fuya pulled her over to gossip with an excited face. My people have seen Hu Guangwei into the Lijing Hotel. He did not, and those 3 women together. But the hotel receptionist has been bought by me. She said that Hu Guangwei lived in the 4502 suite has been successively in 3 women. I did not think that this Hu Guangwei do things quite secretive. If it wasn't so secretive, wouldn't it have been discovered by you guys a long time ago? Chen Wanqiu pursed her lips and smiled. Bai Fuya had an excited look on her face. Mrs. Who has also already headed to the Ridgeview Hotel. I've already released the news to the media. Just waiting for the night to fall and a good show to officially begin. That night, Mrs. Who forcefully crashed through the door of Suite 4502, where Hu Guangwei was studying body art with 3 female college students. Mrs. Who burst into a rage and rushed into the 4 men's mixture of flesh was a stirring, which soon produced a violent reaction as the 5 men pulled hair from hair and sheets from sheets. However, Mrs. Who, a tigress, was obviously unable to defeat the 3 female Wusongs, and was soon pushed to the ground by the combined efforts of the 3 female college students. In the moment she fell to the ground wailing. A large group of journalists in great numbers carrying long guns and short cannons rushed in. No matter what is kuji a shot. The scene escalated from a group battle to a melee. Chapter 135. The next day, Hu Guangwei cheated on his wife and played 3 female college students at the same time on the hot search, with Bai Jinglin helping behind the scenes. Hu Guangwei just couldn't pull down the hot search even if he spent more money. Moreover, his news is really too strong. The reporters rushed in when Hu Guangwei and the 3 women still have nothing to wear. A bunch of chickens pecking picture in the internet spread at the speed of light. Numerous netizens have rushed to eat and watch the fun. And because the reporter captured the image of those 3 women pushing Mrs. Who to the ground, everyone thought that Hu Guangwei was condoning his junior 4 or 5 to bully Mrs. Who, the main house, and instantly became even more furious. The upper-class circle also regarded Hu Guangwei as a joke, and the shareholders who were originally friends with Hu Guangwei also silently stayed away from him. Rich men around are inevitably some warblers. This circle who do not play some tricks outside. But there is one thing, that is, the wife of the family is absolutely cannot be bullied. Spousal discord is something that can affect the corporate image of the company and their name, and the company's interests can be implicated. Hu Guangwei broke the rules by letting his mistress ride on his wife's head. Chen Wanqiu and Bai Fuya also took this into consideration before they devised such a scheme to get Mrs. Who to personally catch the adulterer in bed. Hu Guangwei also completely social deaf, were still dare to come out to speak. Chen Wanqiu's decisions can also be successfully implemented. Bai Jinglin was also very happy to have removed this big problem so easily, and directly gave Chen Wanqiu one of the most profitable commercial streets in a busy area under his command. Seeing that Bai Jinglin loved Chen Wanqiu so much, and that the eldest miss of the Bai family was also like a sister to Chen Wanqiu, many families within the international center began to show their affection for Chen Wanqiu. Meanwhile, Su Shirlan was drinking tea with the other 2 great families' family heads. Shirlan girl, I'm afraid it's not just for tea that you've asked both of us old guys on a date today, but not Bai Jinglin alone. Shen Anming, the head of the Shin family, was the first to open his mouth and asked with a smile. Shirlan, if you have something to say, just say it straight. I dislike beating around the bush with people the most. On the side, Yu Yunting, the head of the Yu family, also snorted coldly. Since that's the case, then I have something to say. I am hoping that the 2 of you will do me a favor and help me deal with someone together. Chen Wanqiu held her head high and opened the door. What kind of person actually wants to labor our three families to come out? Yu Yunting came to be interested. This person is a woman that my Su family married in the Imperial Capital Division, called Chen Wanqiu. She is insignificant. It's just that she doesn't know what's good for her. She actually brought the youngest son of the Imperial Capital Su family, Su Ming, to live in the Bai family all the time, so that our Su family's bloodline has been straying out. It's really hateful. Su Shilan said hatefully. I invited her back to the Su family several times, and she relied on the Bai family as her backing, all of which she ignored me. Yu Yunting instantly became furious. How outrageous. A woman from a branch actually dares to be so arrogant, not putting the main family in her eyes. It is necessary to teach her a lesson. Shen Anming was slightly older and his character was quite a bit older. His fingers unconsciously tapped on the desktop as he slowly said, the Bai family has been developing very rapidly lately, so we really need to be careful. I don't ask for much. I only hope that you two gentlemen can help me take Su Ming back. I can't watch the Su family bloodline go out into the world. Su Shilan bowed to the two of them and respectfully pleaded. As long as the two of you are willing to agree, when we recapture Su Ming, I will definitely have heavy gifts to give. Shen Anming had a complicated look on his face and pondered for a while before sighing heavily. That's good. No, a clear voice suddenly interrupted him. Shen Ningwei rushed in with her doll in her arms and looked at Shen Anming with a huff. Grandpa, you're not allowed to bully Auntie Chen. Ningwei, my good granddaughter, why are you here? Shen Anming was taken aback and immediately wanted to hug Shen Ningwei with full of love. I'm not your good granddaughter. If you bully Auntie Chen and Su Ming, I'll never call you grandpa again. Shen Ningwei took a step back and shouted in exasperation. Io Ningwei, what are you talking about? Well, then grandpa won't bully them. Shen Anming was instantly anxious. To cause his eldest granddaughter to disown him for the sake of a Chen Wanqiu, that would be too much of a bargain. He immediately picked up Shen Ningwei and coaxed her for a while before solemnly telling Su Shilan, Miss Su, I can't get involved in this matter of yours. You'd better go find someone else. Yu Yunting laughed out loud with great disdain. Shen Anming, you, the head of the Shen family, would actually listen to the words of a little girl. It's just too ridiculous. Just laugh. I see. You are envious that I have such a lovely good granddaughter. Shen Anming was even more disdainful than him, hugging Shen Ningwei with a happy face and coaxing. Our Weiwei just wants the stars in the sky and I'm going to pick them. What is this, isn't it, Weiwei? Only then did Shen Ningwei reveal a sweet smile and scented Shen Anming's face. I knew you were the best to me. Grandpa. Seeing Shen Anming hugging Shen Ningwei and leaving with a smile on his face, Yu Yunting instantly became even more speechless. Look at his unproductive appearance. Since Mr. Shen is unwilling, then I naturally cannot force myself. Su Shilan let out a sarcastic smile, but in her heart, she felt a few more points of dissatisfaction towards this little girl Shen Ningwei. Yu Yunting sighed. Miss Su, you are also sentimental. A small child from the Imperial Capital Division, also laboring you to go through so much trouble. The corner of Su Shilan's lips lifted slightly, hooking up a cold smile. If he's really an ordinary baby, I don't care where he is. Oh, what does that mean? Yu Yunting instantly became even more curious. Su Shilan sighed. This child was born extraordinary. He can tell if a jade or a literature game is good or bad. This is what I have seen with my own eyes. A child can be this powerful? Yu Yunting was surprised. Look at the Bai family. Ever since this child went there, it's a new weather. Su Shilan reminded. Thinking about the frequent shit luck the Bai family had been having lately, Yu Yunting had to believe it too. In that case, it's a favor. He smiled meaningfully. The four major families in the International Center have checks and balances on each other, and there's absolutely no way they're going to stand by and watch one slowly rise to power. For the Bai clan to want to rely on Su Ming to become a dominant force was simply a fool's errand. A few days later, on Chen Wanqiu's way home from the office, a man suddenly crowded behind her. She was just about to scream out when the man covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. The next second, she simply fainted. By the time she woke up again, she was tied up. On the other side, the nanny that Yu Yunting had arranged also carried Su Ming out from the Bai family. Su Ming realized that the car the nanny got into was not the one he used to sit in often, and the nanny didn't seem to be the same person, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart. Just as he was wondering, he heard the nanny make a call. Mr. Yu, I've brought out the baby you wanted. Have your people come pick it up right away? He reacted instantly. Crap, am I being kidnapped? After the previous few lightning strikes, how dare anyone kidnap him? Chapter 136 System Integration. Seeing that the nanny was going to carry him to a few strange men, Su Ming couldn't care less, and directly with his eyes closed and his heart crossed, he summoned a few thunderbolts, splitting the several people in front of him all to pieces. The nanny was also terrified and was almost thrown out by Su Ming. When Yu Yunting learned that his people would be struck by lightning whenever they approached Su Ming, he immediately realized that this might also be Su Ming's ability. After thinking about it for a while, he had his men bring the video of Chen Wanqiu being tied up to Su Ming. Su Ming, if you don't want anything to happen to your mom, be honest, he threatened viciously. Seeing Chen Wanqiu tied up, Su Ming's heart sank. Damn, even tying up a woman. What kind of man is that? I despise you, Su Ming cursed hatefully. Thinking of the protection Chen Wanqiu had given him over these days, after some agonizing, he ended up cursing and stopped attracting lightning. At least mother and son, even if he died himself, he could not watch Chen Wanqiu have an accident. Yu Yunting was initially worried that Su Ming was too young to understand what he was saying, and only when he saw the thunder and lightning disappear did he breathe a sigh of relief and let someone carry Su Ming away. Su Ming was brought into an autopsy room at the whim of God, and looking at the cold instruments, his heart went half cold. He's met a bunch of animals here. Are they all ready? A cold female voice sounded, and Su Ming looked around. It was actually Soho. Although the woman was wearing a protective suit and a mask, Su Ming still recognized those moving fox eyes at once. This person was the second miss of the Su family in the International Center. His second sister in his previous life, Su He, a famous medical sage who could dissect a complete skeleton directly from a living animal, and very gorgeous looking, known in the International Center as an iceberg beauty. Even though she had a forward-looking body and an incredibly sexy face, the way she held the scalpel was still intimidating to all men. After all, if you upset her, she can literally stab people dozens of times, avoiding the vitals with her knives. At this moment, Sui was holding a scalpel and was looking at Su Ming with a look of disgust. Yes, Missy said that she wants you to dissect Su Ming's body structure to see where exactly he is different from normal people. The assistant beside Su He whispered with her report. This sinful seed should never have lived in the world in the first place. Sui's voice was filled with coldness. Su Ming shivered in fear. Nima, is she treating me like I was in my previous life? Even though I'm him, we're actually supposed to be two people. You can't beat me to death with a stick just because I look like me in a previous life. Is there any king's law left? Sui held the scalpel and carelessly turned it in his hand. A bit of cold light reflected onto Su Ming's face, giving him a near pee. At the same time, Su Ningxue learned that Su Ming had been kidnapped, and also hurriedly rushed out to look for Su Ming, but was stopped by several bodyguards. You can't go anywhere without my permission today. Su Shilan stood at the door with an icy tone and said, what are you guys going to do to Xiao Ming? Su Ningxue's voice was trembling. Su Shilan's expression was indifferent. I'll have second sister dissect his body and study where exactly his ability came from. As soon as she heard this, Su Ningxue immediately became anxious and wanted to force her way out. With her stature, it wouldn't be a problem at all to knock out these few bodyguards. But today she couldn't exert any strength at all. I already knew that you would be dishonest. Just stay at home. Su Shilan looked at her and laughed out coldly. Big sister, you drugged me? Su Ningxue was so anxious that she wanted to call her men, but her cell phone was also snatched by Su Shilan. Don't bother. Before settling Su Ming, just stay in your room and reflect. Su Shilan dropped these words and had someone throw her into the room. Su Ningxue was in agony. Tears came to her eyes. Could she only watch Xiao Ming die again this time? Why hadn't she defended her big sister earlier? Why was she so useless? On the other side of the autopsy room, Sui had already carried Su Ming and examined him up and down. It's a bit uneconomical to dissect him right away. He still has research value now. She let out a light laugh and instructed, test his brainwaves and stimulate his brain with electric current. Since he can summon thunder and lightning, maybe he can change his brain structure with electric shock as well. Oh, shit, do you have any humanity left? I'm just a little baby. How can you do this to me? Su Ming inwardly shouted frantically, unable to resist wanting to summon thunder and lightning. But when he thought that Chen Wanqiu was still in the hands of this group of people, he held back hard. Zip, zip, zip. A current struck Su Ming's heavenly aura, and he was just about to cry out in pain when a familiar electronic tone suddenly appeared in his brain. Congratulations to the host, activating the system. His heart thumped. Wasn't this the voice of the mission system in his previous life? Congratulations to the host for being reborn and obtaining a new identity, the young master of the Su family in the imperial capital. The system slowly said. Su Ming's heart raced with 10,000 horses. Nima, this system of yours has also been delayed for too long, right? How long have I been reborn? I'm going to die if I'm late again. Zip, zip, zip. Another strong current struck Su Ming's heavenly aura. There's something abnormal about this brainwave. Increase the current. Su He instructed his assistant while observing the data on the instrument. Su Ming was electrocuted to the point of pain, but he also had to listen to the system chanting. Strong energization detected. System functions are about to fuse with the host. Fusion progress 10%. What's the use of you fusing it? Find a way to save me first now, okay? Su Ming was in tears. The system comes in at this point, and it's like a drowning man acquiring a bicycle and mainlining a grossly useless one. Strong energization detected. System functions are being fused. Please do not stop energizing. Fusion progress 30%. Su Ming was so electrified that he couldn't think at all. Only seeing a green progress bar appear in front of his eyes increased the current a little more. Soho continued to command. Charge enhanced. Fusion progress accelerated. 50%, 80, 90, 99%. System tone followed. Su Ming was in so much pain that he couldn't care less about the fusion progress and frantically waved his hands to struggle. It's not working. Su Ming's eyes rolled over in pain and he was about to lose consciousness. Ding dong. A crisp beep sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the fusion. You have gained all the abilities of this system. In the next second, the image of Chen Wanqiu being rescued by Fuya with her people appeared in Su Ming's mind. In a flash of lightning, Su Ming understood. In the past, he could only rely on the memories of his previous life and then on a reasonable deduction to judge the future plot direction. But as the plot gradually shifted, the role that this golden finger of his could play was getting smaller and smaller, and now with the fusion of the system's ability, he had gained the ability to truly be able to foretell the future. Of course, the most important thing now was that Chen Wanqiu was saved. With a jolt, Su Ming completely came to his senses. Since Chen Wanqiu had already been saved, he was still holding back. Where's my fucking Italian thunder? Rumble. The entire dissecting room was suddenly electrified. Chapter 137, The Ability to Foretell the Future. Su Shilan had just rushed to the autopsy room from Su's house, ready to watch how Sui studied Su Ming's body structure, when coldly a thunderbolt fell from the sky, directly splitting down the sign at the entrance. The sign came down with a steel plate directly toward her head. She let out a cry of surprise and scrambled back, but she was still smashed in the calf, and it was a bloody blur. Rumble. Many more uncountable thunderbolts fell from the sky, and a group of people ran out of the dissecting room in a hurry. Su Shilan fixed her eyes and realized that Sui was also mingling among the crowd with scorched hair and tattered clothes, and she immediately asked her assistant to bring Sui back. What's going on? Sui frowned. I was just checking Su Ming's body, when suddenly there was constant lightning striking towards the ceiling, directly splitting the ceiling and smashing it right on my head. It's Su Ming. It must be Su Ming's ability again. Su Shilan was furious and immediately ordered her men. Go bring Chen Wanqiu over to me. With Chen Wanqiu here, I'll see if he still dares to be so arrogant. However, the assistant was about to make a call when Su Shilan suddenly stopped him again. Wait a minute. Fuya hurriedly arrived with a large group of fighters and shouted, everyone follow me in to rescue the people. Prioritize protecting Xiao Ming's safety. A group of people rushed into the lightning and thunder dissecting room in great numbers, and in no time at all, Fuya walked out holding Su Ming. Su Shilan sat in the car, unwillingly looking at Fuya as she left. Her assistant worriedly reminded, Missy, let's go first. The injury on your leg must be taken care of quickly or it will get infected. Go. Her teeth clenched, and it took her a long time to spit out the word with difficulty, because Su Ming had already been rescued. Su Ningxue naturally didn't need to be locked up anymore, and learning that both sisters had been struck by lightning, she immediately hurried to the hospital. I didn't expect Su Ming to know that Chen Wanqiu was kidnapped and still dare to summon a lightning strike. Isn't he afraid that something will really happen to Chen Wanqiu? Su Shilan was talking to Su He. Soho was also angry. I guess he was worried at first, but he couldn't take it after I electrocuted him twice. Softcore. This kind of person is just selfish. On the surface they also love their own mother. Once their own interests are compromised, they can't care about anything else. Su Shilan analyzed with reason. Su Ningxue was listening outside the door. The more she heard, the more she couldn't help it, so she directly stood out. Second sister. That current of yours is something that no one can stand. Not to mention that Xiao Ming is just a baby that can't even walk. Isn't it normal for him to not be able to stand it? A person who doesn't even care about the death of his own mother is definitely a little devil. Fourth sister. Don't speak for this devil. Su He gritted his teeth. If I had known, I should have just ended him with a knife. Fourth sister. If you're willing to help, those people Fuya brought with her won't even be a match for you. We're the ones who are blood sisters. We should be of one mind. Su Shilan also persuaded Su Ningxue in a serious tone. Su Ningxue's head spun for a moment. If you guys really lay your hands on Xiao Ming today, you're murderers, abusing babies, you're the real demons. The two men's faces instantly changed as they angrily rebuked. Fourth sister, don't you talk nonsense. If we get rid of Su Ming, that's getting rid of a scourge for society. I think you guys are the scourge. Su Ningxue was disappointed in the two of them and scolded in annoyance. Sui also couldn't bear it anymore. Alright, forget it if you don't want to help. Just don't add to the mess. She turned her head and ordered her men. Go sell Chen Wanqiu to the clubhouse for me. Since Su Ming doesn't care about Chen Wanqiu's death or life, what do we care? Unexpectedly, her men reported with an awkward expression. News just came from Mr. Yu's side saying that a large group of thugs that Bai Fuya had long ago brought with her had forcibly rescued Chen Wanqiu. Su Ningxue's face instantly showed joy. Great! Now Su Ming and Chen Wanqiu were both safe. After confirming the time when Chen Wanqiu had been rescued and the time when the lightning strikes had appeared, she was more and more certain that Xiao Ming had been summoning those thunderbolts because he knew that Chen Wanqiu had been rescued. Ming wouldn't really care about his own mother's death. At the same time, Chen Wanqiu, who had already returned to the Bai family, was completely relieved when she saw Su Ming unharmed. However, this kidnapping also made Chen Wanqiu realize that she had to strengthen the security around Su Ming and her. Otherwise, the next time something like this happened, Bai Fuya might not be able to get them out so easily. She hugged Su Ming and told Bai Fuya her thoughts, and Bai Fuya agreed. I definitely support you if you want to form a bodyguard team. This way, I'll transfer one of my men to you and make him the captain of the bodyguard team. Bai Fuya thought for a moment and called in a strong young man. Hello MS. Chun. The man coldly greeted Chen Wanqiu, his hands and feet looking very archaic. Bai Fuya smiled and introduced herself to Chen Wanqiu. Lu Hong has been with me for many years. He is my beloved, honest and capable. With his help, I believe that you and Su Ming's bodyguard team will be able to be established very quickly. Chen Wanqiu looked at Lu Heng's tendon flesh and was also satisfied. She was just about to nod when Su Ming and her arms suddenly twisted his body. Just a moment ago, the moment Su Ming saw Lu Heng, the scene of him secretly drugging Chen Wanqiu's meal appeared in his mind. This person looks honest. How come he's doing this kind of thing behind my back? Actually plotting against my mom. TSK. His tirade clearly appeared in the middle of Chen Wanqiu's mind, and for a moment, Chen Wanqiu thought that she had misheard him. After this period of time together, she also had a certain understanding of Su Ming's special ability. Su Ming seemed to only be able to foretell things that were relevant and strong to the people around him, and many of the foretellings were also vague. Never having had such clear foretellings, to be able to predict what a person will do afterward at the very first moment of looking at them, such an ability is not too much to call a miracle. I don't know what he'll do after he drugs my mom. How come this precognitive ability can only see such a small section? It's too wasteful, right? Could it be that there are some inappropriate images behind? Chen Wanqiu listened in confusion, but understood two things. Firstly, this man called Lu Hong could not be trusted, and secondly, her son was truly capable of foretelling the future. According to what Ming said, this Lu Hong probably had impure thoughts about her and would drug her. You go out first. I'll leave the matter of forming a bodyguard team to you. Since you were recommended by Fuya, I'm sure I'm relieved. Chen Wanqiu smiled faintly and said without showing any emotion. From now on, you have to be attentive to Wanqiu and Xiao Ming's living and eating. Understand? Bai Fuya followed suit and urged. Lu Hong nodded and walked out. As soon as he went out, Chen Wanqiu immediately had someone carry Su Ming away and quietly told Bai Fuya about it. Really? Lu Hong, he doesn't seem like this kind of person. Bai Fuya was still a bit incredulous. If you don't believe what I say, you have to believe what Xiao Ming says. Right? Chen Wanqiu helplessly spread her hands. Whether he's this kind of person or not, won't we know once we try? Chapter 138, You Won't Live for 3 days. That night, Lu Hong personally delivered meals to Chen Wanqiu. Thank you. You can put it here first. I'll eat after reading this document. Chen Wanqiu politely said. Lu Hong also very honestly walked out and closed the door. Chen Wanqiu only knew that this meal was drugged, but was not sure what kind of drug. Of course she did not dare to eat, so she simply threw a brain into the trash. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door. It was Lu Hong who had returned. MS. Chen, have you eaten yet? I'm here to collect the food. Lu Heng's voice was still as respectful and polite as ever. Chen Wanqiu immediately pushed the dinner plate aside and lay down on the table to play dead. The person outside the door waited for a while, and when he saw that Chen Wanqiu hadn't responded to him, he directly opened the door to the room and walked in. When he saw Chen Wanqiu lying on the table, he wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he revealed an excited smile and carefully locked the door. Bai Fuya watched Lu Heng's every move clearly through the surveillance. Just by looking at Lu Heng's expression, she knew that Lu Hong had really tampered with Chen Wanqiu's meal, and it was unexpected that her longtime beloved could actually do such a thing. In the surveillance, Lu Hong walked over to Chen Wanqiu's side and pushed her, a lewd smile on his always honest face. Miss Chen, are you alright? Of course Chen Wanqiu wouldn't respond to him. Seeing that she didn't react, Lu Heng's guts instantly grew, directly holding Chen Wanqiu's body towards the bed. Miss Chen, why did you faint? Let me check your body. Don't worry, I'm very skilled. Just as he was about to unbutton Chen Wanqiu's shirt, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open forcefully from the outside, and Bai Fuya entered the room with a dozen or so bodyguards in tow. Lu Hong was startled, but still forced himself to calm down and said, "Missy, why are you here? I saw that Miss Chen was too tired and fell asleep directly on the table, so I wanted to help her to the bed." "Yeah, then why did you lock the door?" Bai Fuya tilted her head to look at him, a chill under her eyes. "This is what I'm used to, locking the door when I enter. I'm used to it." Lu Hong gave a sarcastic laugh. "Is that so? You said that Sister Wanqiu is asleep, but I see how she doesn't seem to be asleep at all." Bai Fuya snorted, her eyes crossing over him to look at Chen Wanqiu behind him. Chen Wanqiu leaned against the side of the bed with good grace and gave him a gentle smile. The dozen or so bodyguards swarmed up and directly pressed Lu Hong to the ground. "Lu Hong, you really let me down. It's true that 1,000 precautions are necessary, but it's hard to prevent a family thief." Bai Fuya let her people protect Chen Wanqiu, and looked at the heart of this heartthrob in front of her, who had followed her for many years. "I'm wrong, Missy. I just saw that Miss Chen is just too beautiful, and I was momentarily blinded by lard. You spare me this time. I won't dare to do it again." Lu Hong was so scared that his two strands trembled and he couldn't stop begging for mercy. "This is attempted rape. How do you want me to spare you?" Bai Fuya inclined her head away, feeling sick at the thought of even looking at this man again. She instructed her men, "Throw him in the International Center prison for me and let him reflect in there." After dealing with Lu Hong, only then did Bai Fuya pull Chen Wanqiu's hand with a million apologies and said, "Luckily, Wanqiu, you can hear Xiao Ming's heart, or else this time, it would really be me who's sorry for you. Isn't it alright?" Chen Wanqiu pressed on, "And it's him who's bad. What does it have to do with you?" Saying this, Bai Fuya's heart was unburdened, but she was also a bit curious. How did Ming know that Lu Hang would do that kind of thing to you? "I heard Su Ming's heartbeat say that he seemed to be able to foresee future images, but it was incomplete, only a small section." Chen Wanqiu recalled Su Ming's heartbeat at that time and said with some uncertainty, "My goodness." Bai Fuya was shocked. "This ability, I'm afraid it opens the eyes of heaven." She murmured out, "It's a good thing we're good friends, otherwise I'd still be playing you if I tried to harm you." "Still playing dead? Don't I play with you every day?" Chen Wanqiu laughed and teased her. The next day, Bai Fuya immediately told Bai Jinglin about this ability of Su Ming's, and Bai Jinglin also felt shocked. He pondered for a few days before personally finding Chen Wanqiu and sincerely requesting, "Ms. Chen, I'm asking you to have Su Ming help me see how much life I have left, and if you can agree to it, I'm willing to merge half of the Bai family's industry into your family." Chen Wanqiu waved her hand repeatedly. "No, no, no, Mr. Bai, you've been good enough to us. I can't be so greedy. The Bai family is your life's work." Bai Jinglin sighed heavily. "I won't hide it from you. My health is getting worse and worse these years. Fuya, this child has only just taken over the family's industry. I'm afraid that if I don't hold it together one of these days, Fuya, she won't have me to lean on, and will allow the Bai family's industry to be taken by the bystanders." If Su Ming had predicted that my days were numbered, I could have made plans earlier. Bai Jinglin sighed. Parents plan far ahead for their children. "Mr. Bai, you mustn't say that. You'll be fine." Chen Wanqiu spoke with some difficulty. "Let's put it this way. I will try my best to help you ask Xiao Ming, but I'm not sure how powerful Xiao Ming's precognition ability is. He has never predicted someone's life expectancy before, and I'm not sure if I can ask or not." "Many thanks. As long as you ask, I will definitely offer half of the Bai family's fortune immediately." Bai Jinglin's face immediately showed joy. That night when Chen Wanqiu was holding Su Ming and breastfeeding, she couldn't stop sighing. "Mr. Bai is really nice. If it wasn't for him helping me all the time, I'm afraid that the two of us would have to live on the streets. And today he actually wants to give me a ride to the industry again. I'm embarrassed. Give it to you and you take it. What's the point of being polite?" Su Ming spat while drinking milk. "Can't you be generous when you go out?" Chen Wanqiu continued. "But, Mr. Bai's health is getting worse lately. Such a great man should live a long life. I really hope that he will be peaceful and healthy for the rest of his life." As she said that, she also shook Su Ming and tenderly said, "Little Ming, don't you think so?" Is. Su Ming words to half, and so suddenly changed his mouth. "Wait, is not a little." Bai Jinglin is afraid that he will not live for 3 days. Chapter 139, Changing Fate Against Heaven. Hearing this, Chen Wanqiu's hands trembled, and she wanted to continue listening, but after waiting for half a day, Su Ming didn't continue. Chen Wanqiu could only continue to talk to herself. "Mr. Bai is really nice. Xiao Ming, you also think that such a good person will have good karma, right? He won't be plagued by disease, right?" Su Ming, however, sighed heavily. "Sometimes in this world, it can be true that good people have good rewards, just like me. How much better and kind of a person Got any good rewards? Chen Wanqiu suppressed the waves within her heart, fed Su Ming's milk, and immediately rushed off in a hurry to find Bai Jinglin. Mr. Bai, I have already asked Xiao Ming, and Xiao Ming also predicted your life expectancy. But, she was a little hesitant and didn't dare to directly tell Bai Jinglin about this. Anyone who heard someone say they wouldn't live for 3 days would definitely be upset. Ms. Chen, just say it outright. Even if Su Ming says that I won't live more than 3 days, I won't mind. Seeing her so hesitant, Bai Jinglin immediately and generously encouraged her to speak. Chen Wanqiu instantly raised her head, her eyes widening in surprise, and muttered, Mr. Bai, how do you know that you really won't live more than 3 days? Bai Jinglin? Learning this shocking news, Bai Jinglin, also scared, immediately went to the hospital to do a full set of physical examination. But a set of checks down, he in addition to blood pressure is a little high. Other aspects are not a problem at all. Mr. Bai, you are in good health. The doctor smiled and handed him the report. Aren't there any hidden dangers, like will I suddenly have a brain attack, a sudden cancer outbreak? Bai Jinglin asked half-heartedly. The doctor huffed. Mr. Bai, you've always had regular checkups, your body has always been very healthy, and there are basically some precursors to a brain attack, such as a headache, memory loss, blurred vision and so on. As for cancer, it's even more unlikely that there would be a sudden outbreak. Then would it be possible that I would suddenly be infected with a new type of virus and within 3 days, die without treatment? Bai Jinglin asked unwillingly. If such a new virus is really created, it's not far from the end coming. The doctor was powerless to spit. Bai Jinglin was also a bit embarrassed, but still insisted on pursuing. My body is really healthy? Truly, you are in good health. The doctor nodded affirmatively. Bai Jinglin was uneasy and went to several other large hospitals to check them all, but came up with exactly the same results. By the time he reached the last hospital, the doctor was still bugging him uneasily. Mr. Bai, many middle-aged and old people will be depressed due to excessive fear of death, which makes them prone to getting sick instead. You'd better not think about it too much. Your body is really healthy. To put it bluntly, this is to let Bai Jinglin not always suspicious. Nothing to scare themselves, scare more easily short life. The doctor had said so Bai Jinglin had no choice but to take the medical report and leave. Looking at his regretful back, the doctor also had a black line. What kind of medicine did this Mr. Bai take wrong today? It's like you're looking forward to getting sick. Despite the safety of the medical report, Bai Jinglin was still uneasy. He had no doubt about Su Ming's ability, and since Su Ming said that he wouldn't live for 3 days, there must be another cause of death. For the sake of insurance, he directly put off all the processes in the past 3 days, stayed in the VIP ward of the hospital, and called dozens of bodyguards to take turns to protect himself. If he did have a sudden outbreak of a malady within 3 days, he could also be treated immediately and perhaps even have his life changed against all odds. The doctors throughout the hospital felt that Bai Jinglin was suffering from delusions of victimization and advised him not to be hospitalized if he wasn't sick. It was a waste of time. Bai Fuya also moped the whole day. Accompanied by Bai Jinglin's side looks like a dead mother. She had already seen Su Ming's ability before this, and since Chen Wanqiu wouldn't lie to her, then this matter was more than likely true. If anything really happened to her father, the Bai family would be devastated. Those who didn't know thought that Bai Jinglin was really going to hang up. However, on the third day, Bai Jinglin was watching the news in his hospital room when the TV suddenly inserted a report of a mudslide disaster. A mudslide was triggered by heavy rains on a section of the International Center's mountainside highway, which has never had such a serious outbreak before because it has always been relatively safe and protected by a guardrail. It is said that all the cars that passed through that section of the road were all flooded with large chunks of dirt in the blink of an eye. Even after resuscitation, several people lost their lives. The story immediately became a major news story in the International Center, with various TV stations taking turns reporting on the various details of the mudslide as it happened, as well as experts analyzing why the mudslide formed. Bai Jinglin's eyes widened as he thought that if he had followed his original itinerary, the drinking party he was going to today would have passed through this stretch of highway, and the mudslide happened right around the time he was going to the drinking game. What a coincidence! If there hadn't been Su Ming's prophecy, then he must have been buried under a mudslide by now, and might have died. Dad, is this highway? Bai Fuya also realized this, pointing at the TV and carefully opening his mouth. Father and daughter looked at each other with eyes full of the celebration of the aftermath. Perhaps Su Ming's prediction is true. Bai Jinglin leaned against the hospital bed and let out a long sigh of relief. Perhaps there was a possibility that other things that Su Ming had predicted could have been artificially faked, but this was a natural disaster, and no one could fake a natural disaster. He immediately went out of the hospital and prepared to merge half of the Bai family's family fortune into the Imperial Su family. That night, Bai Jinglin tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. Little did he realize that in his sleep, he was once again sitting in the car on his way to that drinking party. The driver took him, and as he drove past the stretch of highway that leaned against the mountain, a loud clanging noise came. He looked out the car window and saw that the mudslide on the mountain looked like waves during a tsunami, tilting down wildly. The driver immediately sped up, but apparently the cars in front of him noticed something was wrong as well, and one car anxiously tailgate, causing all the cars behind it to come to a stop. Get out of the car and run. Bai Jinglin was inwardly terrified, not even realizing that this was just a dream. He got out of the car and desperately ran forward, but then suddenly his legs gave out and he fell to his knees. The top of his head was suddenly cloudy, and when he subconsciously looked up, he saw a large mudslide coming towards him. Just when he thought he was going to be drowned in mud and rocks and die, a golden light suddenly appeared around him. The golden light blocked the mudslide and radiated warmth, holding him up and carrying him to safety. By the time he came back to his senses, he could only see those who had died tragically under the mudslide. He woke up instantly, the ceiling in front of him reminding him that it had all just been a dream. He wiped his sweat, and suddenly realized that this time, he was able to turn good luck into good fortune, all because he was tainted with Su Ming's blessings, and that golden light just now was brought to him by Su Ming. Chapter 140, Ming Wang Group. As long as they hugged Su Ming's thigh tightly, their Bai family's future path would definitely be smooth. Early the next morning, the assistant gave Bai Jinglin the documents to merge the industries, but Bai Jinglin suddenly changed his mind. No, I don't intend to merge these industries. The assistant was unsure. You also think it's inappropriate to give Miss Chen so much property? How is it inappropriate? I am thinking that these aren't enough. Bai Jinglin laughed out loud. I've already decided that I'm going to merge all of the Bai clan's industries with Chen Wanqiu's newly established Mingwang Group, and from now on, our two families will be family. What? This is not a joke. Mr. Bai, you have to think carefully. The assistant was stunned and hurriedly reminded. Who said I didn't consider it carefully? This is my well thought out decision. After the merger of our two families, I will be the second largest shareholder, Bai Jinglin said. Having stood up, go get started on the relevant documents. Remember, it must be done quickly, not to mention the assistant. Even Chen Wanqiu was stunned when she learned of this news. This is the Bai family, one of the four great families of the capital. She actually disguised as the Bai family's first major shareholding party, and the company's name is still her. Even if Su Ming had saved Bai Jinglin once, he was still too generous, right? Soon, the news that the Bai family was going to merge with the Mingwang Group spread through the international center, and when Bai Jinglin's best friend learned of the news, he hurried over and reminded him in a serious tone. Jinglin, if you just give the Bai family to a woman like Chen Wanqiu, you'll definitely regret it later. I won't regret it. It's you. Why don't you take advantage of the fact that Mingwang Group has just been established now and invest in a few more shares? It's a surefire deal. Bai Jinglin laughed out loud and persuaded his friend in turn. His best friend looked at him with an odd expression. A sure thing? I think it's a sure thing. Chen Wanqiu. She's a woman from the imperial capital. She can't achieve great things. Jinglin, you're really confused. Bai Jinglin was full of concern. Instead, he said with considerable interest, if you don't invest in Mingwang Group now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance later. Oh, if it wasn't for the fact that the two of us have been friends for many years, I wouldn't be kind enough to remind you. You are reminding me? I think you're trying to pull me down into the puddle. That Chen Wanqiu I've already checked. Not to mention the fact that she's a woman who hasn't gone through business. She's also a member of the Su family in the imperial capital. How can you leave the Bai family's huge family business in her hands? Although she is a member of the Su family in the imperial capital, she has long since broken with the Su family in our international center. Besides, who says she can't make things happen just because she's a woman? Bai Jinglin shook his head and firmly said, in my heart, she is the star of tomorrow in the international center's business arena. Just wait and see. I think you really lost your mind. The blood of the Bai family through the generations, it will be ruined in your hands. My best friend hated the iron and steel angrily scolded out, actually accompanied a woman to playhouse. If a woman can make business, sows can go up the tree. Once Bai Jinglin heard this, he was also unhappy. I'm taking you as a friend to say this to you, so forget it if you don't believe me. What's the point of being so insulting? Humph. I can't talk you out of it. So be good. The best friend sighed helplessly. When Bai Jinglin saw that his best friend didn't believe Chen Wanqiu, he didn't say any more. However, 2 days later, he unexpectedly learned that this old friend of his had actually invested in Su Shilan's business project. He hurriedly called to persuade his best friend. However, the other party was very angry, saying that Su Shilan's business project was very promising, and that Bai Jinglin was determined not to let him have a good time, wanting to cut off his financial path. The two had a big fight on the phone and ended up disagreeing. At the same time, Bai Fuya also released the recruitment news of the new bodyguard. Many people came to apply for the job. This time, Bai Fuya learned the smart way and let Chen Wanqiu hold Su Ming to apply for the job in person. A row of well-built men stood in front of Chen Wanqiu, who couldn't choose for a moment. It was a good thing that before Bai Fuya had Chen Wanqiu come, she had specifically had them compete and made a ranking according to the results of the competition. Chen Wanqiu had wanted to directly choose the top 20 ranked people to form the bodyguard team. But Su Ming's voice suddenly rang in her mind. Isn't that Lin Yang? Why is he here to apply for the bodyguard job too? Lin Yang? Chen Wanqiu immediately glanced at the ranking table and found that there was really a man named Lin Yang, but he was ranked in the last few places of the competition. She was a little curious as to why Su Ming knew this person. Once the number 1 mercenary, how come you're so down and out now? It turns out that his leg was injured. Ha ha ha, you brat also had your day. Su Ming's voice sounded once again. This Lin Yang. Su Ming really did have some interactions. Previously when he did that system mission, there were several generations where he had found this number 1 mercenary in order to protect Su's family. He was ruthless and didn't talk much. He was an absolute master. But he seemed to have injured his leg. No wonder he was applying for a job as a small bodyguard. It seemed that he was fired from his original mercenary team because of the injury. He still has to be treated for this leg injury. How come he was fired by the mercenary group? Such a good talent was just given up like this? Su Ming was very puzzled. Chen Wanqiu was shocked in her heart. She didn't expect this Lin Yang to be so powerful. She immediately raised her head and asked, "Who is this Lin Yang?" A man with a slightly thin figure stood out, and even though he tried his best to hide it, Chen Wanqiu could tell that he did have some problems with his legs. Su Ming was indeed right. This man was an expert who normally couldn't be hired even if he wanted to, and if he hadn't suffered a leg injury, he wouldn't have come to apply for a job as a small bodyguard. The few tall, ranked men around them couldn't help but show a sneer when they saw Lin Yang's appearance. Lin Yang's face also became a few points more gloomy. This family couldn't be trying to elect the eliminated people first, right? Isn't that too humiliating? Bai Fuya also thought that Chen Wanqiu was unhappy with Lin Yang, so she reminded her in a low voice. This person has a good relationship with several bodyguards in my current bodyguard team, and was recommended by them. The implication was that Chen Wanqiu should not hurt the other party's pride too much. However, the next second, she heard Chen Wanqiu's gentle voice. Mr. Lin Yang, you're hired. What? Those men who had originally wanted to taunt Lin Yang all exclaimed in unison. Wanqiu, don't you need to reconsider? Bai Fuya also pulled Chen Wanqiu over and asked in a small voice. No need. Look at him. How handsome he looks. Put him in the bodyguard team to give me and Xiao Ming more face. Chen Wanqiu didn't want to bring up Lin Yang's leg injury in front of the crowd and deliberately changed her words. When he heard that the reason he was hired was actually because of his face, Lin Yang immediately had a black line. Chapter 141 Acupuncture. The rest of you, wait outside for a while first, Chen Wanqiu faintly said to the others. The people are all speechless. I did not expect to apply for a bodyguard, and finally actually lost in the face. Su Ming also felt very nonsensical. Mom, this Lin Yang with small eyes and 8 forks, where exactly is he handsome? Chen Wanqiu pretended not to hear and said to Lin Yang, Mr. Lin, to be my bodyguard you must be in good health. I'm going to have a doctor come and do a full body checkup on you. Do you have a problem with that? At those words, Lin Yang's face sank. He clenched his fists and eventually chose to be honest with Chen Wanqiu. Miss Chen, I won't hide it from you. I once suffered a serious leg injury, but even with the leg injury limitation, my current strength to be a bodyguard is still not a problem. Previously, Lin Yang had looked for many employers, all of whom had dismissed him after realizing that he had a leg injury that made them uneasy about him. If Chen Wanqiu thought the same as those employers, there was nothing he could do. What he didn't expect was that Chen Wanqiu was very pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect you to have a leg injury and still be so powerful. So if you were cured, how powerful would it be? I'll immediately call the doctor to come over to treat you. Useless. Lin Yang had only just opened his mouth when Chen Wanqiu excitedly interrupted. Let the doctor come over within an hour. First give Mr. Lin's leg a preliminary diagnosis. It would be better if he could formulate a detailed treatment plan. Looking at her giddy and chattering, Lin Yang had no choice but to helplessly shut his mouth. It's not working. If there was a way to cure his leg injury, he wouldn't have been given up by a team of mercenaries, and he wouldn't have been reduced to applying for a small bodyguard. The doctor arrived soon after, and after checking over Lin Yang's leg he decided to give him acupuncture treatment. Chen Wanqiu held Su Ming aside and watched the doctor place the needle on Lin Yang, and it didn't take long for Su Ming to complain. This needle is also too careful. This will definitely not cure Lin Yang's leg injury. It's all a useless effort. He kept crunching and reported a few points. Although Chen Wanqiu was a little surprised that Su Ming actually knew medical skills as well, but she was not surprised anymore. She let the nanny carry Su Ming away and let the doctor go to zap the points that Su Ming had just mentioned. These acupoints are all very dangerous. Ms. Chen, are you sure? The doctor held the silver needle and asked cautiously. Lin Yang, as long as you stab these points, your leg injury will be cured. Do you dare? Chen Wanqiu raised her head and looked at Lin Yang and asked. Why don't you dare? Lin Yang replied without even thinking. Even if his life was in danger, he was willing to give it a try only if there was a hope of curing his leg injury. If a person who had once stood on the peak fell to the bottom, the desire for strength in his heart was enough to outlive his life. Good. Have a backbone. Chen Wanqiu nodded in relief and instructed the doctor. Place the needle. If anything really goes wrong, I'll be responsible. Even so, the doctor still didn't dare to give the needle. And Bai Fuya was also a bit strange. But after Chen Wanqiu turned her head and opened her mouth to her, she immediately said the same. Give the needle if you're told to. What are you afraid of? Just now, Chen Wanqiu's accent was Su Ming, and Bai Fuya already understood that these points must have been spoken by Su Ming. The doctor saw that several people were so determined, so he had to warily place the needle. I didn't expect that just after this needle was stuck down, Lin Yang immediately foamed at the mouth and collapsed on the ground with both eyes rolled back. Bai Fuya was startled and involuntarily took a step back, looking at Chen Wanqiu in panic. This. The doctor was also scared out of his wits and reached out to remove the silver needle. No plucking. Chen Wanqiu suddenly spoke out, stopping the doctor. In fact, she also panicked a batch in her heart, but thought that Su Ming had once recited that there would be some sinister symptoms after tying down these acupuncture points, and that she didn't need to care about it at this time, and that she only needed to wait for half an hour before she could wake up on her own. When she had just seen Lin Yang foaming at the mouth, she had actually been startled, and her current calmness was all feigned. The doctor panicked. Ms. Chen, this wrong needle can kill someone. It's better to hurry and send him to the hospital for resuscitation. No need. Chen Wanqiu remained calm. It's normal for him to be like this. He'll be fine after a while. The doctor was dumbfounded. The way the man was foaming at the mouth, it didn't look like he was going to get better after a while. It was more like he was going to get cold after a while. Bai Fuya was also worried. Wanqiu, we'd better send him to the hospital first. In case something happens to him, we can't handle it. Even if these acupoints that Chen Wanqiu said were revealed by Su Ming's heart, Bai Fuya couldn't help but worry. In case Chen Wanqiu accidentally misheard the acupoints, or if Su Ming was just talking nonsense, wouldn't that be harmful? There's really no need. I can guarantee that he'll definitely wake up after half an hour, and I'll take full responsibility if any accidents occur. Chen Wanqiu gritted her teeth and said against the pressure. Now, in this situation, if the man was sent to the hospital to save his life, there might be a new accident. Might as well take a gamble on this. Chen Wanqiu decided to trust Xiao Ming's words. Seeing her so determined, the few bodyguards in Bai Fuya's bodyguard team who were on good terms with Lin Yang were a bit unable to look at her. Ms. Chen, you can't be like this. Lin Yang is in a critical condition right now, so he should be sent to the hospital right away. I guarantee that after half an hour, not only will he wake up, but his leg injuries will also heal. Chen Wanqiu turned her head and said firmly to the few of them, but this did not convince the crowd, and they all looked sad. We all know about Lin Yang's leg injury. It can't be cured at all. You're clearly fooling around. Never mind. We'd better send Lin Yang to the hospital first. As several people said that, they swarmed up, and with 7 hands and 8 feet, they wanted to carry Lin Yang away. None of you are allowed to move. Chen Wanqiu didn't dare to let Lin Yang move at all at this point, so she could only shout angrily. If you guys dare to move Lin Yang, none of you will have to come tomorrow. At those words, several people's movements paused. You looked at me and I looked at you. All of them were very hesitant. The Bai family's bodyguards have the highest salaries in the entire international center, and they all have families to support. If they are fired by the Bai family, I'm afraid it won't be easy to find such a good employer again. In the end, it was Bai Fuya who couldn't look on and sighed. Forget it, you guys should just take him to the hospital. Fuya. Chen Wanqiu was instantly distraught. A few people got the news and immediately took action, carrying Lin Yang and running out. Those men who were still standing in the courtyard waiting for the results of the interview were horrified when they saw Lin Yang being carried out foaming at the mouth. Chen Wanqiu was also very helpless and could only continue to select the remaining bodyguards first, but as she walked out the door, she realized that the original top-ranked men were actually trying to sneak out. Chapter 142 Great Increase in Strength. Where are you guys going? Bai Fuya hurriedly called out to them, questioning in dissatisfaction. The man who was originally ranked first warily turned back. Even his voice was a little shaky. Miss Bai, we are here to apply for bodyguards, not to play with our lives. Lin Yang just went in for a little while and came out foaming at the mouth. Who knows what you guys did to him? Bai Fuya was speechless for a while. Being a bodyguard is supposed to value your employer's life more than your own. If you guys are so afraid of death, you won't come back to apply for the job. Get lost. At this statement, a large group of men left without looking back, with only a few of the more average-ranked men remaining in place. You guys aren't leaving? Chen Wanqiu asked curiously. A bunch of goons. If we were afraid of death, we wouldn't have applied for the White family's bodyguards, a man said solemnly. The bodyguards of the 4 major families in the international center, that were really at risk of encountering life-threatening situations, and they had been mentally prepared long before they came to the White House. Chen Wanqiu was satisfied with these few people and immediately said, "Are you all volunteering to be my bodyguards now?" "Yes," the crowd said in unison. "Very well, you are all hired." Chen Wanqiu nodded and said in a loud voice. Upon hearing this, a man couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Originally, I thought that with my strength, I shouldn't have had a chance to be selected, but I didn't expect some people to be so unhelpful to give me a chance. Yeah, before, those top-ranked men were still hugging and ostracizing us, mocking us for not being strong enough. I see them, they're all paper tigers. Another man also said happily. It was only then that Chen Wanqiu learned that all of these people had recently applied for bodyguard jobs together, and they had all been sidelined by those who were stronger. This was really a misadventure, allowing Lin Yang to help him try out a group of bodyguards with real guts. Strength is not good but promotion. If you don't have the guts to sell your life, then you don't deserve to protect her and Ming's safety. The group of men who had left first were walking down the road spitting at each other. This Chen Wanqiu, it's really terrifying. Choosing people without looking at their strength, but actually looking at their faces. Look at that Lin Yang. I don't know how he was tossed around by Chen Wanqiu. He actually directly foamed at the mouth. That's a scary look too. We're looking for a fat job, but we can't put our lives on the line. That's it. I guess Lin Yang can't live. Too poor, so young, just like this. Halfway through his sentence, the man saw several people walking towards him and suddenly froze, rubbing his eyes somewhat incredulously. How come that seems to be Lin Yang? The few people who were still laughing and joking froze. Fixing their eyes on them, they walked towards them were really several bodyguards beside Lin Yang and Bai Fuya. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Yang looked alive and well and didn't look like anything had happened at all. He's not. Several people stammered instantly. Just now, Lin Yang, who was being carried to the hospital, suddenly woke up, and those bodyguards who were going to take him to the hospital were startled. Lin Yang didn't know what happened at all. He only knew that after that doctor gave him a needle, he felt a sharp pain and directly fainted, and by the time he woke up again, his leg injury had recovered, and he was still being carried by a few of his best friends. A few close friends were very happy to see that not only was he really okay, but that his leg injury was okay. They were laughing and joking as they headed back, ready to thank Chen Wanqiu properly, when they met these men who had come to apply for the job. Why are you guys at this? Is the job application over? Lin Yang still didn't know what was going on and curiously greeted them and asked. We, you, I. The man in charge looked him up and down, not even knowing how to speak. What? Lin Yang was even more puzzled. What's wrong with me? If you have something to say, just say it in a big way. The man was in tears. Didn't you just foam at the mouth? How come you're fine now? Just now. Ah, that should be the normal reaction after MS. Chen had someone give me acupuncture. Not only am I fine now, even my old injuries have recovered. MS. Chen is really amazing. The leg injury that had been pestering Lin Yang for years was suddenly cured, and he was in a great mood, happily telling the man. Upon hearing this, the men broke down. I didn't realize that Chen Wanqiu was treating Lin Yang and had actually cured his leg injury, so it seemed that Chen Wanqiu's medical skills must be very good. You're fine, why didn't you say so? The men wailed in pain. Lin Yang scratched his head. Wasn't I just unconscious? How can I say that? Lin Yang, forget about them, let's go back first. MS. Chen is still waiting for us. Lin Yang's best friend patted his shoulder and urged him, looking at the backs of several people leaving. These men who left early really had no place to cry even if they wanted to. They could only stare at each other with wide eyes. Lin Yang and the others had already rushed back quickly, and when he saw that Chen Wanqiu was talking to the newly recruited bodyguards in the courtyard about this note, he could not suppress his excitement any longer, and rushed up to Chen Wanqiu and directly knelt down, kowtowing heavily. MS. Chen, you have cured my leg. You have done me a great favor. From now on, I will bow and die for you. His battle was so big that it startled Chen Wanqiu. You get up first. She helped Lin Yang up. Since you're so decided, why don't you become the captain of this bodyguard team? When the other bodyguards heard this, they were all a bit unconvinced. Miss Chen, Lin Yang was just at the end of the line when he competed. so why should he be the captain? Yeah, it doesn't sit well with us to have him as captain. Chen Wanqiu would smile. Since you guys are unconvinced, you can compete with Lin Yang. You can only be the captain if you can beat Lin Yang. Lin Yang, do you have any opinions? No comment. Lin Yang immediately smiled and rubbed his fists. Immediately, one of the bodyguards took the lead. Then I'm not polite. In the next second, he was kicked to the ground by Lin Yang and couldn't even crawl. Who else is coming? Lin Yang asked casually with an easy smile. Still unconvinced, the other bodyguard stepped forward again, only to be mercilessly kicked away by Lin Yang. The next few ended the same way. No one could even actively touch Lin Yang's body. Don't all freeze. You guys go together. Lin Yang also gradually regained the confidence he had back then as the #1 mercenary and said cheerfully. When he said that, the crowd instead didn't dare to go forward, looking at him with eyes full of awe. The bodyguard who was first sent flying by him climbed up with difficulty, and asked, full of doubts, how did your strength suddenly improve so much? Chapter 143, Scolding Yourself. I had a leg injury that had been restricting my strength before, and it was Ms. Chen who cured my leg injury. Lin Yang looked at Chen Wanqiu and said with a face of admiration. Now the crowd was fine with Lin Yang being the captain, and they all complimented Chen Wanqiu for having a sharp eye and discerning eye. Lin Yang was also happy to share Chen Wanqiu's excellent medical skills with his close friends that he had originally met when he was a mercenary, and each of these friends of his had some old injuries on their bodies, and as soon as they heard that Chen Wanqiu was actually so good, they all wanted to join Chen Wanqiu's bodyguard team. It was a pity that Chen Wanqiu had already picked her candidate and was no longer recruiting. At this moment, she was holding Su Ming in her arms as she watched the crowd of bodyguard team train. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the level at which the group was sparring. The level of these little old men is still not good, but if they use acupuncture to unblock their true qi, these people's strength will definitely be able to increase very quickly. Chen Wanqiu hugged Su Ming and heard Su Ming break into a set of stitches on his own. Hearing him say that this set of needles could help people who practiced martial arts to unclog their true qi, Chen Wanqiu immediately paid attention and memorized the acupuncture points and acupuncture methods he mentioned. In order to study whether this set of stitches recited by Su Ming was useful or not, Chen Wanqiu had quietly practiced the stitches on her own for several days, and because she was worried about the stitches being leaked out, she could only look for the bodyguard team to test them. Hearing that Chen Wanqiu was going to give acupuncture, the crowd in the bodyguard team was very active. After all, with Lin Yang as the outstanding representative, the crowd all still believed in Chen Wanqiu's acupuncture skills, and one by one, they lined up and waited for Chen Wanqiu to give them needles. However, after Chen Wanqiu finished giving the needles to the people according to the needle method Su Ming had described, before she could ask them how they were feeling, all of them simply passed out. Thinking of the way Lin Yang foamed at the mouth after being stabbed last time, Chen Wanqiu then also felt that this was all normal. Surely after a while, these people would all wake up. Bai Fuya was also interested in holding Su Ming to watch the fun. Seeing all these people fall to the ground, Su Ming was startled. When did my mom get acupuncture? It's not like she's doing it all by herself, is it? It could kill you if you don't do it right. Chen Wanqiu took Su Ming from Bai Fuya's hands and let him out of the door happily, afraid to let Su Ming see that all those acupuncture points she stabbed were the same set of needles he had mentioned. Wanqiu, are they alright? Bai Fuya poked her head out, curiously surveying the unconscious bodyguards. It doesn't matter. I'll be fine after a nap. Let's take Su Ming shopping. Chen Wanqiu was in a relaxed mood as she carried Su Ming and Bai Fuya out the door together. When Bai Fuya saw Chen Wanqiu so relaxed, she instantly stopped worrying, and the two happily dragged Su Ming to the street to buy a whole bunch of baby products. Su Ming didn't expect Chen Wanqiu's heart to be so big that she was still playing outside even after she had zapped someone. I don't know what kind of lewd villain taught my mom acupuncture indiscriminately. I hope those people are okay, but don't get paralyzed by my mom. While he silently prayed for those people in his heart, Chen Wanqiu was incomparably tempted to laugh. This little doll, why is she still scolding herself? There was no telling what his face would look like if he knew that the creepy little man was himself. Chen Wanqiu had been shopping all day and returned home with a large pile of loot and Bai Fuya. As soon as she entered the door, she saw that all the members of the bodyguard team had regained their senses, and seeing this, the little bit of worry left in her heart instantly dissipated. The next day, Chen Wanqiu personally inspected the men practicing their kung fu, and each of them were surprised to find that their bodies were much lighter, and that the moves they had been practicing poorly before could be done easily. Everyone come here and take a physical fitness test. Chen Wanqiu purposely had her assistant prepare the equipment. The crowd came to the bar and lined up to do pull-ups. The first person did 100 in one breath. He wanted to continue again, but Chen Wanqiu called him off. That's enough. The rest of them did the full 100 with ease, not even breaking a sweat. Bai Fuya was surprised. These people didn't have such good upper body strength in the previous job application test. This can't be the effect of the acupuncture you gave them yesterday, can it? She asked curiously. Chen Wanqiu didn't answer her, but turned her head to look at the crowd and said aloud, I believe that after yesterday's acupuncture, you all felt the changes in yourselves, right? The group of bodyguards immediately talked about their changes, one more excited than the other. Ms. Chen, your needling technique is really amazing. I feel like my mixed body's qi and blood have been cleared up quite a bit, and my movements are lighter than before. Me too. Before I practiced my triple kicks I was always close to height, but today I did it with ease. I was 3 seconds faster at 100 meters than I was yesterday, which is just amazing. Waiting for the crowd to say enough, Chen Wanqiu then seriously urged, this needle method is my exclusive secret method. It can help you to dredge your true qi. Remember, this matter can never be spread out. Once someone leaks it, I won't be able to administer the needle to any of you again. Remember? Remember? The crowd said in unison. This needle method is only small in the end. To improve strength, the most important thing is your own willingness to work hard. I am optimistic about you guys. Don't let me down. Chen Wanqiu took up the stance of a boss and spoke before leaving at ease. At the same time, on Yu Yunting's desk, there was an additional piece of information. That's the profile of the entire Chen Wanqiu bodyguard team. He picked it up and carefully flipped through it, and couldn't help but sneer. Chen Wanqiu is really a woman who can't achieve great things. She actually invited some stinky fish and shrimp like this to protect herself. And even though this Lin Yang used to be the No.1 mercenary, it's a pity that he is also plagued by leg injuries now. When he thought of Bai Fuya forcefully snatching Chen Wanqiu from his hands last time, Yu Yunting's heart was not comfortable. Since he couldn't rob it once, he would rob it a second time. And he immediately spent a lot of money to hire a mercenary squad. The average strength of the members of this squad were all A ranked. So dealing with Chen Wanqiu's sketchy team wasn't a piece of cake? This is the bodyguard team you'll be dealing with. I hope you don't make any mistakes and bring Chen Wanqiu back to me. He threw the information of Chen Wanqiu's bodyguard team to the squad leader and said seriously. The squad leader took it and flipped through it, saying disdainfully, a bodyguard team with this kind of strength. I can take it out by myself, so what's the point of bothering with it? You have to be careful. This Lin Yang used to be the #1 mercenary. Yu Yunting reminded the other party. He's a waste of space now, and has long since been dismissed from our mercenary group. The squad leader sneered, growing more and more disdainful. Only after hearing these words did Yu Yunting feel completely relieved and burst out laughing. Chen Wanqiu, don't think that you can escape me just because you have the protection of the Bai family. Chapter 144, dragged to the countryside and buried alive. That night, this squad leader led a surprise attack on Chen Wanqiu. Yu Yunting had thought that these people would soon return with Chen Wanqiu, but he didn't expect to wait half a day until he got the news that the entire mercenary squad had been beaten and hospitalized. Enraged, he went to the hospital to settle the score with the squad leader, only to learn that the other man had been beaten into a coma. What the hell is going on here? He had to grab one of the team members next to him and ask for information. The team member shivered and said, there's a problem with the information you gave us. Chen Wanqiu's group of bodyguards are way stronger than us. It's not at all like the group of stinking fish and shrimp you wrote in your information. Everyone else was slightly disgruntled. If we knew those bodyguards were that strong, we wouldn't have gone looking for death. It's all because of the wrong information you gave us that we were beaten so badly. You have to compensate us. Yu Yunting was shocked. He also didn't expect those bodyguards around Chen Wanqiu to actually hide their strength. But he wasn't willing to call it quits and leave it at that, either. He once again spent a lot of money and hired an S-class mercenary squad. The strength of this squad were all the top in the world. Unless Lin Yang recovered to the strength he had when he was at his peak, there was absolutely no way he could be a match for this squad. In order to find out what was going on, this time, Yu Yunting even quietly followed this mercenary squad. After the previous experience of that A-rank squad, the S-rank squad this time was also extra cautious. And instead of making a big deal out of robbing Chen Wanqiu like they did last time, they chose to sneak up on her. Yu Yunting hid in a distant car, quietly observing every move outside through the windows. However, he soon saw that the group of bodyguards by Chen Wanqiu's side were organized and orderly protecting her. And this S-class squad member couldn't even get close to Chen Wanqiu. The group of bodyguards actually fought the team members back and forth, indistinguishable from each other. However, it was obvious that Lin Yang's strength was far above this squad leader, and in no time at all Lin Yang had sent the other party flying with a single punch. The opponent struggled to get up and was again kicked off by Lin Yang once again. And this time he also happened to fly and crash into the car where Yu Yunting was hiding. Thud! Yu Yunting trembled, only to see that Lin Yang had already taken a step towards him. He was so scared that his breath stopped and he couldn't even move. Gripping the side of the car tightly, Lin Yang stood next to his car and looked inside with a frown on his face. He pulled out a business card and stuck it in the car window. In that instant, Yu Yunting felt an incomparably terrifying sense of oppression, an aura that only the #1 mercenary would have. Lin Yang's strength returned to its peak. He was shocked. How was this possible? That team of mercenaries had told him that there was no cure for Yu Yunting's leg injury. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been driven away. What did he mean by inserting this card? Did he know he was sitting right there in the car, warning him? When he came back to his senses again, Lin Yang had already turned around and left. The group of S-Class squad members had all slumped to the ground, while almost none of Chen Wanqiu's team of bodyguards had been injured. Lin Yang ran back to Chen Wanqiu's side upside down. "Miss Chen, I just accidentally smashed someone's car and left a business card for them. Can I reimburse them for fixing their car when the time comes?" Chen Wanqiu cried and laughed. "What is this? It's all on my account." Lin Yang then breathed a sigh of relief. An hour later, Yu Yunting, who had returned home with that business card, couldn't figure out how Lin Yang's strength had been restored. But soon enough his men picked up some useful clues. A few people who went to apply for Chen Wanqiu's bodyguard that day, but were scared and powerful when they saw Lin Yang foaming at the mouth, sent a message to Yu Yunting that it was Chen Wanqiu who had called a doctor that day and cured Lin Yang's leg injury. Yu Yunting immediately had that doctor arrested. "Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you. I just want to know how you treated Lin Yang's leg injury." He spoke with a smirk while opening the money box on the table. Inside were stacks of banknotes. "If you tell me the truth, all these bills are yours." After the doctor hesitated, he still didn't dare to offend Yu Yunting. "Mr. Yu, I didn't cure Lin Yang's leg injury. It was Miss Chen Wanqiu who instructed me at the time to give him needles for a few very sinister acupuncture points, and his leg injury healed after he was unconscious for a while." "You're telling the truth?" Yu Yunting immediately sat up straight. "Yes, Ms. Chen seems to have her own unique understanding of acupuncture, and I don't understand the needles she knows. That's all I know." The doctor lowered his head and honestly said. Yu Yunting pondered for a while and thought of how some ancient medical families had mastered many unique acupuncture techniques, some of which could make one's strength soar rapidly. Chen Wanqiu, a woman, definitely couldn't know this kind of needle technique. It should have been Su Ming who told her again. That was why those stragglers around Chen Wanqiu could become so powerful in such a short period of time. This Su Ming, he was really something, since he couldn't snatch him away for a while now. He would get this set of stitches first. He smiled faintly and looked at the doctor. "I'll give you $3 million, as long as you go to Chen Wanqiu's side and steal her needles. If you don't agree, you know the consequences." Yu Yunting's methods had always been vicious, and the doctor had heard about it, so he had to agree. The next day, Chen Wanqiu called the doctor to go to the Bai family, because she was going to give the team members needles again, because this time, the acupuncture points that were given were the ones that Su Mingxin had recited, and she was worried about any accidents. So she called the doctor to come over and watch. Sure enough, after the needle was placed this time, the team members again cried out. One by one, they rolled their eyes in pain, and there were even those who directly fainted from the pain. But when they woke up again, their strength had really soared. The doctor peeked around and finally memorized the stitches. "Mr. Yu, this is the needle technique you asked for. I don't need money. I just hope you won't come back to me in the future." He handed the stitches he had memorized to Yu Yunting and said with a sense of helplessness, "No sane person would want to be a tool in such a struggle between large families." Yu Yunting received the stitches and snorted. "Of course I won't look for you again in the future because you don't have a future anymore." As his words fell, two men immediately came over and held the doctor down. The doctor was shocked and struggled frantically. "You, what are you doing? This set of stitches is so powerful. Of course the fewer people who know about it, the better. Since you can tell me, there's no guarantee that you won't tell others. Only the mouths of the dead are the tightest." Yu Yunting smiled and gave the order. "Drag him to the outskirts and bury him alive." Chapter 145, What Went Wrong? You crossed the river." The doctor struggled even more in terror. Yu Yunting laughed out loud. "Don't be silly. From the beginning I never intended to let you live. To be able to bring me this needle technique, you are already considered useful. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" The doctor's eyes were scarlet. Yu Yunting didn't bother to talk to him and waved his hand casually. After looking at the doctor being dragged out, he immediately called a few of his strongest men and kindly sent this stitch to Suho as well. After all, Suho was a medical sage. Not only did he play with the scalpel, but his needling skills were equally powerful. With her doing research on this stitch, she might soon discover how it works. The Jade family's doctor tested the stitch on those henchmen. Well, how was the effect? As soon as the needle was removed, Yu Yunting couldn't wait to ask. Before one of the men could speak, he fell to his knees with a plop, clutching his leg and shouting, "My leg hurts, it hurts, ah 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 ah." A few others did the same. either with leg pain, arm pain, or stomach pain, before Yu Yunting could react. Several people all fainted with miserable screams. Quickly go bring that doctor back to me. Yu Yunting immediately gave the order in a panic. That doctor was already half buried in the earth, but he was dug out again hard and brought back to Yu Yunting's side in a grey head. Why did the stitches you brought back do this to my people? You explain it to me clearly. Yu Yunting pointed at the fainted men and asked the doctor excitedly. The doctor sneered. Normal. After Chen Wanqiu gave those bodyguard members the needle, they were like this as well. Really? Yu Yunting was half convinced. Just then, one of his men was the first to wake up. My legs. I can't seem to move my legs. He examined his body and cried out in panic. What's going on? The little bit of hope that Yu Yunting had just kindled was directly dashed. He tried to question the doctor again, but the doctor, who had already been through the ringer, simply didn't want to help him anymore. Anyway, it's all death anyway, the doctor directly broke. I'm not sure what's going on. The needle that Chen Wanqiu put down is just like this. You dare not tell the truth. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Yu Yunting was furious. If you kill me, these men of yours will be paralyzed for the rest of their lives. And now I'm the only one who has a chance to figure out Chen Wanqiu's needles. The doctor sneered. After some agonizing, Yu Yunting could only let the doctor go so that he could continue to steal needles from Chen Wanqiu. Not long after she had just sent the doctor away, Sui rushed in with a furious look on her face and slapped Yu Yunting's face, angrily reprimanding. Yu Yunting, you're really good at this. How dare you lie to me? After I gave my men the needles, they went straight into a coma. No, let me explain. Yu Yunting hurriedly waved his hand. My man is still in the intensive care unit. He may still have cerebral palsy even after he wakes up. That's my best man. Su, he was getting angry. We worked together and you actually counted on me. My Su family is not finished with your Yu family. Yu Yunting instantly panicked. He had already broken with the Bai family. If he fell out with the Su family again, the Yu family's path in the international center would not be easy in the future. He hurriedly and patiently explained to Su He and speculated. Perhaps Chen Wanqiu was too defensive and intentionally kept a hand on that doctor. I've already asked that doctor to steal the needles again. Su He was speechless for a while. You idiot, that doctor was almost killed by you. How could he still work for you? I guess this would have run away long ago. Yu Yunting was stunned. Immediately let people go to find that doctor, but learned that the other party had immediately taken a plane and ran away with a family, and could not be captured for a while. So he felt speechless towards Yu Yunting, but was very interested in the set of stitches that Chen Wanqiu had placed. She spent a lot of money to hire a top-notch disguise artist to disguise herself as one of Chen Wanqiu's henchmen, and then had someone kidnap that henchman and unknowingly blend into the Bai family. She didn't expect her luck to be quite good, and she had just blended into the Bai family for the second day when she came across Chen Wanqiu trying to give her men acupuncture again. Although Chen Wanqiu's acupuncture was painful, the Bai family knew that her acupuncture had great benefits, and one by one, they lined up to ask Chen Wanqiu to zap them as well. Soho also happened to be mixed in with these people. Chen Wanqiu was fully focused on the people placing the needles and didn't notice that someone was secretly observing her stitches. Soon He realized that those acupuncture points under Chen Wanqiu were indeed exactly the same as the one given to her by Yu Yunting, and it wasn't that the doctor had remembered wrongly. So what went wrong? Why did she and Yu Yunting's men either faint or become paralyzed as soon as they hit the needle? Before she could think about it, the person in front of her in line had finished zapping. It's your turn. Come over here. Chen Wanqiu smiled as she took out a new set of silver needles and said to Sui. Soho still had fear in his heart, but he still walked over. When Chen Wanqiu's 2 needles went down, she felt an immense pain in the acupuncture point where the needle was placed, and she couldn't help but scream out. However, because of the use of the disguise technique, she didn't dare to make too big an expression, and she didn't even dare to scream too loudly, for fear of being found out. Scream out if it hurts. Don't hold it in. The more it hurts, the healthier it is. The henchman beside her who had already finished sticking the needle screamed while still not forgetting to comfort her. Other henchmen called out. Yeah, it hurts so much every time. I thought I'd get used to it if I zapped it more often. It's not something you can get used to a little bit, but just bear with it. MS. Chen, can you invent painless stitches next time? Chen Wanqiu smiled a little embarrassed. As the saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter. It's only effective when it hurts, isn't it? Lin Yan walked over and scolded the complaining team member. If you feel pain, don't tie it next time, and save MS. Chen a little bit of strength. The other party immediately gave a sarcastic laugh. That's not good. It just hurts like hell. I have to tie it. Miss Chen stabbing a needle once works better than me training for a year, so how can I not stab it? It was only when Sui heard their conversation that she finally believed. Chen Wanqiu really had a set of needles that could increase one's strength greatly, And the stitches are so powerful that even if they can cause pain, these people are willing to do it. It seemed that Chen Wanqiu had left her hand out so that the doctor didn't see all of the stitches. She endured the pain and silently compared the stitches Chen Wanqiu and that doctor had stolen in her mind, only to be surprised in the end to find out that until Chen Wanqiu finished the last stitch, there wasn't a single stitch that doctor hadn't said. Alright, next. Chen Wanqiu clapped her hands and said easily. He was upset. Ms. Chen, have you finished tying me up? Chapter 146, being pissed all over. Chen Wanqiu was unsure. Finished tying it up. Are you sure you don't want a few more stitches? Soho was undeterred. Sure. What's wrong? Chen Wanqiu was a bit unsettled by her, but without waiting for Su-hee to continue speaking, the other henchman beside her hurriedly pulled her to sit on the side. Don't you get up quickly. You don't think it doesn't hurt enough, do you? She's probably in stupid pain, ha ha ha. Someone around them scoffed nonchalantly. Chen Wanqiu didn't care about this little episode and happily went out shopping with Bai Fuya after giving everyone their needles. Su-hee stayed in the room with a group of henchmen. All of them were rolling on the ground in pain, and she also felt like there was an invisible hammer hitting those points that had just been stabbed one by one. Just as she was about to pass out from the pain, the nanny came over to watch their hilarity with Su Ming in her arms. Look at what they're doing. The nanny hugged Su Ming and smiled. Just as Su Ming approached, Su-hee suddenly felt that the pain and ache in his body had eased a lot. She looked up and quietly watched the others' reactions, realizing that they were doing the same, screaming less loudly. Could it be that the key to this set of stitches was not in Chen Wanqiu, but in Su Ming? Su Ming still does not know that he has been targeted. Is silently heartbroken, these unlucky people? Can my mom stop researching her black tech acupuncture techniques? Really harmful, In the end, which lack of heart to teach her acupuncture, Look at this one. All collapsed on the ground. How pitiful. In the corner, Su-hee quietly moved a little closer towards Su Ming's position, and sure enough, the pain and ache on his body once again lessened. In order to verify whether or not the disappearance of this pain was related to Su Ming or not, she simply climbed up directly and smiled as she walked over to the nanny's side. Why is little young master here? Let me hug him. She forced herself to hold back her distaste for Su Ming and put on an amiable appearance, scraping Su Ming's cheeks. Everyone else was immersed in their own pain, and not many people paid attention to Suho's moves. Su-hee's disguised henchman was originally one of the henchmen who took care of Su Ming, and the nanny didn't think there was anything wrong with it, carefully transferring Su Ming into Su-hee's hands. When Su Ming saw his familiar big sister come to hug him, he was about to take the opportunity to rub against the softness of his big sister's chest, when an urgent voice suddenly sounded in his mind. There's danger. Su Ming had a jolt. Crap. Dangerous people? Where are they? Could it be that Jade Yunting and Su Shilan's men have called in? He turned his head around nervously to look around, and after realizing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he was a little confused. Just as he was about to bury himself in that wide embrace, a realization popped into his brain. The man holding him in front of him was a dangerous man. Su Ming was puzzled at root. Dangerous? Where's the danger? How come he doesn't know? After being stunned for a moment, Su Ming reacted. Since the last electric shock, it had the full capabilities of the system. The reason he hadn't discovered the abnormality before was because he simply didn't know what capabilities that so-called system had. To put it another way, it was that the system's capabilities hadn't been developed yet. Now it seemed that being able to foresee danger was also one of the abilities that the system had brought him. Right? He had a jolt of excitement. And in the next second, a hot stream shot out of his little brother uncontrollably. Bad woman, get off me, he snapped back, switched the gun around, and smoothly pissed on Soho's face. Su-hee was feeling with all his heart that the pain in his body was slowly disappearing. When he was caught off guard and purified by the child's urine, he suddenly screamed out in shock. But the next second, because of the fear of Su Ming peeing in her mouth, she hurriedly closed her mouth again. Seeing this, the nanny hurriedly picked Su Ming back up. You? Really? This kid hasn't peed messily for a long time, Soho couldn't care less and hurriedly rushed to the bathroom to take a shower. What she didn't realize was that the water heater in the bathroom used by the underlings happened to be broken today, and she had to take a cold shower, because the bath had washed away part of her disguise on her face. Soho didn't dare to go out for a long time, and could only keep rinsing the cold water, pretending that she was taking a bath. When the other subordinates saw Su-hee delayed coming out, they thought that she loved cleanliness, and they all went to the other bathrooms to take a bath and went straight to bed. Only after everyone had gone to sleep did Su-hee quietly leave, looking for a disguise artist to refill his disguise and return to the White House. As soon as she woke up the next morning, however, she realized that she was so sore and dizzy that she didn't even have the strength to get out of bed. This kind of soreness was completely different from the pain after being stabbed by Chen Wanqiu yesterday, and Su-hee also noticed that something was wrong. She's got a fever from taking a cold shower too long yesterday. Luckily, There was fever-reducing medicine in the room of this subordinate she was staying in, and after taking it, she was thinking about how to repay Shuming. Yesterday Su Ming peed all over her in front of everyone, obviously on purpose. Even the nanny said that Su Ming hadn't peed without making a mess for a long time. This little bitch, she couldn't believe there was no way to deal with him. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from her big sister Su Sherlan. Second sister, I heard that you disguised yourself to sneak into the Bai family. This is really too dangerous. You'd better hurry back. Su Sherlan said worriedly. Don't worry big sister. No one found me. The disguise masters I hired are all top-notch experts. Su He was confident beyond measure. And with a belly full of resentment, she also told Su Sherlan about Su Ming peeing on her. This Su Ming, who previously attracted thunder to strike me and insulted me by urinating on me. I must make him taste my power. Hearing Su He's exasperated words, Su Sherlan's forehead veins jumped. After so many failures, she had already realized that wanting to bring Su Ming back to the Su family could be possible, but it was absolutely impossible to personally offend Su Ming, or else that person would definitely have more and more bad luck. Second sister, don't do anything foolish. Su Ming's destiny is extraordinary. You shouldn't personally mess with it. It's better to go back to the Su family first. Let's think long and hard. Su Sherlan hurriedly advised her. Su He didn't listen to it at all. Instead, he hastily perfunctorily gave Su Sherlan 2 sentences and hung up the phone. She purposely pretended to be healthy as she approached Su Ming and quietly coughed at him when no one was looking. Children's immunity is relatively poor. A little carelessness is easy to be infected. She has a high fever pour also so close to lift Su Ming. Su Ming will certainly also have a cold and fever. Colds and fevers are minor for adults, but for little babies, they can kill you if you're not careful. Su Ming also cursed in his heart when he realized that this big sister was sick and wanted to deliberately infect him. You this person heart is not too bad. I look for you to provoke you you want to do this to me? You're not honestly going to the hospital when you're sick here, but instead you come to infect me. Isn't this hurting the enemy 1,000 times and harming yourself 800 times? Su He was still coughing at Su Ming when the nanny suddenly walked in with a bottle. Chapter 147, Lifting up a stone and stoning oneself on it. Soho hurriedly returned to normal, and the nanny didn't notice anything unusual. For a few days afterward, Su He often found opportunities to hang around Su Ming, and because Chen Wanqiu was busy with the merger of Ningguan Group and Bai Clan, she didn't go home much, and even more so, she didn't hear those broken thoughts in Su Ming's heart. In order to make sure that Su Ming could catch a cold without any problems, Su He was always around him first, and only when his body eventually couldn't take it anymore did he go back to his room to take his medicine. But after a few days in a row, Su Ming was still fine, but it was the nanny who caught a cold first. The nanny is a middle-aged aunt, and her body is not as strong as Suho's, so she took a vacation right after she caught a cold and fever. Soon another subordinate who took care of Su Ming also caught a cold, and Su Ming was still fine. After several of the subordinates who took care of Su Ming were infected with colds by Su He, Chen Wanqiu, who learned of this news, thought that it was the flu that had been going around lately. She immediately gave an order for all the subordinates taking care of Su Ming to be hospitalized for observation first. Su He had no way to get close to Su Ming again, and could only act as if he had just been infected, staying in the hospital for daily injections and hangings and medication. Because of her reluctance, she had to frequently ask Su Ming if he was okay when she was hospitalized. The others all thought she was really concerned about the young master, and each of them cheerfully told her that young master Su was fine at all, so she didn't need to worry. Even every day when she asked, those underlings would colorfully describe to her what toys Su Ming played with tonight, how much milk he drank, and where he was taken to play. The more detailed and vivid their descriptions became, the more angry Soho became. If it wasn't for Su Ming, she wouldn't have caught a cold and fever so severe that she had to be hospitalized. So why should Su Ming be able to get away with so much outside? It was clear that those subordinates around Su Ming had all caught colds, and even Bai Fuya, who had only come to see Su Ming once, had started sneezing the next day because she had spoken to her twice. She coughed and talked to Su Ming every day. How come Su Ming is so physically fit, alive and well with no problems at all? Is this really a little baby? It really pissed her off. She wasn't going to just give up though. After being discharged from the hospital, she went straight back to her lab and quietly took a culture tube of an extremely concentrated germ, which is not fatal to adults and only causes severe allergic reactions. However, to a few-month-old baby like Su Ming, it was very dangerous. She had sent the virus to Su Ming's body one step at a time this time, and she didn't believe that Su Ming would still be able to resist it. She had also brought a tube of the antidote for this germ in case she made a mistake when laying the germ. After returning to the Bai family, Chen Wanqiu was happy to see that she was the first to be discharged from the hospital and told her to go back and take care of Su Ming. I haven't had the time to take care of Xiao Ming lately, and the other maids are still in the hospital. so I'll trouble you to take care of Xiaoming. She was in a hurry to deal with the company's business and patted Sui's shoulder before heading out the door. Suming was lying on the floor of the nursery playing with a stuffed animal when he looked up and saw the dangerous big sister walk in. And this big sister had two strange test tubes in her hands. He was instantly alert, his hands shaking slightly as he gripped the toy. What's this scary big sister doing here again? Crap, thought she was fired. Wait a minute, that test tube in her hand. It's not some kind of biochemical weapon, is it? Suming's brain raced. In order not to be poisoned by this evil big sister, he had to save himself. Eventually he got wise in a hurry and flashed the other man a big smile, opening his hand to find her for a hug. Looking at Suming's bright and lovely smile, Sui's heart inexplicably softened a bit as well. She walked over and gently hugged Suming. Young master, you miss me too, don't you? However, in the next second, Suming opened his mouth and directly spat out a large mouthful of saliva that dripped onto Sui's chest. Sui instantly put down Suming in disgust and turned around to find a tissue. While she was looking for a tissue, Suming quickly picked over the two bottles of test tubes that she had casually placed on the floor. The two test tubes are the same color. One has a label that reads germ number 24 and the other has antidote number 24. Obviously these two, one is a poison, an antidote. Suming quickly tore down the two labels to switch. And by the way, also quietly next to the cake dripped a little bit of that germs. By the time Soho finished dealing with the drool on his body and turned back, Suming had long since crawled to the other side to play. Noticing her gaze, Suming turned his head and once again gave her a bright and lovely smile. Stinking woman, actually trying to poison me. Humph, I still have a long life ahead of me. Sui was furious when she saw that smile of his, and she no longer hesitated in her heart. She directly grabbed the test tube labeled with germs and mixed the liquid inside into the milk she was going to give Suming. Young master, hungry? Let's drink grandma. Sui picked up Suming and forced the pacifier into his mouth. But Suming didn't resist, and obediently hugged the bottle and drank milk earnestly, and kept staring at her with big round eyes. Meeting his simple innocent eyes, Sui's heart suddenly felt a little hard. In the end, Suming is just a small baby. Small babies often have no control over spitting. Would it be too vicious for her to just directly give Suming the germs? Just as she was pondering, Suming had already finished a whole bottle of milk, letting out a giggle and looking at her happily. Seeing this little guy trust himself so much, Sui instantly became even more embarrassed. She put Suming down and was a little hesitant to just give him a little lesson and feed him the antidote when he was a little harder to handle. Grunted Suming suddenly, pulling on her arm. She turned her head in some confusion, and saw Suming pushing the cupcake in front of him towards her. Are you going to let me eat this? Soho was a little surprised that such a young child could even try to communicate with people. Suming also wanted to directly let Sui eat this cake, but unfortunately his current body was just too chicken. And all the words he wanted to say turned into a humming mess when they came out of his mouth. But seeing that Soho understood him, he was instantly in no hurry. This wicked woman actually wanted to harm her. Today he would properly watch her lift a stone and hit her own foot. When he thought that she was about to make a fool of herself, Suming couldn't help but raise a heartfelt smile. Looking at Suming's smiling face, Sui suddenly felt a little guilty. Perhaps even if Suming was a different baby, she shouldn't be angry with a little baby. She received the cake with some mixed feelings and slowly ate a few bites, still thinking about whether or not to feed the antidote to Suming. As she was thinking, she suddenly felt a little itch on her body. Chapter 148, Suming's diary from his previous life. At first, Sui thought it should be an illusion, but after continuing to eat 2 bites of cake, her body became more and more uncomfortable, and directly became strangely itchy. She was taken aback. Wasn't this what that germ did to adults? Could it be that when Suming just drank his milk, it splashed onto the cake? Not caring about that much, Sui immediately picked up the tube of antidote and drank it. Instead, after drinking 2, not only did her symptoms not improve 1 iota, but the itching got worse. Soon her face was also itching for a while, and she reached out to touch it, only to realize that she seemed to have a lot of small pouches on her face. Suming looked at her as she scratched her ears, and a sour feeling ran through his heart. This silly big sister. She doesn't know that the test tube labels have been switched. Sui took the mirror. Even though her face was covered with disguise props, there were still a lot of small red dots that had burst out, and now her face looked like an unsightly poisonous mushroom. Startled, she hurriedly put down the mirror. Because it was so itchy, she was not in the mood to pay attention to Suming's reaction to drinking that germ, and thought that she had gotten the wrong antidote, and hurriedly had to rush back to the lab. But she didn't expect that as soon as she opened the door, she bumped into Chen Wanqiu, who had come back to fetch her things. Seeing her face, Chen Wanqiu was also startled, taking a step back and exclaiming out, "How did your face become like this?" Sui was worried that the disguise props on her face would break, so she could only cover her face in embarrassment and lowered her head. I'm sorry Ms. Chen. I accidentally got allergic. Chen Wanqiu looked at her squirming appearance and pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. Allergy? You're good for nothing. How are you allergic? I accidentally ate the wrong thing. Soho stammered for an excuse. Chen Wanqiu is very suspicious. Her face are small red spots. If really allergic to why so cover up? Speak also so vague. I heard that the symptom of some infectious diseases is that the face will rise densely packed with small red dots. In case this person has that kind of infectious disease, dare not say, in the future accidentally infected to Su Ming, then is not trouble? You take care of Su Ming, but you end up being able to accidentally eat something you're allergic to. So careless. How can I be confident in letting you take care of Xiao Ming? You don't have to come tomorrow. She made an excuse and said, go find the housekeeper to settle the wages yourself. Ms. Chen, I really didn't do it on purpose. Please give me another chance. Sui hadn't yet figured out the secret of that needle technique of hers, so naturally he wasn't willing to leave like this, and immediately begged, you're either sick with a fever or allergies. Are you still planning to leave Ming alone in your room now? Chen Wanqiu said without a trace of anger. How else can I give you another chance? Soho wanted to fight a little more, but she was so itchy that she could only reluctantly leave first. At the same time, in the Su family's manor, Su Shilan also rummaged through a diary from a utility room and discovered that it was actually left behind by Su Ming back then. She recalled for a while before remembering that this utility room used to be Su Ming's room, and it was used as a utility room by the servants after Su Ming's death. Originally, Su Shilan was disgusted with all of Su Ming's things, but for some reason, when her fingers touched this diary, the smile of the young Su Ming naturally surfaced in her mind. She ghostly opened the diary, and was surprised to find Su Ming's handwriting exceptionally neat and atmospheric. But Su Ming is obviously a bad student who doesn't study, but he can actually write such a good hand. Looking at the unfamiliar handwriting, Su Shilan felt as if she didn't know the dead brother at all. With curiosity, she carefully flipped through the 2 pages and found that Su Ming had recorded a lot of things he had done in his diary. Today, Xiaotian bullied the family's subordinates again, and ate the strawberry milkshake that Zhang Ma had just made for big sister, and he and third sister said I stole it, so I'm the one who took the blame. I'm really the world's #1 unlucky person. Su Shilan recalled for a while. She really couldn't recall this matter. After all, in her impression, Su Ming had done countless wrong things at all, and she wouldn't deliberately try to remember these. It rained today and Xiaotian drove me out of the house. Luckily I'm in good health and didn't catch a cold when I got caught in the rain. I made a cake for third sister today, but Xiaotian ate it first, so I can only make it for third sister next time, and I still have to save up my allowance for a long time before I can buy all the ingredients to make the cake next time, so it feels like it's a long way off. Su Shilan silently watched Su Ming's day and suddenly remembered what Zhang Ma had said to her some time ago. At that time, when Zhang Ma said that she had always thought that Su Ming was taking the blame for Xiaotian, she didn't quite believe it, but what was written in this diary was the same as what Zhang Ma had said. Could it be that Su Ming intentionally wrote this diary, in order to one day design for her to accidentally see, so as to change her opinion of him? Otherwise, why does he always write something bad about Goten? Su Shilan continued to read with misgivings, and found that Su Ming had not only written about Su Tian, but also about the rest of the Su family, as well as the servants in the house in Jiangma. Today Xiaotian tried to torture a small stray cat again. I fought with him, snatched the kitten back and sent it to the rescue center, but when I came back, Xiaotian had already complained to Big Sister that I was bullying him, and Big Sister punished me for kneeling in the yard for a night, and my knees were purple. But thankfully, the kitten is fine as long as it's okay. I named it Flower. On the side of the journal, Su Ming also drew a sketch of a small 3-flowered cat with colored pencils. Su Shilan suddenly felt that if she didn't know that the person who wrote the diary was Su Ming, she might also think that this pattern was cute, and that the person who wrote this diary was more loving. Turning the next page, Su Ming drew another scruffy little pug. This puppy, I named him Dot. He is especially well behaved, but his leg is injured. I bought him medicine, but I can't bring it home, otherwise Xiaotian will definitely torture it, so I can only sneak it to the rescue center. The uncle at Xinlan Small Animal Rescue is so nice that he is willing to take these small animals for me every time I cure them. Seeing that Su Ming had rescued so many small animals, Su Shilan's heart was very puzzled, because according to the date marked on this diary, by this time Su Ming had already killed Xiaotian. The Su family wouldn't give Su Ming a single penny more, and he had no job or income. So where on earth did he get so much money to rescue these little animals? Full of curiosity, she went to visit this rescue shelter. However, he didn't expect to really see those kittens and puppies that Su Ming had drawn here, as well as some other small animals. Could it be that Su Ming had come to this rescue shelter in advance to learn the names and looks of these little animals in order to convince her? She was puzzled when the head of the rescue came over and smiled. "This lady, are you here to adopt a small animal? May I ask that cat, is it called Flower?" Su Shilan asked as she pointed at the three-flowered cat that was very similar to Su Ming's sketch. "How do you know?" Blossom was a kitten when she was first brought in by the rescuers. The person in charge was a little surprised. Su Shilan's mood was momentarily a bit agitated. "Can I ask what the rescuer's name was?" Chapter 149, She has woken up. "Rescuer?" The person in charge stared blankly for a moment, then revealed a gentle smile. "Of course I remember. He's very nice. Many of our small animals here were sent over by him, and many of the small animals were sick, but also when he sent them over, he paid to cure them. May I ask if his name is Su Ming?" Su Shilan didn't have that much patience and asked directly. "You know him?" The person in charge was a little surprised. "He hasn't come to our rescue to see the critters in months for some reason. Did he move?" Su Shilan was like a fish in her throat, not realizing that what Su Ming wrote in his diary about rescuing small animals was actually true. Then maybe the things he wrote in his diary about abusing small animals could be true. She was not in the mood to answer the person in charge's question, nor could she bear to tell the other party that Su Ming had passed away. After all, in the eyes of the person in charge, Su Ming was a kind and good person. "Sorry, I've got things to do, so I'll go." She left with a curt response. Distracted, Su Shilan realized that she had actually walked near the orphanage without realizing it. Thinking that the Su Tian who looked similar to Xiao Tian was in the orphanage, she ghosted in. Earlier, she was still upset when she heard that Su Ningxue and Su Rong had thrown Su Tian into the orphanage, but after hearing Su Rong talk about the demons that Su Tian had made in the manor, she didn't take Su Tian back. However, out of her longing for Xiao Tian, she still lovingly sent many toys and books to the orphanage for Su Tian, and also explained to the director of the orphanage to take good care of Su Tian. With her giving the word, I believe Su Tian should be doing quite well in the orphanage now. With that thought in mind, she felt a little better, but as soon as she walked into the orphanage and looked at the scene in front of her, she was stunned. Su Tian was holding the toy car she had sent him, writing animatedly on another child, and he was surrounded by several other small children who kept following him. "Whoever listens to me the most today, I'll give him this little car of his to play with for an hour." Holding up the little car, he treated the child underneath him like a horse and slapped the other hard. "Giddy up, don't run faster yet." Because they wanted to play with the little car, many small children came over to flatter Su Tian, saying nice things to him, and even took the initiative to hand him their snacks. Only a few small children hunkered down quietly looking at children's books, not interested in Su Tian's toys. Su Shilan gave Su Tian these toys just to make him happy in the orphanage, but she didn't expect him to actually take these things and make the other orphans work for him as a cow. She was about to walk in and reprimand Su Tian when she saw him writing someone else close to a little girl who had been cowering in the corner, and asked in dissatisfaction, "Everyone else has come to honor me, why don't you come over? Is it because you don't like me? You go away The girl seemed to be very afraid of Su Tian, screaming as she grabbed the books by her hand and threw them towards Su Tian's body. However, her strength was particularly small, and the book fell to the ground without even touching Su Tian. Su Tian was instantly furious. You're deliberately looking for a fight, aren't you?" He rushed over to the little girl and took her by the arm and kicked her hard a few times. The other small children all instantly took a few steps back in fear, but the few small children around Su Tian were more excited than one another. "Big brother Su Tian is awesome. Brother Xiao Tian, she didn't listen to you. Beat her to death. A little bitch. What's the point of pretending to be noble?" Su Shilan was astonished beyond belief, not expecting these children who were only a few years old to be able to say such vicious words. They had clearly already embraced a small group, and if they could bully this little girl today, they would definitely normally bully other children who didn't care to flatter Su Tian. And for some reason, when she looked at this little girl, she always felt something familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere. The dean was also very helpless. "Miss Su, because you often send gifts over. Su Tian often says in our place that you will take him home sooner or later. Although we have educated him, the children in the orphanage are all precocious, and are the most good at reading people's eyes. He bullies the other kids so much, and you guys don't care?" Su Shilan felt a pang of depression in her heart. "Miss Su, you instructed us to take care of Su Tian, and we wouldn't dare offend the Su family." Su Shilan also realized that she had nothing to do with Su Tian being able to be so arrogant right now, but she just wanted Su Tian to have a better life in the orphanage, and she didn't expect him to be so good at foxing. Seeing that little girl cowering in the corner had lost her voice, she couldn't bear it anymore and directly rushed in, slapping Su Tian in the face. "Io, who dares to hit me?" Su Tian didn't see the person who came, and thought that an employee of the orphanage had struck. covering his face and paralyzed on the ground wailing, "Believe it or not, I'll ask my big sister to expel you. I'm going to kill you." Hearing this, Su Shirlan also understood why none of the orphanage's employees dared to step in to stop Su Tian when he was beating people. She picked up the little girl who had fainted and was surprised to find that this little girl was actually rescued by Xiao Tian himself a few years ago and sent to the orphanage. "I didn't realize that after a few years, I would be abused like this by Su Tian." Su Tian cursed from his mouth, and only when he got up from the ground did he realize that the person who came was Su Shirlan. The anger on his face immediately turned into a smile, and happily said, "Big sister, have you finally come to pick me up and take me home?" Su Shirlan gave him a disgusted look and asked rhetorically, "Who is your big sister? Are you even remotely related to our family?" With those words, she rushed the little girl to the hospital. Fortunately, the little girl's injuries were not particularly serious, and when Su Shirlan went to check on her the next day, she had already woken up. But she was awake, but she was still shivering, and kept muttering, "There's a ghost, there's a ghost." Su Shirlan was a bit puzzled, thinking that she was also being haunted by an evil spirit, so she asked Su Ningxue to go and invite Wu Wei over. After Wu Fei examined her, he also said, "She has not been haunted by an evil spirit, right? Her complexion is also very good. There is no problem." Su Shirlan took the little girl's hand and patiently asked, "Little sister, tell your sister what the ghost you saw looked like, okay? It's Su Tian. He came to life and came to beat me up again just like before." The little girl shrank her neck and shivered. This sentence was a bit too much information, and Su Shirlan was stunned for a moment before she reacted. This little girl seemed to think that the current Su Tian was Xiao Tian who had returned from the dead, and that was why she thought she had seen a ghost. What did she mean by coming to beat me up again? As usual, Su Shirlan's heart suddenly had a bad premonition. "Little sister, did Su Tian often beat you before?" Chapter 150. What are you hiding? Su Tian, he burned me with fire. The little girl said pitifully. Su Shirlan was alarmed. Fire and burn, that's not your average bully. She remembered when Xiao Tian and her were shopping on the road and saw this little girl begging on the side of the road. Or Xiao Tian looked at her poorly and sent her to the orphanage. Later, Xiao Tian even brought many toys and books to visit this little girl in the orphanage. How did he set this little girl on fire? Little sister, the Su Tian you are talking about. Is he the brother who sent you to the orphanage before? She incredulously inquired again. It's him. He beats me every time he comes to see me. He also burns my hair with fire and cuts me with a knife. The little girl was aggrieved and anxious, and told the bad things Su Tian had done to her back then. One by one, Su Shirlan felt pain just from hearing it. She pulled up the little girl's cuff, and sure enough, she saw a large scar left by the burn. The little girl said that Su Tian used to pour boiling water on her on purpose. But since he prepared a lot of gifts for the little girl every time he came to the orphanage, no one believed her even if she told others that Su Tian did it on purpose. In time, the dean and the rest of the staff felt instead that she was the one who was too pretentious and liked to make a fool of herself. Su Shirlan's heart was mixed, letting the little girl rest well in the hospital first, and she herself walked out of the hospital incomparably forlornly by herself. Her spirit was in a trance. She still couldn't believe that the demon the little girl was talking about could be the brother she remembered as being kinder than an angel. And she suddenly felt as if her didn't understand Xiao Tian at all. Why is it that more and more evidence is proving to her that Goten is actually a bad boy? A demon? She clearly remembered that when Xiao Tian was still alive, everyone praised Xiao Tian for being lively and kind. Especially those teachers in his school who praised him every time they had a parent-teacher conference. Thinking of this, Su Shirlan immediately went to the elementary school that Xiao Tian had attended before. "Miss Su, what brings you here?" Xiao Tian's homeroom teacher back then asked with some surprise when she saw Su Shirlan. "Teacher, I want to know something about Xiao Tian's former life with you." Su Shirlan hesitated, but finally asked directly, "Please tell me, Xiao Tian, did he ever bully his classmates or do anything else wrong in school in the past?" Hearing these words, the class teacher's expression changed, looking at Su Shirlan somewhat oddly, and only after a moment had passed did she say in puzzlement, "Eldest Miss Su, why would you suddenly ask this? Xiao Tian has always been a good kid with excellent character and studies. It's simply impossible for him to bully his classmates." Su Shirlan immediately had a feeling of relief as she sighed in relief. "That's good. Xiao Tian was the most understanding student I've ever taught, and I'm saddened by his sudden death. Miss Su, as his own sister, how could you suddenly think he would bully other students? Did someone bullshit you about something?" The class teacher stared at her and asked tentatively. Su Shirlan naturally wouldn't tell her homeroom teacher what she had heard and seen evidence of these days. She vaguely said, No, I just had a dream that Xiao Tian was fighting with someone else." "Miss Su, you're missing Xiao Tian too much. Truth be told, I miss him too. He really is an exceptionally good kid. The homeroom teacher sighed heavily and said with a million regrets. The homeroom teacher had taught Su Tian for so many years, and since he hadn't found anything bad about Xiao Tian, it seemed that Xiao Tian was indeed a good kid. That little girl's words might not be believable. And as for the diary that Su Ming had written, it was even less believable. She returned home and told Su Ningxue about today's events, but Su Ningxue felt that something was wrong. That homeroom teacher, why did he ask if you had heard what others had said? If he really thought Su Tian was kind and simple, why would he ask that? Maybe he just asked casually. Su Shilan didn't take it to heart. Su Ningxue always felt that there was something else hidden in this, because she didn't believe that Su Tian could really disguise himself in school as a good student with good character and academic performance, and that the disguise would be for many years. Other than the Su family, to others, with Su Tian's lawless character, it was impossible to manage to disguise himself for so long. The next day, she also personally visited Su Tian's homeroom teacher, but no matter how much she asked, the homeroom teacher insisted that Su Tian was a good boy. She claimed that she missed Su Tian and wanted to see the security camera footage of Su Tian's previous lessons in the class. And the other party also said that too much time had passed and those security camera footage had not been saved for a long time. But then she noticed that when she suggested that she wanted to see the video, the homeroom teacher's face looked a little odd, as if she was deliberately hiding something. What could he be hiding? Su Ningxue was completely clueless, but after leaving the school, she accidentally ran into Chan Wanxiu, who was holding Su Ming and out shopping with Bai Fuya. The two met again after a few days. Chen Wanxiu still revealed a faint smile to Su Ningxue. Fourth miss, long time no see. When Su Ningxue saw Su Ming, her heart instantly became a few points happier, but there was still a faint sadness between her brows. Fourth miss, did something happen to you? It seems like you're not in a good mood. Chen Wanxiu looked at her and asked worriedly. Although she didn't like Su Shilan, she knew that Su Ningxue was different from all the other Su family members. At least it was Su Ningxue who really liked Su Ming, and had given him so many assets. These couldn't be faked. I sighed Su Ningxue. My big sister seems to be starting to believe that our own brother Su Tian is actually a devil who often does bad things these days. But she went to Su Tian's elementary school homeroom teacher yesterday, and the other party insisted that Su Tian is definitely a good student. And I've just went to ask, and he said the same thing. Su Tian? Chen Wanxiu didn't know what evil deeds the Su Tian of the International Center's Su family had done, but listening to Su Ningxue's words, she could guess a thing or two. Do you suspect that the homeroom teacher lied? She asked curiously. I always feel that he's deliberately hiding something. It's impossible for Su Tian not to do bad things in school. I can't figure out why he's trying to help Su Tian hide it. Su Ningxue said rather helplessly. With his words, the bit of speculation that my big sister just had about little Tian is all dispelled. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud as he listened to the conversation between the two of them. That homeroom teacher wasn't a good bird either. He gave Su Tian a good word. That's because his own son was the one who followed Su Tian and bullied the other students in the first place. He must have to cover up for his own son. Chen Wanxiu heard Su Ming's heartfelt words and instantly understood the reason. She didn't move and let Bai Fuya carry Su Ming back home first, and turned her head to tell Su Ningxue the truth. Fourth miss, let me accompany you to the school quietly once more. Chapter 151, The Orphanage in the Diary. Su Ningxue, who learned the truth, was furious. No wonder that homeroom teacher bit the bullet and said that Su Tian was a good kid, so it was to harbor his own son. This kind of person simply doesn't deserve to be a teacher. Just now I also heard Su Ming say that the class teacher's kid is now no longer in elementary school, but he still bullies other kids at school, because his dad is the class teacher. So those little kids don't dare to say anything even if they are bullied by him. So let's quietly go to the school and watch it right now, and we might be able to catch that kid. Chen Wanxiu took the initiative to propose. That's a good idea. Su Ningxue nodded, but a moment later it was as if she remembered something. But I've just been to the school. The homeroom teacher won't be able to tell the truth if she sees me again. I'll let my assistant go. Soon, Su Ningxue's assistant disguised as a gym teacher and quietly slipped into Su Tian's elementary school. It didn't take him long to see the homeroom teacher walk into the school with a boy. It was lunch break and the boy waltzed right into the homeroom teacher's class. Those in the class were like little chickens that had seen the hawk when they saw him, all of them cowering their necks. He probably walked up to a small child and held out his hand. Where's the snack I asked you to buy me yesterday? Why don't you hurry up and bring it out? I ran out of pocket money. I'm sorry. That little kid was so scared that he had tears in his eyes, but he didn't dare to cry out. Seeing this, the assistant went straight down in and gripped the boy as soon as he could. You, who are you? What do you want? The boy was startled and yelled. Do you know who my father is? It's useless even if your father is Li Gang. The assistant was all but laughed at him. Come with me. When the class teacher heard that a strange man had broken into the classroom to take away his son, He immediately rushed over in a hurry and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Su family's people do business. If you don't want to die, get out of the way." The assistant saw the homeroom teacher and instantly became even more angry. It seemed that the other party had always known about the good things his son had done in school. They had just been turning a blind eye and not caring. "Someone from the Su family? I'll believe you if you say you're from the Su family. Quickly release my son or I'll call the police." The class teacher was eager to protect her son. Then what if it was me who said it? Su Ningxue, who had been waiting outside the school gate, got the news and rushed over in time, questioning aloud. Upon seeing Su Ningxue, the class teacher immediately turned into a quail and cautiously said, "Fourth Miss Su, why are you here? Why did you take my son away? The Su family does things, so don't ask." Su Ningxue looked indifferent, directly raised her hand and let her assistant take away the boy. Su Ningxue led the boy into the interrogation room and asked in a cold voice, "Say whatever I ask you. If you say one word wrong, I'll kill you." Boys see their biggest backer in front of Su Ningxue actually a blow down. Instantly lost the arrogance of just a moment ago. He was so scared that he wailed, "Oh, don't kill me. I say everything. Why are you bullying other students? Who taught you that?" "It's Su Tian. He's the one who taught me in the past. If you guys want to kill him, kill him. Don't kill me, Ohu." The boy collapsed to the ground in fear, and in one breath he told all the previous events. He asked me to be his little brother, to bully my classmates in class with him, to collect protection money from whoever he sees as being displeased. And there used to be a boy in our class who was too mentally fragile because he was always being collected by us. So now he just hides at home all day and doesn't go to class. Su Ningxue had a complicated mood. "What do you mean by too fragile mentally?" It was clearly his and Su Tian's long-term school bullying that led to the other party's mental problems at such a young age. After she asked the name of the boy who was being bullied, she let the boy go. "Su Tian is dead. If you don't want to die, give back the money you robbed the others with, or else I'll even kill you and your father together." That was of course meant to scare him, but there was no use in reasoning with such a bad boy, so it was better to just play hardball. Su Ningxue gave the interrogation tape to Su Shilan, and under her persuasion, Su Shilan finally decided to go with her to pay a visit to the home of the boy who was bullied by Su Tian to the point where he was off from school. The boy's parents both looked very amiable, and after hearing that they were here to investigate what Su Tian had once done to their son, they immediately tearfully told them all about what Su Tian had once done to their son. "When we found out, my son didn't have a piece of good flesh on his body. He was bruised and purple, but the class teacher just kept saying that our son fell on his own, and we tried to call the school's CCTV, but the school's CCTV had been broken for a long time. They also made my son kowtow many times a day, and recorded videos for other students to see. My son couldn't stand the humiliation. He was a sunny and lively good boy, but now he doesn't even want to talk." Su Ningxue and Su Shilan quietly observed the child through the doorway. He was found to have a very slow gaze, and the curtains in his room were all drawn, so it was clear that he was severely traumatized. Thinking that this child had become like this, all because of their own brother, Su Ningxue's heart was incomparably guilty. She took the initiative to take out a check for $5 million and handed it to the couple. "Both of you, take this check and take your son to a better psychiatrist." This. How can we charge you guys so much money for nothing?" Both of them were stunned. "I'm sorry, it was my brother who did this to your son in the first place. He's dead and we just want to do our best to make up for the sins he committed." The couple reacted for a moment before they spoke out in annoyance. "You two are the sisters of that little brute Su Tian? You guys get the hell out. Why didn't you come earlier when Su Tian bullied my son? And now you're here to pretend to be the good guy." They pushed and beat Su Ningxue and Su Shilan directly. Along with the $5 million check, they tore it to shreds. This couple were just ordinary people, yet they were able to tear up a $5 million check without batting an eyelid. So it was evident that what they said was true, and that Su Tian had really caused a lifelong psychological shadow on their son back then that would be difficult to cure. Su Shilan's mood was complicated, and she hadn't said a word on the way back. When Su Ningxue saw this look on her face, she was ready to drum up a fight to convince her that not only was Su Tian not the Su Tian she remembered, Su Ming was also not the Su Ming she remembered at all. "Big sister, I also read Su Ming's diary, and he also wrote in his diary that he often goes to the orphanage. Why don't we go to that orphanage and see if the diary Su Ming wrote is true?" Chapter 152, He Bakes Cookies. Su Shilan followed Su Ningxue to the orphanage mentioned in Su Ming's diary. This orphanage was far from as big as the one Su Tian was in. The environment was poor, and there were only 2 staff members besides the director. 3 adults in charge of dozens of children are simply too busy. "Are you here to adopt a child? If not, we don't have time for reception here." The dean looked at the 2 young women, impatient as she handed out toys to the children. We're here. The dean immediately interrupted Su Ningxue's words. Not here to adopt a child or volunteer. Then please go back. We have nothing to see here. Our brother used to come here to take care of the children. We came over to take a look. Su Shilan said with some dissatisfaction. This dean's attitude was too bad. If you're not welcome, we'll just leave. Brother? The dean suddenly came to his senses. Are you talking about a boy from Su Ming? Yes. Did he used to come here often? Su Ningxue asked gently. So it's Xiao Ming's sisters. Have a cup of tea with me in the lounge. The dean's attitude changed drastically at once, smilingly leading them into the lounge. You should be Xiao Ming's eldest and fourth sisters. The dean poured tea for them, and without waiting for Su Ningxue to speak, she took the lead and asked, how did you know? Su Ningxue was surprised. Little Ming mentions you guys every time he comes. My ears are getting calloused from hearing it. It's really rare to find siblings like you who have such a good relationship. Hearing the dean's explanation, Su Ningxue couldn't help but glance at Su Shilan. Both of them looked a little odd. Good sibling relationship? There shouldn't be anyone under the sky who had a worse relationship with Su Ming's siblings than them. Su Shilan's mood was complicated. She had always felt that Su Ming's currying favor with her was just coveting the glory and wealth of the Su family, but just pretending in front of people. But this dean she didn't know, and if it hadn't been for stumbling upon that diary, she never would have met this dean in her life. There was simply no need for Su Ming to repeatedly mention them in front of the other party. Could it be that Su Ming was there to show off? To show off that he's the son of the Su family? But this dean in front of them also didn't know that they were Su family members. Otherwise, wouldn't they have dared to treat them with that kind of attitude just now? Before she could think about it, several small children suddenly rushed into the restroom with giggles and threw mud at each other to play, directly turning the restroom into an exciting battlefield. Before Su Shilan could dodge, she was hit by a bear. Looking at the mud stains on her body, she burst into a rage and turned her head to glare at the little girl who had thrown the mud. Big sister, you lost. You were hit by me. The little girl wasn't scared at all. Instead she shook her head and said, no fooling around. Hurry up and apologize. The dean slammed the table and rebuked in annoyance. I'm not at fault, so why should I apologize? It's her own stupidity. She can't even avoid this. Slightly. The little woman was cheeky and didn't feel that she had done anything wrong at all. Looking at the little girl's indifferent appearance, Su Shilan was even more enraged. Dean, however, pulled the little girl first, chiding angrily. Hurry up and apologize. They are little brother Ming's sisters are here specially to see you. Upon hearing this, the little girl put away her smile in passing and looked at Su Shilan cautiously. Really? Of course it's true. If you upset the two sisters, brother Ming will never come again. Dean said seriously. I was wrong. Sister, I shouldn't have thrown mud at you guys. The little girl immediately flattened her mouth and said, full of fear, please don't tell little brother Ming. Both of you. This child has a congenital heart disease. She was abused by her parents when she was born, and then his parents owed money and threw her away. So her personality has always been rather eccentric. I hope you guys don't take it personally with her. The dean sighed and apologized to Su Shilan. The bit of fire that Su Shilan was about to have a fit instantly disappeared, and she was also very distressed by the girl's tragic life. We are full of physically challenged children here, and we don't have many adopters in a year. So many people come here to see what's going on, and please don't take it to heart that I just treated you badly. The dean explained somewhat helplessly to the two of them. Usually a few of us are too busy to manage so many children, but it's a good thing that Ming often comes over to volunteer and buys a lot of toys and books for the children, and our children here love him. It was then that Su Shilan realized why the dean had treated the two of them so poorly just now, because the two of them looked neither like they were here to be supporters, nor even more like they were here to adopt a child. Just as she was thinking, the little girl who had just been there suddenly ran back holding a small rabbit, and very embarrassedly stuffed the doll into Su Shilan's arms. Sister, this is my favorite doll. I'll give it to you. Can you ask brother Xiao Ming to come visit me earlier? The little girl looked at her with an expectant face. Little brother Ming hasn't come to see us for a long time. Is he sick? Su Shilan couldn't bear to tell the little girl that Su Ming had passed away. She could only force a smile. Little brother Ming is not sick. He's just been busy lately. When he's free in the future, I'll let him come to see you. Okay? The little girl's eyes instantly lit up. It doesn't matter if little brother Ming can't come for the time being. It's just that I haven't eaten the baked cookies made by little brother Ming for a long time. Last time little brother Ming brought me baked cookies, I specially left a few of them behind. I didn't even bother to eat them. Baked cookies? Su Shilan turned her head to look at Su Ningxue, and saw a hint of confusion in the other party's eyes as well. How come they didn't know what kind of cookies Su Ming could bake? Yeah. The girl pulled out a paper bag and handed it to Su Shilan as if offering a treasure. It's this kind of baked cookie. Brother Xiao Ming's is delicious. Confused, Su Shilan opened the paper bag, and found that the baked cookies inside were the bear cookies that Zhang Ma often made for them. But these cookies can only be baked and eaten on the spot. They don't last long, and all of these cookies must have expired a long time ago. Okay, the next time I come to see you, I'll let little brother Ming make more cookies and bring them to you. Okay? She smiled and touched the little girl's head, promising. The little girl immediately ran out with joy and happiness, sharing the good news with her best friends. Looking at the children's happy faces, Su Shilan's heart was inexplicably warmed. She returned home and handed the bag of cookies to Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma, please bake more of these cookies. Zhang Ma opened the bag and said somewhat helplessly, Missy, this kind of cookies used to be baked by young Master Xiao Ming. I don't know how. Chapter 153. Su Ming baked them? Su Shilan was puzzled for a split second, thinking that after Su Ming's death, Zhang Ma also went to the countryside, and was only recently invited back by Su Ningxue, but after she came back, she never made this baked cookie either. The kind of cookies we used to eat were all baked by Su Ming as well? She asked with her brows furrowed in some even disbelief. Yes. Zhang Ma nodded seriously. They're all made by young Master Xiao Ming, but he's afraid that you won't eat them if he says he made them. So he lets me serve them to you every time. Su Shilan had mixed feelings. She had promised the little girl, if she couldn't get the cookies, then, Mom Zhang, do you remember how Su Ming made it then? I'll ask the dessert chef to do it. Zhang Ma pondered for a moment before slowly saying, when Xiao Ming baked cookies in the past, I used to watch from the side. She quickly recalled a recipe for making cookies, and the dessert chef that Su Shilan had hired made 2 large bags according to this recipe, with the appearance exactly the same as the one Su Ming had made before. Su Shilan went to the orphanage with 2 big bags of cakes. When the little girl heard that Su Shilan had brought baked cookies, she immediately brought her group of friends to look for Su Shilan to collect the cookies. She looked at the children's happy smiling faces, and her heart warmed up, and she couldn't help but imagine the scene from the old days when Su Ming had come to the orphanage alone to give the children dried shifts. But just by thinking about it, she felt that it was very out of character. An evil person like Su Ming would actually do such a thing. Nope, this isn't even a cookie made by little brother Ming. The little girl ate a few bites of the cookies and suddenly muttered in tears. Su Shilan was a little surprised and picked up a cookie and tasted it herself, realizing that it really didn't taste quite the same as what Su Ming had made before. Although the difference in flavor between the two was only a little bit, it just wasn't as delicious as Su Ming's. Sister, didn't you say you'd let little brother Ming make the cookies? Why isn't this cookie made by little brother Ming at all? The little girl asked as she aggressively pulled Su Shilan's arm. Su Shilan was momentarily speechless. Of course she couldn't tell the truth to the little girl. She only pulled a random excuse. Brother Xiao Ming has been very busy lately. This cookie is something he taught sister to make. Isn't sister's not as delicious as brother Xiao Ming's? Once she heard this, the little girl was happy again. Yum yum yum. It's just a little bit different from the ones made by brother Xiao Ming's own hands. After dealing with the little girl, Su Shilan hurried back home, where Su Ningxue was sitting on the sofa eating cookies while reading documents. Seeing Su Shilan's complicated expression, she had guessed what all happened when Su Shilan went to the orphanage today. Big sister. In fact, Xiao Ming, he's not as bad as you remember. Look at how much those little kids in the orphanage love him. She smiled, ready to seize the opportunity to persuade Su Shilan. Is that so? Su Shilan's heart was still very torn. Su Ming could take care of small animals and orphans, so he was definitely not the bad boy she remembered who did nothing wrong, but he did do a lot of bad things. Previously, when she had just taken over the Su family's industry, she had once vomited her heart out trying to do a good job of cooperating, but just when she wanted that big client to talk business, Su Ming suddenly yelled and rushed out, punching the other party in the face. The most infuriating thing is that Su Ming not only didn't know anything about the mistake, but also let loose on that big client that he would beat him up once he saw him. The big client she had worked so hard to maintain for a month had been spoiled by Su Ming just like that. Because of the failure to do this cooperation, the Su family suffered a great loss, so angry that she severely beat Su Ming. But Su Ming not only did not admit fault, but also said that he did it all with good intentions. It was something she had always remembered and had seen with her own eyes. Could a person really be good and evil at the same time? At night she lay in bed. Her mind was still pondering what kind of a person Su Ming was, and after thinking for half a day she didn't have a clue, but instead fell asleep in a daze. After falling asleep, Su Shilan actually had a rare dream about Su Ming when she was a child. In the dream she was suffering from abdominal pain because of her menstruation. Su Ming cooked her brown sugar water, and also kept rubbing her abdomen until her tightly wrinkled brow was loosened up, and only then did Su Ming quietly leave. The scene shifted, and she saw Su Ming baking a large bag of cookies by himself, asking Zhang Ma to take them to her and a few of her little sisters. There was also Su Ming who made them a cake. Su Ming who helped her chase away the wild dogs that rushed out from the road, and Su Ming who helped her organize her room. The dream was very long yet very beautiful, and when Su Shilan opened her eyes, she was still in a trance for a few moments before realizing that she was dreaming. Although those were all dream scenes, they were all real. Those were all things that Su Ming had really and truly done for her, but she used to only think that Su Ming was deliberately trying to please her for the sake of the Su family's wealth and power, and didn't think that Su Ming could have any sincerity. Now that her opinion of Su Ming had changed without her realizing it, and she suddenly dreamed of all the good things Su Ming had done to her in the past, her mood was also extraordinarily complicated. She glanced at the time and realized that it was still early in the morning, but then she lay down and couldn't sleep, and her heart felt as if it was blocked by a big stone. After some tossing and turning, she quietly went to the bar, and after ordering a drink she sat alone in the corner, looking at the crowd of merry men under the dim and disoriented lights, and the drink that had reached her mouth suddenly didn't feel so much like drinking. Just as she was depressed, she suddenly saw a familiar figure talking to several men dressed in black. Wasn't that the big client whose cooperation she had previously spoiled by Su Ming? Why was he here? And his demeanor looked sneaky. Su Shilan's heart tightened and she quietly approached a few of them. The big customer deliberately lowered his voice. You can prepare more goods this time. I've already signed several transportation orders. When the time comes, those drugs will be mixed in the transportation truck. No one will find out. It's not easy to get this batch of medicine from outside when we're being scrutinized from above. I know. I wouldn't have dared to be so desperate if this business wasn't really lucrative. After these orders, let's call it quits, or we'll all be screwed if the top investigates. Su Ningxue did not hear too clearly, but also quickly reacted to the fact that these people were doing something illegal. She immediately called the police, and for the sake of her own safety, she also called Su Ningxue to hurry over with her people. In no time at all, a few plainclothes policemen entered the bar and directly pressed the men to the ground. Not waiting for these people to react, a large number of loaded special police officers rushed in right after them, and I don't know how many guns were aimed at these people at the same time. As long as they dared to make a slight move, they would immediately be shot into a sieve. It was then that Su Shilan realized that the unscrupulous business these people were doing might not be ordinary. Chapter 154. The police chief personally stepped in and said gratefully to her, "Ms. Su, this time, thanks to you being able to report the case in time, these people have been smuggling prohibited drugs. We've been watching them for a long time. We just haven't been able to find any substantial evidence." Smuggling contraband drugs? Yes, this suspect has been using various industries under his name as a cover for his smuggling of banned drugs. And if you hadn't called the police in time today, I'm afraid it would have been a long time before we could have found them trading on the spot. Su Shilan heard a burst of fear. If she and this big customer negotiated a cooperation, when the time comes, this big customer will surely use their cooperation program to cover the smuggling of prohibited drugs. Su family will also be involved in the illegal business, and that will cause losses will only be greater. It turned out that Su Ming's initial statement that he was doing it for the good of the Su family was actually true. Just as he was thinking, Su Ningxue had already brought someone over. You say that since this person is really smuggling prohibited drugs, why didn't Su Ming say it straight to me in the first place? Su Shilan asked Su Ningxue in a very puzzled manner. I'm afraid that Xiao Ming had already said this to us a long time ago. It's just that we didn't believe his words at all. Su Ningxue sighed, and there were a few feelings in her heart. She believed that Su Ming must have spoken to Su Shilan in the beginning. It was just that at that time, everyone in the Su family felt that he was an evil person who lied, and even if he told the truth, Su Shilan would only think that he was trying to stir up the Su family's business, and wouldn't take it to heart. Su Shilan carefully recalled, and it was with great difficulty that she remembered that Su Ming had told her at that time that there was something wrong with this big client, and had asked her to investigate it properly. At that time, she was furious, thinking Su Ming was idle and deliberately talking nonsense. Not only did she not believe him, but also punished him to kneel in the courtyard for an afternoon. Could it be that all those bad things Su Ming did in the past were actually something else? Su Shilan stroked her chin and speculated, but in her heart, she still felt incredulous. Su Ming had done so many bad things. It was impossible that every single one of them had inside information, right? She couldn't even think about it. When Su Ningxue on the side heard this speculation, she suddenly thought that Su Ming had always teased her best friend before, causing her best friend and her to fall out directly, and she hadn't been in contact for so many years. It seemed that Su Ming must have had a reason for doing so in the first place. She hesitated for a night, but still went to see Chen Wanxiu. Chen Wanxiu felt baffled. "Miss Su, my son does have some special abilities, but how can he know such fine details?" After Su Ningxue hesitated for a while, she still didn't tell Chen Wanxiu about Su Ming being her brother's reincarnation. After all, Outsiders knew that the Su family had treated Su Ming badly, and if Chen Wanqiu knew the truth, she might not be willing to let Xiao Ming return to the Su family anymore. I feel that since Su Ming and my brother have the same name, there might be a sense in the underworld. Auntie Chen, please, just ask for me, she pleaded pitifully. Chen Wanqiu was soft-hearted in the end and eventually agreed. After she returned home, she hugged Su Ming and deliberately talked to Bai Fuya. Today, Su Ningxue said that she wanted to be friends with me, but I heard that she and that bosom friend of hers, Yu Hui, both fell out because of something. Do you think I can be friends with such a person? You're not allowed to be friends with her. Don't forget, she's a member of the Su family. Bai Fuya wrapped her arms around Chen Wanqiu and said domineeringly, isn't it enough that you have me as a friend? When Su Ming heard Yu Hui's name, he immediately let out a cold snort in his heart. Isn't Yu Hui the gold-digging woman who has been working as a drink shop and cheating money? She was with Su Ningxue for her money, and Su Ningxue was too stupid to realize Yu Hui's true nature. Chen Wanqiu was a little shocked that Su Ming could even calculate this. It was too powerful. But I don't know if this kind of thing counts right and does any harm to his body. She quietly sent a message to Su Ningxue, telling the other party what was on Su Ming's mind. Su Ningxue saw the news for a moment is still a bit shocked, because Yu Hui in her impression has always been a rich family missy. Although their family is not as good as the Su family, but also absolutely food and drink is not worried about. How will go to do alcohol to cheat money? However, compared to her past girlfriends, Su Ningxue still chose to believe Su Ming. She immediately had someone investigate Yu Hui's recent whereabouts and found that the other party had indeed frequented bars in recent times. Yu Hui had always been a good girl who didn't drink in front of her. Su Ningxue immediately went to the bar Yu Hui went to tonight and soon found Yu Hui in a card seat. She was dressed up in a flamboyant manner, with gaudy makeup on her face, and the innocent and cute girl in Su Ningxue's memory was simply a different person. Yu Hui was holding a man's arm and said unforgivingly, just now you were the one who wanted to drink with others, and this wine was also ordered by you. Now you want to leave without paying. Do you think I am a good bully? This bottle of wine of yours is $40,000. You're the one who said you wanted to have a drink with me. There's nothing on this menu that's this expensive. The man looked embarrassed. Aren't you working with the owner to screw me out of my money? Didn't you just say that your monthly salary is easily over $100,000? Now you can't even afford to buy me a bottle of wine? Stinking man. Yu Hui stomped her foot and called for 2 bodyguards, smugly saying, if you don't pay today, you don't want to leave. You're bullying people too much. I want to call the police. The man's face turned blue and he was so angry that he pulled out his cell phone with a shivering hand. You ordered this wine. Even if you call the police, you're not in the right. You still have to pay for it all the same. Yu Hui let out a light laugh and walked up to hold the man. Her slender fingers drew a circle on his chest. Her voice dainty, as long as you pay the money, not only can you leave, but you can also take someone else with you. Oh. In a corner, Su Ningxue looked at Yu Hui this way stunned. She could not bear it, walked forward and said, Yu Hui, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Ningxue? Yu Hui was startled and immediately let go of the man. Stuttering, You, why are you here? I always thought that you were a lady of the house. I never thought that you would actually work as a wine shopper here. You really make me feel sick. Su Ningxue got a chill when she thought of how close she used to be with Yu Hui. I'll call the police now. Just follow the police and explain yourself. You still dare to call the police in our territory. Little girl, you're impatient to live, aren't you? The 2 bodyguards beside Yu Hui laughed loudly, not putting Su Ningxue in their eyes at all. But Yu Hui is clear about Su Ningxue's strength. Her face has been scared white. She collapsed on the ground, crying and wailing, Ningxue, I don't want this. I am also forced to do nothing. My father gambling, owes a lot of money. Oh. She was crying like a pear. If it wasn't for paying back the money, would I have practiced so much on myself? Looking at her former best friend crying so pitifully, Su Ningxue was also a little heartbroken. Chapter 155, Who stole the stuff? Forget it, I'll make up for how much your family owes, and you shouldn't do anything like this again. She sighed, helplessly. At least we have been good friends for so many years. If Yu Hui really has difficulties at home, she can pull a hand naturally. Yu Hui stopped crying at once and cautiously raised her head to look at her. Really? Aha. Su Ningxue nodded somewhat unnaturally. Our family owes $500,000. I just can't pay it back. Ningxue, I promise you, as long as I pay back this money, I will never do this kind of thing again. Yu Hui pulled Su Ningxue's hand and spoke with incomparable sincerity. After Su Ningxue gave Yu Hui $500,000 and sent her out of the bar, she actually wasn't sure if she was doing the right thing or not. After thinking about it, she visited Chen Wanqiu again. Chen Wanqiu hugged Su Ming and listened to her finish the whole process of meeting Yu Hui today. Sister Chen, do you think I'm doing the right thing? Although Hui Hui is working as a wine shopper out of necessity, she must have already cheated a lot of people out of their money before. Su Ningxue was torn in her heart. Do you think Hui Hui will really be able to change her ways in the future? Reformed as 6 Before Chen Wanqiu could speak, she had already heard Su Ming's strong spitting, that Yu Hui has never been on the right path. As a wine shopper for many years, only Su Ningxue, the boobs and brainless stupid white sweet, can believe her words. Chen Wanqiu also felt that Su Ming had a point. How can you be sure that your friend is telling the truth? Since she's been a wine shopper, she's bound to be a person full of lies, and if she really has difficulties, even if you've broken off your friendship, she'll still try to find you to help her out first, instead of going to be a wine shopper, right? As if a word woke up the dreamer, Su Ningxue instantly came to her senses. If you think my words make sense, you can squat near that bar during this period of time. If what your friend said is true, she naturally won't go back to working as a wine shopper, and if she lied, then you'll definitely still be able to see her. Chen Wanqiu gave Su Ningxue a suggestion according to Su Ming's heart. Su Ningxue pondered, and after Chen Wanqiu parted, he let people continue to track Yu Hui's whereabouts, and sure enough, not more than 2 days later, his men brought news that Yu Hui went to that bar again. She immediately kills it, just in time to catch Yu Hui in the act of forcing a man to pay for his drink. Yu Hui, you actually lied to me again, she shouted angrily, and the few henchmen behind her immediately rushed over and pressed Yu Hui to the ground. The man who was being pestered by Yu Hui turned around in fear and ran away, and Su Ningxue had no intention of stopping him. Yu Hui, eyes to see the hand of the duck flew, opened his mouth, hey, a sound, in the Su Ningxue ice-cold eyes, and then resentfully closed his mouth. Didn't you promise me you'd never do anything like that again? You're not in trouble at all. You've been lying to me all along? Su Ningxue's chest trembled a little with anger, and she questioned in a cold voice. No, Ningxue, listen to me. It's my father, he went gambling again. Yu Hui turned her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes rolled out a few drops of crystal tears, pitifully said, I take the money you gave me, take it back. And he took it to gamble again. You should stop lying. Su Ningxue couldn't listen anymore. I've already checked. Your parents are just ordinary people. No bad habits. But they're not rich either. From the very beginning, Yu Hui's identity as Miss Everybody was a pretense. She had faked a Miss Everybody identity for herself with the money she had scammed from her job as a wine shopper. After seeing her true colors, Su Ningxue felt sick to her stomach with every word she said and every tear she shed. It seemed that Su Ming had known what Yu Hui was for a long time, and that was why he had been catching her and not letting her get close to him. Being friends with such a profit-oriented, lying person will sooner or later get you killed by her. Give me back the money I gave you. She looked at Yu Hui, who was still crying and wailing in pain, and all that was left in her heart was intense disappointment. I can't imagine that the friend she once trusted so much is so disgusting. I have no money. Yu Hui saw that she couldn't be fooled, and completely stopped pretending to be pitiful, and directly broke the pot. What money? Didn't you give me money voluntarily in the past? I didn't force you to give it to me. She had a look of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Directly to Su Ningxue, angry laugh. Okay, you do not give. Then I can only send you into the international center of the prison to sit. Ningxue, you can't do this to me. Aren't we good friends? If you treat your good friend like this, it won't look good on your face when you say it out. I don't have any scammer friends. Su Ningxue didn't need her moral kidnapping routine and directly said. Yu Hui immediately deflated. Wait. I'll pay you back. Okay? For the sake of our friends. You just let me off this time, okay? Reluctantly, she spat out all the money Su Ningxue had given her earlier. From now on, we're bridge to bridge, road to road, so don't meddle in my business anymore. Su Ningxue did not want to see Yu Hui again, but she suddenly thought that before Yu Hui and her girlfriends often want her to send bags and gifts, perhaps Yu Hui began to approach her, is for her money. Filled with depression, she asked her other best friend out to hang out and spilled the beans with her about it. I really didn't think Yu Hui would be like this, she said breathlessly while shopping for clothes with her girlfriends. Unexpectedly, her good best friend sighed somewhat helplessly. It's been so many years, and you're just now realizing what Yu Hui is like? Su Ningxue was stunned. You knew all along? I don't just know. I even told you that Yu Hui wasn't a good person. But your relationship with Yu Hui at that time was better than your relationship with me. And when I said that, you still thought that I was stirring up trouble. So I simply didn't say anything. The good best friend grunted and complained in dissatisfaction. It pissed me off at the time. I was wrong. It's my fault. Su Ningxue hurriedly pulled her good girlfriend's arm to apologize to her. Alright, it's been so long. The good best friend laughed softly with a bashful face. I didn't want to mention it, but since you found it out yourself, I'll just happen to tell you as well. Yu Hui, She approached you, not only cheated you out of a lot of money, but she also stole a lot of your jewelry as well. What? Su Ningshue's eyes widened, snapping back to the fact that she used to often lose some rings, earrings and other small jewelry, but because she had more jewelry, she didn't put much thought into it. It did seem like she hadn't lost any jewelry since her falling out with Yu Hui, but she still couldn't believe that Yu Hui would actually steal something. How did you know Yu Hui stole my jewelry? She asked half-heartedly. Chapter 156, Won't tell you Su Ming's heart again. You don't still believe Yu Hui is a good person, do you? The best friend pulled out her cell phone with a displeased face, rummaged around, and eventually found a selfie of Yu Hui. This is a photo that Yu Hui used to post in her friend's circle. Look at this necklace around her neck. Is this yours? And this photo, this bracelet of hers, this is a limited edition of the C family. VIP can only buy it. I remember you wore it. And this ring, isn't this yours? Su Ningxue looked at the photos and realized that all the jewelry Yu Hui was wearing was indeed hers. I haven't even seen her post any pictures to her friends. She mumbled out. The best friend scared twice. She stole all this jewelry from you to pretend to be a celebrity to trick men into buying booze. So of course she blocked you. And I added her with my trumpet pretending to be a rich man before I saw these pictures. Why didn't you show me these photos earlier? Su Ningxue stared blankly for a moment before asking. Didn't you break up with Yu Hui when I first got these photos back then? You've been depressed all day. If I tell you again that Yu Hui is this kind of person, you won't die of sadness. The good best friend shrugged. Besides, you even had a fight with me before when I said Yu Hui was bad. Su Ningxue was dumbfounded. At first she felt that Yu Hui had fallen out with her because she couldn't stand Su Ming's frequent teasing, but now she thought that Su Ming must have used other means behind her back to keep Yu Hui away from her. But she misunderstood Su Ming. Please send me these photos. I want to sue Yu Hui. She was silent for a long time, and decided to be less forgiving towards Hui. She treated Yu Hui as a good friend, but Yu Hui never treated her as a friend. Good. I'll support you. I've been looking at that little bimbo for a long time. Her best friend cheerfully sent her a bunch of pictures. She then realized that Yu Hui had stolen more jewelry from her than she thought. Because of the evidence, not long after Su Ningxue sued Yu Hui, the court convicted Yu Hui of theft and allowed Yu Hui to return all the jewelry. There's just still a lot of jewelry that has been sold cheaply by Yu Hui. The court directly auctioned off Yu Hui's other assets to fill the gap. Yu Hui's so many years of hard work to cheat to the savings are so gone. The basket is empty. Su Ningxue, who got her jewelry back, was not happy in her heart. When she first broke off her friendship with Yu Hui, she put all the fault on Su Ming and never gave him a good face since then. Now that she thought about it, she owed Su Ming far too much. In order to make it up to Su Ming, she brought those jewelry returned by Yu Hui and visited Chen Wanqiu again. Auntie Chen, I'd like to ask you and Ming to keep this share of jewelry for me. If it wasn't for your reminder, I wouldn't have found out Yu Hui's true nature, and I wouldn't have been able to retrieve these pieces of jewelry. The value of these jewels together had exceeded more than 10 million. Su Ningxue had wanted to give it directly to Su Ming, but for fear that Chen Wanqiu would not dare to accept it, she had changed her euphemism. Su Ming was held in Chen Wanqiu's arms and recognized that those jewels were all stolen by Yu Hui from Su Ningxue earlier, and a wave of speechlessness lingered in his heart. You came to milk the baby after it died. What's the use of recognizing what Yu Hui is only now? I won't forget the abuse and harm you once did to me. Chen Wanqiu instantly raised her spirits when she heard the second half of the sentence. Abuse? Injury? Su Ningxue had actually secretly abused Xiao Ming when she didn't know? She was instantly enraged. In vain she had previously thought that Su Ningxue was different from the rest of the Su family. She had never thought that she was also moralistic. I'm sorry, fourth miss. Xiao Ming and I can't keep these jewels for you. So take them back and don't come back to my place in the future. Her face instantly went cold. Su Ningxue was taken aback, not understanding why Chen Wanqiu's attitude had changed drastically, and hurriedly said, Sister Chen, I know that my sister and the others have done something excessive, but I truly like Xiao Ming. No. Chen Wanqiu shook her head. And because she was still holding Su Ming, she didn't directly say the matter of Su Ming being abused, but instead found a suitable excuse. I've now established the Ming Wang Group, and soon, the Su family's imperial capital branch will also be officially detached from the Su family's main headquarters, and I don't wish to be associated with the Su family's people any longer, but I'm not like the others. Su Ningxue was anxious. She didn't want to never see Su Ming in the future. Chen Wanqiu shook her head, her tone firm. No. As long as you're still the fourth miss of the Su family, in my eyes, you're all no different. As Su Ming listened to Chen Wanqiu's words, he was also secretly pleased. Good job, Mom. You really know right from wrong. It's better to hurry up and draw a line with Su Ningxue. This Su family's four sisters are not good people. As if Chen Wanqiu had received encouragement, she immediately straightened her body. Seeing that Su Ningxue was still undeterred, She simply let the nanny carry Su Ming away, ready to chat with Su Ningxue alone. Fourth miss, I just heard little Ming say that you had abused and hurt him. Although I don't know when you did it, but little Ming is just a little baby, and you actually managed to do something like that. So naturally I won't be willing to meet with you anymore. Chen Wanqiu's tone was icy cold. The fact that I can still be here and talk to you calmly now is because Xiao Ming is safe now. If you dare to hurt Xiao Ming again, please believe that a mother who wants to protect her child can do anything. Su Ningxue's expression was slightly stunned. She certainly hadn't abused the Su Ming of this life. What Su Ming had said should be the experience of his last life, which was something she had no way of telling Chen Wanqiu. But no matter which life, what Su Ming said is the truth. She had all mistreated Su Ming for wrongly accusing him, and even in the end Su Ming died to save her. Little Ming, he hasn't forgiven me yet, has he? She drew the corners of her mouth into a bitter smile. Chen Wanqiu didn't understand what she meant, and could only say according to her own understanding, Xiao Ming, he hates you, and I won't like anyone he hates, so go away. I won't tell you any more of Xiao Ming's heart in the future. Ming, he hates you. These words were like a heavy hammer, knocking Su Ningxue's heart to shake violently, as if it had broken a big mouth, and a cold light kept pouring in. Her eyes instantly soured, and she panicked and ran out, careening down the street like a ghost who didn't know where she was going, as if that would leave the grief in her heart behind. By mistake, she actually ran in front of a bar. At this time, she just wanted to forget all the pain. So she just went straight into the bar and ordered several kinds of drinks in one go. Chapter 157, Nightmares. At the same time Su Ningxue was getting drunk in the tavern, Su Shilan was at home watching the news about the big client who was brought to the police for investigation because of his selfish prohibited drugs. Two maids who were cleaning the living room saw the news and subconsciously muttered, "You, this bad seed, finally caught, really deserved it. He should have been caught a long time ago. Any of those things he did in the first place were disgusting enough." Su Shilan came to her senses and asked curiously, "You have known for a long time that this man is not a good man?" The two nodded in unison. "Of course, didn't he keep sending you those things to terrorize you after he tried to do business with you?" "Missy, in the first place and was driven away by young Master Xiao Ming? Those things?" Su Shilan was confused, not realizing that there were things she didn't know about back then. "What were those things?" That is. The two servants looked at me, both stuttering, not knowing what to say. "Just say it directly. What's so difficult to say?" The more they squirmed, the more odd Su Shilan felt and couldn't help but urge, "Eldest miss, the things that man sent in the first place were all stopped by young Master Xiao Ming and didn't let you see them. It's better for you not to see them." One of the servants stuttered a little. "Those things are just too scary." Su Shilan stared blankly for a moment, already vaguely guessing what those things were in the end. Nothing more than some horrible bloody things. How scary could it be? Were those things lost by Su Ming, or have they been placed somewhere? She inquired in a deep voice. "Well, young Master Xiao Ming seems to have lost some of them, and some he didn't have time to lose." The servant recalled. "I remember that young Master Xiao Ming then seemed to have put them in a warehouse, but we're all scared. We didn't dare to go to that warehouse to deal with it after young Master Ming left." The two servants, as you spoke, both showed a great deal of fear of those things. Su Shilan, however, was unimpressed. Since those things were stopped by Su Ming, how terrifying can something that he, a small child, isn't even afraid of be? "You guys take me to that warehouse to take a look." No, you'd better not go." Both maids cringed and took a few steps back, waving their hands back and forth. "Take me over." Su Shilan's brows furrowed as she directly and forcefully ordered. In the end, after some pushing and refusing, the two servants were only willing to take her to the warehouse door. No one at all accompanied her inside to look for those things together. Su Shilan could only go in and look by herself. This warehouse wasn't large, and after rummaging around for a few moments, she found a box that had been taped shut. She opened the box and was immediately startled by what was inside. The top of the box actually held a clear glass tube with eyes soaked in an unknown liquid, but it wasn't clear if the eyes were from an animal or. Beneath the glass tubes were stacked complete with sun-dried snakeskins with a skull wrapped around them. Su Shilan felt a wave of nausea at the sight and immediately took a large step back, not daring to continue looking. The things in that box, one by one, were horrifying, many of them not available from proper sources, and the more I thought about where they came from, the creepier it became. Goosebumps rose all over her body as she thought that all of these things were sent by that big customer in retaliation for her, only to be intercepted by Su Ming. But Su Ming was only a teenager, and she felt scared even looking at these things. Did Su Ming really have that much guts to stop them? As she was thinking, she suddenly saw some more letters pressed into the bottom of the box. What she finds when she opens it are all the letters written by the big client threatening her. Does Su Shilan see this eyeball? In a few days, your eyeballs will be soaking in it too. If you don't cooperate with me, you'll walk more carefully from now on. And I guarantee you won't live more than 3 months. Beware of being bitten to death by a snake the next time you fall asleep. Dare not give me face and I will let you die a horrible death. She couldn't help but visualize her eyes being gouged out and soaked up, and became even more nauseated, staggering out of the warehouse and crouching on the floor in a fit of dry heaving. Because of the shock, she stood up with a heavenly spin and fainted directly. By the time she woke up again, she was in a hospital bed. She was weak, barely able to open her eyes, and heard the doctor say she had a high fever from too much excitement. After being awake for a short while, she drifted off to sleep again because her head hurt so much, drifting off into a dream she hadn't had before. In the dream, she was still the same as when she was a young girl, and seemed to be sick as well, nestled under the covers with a frown on her face. A small, soft hand suddenly pressed against her forehead, gently pressing her head. "Sister, I'll rub your head so you won't feel too bad." The voice of the young Su Ming came, and she opened her eyes in a daze to see the tiny Su Ming standing beside her bed, laboriously reaching out to rub her head. For some reason, when she saw little Su Ming, not only did she not loathe him, but there was also an indescribable dependence on him, and she closed her eyes and allowed him to press her head. Little Su Ming pressed for a while, and only after seeing her frown stretching away did he tiptoe out, and in a short while walked back with a cup of brewed medicine. "Sister, I've brewed up a medicine for you, and the doctor said that if you drink it you won't feel bad. Thank you, little Ming." In the dream, she not only received the medicine handed over by Su Ming, but also tenderly touched the other party's head, and the atmosphere between the two of them was indescribably cozy. She was immersed in a dream, living happily with Su Ming, and in a trance the images in her dream flowed, and she, who as well, took Su Ming to an amusement park. The two held hands and played on the merry-go-round, bumper cars, and water park. Su Ming had been smiling happily, always intimately surrounding her. "Sister, little Ming likes you so much. When little Ming grows up in the future, he will protect you and be your knight." Su Ming took a bite of the cotton candy and happily told her as he ate it. "Good. Then little Ming can protect his sister in the future." She tenderly pinched Su Ming's milky little face and pulled him along to the roller coaster. However, just as the roller coaster rushed to its highest point, Su Ming, who was sitting next to her, suddenly let out a cry of surprise and fell. "Ming!" Su Ming fell downward on his back. "Sister, save me!" He desperately reached out his hand to Su Shilan, who subconsciously tried to reach out and grab it. The next second, there was a loud bang, and Su Ming directly fell to the ground. The ground was splattered with blood, and a terrifying bright red color flooded Su Shilan's vision. "Ah!" she exclaimed, waking from her sleep. Chapter 158. Something happened to Su. "Missy, how are you doing?" The servant who was wiping Su Shilan's sweat was startled and couldn't help but sigh. "Told you those things were scary. You shouldn't have gone to see them." Su Shilan slowed down for a long time before her thoughts were pulled out of that dream. She sighed in relief and slowly said, "Go and get rid of all those things in the warehouse for me." When the maid left, she leaned against the side of the bed before suddenly remembering that once upon a time, she had seen Su Ming deliberately throw away her delivery. Moreover, she found out that Su Ming took her express delivery, or Su Tian said so. A few years ago, she was working in her study, when Su Tian suddenly ran quietly into her room, took her hand and told her in a milky voice, "Sister, brother Xiao Ming, he stole your delivery. I didn't let him take it. He was mean to me." She lowered her head and saw the redness on the back of Su Tian's hand, and instantly became furious. "Su Ming, did he hit you?" Su Tian waved his hands repeatedly. No, no. Little brother Ming was just in a hurry and slapped my hand. I'm fine." "Nothing? How can it still be fine when your hands are red?" She snorted coldly and directly pulled Su Tian to find Su Ming. Su Ming was holding an empty express box to be thrown into the garbage can outside her house. She rushed over in 3 steps, snatched the box and found that the recipient on it was written in her name. It's really hard to prevent a thief in the house from 1,000 defenses. She glared angrily at Su Ming and cursed, "Even daring to steal my express. You really have a lot of guts." "Big sister, I'm not stealing your express," Su Ming hurriedly explained. "It's not stealing? If you didn't steal it, then what about the contents of this delivery box? Where did you take it?" She interrupted Su Ming and questioned. Su Ming's expression changed slightly, and he stammered, unable to say at all where the things inside had gone. This reaction of his made Su Shilan think even more that he was unable to take it out because he had stolen it from himself and sold it for money. "I'm so disappointed in you. Lock him up for me. Don't allow him to eat. Let him reflect and reflect." With a command, her own bodyguards racked up Su Ming. "Little brother Ming, don't worry. Just sleep well in your room. You'll be fine when you wake up tomorrow." Su Tian suddenly spoke out, milkily comforting Su Ming. These words instantly reminded Su Sherlan. Wouldn't it be too cheap to let Su Ming stay in the room just like that? Put him in the utility room for me, she ordered in a cold voice. The utility room is piled up with various cleaning tools. The only small window has been pasted with a layer of newspaper. The inside is dark and emits a strong smell of mold. No different from a small dark room. Su Ming begged bitterly inside, but she was indifferent and never opened the door. The memories after that became more and more blurry, and Su Sherlan's head hurt more and more. Eventually she couldn't handle the pain and snapped her eyes open, only to realize that she had actually drifted off to sleep again. But those images just now weren't dreams, they were real memories for her. In retrospect, Su Ming should have been afraid that she would see what was in that express box at that time, so he stammered and couldn't say anything. At that time, Su Ming was only that big, and was actually put into the small dark room by her, as well as the comforting words that Su Tian said, which was clearly adding fuel to the fire. She regretted it, and the pain in her heart spread to all parts of her body without her realizing it. And that night, she once again developed a high fever, and it was worse than before. Go get the doctor to come over and give me a fever-reducing injection. I'm just too uncomfortable. Su Sherlan instructed her assistant with difficulty, but the assistant had a difficult face and reminded her in a low voice, "Missy, you can't rest anymore. Something happened to the company." At those words, Su Sherlan had to open her eyes. "What's wrong?" "The person you called the police to arrest for smuggling prohibited drugs before, in order to retaliate against you. He intentionally spread the word to the public that the industry under his name has a long-term relationship with the Su clan, and now the outside world is rumoring that the Su clan is also involved in the smuggling of prohibited drugs." The assistant was full of worry as she told Su Sherlan about Su's current situation. "What? Our family clearly didn't work with him. Isn't this nonsense on his part?" Su Sherlan barely managed to raise her spirits and said in annoyance. The assistant sighed. "That being said, but Missy, you desperately wanted to talk about cooperation with him a few years ago and were so close to actually signing a contract. People in the outside world always listen to half of the news and make it up, coupled with the other party intentionally spreading false news. The public opinion in the outside world is now getting more and more heated." Su Sherlan couldn't sit still and lifted the covers to get out of bed. "Go to the company." She hastily swallowed 2 fever-reducing pills and rushed to the company, at which time Su was already in a mess. Affected by the outside public opinion, the Su family's stock price has plummeted, and many partners are worried that if they continue to cooperate with the Su family, they will be involved in the trouble of smuggling banned drugs, and they are guarding the door of the Su family's company building, waiting to terminate the contract with Su Sherlan. "Missy, with such a big negative news about your company, it's a serious breach of contract. Our company is not willing to continue working with you." A partner saw Su Sherlan appear and immediately took out a contract in dissatisfaction. "According to the requirements of the contract, after the termination of the contract, your Su family will have to pay liquidated damages to our company." Su Sherlan was laughed at by him. "Your company took the initiative to terminate the contract, and actually dared to make our Su family pay the liquidated damages? That's also because your Su family broke the law and smuggled prohibited medicines. It's the Su family's responsibility." The other party hesitated for just an instant and turned to reason. "Our Su family smuggles banned drugs? This is rumor and slander. If you can't produce substantial evidence, don't you believe I'll sue you?" Su Sherlan composed herself and said in a cold voice. The other party was still very unconvinced. You're a thief calling out a thief." Su Sherlan hummed lightly, looking at the other party with an intense chill in her gaze. "Even if our Su family is in trouble now, it's impossible for us to let you rabble right over our heads and bully us. If you want to terminate the contract, pay the liquidated damages honestly by yourselves. Otherwise, if the Su family can't hold up in front of us, you'll all go to hell together with my Su family." Under her powerful aura, several other partners who came to cause trouble also collected themselves and offered to voluntarily pay liquidated damages to terminate the contract. Those who wanted to leave couldn't stop them, and Su Sherlan could only endure the headache of negotiating with them and try to get a little more liquidated damages. However, Su's share price fell again as news broke of the termination of contracts by several partners. Su Sherlan couldn't care less about not feeling well and stayed in the office dealing with various documents. She was in the middle of her busy schedule when she suddenly learned an irritating piece of news from her assistant. Chapter 159, The Most Beautiful Girl. Those partners who took the initiative to terminate their contracts with Su Sherlan actually turned around and all went to Chen Wanqiu's Mingguan group for cooperation. Su Sherlan was furious and threw a tantrum in the office. At the same time, Su Ningxue had already arrived at the White family's entrance once again. She knew that Su Ming must have a way to prove that the Su family had not cooperated with that big client, nor were they suspected of smuggling prohibited medicines, and that this time, the Su family had been implicated in a completely unwarranted disaster. As long as Chen Wanqiu was willing to let Su Ming help, The Su family's predicament this time could definitely be solved. This time, however, upon learning that it was her visit, Chen Wanqiu actually didn't even open the door for her, only letting the servants come out to pass on the message. Fourth Miss Su, please go back. Miss Chen said she doesn't want to see you. The maid relayed Chen Wanqiu's words with a stern face. She said that the last time she met with you, she had already made it clear to you that she didn't want to have any further involvement with the Su family. Su Ningxue was not willing to give up just like that, and had been waiting hard outside the Bai family's door, but she waited until it was dark, and there was a rustling drizzle outside, and Chen Wanqiu didn't even show up. She had no choice but to leave first. Back at the Su home, Su Shilan was sitting on the sofa reading a document with a fever-reducing patch on, and when she saw that she was all wet, she couldn't help but frown and inquired, "Where have you been?" Su Ningxue took the towel handed over by the maid and somewhat sullenly wiped her hair. "I went to look for Chen Wanqiu." "What are you going to her for again? Don't you know that all those collaborators of our family have been poached by her?" Su Shilan instantly came on fire and questioned in a bad mood. That wasn't Chen Wanqiu poaching them. It was them seeing that Ming Wang Group is now developing well and actively choosing to cooperate with Ming Wang Group. Su Ningxue sighed. "Big sister, Chen Wanqiu is no longer the Chen Wanqiu who only arrived at the international center back then. Can you not always be prejudiced against her?" Su Shilan immediately retorted unconvincingly. "She's just borrowing Su Ming's light, and is just a country bumpkin with little ability herself." Seeing her say this, Su Ningxue could only first suppress the helplessness in her heart and patiently persuade her. "Eldest sister, as long as Su Ming is willing to make a move, he can definitely help our Su family resolve the public opinion crisis in front of us. Why don't you go and meet Chen Wanqiu in person, and beg her for a favor?" "I'm going to beg her?" Su Shilan instantly widened her eyes, her face unbelievable, and said decisively, "Unless I die, there's no way I'm going to bow down to a country bumpkin like her." Su Ningxue patiently persuaded Su Shilan for a long time again, but Su Shilan was in the way, saying that she was not willing to go and bow her head and apologize to Chen Wanqiu. On the other hand, Chen Wanqiu once again took Su Ming out shopping. Because of the company's smooth development, she was in a good mood, and bought a lot of things for Su Ming, which made Su Ming a little helpless. "Mom, I'm still a baby, there's no need to buy me high school papers, right? It's too early to buy a bar mitzvah dress, there's really no need to buy any more formula. I really can't drink that much." Chen Wanqiu wanted to prepare everything for Su Ming when she saw it, and even though she heard Su Ming's inner spitting, she directly treated it as if she didn't hear it. Just as she was happily walking home with a large pile of trophies, holding Su Ming in her arms, a young girl suddenly ran in a hurry in her direction. Chen Wanqiu couldn't help but be attracted to her, as this young girl was simply too beautiful, and was even quite a bit more soulful than she was when she was younger. She should know that when she was in her teens, she could have become a national goddess in the entertainment industry outside the international center by virtue of her stunning face. But this young girl's looks made her feel inferior, and not only that palm-sized delicate face, the young girl's body is also front and back, running towards her that can be described as a wave. It is estimated that there is no man who cannot have a heart for her. She turned her head and realized that the bodyguards around her were really looking straight up as well. But soon, Chen Wanqiu realized that something was wrong with this young girl. There were actually a few tall black-robed men who were chasing after her, in broad daylight, actually trying to abduct and sell a flower girl. Chen Wanqiu was instantly filled with righteous indignation as she commanded the bodyguards around her, "You guys quickly go help and protect her." As soon as they heard this, all those bodyguards' blood boiled and they rushed to protect that beautiful girl, but not a moment's effort. Her bodyguards were actually all put down by the gang of black-clothed men chasing the young girl, and it was only then that she realized that this young girl must not be simple. The strength of her current bodyguard team was even stronger than an S-class mercenary squad, and even if Lin Yang hadn't followed her out today, the strength of the others was definitely all top-notch, and the strength of this group of black-clothed men was actually so powerful. "Don't mind your own business," the leader of that black-clothed man warned Chen Wanqiu, and then once again hurriedly went after the young girl. Although Chen Wanqiu was worried, she didn't dare to take any more risks. She couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, "This group of people is so strong. That girl is afraid that she won't be able to fall in their hands. Poor thing. I don't know why this group of people wants to capture her." Just as they were about to catch up with the young girl, the sky suddenly rumbled several times. Several shocking thunderbolts descended from the sky and hit several of them with precision, and several of them were instantly knocked out, falling to the ground in a heap. Chen Wanqiu had also heard Su Ming's heartfelt words, "I'm really a good baby with a good heart. I just easily saved a flower girl, and no one knows that it was me who made the move, so it's really something to do, and I'm hiding it deep in my heart." That young girl was also stunned by the scene in front of her, and froze in place for a moment before coming back to her senses. Chen Wanqiu had calmly walked up to her and softly asked, are you alright? Because the two leaned very close. Su-ming was also able to feel the waves of this young girl from a close distance, and couldn't help but gulp. If he could be held in her arms, that is, let him win the $50 million jackpot, he would be willing to. No, it's fine. Just now, thank you for stepping in to help me. The young girl came back to her senses and said to Chen Wanqiu, it looks to me like these people are going to do something to Tutu. Do you have a place to go? If not, do you want to stay at my house first? Chen Wanqiu found that Su-ming liked this young girl, so she deliberately asked. This. The young girl hesitated a little. Will this trouble you? How could it be? Don't worry. As long as you live in my house, no one will come back to take you away. Chen Wanqiu said confidently. The Bai family's security strength was even more powerful than her bodyguard team, and there was still Lin Yang sitting at home. Furthermore, she didn't believe that anyone would really dare to come to the White House to ask for someone. Only after her repeated assurances did the young girl return home with Chen Wanqiu. Su-ming was bursting with excitement. Mom, you're really the best mom in the world. The thought of being able to play with this stunning young girl every day in the future made Su-ming indescribably happy. Chapter 160, Awesome Feeling. Chen Wanqiu was amused by Su-ming's heartfelt voice and deliberately handed Su-ming to the young girl. My son seems to like you. Do you want to give her a hug? Yeah. The young girl looked at Su-ming's adorable face and couldn't help but reach out and pinch it, smoothly holding Su-ming in her arms. Oh, shit, so soft. Half of Su-ming's face was directly submerged in the waves, and he couldn't help but sigh. Chen Wanqiu coughed somewhat sheepishly. I'll go to the kitchen and make you some dinner. After saying that, she hurriedly turned and slipped away. It seems that her son will grow up very easy to be abducted by a beautiful big sister. At the same time, the young girl holding Su-ming was also a bit puzzled. Why did she just seem to hear strange noises? Seems like a boy's voice. Soft? What's so soft? She looked around and didn't see anyone else in the house, and was puzzled when the little baby in her arms suddenly raised its small hand and touched her chest. You're not trying to drink my milk, are you? She snorted and grabbed his hand. I'm not. It feels so good in my hand. If only I could touch it for a little while longer. Su-ming silently sighed. The young girl froze. What was that sound just now? Shouldn't I? She slowly lowered her head and stared at Su-ming somewhat incredulously. Su-ming was somewhat puzzled. What are you staring at me for? I'm just an innocent little baby. She was shocked. So all those words just now were said by this little baby? But he clearly didn't open his mouth. Did he? In order to confirm the suspicion in her heart, she once again let go of Su-ming's hand, and Su-ming grunted and once again sneakily rubbed against her chest. If she could hold me to sleep at night, then I should be the happiest little baby in all the world. And the feel is fantastic. She was completely petrified. Were these words all Su-ming's inner thoughts? She originally thought that he was a cute little baby, but she didn't expect that he was actually an old lecher at a young age, to actually take advantage of her on purpose. It's a pity. By the time I grow up, she'll probably be married to a woman, maybe even a 3-child mother, and I don't know which man will be able to enjoy such a stunning woman like her. With this body, TSK. Su-ming was completely unaware that the young girl in front of him could hear her heart, and could only take the opportunity to pinch the young girl again. The young girl's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye and hurriedly opened Su-ming's hand. Su-ming resentfully retracted his hand, and was fantasizing about sleeping with a beautiful maiden at night, when an image of the future suddenly appeared in his mind. It's not good, beautiful sister. You'd better run. Su-ming, who had seen that footage, immediately muttered anxiously. The young girl was about to put the little pervert down when she suddenly heard his heart again. Still a little dazed. Run where? Before she could think of anything else, a small-eyed, 8-forked bodyguard walked in, swept her meaningfully and turned to the kitchen to find Wanqiu. This bodyguard was none other than Lin Yang, who looked serious as he reported to Chen Wanqiu. Ms. Chen, a group of people have come outside and want you to hand over the girl you just brought back. Chen Wanqiu put down the work in her hands and was also a bit surprised. They actually dared to chase after the Bai family? Don't worry, Ms. Chen, with me here, they can't get in, Lin Yang hurriedly assured. But they said that this young girl is an international fugitive, seemingly harmless, but actually has multiple lives in her hands. Very dangerous. What? Chen Wanqiu was shocked for a moment and immediately rushed out. She was relieved to see that Su-ming was fine. For the sake of Xiaoming's safety, Chen Wanqiu still found an excuse to carry Su-ming back to his room. The young girl who was left alone in the living room soon saw the black-clothed men who had come after her through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and instantly became frightened and wanted to go to Chen Wanqiu. However, as she walked to the door of Chen Wanqiu's room, she heard Chen Wanqiu and Lin Yang talking. Ms. Chen, since that group of people said that she's a fugitive, for the safety of you and young Master Su-ming, it's better to send her out. Lin Yang advised Chen Wanqiu with full of worry. Chen Wanxiu was still a bit hesitant. She's a teenage girl. Can she really commit a crime of that magnitude? People can't look like people. Just like when outsiders see me, they won't believe that I was once a top mercenary. Fear not. Fear not. This kind of person comes from an unknown source. Protecting her might get you into big trouble. Chen Wanxiu hesitated for a while, and finally compromised for Su Ming's safety. Then, well, you go and negotiate with the people outside and send her out. Hearing this, the young girl was instantly a bit disappointed. She thought Chen Wanxiu was a good person, but she didn't expect that she would still give up on her just because of those people's words. But also, Chen Wanxiu had no obligation to protect her in the first place. There was no escape anyway, so she could only return to the living room in disappointment and wait quietly for her fate. In the room, Chen Wanxiu was just about to send the young girl away when she suddenly heard Su Ming's heartfelt voice again. People are obviously an innocent beautiful girl. How did she become a serial killer? Obviously that group of people want to take her back for special human experiments. Mom, if you send her back, she will die a horrible death. What had just appeared in Su Ming's mind was the image of that young girl being captured and experimented on. He felt physically sick just looking at one image. When Chen Wanxiu heard Su Ming's words, she hurriedly called out to Lin Yang. Wait, I don't think those people outside are too trustworthy. But Ms. Chen, even if you don't give that young girl to those people, I guess they'll still come back again. Then we can't just give them the girl. Chen Wanxiu said decisively. We can't just see her die. You go and tell those people to leave first. Lin Yang was a bit helpless, but still chose to do as he was told. The young girl waited in the living room, thinking that Lin Yang had come to take her away. But she didn't expect Lin Yang to walk straight out and loudly say to those people outside, the person you're looking for isn't with us, so hurry up and get out if you don't want to offend the Bai family. Chen Wanxiu walked out with Su Ming in her arms and comforted the young girl. Don't worry, I believe you're innocent and won't hand you over to them. The young girl was moved for a while, but those black-clothed men outside never left and squatted directly in front of the White House. Going on like this isn't a solution. Why don't I ask you to help me find a criminal with a similar figure to me? The young girl looked at the black-clothed person outside who hadn't left and took the initiative to propose to Chen Wanxiu. I can use my transfiguration art to transfigure her into my appearance. Chen Wanxiu was half convinced, not believing that she really had such an ability. However, he did not expect to hear Su Ming's heartfelt words once again. So she is Tang Jiyan, that top disguise artist. I did not think that her top disguise skill is the ability to get after so many special experiments. It is really pathetic. Tang Jiyan? Chen Wanxiu didn't know the name, but she understood Su Ming's words and immediately had someone go get a criminal over. Chapter 161 Top Transfiguration Master. In Su Ming's missions in his previous lives, he had heard Tang Jiyan's great name many times before, and it was said that she was a top-notch disguise artist in a mysterious organization, with a hand of disguise art that was out of this world. Only he hadn't really thought that Tang Jiyan would be such a young girl with a choppy body. I thought Tang Jiyan would be a middle-aged temperamental woman in her 40s or 50s. He silently spat in his heart. Tang Jiyan huffed, forcibly holding back the idea of strangling Su Ming to death. Saying who was 40 or 50 years old? She wasn't that old. Chen Wanxiu quickly had someone bring back a criminal with a similar figure to her, but she was still skeptical. Don't you need me to prepare any disguise materials for you? If it's a usual disguise technique it's still needed, but right now under special circumstances, it's not needed. Tang Jiyan rolled up her sleeves and touched the criminal's face before suddenly pressing down violently a few times. That criminal let out a miserable scream. The bone phase of his face had suddenly changed, and actually already had a 7 or 8% resemblance to Tang Jiyan. Chen Wanxiu looked breathtaking. Bare hands pinch bone. This should be the top disguise master will only stunts. Did not expect the Tang Jiyan small age, actually so powerful. But when he thought about the fact that she had gone through special experimental modifications to obtain such abilities, he couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Tang Jiyan borrowed Chen Wanxiu's makeup tools and casually put on a light makeup for this criminal, and it already looked exactly like her. You send her out. No one will find out. Tang Jiyan said confidently. I pinch bones with this disguise. No one can restore her original appearance except myself. Chen Wanxiu half-heartedly asked Lin Yang to give this criminal to the group of black-clothed men. The group of black-clad men didn't notice anything odd either, and took the criminal with them. Meanwhile, Soho had quietly entered a cafe, and in the seat across from her sat a man wearing a mask. Where's that transfigurator you guys got me last time? She escaped from our organization. My men are hunting her now. It will take time. The man's voice was low with a hint of displeasure. How long will it take? I don't have that much time to wait. Suho was instantly agitated. It's not that I want her to escape either. It's only natural to wait as long as it takes to capture her and bring her back. The man's brows furrowed in a salty manner. Suhee was anxious to enter the Bai family again after disguising herself and find a way to rescue the Su family's current predicament from Su Ming. And when she heard such a vague answer, she couldn't sit still at all and stood up to leave. However, in the next second, the man's cell phone suddenly rang, and he glanced down at the message, then revealed a smirk. They captured the person back. I will send it over to you, Ms. Su, but the price is too high. Don't worry, I won't lose a single penny of what should be given to you, Suhee said without hesitation. An hour later, the man brought both the disguise artist and her box of materials to Suhee. But what both Suhee and this man didn't know was that this disguise artist in front of them was no longer the real Tang Jiyan, but the criminal who had been disguised by Tang Jiyan. She didn't know any disguises at all, and she kept telling the men that they had the wrong person, but they didn't believe her at all. You little bitch. When you escaped that time before and we caught you back, you lied to us that you were someone else who had been disguised, and now you're using this trick. Do you think I'll still believe you? He grabbed the other party's hair and viciously slapped towards her face. Transfigure Ms. Su properly, or I'll send you to the operating table tomorrow to continue the experiment. That criminal could not cry, he could not escape, and he could not prove that he was not Tang Jiyan, so he could only harden his face and give Suhee a disguise. But those disguise materials she simply knew nothing about, let alone pinching her face with her bare hands, so she had no choice but to randomly select a skin-like material from the material box and blindly fool around with it on Suhee's face. Soho didn't see the other's panic at all, letting the other casually manipulate his face. But not a moment's work later, her face was on fire with pain and an itch. What on earth are you smearing me with? How come the last disguise feels completely different from this one? She was so uncomfortable that she reached out and peeled the material away from her face and took a look in the mirror, only to realize that a horrible layer of tiny bumps had grown on her face. Her originally fair skin was now more horrible than a toad. Ah! She cried out in shock and directly shattered the mirror, staring angrily at the transfiguration master. Are you trying to disfigure me? The criminal was really speechless. I've said I don't know how to do disguise. You have to ask me to give you a disguise. Don't I just have to mess around? Suhee had a bruise in his heart and could only rush out to find the man to argue. Is this the disguise artist you found for me? I can't believe you messed up my face like this. That man was also startled by her appearance. Just a moment later, he let out a cold laugh. Tang Jiyan is a well-trained disguise artist of our organization. Didn't she give you a disguise last time as well? Why was she fine last time, but not this time? I think it's because the Su family is about to die, and you want to take the opportunity to extort a sum from me. You guys ruined my face. I'm looking for compensation from you guys. Is that wrong? Suhee was furious and scolded angrily. To actually turn around and say I'm extorting. How shameless. Since you don't want to cooperate yourself, Ms. Su, then you can't blame us. I'll forget about the money this time. Seeing as your Su family is almost finished, I won't bother with you. The man had a magnanimous look on his face, pulling the transfiguration master and heading straight out. Soho met with the men in secret and didn't bring any bodyguards, so she couldn't stop them at all and could only watch them leave. She rushed to find medicine for her face. If she had treated it any later, she would probably have been disfigured. Since he couldn't find a way out of Su Ming, Suhee could only go to the Jade family first and seek help from Yu Yunting. After all, the Su family had been cooperating with Yu Yunting before, but this time, after she arrived at the Su family, Yu Yunting was slow to see her. She waited until it was dark before the Jade family's butler invited her in. After meeting Yu Yunting, he also kept to his right and left, just not saying that he wanted to help the Su family out. Mr. Yu, don't beat around the bush with me. The difficulties our Su family encountered this time, do you have a way to break it or not? Suhee lost his patience and asked directly. Yu Yunting sighed. Suhee, it's not that I won't help you. It's that your Su family is now a puddle of stinking water, suspected of being involved in the smuggling of banned medicines. If I make a move to help the Su family right now, wouldn't I be dragging our Yu family into the water as well? Chapter 162 Exposure. Our family didn't smuggle prohibited drugs at all. Those are all rumors. Suhee was emotionally excited. As long as you are willing to step in and find a way to help our Su family take back those partners that Chen Wanqiu snatched away, the Su family will surely be able to survive the difficulties at hand very soon. Dealing with Chen Wanqiu? Yu Yunting was stunned and revealed a helpless bitter smile. Better forget it. I'm not that capable. You're the head of the Yu family. How could you not have a solution? Unwilling to give up, Suhee continued to persuade. If you don't make a move to inhibit the development of the Mingguang group under Chen Wanqiu now, sooner or later one day your Bai family's interests will be damaged as well. After Yu Yunting heard her words, but he didn't rush to speak. Instead, he calmly locked eyes with her, and only after a while did he slowly say, inhibiting Chen Wanqiu's development? I don't have that kind of ability. My men are still paralyzed. Offending Chen Wanqiu won't end well. I can't imagine that you, as the head of the Yu family, would actually be afraid of a woman. Chen Wanqiu. Suhi was in a depressed mood and gritted his teeth. I know you Su family members look down on Chen Wanqiu, but people really aren't something you can easily offend. And now that you're still thinking of dealing with Chen Wanqiu, I'm afraid that not long from now, the entire Su family will die in Chen Wanqiu's hands. Yu Yunting stared at her meaningfully, snorting out a disdainful laugh. Forget it if you're not willing to help our Su family, there's no need to sneer here. Suhi was furious, realizing that Yu Yunting wasn't going to make a move. She immediately left with a cold face. After returning to Su's house, she realized that all three sisters had already gathered in the living room. Second sister, you've come back just in time. The few of us have discussed this, and we plan to take out the dowry that mom and dad left for us first, and together we will get through this difficult time. Su Ningxue immediately smiled and said to her, but her smile looked so bitter. If they hadn't been forced to do so, they wouldn't have thought of using the dowry that their parents had worked so hard to prepare for them for many years. Then take my dowry out first. Fourth sister, you're the youngest. If there's really no other way, then I'll use yours. Suhi took the initiative with almost no hesitation. Su Ningxue shook her head. What kind of words are these? We are a family. Since the family has encountered difficulties now, of course we have to face them together. Several sisters humbled each other for a while before deciding to take the dowry out together. Because of the huge amount of this dowry, the Su family instantly gained a large amount of financial support. Relying on a large amount of money, Su Shilan managed to suppress the outside public opinion, and the Su family's stock price began to slowly rebound. The relevant department also made an announcement, stating that after investigation, there was no cooperation between the Su family and the suspect who smuggled the banned drug. Su Shilan had worked tirelessly to deal with the Su family's various documents before the Su family was able to regain its position as one of the 4 families in the international center. The original partners who preferred to pay the liquidated damages to terminate the contract with the Su family also didn't expect that the Su family would still be able to come up with such a large sum of money, and had the cheek to turn back to find Su Shilan to re-cooperate. Su Shilan was all laughed at by them. This group of people, who previously listened to the wind and took advantage of our family's difficulties to drop stones, now want to come and fish for our family's benefits. Dream on. She spat with her assistant and was about to have the dogged collaborators evicted. But in the next second, it suddenly occurred to her that if she didn't work with these partners, then they would definitely still have to go after Chen Wanqiu. She held a breath in her heart. Although it was diabolical to work with these people again, it was better than letting Chen Wanqiu take advantage of her for nothing. Go renegotiate with them and get ready to sign the contract, she instructed without a word of humor. But set the liquidated damages higher for me this time. The assistant nodded and added, Missy, the Yu family head sent a message over saying that he wants to invite you for tea. Invite me for tea? Su Shilan laughed coldly. He also knew how to see the wind. That afternoon, Yu Yunting met up with Su Shilan at a fancy restaurant. As soon as he saw Su Shilan, Yu Yunting smiled and presented a gift box. Eldest Miss Su, I spoke to your second sister earlier and was a bit abrupt. I hope you don't take it to heart. I wouldn't dare. Our Su family is nothing more than a ragtag family that will soon die at the hands of Chen Wanqiu. How can we have the honor to accept your gift? Su Shilan directly pushed that gift box back and said sarcastically in a conspiratorial manner. No, 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 I said the wrong thing before. Miss Su, you still accept this little bit of my small heart. We will be in this international center. That is still a low head to see, is not it? Yu Yunting always had a smile on his face and said attentively. Previously, he was looking at the Su family to be finished, so he was so perfunctory to Su He, but he didn't expect that this Su family actually had a backhand. In the current international center, the Yu family had already formed a bond with the Bai family, where Chen Wanqiu was from, and if the Su family didn't fall, then he couldn't be easily offended again. Now that he saw that the Su family was developing so well, he could only hurry to come and apologize. So he coped with Yu Yunting's meal, looking at the other party's humble appearance. His heart just barely relieved a few points. The good times didn't last long. However, as she had just finished her meal and left the restaurant when a news tweet popped up on her phone. It was actually an anonymous account that released a video on the internet. The title of the video was, Su Family Crown Prince Su Tian Tyrannical Bullying. The video is none other than Su Tian as a child, who was viciously abusing a small animal. Su Shilan recognized it. It was a video that Su Tian had shot himself and put on that special software to sell for profit. Because Su Tian not only abused small animals in a very cruel way, but also showed a very excited and pleasurable expression when he abused them. All the netizens felt that he was a natural-born devil, and many of them began to go to the Su family's official account and post comments under it, so that the Su family could give a statement. Su Shilan hurriedly sent a message to her assistant. asking him to suppress that video. But before she could finish editing her message, the account sent another video. This video is a surveillance video from Su Tian's elementary school, where he is bullying and abusing a young boy, stripping the other of all his clothes, making him kneel and kowtow on the ground, and smacking the other in the mouth with the sole of his shoe for every head he kowtows. All the other kids looked on, not daring to speak at all. Now the netizens are completely outraged. This is school bullying. Such a big thing. Actually, not a bit of news has been released before. All the netizens feel that it is the Su family used their financial resources, allowing Su Tian to bully his classmates. Within 2 minutes, the hot search was almost full of phrases about the Su family harboring Su Tian and Su Tian's school bullying. Su Shilan wanted to spend money to press it all simply can't be pressed. Countless netizens saved those 2 videos and circulated them wildly on various social media platforms. Even the mainstream media have also posted sharp comments. Let the Su family give a statement. For a while, the Su family's stock price fell drastically once again. Su Shilan was furious. Su Tian had passed away for so long, and if it wasn't for the enmity with the Su family, no one would have found this kind of video at this juncture. Besides, Su Tian's reputation outside had always been very good, and there was still a possibility of knowing about schoolyard bullies, but the fact that he abused small animals would not even occur to the average person. She pounded the table and cursed in exasperation. It must be Chen Wanqiu. Now if the Su family fell, the person who would benefit the most would be Chen Wanqiu's Mingguang group, and with Su Ming around, she would definitely be able to know about Su Tian's abuse of small animals as well. Chen Wanqiu was trying to take advantage of the Su family's current bad situation to add fuel to the fire and bring about the complete downfall of their Su family. She's no matter what. She's also the daughter-in-law of our Su family's imperial capital branch. She actually betrayed the Su family like this. Now that the imperial capital branch is still under our family's control, I'm not done with her if she harms our family like this. Su Shilan harbored a bellyful of fire and spat with Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue also felt that Su Tian's abuse of small animals things only possible as Chen Wanqiu eavesdropping on Su Ming's heart to hear. No one else could possibly know. She immediately went to the Bai family with a full of anger. When she heard that Su Ningxue had come, Chen Wanqiu still said she wouldn't see anything, as she had done before. Chen Wanqiu, you're at least still a member of the Su family's imperial capital branch. Is it like that to harm your own family like this? Su Ningxue shouted angrily as she stood outside the Bai family's gate. At this point, she was already overwhelmed by anger, screaming like a shrew, completely losing the temperament of a great lady. The housekeeper relayed her words to Chen Wanqiu, who was teasing Su Ming, but Chen Wanqiu was confused. It's not like I'm the one who broke the video of Su Tian. I don't even know that Su Tian schoolyard bullies others. What's she blaming me for a good reason? The housekeeper also felt puzzled, but still continued to relay Su Ningxue's words. I'm not sure about this, but 4th Miss Su has always said that other than you, no one will check what Su Tian has ever done, and no one will think that Su Tian is a bad person. Go get rid of her. Chen Wanqiu pursed her lips and said impatiently, she's a dog jumping over the wall and is biting people indiscriminately. But 4th Miss Su just said that you dared to do it, and if you don't go out and give her a statement, she's going to take out the imperial capital Su family branch. Chen Wanqiu frowned slightly, thinking of Su Bingjin and a few other children who were still in the imperial capital. She sighed somewhat helplessly. I don't even know why she suspects me so much. And even if I went to meet with her, I wouldn't be able to prove that those videos weren't put out by me unless I could find the person who put out those videos. Su Ming let out a light laugh in his heart and couldn't help but spit it out. Su Ningxu is also too funny. That person who found out about the video is obviously the parent of a child who was previously bullied by Su Tian. What is she doing looking for trouble with my mom? Thinking about this, Su Ming's heart still had a few points of resentment. He's done many missions. At first, he wanted to prove that Su Ming was a bad boy and went to find those surveillance and videos on his own. But the 4 sisters of the Su family all felt that he had intentionally faked those videos, and not only did they not believe him, but they also beat him up severely. Then he swung for the fences and stopped looking for those videos. There would still be parents of children who had been bullied by Su Tian finding those videos and putting them on the internet, and as a result, the 4 Su sisters actually felt that those videos were all deliberately staged by him to discredit Su Tian, and beat him up severely again. Then later he knew that exposing Su Tian would not work, so he went ahead and destroyed the video in Su Tian's cell phone and the school's surveillance first, which resulted in the Su family's sisters saying that he was jealous of Su Tian and intentionally destroying the traces of Su Tian's existence, and then beat him up again and again. The Su sisters can't beat him up in this life, so how come they're suspecting him all over again? When Chen Wanqiu heard Su Ming's heartfelt words, she simply stood up and prepared to meet with Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue stood outside the Bai family's door, her throat almost smoking from shouting, before she saw Chen Wanqiu walk out with a calm face. 4th Miss Su, I hope you'll figure out the situation next time before coming back to my trouble. Those videos weren't released by me at all. They were found by the parents of the children who were once bullied by Su Tian. Chen Wanqiu didn't wait for her to open her mouth, so she preemptively said, "Not you?" Those words that Su Ningxue had prepared to raise an accusation instantly all but blocked her mouth, only to ask incredulously, "Whether it's me or not? Just go and check the account IP that sent those videos yourself." Furthermore, if Su Tian hadn't done those things, there wouldn't have been those videos at all. If you want to look for trouble, you should also go to Su Tian. Chen Wanqiu lost her patience. I hope you don't come to the Bai family to mess around and disturb the Bai family anymore. Hugs. Sorry. Su Ningxue was dumbfounded by her words and turned away after giving her an awkward apology. Soon her men found out the IP of the account that sent the video, and sure enough, it was the family that she and Su Shilan had visited at home earlier. Su Ningxue had wanted to go to the door to persuade that family to delete the video, but once she thought of that little boy who had been abused by Su Tian to the point that he didn't even dare to come out of his room right now, she lost the courage to even show up in front of the other party. When that family could tear up a check for $5 million without batting an eye, how could they be convinced by a few pale words now? Furthermore, those videos had already been reproduced by various marketing numbers, and even if the family was willing to delete the videos, they wouldn't just completely disappear from the internet. Just as the evil things Su Tian had done wouldn't be covered up just because of his death. She returned home with a heavy heart, and Su Shilan and Su He were discussing how they would retaliate against the imperial Su family and teach Chen Wanqiu a lesson. Chen Wanqiu is really too despicable. Her husband and son both have our Su family's blood in their veins, and she's actually trying to bring down our Su family. This kind of country bumpkin who can't get on the stage likes to engage in this kind of critter behind the scenes, without the Bai family's support. What is she? Su He also felt that everything was Chen Wanqiu's doing. The last time our family was in trouble, she was the one who snatched away our family's partner. Su Ningxue listened to the two of them and finally couldn't stand it anymore, shouting out, "Have you guys said enough?" This time, the video has nothing to do with Chen Wanqiu at all. Su Shilan thoughtlessly retorted, "How could it have nothing to do with her? If she hadn't released those videos, our family wouldn't have. If Su Tian hadn't done those things, there wouldn't be these videos at all. The only person at fault is Su Tian, no one else. And all of this is caused by Su Tian. Why do you all always have to find someone else to blame?" Su Ningxue shouted out, half angry and half helpless. Obviously everything was because of Su Tian. If you really want to talk about it, you can only blame them for favoring Su Tian for no reason. Su Shilan and Su He were both shocked by Su Ningxue's angry roar, and after a moment of stunned silence, Su Shilan muttered somewhat unconvincingly, "But this matter has gone on for so long, and Chen Wanqiu shouldn't have been able to do it either. Those videos weren't found out by Chen Wanqiu at all. They were released by the parents of the child who was bullied by Su Tian." "Big sister, haven't we even been to that child's home together?" Su Shilan interrupted her and told the truth. This time, Su Shilan really couldn't say anything. Soho followed suit, and the whole house was silent. In the end, it was Su Ningxue who took the lead to break the silence. "Eldest sister, the priority right now is to hurry up and deal with the negative impact that this video has brought to our Su family. And I think the best way to do that is to release a statement and cut off relations with Su Tian." "No way." As soon as her words fell, Su He immediately spoke out against it. "Su Tian originally did all these things. Those videos are real. Even if we suppress the heat of the videos this time, there will still be a next time. It's impossible to suppress them every time. So it's better to take this opportunity to make a clean break." Su Ningxue looked towards Su Shilan and patiently persuaded, "Anyway, Su Tian is already dead. We can't let a dead man drag down our entire Su family, right?" "A dead man? How can you say that about Xiao Tian?" Su He was a bit angry. Even if he did something wrong, but he's already dead. He's paid the price. Everyone can spit on Xiao Tian, but we're Xiao Tian's sister, the last of his family. How can we give up on him? If you don't, do you want to see our Su family go bankrupt and close down like this? Seeing that she still had to defend Su Ming at this point in time, Su Shilan was also very helpless. Su He was also very angry and directly stood up to question Su Ningxue. "According to you, if one day you make a mistake and are spurned by everyone, should we also immediately issue a statement to sever our relationship with you? Second sister, can you not be so unreasonable?" Seeing that Su Ningxue was about to quarrel with Su He, Su Shilan opened her mouth with some annoyance. All right, all stop quarreling, let me think." Su Shilan also moved the idea of severing relations with Su Tian, but her heart was still very hesitant. In the end, it was the younger brother she had watched grow up, and she couldn't bear to do so. However, the next day, the video of Su Tian's abusive bullying was still hanging on the hot search, and began to circulate on a variety of platforms. The heat of the online discussion rose instead of falling. Many people are denouncing the Su family. Many consumers who bought Su's products directly returned the products. The shopping malls, in order to avoid the wind, also took all of the products of the Su family off the shelves. All of the artists who signed a contract with Su's family announced that they would terminate their contracts with Su's family before Su Shirlan could control it. The Su family's financial chain had already broken, and many of the partners' payments Su Shirlan had already been unable to send out, directly dragging it out first. However, now as a person will know that the Su family's situation is not optimistic. Of course, will not allow the Su family to arbitrarily default on payments. Many partners directly to the door to ask for debt. Su Shirlan could only hide in her home. But the group of collaborators were eager for money, and some people directly brought thugs to smash the Su family's front door. Seeing that the Su family building was about to fall, Su Shirlan could only endure the pain and release a statement that she had severed her relationship with Su Tian. I thought this statement would calm the netizens, but not many people actually bought it, because Su Tian was already dead. Everyone felt that it was the Su family that had been aiding and abetting the evil and harboring what Su Tian had done. Now that it's been exposed, it's only now that you've issued a statement of severance without any pain. Isn't it just a fool's errand? Netizens continued to boycott all products under the Su family on a large scale. Even products that just had a supply relationship with the Su family's factories were also boycotted. Everyone was in a posture of not letting the Su family go bankrupt. Just as Su Shirlan was busy, Chen Wanxiu was developing a baby skincare product under the guidance of Tang Jian. Tang Jian was not only a master of disguise, she also knew human skin like the back of her hand, and had easily put on a stunning makeup for Chen Wanxiu before. Chen Wanxiu's favorability towards her was greatly increased as a result, and after chatting with her in depth, she realized that she was also a genius in makeup and skincare products. This baby skincare products Chen Wanxiu has wanted to research and development for a long time, but the baby's skin type is very sensitive, but also different. Her R&D team worked hard for many days, have not been able to develop a product that can be put on the market. As soon as Tang Jian arrived, she helped her solve this problem. Baifuya also brought her own experimental team to test this product and determined that this product is not only gentle and non-irritating, but also protects the skin of small babies very well. Wanxiu, this time you've really picked up a treasure. I'm tempted to let Tang Jian come work for the cosmetics company under my name. She joked to Chen Wanxiu. Going out for a shopping trip actually allows you to meet a cosmetic genius. You're really lucky. Go go go. You're not allowed to cut my corners. Chen Wanxiu joked with her while and preparing for the creation of a new mother and baby brand. I'm not digging it. Our family is the biggest shareholder of Ningguang Group. When the time comes and you make money, I'll just wait to collect it. Baifuya raised her hand and playfully made a gesture of counting bills. Soon, Chen Wanxiu's mother and baby brand was successfully established, and the samples of this baby skincare product were also made. The next step is to shoot the promotional posters for the product. Baifuya suggested to Chen Wanxiu to let Su Ming to be the model of this product. Anyway, Su Ming looks so good and cute and obedient. Let Su Ming to be the little model. Don't mention how suitable it is. However, Chen Wanxiu felt that the time needed to shoot the product advertisement was too long, and it was really too hard to shoot. In the past, when she was an actress, she sometimes had to shoot the publicity posters for a day. She didn't want Su Ming to work so hard, and there must be a lot of people at the scene that day, and she also had to let the little model pose for some poses, and Su Ming might even get scared. Wasn't she working so hard to make money and try to get out of the Su family's control so that Su Ming could live a carefree life? Seeing that Chen Wanxiu did not want to let Su Ming be a model, Baifuya was still very sad. Although she didn't let Su Ming be the model, she still had someone go and hire a few of the international center's more famous mini-models, striving to achieve the best publicity effect. On the day of shooting, Chen Wanxiu was also there to supervise the work. However, when it came to the appointed time, the mothers of two little models were late in bringing their children over. Chen Wanxiu waited for more than half an hour without waiting for anyone, and was really a bit impatient. So she asked the cameraman to take pictures of the little models who had already arrived first. Why should my son shoot first? A little model's mother immediately shouted out full of unhappiness. No one else has arrived yet. Letting my baby shoot first? Are you trying to tire out my baby? I'm just letting you guys shoot first, so I'll let the other little models shoot again when they come later. Chen Wanxiu was a bit confused. The little model's mother immediately snorted and said in a conspiratorial manner, "What you said? How do I know if you have hired any other little models? If you haven't, won't my baby die of exhaustion? That's right, others are late. Why should I let my baby shoot first?" Another model mom also said with a million arrogance. Chen Wanxiu was speechless. According to the contract, even if another small model was late and didn't come now, they should have started shooting. Such a temporary strike was a breach of contract. If you can't work with the job, then pay the liquidated damages and leave. She lost her patience and said in a nonchalant manner. Upon hearing this, a few modeling moms instantly quit and said in a loud voice, "How dare you ask us to pay for the breach of contract? It's not like we did anything wrong." That's right. So it's not your own kids who are working hard. And if you want us to shoot right now, you'll have to put the money for the late modeling on my waifu's head. If we don't raise the money, we're not going to shoot yet. A few people were arguing with each other, and were in the middle of it, when the late model mom suddenly hurried over with her own baby in her arms. "The sun is too big today. Why don't you all know to prepare an umbrella for my son? What if my son's skin gets sunburned?" She was holding her own child, and she was still counting down one of the staff members on the shooting set. Chen Wanqiu frowned. "What's wrong with you? Why are you late? What's going on?" The woman glared at her with boredom. "Our baby is a big star. How can she go out in the middle of the day when the sun is so high? What if she gets sunstroke? Besides, I'm only an hour late, right? Why don't you let the others shoot first?" Chen Wanqiu didn't even know what to say. This new baby skincare product she's withdrawing from. The main promotional point is baby sunscreen. That's why she set the shoot for the middle of the day when the sun is at its best, so as to maximize the value of this skincare product. This little model is still the most famous little model in the international center right now, and he actually doesn't even have that much work ethic, purposely avoiding the best time to shoot because he's afraid of his own child getting sunburned. Before she could get angry, the model's mother cursed at a staff member beside her. "I asked you to bring my son an umbrella. Why don't you go?" Taking the staff's face in a difficult situation. "Ma'am, you can't take umbrellas for what you're going to shoot today." "No umbrella? Are you trying to kill my son in the sun?" The woman instantly became furious and yelled, "I think you just don't want to take it for my son. If this is your work attitude, then I won't shoot today. If you don't want to shoot, you can leave. Remember to pay the liquidated damages. I don't want to work with people like you who have no work ethic or quality." Chen Wanqiu didn't bother to give her a good face anymore, and said on the spot. The woman held the baby and looked at her with contempt. "Who are you? Is it your turn to talk here? Our baby is a big star. As long as I give a word, I guarantee that you will never find another little model in the international center to shoot a film for your family's products." "Ma'am, calm down. I'll just go find you an umbrella." The staff member beside her was worried about things getting out of hand and hurriedly advised. The woman, however, was unforgiving. "Now you know to go get me an umbrella. She scolded me and my baby so much today, and if she doesn't get down on her knees and apologize, this isn't over." When these words came out, the faces of all the staff members present became ugly, and in the end it was the staff member who opened his mouth first. "Why don't you, ma'am? I'll apologize to you instead of Miss Chen," she said, about to kneel for the other. Chen Wanqiu's face sank as she reached out and pulled up the staff member. "No kneeling." Her voice was permeated with anger as she coldly looked at the little model's mother. "According to our contract, now you should unconditionally cooperate with our company's photography work. Since you're not willing to cooperate with our work, get ready to pay the liquidated damages." "Do you?" The little model's mother looked her up and down oddly and said disgruntledly, "Do you not know the rules of the industry? A contract is a contract. How can?" Chen Wanqiu interrupted and said word for word, "I don't know the rules of the industry, but I do know how to set up a brand, and if I can only stand by and watch my own employees being humiliated, and I can only work with a trashy model mom like you, then I'd rather not do this brand. How dare you call me a lowlife? You. The little model's mother instantly turned red with anger. "My son is the best little model in the entire international center. Without my son to advertise for you, this brand of yours will definitely be yellow. Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that?" Chen Wanqiu was also completely intolerant. "You have no professional ethics. You're late for filming and delaying everyone's work. You're also intentionally making things difficult for the staff and rubbing other people's dignity on the ground. If you're not a lowlife, who else is a lowlife? You dare to scold me like this? Do you know how many people begged my son to go shooting? I did not go? Su family, you know it. Then you, the small broken brand, is not powerful much. Their family's Missy can just ask my son to do modeling. I now promise to let my son go to Missy Su's product endorsement. You just wait to regret it." Hearing Su Sherlan's name, Chen Wanqiu became even more upset, and directly went completely crazy. "If you want to go, you should hurry up. You dead bitch. I've endured you for a long time. Hurry up and get out of my way." When the staff next to her saw the always gentle and soft Chen Wanqiu suddenly scolded the other dead bitch, but coincidentally snickered. The little model's mother was furious and raised her hand to slap Chen Wanqiu, but the bodyguard beside Chen Wanqiu reacted faster and quickly stopped her. "How dare you do this to me? Could it be that you don't know that my son is the most well-known model in the industry? If you drive me away today, I guarantee that the other little models present will definitely not shoot for you again either." The little model's mother snorted coldly. "If others know that even my son is unwilling to endorse your products, No one will even buy your family's products anymore. Then what do you want me to do? Chen Wanqiu asked her calmly with her arms wrapped around her. She wants to sell the product, not the star periphery, as long as the product quality is over the top. Well packaged is just icing on the cake. Poorly packaged will not worry about sales as well. As long as you kneel down and beg me now, saying that you're wrong, then I can still forgive you and still endorse your family's products, not the Su family's. The little model's mother let out a light laugh, thinking that Chen Wanqiu was admitting her weakness, and said smugly. Just then, Tang Jian walked in with Su Ming in her arms. You can roll. Half an hour ago, Tang Jian was playing with Su Ming at home, when she suddenly got the news that the mother of the model who was going to shoot the product today was playing a big game at the shooting site. So she hurriedly brought Su Ming over. And who are you? A little kid. It's your turn to talk? The model mom snorted, disdainfully looking Tang Jian up and down. Who are you? Ma'am? Such a small card to play. Su Ming couldn't help but spit it out. International superstar from afar. International baby up close. Isn't it just a modeling ad? Your son is so golden. You can't shoot this or that. You might as well let me do it. Chen Wanqiu heard Su Ming's heartfelt words and realized that he didn't think that shooting publicity posters was a tiring thing. Anyway, now that she had offended all these little model mothers, it would be better to just let Su Ming do it. Just get out when I tell you to. Where's all the nonsense? Tang Jian didn't bother to give that model mom a good face and directly scolded nonchalantly. You. The other party's eyes widened as he was about to scold her, and then suddenly paused when he saw Su Ming, who she was holding in her arms. You brought your own brother to be a little model, didn't you? It's not that I'm saying you. The child you brought is so ugly. I'm afraid you can't wait for us all to stop shooting so that your brother can have a chance to get a few shots, right? The model's mother looked at Su Ming, not hiding the dislike in her heart. Worry. Who are you calling ugly? Su Ming blew up. That son of yours is fat and has so much meat on his face that he's squeezing his mouth like an asshole. And that's what's really ugly. Okay? Chen Wanqiu was still a little upset when she heard her model mom suddenly say that Su Ming was ugly. And then she heard Su Ming spitting, and inexplicably wanted to laugh a little again. Since you're not willing to cooperate with our filming efforts, I'll let him film. Chen Wanqiu hugged Su Ming from Tang Jian's hands, deliberately pretending not to recognize Su Ming, commenting, I think this baby is 10,000 times cuter than yours. Nonsense. My son is the cutest baby in all of the international center. The model mom shot back defiantly. Then you should be a pro-mom filter. Your son is really ugly. As a pure passerby, I just think this baby is much cuter than your baby. Chen Wanqiu said fervently. Those staff members beside him who knew that Su Ming was Chen Wanqiu's son also smartly cooperated with Chen Wanqiu and quietly spat on the side. Yes. The child Miss Chen is holding looks much better. That little model is also too fat. As fat as the little piglets in my hometown. Or the child Miss Chen is holding is cute. She's just got too much of a pro-mom filter to think her fat-ass son looks good. The model's mother's face was green with anger. But Chen Wanqiu leisurely hugged Su Ming to the director and told the director to hurry up and start filming. Humph. A nobody who hasn't even shot many promos. I'll see what he can shoot. I guess he can't even understand the director's meaning. Which is like my son who is so obedient and poses whatever he's told to pose. The model's mom snorted coldly and sneered from the side. Isn't it just posing? It's not like I don't understand human language. I'll just pose whatever the director tells me to pose. Is this some kind of awesome skill? Su Ming showed a bit of incomprehension towards her mockery. Soon the director had prepared the set, and Su Ming sat on a picnic mat in the park, obediently listening to the director's arrangements. Model parents, could you have the child look up and smile? That way the sunlight pouring through the branches and leaves on the face will look more light. The director looked at the camera while turning her head to ask Tang Jian. Just before Tang Jian spoke, Su Ming, who was sitting there, suddenly raised his head and revealed a cute smile, instantly adorning the hearts of the staff present. Wow, he's too well behaved. So cute. I've never photographed such a cute little model before. Did he just understand what the director said? So smart. The director was also very pleasantly surprised, and he asked Tang Jian with a little bit of tentativeness, can we let the child hold the bottle? Again. Just as soon as his words were out of his mouth, Su Ming grabbed the bottle on the picnic mat for himself, but didn't drink it either, so he held it in his hand obediently. It's that easy to shoot a commercial? Then what the hell was that mom pretending to do? Isn't this something that anyone can do? Su Ming held the milk bottle, looking earnestly at the director while waiting for his next instruction, while breathlessly sending out sharp spit in his heart. The director met Su Ming's large eyes as round as grapes, instantly becoming more convinced that Su Ming could understand him. Only then did Tang Jian come back to her senses and whispered to the director, this kid is very smart. The director was also happy to come across a smart kid as a model. However, he soon realized that Su Ming was even smarter than he thought. because Su Ming not only understands what he says, but also knows how to find his own shots, and he'll look over himself when the director asks him to look at a few numbers. The model mother who was originally prepared to mock Su Ming was completely speechless this time, and she even inexplicably compared Su Ming and her son in her heart, and then had to dejectedly admit that Su Ming was much more resourceful than her son. Some of the staff members who didn't know that Su Ming was Chen Wanqiu's son were also very surprised, and each of them praised Su Ming for being a natural born to be a mini-model, a rare talent. Halfway through the shoot, Su Ming also applied skincare products, and as the shoot progressed, some of the other modeling moms watching soon noticed something was wrong. Su Ming's skin actually became better and more delicate with the naked eye. The original director is also prepared to post retouching to better show the effect of the product. The results of this directly without post. Su Ming coated with skincare products half of the face is obviously better than not coated with skincare products on the other half of the face. The skin is delicate and moist. Not a single blemish. As if peeling the shell of the egg, comparable to the skin of the baby was just born. The effect of this product is too good to be true. Ms. Chen, can I buy a bottle first? A staff member was instantly moved. I want to buy it too. Someone else soon chimed in. Fine, then I'll have my assistant prepare it for you. Chen Wanqiu said calmly as if she had long guessed that these people would rush to buy the products. Seeing this, the mothers of the other small models were all moved, and wanted to pay money to buy the product. Although Chen Wanqiu had a problem with them before, she thought that they were the mothers of small models with a little fame, and if they bought the product in advance, they could also advertise the new product, so she agreed to sell it to them as well. That one, can you sell me a few bottles as well? That little model's mom who came late and last couldn't sit still when she saw everyone else rushing to buy it, and came over and asked with a smile, sell it to you? Tang Jiyan immediately snorted out a laugh, covering her mouth and teasing cheekily, didn't you say that Ms. Chen's product would definitely go out of business without your son's endorsement? It's a product that's going out of business, and you still want to buy it? Model mom's face stiffened, seeing that no one around her to help her to talk. She can only find herself a step down. That said are angry words. Oh, your son Tong Tong is now the most famous child star in the international center. You are not even willing to let Tong Tong endorse Miss Chen's product. Isn't it because you think the product doesn't work? Now why do you want to buy it again? Tang Jiyan didn't take her words and continued to tease. Tong Tong's mother's face flushed red as she choked her, and she said in a rude manner, it's not like I'm looking for you to buy skincare products. Is it your turn to talk here? Chen Wanqiu spoke out at the right time and said gently, since Tong Tong's mother wants to buy our family's skincare products, there's no reason for us in business not to sell them. I can give you a pre-sale slot. Really? That's great. I'll pay now. Tong Tong's mom instantly revealed a happy smile, not forgetting to turn her head and give Tang Jiyan a smug look. Tang Jiyan did not want to sell the skincare products she developed to this kind of snob, but Chen Wanqiu had already put words in her mouth, and she could only hold her breath and watch as Tong Tong's mother pulled out $2,000. Chen Wanqiu to launch this Ming Bud skincare cream was originally a high-end route, priced at $2,000 a bottle, and the first batch of pre-sale quotas only a few hundred. For the sake of their children's skin, Tong Tong's mother also immediately decided to pay. She said beautifully, I knew that Miss Chen you are generous. Is not because of my a few unintentional words will not be with me. In the future, this product will certainly be able to sell a lot. Though she said so, she was not impressed. This Ming Bud skin cream is so effective, or limited edition. Once issued will certainly increase in price. She now buy a few more bottles, and then later sell them at a high price. Will not be rich. Only this Miss Chen is a fool. Before she was so mocking this skin cream, Miss Chen is still stupidly willing to sell. Since others were going to be foolish, it was a bargain she naturally wouldn't miss. However, after she waited for half a day, Chen Wanqiu had no intention of taking her money. Chen Wanqiu looked at her, letting out a light laugh, and blandly said, Tong Tong's mom, if I sell you this Ming Bud skin cream, it'll have to be 20,000 a bottle. Oh, 20,000? Why do you sell everyone else for 2,000 and sell me for 20,000? Aren't you just sitting on your ass? Tong Tong's mom was instantly offended. I'll tell you on what basis. Chen Wanqiu looked indifferent and picked up Su Ming. This little baby you just said was ugly, called Su Ming, is my son. I'm still willing to sell this skin cream to you. Already I'm forgiving enough. It's fine if you want me to sell it to you at the original price. Just as long as you admit that your son looks uglier than my son. Tong Tong's mom was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses and looked at Su Ming with a breath that almost didn't come out. Of course she couldn't admit in front of so many people that her son wasn't as good looking as Su Ming, but she was even more reluctant to let her spend 10 times the price of the Ming Bud skin cream, so she could only grunt resentfully. Aren't you blackmailing people? Where's the word? I didn't force you to buy it either. Chen Wanqiu smiled gently. Everyone else in the room looked at the way the boy's mom was eating her words and began to sneakily stifle their laughter as well. In the end, except for the moms of the little models who were initially clamoring for more money, everyone else on the floor was able to get their hands on the Minute Maid skin cream without any problems. Child's mom could only be upset and take her own son away first. Soon after, the advertisement of Mingbo skin care cream began to put on various platforms. At first, the moms who saw the advertisement thought that the skin care effect shown in the video was synthesized by the TV later. But soon there were major mother and baby bloggers who spontaneously posted to promote this skin care cream. In these people's amenity videos, their kids use this skin cream and it works exactly as advertised. Many people have been convinced by the effectiveness of Minute Maid skin cream, because this skin cream is a limited edition. Within 2 days, there was a situation where those who wanted to buy it couldn't buy it, and a lot of moms and dads who wanted this skin cream rushed to the official account of Mingwan Group and begged to hurry up and come out with the second batch. The fire of Ming Bud skin cream also made Su Ming's appearance familiar to many people, because his appearance is too cute, and soon attracted a large number of mom fans. The department filming the promotional advertisement released another shooting highlights. The highlights video. Su Ming is not only very well behaved, but also understands the director's words, and will find the camera on his own, so the majority of netizens are shocked. I did not expect the world actually have such a smart little baby. Su Ming's enthusiastic mom fans not only repeatedly swiped Su Ming's promotional advertisements, but some were so powerful that they directly brought up one of Su Ming's guest appearances in a TV series in the imperial capital. Although there were only a few shots of Su Ming in there, they were super cute and adorable. Adorable a bunch of netizens' hearts. Seeing this, Chen Wanqiu directly opened a separate account for Su Ming, and in just 1 day's time, Su Ming's fans surpassed 2 million, hundreds of thousands more than the previous child star top stream kids. Tong Tong's mom watched as Su Ming's fanbase just surpassed Tong Tong's in 1 day. Where else could she sit still? In particular, some netizens also directly compared Su Ming to Tong Tong, saying that Su Ming not only looked cuter than Tong Tong, but was also smarter and more obedient than Tong Tong. Tong Tong used to be quite cute, but now he's grown too fat. That arm has grown like a lotus root. It's not even healthy anymore. I've heard that Tong Tong is particularly uncooperative on set, often crying, and it takes a long time to coax him every time he smiles for the camera. Not at all as weird as Tong Tong's mom says. I think Mingming is much cuter than Tong Tong. Look at Mingming sitting on the picnic mat like a doll. How cute he is. Tong Tong's mom was furious and wanted Tong Tong's fans to go and speak up for Tong Tong. But after looking around carefully, she realized that some of Tong Tong's hardcore fans actually also thought Su Ming was cuter than Tong Tong. There is also a senior big fan of Tong Tong who posted a tirade saying that it's all because she doesn't control Tong Tong's diet and only treats Tong Tong as a money-making tool that Tong Tong looks so fat now. She was so angry that when she turned her head and saw Tong Tong eating the lollipop again, she directly rolled her eyes and yanked the lollipop out of Tong Tong's mouth. Eat, eat, eat. You just know how to eat. Tong Tong instantly wailed. She was so angry that she had a headache, and she was just about to lie down and rest for a while, when her assistant hurried over again and brought her an explosive news. Several directors who had already talked to her about the content of the filming before actually coincidentally did not want Tong Tong to go to the film. She suddenly had a jolt and sat up directly. What's going on? Our Tong Tong hasn't done anything wrong lately? Why don't they all want Tong Tong's cooperation for good reason? She asked her assistant with dissatisfaction. The assistant lowered his head and warily said, those directors all said that Tong Tong is a bit fat now and is not suitable to work with. Fat? Where is it fat? She turned her head and looked Tong Tong up and down, and said in disbelief, those directors couldn't be deliberately picking a fight, could they? No, no, no. I heard that they were trying to find Su Ming to cooperate. The assistant waved his hand, but his voice spoke with little bottom. Who? Upon hearing the name, Kid's mom instantly exploded. Su Ming. The assistant whispered. Su Ming, it's this little calamity Su Ming again. Why is he robbing my son of everything? I'm not done with him. Tong Tong's mom slammed the table, and when she saw the assistant still standing in place, she became even more angry, and turned on the assistant. You didn't say a word when they wanted to cancel their cooperation? You let them cancel the contract so easily? Did I hire you for a living? The assistant felt aggrieved. I said that, but they would rather pay the liquidated damages and want to work with Su Ming. And they also said that Tong Tong's camera presentation is worse than Su Ming. Tong Tong's mom instantly exploded, copying the water cup in her hand and smashing it at the little assistant. You punk! You let them talk about Tong Tong like this? What use do I have for you? The assistant did not expect her to suddenly throw a water cup over, a moment too late to avoid, directly by her smashed into the calf. Immediately a heartbreaking pain feeling from the calf diffused to the whole body. I will go talk to them again. She didn't dare to get angry with the child's mom, so she could only whisper and try to leave quietly. Wait, who said that Tong Tong's camera presentation was inferior to Su Ming's? Tong Tong's mom called out to her in dissatisfaction and inquired. It's Director Lu. The assistant scrunched his neck and quietly left after dropping the sentence. After pondering for a moment, Tong Tong's mom remembered who Director Lu was, and instantly revealed a sneering smile, muttering to herself, didn't he say that Su Ming is better than my son? Then I'll go find his arch-rival, Director Wang, to work with him, and let him have a good time regretting it then. As soon as she said it was done, Tong Tong's mom immediately dialed the phone number of Director Wang. Director Wang, I heard that you're also recently shooting a TV series that needs a baby. Our family Tong Tong just happened to have a slot recently. I'm purposely leaving it for you, she said to the person on the other end of the phone with a smile. In the past, it was others who begged their family Tong Tong to cooperate, where there was a need for her to take the initiative to call. This Director Wang had looked for her several times before, but there were too many directors who wanted to work with Tong Tong at that time, and a director of Wang's caliber was simply too much for her to look at. Now that she took the initiative to contact Director Wang, I guess he should be overjoyed. Tong Tong's level, is our family Tong Tong's film pay, you also know it, a game of $500,000. That cannot be less. Wow. She talked to Director Wang self-consciously. However, the Wang director on the other end of the phone was all apologetic. Tong Tong's mom, thank you for supporting me, but the little actors in my drama, I've already negotiated and the contracts have all been signed. Tong Tong's mom was stunned for a moment and said in an unimpressed manner, it's okay to sign the contract, look at the strength of the other actors, how can they be the same as our Tong Tong, isn't it? You tell the other side, the contract will be cancelled, not everyone can work with our child. This, Wang director's voice sounded difficult, after a moment before awkwardly said, Tong Tong mom, we signed this little actor a payroll of $2 million. If you return the money, the liquidated damages are very high. $2 million? Tong Tong's mother was shocked. This price could be several times higher than Tong Tong's. In the entire international center, could there be any other small actor who asked for more than Tong Tong? Did. A bad guess rose in her heart, and she couldn't help but ask out loud. It's not possible that the little actor you hired, Director Wang, is also Su Ming, right? How did you know? Director Wang was a bit surprised and blurted out directly. He's the most sought-after young actor in our director's circle right now, and it was only by luck that I happened to have the opportunity to work with him. Tong Tong's mom was so angry that she just hung up the phone. Su Ming, Su Ming, Su Ming. Why is it this damn Su Ming again? She also called several directors that she often worked with, and without exception, all of them said that they wanted to work with Su Ming recently. It was hard for a director to express that he was still willing to work with her, and she was just about to agree when she heard the other party grumble with regret. In fact, when it comes down to it, Tong Tong is still lacking a bit of aura compared to Su Ming, but it's a pity that we're too late to contact Su Ming's side this time around, and he's all out of slots already, and he directly refused to let me go. She had a hard time in her heart, but she was used to enjoying herself by relying on her child's paychecks, and couldn't stand the days of having no money for many days, so she still endured her anger and agreed to cooperate with this director. When she arrived at the set, Tong Tong still didn't know why. She kept crying. She coaxed for half a day and it didn't help. Tong Tong just couldn't stop crying. When the director saw this, he couldn't help but silently mutter again. It would have been great if Su Ming had come to film this. I heard that he never cries, and only cries when the director wants him to. More obedient than a robot. There aren't that many little actors like Su Ming. Tong Tong is not bad. The assistant director comforted him from the side. But the director still shook his head repeatedly. Tong Tong is indeed quite good as well. But if Su Ming comes, only then can our clip be considered perfect, right? Tong Tong's mom was even more upset when she had to listen to their mutterings while coaxing her child. Even if Tong Tong wasn't as obedient as Su Ming, he was definitely more photogenic than Su Ming, and when the finished film came out, they would understand that Tong Tong was the one who was the most suitable for the video, and that Su Ming couldn't even compare to one of Tong Tong's toes. She held her breath in her heart and accompanied the child through the filming. 2 days later, the promotional photos taken by Tong Tong and Su Ming's promotional photos were on the hot search at the same time. In Su Ming's publicity photo, Su Ming is holding the product, his eyes gleaming and showing a cute on-the-sky smile to the camera, which not only draws attention to his cute face, but also to the product in his hand. On the other hand, the promotional photo of the child is like keying up, and the product is forced to put together the same. Although the child is also very cute, but it seems to be randomly replaced by another equally cute baby. The effect of this promotional photo are exactly the same. Netizens also once again compared on Su Ming and Tong Tong. Tong Tong's mother looked at the two publicity photos and had to admit that compared to the degree of photogenicity, Tong Tong and Su Ming were not on the same level at all. Although it was hard for Tong Tong's mother to feel bad in her heart, on second thought, there were still many more filming collaborations for the International Center's little child stars, and Su Ming couldn't possibly have it all to himself even if he was more powerful. Moreover, Su Ming's asking price was so high that not every director could afford to use it, and as time went on, there must still be plenty of directors who would hire Tong Tong for their films. However, what she didn't expect was that the next day when she woke up, there was actually another little model named Lolo on the hot search because the promo shot was too cute. This Lolo's original promos have always been inferior to their Tong Tongs, and she has always been pushed down by Tong Tong. How did the shot suddenly work so well? Tong Tong's mom took one look at Lolo's poster and thought that his skin was just too good to be heavily resurfaced. But her idea was quickly disproved by the on-set footage sent out by the director of Lolo's promotional video, in which even the staff casually shot Lolo with their cell phones with smooth and delicate skin, and the whole person looks much cuter than before. Child's mom was puzzled, and it just so happened that someone in a small modeling group she had added suggested that they come out and have dinner together in the evening. A number of other people took it upon themselves to enter Lolo's mom to make sure she was there. Looking at one of the messages that popped up in the group, she instantly became more disgruntled, as if she had a bruised breath in her heart. In the past, if the group had such treats, she would be the one who got the most dates. Where was Lolo's mom's little bitch's turn? So many people in the group asked Lolo's mom what skincare products she has been using for Lolo lately, and why Lolo's status has improved so much lately with the naked eye. Suddenly energized, she chatted directly with Lolo's mom privately. Lolo's mom, it's been a long time since we've gotten together, hasn't it? Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a meal? The other party quickly gave a reply. Tong Tong's mom is treating. I definitely have to give you this face. When? She gritted her teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to ask the reason for Luo Luo's recent improvement in status, she wouldn't have spent money to invite Luo Luo's mom to dinner. Luo Luo had always been overpowered by Tong Tong, and she had never put Luo Luo's mom in her eyes. By the end of the night, Lolo's mom arrived at the same restaurant she'd booked. As promised, she held back her irritation and ordered a table full of food. And while eating, she was also surprised to find that Lolo's mom's skin also seemed to be a lot better than before. Not as waxy as it was before, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were a lot less wrinkled. Lolo mom, how come you look so young? Did you use any maintenance products recently? This skin of yours, it looks just like a teenage girl, so hydrated. She couldn't help but get curious. Luo Luo's mom's face turned a few shades of red at her compliment, and she waved her hand in embarrassment. Where? I just followed along and applied a little bit when I usually use skin cream for Luo Luo. Skin cream? What kind of skin cream is so good? You don't want to tell me, do you? We've known each other for so long. Tong Tong's mom glanced at her and teased with a deliberate smile. Lying to you for what? It's really the skin care cream that Luo Luo usually uses. Look, I even brought a small bottle with me. Luo Luo's mom opened her eyes wide and said seriously, and also immediately rummaged through her bag to find an already opened skin cream. Tong Tong's mom took a look. Isn't this the Ming Bud skin cream? The skin cream that the child almost did a commercial for a while ago. It's actually this, she subconsciously exclaimed. You know, Lolo's mom asked her with some surprise, but didn't wait for her to speak, then said to herself, yes, this skin cream is hot now. Many baby moms are lining up to buy it. I have a friend who is an employee of this skin cream brand, and secretly said to me that this skin cream is especially good, so I went to grab a few bottles when it was on pre-sale, or else, I couldn't buy it even if I wanted to. Tong Tong's mom huffed. It's not possible that Lolo's skin has become so good lately because she used this skin cream, right? Yeah. Isn't that new hot little child star Su Ming the one who shot this commercial and made it hot? Luo Luo's mom shared with her with a gossipy face. I heard that the little model who was going to shoot this skin cream advertisement at the beginning wasn't him, and I don't know what the reason was behind it, but the little model who was originally scheduled for it didn't shoot it, and if I were that little model's parent, I would definitely regret all of it right now. Yes, child's mom huffed, her thoughts becoming lax for a few moments, having no idea what she'd said. However, Lolo's mom didn't notice that she looked wrong and was still talking with her eyebrows raised about how good the Ming Bud skin cream was. Oh yes, I heard that this Ming Bud skin cream, in fact, is the newly established sub-brand of the Ming Wine Group. Luo Luo mom also did not forget to continue to gossip with her. Ming Wine Group, you know it, is the original white family? This kind of big group research and development out of the product. It must be proper good and safe. If you want, I can sell you a bottle. She had been absorbing the news that Ming Bud skin cream was a sub-brand of the Ming Wine Group when she suddenly heard that she could buy a bottle and instantly snapped back to her senses. Yes. Then I'll transfer the money to you right now. Lolo's mom, You're really a beautiful person with a good heart. Lolo's mom smiled like a flower. You're welcome. For the sake of the fact that we've known each other for so many years, you can give me 50,000. Her movement to transfer the money instantly froze. Her voice steeply raised, incredulously said, $50,000? Isn't this skin cream sold for $2,000? The smile on Lolo's mom's face froze as well, scanning her oddly. 2,000? You go out and ask yourself. Now where there are $2,000 of the Ming Bud skin cream, this new product is not sold elsewhere. Now a bottle of at least 70, 000 or 80, 000 on the second-hand market, and there is no one to sell. I am looking at the sake of our acquaintance with so many years of the sake of the cheap to sell you. If you don't buy it, there are plenty of people who want it. Lolo's mom said and closed the small bag she had brought with her. In the end, the meal ended badly for the two of them, and Tong Tong's mom was a million times more upset. Thinking about it, she still decided to go directly to find Chen Wanqiu to buy this skin cream. Before Chen Wanqiu quoted her a price of just 20,000, although it is also very expensive, but it is still cheaper than Luo's mom's offer. She couldn't care less in order to get Tong Tong's status back over Lolo. Chen Wanqiu heard that Tong Tong's mom had come to buy skin cream, and also asked her assistant to let her into the parlor, and also made her a cup of tea. Politely, Tong Tong's mom, as the parent of a first-tier child star, I'm very pleased that you can recognize our family's products, but our family's products don't have much stock now, and this price surely can't be the same as the market price. You do understand, right? She said with a smile. I understand. 20,000 yuan. I have already prepared. Tong Tong's mom is smilingly going to take the money. 20,000? Chen Wanqiu snorted. When did I say you could buy our family's products for 20,000? 20,000 isn't enough. So how much do you want? Tong Tong's mom's face turned blue and asked without any good manners. 200,000. Chen Wanqiu straightforwardly raised her hand and compared a number. This price is 100 times the market price. The second-hand market does not even sell so expensive. Tong Tong's mother looked at Chen Wanqiu's smiling face, completely unable to bear it, stood up and cursed. You are not robbing money? Chen Wanqiu scared and gave her an odd look. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be said indiscriminately. You can also not buy it if you think it's too expensive. After all, there are so many varieties of baby skin creams on the market. There's no need for you to have to buy our family's. Didn't you sell me just 20,000 bottles before? Why did you raise the price so much now? You want money like crazy, right? Tong Tong's mom questioned very unconvincingly. You say this is not right again. This time is the other time. If you did not intentionally play a big name. Good shooting, good Ming Bud skin cream advertisement. Now the children with our products that can be a penny do not have to spend. The road is your own choice. No one forced you. Chen Wanqiu still sat there, calmly said, but her heart is very comfortable. Let her say that Ming is ugly. She's not going to sell her skin cream for cheap, and now it's just a deliberate attempt to play her for laughs. However, Tong Tong's mom also couldn't afford to pay out 200,000 at all. She was already so angry that her face was red. Pointing at Chen Wanqiu's hands were shivering a bit. You're just deliberately trying to make things difficult for me. You dead crook. I'm just going to die today. Jump from here, and I'm definitely not going to buy a bottle of skin cream from you. Good ambition. Chen Wanqiu smiled and applauded her. She grunted and left the parlor in a huff. As soon as she was out of the company building, she immediately called Luo's mom, trying to bring up a happy tone and said, Luo's mom, do you still have that skin cream? I actually wanted to buy it yesterday, but I just didn't bring enough money with me. Do you think it's okay if I come to you now to pay for it? Why would she spend $200,000 on something she could buy for $50? 000? Do you think she's stupid? She felt a burst of smugness in her heart. Chen Wanqiu must not have imagined that someone would be willing to sell her skin cream cheaply a long time ago. Unfortunately, she hadn't been complacent for a few seconds, when Luo's mother's slightly regrettable voice came from the other end of the phone. Tong Tong's mother, why didn't you tell me clearly yesterday? Last night someone else spent 80,000 yuan to buy this bottle of skin cream in my hand, and now I only have one bottle left in my hand, and I have to leave it for Luo to use it. What? Someone bought it away so quickly? Tong Tong's mom uttered in surprise. Yes, now Ming Bud skin cream is super sought after. The second-hand market is simply a price a day. There's no way. Who let the effect of this skin cream is really too good. Those upper-class noble women one by one all rush to get it. Luo's mom casually said a few words to her, and then hung up the phone. She hurriedly searched on the second-hand market software, and found that the second-hand market is now already in the auction of the Ming Bud skin cream. A bottle of the highest bid has been more than 100,000, and it is still rising. At a glance, it is a group of noble women who are fighting a price war. Those noblewomen were richer than one another. Of course she couldn't compare. She could only hatefully close the software. Out of sight, out of mind. At night, she was putting on a mask and preparing to sleep. In that little models exchange group, there were a few more little child stars' mothers who showed recent photos of their own children. And that skin was more watery than one. She looked through the chat logs and realized that the little models had all gotten the MindBud skin cream as well. You all don't know how good this skin cream is. I retook a set of photos for my son after using it for a few days. And immediately a big director contacted our baby for a movie. My baby is also. Her skin has always been very sensitive. From time to time a little red. Before the director are not very loved to use my baby. Since the use of this skin care cream, my baby's skin has been very good. Filming opportunities are a lot more. I went through a lot of trouble to get this bottle of skin cream, but it's worth every penny. Looking at all the parents in the group, Tong Tong's mom didn't sleep well for the whole night. That night she also had a confused dream. Dreaming that Tong Tong because did not use the MindBud skin cream. Skin condition has been less than other budding models. All the directors do not want Tong Tong to shoot a movie. She also because no money was kicked out of the big villas. Wandering in the street. After waking up from the nightmare, it took her a long time to come to her senses. And she hesitated for a long time before deciding that even if she had to pay a high price, she would still buy a bottle of Mingsha skin cream for her child. Learning that Tong Tong's mom came again, Chen Wanqiu was a bit amused. This time she didn't even bother to tease the other party, and directly let her assistant sell a bottle of skin cream to Tong Tong's mom. Of course this time the price was not 200,000, but 2 million. She asked her assistant to calculate the recent turnover and directly transferred all the profits from the first batch of pre-sale goods of MindBud skin cream to Tang Jiyan. Tang Jiyan was simply flattered. I've never seen so much money before. Miss Chen, will this not be too good? Su Ming, who was sleeping in the cradle on the side, rolled over and lazily spat in his heart. What's wrong with that? With the talent of a top-notch disguise artist like you should have earned a lot of money. If I had your skill, I would have gotten rich a long time ago. Chen Wanqiu also recognized Su Ming's idea. Tang Jiyan is obviously very powerful, but has always been very afraid of money, as if she never recognized that she can have such a great value. And I do not know what she has experienced in that damn organization before. This money is nothing compared to your abilities. She smiled faintly and said seriously to Tang Jiyan, that is, people are expensive and self-respecting. My mom has given you so much money. Don't look down on yourself. Su Ming yawned. You can give it to me if you don't mind the money. I don't mind the money. Tang Jiyan's forehead veins twitched as she pretended to inadvertently pinch Su Ming's little face. This little guy, so cute looking, but his brain is full of strange and weird crooked ideas. Su Ming had a head of black lines. Pinch me, please, use your big waves. Don't use your hands. Thank you. Tang Jiyan's hand tightened, squeezing Su Ming to draw in a breath. Thank you, Ms. Chun. She withdrew her hand and pretended to thank Chen Wanqiu as if nothing had happened. I will definitely develop better skincare products for you in the future. Ha ha ha, it's not too late to talk about future matters later. You've worked hard these past few days as well. Chen Wanqiu revealed a gentle smile. Little Ming likes you so much. Why don't you just take Little Ming out for a bit? Just as a relaxation. Tang Jiyan was thoughtful and took Su Ming out the next day. As she passed a toy store, the clerk standing at the door saw her with a baby and immediately and enthusiastically stopped her. This young lady, our store has recently arrived at a new batch of toddler educational toys. Do you want to take a look? Ah, little babies are very fond of it. Yes, buy some for the baby. Tang Jiyan looked at Su Ming in her arms with a look of disgust. Buy him a toy for this little pervert? Su Ming spat again as he listened to the sales words. These sales, they're too good at business, aren't they? Who says I have to like those toys of theirs just because I'm a little baby? Tang Jiyan instantly came to the spirit. She preferred to see if Su Ming is really not interested in those toys. On the spot, holding Su Ming and sales into the store. She had never touched children's toys before, and after going into the store and turning around, she realized that there are actually so many toys designed for small children nowadays. Not only cognitive toys for small children who are a few months old, but also a lot of robots, which can interact with small babies and promote the intellectual development of small children. Isn't this kind of intellectual toy redundant for me? I might as well buy something else. That toy model gun is quite good. It seems to be modeled after a discontinued rifle. Don't say. It's quite exquisite. Su Ming looked at those toys with interest and kept muttering in his heart. Tang Jiyan also inexplicably feels Su Ming said as if a bit reasonable. He is so smart. It seems that indeed do not need any early educational toys. She wandered around the store, unknowingly and inexplicably picking out a bunch of high-end toys. What with the remote-controlled mechanical dolls and interactive machine dolls that directly filled up a small cart. Why did you buy so many at once? By the time she came back to her senses then, she couldn't help but mutter. This is what it feels like to spend money. It seems that she is still too young to understand how enjoyable it is to spend money. Su Ming bit the pacifier and muttered again in his heart. Tang Jiyan looked at his fleshy little face and hummed in her heart in defiance. How dare a little kid call her young, when he himself can't even walk yet? Miss, don't worry. We'll send someone special to help you send all these toys home. The employee of the toy store was full of smiles and said attentively to her. The staff directly pushed the cart and followed behind Tang Jiyan and Su Ming in the direction of the Bai family. Halfway there, Tang Jiyan happened to pass by the backyard of an orphanage. The little children in the yard were playing with the mud, each one looking very dry and thin and wearing shabby clothes. Seeing the cart of toys behind Tang Jiyan, they coincidentally cast longing gazes. Tang Jiyan's heart was instantly a little bit unfavorable, turning around and picking out some doll blocks and other durable toys from the cart, waving to the children in the backyard. These toys are for you, just take them all and play with them. But strangely enough, when this group of children heard this, they didn't immediately run over to pick up the doll in excitement, but instead stared at her with some apprehension, and there was even some fear in some of their eyes. Tang Jiyan instantly felt some empathy. She had been in that damned organization for so long, and at the beginning when she knew Chen Wanxiu and Su Ming, she also didn't believe at all that there would really be anyone in the world who would treat her unconditionally well. When these children do not feel loved for a long time, they naturally become inferior and subconsciously try to escape when faced with others' gestures of affection. If she had the chance in the future, she would definitely visit the kids more often. As she was thinking, a man suddenly came out of the house and gave her a gentle smile. This young lady, are you here to see these children of mine? Are you the director of this orphanage? Tang Jiyan inquired as she looked him up and down. Yes, but this orphanage of mine is rather shabby and small, and I'm usually the only one taking care of it, and I don't really see many people coming in usually. The dean nodded, full of helplessness. It's also my fault that I can't pull in sponsorships from kind-hearted people, and that's why these children are living such a downtrodden life. Tang Jiyan was touched by his words, but didn't notice that as he spoke, his gaze seemed to intentionally or unintentionally fall back and forth toward those toys behind her. Doesn't this orphanage get any funding? Is that why these kids are all so skinny? She turned her head to look at the children and couldn't help but feel pity. It's always been my personal contribution. It's just that my strength alone is too weak, and there are no kind-hearted people to subsidize it. And if it continues like this, I'm afraid that I don't know where to buy the clothes for this group of children for the winter. Tang Jiyan listened to her heart clenched, and immediately had to take out her card to donate to this orphanage. However, right at this moment, Su Ming's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Isn't this the perverted dean who molested girls? When he was doing missions in his previous lives, he had read the news about this dean, and the news said that the private orphanage he had set up was not legal at all, and the girls in it were scavenged by him from all over the place, and some of them weren't really orphans at all. It seems that this dead pervert has not been arrested by the police by now. Pity these girls, and I don't know how long they have to be tortured. Su Ming looked towards those poor girls and was also a little sad. Tang Jiyan seems to also intend to give this dean funding. It is estimated that by the time it is all privatized by him, this stupid white sweet, to be pitched by this old man scum miserable. Tang Jiyan's brain had received too much information in a moment and was still somewhat unresponsive. This dean? Molesting girls? She suspiciously looked again at the orphans in those yards and realized that it was indeed all girls and not a single little boy. A normal orphanage, how could there be not a single boy? Such a big cat, can't Tang Jiyan see it too? Su Ming scared twice in his heart, but these girls all have injuries on their bodies, so perhaps Tang Jiyan will be able to find out in a moment. Hearing Su Ming's words, Tang Jiyan immediately pretended to visit the orphanage and walked in. She took the arm of a little girl, sharply rolled up the cuff of the other girl, and immediately saw that the other girl's arm was densely packed with wounds. Very horrible. What's going on here? Tang Jiyan drew in a cool breath and turned her head to look at the dean. The original gentle smile on the dean's face also instantly faded and turned to panic. Maybe she accidentally touched somewhere. How did she get hurt like this? Quickly come over and give me a look. That little girl immediately shrunk back in fear. Her body couldn't stop trembling, and she looked at the dean as if she were looking at a demon. Tang Jiyan immediately protected the little girl, touched her head and encouraged her. Don't be afraid. There is sister in. He can't do anything to you. Tell sister. What did he do to you? How can you talk such nonsense? Dean was immediately alert. Go with sister. Tang Jiyan immediately stood up and pulled the little girl to leave. Wait, the dean snorted coldly, directly stopping in front of Tang Jiyan. The ferocity in his eyes caused alarm bells to ring in Tang Jiyan's heart, and her hold on Su Ming tightened as she couldn't help but take a step back. What do you want? Let me tell you. I'm a member of the Bai family. She stared at the other party and forced herself to calm down. pretending to be fierce and threatening. The White family? Dean snorted. All the more reason not to let you get out alive. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced towards Tang Jian. Tang Jian completely did not expect the other party to want to kill and exterminate, and could only hurriedly hold Su Ming and run backwards. Just then, the little girl who had just come out suddenly rushed out and hugged the dean's thigh, shouting at her, "Sister, you run!" Tang Jian couldn't rush out of the orphanage in time, and could only run into an office first in a panic, and after unlocking the office door, she immediately called Chen Wanqiu. "Ms. Chen, someone is trying to kill me. I still have Xiao Ming with me. Please bring someone over." She was so scared that she cried while positioning herself for Chen Wanqiu. "What? Is it that organization's people coming for you again?" Chen Wanqiu instantly tensed. No. She shook her head in a panic and told Chen Wanqiu all about what she had just encountered. What she didn't expect was that Chen Wanqiu, who was still anxious just now, suddenly became calm again. "It turns out that it's just of a middle-aged man. Don't worry." Knock knock. There was a knock at the door from behind her, and instantly the hairs on her body stood on end, and she turned her head to the door in horror. Outside came Dean's voice. "Stop hiding and let me hurry you on your way." This was followed by bangs as the other party seemed to be slamming the door with something, one after the other. "Ms. Chen, hurry up and bring someone, or I'll be dead." Tang Jian was on the verge of crying in fear. "It's fine. You can just go straight out." Chen Wanqiu's tone was bland. "He can't do anything to you. Trust me." No. Listening to the thumping sound that kept coming from outside the door, Tang Jian didn't dare to open the door. Eventually this door wouldn't hold and was smashed right through, and the dean looked at her with a sneer on his face as he rolled up his sleeves and held a fire extinguisher in his hand. Tang Jian was scared out of her wits, afraid that the other party would smash that fire extinguisher into her head the next second. "I've already called my family. You can't run away if you kill me. Might as well stop now." She shivered. "I can pretend I didn't see anything." "Oh, only the dead can keep secrets forever." Dean's eyes were scarlet, and he approached her step by step. Just when she felt that she was bound to die, there was suddenly a rumbling sound from outside, and a thunderbolt fell directly from the sky, causing the ceiling to vibrate for a moment. The light from the ceiling was shaken straight down, hitting Dean's head in an unbiased manner. He covered his head and screamed miserably, and then his dizziness fell to the ground. Everything happened so fast that Tang Jian hadn't even reacted for a moment. Su Ming yawned, all a little drowsy. "Invincible. How lonely it is." Tang Jian came back to her senses and hurriedly called the police. Soon the police arrived, and in shock she told them all about what had just happened, and pulled over the little girl who had just been there to show them the wounds on her body. "This person is a pervert who abuses and violates girls. You guys quickly arrest him." Tang Jian pointed at the dean, who was in a coma and lying on a stretcher, and said with righteous indignation, "Ma'am, calm down for a moment. Just based on these evidences you are presenting now, we can't directly conclude that he really abused the girl." The police officer was calm, because given the situation in front of him, the man who was bleeding from his head and unconscious was more of a victim. Tang Jian looked around and realized that there were cameras in this orphanage, and immediately said, "Then you can tune the surveillance. He just wanted to kill me to silence me. The surveillance must have all been filmed. We've already gone to adjust the CCTV. Please don't be so emotional. The results of the investigation will be out soon." The police calmed Tang Jian's emotions. "If he really did do something illegal and criminal, we will definitely arrest him. But you can't leave yet before going up." "I'm not leaving. I'm still waiting for him to go to jail." Tang Jian hummed. It took a while for a cop to come up to her. His brow furrowed as he talked to the one in front of her. "There's nothing on the surveillance." "How can there be nothing? Are all the surveillance cameras here broken?" "It must be these lackluster things he did that deliberately messed it up." Tang Jian instantly became anxious as well. The police were helpless. The surveillance is gone, and while we do have suspicions about him, the law is about evidence. Isn't it because he has a ghost in his heart that he broke all the surveillance? Tang Jian was very unconvinced. Su Ming was amused by her. "She's really a silly white sweet. It's not like there are no perfect criminals who have done evil things but just can't find the evidence. There's no evidence, and it's useless to suspect it again. But the police will surely investigate it soon." He remembered the life in which this dean had been arrested by the police, and the news reports had also written that the police had suspected him for a long time, and had searched the orphanage several times without finding any evidence, but eventually found key evidence in a hidden room in his office. "I just wonder how long it will take the police to find out about this hidden room in the dean's office this time." He sighed a little inwardly. When that news was on, the police had coded all that evidence, and it was said to be something unpleasant. Tang Jian instantly came to the spirit. Before she also heard Su Ming's heart. Only then she suspected that this dean abused the girl. Could Su Ming this can also be predicted? No matter what, She was going to send the damn man to jail today. Su Ming yawned again. After coming out for a day he had long been sleepy. He really couldn't hold on and directly drifted off to sleep. Tang Jiyan was so full of thoughts about that hidden room that she didn't even realize that Su Ming was asleep, and quietly went directly to the dean's office. After knocking around the room for a while, she did find a couple of floors that were empty underneath, and after crouching down and feeling around for a while, she was able to smoothly open these floors, and a basement appeared in front of her. The police who heard the noise quickly arrived, and when they saw the basement, they immediately looked at each other and walked down to search it carefully. It didn't take long for the police to carry up from the basement a large stack of picture books and drawings. Disgusting. Really disgusting. A policeman even couldn't help but curse out. It's simply the beast of beasts. Tang Jiyan curiously looked at the drawings. The drawings were actually pictures of little girls, but the little girls in them were all unclothed, striking sexy poses that even grown women wouldn't have the nerve to strike. There were even some little girls who had their hands and feet tied with ribbons, had shackles around their necks, and were sprawled out on the floor like dogs. As for the picture albums, they are even worse, with images of the dean personally bullying these little girls. She took one look at it and almost threw up in disgust. This kind of person, if it weren't for the law protecting him, I would have shot him indiscriminately right now. And I don't know how many little girls were forced by him to take these pictures, a policeman said in a furious and incomparable manner. Don't worry, I'll definitely send him to the best prison, so he can taste the taste of being gang. The police chief also rushed over at the news, and promised Tang Jiyan with righteous indignation, absolutely won't let this kind of thing that is worse than a dog or pig come out to jeopardize the society again. Tang Jiyan then put her heart down, but when she thought that there were so many other little girls in this orphanage, she couldn't help but worry in her heart. What about these kids in the orphanage? We'll send them to the best orphanage in the international center, and those who can find their parents will do their best to do so, and those who can't will have a better life in that orphanage. The policeman sighed. Tang Jiyan lowered her head and thought for a moment before saying, in that case, let me accompany these children to the new orphanage, and I'll fund their lives afterward. If that's the case, that's just great. The policemen were also pleasantly surprised. The next day, Tang Jiyan bought a bunch of new toys and took Su Ming with her to the orphanage. Su Ming was happy to go and give toys to those poor little children. Only what he didn't expect was that this orphanage was actually the orphanage where Su Tian was. It's really a narrow road. I can't believe I ran into him here as well. Tang Jiyan, who was handing out toys and books to the small children, heard his heartfelt words and raised her head in a puzzled manner to look around, and didn't know who the wrongdoer Su Ming was referring to was. Thank you, sister. You're so kind. The little girl who had rushed out to stop the dean yesterday was the first to come over, claiming a fluffy bunny doll from Tang Jiyan's hand, and even giving her a sweet smile. I heard that she was slapped twice by the other party so hard yesterday for rushing out to stop that beastly dean that the swelling of her face hasn't completely gone down yet. Tang Jiyan's heart was soft, took out the ointment that had long been prepared and patiently coated the wound for the little girl. This is the ointment that my sister specially made. After applying it, it won't leave a scar. Oh. She hoped not only that the scars on these children would disappear, but that the scars in their hearts would be gradually erased by time and love. When the other little girls saw Tang Jiyan being so gentle, they also came over to Tang Jiyan to get their toys. Some of the small children who turned out to be from this orphanage were also very greedy, and shyly walked up to her and requested in a small voice, "Sister, can you also give me a toy? I haven't played with toys for a long time." "Sister, I don't want a toy. I want to read a book. Can you give me a book? It's okay to lend me a book." "Sister, can I play with your little car?" When Tang Jiyan saw that they were so understanding, she immediately waved her hand. "Take whatever you want yourself. If it's not enough, I'll go buy it again. Don't be polite." At this statement, all the children happily crowded over to get the toys they wanted. "Little brother Tian, aren't you going to get a toy?" A child held his little car and came to Su Tian's front, asking kindly. Su Tian directly cut a sound, snatched the small car in his hand, contemptuous look, and threw it on the ground. "This kind of toy, I used to have as many as I want. I'm tired of playing. That is, a group of you have never seen the world as a treasure." That little boy immediately squatted down and picked up his little car in heartache, but Su Tian scoffed even louder. "This kind of toy, you are also in heartache. Ha ha ha. In the past my toys could be much more upscale than this kind of little cars. You guys probably haven't even heard of it." "Really, little brother Tian? What toys have you been playing with?" Another small child curiously came over. "I used to be at home. I used to play virtual image game consoles. Have you guys seen them? Wearing special glasses you can play all kinds of games. It's much less fun than this one of yours." Su Tian spoke proudly. "And the blocks? I'm all about putting together mechs. I'm too lazy to play with those little square blocks." After Tang Jiyan finished applying the ointment to a few little girls, She turned her head and realized that a group of small children had surrounded a cute-looking little boy. She also carried Su Ming over to watch the fun, and as soon as she walked in, she heard this little boy talking to the other children about how great those toys were that he used to play with. It seems that his family must have been very well off before he came to the orphanage, and he must have gone through some kind of accident to be sent here. And a poor child, since all the toys he used to play with were so nice and cute, it just so happened that she had brought a few limited edition model toys with her, so she might as well give them to him to play with, and give them to the other kids, who might not necessarily be able to spell this model. She had just asked someone to get that toy when suddenly Su Ming's voice came in her head. The past was the past and the present is the present. Can you stop taking the past for the present all the time, Tang Jiyan? Su Ming was angry when he saw Su Tian, and he couldn't help but ramble in his heart. You just used to play with more toys. That's also a thing of the past. Now the Su family has given up on you, and you're still bragging about it here, Tang Jiyan? Su Ming's words are too much information. She seems to have heard Chen Wanqiu say that before Su Ming. Their family had also adopted a little boy named Su Tian, only that this little boy did something wrong and was sent back to the orphanage. So it's this child Although she was still not sure what Su Tian had done wrong, she believed that Chen Wanqiu would not send away a child he had raised with his own hands just because of a small mistake. He must have done something very bad. Ms. Tang, I've brought over the limited model toys you wanted. Just as she was thinking, the maid had already brought the toys over, originally still bragging with a group of children, saying that he has long been uninterested in toys. Su Tian heard the words limited edition model, instantly stood up straight and looked straight at the toy. The other kids were just as greedy. Seeing this, Su Tian hurriedly squeezed away the other children and came to the front, revealing a sweet smile. Sister, can you give me this toy? I haven't played with toys for a long time either. If she didn't think about all the disgusting things Su Tian had done, Tang Jiyan really thought he was a very cute kid and would definitely give him this toy. But now, she just fatally swept Su Tian a glance and let the maid hand this toy to a small boy with a thin figure next to her. This toy is for you. The smile on Su Tian's face froze, and he sadly said, Sister, I really haven't played with toys for a long time, so why aren't you willing to give me toys? Obviously you gave it to all the other kids, but the other kids haven't played with toys for a long time either. With a smile on her face, Tang Jiyan asked gently and incomparably, Are you blaming me? I didn't. Su Tian hurriedly waved his hand, with a hint of embarrassment of being discovered the true thoughts within his heart. Sister gave you this toy, okay? Tang Jiyan casually found a small toy water pistol and handed it to Su Tian. The little water pistol was just a very ordinary children's toy, and it was a world away from the limited edition model she had just given to another little boy. Su Tian reluctantly took it over, and when he saw the maid behind Tang Jiyan take a few more limited model toys, he instantly revealed a delighted expression again, and came together at Tang Jiyan's side and whispered, Sister, you give this little water gun to someone else. I've already played with many toys before. Just now I just saw that model toy, thought of my mom before I didn't hold back and said the wrong thing. Don't blame me, can you? Tang Jiyan was a bit surprised. You really don't want toys? Su Tian obediently nodded. In fact, I used to be adopted, and at that time my mother also bought me a lot of toys. That model toys every time a new product, my mother will immediately give me to buy. Only now my mother does not want me, and no one to buy me toys again. If Tang Jiyan didn't know that Su Tian's mother was Chen Wanqiu, she would definitely feel pity for Su Tian as she looked at his pitiful appearance at this moment. But now his words only made Tang Jiyan even more curious about what he had actually done in the Su family in the first place. Then why didn't your mom want you? Did you do something? She asked, feigning concern. My mom didn't like me after she gave birth to my little brother because I wasn't born, but I don't blame my mom. She's the best mom in the world. She buys me new toys every time they come out. Su Tian lowered his head and said with a million sadness. Tang Jiyan looked at his obviously sad but also forced to pretend to understand. Heart also inexplicably some bad feelings. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding when Chen Wanqiu gave up on Su Tian? Anyway, there were still several more of those limited model toys, so why don't she just give one to Su Tian first? Just as she was about to open her mouth to order the maid to bring a toy for Su Tian as well, Su Ming's heartfelt voice suddenly came again in her mind. No, don't you lose your conscience when you say that? 10 years of life, 30 years of tea, and you're still pretending to be pathetic here. Su Ming was speechless. After not seeing him for such a long time, Su Tian's skill at pretending really rose instead of falling. Isn't pretending to be so human just a way to get Tang Jiyan to take pity on you and give you another limited edition model toy? If she didn't give it to you, wouldn't you have to rob someone else's? Tang Jiyan was stunned, but in the end, she didn't give the limited model toy to Su Tian, because Su Tian's sad look just now couldn't be seen to be faked at all. She also wanted to see if Su Tian would really go and grab another kid's toy. If Su Ming had predicted correctly again this time, then Su Tian, as a mere 10-year-old child, had a heart that was too deep. Su Tian saw that Tang Jian had not been giving him toys, and after not a moment's effort, he felt bored and directly turned around and left. Tang Jian, on the other hand, turned around and went to the dean's office and watched the surveillance video with the dean. Ms. Tang, do you want to sponsor Su Tian? In fact, I won't hide it from you. If you really want to sponsor the children of our orphanage, you can choose other children with good character. Su Tian, the orphanage director, wanted to say something, her eyes full of worry. What happened to him? Su Tian? Tang Jian grew more and more curious. This child's character isn't very good. The dean said it in a more subtle way. After all, the reason why Su Tian was sent to the orphanage wasn't very nice to talk about. Tang Jian wanted to continue to ask, but suddenly saw that in the surveillance video, Su Tian had already argued with another little boy. That little boy was the very first child she had just given the limited model toy to. He was skinny and weak. He was no match for Su Tian, and was soon robbed of that toy by Su Tian. You bumpkin, can you play with this kind of high-class toy? Might as well give it to me. Don't think it's yours if someone else gave it to you. This is what she gave to our orphanage. Only those who can play with it deserve to play with it. Su Tian grabbed the toy, still proudly playing with the model on one side. A change to taunt that little boy. You give me back my toy. It was given to me by my sister. The little boy's eyes were red and full of aggression as he roared at him. What are you screaming for? Scream again and I'll stab you to death with a knife. Do you believe me? Su Tian was instantly offended and cursed at him. Tang Jian was startled, because looking at Su Tian's appearance, he didn't look like he was talking nonsense at all, as if he was serious. But isn't he only 10 years old this year? It's almost creepy to see a little kid say something about killing someone. The orphanage director sighed and said helplessly to Tang Jian, as you can see, this child's nature is really bad, and I heard that he was sent back after being adopted and secretly abusing small animals because his methods were too brutal. But it's rumored that he's done more bad things than just abusing small animals. But he was obviously quite well behaved and understanding to me just now. Could it all be an act? Tang Jian still felt a bit incredulous. He's very good at disguising himself. Before we just had an adopter come over to adopt a child. He would act like a good kid, but as soon as he learned that the adopter's condition wasn't that wealthy, he would flip out right away. And if you had to fund him, you might just be funding a white wolf who was a danger to society. Tang Jian pondered for a moment before saying seriously, but he just snatched away the toys I gave to other children, so he has to be taught a lesson. A few minutes later, she brought the orphanage staff back to the room the children were in. Su Tian was happily playing with the toys he had snatched. When he saw her go and return, the panic on his face flashed by, and then he revealed a cute little smiling face. Sister, you're back? Did you forget something? This toy, I think I gave it to someone else, right? Why is it in your hands? Tang Jian directly ignored his question, feigning doubt as she asked back. This was given to me by my younger brother to play with. Su Tian barely hesitated before he lied without changing his face. Tang Jian are some inexplicable admiration. Su Tian. So small children on the spot ability is actually so strong. Lying does not play draft. You're bullshitting me. You're the one who took it from me. I didn't give it to you. The scrawny little boy immediately rushed out, huffing and puffing and complaining to Tang Jian. Su Tian immediately revealed an expression of being aggrieved to the core, and asked suspiciously, but you just clearly said yourself that you would give it to me to play with. Why are you lying to your sister now? Didn't we agree to exchange toys? You play with mine and I'll play with yours? Tang Jian admired Su Tian even more. Not only lying without drafts, but also so naturally backwards. Simply, the perfect criminal candidate. Alright, you don't have to pretend anymore. We've all seen it in the surveillance just now. You're the one who grabbed someone else's toy. Tang Jian was directly exasperated by him and laughed, directly telling the staff around him, give him a confinement. Let him reflect on his behavior. The dean and the other staff members had also long been dissatisfied with Su Tian, who was always bullying others in the orphanage, and immediately complied, locking Su Tian into the small dark room. Only after Tang Jian made sure that Su Tian was really locked up and wouldn't snatch other children's toys, did she feel relieved to leave the orphanage with Su Ming in her arms. The children were all very reluctant to give up, and one by one they all crowded at the door of the orphanage waving frantically at Tang Jian. Bye sis, I'm going to miss you, sis, and you're going to come visit us again. Tang Jian walked out a long way and could still hear the children's voices, and her heart was sweet, so she couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Su Ming looked at a burst of laughter. Look at your worthless look. Isn't it just a few toys? Those few limited edition model toys are still the ones you specially bought for me yesterday. If it wasn't for me yesterday, you would have been knifed by that scumbag dean, and you don't know to thank me. Hearing his heart, Tang Jian's heart was stunned, and suddenly she recalled that when she had first encountered Su Ming before, it was also the time when the world suddenly struck down a good shocking thunderbolt, knocking out all those black-clothed men who were trying to capture her back to the organization. Yesterday too, the scumbag Dean was about to hit her over the head with a fire extinguisher when a thunderbolt struck the ceiling, and after Chen Wanqiu learned on the phone that Su Ming was in her hands, she calmly told her to confront that scum Dean head-on. Could it be that all these thunders were attracted by Su Ming? Although Tang Jian was a bit skeptical, she had after all come out of that special organization of human body modification, and quickly accepted Su Ming is almost equal to Lei Gong's setting. It really is a big world. No matter what, it was Su Ming who had saved her yesterday and before, and she owed Su Ming a great deal of gratitude, so she had to repay him. Thinking about it, she went directly to the gold store and exchanged all the remaining deposits in her account for gold bars and gave them to Su Ming. Chen Wanqiu originally wanted to push back, but Tang Jian insisted that if it wasn't for Su Ming, she would definitely be dead by now. And only then did Chen Wanqiu agree to keep these gold bars for Su Ming first. Ms. Chen, not just gold bars, I have something else for you. Tang Jian took out the ointment she had made. This ointment was the one she used to apply scars to the group of little girls in the orphanage, only that she had improved it a bit more, and made a little combination with the previous Min Bud skin cream, becoming Min Bud skin cream version 2.0. This upgraded skin cream not only protects baby's skin barrier, but also repairs scars quickly and takes care of the skin better than the first version. Ji Yan, you are really too good. This time the upgraded version of the skin cream. I must not give you half of the dividends. Otherwise, other companies will certainly have to pay a high price to dig you away. Chen Wanqiu experimented with the effect of the upgraded version of the skin care cream after. Also pleased to hold Tang Jian praised. Tang Jian's demeanor corrected, seriously assuring, don't worry about it. You and Xiaoming have saved my life. I won't jump ship even if someone else plucks the stars of the world for me. Chen Wanqiu immediately put the staff of Ming Bud in charge of the upgraded version of the skin cream on sale. While the people of Min Bud were working feverishly to prepare for the new product, Tong Tong's mom was proclaiming the effect of Tong Tong's use of Min Bud's skin care cream in the small model group. Tong Tong's face is too beautiful. It's in such a good condition. A model mom was the first to compliment. That's for sure. I spent $200,000 to buy this bottle of skin care cream. Tong Tong's mom immediately spoke beautifully in the group. My goodness, $200,000. Tong Tong's mom, you're so generous. As long as it's good for Tong Tong, this amount of money is nothing. The child's mother was praised by the crowd in a good mood, pretending to be generous, said, we as a mother naturally want to give the child the best, is not it? However, just as she was chatting away in the group, a model mom who hadn't spoken to the group in a long time suddenly posted pictures of her own children. The crowd was a little surprised, because this little model called Lele accidentally bumped her head a month ago, and had several stitches on her head, and directly couldn't be photographed. But now Lele's forehead was very smooth and clean, and there was no trace of stitches at all. Locke's mom, is Locke's injury okay? How did Lele's forehead wound get so good? I can't see any scar at all. Lele's mom didn't reply to the group's words, but still directly shot a small video over, in which Lele was playing with blocks. His head was still bare, no scar at all. The TV next to her was playing real-time news, proving that this video was just shot on the fly by Happy's mom, and that there couldn't have been time to modify it. Now the crowd was confused. How could such a big scar on Lele's head be healed so quickly? It's just surgical stitches, and it will take time to remove the stitches. Lele mom, did you use any scar removal products? My child had a blister on her leg last year, and it left a scar that was unsightly. And I've used a lot of products to get rid of the scar and lighten the spots, but it didn't work. Happy mom, don't hide anything good. Share it with us. Lele's mom posted another video in the group, in which she was holding a bottle of Ming Bud skin care cream and smilingly said, I don't know how to picture. Lele is using the upgraded version of the Ming Bud skin care cream, and the scars have healed so quickly. The group members instantly got excited and asked questions to Lele's mom, and Tong Tong's mom, who had just been touted by the crowd, was instantly tossed aside. When did Min Bud's skin cream come out with a new product? How come I don't know? In the crowd's questioning, Lele mom just explained that this time, the upgraded version of the Ming Bud skin care cream is only open to members of the sale, but the membership of the Ming Bud is not by spending money to have, but by internal promotion. To put it bluntly, that is, rely on the relationship. Lele mom's best friend just happens to be a staff member of the Ming Buds, only to give her to get a membership quota. The first members of Min Bud have now received the news. It's just that Min Bud hasn't released it to the public yet. The group instantly buzzed with questions about who was a member of Mind Bud. Asking the question brought the crowd back to Kid Mom. Someone in the group ate her. Tong Tong's mom, Tong Tong is the top stream and the small models. Ming Bud must have invited you to be a member, right? Child's mom's face turned green. She didn't even know when Ming Bud had a membership, much less a membership of course. People in the group still kept asking if she had any members, and even some people who knew her well had already defaulted to the fact that she must have a member, and quietly came to ask if she could inwardly push for a membership slot. But before she could figure out how to reply to the group's message without embarrassing herself, someone else had also shown the group the results of their own trial of the upgraded version of Ming Bud skin cream. The next day, Ming Bud released the promotional posters for the upgraded skin cream, and those inbound members who had already received the samples also showed the results of using the upgraded version online. Because this upgraded version has the effect of removing scars and light spots, although it is a baby skin cream, there are still many beautiful girls who want to buy it. Unfortunately, this time, you have to be a member of Ming Bud's to buy the Ming Bud's skin cream. Seeing that this upgraded skin cream is so effective, Tong Tong's mom of course also wanted to buy a bottle and wrote a membership application form just like other model moms in the group. Unfortunately, Ming Bud quickly rejected her application, and she had to watch others buy skin creams and take all kinds of return pictures in the group. In the past, she had always been the center of attention in the group, and every time she posted a picture of the child in the group, it would attract a crowd of groupmates, but now no one would pay attention to the child, and everyone's attention was attracted to the child who had used the upgraded version of the skincare cream. Just as she was looking at the skin cream return pictures posted by other group members, one of the modeling moms in the group suddenly chatted with her privately. "Are you still haven't bought the upgraded version of Ming Bud skin cream? I applied for the membership. I can exchange it with you. How about you give me your bottle, and I'll give you the upgraded version that I've bought." She was instantly delighted that there was such a good thing. Really? Of course it's true because I've always been a fan of Child's and I want Child to use the best products. She was instantly relieved to see the reply, and readily agreed with the other. The next day, she traded her old skin cream with this groupie to get the newest model. She couldn't wait to post pictures of the latest skin cream in the group. The group immediately retouted her. "I told you that Tong Tong's mom must be a member of Ming Bud. Tong Tong is the most famous little model in the international center. How come you're only getting the goods now? Is it because you haven't used it before? I'm so excited to see how the child will look after using the upgraded skin cream. It'll be especially cute." She also didn't say that she didn't actually have a membership spot in Ming Bud at all, but just said in the group that she would post the results of the child's skincare cream later on. As soon as she closed the group chat, she immediately applied the skin cream to the child. However, this time, the child's face did not instantly become better as if he had put on a bottle of skin cream, which was visible to the naked eye. Could it be that the effects of this upgrade are slower to render? She was puzzled when the child suddenly burst into tears, his little hands scratching his face over and over. What's going on here? Tong Tong, what happened to your face? She was startled and hurriedly pressed Tong Tong's hand before realizing that dense little red spots had appeared on Tong Tong's face. But isn't Minute Maid skin cream very gentle? No one in the group or on the internet has even said that any of the kids had skin allergies after using this cream. Generally speaking, she would have done an allergy test on the back of her hand before giving it to her child. But because she was too assured of the quality of Ming Bud's products, coupled with the fact that she was in a hurry to send out return pictures to the group to show off, she forgot to do the test. She hurriedly took the child to the hospital and got an injection before the red spots on the child's face subsided. But because the boy couldn't help scratching his face, even though the red spots had gone away, he was still left with a lot of little bruises on his face. "You definitely can't make a movie in this state." She was so furious that she immediately rushed to Ming Bud's studio with her child in her arms. Hearing that a child had a severe allergic reaction after using Ming Bud's skin cream, Chen Wanqiu also attached great importance to it and immediately had someone bring Tong Tong's mom into the meeting room. "Our Tong Tong's face has rotted after using your family's skin cream. You must give me an explanation for this." Tong Tong's mom was filled with righteous indignation and flung the bottle of skin cream at Chen Wanqiu. Chen Wanqiu was startled by the scars on Tong Tong's face. "The skin creams I gave you are all very gentle. It's impossible for Tong Tong to have such a severe allergic reaction if she doesn't have heavily sensitive skin. Did you give Tong Tong something to be allergic to?" Tong Tong's mom was immediately furious. "You mean I deliberately framed you? Tong Tong is my own child. I am afraid of melting it in my mouth. Afraid of dropping it in my hands. Would I intentionally make his face allergic? No, I don't mean that." Chen Wanqiu waved her hand. "If it's really a problem with our product, I can give you a refund, and I'll immediately have my assistant return the $200,000 to your account." Tong Tong's mom snorted coldly. "Not buying it at all. 200,000? You're hitting on a beggar? Our Tong Tong lives on his face, and now that his face is ruined, isn't this cutting off our livelihood as a mother?" Chen Wanqiu was all but helpless. "Then what do you think you're going to do?" Tong Tong's mom rolled her eyes and directly raised 2 fingers. 2 million, not a penny less. Otherwise I'll immediately send a video to tell all the netizens that using your family's products will rot their faces. And your family will wait to go out of business. Chen Wanqiu feel very suffocated. The first generation of the Ming Bud Skin Care Cream has been on sale for so long. Never a customer said the product will lead to children allergies. How this only one allergy happens to be the child mother. Tong Tong's mom's account had a lot of fans. And if she posted the video, the reputation that Ming Bud had managed to build up was going to be ruined. Okay, I'll have my secretary call you for the money. She sighed and compromised. Just then, Tang Jiyan walked in with Su Ming in her arms and said in a cold voice, "No, we can't give her money. If we gave her money, wouldn't that be proof that our products really have problems?" Being upright and not afraid of shadows, I'm confident that the skincare products I developed won't have any problems. It's useless for you to be more confident. My son's face is the proof that your family's products are rotten. Tong Tong's mom snorted. If you guys aren't willing to pay, just wait for it to go out of business. Chen Wanqiu momentarily also some difficulties. In the end is to give money now to calm things down, or believe that Tang Jiyan hard in the end. As she was torn, Su Ming's heartfelt words suddenly appeared in her mind. Why does this cream look like a fake? The packaging doesn't seem to be the first generation of Min Bud skin cream, does it? It's also not the one my mom sold to her. Chen Wanqiu was reminded by Su Ming's words and took a fresh look at the skin cream that had been tossed aside by Tong Tong's mother, only to realize that it wasn't even the bottle of skin cream that she had sold to Tong Tong's mother. Looking at the outer packaging, it looks like an upgraded version of Min Bud skin cream, but she clearly instructed that she wouldn't give child's mom a membership slot. Toddler mom, you didn't even buy this skin cream from me. She picked up the bottle of skin cream and said while taking a serious look at the security mark on it, "Oh, so what if I didn't buy it from you? It's still not a product of your house. You're a fake. Our family's upgraded Ming Bud skin creams all have hidden codes. Each code is registered in the member's profile. This bottle of yours doesn't have a hidden code at all." Chen Wanqiu snorted and placed the bottle of skin cream on the table. "You bought a fake yourself, and now you're blaming us Ming Bud in return. There's no such reasoning under the sky, right? What? Fake goods?" Tong Tong's mom's face changed a few times, and in the end, she could only walk away with the bottle of fake goods unwillingly. When she got home, Tong Tong's mom immediately sent a message to the groupie who had exchanged goods with her, only to find that the other party had already deleted her long ago. Suddenly someone in the group sent a picture of his own child's rotten face. "Everyone pay attention. Before the group there is a person privately chatting with me that my child's fans. Low price sold me a bottle of the upgraded version of the Min Bud skin cream. Is simply a fake. My child has used the face has rotted." As soon as this message was sent out, another parent immediately jumped in as well. Yes, that person lied to me as well. It's a good thing I tried it on my baby's skin first, or my baby's face would have been ruined. This person also cheated me, but he has now withdrawn from the group. I cannot even find others. Greedy for small advantages to suffer big losses. Tong Tong's mom looked at the messages and realized that the original guy wasn't a fan of Tong Tong at all, but just used the same words to fool so many people. I'm guessing the guy is long gone by now. She had spent $200,000 to buy the first generation of Ming Bud skin cream, and now that Tong Tong's face was also ruined, the $200,000 had gone down the drain. How can she live from now on? The more she thought about it, the harder it was for her. If it wasn't for this Ming Bud brand suddenly appearing, Tong Tong would still be the top stream in the small models, and she wouldn't have to go and spend so much money to buy skincare products for Tong Tong. In the end it was all Ming Bud's fault. Even if she herself wasn't doing well, she couldn't let Ming Bud and Chen Wanqiu do well. Ghosted. She added a few other groupies who had also been scammed. Child's mom, have you been tricked too? The others are a bit shocked. Yes, I brought skincare cream to the Ming Bud studio, but they threw me out, saying that I bought a fake product without looking at it myself, and that it was obviously because they didn't do a good job of preventing counterfeiting markings that someone else made a fake product so quickly. Tong Tong's mom complained with them. It's just that such a big brand doesn't even care when it comes to fakes. Maybe it's not a fake at all. It's just a defective product that they didn't do well. As they chatted, the boy's mom got the hang of it. We can find the media to expose Ming Bud's product counterfeiting, so that Ming Bud will definitely compensate us for the sake of their brand image. Can this work? We're not members of Ming Bud either. We all bought the upgraded skin cream from that crook. The child's mother came to the spirit. We do not need to say that we give the child as an upgraded version of the skin cream. Just say that the use of the first generation of skin cream is not enough? Is this really okay? If you don't do this, what will you do with all the money you've been cheated of? Just let it go? In the end, the men managed to be convinced by the child's mom, and together they approached the media to report that Ming Bud Group's skin cream was a fake. causing their child's face to rot. In order to act a little more realistically, Tong Tong's mom also endured the pain of buying a few bottles of the nearly used up first generation of Ming Bud skin cream, so that several of them could pretend that they were using too much of the first generation of skin cream before they rotted their faces. Because Tong Tong is a top-stream mini-model, the news of his rotting face immediately hit the hot seat as soon as it got out. The child's mother also made a bloody effort to find a large number of Water Army to post many pictures of the child's rotten face, and also let the Water Army specifically under the official account of Ming Bud to question why Ming Bud sells fake goods. Soon, Ming Bud selling fakes became a hot topic online. This is the kind of thing that is better for the parents of children to believe than not to believe. Many mothers who bought the first generation of skin creams are afraid to use it for their children anymore, and many members of the upgraded version are asking for refunds. And many journalists are crowding in front of the door of the Ming Bud studio to make Chen Wanqiu give a statement to the children with rotten faces. But because many people bought Ming Bud skin cream that had been opened and there was no way to return it, they just dropped it off at the front door of Ming Bud Studios to demonstrate. Chen Wanqiu had originally prepared a lot of other Mother Cherry products, such as Ming Bud Baby Shower Gel, Ming Bud Baby Shampoo, and Baby Cream. Where mother and baby products are concerned, Chen Wanqiu basically let the product department develop them, and many of them have already been put into the market. When the negative news came out, all kinds of mother and baby products of Ming Bud were sold out, and the staff in the studio were busy processing all kinds of refund orders every day. Tang Jiyan hiding in her own office, but still can hear other employees complaining from time to time. Isn't Ms. Tang an expert in skincare products? How come the products designed will rot your face? If I had known this, I might as well not make high-end skincare products in the first place. She's the one person who developed the lapses that caused all of us to work overtime. I told Ms. Chen a long time ago that I couldn't trust a young man of unknown origin, and she wouldn't listen to me. I heard that Tang Jiyan doesn't have any certificates. Can the skincare products she developed be trusted? Tang Jiyan agreed to death. Obviously she developed the product absolutely no problem. But now something happened. Everyone blamed on her head. It's obvious that Toddler's mom and those people have teamed up to slander her. She hugged Su Ming and pinched his face in frustration. Originally, Su Ming was sleeping, but suddenly he felt water droplets falling from his face. He thought he was traveling back to the days when he was kicked out of the Su family by Su Shilan and slept in a bridge hole on a rainy day. And he was so scared that he instantly sobered up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized that it was Tang Jiyan hugging him and crying, and his hanging heart dropped. No, what's there to cry about? You know how hard it feels to have rain on my face partially? He was speechless for a moment. Tang Jiyan was originally sad. Suddenly heard Su Ming's heartfelt words before she came back to her senses. Seeing Su Ming's face was covered with her teardrops, she hurriedly and embarrassedly took a tissue and wiped him. It can't be true. And there's nothing wrong with the product you've developed. So when the truth comes out, you'll just slap them in the face and be done with it. Su Ming yawned, not taking this negative news seriously at all. In his previous lives when he was doing missions, he had long heard of Tang Jiyan's great name, and at that time, Tang Jiyan had not met Chen Wanqiu also escaped from that organization and became a famous master of disguise. A person's ability can't be snatched away, and all that dirty water poured on Tang Jiyan will surely be shaken off sharply in the end. Unless Tang Jiyan is a 100-year moldy ratio like him who used to do missions. No matter what, he can't prove his innocence. If I were you, I wouldn't be crying right now, but rather posting on the internet, looking for netizens who are still willing to believe in the brand name of Ming Bud, and asking them to be the oldest members of Ming Bud, so that the truth will come out, and those who are busy hacking on Ming Bud will be waiting to cry. Su Ming glanced at Tang Jiyan, who was still shedding tears, and couldn't help but sigh. Tang Jiyan also felt that Su Ming had a point, turned her head and posted online, saying that the products she designed were absolutely safe, and if someone still believed in her and was willing to find a way to help her prove her innocence, she would directly invite the other party to be a member of the Ming Buds. However, this post was immediately met with cynicism from various netizens. Many people have said that Ming Bud is about to go out of business, and there is no benefit at all to being a member of Ming Bud now, and only a fool would help her find a way to prove her innocence. Tang Jiyan looked at those words that mocked her, and then some sadness. Unexpectedly, not a moment later, she received several private messages from the children's mothers. Some of these people are the first generation of the old users of the Ming Bud skin cream. Some of them paid a high price to buy the upgraded version of the Ming Bud skin cream from the second-hand market, and some of them are simply Su Ming's fans. They all expressed their belief in Tang Jiyan and were willing to post for her, proving that not only was Ming Bud skin cream not faked, but the effect was exactly as advertised. Tang Jiyan was very touched, and her mood has improved a lot. Collectively invited these people to become Ming Bud's senior members, and in the future they buy Ming Bud's products are half price. But these people after all only accounted for a minority. even if they posted a post in support of the products of the Ming Bud, but also by the majority of netizens watching the drama that this is the deliberate speculation of the Ming Bud studio. There are not many people believe it at all. Tang Jiyan's heart was annoyed, and when she accompanied Su Ming to play, she inadvertently pinched his little face. "You pain pain pain." Su Ming immediately howled. Only before he could scream out of his mouth, an unfamiliar image suddenly flashed in his mind. In the scene, the child's mom is having afternoon tea in a cafe with a couple of kids' moms. A happy smile spread across Tong Tong's mom's face as she happily said, "Our cooperation this time is simply seamless. If Ming Bud Studio is smart, they should obediently come to me and pay me compensation." Tong Tong's mom, "Then you have to give us the compensation as agreed before." A child's mom immediately reminded her. "Don't worry, I definitely won't forget you guys." Tong Tong's mom waved her hand smilingly. Another child's mom was vaguely worried. "But I heard that the authorities are already investigating Ming Bud's products. What are we going to do if they investigate first and find out that Ming Bud doesn't sell fake products at all? It will take time for the authorities to investigate." Tong Tong's mom didn't think so. "Besides, we did use fake products from Ming Bud, and even if they weren't made by Ming Bud, as long as we don't say anything, people will only think that we're victims who don't know the truth." "That's right, it's still you who has the idea." Kid's mom. The image ended here, and Su Ming came back to his senses, realizing that this was an image of what was about to happen in the future. He recalled carefully and remembered that this cafe, Chen Wanqiu, had once taken him there. Tong Tong's mom is also really extravagant. That tea tree cafe per capita consumption is a few thousand. Tong Tong's face has been destroyed. She spends money still so generous. With that group of rabble first opened up a celebration banquet. It is difficult to not be certain that my mom will be in order to settle the matter and give her a large amount of compensation payments. He'd sked a few times in his mind. According to the way she spends her money, even if my mom did give her compensation, she wouldn't be able to live a good life for a few days. When Tang Jiyan heard Su Ming's heartfelt words, she immediately perked up. Tea Tree Cafe, the Ravens, a celebration? She recited these words in her mind a few times, and quickly reacted that Su Ming was again foreseeing a picture of the future. If we can catch the occasion of the celebration banquet held by the child's mom, won't we be able to prove that everything is a joint effort between the child's mom and those modeling moms who bought the fake goods themselves? She immediately arranged for someone to squat at the Tea Tree Cafe. And that afternoon, the person she had arranged for sent her a message saying that she had seen Tong Tong's mom enter the cafe with a group of young mothers. Tang Jiyan has long contacted the reporter. Not a moment's effort. She received the video sent by her subordinates. The video is exactly the child's mother and other people gleefully chatting about how to extort compensation from the hands of the Ming Bud studio. She backhandedly sent this video to reporters from all the major media outlets. And within 15 minutes, all the reporters had rushed to the Tea Tree Cafe. The reporters were all over Kid's mom. Child's mom. "May I ask if it's really all a slur when you say that Ming Bud's products are falsified? You were tricked into buying a fake of Ming Bud skin cream yourself to make Tong Tong's face rot. Why are you slandering Ming Bud Studio? Are you trying to blackmail Ming Bud Studio?" Tong Tong's mom. "May I ask if you're trying to blackmail Ming Bud Studio because Tong Tong has a rotten face and you're worried about having no income in the future? Have you been using Tong Tong as a bloodsucker to take advantage of a small fortune to buy fake skin care products for Tong Tong?" Child's mom was caught off guard by this large group of reporters. She didn't know that the good she had done had been discovered and tried to continue to masquerade as a victim in front of the reporters. But one of the reporters' questions soon made her realize that something wasn't right. Those modeling mothers see the big event is not good. Also one by one grabbed the bag and quickly skipped. The scene only left Tong Tong mom was surrounded by reporters. Soon, major media outlets exposed the ugly face of the child's mom who bought a water army to slander Ming Bud's skin cream. The authorities concerned have also issued a statement, saying that all the products of Ming Bud Studio comply with the sampling standards and there is no problem with the production factory. It is true that there are a small number of fake Mingbao skin creams on the market, but they are deliberately faked by unscrupulous people in order to cheat money, and have nothing to do with Mingbao Studio. Moreover, the investigation statement of the relevant departments also supports the fact that the Ming Bud skin cream is indeed as effective as it is advertised to be. This big reversal of the netizens who were still passionately mocking the Ming Bud Studio froze, and many people took the opportunity to run to the door of the Ming Bud Studio to pick up the Ming Bud skin cream that others had previously thrown. Meanwhile, Tang Jiyan had also developed the third generation of Ming Bud skincare cream. The third generation of Minute Maid skin cream is even more effective than the second generation, not only in removing scars and lightening spots, but also has a remarkable whitening effect, and just as no side effects. But again, this one is only available to members of Ming Bud. When child's mom slandered Mind Bud skin cream before, some Mind Bud members just quit their membership out of concern, and at this point it's too late for them to regret it. Tang Jiyan directly put out the news. said the third generation of Ming Bud skin cream will be sent directly to Ming Bud senior members to try. Before she sent online, that hell post has also been raked out. Many people go to that hell post below the message comment that now just say believe in Ming Bud to not too late. As for the previous highly liked comment that said Ming Bud are going out of business, it was also grayed out and deleted under the ridicule of the netizens. Soon the meta user who got the third generation of the Mingsha skin cream posted a review video. In just 7 days, the faces of users of the third generation of skin creams were a shade whiter. One mom and baby blogger in particular had a baby that was born looking like a little black charcoal and attracted a lot of fans because it was so ugly and cute. This blogger used a lot of whitening products for her child and ate a lot of fruit foods that supposedly whiten the skin, all of which did not help at all. And many netizens teased that this baby had a genetic mutation. I didn't realize that this time. After using Minute Maid skin cream, I actually did get a little bit whiter with my eyes. It's just a little bit, but a little bit is something that no other whitening product can do. Netizens have been convinced by the results of the third generation of Minute Maid skin cream. Unfortunately, this skin cream can only be purchased by members of Min Buds, and anyone else who wants to buy it can only apply for a membership. And if they don't pass the application, they will have to pay a high price for it from the secondhand market. Soon this product was on the market at sky-high prices, and some rich women even went so far as to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a bottle. In the Ming Bud studio, those employees who had originally complained about Tang Jiyan also quietly apologized to Tang Jiyan. Tang Jiyan was in a good mood and decided to take Su Ming out to continue to buy gold bars. Su Ming didn't even try to understand why every time Tang Jiyan made money she had to buy him gold bars. But, then again, who can say no to a gold bar? After the two of them finished buying the gold bars, Tang Jiyan still wanted to go to the mall to take a look around, but found that on the shelves of the mall, there were not yet those mother and baby products launched by Ming Bud Studio. If you ask me, we should take advantage of the wind and make all the ordinary products of Ming Bud into upgraded models. Anyway, everyone outside knows that the products of the Ming Bud brand are better than ever, and consumers will definitely want to buy better things, so we only need to put the word upgraded model to make people want to buy more. Su Ming looked at the shelves and muttered in his heart. Tang Jiyan was reminded by his words and immediately returned to the company and sent a message to Chen Wanqiu. Chen Wanqiu originally had some concerns. Such a large number of upgrades launched, consumers in the end will not buy. But in the end she decided to try first. I did not expect the upgraded model of the mother and baby products listed on the Ming Bud, soon to be looted, simply in short supply. Some of the baby moms and even directly put the word, said that the products of the family of the Ming Bud better than one time they used than the other family's peace of mind. Meanwhile, Soho was suddenly stuck in traffic on his way to the office. She was a little puzzled as to how there were usually no cars on this stretch of road, but how come today it was full of parked cars, and it seemed like people were constantly driving by. What's going on here? She frowned and turned to her assistant. I heard that one of the shopping malls around here got the cooperation from Ming Bud Studio and got a large batch of mother and baby products from the Ming Bud family. All that's why so many people came to grab them. What kind of products can't be purchased online? And you have to make such a ruckus to grab them? Sui turned his head to look out the window in a million puzzles. Many young women or couples hurriedly squeezed towards the mall entrance. Ming Bud family's mother and baby products are all sold out online now, so if you want to buy them, you can only buy them in offline malls. And there aren't many of them in offline malls. That's why these people are in a hurry to come and grab them. The assistant laughed. My wife even complained about me today, saying how I didn't buy Ming Bud family's baby shower gel. But isn't their house full of mom and pop products? Are there really that many people going to buy them? Soho was puzzled. I've heard it's great for adults, not just babies. My wife is clamoring for it at home every day. The assistant gave a helpless smile. Soho harbored curiosity. She had never seen any newly established brand that hadn't been around for long enough to establish such a high national credibility. Come on, let's go buy a bottle too. She pulled open the car door and stepped out of the car, wanting to see what was so great about this Ming Bud family's mother and baby products. The two of them, she and her assistant, were packed like dead fish in a sardine can at the mall, sweating from exhaustion, before they barely managed to snag a bottle of Min Bud's baby shower gel. At her assistant's expectant little look, she sent the shower gel straight to the testing facility. Soon enough, the agency's test results came back, and they said that the chemical composition of this body wash was no different than any other baby wash, not to mention that it had no other magical properties. Can't figure out why so many people are cajoling for this common product. She was a million times more puzzled when she posted online stating that Min Bud's products don't really have any special effects at all. But what I didn't expect is that there are no netizens who believe her words, and there are also people who say that she is seeing Ming Bud Studio making money eyeballs red, and deliberately pouring cold water here. Some people have said directly that even if the regular products of Mingbao are not any better, they would still prefer to buy Mingbao than others. Through the market research done by the assistant, Suhi realized that the current Mingbud brand has surpassed a number of old mother and baby brands and has become the leader in the mother and baby industry. Even many people who are not the audience of mother and baby products like to buy Mingbud products. A newly established brand can do this kind of step. Product quality alone is certainly not enough. She carefully studied the timing of the 3 skin cream launches at Mindbud Studios and found that all 3 products were cleverly timed to maximize Mindbud's brand awareness. This massive new launch was also perfectly planned to inspire consumers to buy. But Chen Wanxiu was just an ordinary woman who couldn't do business. She definitely couldn't make such a perfect planning scheme, unless she had someone high up behind her to guide her. I also wonder how she found such an awesome planning team. Go and check for me which planning teams Chen Wanxiu has been in contact with recently. She immediately ordered her assistant. No matter who Chen Wanxiu had hired, she would have to pay a high price to dig the other party over. And with such a powerful planning team, the Su family's current predicament might have a way to break through. Soon, Sui's assistant checked out the planning team of Mingbud Studio, but after seeing the names of the members and the main person in charge of this planning team, Soho didn't have the slightest impression. It seems that Chen Wanxiu was also a blind cat who hit a dead rat and casually chose an unheard of planning team, but she didn't expect this team's ability to be so strong. No matter what it takes, poach this team for me. Soon, the main head of the planning team at Mingbud Studio received a message from a headhunter indicating that another company was willing to pay a high price to poach him and his current team, with the other party offering 10 times her current salary. In fact, since the Mingbud's products sold well, there have been a number of headhunters who sent him messages wanting to poach him, but he knew that the head office above the Mingbud was the Mingwang Group, so even if someone offered a higher salary he had no intention of leaving. If he developed well in Mingbud, he might be able to be transferred to Mingwang Group. How many people squeezed their heads trying to enter Mingwang Group but didn't have a chance? He didn't want to jump ship easily, but he also didn't expect that someone would actually be willing to offer 10 times the salary straight away. With such a high salary, it was hard for him not to be impressed. After some weighing, he finally decided to jump ship with the whole planning team. Getting ready for the news, Suhi immediately and happily called Su Shirlan. Su Shirlan is also in contact with the Mingbud planning team's willingness to learn this news is also very happy. Immediately ordered a few bottles of good wine ready to celebrate with Suhi. The two returned to Su's house and together they planned the development plan after they had scooped up Mingbud's planning team. With such a great planning team, Su will surely get rid of the current negative press soon. Su Shirlan was very confident. As long as I am allowed to gain a little bit of respite now, and with the cooperation of such a planning team, I can definitely take back the market that I originally lost within a week. The two of them drank a lot of wine. Chatting about the future development of Su and the future is also talking about simply cannot stop, until late at night before drifting off to sleep. The next day, that person in charge brought his own planning team to join Su, and Suhi immediately told him all about the difficult situation Su was now facing. You and your planning team must immediately make a comprehensive set of plans to reverse Su's current public opinion crisis. Suhi was full of expectations as he gave him his request. The man in charge was confused. At first he heard that the company that digs him is Su's still very happy. Now Su's business situation is now declining. But the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. But also the general company can't be compared to. Plus he also has such a high salary. Now working in Su's is simply a god occupation. But he didn't expect Suhi to actually put him in charge of such a big project right off the bat. Given the public opinion situation in front of Su, even if a top planning team from the international center was hired, it would not be possible to change Su's reputation for the better in a very short period of time. Not to mention that he and his team had never made a planning plan in terms of controlling the development of public opinion at all. What's the difference between that and making him ride his bike up a tree? MS. Su, with Su's current public opinion situation, if you want to reverse it, there shouldn't be much hope. You can only try to stop the damage. He spoke with difficulty, reminding Suhi, but Soho seemed to have completely missed his hints. Instead he patted his shoulder with firm eyes and said, I believe in you. You and your team will be able to help Su out of her current predicament and come up with a perfect plan, right? The man in charge huffed. Yes, a 6. How can he be that great? Killing him would be more like it. Suhi didn't notice his difficulty at all, and incidentally gave him a new task. I also want you guys to be in charge of the planning of a new product. I want this new product to overpower Mingbud's shower gel and become a bestseller. You guys did the promotion program for Mingbud's shower gel, so it shouldn't be too hard to overtake it, right? The person in charge of the head for a while, Mingbud shower gel can sell well, is entirely because of the Mingbud before the 3 high-end skincare cream for the Mingbud to open up the popularity, but also to establish a good reputation. And the fact that Mingbud has grown to what it is now doesn't really have much to do with the planning they've done. It was all because of the good quality of the products Tang Jian developed, plus the fact that every time Ming Bud would get a little bit lucky. The first time to shoot a promotional video selected a child who did not shoot a promotional video. The results of the promotional video directly on the fire. The back was called the child small model mother defamed product counterfeiting. They have not yet made the maintenance of public opinion of the plan. The child's mother was a reporter secretly photographed and exposed. It's not possible that Soho thought that Ming Bud could develop so well because of his and his team's good planning, right? Now if he told Soho the truth, he would probably be fired by Soho soon. In order to keep the job, he had to work overnight for several days with his team to make a plan. Sui opened the plan with anticipation. But the method of controlling public opinion in the plan was a program that Sue's original public relations department had used long ago, and it was very backward. She was a bit puzzled, and looked at the planning they had done to publicize the new product on sale, which was also uninspiring. What's wrong with you guys? I pay you guys such a high salary, and you end up fooling me with such a pile of garbage? Sui was so infuriated that she directly slammed the planner on the ground and questioned the person in charge. This is already the best planner we can make. The person in charge was also aggrieved. And when you say that you pay us a high salary, that's what you voluntarily pay us. And we didn't have anyone to force you. Then how did you plan Ming Bud's product promotion program before? Suhi angrily questioned. Why did you give Ming Bud's products so much success? The person in charge was helpless and could only tell Suhi the truth. That's all we're capable of. We were originally doing a good job at Ming Bud. It was only because you paid a high price that we came over to jump ship. Suhi was caught off guard by this truth. But Sue's new product was about to hit the market, and she was counting on it to be a big seller and give the current Sue back its blood. With no other choice, she could only make a temporary decision to find a celebrity endorsement to boost a wave of new product sales in the short term first. On the other hand, Sue Sherlon also saw this trashy planner, and knowing the truth, she also thought of the same thing as Suho. After some deliberation, the two decided to ask a newcomer actress, Cotton Belle, who had just recently burst onto the scene, to endorse their product. Cotton Belle doesn't have any film or drama work, but she has a nice-looking body and attended a modeling runway event half a month ago, which resulted in an instant explosion and became a favorite in the fashion world. I'll go ask Cotton Belle right now. Suhi didn't hesitate and immediately went out the door. Suhi quickly brought his assistant to the vicinity of Cotton Belle's studio, but he didn't expect to accidentally see Chen Wanqiu hugging Su Ming also got out of the car when he parked. Her heart tightened, worrying that Chen Wanqiu was also here to talk to Cotton Belle about cooperation. The new product Su was going to launch this time is a competitor of Ming Bud brand. If Chen Wanqiu talks about cooperation with Cotton Belle first, won't their Su's new product be on the road to extinction? At the thought of this, she was so nervous that she immediately asked her assistant to revise the already prepared endorsement contract, taking out her utmost sincerity. The endorsement fee alone was much higher than that of a top-stream female star, and when the time came, there would be all kinds of big-screen promotions and advertisements for Cotton Belle, all of which were very important to a star who had just burst onto the scene. She just couldn't believe that Chen Wanqiu would still be able to come up with an even better offer than her. Soon she and Chen Wanqiu arrived at the door of Cotton Belle's studio together. "Soho, why did you come here?" Chen Wanqiu's expression was still a bit odd when she saw her. "Why can't I be here?" Sui snorted coldly and asked rhetorically. "Are you the only one who can get mess? Cotton Belle as an endorsement?" Chen Wanqiu cried and laughed. She came here to look for Cotton Belle, not to find Cotton Belle as an endorsement. But Sui didn't wait for her to open her mouth, then proudly showed off. "I'll tell you the truth. With the conditions I gave, Miss Cotton Belle can't possibly cooperate with you. It's too late for you to think about changing the contract now. This contract of mine is full of sincerity." "Oh." Chen Wanqiu pursed her lips and wondered what exactly Sui was pleased about. "Then me, wish you success? She is doing mother and baby brand, Cotton Belle public identity or a single unmarried woman. Even if she is to choose adult women to do endorsement, that is certainly to choose a just had a child actress." Suhi was irritated by her breezy expression and was just about to continue speaking when Cotton Belle's assistant came out from inside. "Hello, I'm Suze." Suhi immediately put on a decent smile trying to introduce himself. However, only halfway through her sentence, the assistant ignored her and turned her head to Chen Wanqiu. "Hello, may I ask if you're the person in charge of Ming Bud Studio?" "Yes, I called you earlier and said that I wanted to come and visit Ms. Cotton Belle this afternoon." Chen Wanqiu nodded. She had actually come to visit Cotton Belle because of a question in her mind. "Excellent, please come in with me. Ms. Cottonwood has been waiting for you for a long time." "Yes?" Chen Wanqiu was still a bit uncomfortable when she saw her assistant being so enthusiastic. The assistant nodded. "Yes, Ms. Cotton Belle told us early in the morning that you would be here, and told us to invite you in when we saw you arrive." "Wait, I also called Ms. Cotton Belle and said that I would come to talk about the contract today. Sui's face stiffened and hurriedly called out to his assistant. It was only then that the assistant realized that there was someone else beside Chen Wanxiu and asked suspiciously, "May I ask who you are?" Sui raised his head. "I'm the person in charge of Su, here to talk to Miss Cottonbell about the cooperative endorsement of Su's new product." "Oh, then you go back." The assistant was stunned for a moment, then said faintly. He was taken aback. "Are you kidding? I'm here on behalf of Su, and you guys didn't even look at the contract I prepared? It's not that I don't see it, it's that Ms. Cottonbell doesn't intend to cooperate with Su for endorsement." The assistant spoke with some difficulty. "Actually, I've already told you in the previous phone call. It's just that you seem to think that I was being polite with you." Chen Wanxiu observed Sui's face from green to purple from the sidelines, and couldn't help but lower her head and forcefully hold back the laughter in her heart. Sui also didn't expect that a star who had just burst into flames would dare to be so disrespectful to Su, and immediately snorted coldly. "It seems that Ms. Cottonbell has long decided that she wants to work with Ming Bud, right? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't prepare an endorsement contract." Chen Wanxiu immediately spoke. "I'm simply here to pay a visit to Miss Cottonbell, but maybe we'll work together in the future as well." Just as Sui was about to leave, a delicate voice came through the door. "Didn't you say that the person in charge of Ming Bud's studio would come today? Why haven't you invited someone in yet?" As the words fell, a woman of unparalleled beauty walked out from inside with her long legs. She ruffled her long wavy curls that had fallen out before fixing her eyes on Chen Wanxiu. The moment she saw her, the lethargy in her eyes was swiftly replaced by surprise, and she somewhat stammered as she opened her mouth. Wanxiu, how are you here?" Chen Wanxiu looked at her in a daze for a moment before saying somewhat hesitantly, "No way, Mian, is it really you? It's me. Look at me. Aren't I much prettier now?" Cottonbell, Lin Mianyang to be precise, came closer to Chen Wanxiu and winked at her. Half a month ago, Lin Mianyang accidentally got the appreciation of an agent and got a chance to come to the International Center to walk in the show, and that agent even lent her a skincare cream called Ming Bud that she used. As a result, not long after she used it, she inexplicably became much whiter and prettier, and after attending a runway show she exploded directly into the entertainment industry in the International Center, with Cottonbell being her new stage name now. She was overjoyed to hear that the person in charge of Ming Bud was coming to visit her, but she didn't realize that the person in charge of Ming Bud would actually be Chen Wanxiu. It's amazing that there are still such marvelous things in the world. It's natural to be happy when girlfriends meet. Looking at the two of them, Sui realized that Chen Wanxiu should have known Cottonbell long ago. The fact that she had just gleefully bragged about how perfect her endorsement contract was like a big joke. She could only leave in a lost haste. Lin Mianyang didn't care about her and directly took Chen Wanxiu's hand. Why am I so stupid? I saw that Ming Bud's spokesmodel was Su Ming before, and I actually didn't realize that Ming Bud was the brand you created. There's more you didn't expect. I'm not only the person in charge of Ming Bud, I'm also the current boss of Ningguang Group O. Chen Wanxiu showed off with Lin Niannian with some small complacency. Lin Niannian instantly widened her eyes and covered her mouth incredulously. "You mean, that Ningguang Group that turned out to be the Bai family?" Chen Wanxiu nodded seriously. "Are you kidding me?" Lin Niannian felt like she was in a dream. Her good best friend had actually gotten rich overnight. "I'm not joking with you. I'm still ready to sign a contract with you and let you endorse Ningguang's products. Are you willing to do that?" Chen Wanxiu smiled dementedly and asked in return. Of course. Lin Mianyang immediately nodded her head as if she were a chicken pecking at rice. "But I'm all about using Ming Bud skin cream to look this good now. Can you give me some more of that skin cream? Use it openly," Chen Wanxiu said bashfully. Lin Nianxian was so happy that she immediately signed a long-term endorsement contract with Chen Wanxiu. It was only after signing the contract that Chen Wanxiu told Lin Mianyang everything she had experienced during her time at the International Center. Lin Niannian after a long time to come back to God. "But there are still a few points of puzzlement. Why do not you let me directly endorse the products of the Ming Bud, instead of endorsement of the Ming Light Ah?" Chen Wanxiu smiled faintly and reached out to pinch her tender white face. "Ming Bud, this brand is specialized in mother and baby products. You're not married and you don't have a child. How can you endorse it?" "Who said that I can't endorse? Wouldn't it be better if you let me shoot an advertisement with Su Ming?" Lin Nianxian smiled cheekily and hugged Su Ming and gave him a fragrant bite. My little good boy. I haven't seen you for so many days. I kinda miss you." Chen Wanxiu felt that she had a point, and then nodded. "That's right. Then I'll have Xiaoming shoot the promo with you. In order to shoot the new publicity advertisement, Chen Wanxiu specially invited the best photographer in the International Center for Lin Mianyang. But just when Lin Mianyang put on her makeup and waited for the photographer to come over with joy, Chen Wanxiu received the news that the photographer had a car accident halfway across the street. Although it was only a minor car accident, the photographer broke his little arm and needed to be hospitalized for a few months to recuperate. and he definitely couldn't come to the scheduled shoot. Chen Wanxiu had no choice but to rehire an equally capable photographer. But her contract with this photographer had just been signed, and the turnaround people went out for a late-night snack at night and encountered drunken and disorderly drunks, and their arms were fractured. Even Lin Neon spit out that she was a photographer. Chen Wanxiu preferred not to believe in evil and hired another very good female photographer. As a result, this female photographer has obviously been infertile for many years, and has not been able to get a child. And Chen Wanxiu signed a contract with Chen Wanxiu within a few days. She fell. She went to the hospital for a checkup and realized that she had been pregnant for more than a month. But because of this fall, not only did she lose the baby that she had managed to conceive with great difficulty, but it was also impossible for her to have children ever again. This female photographer was so overly sad that she directly cried herself to sleep and was unable to complete her collaboration with Chen Wanxiu. After the photographers at the International Center heard about this incident, they were all too scared to take Chen Wanxiu's orders, even though they knew that the young model they were shooting was Su Ming, who was especially smart and good at finding the camera. And even though Chen Wanxiu's commissions were several times the amount that they usually quoted, no one dared to mess with Chen Wanxiu. After all, it is not a joke to take Chen Wanxiu's single, which is light to hurt, and heavy to end without a disease. Chen Wanxiu also felt that the injuries sustained by these photographers were just too inexplicable, and ultimately had to pull the tallest out of the shortest, picking from some of the photographers whose photography skills weren't very good. Meanwhile, Soho once again met with the mysterious man from before and took out a check. These commissions are for you. Please bring me the best photographer in your organization. I want a set of advertisements that can overpower all the products of the Ming Bud brand. After her face was almost ruined by that fake disguise artist last time, she never looked for this man again, but now that she couldn't find a better photographer on her own, she could only endure the upset in her heart and continue to look for this man. The mysterious man glanced at the amount on the check and gave a satisfied smile. No problem. The photographer I find for you will be the best in the International Center. But this promo is to shoot the product as well as the person. You can't hire a star with hotness, and the effect of the promo shot by my people is no longer good enough to overpower the product promo of the Ming Bud brand. He ignored Sui's gloomy face as he continued. After all, the effect of your Su's product can't be better than that skin cream effect of Ming Bud's, right? Sui instantly widened his eyes, gritted his teeth and said angrily, don't you go too far. Her eyes were bloodshot, and they were thick with resentment. The man shrugged. Since Ms. Su is unwilling to listen to the truth, then I won't say anything. Just take the money and do the job. He collected the check and turned away in style. Soho was in a somber mood, and even if she was upset, she knew that what the man was saying was right. Su's now indeed cannot develop in Ming Bud those 3 skin care creams the same effect of the product. Even if Su's R&D department has analyzed the chemical composition of those 3 skin care creams, or cannot replicate the exact same product, Ming Bud's R&D department must have mastered what advanced technology. But even if she couldn't surpass Ming Bud in terms of product for a while now, she could still make a better promo than Ming Bud. It didn't matter if she didn't get the collaboration with Cotton Bell. There were plenty of actresses in the International Center, and she directly spent a lot of money to hire a top stream actress. Ing Meng Meng. Ing Meng Meng's popularity can be even higher than Cotton Bell. At first, because of Su's too much negative news, Ing Meng Meng was not very willing to cooperate with Su, so he directly offered 3 times the price, and said that he would bring the most powerful photographer. Ing Meng Meng signed the contract. Hearing that the photographer Chen Wanxiu had recently hired always had all sorts of accidents, Sui's heart was still a bit smug. The wind and water turned, and there were times when she, Chen Wanxiu, was unlucky. She heard that Chen Wanxiu has not found a suitable photographer until now. Even if she found, the publicity film must also be better than Ing Meng Meng shot out of the film. This new product release is still their Su's to grab the lead. She hadn't heard wrong. Chen Wanxiu really hadn't found a suitable photographer yet. Just as she was at a loss, a few new resumes suddenly arrived in her mailbox, which turned out to be a couple of unknown photographers coming in with furtive offers. Only, after looking over their portfolios, Chen Wanxiu only felt a big headache. The work of these few people was either newcomers practicing work that was just starting out, or the old pictorial style that was popular only a few decades ago, and it was really far from the kind of effect she wanted. She closed her computer with a constipated face. However, thinking that the new product would be launched in a few days, and it would be too late if she didn't send out the promo, she could only open her computer even more constipated, and chose a barely watchable one from a pile of trashy photographers. Lin Mianian saw her so hurt, but also in turn comforted her. Alright. I now every day with the Ming Bud skincare cream. Skin is so good. Ms. Tang also every day for me to push the face. I'm now this small face can be exquisite. Even if the photographer shoots poor, but also have me this face to support it. Yes? Chen Wanqiu drew the corners of her mouth and scrutinized Lin Mianian's face. She was indeed much prettier now than when she was in the imperial capital. Before she saw Cotton Bell on TV on the runway, she felt that Cotton Bell looks like Lin Niannian. That day to see Cotton Bell also want to confirm that Cotton Bell will really be Lin Niannian. Did not expect to really let her guess right. After Tang Jiyan's bone pinching, in just a few days Lin Niannian's bone phase has become much more harmonious and advanced in its subtleties. And if there is an excellent photographer to shoot it, this promo will surely be able to amaze the entire international center. Hey! Lin Mianian comforted Chen Wanqiu for another half day before her mood improved. But by the time the photographer arrived the next day for the shoot, she realized how devastating a photographer who couldn't take pictures could be. Obviously Lin Mianian was in very good shape, but the photographer's photos just didn't turn out well. Worse than the worst commercial posters. This kind of effect surely can't be used as a promotional movie. Ah! You take a few more shots and see. Chen Wanqiu anxiously reminded the photographer. But this photographer is a novice, just started shooting ads. A lot of advanced equipment he is not familiar with. That is, the heart wants to shoot well. After half a day's effort to shoot out the photos and the original effect of the few is not much difference. Chen Wanqiu also saw that this photographer's level was as far as it went. Otherwise, why don't you carry Su Ming over to shoot with me? Maybe it will create a sense of parenthood and a bit of atmosphere? Lin Nianyang suggested. In fact, she originally expected that even if the photographer is not good enough to shoot, but also can pick out a few slightly can see, and later also good PA bit, can also make one or two past the publicity posters. But she didn't expect the photographer to come up with even a single picture that could still be salvaged after a P picture. It's outrageous. Su Ming has such a sense of camera. If this photographer still can't get a good shot, then it's really hopeless. Chen Wanqiu sighed and also felt that there was nothing else to do except to hold Su Ming over and take a few shots to see the effect. Su Ming had just woken up from a nap, and was still a bit disoriented, but after seeing the camera, he immediately gave a sweet smile to the camera. Joking aside, he would never leave behind his ugly childhood photos to be taken out by his 7 aunts and aunts when he grew up and mocked with all kinds of memories. Lin Mian also took out her state and took out the baby cream product she was going to shoot, pretending to wipe Su Ming's face. She originally took Su Ming as her godson, and her eyes naturally showed a bit of faint motherly love, full of tenderness, and Su Ming likewise smiled with a happy face. The staff in attendance were adored by the scene. The photographer also rushed to take a shot with the camera. Chen Wanqiu had thought that the publicity photos taken this time would definitely be much better than before, but when the cameraman took out the filmed dailies and showed them to her, she almost didn't break down. Lin Mianian and Su Ming in the camera looked completely devoid of any trace of warmth, like two people who were completely unknown to each other were forced to be framed together for a photo shoot, which was not only not cozy, but also vaguely revealed a few indescribable eerie moments. How is this supposed to work in a commercial for a mom and pop product? Forget it. Chen Wanqiu was exhausted for a while, so she could only let the photographer go and take a rest in the end. After filming for half a day, Lin Mianian was also tired, so she simply hugged Su Ming to the side to rest. Look at this. I guess we'll have to shoot later. Baby, are you tired? I'm going to die of exhaustion. Lin Niannian habitually pinched Su Ming's small face and muttered, this photographer can't light up, and he doesn't know how to adjust his stand. He just knows how to find all kinds of angles to shoot. Even if I am 360-degree deathless handsome, I can't take any good-looking photos. Su Ming couldn't help but spit it out in his heart. Lin Mianian was amused by his heartfelt words. This little guy was still so self-absorbed? Why is she looking at me and smiling? Is there something dirty on my face? Su Ming was puzzled. Can it be that the baby cream you just applied is not clean? This shoots the advertisement once and then applies the baby cream to me once. Apart from this to my face brush to beat the great white? Lin Nian felt that Su Ming must have some way of making a good promo, so she could only try her best to hold back her laughter and listen to what he continued to say. As expected, he did mentally ramble on about all the problems this photographer had with the model's stance, lighting, set props, and photographic composition. Lin Nian listened to half a day. Some of the problems in fact she shot to the time she also felt odd, but just cannot say where the weird Su Ming are able to hit the nail on the head to point out, so that people suddenly realize. She hurriedly wrote down all the points Su Ming said, and when Chen Wanqiu said she wanted to continue filming, she immediately opened her mouth. Photographer, I think we have this lighting. Isn't it not too good to use white light? Directly using a little warm light source will feel a lot more cozy, eh? What do you think? The photographer looked as if he had been woken up by her and nodded immediately. She hurriedly continued. And that location where you filmed me in Ming, would it be better there? Yes. Oh yes. MS. Cotton Bell. You know so much. The photographer nodded his head like garlic and listened carefully to all of Lin Nianling's suggestions. and couldn't help but give her a look of admiration. Lin Mian touched her nose somewhat sheepishly. I don't actually know much. After some of her suggestions, the effect of the photographs taken by the photographer this time immediately left a lot. And the ones taken by those famous photographers Chen Wanxiu had hired before were actually not on par with each other. Meanwhile, on the set of Sue's product promo shoot, Ing Meng was throwing a tantrum. What's the matter with you guys? I need coffee every day at 3 p.m. Where's the iced Americano I asked for? Soho a burst of big head. This promo has been shot for several days. Should Meng on the set have a variety of fault-finding? A little bit of disobedience to sit next to not cooperate with the photo. Even if the photo is also stinking a face, cannot come out of what good effect. But if Ing Meng didn't shoot, no one would be able to shoot this promo. She could only endure Ing Meng's temper and keep coaxing her. Sister Meng, the iced Americano you asked for is here. This shooting location was a suburb. There were no coffee sellers at all, so she could only have someone drive to the city to buy it. Ing Meng took the coffee, but just glanced at it and tossed it aside in disgust. How can I drink this when the ice has melted? Sui drew the corners of his mouth. If it wasn't for Sue's critical situation, would she have stooped so low as to beg this one playwright for a promo? She had never been so angry in her life. Sister Meng, you can make do for a while. After we finish shooting the promo, I'll treat you to dinner. But for the sake of Sue, right now she could only bow her head. Ing Meng glanced at her and stood up without any goodwill. Alright. It took another afternoon of tossing and turning before the photographer said he got the perfect shot. Only after Sue he confirmed that the effect of the finished advertisement this time was indeed a little better than those advertisements shot by Ming Bud before. Did he let go of his heart? As long as she could overpower Ming Bud's product head-on, her endurance towards Meng for this period of time would be worth it. Now we're just waiting for this ad to go out so Sue's products can sell big. However, the next day, Sue's and Ming Bud released their promos almost simultaneously. And while Ming Bud's advertisement caught fire on the hot searches, Sue's advertisement sank without a trace. Soho nearly went crazy when he saw a whole page of words about Ming Bud on the hot search. How is that possible? She clicked on the hot search full of disbelief, and after seeing the promotional poster of Ming Bud's skin cream, the shock in her heart instantly transformed into resentment. Beauty. It was so beautiful. The model in the poster was as beautiful as a goddess from the 9 heavens, and she had never seen such a beautiful woman in all the days she had spent at the International Center. If she hadn't already met Cotton Bell that day, she couldn't believe that this woman was Cotton Bell. Why has she gotten so good looking? Shame on Ming Bud for actually overpicturing so much for the sake of a good promotional poster. She was so angry that she opened a small number and commented directly under that poster that Ming Bud had overpictured Cotton Bell, but it quickly drew mocking comments from other netizens. Big sister, are you alright? Didn't you see the promo shooting footage that Ming Bud posted? Our Cotton Bell is already beautiful. There's no pics at all, okay? The posters of Ming Bud never gave the models pics. Cotton Bell just used Ming Bud's skincare products and her skin became tighter. And she had a superior bone structure. I can smell the sourness through the screen. Through these people's comments, she realized that Ming Bud had also posted a video of the filming. And the Cotton Bell in the video basically looked exactly like the poster. There was no difference. There were also a lot of photos from the field of staff with Cotton Bell on the day, who stood out beautifully in all the shots. This time, the reason why Sue's poster couldn't compare to Ming Bud, 70% to 80% of the reason was that Cotton Bell had overpowered Ing Meng in terms of face value, when she thought that she had been so angry with Ing Meng on the shooting set, and as a result, the photos still couldn't compare to Ming Bud's. She was so angry that she directly rushed to find Ing Meng to settle the score. You're a first-tier actress, and your camera presence can actually be crushed by a fledgling newcomer. What do you do for a living? Ing Meng became angry when she heard this. I'm poorly behaved? How am I a poor performer? If it's not you, can it still be the photographer? The level of the photographer I hired for you this time is top-notch. The one Chen Wanxiu hired for Cotton Bell is a piece of trash. Your ability isn't good, but your temper isn't small. If I could use Ming Bud's products every day, my skin would definitely be even more tender than Cotton Bell's right now. Your own family's products are inferior to Ming Bud's, and you're actually blaming it on me. Ing Meng rolled her eyes and said without any good humor. You're just too much. I'm going to cancel my contract with you. He was furious and roared. Terminate the contract. Just terminate the contract. Old lady is still not doing it. Ing Meng grunted with disinterest. Your Su family is going to be finished. It would be better to go to Ming Bud when modeling for your family. At least when modeling for their family you don't have to worry about your skin getting worse. After the two had a big fight, Ing Meng successfully walked away with the termination contract. She left Suze on one foot and arrived at the Ming Bud studio on the other. A line of female stars personally come to beg for cooperation. and also does not care about the endorsement fee. Chen Wanxiu naturally agreed readily, but also incidentally all the products of the Ming Buds are packaged into a gift box, giving Meng Meng a copy. Learning this news, Suhi heart although angry, but also some dark pleasure. After all, should Meng Meng in the shooting scene is a matter of mother. Chen Wanxiu if she and her cooperation, sure to be her tossed to death. The thought that Chen Wanxiu would also suffer the same kind of anger she was about to suffer put her in a good mood. However, what she didn't expect was that Ming Bud Studio quickly released footage of Ing Meng Meng's shoot. On the set of Ing Meng Meng not only did not play the temper, but also very dedicated, and very polite to Chen Wanxiu. Even in the shooting of a bridge that requires running, Ing Meng Meng accidentally sprained her ankle. Others advised her to take a break, but she did not listen at all. Endured the pain with a smile on her face and shot for another hour. He couldn't stop apologizing to the crowd on set after the shoot for holding up the others. This modest look was a far cry from when she was shooting promos at Su. Ing Meng Meng's fans all kept praising Ing Meng Meng underneath this blooper video for being really dedicated. Su he was furious, and opened a trumpet to say that Ing Meng Meng was pretending, and that she had been playing a big game when she was filming a promo for Su. As a result, her comment was met with another swarm of fans, and other fans released scenes of Ing Meng Meng selling her life on other sets in the past. Sui felt that all of this must be Chen Wanxiu's deliberate persona for Ing Meng Meng. That is, she was deliberately speculating. Just as she was thinking this, Chen Wanxiu called her personally. Second Miss Su, you're also too polite to personally terminate the contract with an actress like Ing Meng Meng, whose face value is online and also dedicated, and let her come to me for cooperation. Dedicated? Sui snorted coldly. Chen Wanxiu, don't pretend. Someone who was so good at playing big names like Ing Meng Meng would be properly dedicated to filming? Are you teasing me? Playing the big game? Have you? Chen Wanxiu was a bit puzzled. Meng Meng is very nice. Don't start a rumor. Our entire filming set crew loves her. She also gave the entire set fruit tea and small snacks today. Just blow it off. Can Ing Meng Meng be that kind? Suhi didn't believe it at all. Chen Wanxiu directly sent her a short video of Ing Meng Meng laughing on set as she handed out fruit tea to the crew. Suhi was dumbfounded. She had never seen Ing Meng Meng smile like that at her staff. Oh right. Meng Meng people are still especially good. Come to me for endorsement, didn't even ask for endorsement fee. As long as I provide her with our family's skincare products all the time. It seems that it's still our family's products that are just too good. Chen Wanxiu smiled again and told Suhi an explosive news. By the time Suhi came back to his senses from the shock, Chen Wanxiu had already hung up the phone at some point. She looked at that short video on her phone. Her anger rubbed up and she just flung the phone away. Soon, Ming Bud Studio released a set of advertising and promotional photos taken by Ing Meng Meng. And the photos of Ing Meng Meng are also as beautiful as heaven. And many people know that the photographer Chen Wanxiu hired for Ing Meng Meng is only an ordinary photographer, and is not famous at all. Ing Meng Meng's publicity photos taken for Su only a short time ago were also pulled out for comparison by netizens who were watching. 2 publicity photos, the same model. Ming Bud publicity posters and the Ing Meng Meng obviously better than Su's good looking. Ing Meng Meng also directly in a live event on the netizens hinted that the recent state of change is because of the use of the Ming Bud family products. This makes Ing Meng Meng's this publicity poster quickly fire on the first hot search. The previous Su shot that poster has become the object of ridicule. Many netizens said Su now sunset. Even if the photographers and models are hired are top-notch cannot shoot a good publicity film. Soho was so angry that he almost fainted. On the other hand, Lin Nian was a bit upset. Wanxiu, I'm the one who's your good girlfriend. Why do you keep looking for others to take your publicity photos? Isn't it good to use me directly? I'm still not looking for endorsement fees from you? She took Chen Wanxiu's arm and hummed. Chen Wanxiu was a bit amused by her. A brand is not only a spokesperson. Should Meng Meng is a first-line actress. Good acting and no black material. You have just entered the International Center has no film and television drama works. If you can take advantage of the shooting of promotional videos and should Meng Meng get along well with her to have her to take you into the International Center of the showbiz circle is not very good? It was only after hearing this that Lin Mianian revealed her smiling face again. So you're thinking about me? I thought you thought I didn't look as pretty as Ing Meng Meng. Even if you look like an old hag. That's still my good girlfriend. Chen Wanxiu smiled full of helplessness. While the two were talking, Ing Meng Meng also arrived at the set. Naturally, she took a beautiful gift box out of her bag. Sister Wanxiu, this is the limited edition lipstick of this year's season of C brand. It has not been put on sale yet. The brand side sent it to me for trial. I think the color number is not bad, so I specially asked for one for you too. Do you see if you like it? Chen Wanxiu picked it up. A surprise flowed out of her eyes. Like, thank you. You're welcome. We're now deep partners. This little gift is just a matter of passing. Ing Meng Meng smiled brightly. Lin Nian grunted and muttered in a low voice. Who wouldn't know about borrowing flowers and offering them to the Buddha? Ing Mengming's face changed slightly, then she adjusted back to her best state, pretending that she didn't hear Lin Mianmian's words at all, and turned her head to ask Chen Wanqiu, Sister Wanqiu, aren't we going to shoot a promo today? When will it start? Chen Wanqiu glanced down at her watch. It's almost time. I specially invited Mr. Liang Hong to participate in the filming. He'll be here later. Liang Hong? It's the movie star Liang Hong, eh? Lin Miannian was a little excited. That is the international center of the movie star, the global reputation of the strength of the acting school, but also particularly handsome. This year is not yet 30 years old, but thousands of girls' heart of the male god. Although Chen Wanqiu in the imperial capital is also a movie queen, but also in the imperial capital and the imperial capital near a region of high visibility. Other areas, although also some fame, but ultimately not compared to the international center of the real international giant. A movie star on the outside is just an unknown actor at the international center. That's why most of the actors and actresses who have made achievements outside the international center are squeezing their heads to enter the international center for development. And she wouldn't have dared to want to come to the international center at all if she hadn't been spotted by a well-known agent this time. She didn't expect Chen Wanqiu to be able to directly invite a big movie star like Liang Hong, and she couldn't stop being excited at the thought of being able to play opposite Liang Hong later. Soon, Liang Hong arrived at the field. He was even more handsome in person than what he saw on TV, and Lin Miannian's face couldn't help but blush a few points. Hello. He politely extended his hand to Lin Miannian. Su Ming, who was being held by Chen Wanqiu on the side, couldn't help but turn his head and close his eyes to hold back the speechlessness in his heart when he saw Lin Miannian's indisputable appearance. After the courtesies, Chen Wanqiu introduced the specifics of the shoot to several people. It turns out that this time the promo is to publicize a set of family gift box of Ming Bud. The promo video is divided into two storylines. One is the mother and son line. One is the couple line. Liang Hong this time is to play the husband in the couple line. After finishing the plot, Ing Mengmeng immediately said, then let me do the mother-son line. Su Ming and I haven't done a promo yet, so this time it's just the right time to try it out. Wait, Lin Mianmian, who was just blushing at Liang Hong, instantly came back to her senses and shook her head. Definitely I have to shoot the mother-son line with Xiao Ming. Sister Mengmeng, your acting skills are online. It's only appropriate for you to play a couple with Mr. Liang's eyes. No, I'm older than you. If I play the couple and you play the mom, wouldn't that be too out of character? It's better to let me shoot with Su Ming. Ing Mengmeng only wanted to shoot a short movie with Su Ming and hurriedly retorted. Lin Miannian didn't agree to it. Although the opportunity to act opposite Liang Hong was rare, but she had to watch Su Ming acting with other actresses. She wasn't willing to do so. I'm young. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to not be able to catch Mr. Liang's scenes when the time comes? It's still Mengmeng lending you good acting skills. There's no problem catching Mr. Liang's scenes. The two of them were arguing with each other. Their faces were red, and although they were saying complimentary things about each other, the meaning of their words was that they only wanted to shoot a movie with Su Ming. As for Liang Hong, all he could do was stand awkwardly all over again watching the two women fight. This made him feel extremely unhappy in his heart. He was the youngest movie star the International Center had ever seen, but he was actually no match for Su Ming. A little baby? Even if Su Ming was a bit hot right now, but that was only on a small scale. He was a globally recognized superstar. Actually, it's also good to work with me. I can guarantee that if you work with me, the heat released from the short film will definitely be higher than if you work with Su Ming. He stepped forward and put on a confident and gentlemanly look as he said. Ben was still arguing. Lin Mianmian and Ing Mengmeng turned their heads to look at him at the same time, and after hesitating for a moment, the two of them began a new round of pushing and yielding. Since the heat of cooperation with Mr. Liang is so high, then Cotton Bellew as a newcomer can't miss it even more. Maybe it will directly burst into the first line. No. I'm only briefly read for a while now. If I work directly with a big name like Mr. Liang, I'm sure I'll be said to be rubbing it in. Sister Mengmeng, a powerhouse like you and Mr. Liang filming together, that's only a strong combination. Or you do. No, you do it. Liang Hong really couldn't help himself and pulled Lin Miannian politely. Why don't you shoot a segment with me in MS Cotton Bell first? I guarantee that the effect that comes out of the scene with me will be very good. He forcibly pulled Lin Mianmian to the camera, and Lin Mianmian had no choice but to do a small eye scene with him. But when the photographer took out the results of the shoot, the people present were not very satisfied. The effect was far from what he had shot for Su Ming before. There was no sense of CP between Lin Mian and Liang Hong, and if they were to be hard to say they were a couple, they only looked like they were going to register for divorce. I'm sorry, I'm already used to photographing Su Ming. The sense of parent-child atmosphere is good to photograph now, but I really can't photograph this feeling between a couple well. The photographer scratched his head and said with some difficulty, "It's fine. Maybe it's because Mr. Liang and I aren't quite suitable for a couple shoot. Why don't we let Sister Meng Meng try?" Lin Mian, however, was as if she had been pardoned and hurriedly waved at Meng Meng. Meng Meng twitched the corners of her mouth, not hiding the reluctance on her face for a moment. Liang Hong's face instantly turned gloomy, and he said to Chen Wanqiu in a dissatisfied manner, "Since neither of the two models are willing to play opposite me, it seems we can't work together, so I won't be accompanying you." Liang Hong turned away angrily. "Lin Mian's agent is very regrettable. Mian. This time if you can cooperate with Liang Hong this couple line of short films, the follow-up I can help you hype in his CP." Liang Hong debut so many years has been zero scandal, just his nearly 2 years of film box office all pounced. The flow began to decline. So there is a flow of female stars looking for the idea of cooperation. If you can be the words of cooperation. I'm not going to fry a CP with him. Lin Yan refused without hesitation without waiting for her to finish. With Chen Wanqiu as her thigh, even if she didn't catch fire in the international center in the future and became a small second-rate actress with no fame, she could still rely on hugging her thigh to live without knowing how happy she was. So why would she want to engage in such vain things as frying CP with other men? What if by then the speculation of CP didn't work out and it also attracted a large number of Liang Hong's girlfriend's fans? Wouldn't it be more than worth the loss? She was not moved, but Meng Meng on the side was somewhat moved. Although Meng Meng is already a first-line actress, but the positioning has been idol faction. If you can in Liang Hong such recognized strength faction fried CP, and then in Liang Hong cooperation and good work, it should be very likely to directly get rid of the label of idol faction. Miss Chen, I'm willing to work with Mr. Liang on the couple's line of storyline, so I'd better trouble you to invite him back. Meng Meng walked to Chen Wanqiu's side and pleaded. The agent glared at Lin Mianian with some hatred. "You're just too easy on the fire. That's why you don't cherish the opportunity so much. Do you know how rare it is to be able to speculate on a CP with Liang Hong? I don't want it even if it's hard to get. If I have the strength, I can naturally develop in the international center of the acting circle for a long time. If I don't have that strength, how I speculate CP with other people is just a momentary thing." Lin Mian shook her head and firmly said, "Strength?" The agent was furious. "So what if you have more strength? In the entertainment industry, there are many people with strength. How many of them can become a top tier? Liang Hong you can't even look at. Right now you're high-minded. When you don't catch fire later you'll know what life and death is." When the agent finished, he turned away in exasperation. Lin Mian also was furious. And naturally, today's scheduled filming didn't take place. In the evening of that day, Lin Mian, who was bored, took Su Ming to the park to spread out, but did not expect to run into Liang Hong in the center of the park. Liang Hong carries a small paper bag of feed in his hand, and with a smile on his face, he feeds the pigeon flock in the park. Lin Mianian was taken aback and was hesitating to leave quietly when Liang Hong suddenly turned his head to look at her. The two of them looked at each other. Lin Mianian couldn't avoid it. She could only walk up and talk to him. "Mr. Liang, what a coincidence. What are you, out to spread the word?" Liang Hong swept a glance at Su Ming in the stroller pushed by Lin Mianian. The displeasure in the bottom of his eyes flashed past, but his face still maintained a gentle smile. "Yes, Mr. Liang, do you often come here to feed the pigeons?" Lin Yan was out of words, ready to find a chance to bolt. "Occasionally, I will come over to take a look." Liang Hong hummed and suddenly said, "But I didn't expect to run into you. It seems like Miss Cottonbell and I are really destined to be together." Lin Mianian huffed. She didn't want this kind of fate. If she was photographed by some paparazzi, she really couldn't even talk about it. "But Miss Cottonbell, I advise you not to bring Su Ming out to play so often, lest you be misunderstood." Liang Hong's words turned to himself. "Why?" A touch of displeasure rose in Lin Mian's heart. "Your image in the outside world is just that of a single woman, often bringing a small child like Su Ming out to play. In case you're photographed by a reporter, they'll mistakenly think you have an illegitimate child." Liang Hong spoke in a serious manner. Lin Mianian was full of concern. "They can think whatever they like. I don't care. Anyway, Su Ming was originally her godson. If she was so worried about gossip, how could she bring Su Ming out to play so often in the future?" Liang Hong frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "But you are so unaware of restraint. If rumors of an illegitimate child were to spread, it would have a very bad effect on our cooperation." Lin Mianian was confused. "Cooperation? What cooperation? Didn't your agent tell you? Firing a CP with me? Ah, this is a good thing for you with all the benefits and none of the harm. You shouldn't refuse, right?" Liang Hong said confidently. "No, didn't I reject it long ago?" Lin Mianian immediately shouted out in excitement. I don't want to speculate on CP with you. You don't want to? Liang Hong turned his head to look at her in shock, and after a long time, he questioned as if he was exasperated and laughed. You don't think you want to use this method to get my attention, do you? Lin Mian. You're not sick, are you? She subconsciously blurted out. Liang Hong's face instantly darkened to the bottom and he snorted coldly. Since you're so insensitive, let me tell you honestly, if you're not willing to work with me, I won't continue to work with Chen Wanqiu on that what's his name promo. Haven't Ming Bud and Suze always had a problem? Suze MS. So he also sent me an invitation to cooperate a long time ago. So think about it yourself. Lin Mian heart immediately some concern. She does not want to cooperate with Liang Hong, but if it is because of spoil Chen Wanqiu's business, her heart will be even more upset. How about promising Liang Hong? Anyway, at the moment, there's no harm in firing up a short-term CP with him. Just as she hesitated, Su Ming in the stroller yawned and opened his eyes. Crap! Where did this man appear from? Su Ming saw Liang Hong as soon as he opened his eyes, and was instantly startled. I can give you some time to think about forming a CP with me, but I don't have much patience. Liang Hong continued to pressure Lin Mianian. Su Ming immediately let out a cut in his heart. Only a fool would form a CP with you. Aren't you already married with a wife? You're trying to mooch off young girls in the name of forming a CP, aren't you? Isn't it just because your wife is pregnant now that you want to come out for excitement? Please don't ask my godmother. Okay? She's too dumb to play with you. These words almost didn't short-circuit Lin Mian's brain. Married? Pregnant? Is Su Ming talking about Liang Hong? She stared at Liang Hong's face. Her heart still couldn't believe it. But Liang Hong had zero scandals since his debut. When exactly did he get married? But Su Ming's previous heartfelt words were never missed. If she agreed to speculate on a CP with Liang Hong, and the news of Liang Hong being married came out later, wouldn't she just become a mistress? That's not good. And this person's character is also to be considered. His wife is pregnant and still want to come out to mess around, but also do not know when will explode the bomb. Chen Wanqiu not and his cooperation is also good. She considered it in her mind and immediately made up her mind. I said I won't speculate on CP with you and then I won't speculate on CP with you. Can you stop being so deadpan? As soon as Lin Nianwen's words fell, her manager came out of nowhere and said to her in annoyance, Cotton Bell, what are you talking about? Liang Hong, on the other hand, snorted coldly and looked at the agent sorrowfully. Is this what you said that you're all set with Cotton Bell? Had I known that she had this attitude, I wouldn't have agreed to you personally coming to meet with her. So you arranged for us to meet. It wasn't a chance encounter at all. Lin Mian also reacted, pointing at the agent and saying angrily, how could you expose my personal whereabouts like that? I'm not doing this for your own good. The agent was also annoyed when he saw Liang Hong leave in anger. I don't need you thinking you're doing me a favor like that. Next time you expose my whereabouts, we'll terminate the contract. Lin Mianyang held her head high and said forcefully. Although she was grateful for the agent's cultivation of her, she was not a tool person at the mercy of the agent. Today the agent could betray her whereabouts to Liang Hong. There was no guarantee that one day in the future she would not be betrayed because of money or something else. Terminate the contract? The agent was shivering with anger. Cotton Bell, you're really heartless. Thanks to me being so optimistic about you before. Since you want to terminate your contract, then don't wait for the next time. Terminate your contract now. Lin Nian also a little helpless. Wait until Liang Hong is exposed as married. The agent should be able to understand that she is the right one. Back at home, Lin Nianyang immediately talked to Chen Wanqiu about Liang Hong being married. Chen Wanqiu had also wanted to go and apologize to Liang Hong and ask him to come back to shoot the promotional video for that couple line with Ying Meng Meng. But after learning about this, she immediately dismissed the idea and asked the director to revise the content of the promotional video. In the new content, Ying Meng Meng and Lin Nianmian played Su Ming's mom and aunt respectively, and the two of them were in harmony this time. Quickly finishing the short film with Su Ming, Lin Nianmian knew that Ying Meng Meng still had the idea of working with Liang Hong before, so she quietly reminded her, if it's really that good to speculate on CP with Liang Hong, I would have definitely agreed to him a long time ago. If you have to speculate on CP with him, don't blame me for not reminding you if you suffer a loss. Ying Meng Meng knows that Cotton Bell and Chen Wanqiu have a strong relationship, and Chen Wanqiu, who wanted to go and apologize to Liang Hong, suddenly terminated the contract directly, which made her detect the foul play. After some consideration, he still gave up on the idea of firing a CP with Liang Hong. After filming the short movie, Lin Nian and Tang Jian took Su Ming out together and came back a little late in the evening. Just as the driver was driving home, several vans suddenly pulled out and put their car in the middle. Tang Jian was the first to react, making the driver pull over and stop the car. Hurry up and call the police. This group of people are coming from a bad place. Lin Mianian blinked in confusion. People? What people? As soon as she spoke, A large group of people came down from those vans, and the man at the head came over and knocked on Lin Mian's window. "Come out. Let's have a chat. Why is it Liang Hong?" Lin Mian frowned and scanned around the large group of people he had brought with him. "You can't get off. Call the police." Tang Jian was nervous. Lin Mian was a bit flustered at first, but after seeing the sleeping Su Ming in her arms, she instantly lowered her heart and quietly pinched the flesh of Su Ming's thigh. "I'm super. Who gang me while I'm sleeping?" Su Ming had a jolt and instantly opened his eyes. Lin Mian rolled down the window as if nothing had happened. "Liang Hong, I have nothing against you. What the hell do you want? I just want to talk to you. You give up Ming Bud now. Come to Sue's and cooperate with me to shoot advertisements and speculate on CP. I guarantee that you will soon become an international superstar just like me." Liang Hong bent down and leaned against the car window and said confidently, "You have to think clearly. I also appreciate you very much before I specifically come to you again." Lin Mian had a chill. "Letting me go to Sue's to speculate on CP with you? You're out of your mind, aren't you? Do you want to be shameless?" The smile on Liang Hong's face instantly froze. "What did you say?" "I said you shameless. Your wife is still pregnant yet you come out to hook me. You appreciate me a banana bara? Shameless stinking man. Looks quite ugly think quite beautiful. Give me a roll." Lin Mian scolded viciously, and also spat on Liang Hong's face in the process. She quickly lifted up the window while Liang Hong ducked back. Liang Hong's face changed a few times. He simply did not expect Lin Mian to actually know the news that he was already married. If he let her spread the word, then the image of purity that he had operated out for many years would not be preserved. "Since you know everything, you don't want to leave alive today." With a hard look in his eyes, he ordered, "Smash the car open for me." Tang Jian was so scared that she grabbed her cell phone and was about to call the police. Lin Mian, but she looked relaxed and didn't look scared at all. Just as Liang Hong's men were waving their baseball bats to smash Lin Mian's car window, the sky suddenly rumbled down with several thunderbolts, directly knocking all those people outside out. "Drive home." Lin Mian calmly instructed the driver. It didn't matter. Su Ming would step in. Tang Jian was the only one who was still in a daze. Her mind recalling the previous 2 times she had encountered danger as well as the scene of thunder suddenly striking in the sky, and she had previously guessed whether Su Ming had the ability to summon thunder and lightning. Seeing Lin Mian's calm demeanor, that should be it. Returning home, she immediately asked Lin Mian, who also gave her an affirmative answer that summoning thunder and lightning was Su Ming's superpower. On the other hand, the Shadow Emperor who had been knocked out by lightning had finally woken up, only that his hair had been electrocuted into curls by the lightning, and he wouldn't be able to recover for a while. The next day he could only go to see Soho with this thunderous hairstyle. He was also taken aback by him, but in order to revitalize Su's current product, she still signed a contract with Liang Hong, and also found him a new actor who could hype up the CP as Liang Hong requested. That newcomer actress was of the pure and cute department. She had played a small supporting role in a previous movie starring Liang Hong. Su especially had someone edit out some previous interviews between the two, and also released a few highlights of Liang Hong's interactions with the newcomer actress. After a lot of hype, many are speculating that the new actor is Liang Hong's current girlfriend. Although there are a small number of Liang Hong's girlfriend fans heartbroken off their fans, most of them still express their blessings to Liang Hong since he is in his early 30s. Liang Hong's previous persona in the showbiz industry was one of indifference, and many people were curious as to what kind of woman with outstanding soul and appearance would be able to pick this flower of the high mountain. The originally unknown newcomer actor thus quickly exploded in popularity, with his fan base rising by several million overnight. Seeing her fan base rise so rapidly, Ying Mengmeng was also a bit red-eyed. If she was the one who fired the CP with Liang Hong, her curiosity would have risen a lot as well. But there's certainly no chance of that now. Ying Mengmeng's heart couldn't help but feel some pity. While filming the new promo, she spent the whole day looking at all those gossipy hotspots on her phone about Liang Hong's girlfriend. "Don't look. He's already a grasshopper after the fall. He can't get any higher." Cotton Bell's voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Startled, she subconsciously extinguished the screen and turned her head to see Cotton Bell patching up her makeup with a relaxed demeanor, as if what she had just said was just a nag. "If your words were known by Liang Hong's fans, it would be strange if they didn't skin you alive." Ying Mengmeng spat at her resentfully. "I heard Sister Wanqiu say that he has harassed you in private. This kind of thing is abundant in the entertainment industry. You don't like him? It's better to put your mind at ease. If you casually say it outwardly, so that the people who shouldn't hear it, then it's just to get yourself into trouble." "Che, I'm telling the truth." Lin Nianyan was full of concern, and after turning her head and looking around, she gave a gesture to Mengmeng to say something quiet. Ying Mengmeng curiously came over. "I'm telling you, it won't be long before he explodes with big black news. Just wait." Lin Mian finished and gave her a know-it-all wink. "Big black stuff? Ing Meng Meng somewhat do not believe. Liang Hong into the circle for so many years, but no one has ever been able to pick off any black material from him. His public relations team is the industry's top. Meanwhile, Suhi was happily brushing the hot search in her office. Liang Hong and that newcomer actor's CP heat was unprecedentedly high. The promo they made together was also a big hit on the internet, and many Liang Hong's fans and CP fans bought Su's new product this time. Even some items were already sold out and fans had to grab the pre-sale money. The spirit of joy, Suhi's in a good mood, decided to invite the planning department planning this new product launch program to dinner. The entire department of people she all invited. The group of people went to the most luxurious restaurant in the International Center with Soho's leadership in great numbers. "Oh, isn't this second Miss Su?" The restaurant manager rushed out at the news and greeted her with a smile. "What are you today?" "I'm bringing my staff to have a celebration banquet. I'm chartering the place today," Sui said in a wealthy and generous manner. The manager instantly smiled even more brilliantly. No problem, no problem. Just this has been into the store to eat the guests and before the reservation of the location. We are not good to drive away. You see this. It's fine. Just leave me all the best spots." Soho didn't count on it. The manager sighed in relief and immediately went to get ready. At a window table in the restaurant, Chen Wanqiu and Tang Jiyan were discussing the direction of research and development of the next new product while waiting for the food to be served. And the manager suddenly came over with a smile. "Mrs., may I ask you to change your position? We are willing to compensate you for a dish you see can?" Chen Wanqiu frowned. "Why, when I came here to eat before, I always sat in this seat." "I'm sorry, it's a mistake in the arrangement of our restaurant. A guest has booked the same seat as you, so I can only ask you to change it," the manager said, pointing to a seat in the corner that wasn't next to the window. "Would it be alright if I trouble you guys to change that seat? You guys aren't mistaken. Since you're the ones who set the duplicate seats, it's also the later ones who change their seats. Why should we be the ones to change them?" Tang Jiyan immediately asked back angrily. "I'm really sorry. Is it okay if we compensate you with another meal voucher?" The manager hurriedly apologized, but the words he uttered had a meaning that he just wanted to change the seat. "You see, your dish hasn't been served anyway. It's not too much trouble to change the seat." Chen Wanqiu snorted coldly. "Compensating for dishes and meal vouchers again. Do you think I'm a beggar? No. That's not what I meant." The manager hurriedly waved his hands with a difficult face. "Whoever settled for my position, let her come and talk to me herself." Chen Wanqiu withdrew her eyes from sizing up the manager and blandly said, "Hurry up and serve the food, and for the rest, cut the crap." Noticing that the manager and Chen Wanqiu were arguing, Sui instantly came into the spirit and walked over proudly. She embraced her arms and said with a smile, "Chen Wanqiu, the person who wants to fix your seat is me. Our Su's product is a big seller. I spent 3 times the price to charter this place to hold a celebration banquet. If you don't want to change your seat, you'll be ready to watch me and my staff celebrate properly. So it's you. What are you complacent about?" Tang Jiyan was about to stand up and scold her, but she was pulled back in time by Chen Wanqiu. Today, Suhi had brought a large number of people with him, and it was obviously not cost-effective to clash with her head-on. "Celebrate however you want. This seat, we're not changing it." Chen Wanqiu smiled gently, but her attitude was resolute. Suhi was choked by her cotton-like attitude and stared blankly for a moment before he said smugly again, "Then, Ms. Chen, why don't you just watch us celebrate? Speaking of which, I also have to thank you. If it wasn't for you offending movie director Liang, I wouldn't have been able to successfully work with him on." Chen Wanqiu inclined her head, too lazy to look at her again, casually perfunctory. "Yeah, that's a real pity. I regret it all." In the face of her dead pig's attitude, the little bit of complacency in Sui's heart turned into a resentment that was difficult to express. "Second miss, let's go eat first. The employees are waiting for you." Her assistant stepped in promptly and persuaded her. She stopped there and celebrated with her staff. Just to celebrate. She also deliberately sat right next to Chen Wanqiu's seat and said something in a loud voice about how Su's products were selling well. Chen Wanqiu naturally had no way to discuss the topic of the direction of new product development with Tang Jiyan again, and could only watch Sui show off with wide eyes. "Humph. I'll see how long she can still be complacent. Only one best-selling product and she's dejected like this." Tang Jiyan grunted indignantly. As soon as she spoke, an entertainment news was automatically pushed on her phone. The shocking Big Melon, the cool movie star, has been secretly married for many years and cheated on his wife during her pregnancy. A look at this headline. Tang Jiyan immediately thought of Liang Hong. She instantly excitedly clicked on the news. And sure enough, a paparazzo photographed Liang Hong heavily armed with a woman carrying a pregnant belly in and out of a high-class villa. And after leaving the villa, Liang Hong went into a hotel around the same time as the young actor who was recently speculating on a CP with him. This doggy is very well known in the industry for breaking real melons. Liang Hong's core girlfriend powder was already in his fried CP gradually off powder, and now burst out such a big melon. Instantly there are a lot of original girlfriend powder on the spot powder to black. There were even many good gossip netizens rushing to the young actress account to question whether she was a mistress or not. Tang Jiyan ate melon eating vigorously, only to realize in hindsight that Su He and his entourage, who were supposed to be having a celebratory feast around them, suddenly lost their voices. Apparently, Soho also swiped the entertainment news. She immediately called the public relations department, trying to spend money to suppress the matter, and also called Liang Hong. Mr. Liang, please hurry up and make a clarification statement that you're not married at all, right? That pregnant woman should be your sister or younger sister, right? In the face of her eager inquiry, Liang Hong on the other end of the phone but half a day no sound. She panicked instantly inside. It can't be. That news is true, can it? Ms. Su, I agreed to speculate on CP also for the sake of better publicizing your products. Besides, you didn't ask me if I had a wife at that time. Did you? Liang Hong replied in an evasive manner. The implication is that all that news is true. Liang Hong, you're married and you're still speculating about CP. What are you thinking? Su He was instantly furious and his brain rumbled and exploded. Who can be clean in this circle? Instead of complaining about me here, you should hurry up and think of a way to suppress the news this time. After all, we are in the same boat now. Liang Hong directly hung up the phone after dropping these broken words. Soho could only rush to get the PR department to step up, but the news fermentation speed is too fast. Su's public relations department has not yet played a good water army. Liang Hong hidden marriage and cheating during pregnancy on the hot search. The people in the planning department who were originally still celebrating happily were instantly silenced, fearing that a word would annoy Su He. Tang Jiyan couldn't help but let out a pfft laugh. It seems that this Su's products won't sell well for long. Miss Su, your eye for people doesn't seem to be very good. Ah, you. Soho turned his head to glare at her fiercely. What are you looking at? Cut. Tang Jiyan is not afraid of her at all. Your own products are not good. Only thinking of pulling the heat by frying CP. Occasionally rubbing the wave of traffic to sell the product. Sales are good once out to pretend. Do not know that pretending to be too much is easy to be hit in the face? Second miss. Let's deal with this news first. The assistant hurriedly advised Su He. Su He was very upset and could only hatefully dislike Tang Jiyan back. It's our Su's products that don't have any problems. You're here to gloat at me. I don't believe that you Ming Buds don't have the day when you roll over. Even if Ming Bud had that day, I'm afraid your Su clan would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. And I don't know if you still have a chance to live to that day. Ha! Tang Jiyan wasn't angry at all. Instead she smiled and said. Su He was about to get angry when the hotel manager hurried over and asked carefully, Miss Su, are you going to pay for today's meal by credit card or cash? Tang Jiyan and Chen Wanqiu looked at each other and couldn't help but snicker. It seemed that this hotel manager was afraid that Su He would go bankrupt on the spot because of this scandal and wouldn't have the money to pay the bill. Su He paid for the meal speechlessly, and this celebratory feast could only end hastily. At this point, the internet was already in an uproar, and some of Liang Hong's fans were still vigorously defending him, saying that the pregnant woman might just be Liang Hong's relative. As a result, Liang Hong's wife soon showed her and Liang Hong's marriage certificate online and accused Liang Hong of cheating on her outside of marriage, because the young actress who was speculating on a CP with him was so eager to get to the top that she actually personally sent her photos of Liang Hong sleeping. Liang Hong's wife claimed in Liang Hong hidden marriage for many years, before Liang Hong has not been open to her. Said it is for her personal privacy and security considerations. This time speculation CP Liang Hong also deceived her that it is the company's arrangements. She has been patient for the sake of Liang Hong's career. I did not expect to tolerate so many years. Get is the husband's betrayal. Her long article caused many melon netizens to take pity on her, and Liang Hong's good image that he had been operating for many years instantly collapsed, and the bottom of each of his postings was crowded with netizens who scolded him for his shamelessness, scaring him so much that he urgently shut down the comment section of his account. As for the new actress who knows 3 is 3, she is even more scolded. Originally to cooperate with her product through the announcement and her termination of the contract, with her participation in the shooting of television dramas also through the cut her part to the replacement. Soho just couldn't suppress the anger of the netizens even if she wanted to suppress the public opinion. Those who originally bought Su's product fans have returned. As for those who paid the pre-sale money said they would rather waste the deposit will not make up the final payment. Su's factory was to work overtime to catch up on the pre-sale of the product, and now they all dare not start again. Some skincare review bloggers have taken advantage of the craze to buy a lot of Su's products and purposely compare Su's products to those of Minute Maid. As a result, Su's products are just a little worse than Ming Bud's products, but the pricing of Ming Bud's new products is very affordable, while Su's products are very expensive. An eyebrow pencil to dozens of dollars. obviously cutting fans' leaks. This made those Liang Hong diehard fans who came to their senses break their defenses even more. And some fans who had bought Sue's products but had already passed the time of no excuse return and exchange directly swiped bad reviews for Sue's store. In just one day the rating of Soho's store dropped from 5 stars to 1. Even if Soho announced the official termination of the contract with Liang Hong, those products that have been printed with Liang Hong's image as the outer packaging are still completely unsold. Soho, not to mention dealing with public pressure, was busy just dealing with all kinds of back orders every day. Of course, she wasn't the only one who was busy and dizzy. There was also Chen Wanqiu who was in Ming Bud's studio talking about cooperation. Because of those skincare blogger reviews, the brand image of Manga further enhancement. Now consumers know Manga Home as long as the products are not limited edition. All are affordable and good use. Many sellers want to take goods from Ming Bud here. Chen Wanqiu can receive several guests with cooperation intention in one morning. Because an industry insider broke the news that Liang Hong was supposed to endorse Ming Bud's products. But Ming Bud's two models, Cotton Bell and Ing Meng Meng, both refused to speculate on a CP with him, and that's why he played a big game to discontinue his cooperation with Ming Bud. Cotton Bell and Ing Meng Meng's refusal to speculate on CP with the movie star also made many passers-by gradually feel good about them, and both of their accounts began to rapidly increase in powder. Until this point, Ing Meng Meng realized that what Cotton Bell said at the beginning was all true, and her heart was also more grateful to Cotton Bell. Chen Wanqiu took the opportunity to release the short promotional video that the two of them had made with Su Ming, and it instantly caught fire on the hot search. There are also people put out Liang Hong's acting in the past 2 years. Many netizens have long felt that Liang Hong's acting has regressed too much compared to when he first debuted. Just before Liang Hong's reputation is good they do not dare to say that, and now you can be bold enough to open the mic. Many people have outright stated that Liang Hong's current acting skills are not as good as Cotton Bell, a newcomer who doesn't have a movie or TV show yet. Ming Bud and the spokesman and product quality are complete victory over Su. Take advantage of this wave of heat. Ming Bud's new products directly hundreds of thousands of extra orders. Ing Meng Meng is sitting at home and her fans are rising miserably. She was really curious as to how on earth Cotton Bell knew about Liang Hong's cheating. Is that paparazzi sent by Chen Wanqiu? The next day during the shoot, she quietly asked Cotton Bell, "Did Sister Wanqiu tell you that Liang Hong is married?" Cotton Bell smiled faintly, glanced at Su Ming who was filming in a mysterious manner, and whispered, "That's not true. In fact, it was Su Ming who told me about it." Su Ming? Ing Meng Meng frowned, thinking that she must be joking. Su Ming couldn't even speak. How could he tell her? Even if Su Ming could talk, how could he know such things as a small child? Lin Mianian knew that she didn't believe it at all as soon as she looked at her expression. So she came to her ear and whispered. Su Ming also said that Liang Hong's that CP will soon be exposed in a cat abuse scandal. So if you don't believe it you can wait and watch the show. You mean that junior? Ing Meng Meng some half belief. Since that woman has been able to be a junior, but also so shamelessly threatened the pregnant main palace, character is certainly not good. Cat abuse is not impossible. Lin Niannian told Ing Meng Meng all those heartfelt words that Su Ming muttered to himself last night. In fact, she is also quite poor. Simply do not know that Liang Hong has a wife. After all, this matter Liang Hong covered up can be tight. She doesn't know Liang Hong has a wife? That's impossible, right? Didn't Liang Hong's wife even post the chat records between the two of them? Ing Meng Meng had a face like a melon. What's impossible? That's because after that paparazzo exposed Liang Hong, her best friend checked Liang Hong's wife's WeChat and stole her cell phone to send a message to someone else. Lin Mianian spoke energetically. There is also that cat abuse video that will soon be exposed, but also all of her girlfriends stole her cell phone to send. She is actually wrongly accused. There is no cat abuse. Lin Niannian finished, and sighed a bit. Although she destroyed someone else's family unintentionally, her best friend screwed her over even more. Ing Meng Meng was mesmerized by what she heard and was also a bit indignant. Which is a bosom friend? This is an enemy friend, right? Lin Mianian shrugged her shoulders just as the director called her on, and the two of them couldn't talk anymore. Ing Meng Meng stayed where she was, and only after a long time did she react to the fact that the other party was talking about things that hadn't happened yet, only that she was saying it like it was true, so that she had just unconsciously believed it. After she finished filming that night, she went back to her room and couldn't sleep for a long time, wondering if what Cotton Bell said was true or not. If what she said was true, then how could it be that Su Ming had told her? Could it be that she didn't want to reveal the real expositor behind these gossips? So she deliberately joked that it was Su Ming? By the time she got up from bed the next morning, full of fatigue after a night of no sleep, she picked up her phone to check the time, only to find that it was full of entertainment news pushes from various apps. Showbiz new generation flower Dai Shui brutally abuses cats. As soon as she saw this headline, Ing Meng Meng instantly came to her senses. Isn't this the gossip that Cotton Bell said yesterday? She hurriedly clicked in for a closer look around. It turns out that early this morning, Dai Shue's account suddenly posted a video of a brutally abused cat and said that the abuse was super cool. This post immediately attracted a large number of netizens' attention and comments, accusing Dai Shue of psychological distortion and shamelessness. Knowing 3 is 3 and abusing cats. Simply social scum. 2 minutes later, Dai Shue urgently deleted the video, but many netizens still recorded and saved it long ago. The incident quickly spread on major online platforms, and some cat lovers and associations strongly condemned Dai Shue. Others have turned up a suspected Dai Shue trumpet, a person who often posts videos on his account that suggest cat abuse and has a small following of people who also enjoy abusing cats. The IP addresses of many of her posts are the same as Dai Shue's big one from the same time period, and some of her favorite face words and the way she breaks sentences are the same as Dai Shue's. Netizens then thought that Dai Shue was trying to post a cat abuse video on her own small number, but she accidentally passed it on to the big one by mistake. Now the network on her condemnation is overwhelming. Originally the netizens were unusually disgusted with her behavior of knowing 3 is 3. Now it is even more annoying. Some people even claim to human flesh Dai Shue's address, personally go offline to educate her properly. Ing Meng was looking at the comments of the netizens. Dai Shue suddenly went online and sent a statement, saying that she did not know that Liang Hong was married, and now she has cut off all communication with Liang Hong, and that the cat abuse video was also sent by her friend stealing her account, and she was completely unaware of it. This was exactly the same as what Cotton Bell had said yesterday, and Ing Meng was shocked and had to believe that what Cotton Bell had said was true. It's just that she had a tip from Cotton Bell to barely believe the statement Dai Shue released. Those angry netizens can't believe a bit of it, and have demanded that Dai Shue stop shirking her responsibilities and come out to publicly apologize. Ing Meng's circle friends also sent her messages to gossip. Meng, did you see that statement Dai Shue sent? It's really hilarious. She hesitated and eventually messaged her friend back. I saw it, but I believe what she said. You actually believe her? She's just a bitch who knows 3 when she's 3. Yes, because someone already told me about this matter in advance yesterday, saying that someone was deliberately targeting Dai Shue. Ing Meng somewhat vaguely revealed the matter that Dai Shue was indeed innocent. In the entertainment circle, the circulation speed of gossip is very fast. Not long after, is hiding in the home dare not go out Dai Shue in a group to see the circle of people say she is innocent. She carefully inquired about. The earliest said that she is innocent of the person is that recently very hot newcomer model Cotton Bell, and Cotton Bell seemed to know something inside. So after some agonizing, she found Cotton Bell herself. MS. Cotton Bell, since you've known for a long time that I'm innocent, you must also have a way to prove my innocence, right? Will you please help me? She begged Cotton Bell with a pitiful face. If you didn't think about firing CP to take shortcuts and easily mix with Liang Hong, you wouldn't have gotten this far. Lin Nianyan didn't expect Dai Shue to come to her at all, and spat somewhat breathlessly. Dai Shue also blushed a little and whispered, No, Liang Hong and I actually haven't reached that step yet. That's none of my business. Lin Nian didn't want to hear any more and directly interrupted her. I don't want to help you either. Just go. No, please, you must help me. Besides you, there's really no one who can help me. Dai Shue hurriedly grabbed her arm and directly knelt down in front of her, constantly shedding tears. What are you doing? Lin Nianyang was instantly speechless and anxious. Seeing that the other party was acting like she wouldn't get up until she agreed, she could only sigh helplessly. Can't I just help you? Lin Nian gave Dai Shue the address of a temple. Tomorrow at noon you go here and wait for me. Dai Shue took the address. Then she wiped her tears, forced a smile, and thanked Lin Nianyan profusely as she walked away. At noon the next day, Lin Nianyang first carried Su Ming to the temple and hid him behind a curtain. As soon as Dai Shue arrived, she mysteriously told the other, this temple is very spiritual. Behind the curtain there is a Buddha who has a request, but he only helps people who are really in trouble. Later you go in and kneel down to the curtain, to the Buddha to tell her all about what happened to you. But remember, don't ever lift the curtain. See, the true face of the Buddha will not be spiritual. Dai Shue nodded her head like garlic and hurriedly walked in, kneeling down with her hands clasped together against the curtain, saying with incomparable devotion, Buddha, please bless me. I and Liang Hong's speculation of CP was all arranged by the company. If I didn't do as I was told, the company would have made me pay $1 million in breach of contract, and I really don't have that much money. I didn't know Liang Hong had a wife, much less tweeted to his wife. It was all sent by my BFF who secretly took my phone. After I became an actress, my BFF begged to be my agent. I offered her the highest salary. She knew the passwords to all my cell phones and accounts, and I really didn't think she would do this to me. The more Dai Shue talked, the sadder she became, and she couldn't help but cry. That night Liang Hong brought me to the hotel and wanted to do something with me. I was too scared so I ran away while Liang Hong was taking a shower. I didn't expect that my best friend would sneak in and ah with him. That photo of Liang Hong sleeping was also taken by my best friend. Su Ming behind the curtain listened with a small yellow face. Holy shit, this is too much of a burn, isn't it? Is this something I can listen to? Dai Shui couldn't hear Su Ming's heart and continued to accuse this BFF of what she had done. And that cat abuse video, it was also posted by my best friend. I went to question her why she abused the cat and why she used my account to post the video. She said it was because she was uncomfortable to see me as a celebrity living a glamorous life every day. Why would she do that to me? Dai Shui is very incomprehensible. A lot of first-tier stars' agent's salary is not as much as she gave her best friend, and she basically does not allow her best friend to do any complicated work, is to stay with her on the side of a pair of line scripts, handing over a cup of tea and so on. As Su Ming listened to her accusations that were like sobbing blood with every word, he was also angry in his heart. Like your story, I've heard a few similar ones, namely the farmer and the snake, LV Dongbin and the dog, Mr. Dongboy and the wolf, and you and your BFF. My Buddha is merciful. Please have mercy on me. Everything I said is true. If there's half a lie, I'll go out and be struck by lightning, and I won't be allowed to transcend my life after death. Dai Shui swore with a serious face. Why are you cursing yourself so much? The one who really deserves to be struck by lightning should be your slutty best friend. She should be struck by lightning right after she goes out. And in the end, don't be struck by lightning and die. And be struck by lightning so that she is paralyzed in bed with a crooked mouth and slanted eyes for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, Dai Shui's best friend is discussing with her group of foxy friends how to abuse the next stray cat. Last time I pulled out all the teeth of a stray cat and it actually defied me and tried to scratch me. So I chopped off its claws too. Ha ha ha, don't even get me started. Why don't we just pick up a cub this time and roast it with its limbs tied to the gas stove? This is a good idea. Dai Shui's best friend smiled and sent a message to the group. There's a litter of just born kittens in the park near me. I'll go and get them. And then I'll make a video for you guys to watch. She put away her cell phone and was just about to get ready to grab the little milk cat when there was a loud boom in the sky and a thunderbolt fell from the sky. She was terrified and rushed forward desperately trying to avoid it. But I didn't realize that the thunder in the sky came one after the other, as if it had unlocked, and just chased after her. Passers-by on the sidelines were also stunned by the scene and took out their cell phones to film the scene. In the temple, Dai Shui cried and cried for a long time, kneeling until her legs were unconscious before she walked out. She rubbed her red eyes and asked Lin Mianian worriedly, "Will this really help? Will Buddha really help me?" Lin Nian heatedly smiled. "Of course I'll help, and I should have already done so." Under Dai Shui's puzzled gaze, she calmly pulled out her cell phone and released the video taken by a passerby of Dai Shui's best friend being chased by lightning. "Look at that. I think this person is your BFF who doesn't do anything, right?" Dai Shui unbelievably blinked, and realized that it is really some surprise shivering open. This, I need to go kowtow to Buddha some more. Grateful beyond words, she turned and rushed inside. Lin Nian laughed out loud and directly lifted the curtain. "Buddha? Where is there a Buddha? There's only our little Su Ming baby." She picked up Su Ming and gave him a fragrant kiss, saying affectionately, "Great job." Su Ming was dumbfounded. "What did I do me?" Dai Shui was still in shock. Her cell phone suddenly rang. It was actually a call from her best friend. Shui, I know I'm wrong. I've encountered something. I'm now in the hospital in urgent need of $500,000 for an operation. Can you lend it to me first? When I recover, I will definitely help you to clarify. Make it clear that the person who slept with Liang Hong that night was me. And also I stole your cell phone to send the cat abuse video. Dai Shui sneered. "You've screwed me over so badly. Do you think I'll still help you? Don't think I don't know. You are being punished by God for doing too much wrongdoing. Being struck by lightning doesn't feel good, does it? Shui, I'm really wrong. Please help me. If you don't lend me money, I'll be paralyzed in bed for the rest of my life. We're the best of girlfriends." The other party's voice carried a sobbing tone, obviously scared to death. Used to be BFFs, but not anymore for a long time. Dai Shui's heart burst with joy and hung up the phone directly. However, she kept a watchful eye and pressed record in advance before answering the phone, and all the phone calls she had just made with her best friend were recorded. Being the video of her best friend being Ray Open Locks also caught fire online, she went along with the trend of her and her best friend's call recordings on the internet. But also some people picked up her previous and her best friend's travel photos, and her best friend's account in the cat abuse group. Soon, all those dirty waters on her body were cleared, and many netizens were heartbroken that she had met a bad person before, and directly turned black to pink on her. The abbot of the temple was also shocked when he heard about this, and also wanted to meet who Su Ming really was, and he personally visited the Bai family. But he didn't realize that Su Ming was just a little baby whose teeth hadn't even grown in. "Miss Lin, May I invite this young master to stay at my temple for a short period of time? The abbot was extremely appreciative of Su Ming. A child like him who could cause heavenly thunder was bound to have done great good deeds in his last life, or perhaps even in his last 9 lives, in order to receive such blessings in this life. If they could invite Su Ming to stay at their temple for a short period of time, their temple would certainly be able to receive such a blessing as well. Lin Mianian was a little hesitant. Going to live in a temple for a period of time was too hard. She was not willing to let Su Ming suffer this kind of pain. But this temple is also very spiritual in the international center, and it is said that their temple had a real accomplished monk 100 years ago. Now the temple's main treasure is the relics of the monk. If Su Ming were to live in that temple and reside close to that relic, he might even be able to receive some more shelter from that accomplished monk. She was torn between saying yes to the abbot or not when a third option suddenly popped into her head. Why did it have to be Su Ming who got close to that sherry? Wouldn't it be better for her to just ask for the relic? If you, abbot, are willing to give Su Ming that relic from your temple, I will be able to make a promise to let Su Ming go to the temple for 1 day every week. She pretended to be in a difficult situation. After all, Su Ming is only my godson. If I were to send her directly to the temple, even if his real mother and I were good girlfriends, I'm afraid that she would still be unhappy. The abbot hesitated 10,000 times, but finally said with difficulty, Miss Lin, that relic was passed down by our temple's successive abbots, and I don't have the authority to give it to little Master Su Ming, but I can make the decision that as long as little Master Su comes to our temple every week, this relic can be worn on his body at all times, and in time if the little master doesn't want to come back to our temple, I would also like to ask you to hand it back to me at that time. Lin Mian didn't think that this abbot would actually be so willing to give up, and although her mind was pleasantly surprised, on her face she still put on a look of reluctance before agreeing. Alright then, can't you have to bring that Sharpie to Su Ming first to put it on? The abbot smiled faintly. No problem, please, Miss Lin, you can bring young cultivator Su to me tomorrow. The next day, Su Ming, who was sleeping half asleep, was carried to the temple by Lin Mianmian. The abbot was waiting at the door early in the morning, and he was holding a grayish string of beads in his hand. Miss Lin, this is the string of beads you wanted. If it weren't for the fact that monks don't lie, Lin Mian would have suspected that this string was something the abbot had casually purchased last night at some $2 store. She half-heartedly took it and put it on Su Ming's body, not realizing that in the next second, the string actually gave off a faint golden light, which then quickly spread all over Su Ming's body. Living Buddha. It's the living Buddha present. The abbot was startled for a moment and immediately knelt on the ground, trembling at Su Ming. Those who came to the temple early in the morning to offer incense looked at this scene, and their eyes widened as they ran over and fell to the ground with a flutter, kowtowing to Su Ming. The living Buddha has blessed my whole family with peace. The living Buddha blessed my mom's illness to get better quickly. Living Buddha blessed me to win $50 million today. Do you guys think I'm the living Buddha or the king of the wishing fountain? Su Ming was speechless. He didn't know why his whole body was glowing with golden light as soon as he put on this shiriko. If only he could have been so glowing with golden light when he played the card drawing game in his last life. He just put on this sherry. He heard the system seems to read a sentence what maybe special props what, but then he was so sleepy that his eyes could not open, but also did not hear ah. The funniest thing was that Lin Mianian actually also quietly chanted in his ear. Good boy. Remember to prioritize blessing your godmother to be an international superstar. Ah, open a VIP channel for me. Su Ming. Not only did the people in the temple kowtow, but someone had also uploaded a video of everyone kowtowing to Su Ming to the internet, and this temple was packed with guests who wanted to visit Su Ming the next day. Soon on the netizens said Su Ming this video must be special effects, which people will have a golden light. The result is that several people who were present on that day directly out of the video they shot separately, all kinds of pixels and all kinds of angles. The netizens also had to believe it. The abbot, on the other hand, had directly given Su Ming the sherries, only begging him to come to their temple more often. Meanwhile, Dai Shui is on set filming a movie, and after the last public opinion flip-flop, her close friend in the circle, Xia Huan, introduces her to a new movie, in which Xia Huan plays Dai Shui's classmate. After the two finished shooting the morning session, Xia Huan couldn't help the curiosity in her heart and mysteriously asked Dai Shui, did you ask some high person to do something to make your bitchy BFF get chased by thunder? Dai Shui smiled somewhat embarrassedly and explained, I didn't invite a high-ranking person. I just talked to a person about all these things I encountered, and she was struck by lightning after I finished. Xia Huan scared her with her arm. Aren't you meeting a high person? Why do you still say you haven't? We are on such good terms, so you can introduce me to them. After she finished speaking, she also took out a high-fashion branded bag worth $500,000 and stuffed it to Dai Shui. This bag is something I entrusted my friend to buy with great difficulty some time ago. Please, Just take me to meet him. I promise. You just have to help me introduce him. Dai Shui had wanted to refuse. After all, that tall man was still a little baby who couldn't speak, and since she had told Xia Huan the truth, Xia Huan would definitely feel that she was being perfunctory as well. However, on Xia Huan's cell phone, a video push suddenly popped up, and it was precisely the video of Su Ming's golden light being knelt down by the crowd. Dai Shui also saw it, so she directly told Xia Huan in her surprised glance, "Actually, the high person who helped me is this little baby. If you're willing, I can take you to his house tomorrow to pay a visit." Xia Huan nodded his head in a hurry. The next day, the two went to the White House with a bunch of gifts. Lin Mianyang received them with Su Ming in her arms, and after Xia Huan chatted for a few moments, she couldn't wait to say to Su Ming, "Little living Buddha, can I please ask you to bless me? So that I can become prettier than I am now and become a great beauty without surgery or liposuction." Su Ming scared twice in his heart. "You're skinny as a bone. Why do you still need liposuction? How can you look good? Like your figure? You need to be a bit fatter to look good. It's best to get 10 pounds fatter. Then you'll definitely be a great beauty." Lin Mianyan let out a light laugh and let the maid carry Su Ming away, relaying Su Ming's words to Xia Huan. Xia Huan, however, was angry. "Let me get 10 pounds fatter? I'm sure I'll be ugly on camera. Are you serious? If you don't believe it, forget it." Lin Mian didn't talk nonsense. "I've already told you the way anyway. I'll be damned if I believe it." Xia Huan grunted, picked up her bag and left. When Xia Huan returned home, she immediately posted online, sharing that she had spent a lot of money to go to a living Buddha to seek a way to become beautiful, only to be persuaded by the living Buddha to gain weight instead. Many netizens sympathized with her. She was so angry that she kept commenting online with those who came to see her post. "I will never be superstitious or believe in these pretentious things again. Pisses me off that those people still go and kneel on a little baby and get some random glowing props to blindside them." For 2 days in a row, she has been on the internet and netizens with those superstitious living Buddha voice. However, the next day, the director of a play she had auditioned for before suddenly sent her a message asking if she was willing to put on 10 pounds for the role, and if she was willing to do so, the play would let her be the female lead. The role she'd taken before had been some vicious female villain or the heroine's best friend, such side roles, and this was the first time she'd gotten the chance to be able to play the female lead, as long as she was allowed to play the female lead, not to mention getting 10 pounds fatter. She would be willing to gain 20 or 30 pounds. She quickly agreed to the director and went on a 2-week eating spree to gain weight and actually did gain 10 pounds. She has always been strict about her weight as well and has never been this fat. As a result, when she stood in front of the mirror, she realized that she was actually really more beautiful than before, and her cheeks, which were originally a bit dried out, were rounded a few points after gaining weight, and she looked much more agile and lovely than before, and her body was much more substantial than before. She was surprised to realize that after she had gained 10 pounds, even her facial expressions looked very gentle, a proper heroine's face, unlike the original look like a vicious villain. It turned out that what the little living Buddha had told her that day was true. She doesn't believe it even if she doesn't believe it. She even goes online and posts trolling the little living Buddha. It's over. If the little living Buddha knew about this, would he also summon heavenly thunder to strike after her? Ashamed and anxious, she rushed online and deleted that post. Soon the same director she'd been asked to be the lead actress had taken her set photos and posted them online. After gaining weight, she looks very gorgeous. Even a very gorgeous look can hold up perfectly. After the set photo was released, a large number of netizens were mesmerized by this newly emerged beautiful actress, and even many of Xia Huan's original diehard fans did not find out that it was her, because her current look is just so different from the dry, skinny look she had. Seeing a group of people underneath the comments of the finalized photo, they're asking who this absolute beauty is. Xia Huan's heart is also gorgeous, indescribably happy. It wasn't until a few hours later that the director replied to a netizen, saying that the female lead this time was Xia Huan. Curious netizens immediately went to pick up some of Xia Huan's previous stills, and found that none of them were as beautiful as her makeup photo. So some people ran to ask the director if he was overdoing it with Xia Huan's pictures. The director then said that Xia Huan had gained 10 pounds in 2 weeks for their new drama. At the same time, there are netizens who have turned over the post that Xia Huan once posted. And many people can't help but start inquiring about who in the end is the little living Buddha that Xia Huan begged for at that time, which is actually so spiritual. It didn't take long for that video of Su Ming's golden light to be dug up again. Learn that Su Ming every week will go to the temple to live one day. That day, go to the temple to see Su Ming's people are going to the temple's threshold. That guy is gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags, a sea of people. As Su Ming listened to the various words of the crowd begging for blessings, his brain was buzzing. Not only were there 10,000 ducks quacking, it was almost as if 10,000 000 ducks were gripping his brain. If the poor people really come to ask for blessing, it's fine. But the key is that some people themselves are not good people, and they still have the nerve to ask for blessing? Take for example the beautiful woman before him who knelt looking most devout. She was dressed in pearls and looked very young, but she had been begging Su Ming to give her a rich husband. My current husband is really too wimpy. Every month just takes so little money for me to spend. My little sister his husband every month to give her $500,000 pocket money of his husband. My husband just give me 2 or 3 million. Let me in front of my little sister so no face. An image quickly flashed through Su Ming's mind. An image of a man working several jobs one after another. After finishing his work and receiving his paycheck back home, the man also gave all of his paychecks to his wife at the first opportunity. Who was the young woman before him who asked for a blessing? In that instant, his heart felt as bad as if he had eaten shit. Auntie, you're over 30 and still so well maintained. Your husband works several jobs to support you alone, and he's still heartbroken that you haven't had a child with you, so you're a bit self-aware. Unfortunately, women can't hear his heart and keep complaining. And my husband he doesn't know how to be romantic at all. I'm so beautiful. He's just over 30 and he's like an old man. Greasy. I said I want to go out to travel and romance with him, and he always says he has to work and is not available. Let me go by myself. It's so tiresome. Living Buddha. Please give me a good man who is rich and handsome and knows how to be romantic. It's bad luck for your husband to have you as his best friend. He doesn't have time to travel, but he still has to work to earn money. Why do you even eat and take? I just can't walk yet. If I can beat you, I'll fend you off with one punch. Su Ming kept spitting at this woman in his heart. At the same time, there was inexplicably some heartache for her poor husband who didn't know anything. Think of his previous lives as also so like Su a few sisters. The result is so miserable. Not to mention that he does not have the ability to bless others. If he really can bless others, but also to bless that poor honest man can go a little bit of bad luck and so on. After the woman had finished worshipping Su Ming, she returned home, but it turned out to be dark, and her husband actually hadn't come home yet. She was immediately furious and called her husband. Where the hell have you been? You haven't come home so late. Are you out fooling around with other women? Honey, I'll be right back. I have something important to tell you. The man's voice on the other end of the line was a little excited. I have a surprise for you. You'll be happy. With that, the man hung up the phone in a hurry. The woman was furious. This man of hers is like this. Every time to create a little surprise still have to tell her in advance. A little romantic do not understand. When she found a rich man, she must dump him. Just as she was getting angry, the doorbell suddenly rang. A tall, good-looking man stood in front of her house with a large bouquet of roses rolled in good bills. Miss, here's a gift for you. The woman was stunned. She had only just begged the little living Buddha to give her a rich man, not realizing that a man would be at her door so soon. It's also too romantic to send her a bouquet of banknotes and roses at this meeting, isn't it? You come just come, but also send what gift? She received the flowers in the man's hand with a red face, and pulled his arm smoothly. The man ate a shock. He is a courier boy. Today received a courier, said to send such a bunch of banknote roses to the woman in front of him, and no one, and he said that there will also be additional drama. Just as he froze, the woman couldn't wait to pull him into the room, hugging and kissing him indiscriminately. You're too good to people too. I'm just going to love you to death. The woman couldn't stop being happy at the thought of living with such a handsome man with so much gold in the future. The courier boy was still a little confused, but the woman had already undressed and was riding him. Come on. I'll do whatever you want to do to me. The woman in front of him looked young and pretty, and her figure was also front and center. How could she look at a poor boy like him? I heard that some rich women like to find his kind of no money but handsome men. The other side are stripped naked. He just want to hold back, cannot hold back. Half push, half assisted, and the other side rolled into the bed. Just as the two were exchanging intense knowledge of biological chimerism, the door to the room was suddenly kicked in from outside. You actually stole behind my back. Why did you betray me? The woman's husband's agitated voice came. Startled, the woman rushed out of the covers just in time to meet her husband's angry face, but she was only flustered for a second, and quickly regained her composure, saying with all the care in the world, if you're so useless, with neither money nor romance, are you going to stop me from pursuing a better life? The husband was furious. He worked 2 or 3 jobs a day, just to give his wife a better life, did not expect her to be so bold, brought his lover to the home of the role, is when he died? And it's amazing that she can be so brazen as to justify cheating, that he could love such a bitch so much that he can't help himself. Obviously the lottery ticket he bought today won a jackpot of tens of millions of dollars, and he was in a hurry to go and deposit his money after cashing in the prize. So he first had a bouquet of banknote flowers prepared and sent home. Once upon a time, His wife had always complained that he was incapable, and he wanted to give her a better life. But in this society, it's not that easy to make money. Now it's so hard to enjoy life and his wife cheats on him. What I'm looking for is a rich man who can spoil me and understands romance, not a loser like you. Got it? The woman didn't care about the fact that she was caught cheating on her husband, and deliberately wrapped her arms around the delivery boy who wanted to run away out of fear. Of course, in her eyes this was not a delivery boy, but a rich man she had always dreamed of. I'm going to divorce you. You betrayed me so much. I'm going to net you a divorce. The man barely regained a little bit of his senses. Although he wanted to rush up and beat this pair of dogs up, it was still imperative to find a way to get a divorce first. He couldn't let this bitchy woman get divorced and still share half of the jackpot he had just won. Leave the family? The woman who thought she had found her next home laughed, and said with a sense of humor, "You have the nerve to say that you are leaving your home with the money you have in your pocket? Let me tell you, I don't care about your money. Divorce is divorce." The two went directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau to pull the divorce certificate, and the woman, because of the fear that the man will continue to pester her, without saying a word, agreed to the net. Anyway, the man's monthly salary was given to her. He couldn't have much money on him at all, and besides, she was now with that high-flying man, so would she need to worry about having no money to spend in the future? After coming out from the Civil Affairs Bureau, the woman immediately called the high-flying man in her heart. "Honey, I've already divorced. Yesterday that was all a misunderstanding. He and I have long since lost our feelings. Where are you? I'm coming to you now." After getting the address of the rich and handsome, the woman gleefully rushed over, only to find that the rich and handsome residence actually a low-cost housing. The other party came to open the door for her wearing big pants. She looked inside and found that there was only a folding bed in this small single room. "Honey, I miss you so much." The courier boy heard the words of the woman before, and thought she was a rich woman. Immediately excitedly embraced her, and again wanted to fight with her again. The woman hurriedly fended him off and said somewhat resistingly, "Why do you live in a place like this? It's too shabby, isn't it?" "Yeah, oh, why don't I move into your house now? Honey, you smell so good." The courier boy smiled and wrapped his arms around her, not noticing the change in her face. "You moved into my house? I've netted a place for you. Where else can I live?" The woman still didn't believe that her high roller would live in a place like this, and barely managed to squeeze out a smile as she said, "You must be here to experience life, right? Don't joke with me. Quickly take me to your big villa." "A big villa? Where did I get a big villa?" The courier boy was also confused. "Didn't you say you have plenty of money? How come you don't have a place to live?" "Of course my money must be given to me by you," the woman said rightfully. "In the future, people will have to rely on you to support them." The courier boy's frightened jolt instantly scattered her. She was dropped like that and fell straight to the floor. "Are you nuts? I can't even feed myself and still feed you? Trying to cheat me out of my money, are you?" The woman's eyes widened and she said in a loud voice, "You don't have any money? What kind of bills are you sending me to spend if you don't have money? I'm just a crappy courier. That flower was obviously given to you by someone else who asked me to give it to you." "When did I say I gave it to you?" The courier boy angrily scolded her. "So you don't have any money at all? You thought I was rich before you tried to sleep with me. You don't have any money. What kind of bed are you going to have with me if you don't have any money?" The woman wanted to cry. The courier boy didn't bother to talk to her and just threw her out. The woman without money and without a room directly found a small hotel to stay temporarily, thinking that someone will actually send her money to spend. Then maybe soon her really rich husband will appear. She had waited in the small hotel for days without even seeing anyone, and the little money she had left was running dry. Now her heart is indescribable regret. If not, she easily believed that the small living Buddha really spiritual, and now would not have lost the original that will give her money to spend her husband not to mention, but also lost his body. She angrily posted online, denouncing the little living Buddha as simply fraudulent and not helpful at all. When she saw that no one was responding to her posts, she simply posted more and more and started rumors that the little living Buddha had broken up her marriage. Su Ming was sitting at home, but the pot came from the sky. He sneezed, not yet realizing that many people on the internet, after reading the post posted by that woman, have begun to question the small living Buddha is intentionally in the hype. In fact, it is not useful at all. And of course, I don't know that the woman also said in the post that she had long been subjected to cold violence by her husband and wanted to divorce to find a gentle and golden good man. And after making a wish to the little living Buddha, the only ones who came to her were some scummy men who wanted to covet her beauty but didn't want to be responsible for it. Her husband was also jealous of the constant harassment of those men and played a trick to get her out of the house. Many people are heartbroken by what happened to the woman and feel that superstitious belief in the so-called little living Buddha is actually not desirable at all. Lin Nianyang was also furious when she saw the woman's post, only before she could find the woman's place and single her out offline. Another man's lengthy post exploded on the internet. Turns out the woman's ex-husband saw the post and got mad and released a video of the house. The man because of the fear of their own night shift. The woman alone in the home is not safe. Especially in the home also installed monitoring. In fact, this man has long been and the woman said, just the woman all day and night or outside to play. Long ago to the home with the monitoring of the matter to forget. That day the man also turned on the monitor to see in advance his wife's reaction after receiving the bill bouquet. I did not expect to see those sickening images directly. The day's surveillance even captured the woman's every word. The man also opens up about winning the lottery and credits it all to the blessing of the little living Buddha. The netizens who learned the truth frantically condemned the woman's shamelessness. And the woman then realized in hindsight that the person who sent her flowers that day was her husband. She wished to the little living Buddha that she wanted a rich husband. And the little living Buddha just made her husband win a jackpot of tens of millions of dollars. If she hadn't thought of that damn delivery boy as a rich man that day and couldn't wait to do that kind of thing with him, she could be a beautiful, rich wife right now. But when she made her wish, she clearly wanted a handsome and rich man. Or the little living Buddha misled her. Her ex-husband can't be called handsome in any case. Just as she was thinking about it, she swiped a recent photo posted by her ex-husband on the social media platform. His ex-husband had gone for maintenance immediately after he had the money, and had taken a short course in rapid contouring. And now, although he wasn't as handsome as a lad in his 20s, his body and face were definitely considered handsome in a man in his 30s. Wealthy and nurturing nah. Looking at the picture of her ex-husband, the woman's heart will be even more sad, wanting to die. The netizens, after seeing the photos of the husband, became even more convinced that the little living Buddha must be real. Monks are compassionate, and the little living Buddha did fulfill the woman's wish. But her own heart is not right, naturally cannot wish for success. Only the truly good-hearted, do not have evil thoughts of people, can get the blessing of the living Buddha. Seeing her ex-husband living so dashingly, the woman was also completely unable to hold back. She put on a beautiful makeup, wearing the most flirtatious clothes, quietly returned to the home with her ex-husband. By the time her ex-husband got home, he saw the woman sitting unclothed on the edge of the bed winking at her. "Hubby, you're finally back. People have been waiting for you for a long time." The woman immediately daintily ran to his side and took his arm. A trace of inexplicable exhaustion grew in the man's heart as he looked at the 1,001 women in front of him. Married for so many years, he had never seen this woman he once loved the most show this kind of appearance. He had always thought that she was too simple and conservative. Did not expect that now, for the sake of his money, she could easily do this kind of step. If he had come home in the old days, he would have been thrilled to see his wife so forthcoming. But he couldn't raise a bit of interest now. It seemed that the love of men and women was nothing more than that. If it wasn't for the little living Buddha's mercy on him, he might have been a poor man who had been cheated out of his money by his wife and abandoned by now. "Get yourself dressed and get out, or I'll call the police and say you're trespassing and kick you out." He broke away from the woman's hand and said coldly, "Hubby, I really know I'm wrong. Just give me another chance." The woman was unwilling to give up and wrapped herself around him like a water snake. "I realized how much I love you after we got divorced. I really regret separating from you. I love you so much. Don't you love me at all?" He smiled indifferently, directly poking through the woman's hypocritical mask. "What you love is my money, right? But to your disappointment, I'm going to donate all the money to the temple to cast a golden Buddha statue for the little living Buddha. And I'll be purifying myself amongst the temple in the future." "What?" The woman let go of him instantly, the tenderness in her eyes fading quickly. "I'm dressed like this and you're telling me you're going to go to a monastery?" The man nodded firmly. Since the little living Buddha so blessed him, then in the underworld he should also have a relationship with the Buddha. Anyway, marriage and women are just like that. It is better to go to the monastery to purify the picture of purity, but also can make a good karma. Soon, the fact that he had cast a golden body for the little living Buddha and had personally gone to the temple to purify himself had spread to the internet, and had been clamored for by all the major marketing numbers. Even if there were many people who did not believe in Buddhism at all, they were still attracted to go to the same temple that Su Ming went to every week to offer incense to his gold body for peace. But soon, a well-known anti-superstition anchor, Lin Tang Tang, disliked the little living Buddha inside a live event. This live stream starts with him exploring a dilapidated murder house that is said to have been the scene of a vicious murder and sleeping in it live for a night. And then the next day playing a couple of forbidden games that are widely rumored to attract evil spirits. Nothing happened as a result. He fiercely attacked the undesirability of feudal superstitions on camera. "I'm talking to you family members, gullible to these superstitious rumors circulating on the internet, or spreading these rumors, that are not desirable. We must believe in science." Lin Tang Tang said a large series of impassioned. Many netizens were infected by him, have given him a little red heart. This live gift reward has tens of thousands of Just as he finished speaking and the netizens thought he was going to go off the air, he suddenly had a change of topic. Recently is not rumored that a temple has a small living Buddha? If you offend the small living Buddha will be punished. Family members, I am now ready to go to that temple, to personally meet a little the small living Buddha. Support the anchor to go then trouble point a little off small note. Have the ability to give the anchor brush a little small gift In just a few minutes, he had a lot more gifts, even though many netizens advised him not to go to the temple. If he really offended the living Buddha will certainly be bad luck. But more than that, it was the hilarious netizens who were up in arms and swiping gifts to make sure he went. Soon Lin Tangtang arrived at the temple and confidently said to the camera, "Families, I'm going in now to see if this so-called little living Buddha is real or not." Some netizens who believed in the little living Buddha learned of this news and also flocked to his live broadcast, reminding him not to oppose the little living Buddha for no reason. "Anchor, you'd better hurry. How can a living Buddha be the same as those ghosts and monsters? Even if you go to a murder house, the temple is a place of purification. That's not a place to fool around. No one can control you if you want to be anti-superstition. But the temple is a place where we put our faith. So please respect our faith and leave quickly. The temple is a formal place. And if you go to a formal place and make trouble, even if God and Buddha don't bother with you, Uncle Hat will come and take care of you." At the same time, the temple is feeding Su Ming. Lin Nian accidentally knocked over the bottle, because the milk in the bottle has not cooled down. She was afraid of scalding her skin, so she hurriedly took off her blouse and let the nanny go to fetch herself new clothes over. Instead, she waited for the babysitter in her room wearing only her thin underwear. Su Ming also didn't expect Lin Mianian to suddenly undress in front of her, and somewhat awkwardly twisted his head. "At least there's a difference between men and women. You're still my godmother. It's a bit bad to just give me benefits like that, isn't it?" Lin Mian heard his words, almost did not laugh out loud. This kid, Dumbo, is not even developed. Know the difference between men and women? She deliberately made a bad move and picked Su Ming up. "You baby, let godmother perfume you." Su Ming desperately twisted his body, his face full of resistance. Just as she was fooling around with Su Ming, a strange man's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Families, I will go in now and see what punishment the little living Buddha will give us." Lin Mianian was startled and hurriedly hugged Su Ming and hid behind the curtain. What kind of people are so unqualified that they want to come in directly? She had just complained mentally when the door was kicked in from the outside. Lin Tangtang had inquired about this room long before he came to the temple that the little living Buddha lived in. He turned his head from side to side and didn't see the little living Buddha, but he saw a lot of fruits on the counter. "Everyone watch. I will now eat the little living Buddha's offering fruit. See if the little living Buddha will immediately punish me. He set up the camera and grabbed a fruit and said to the camera, "Come on, those who want to see the anchor eat the offering fruit. Give the anchor the likes to 1 million. Likes to 1 million. I'll eat it right away." Lin Nianwen had wanted to make a sound to tell the people outside to hurry up and get out, but when she heard that he was broadcasting live, she was so scared that she didn't even dare to speak. Lin Tongtong's live broadcast, so many people who revered the little living Buddha angrily told him not to eat the fruit offerings. But these people's advice but let Lin Tangtang more pleased. To the camera vibrant words, "You all see, even if such anti-superstition anchor has been preaching feudal superstition is not desirable, there are still a lot of people obsessed with it. Can see that we are in the anti-superstition of this road has been the obstacle of a lot of obstacles, but the pass is difficult to pass. We will be afraid of it? We will not." Hearing his words, Su Ming silently sighed. How does that describe him as the ultimate villain? After Lin Tongtong's live broadcast surpassed 1 million likes, he did immediately eat a fruit. After waiting for a while, still nothing happened, and those netizens who said that he would definitely be punished by the little living Buddha for eating the fruit instantly became the object of ridicule. As you can see, the little living Buddha is nothing more than a temple deliberately hyped up in order to make money. Everyone should believe in science. It just so happens that I'm also hungry, so I'll take this plate of fruit offerings to pad my stomach. Lin Tangtang saw that there were still people who still felt that the little living Buddha would give punishment to him, and immediately directly ate the whole plate of fruits. When he finished eating the fruit, or nothing happened. The abbot and the monks in the temple got the news and rushed over to let him go, but in return, he was questioned whether the speculation of the little living Buddha was discovered by him, and now he is weak-minded before trying to let him go. Scholar, the Buddhist sect is a place of purity. The little living Buddha is not someone you can easily offend. You'd better leave quickly and not disturb the little living Buddha's rest. It was also the first time the abbot had encountered this kind of person who came to cause trouble. He simply wouldn't be able to argue with anyone. He could only persuade him bitterly. Lin Tangtang, however, found the point in his words on his own. Disturbing the little living Buddha's rest? Then seeing as how the little living Buddha you've been deliberately hyping up is right here? His gaze turned around the room, then locked onto the curtain. It seems that the little living Buddha is hiding behind here, and after being encountered by me, an anti-superstition blogger, he only dares to hide behind it, right? Lin Myannian's heart tightened as she listened, and she kind of regretted that she had just directly let the nanny take away the dirty clothes she had changed out of, and now that she couldn't find any clothes to cover up a bit, she could only pray that the psychopath outside wouldn't suddenly barge in. Families, I will now go in and personally see what a godly thing the little living Buddha really is and expose his true colors. With that, Lin Tangtang walked over to the curtain, to lift it with one hand. The abbot and the monks tried to come forward to stop them, and he immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Afraid that I'll expose you guys and want to beat people up? Is that it?" The viewers in my live broadcast room are watching. The monks were so scared that they didn't dare to come forward. They were a group of monks who ate fasting and read the Buddha's teachings. Where could they cope with Lin Tangtang's kind of playing the scoundrel? Seeing that Lin Tangtang was about to lift the curtain, Su Ming could only sigh helplessly. It's true that people can't be stopped if they're looking for shit. Rumble. A thunderbolt struck down from the sky with a cooching sound, directly and precisely splitting a hole in the part of the roof above Lin Tangtang's head. Before Lin Tangtang could react, he had already been smashed to the ground by a large pile of tiles on the roof, and when he climbed up to pick up his cell phone, when he touched the back of his head, it was actually full of blood all over the back of his head. Before the crowd in the live broadcast room could understand what was happening, they were stunned to see Lin Tangtang in agonizing pain. This is the little living Buddha getting angry. The anchor has gone too far in his death-defying endeavors. Oh my god, did it just thunder? I saw the screen light up for a second. It seems so. I've heard that causing the wrath of the gods and Buddhas attracts heavenly thunder. Only the crowd in the live broadcast room hadn't even chatted for a few moments before Lin Tangtang's live broadcast room was blocked because it involved gory elements. Su Ming could guess what was happening even if he couldn't see what was going on outside the curtain. After all, he was the one who invited the thunder. I'm sorry, brother. Who let you still open the live broadcast? If my godmother is so exposed by you, people a girl, it's easy to think about it. Then we can only aggrieve you and take some lightning strikes. Besides, you ate my offering fruit before. A little bit of bad luck is also counted as to clear it. When Lin Mian heard Su Ming's words, she then happily hugged and kissed him. Online, Lin Tangtang has been on fire. In particular, some of Lin Tangtang's diehard fans simply didn't believe that he was being punished by the little living Buddha, and asked Lin Tangtang what had happened in various groups. But after half a day of asking, there was no news. Even though Lin Tangtang's live room had been unblocked, he didn't open a live stream to respond. Eventually someone couldn't help but be curious and personally went to the temple to ask the abbot and those who offered incense at the temple, and they all said that they saw a shocking thunderbolt that day, and that it flashed for a good reason and then didn't move. There was even a netizen who was making a video at the time and captured the thundering scene. The netizens compared the time of thunder and the time of Lin Tangtang's live broadcast, more convinced that Lin Tangtang was struck by lightning. It was not only sunny, but also a little bit of drought. In this kind of weather, it is simply impossible to thunder for no reason. Now even Lin Tangtang's fans are beginning to believe in the authenticity of the little living Buddha. Those who originally gave Lin Tangtang likes and brushes gifts, encouraging him to provoke the small living Buddha's netizens also all dare not speak. Some personally go to the temple to kowtow to the small living Buddha to apologize, saying that he did not mean to offend. And some said that let the small living Buddha to go to Lin Tangtang. So Lin Tang a person's bad luck. Do not blame it on his head. The internet is discussing whether Lin Tangtang has already died because of offending the little living Buddha. But netizens who revere the little living Buddha have always insisted that the living Buddha has a compassionate heart, and that even if he is angry with Lin Tangtang, he will only bring him bad luck. But the hotspots on the internet are always changing rapidly, and after a few days of this incident, there was gradually no one talking about it. But just at this time, Lin Tangtang once again opened the live broadcast, and those die-hard fans of his thought that he was going to expose the truth about the little living Buddha and promote anti-superstition ideas like he did before, because once upon a time, Lin Tangtang had investigated a few groups that relied on pretending to be gods and goddesses to scam money, and at that time, there were some paranormal incidents that happened to him, but it didn't take long for him to find out that it was someone who was secretly working on the ghosts. These die-hard fans of his were convinced that he must have found out the truth when he was back on the air, and flocked to his live broadcast, but to their surprise, the camera had shaved his hair. Thank you all for still coming to see my live broadcast. Today I opened the broadcast mainly to apologize to little living Buddha, begging him to forgive me for those treacherous actions I did before. The tone of his voice in the camera was sincere and flat, without the aggressive aura he had in the past. His eyes were red and he looked very haggard. Obviously a few days ago he was a glowing man, and now this look has startled his fans. Lin Tangtang hung his head and said what had happened to him in the past few days. That day in the temple, I was struck by lightning because I did something disrespectful to the little living Buddha. I wanted to go to the hospital to get bandaged up, but I was hit by a minivan while I was walking halfway down the road. And now my calf is still in a cast. These days as long as I go out, either encountered overhead throwing, or there is a roadside tree branches suddenly fell, and I invested in some of the funds originally rose well, but also suddenly in the overnight plunge. I order takeaway to eat. Order to eat in the food there are always worms and other dirty things. No matter which one to order it is like this. A brand of clothes I bought also broke the news yesterday that the quality control was substandard and I might get skin cancer after wearing it for a long time. Including this house I'm renting now. And the landlord suddenly said that he won't rent it to me anymore and asked me to move out tomorrow. The netizens in the live broadcast room listen to all feel bizarre. A person can actually be so unlucky for a good reason. Clothing, food, housing and transportation in all aspects of the bad luck. Which is not the same as the previous groups of those who cheated the money to intentionally pretend to be ghosts to scare Lin Tang Tang is not the same. In fact, Lin Tang Tang has not yet told the whole story of his entire encounter. The past few nights he has been able to encounter some spiritual critters every day. At first he thought it was the little living Buddha who was intentionally trying to scare him, and he didn't take it seriously, but as a result, last night, he saw a small black cat licked his fingers, and when he woke up this morning his hand has been in pain. And this is the same hand that he was holding the offering fruit in at the time. He went to the hospital and the doctor said nothing was wrong with his hand, but he was clearly in too much pain to stand. Now he also had to believe that the little living Buddha was real. In order to save his life, he immediately went to the temple to look for the little living Buddha. But it so happened that the little living Buddha was not in the temple today, and it was only on the advice of the abbot that he decided to shave his head and send out his family in order to gain the forgiveness of the little living Buddha. In the future, I won't broadcast live or post superstition-related videos. Now that I've converted to Buddhism, I'll be purifying myself from now on. At the end of the live broadcast, Lin Tang Tang solemnly announced his intention to retire from the internet and become a monk. And not long after going off the air, he literally deleted all of his anti-superstition videos and simply disappeared from the internet. Before that, he was the anti-superstition blogger with the most followers on the net, and many of the places he'd been to fight counterfeiting. Other anti-superstition bloggers would follow suit and go over to find out what was going on. Such a big netizen actually converted to Buddhism directly after failing to fight the fake little living Buddha? To know that with Lin Tang Tang's number of fans, he can get more than 100,000 rewards for each live broadcast. The value of an account can reach tens of millions. If the little living Buddha is really the temple hype, then they can have to spend tens of millions of dollars to buy Lin Tang Tang's account, and it cannot be used, which is not realistic at all. It could only mean that Lin Tang Tang was truly frightened by the little living Buddha's punishment. Soon after, the phrase Lin Tang Tang's departure from the family rushed to the hot search. Many people, even if they never watch Lin Tang Tang's live streams and videos, know that he's a very famous and powerful anti-superstition blogger, and when they see the phrase that he's a Buddhist monk, many of them think it's a spoof, and then they click on it to realize that it's true. Soon there were marketing numbers reviewing the whole process before and after the incident of Lin Tang Tang leaving the house, which was originally just a small hotspot, but now it directly triggered the network. There are also people who made a comparison picture of Lin Tang Tang's previous godly appearance and his current depressed appearance, which spread in various groups because the impact was too great. And some good netizens even made a funny emoticon of Lin Tang Tang being struck by lightning. When Su Ningxue saw this emoticon for the first time in the company's large group of employees, she couldn't help but laugh a little as well. But soon she couldn't stop laughing as she swiped on the hot search to find the before and after of Lin Tang Tang's coming out incident. Especially after hearing that the little living Buddha was still a small baby, it felt even more that this little living Buddha should be Su Ming. And Lin Tang Tang's experience of being unlucky after offending the little living Buddha was very much like what happened to her sisters after offending Su Ming. She hastily rummaged through the internet to find a video about the little living Buddha. But the video was all about the little living Buddha being held in someone's arms, and she couldn't see the front face at all. In order to verify the conjecture in her heart, Su Ningxue personally went to the temple the next day, and although she didn't see Su Ming, she saw the golden body of the little living Buddha. The appearance of that golden body was none other than Su Ming. Her suspicions were fulfilled, and she was so excited that she immediately took a picture of the little living Buddha and went back to the Su family to find her grandfather, Su Jinting. Although Su Jinting was no longer involved in the Su family's business affairs, the Su family's power was still in Su Jinting's hands. This time, she had specially come to see Su Jinting, and it was also because of the Su family head matter. She told Su Jinting all about what had happened between the Su family and Su Ming during this period of time, as well as the fact that Su Ming was the little living Buddha. Grandpa, instead of continuing to fight against Su Ming and Chen Wanshou, why don't we turn our differences into peace? as long as we bring Su Ming back into the Su family, and with the blessing of the little living Buddha, the Su family will surely get through the immediate crisis safely. Humph. My huge Su family has actually been reduced to bowing down to a baby and child now? Su Jinting took a sip of tea, his tone filled with arrogance and disdain. Tell me, what is it that you want me to do? Is it hard to want me to give this Su family head position to that little doll to sit on? Su Ming is now too young to be the Su family head. It is indeed inappropriate to be the Su family head, but we can ask Chen Wanqiu to be the Su family head first. Su Ningxue pondered for a moment, knelt in front of Su Jinting and earnestly said, now that Chen Wanqiu and Su Ming are mother and son, as long as Chen is in one mind. Humph. Su Jinting didn't wait for her words to finish. He was already bursting with anger, and with a direct fling of his hand, he threw the tea light onto the floor in front of her. The porcelain collided on the marble floor, and instantly split into pieces. The tea inside splashed Su Ningxue all over, and she couldn't help but draw in a cool breath as she was scalded. You insidious thing! How did my Su family raise such a white-eyed wolf like you? Although Su Jinting's tone was not intense, it contained a strong pressure that made people shiver. Su Ningxue resisted his oozing gaze, raised her head and insisted, Grandpa, what I said is true. Su Ming is really the little living Buddha, and no one who offends him has a good ending. If you don't believe me, you can personally take a look at the recent news about the little living Buddha. Nonsense. Su Jinting snorted coldly. Get out of here. Reflect on yourself. When Su Ningxue saw how oily he was, she could only bite her lip and stand up with difficulty, walking out. The moment she closed the door, Su Jinting's face immediately revealed a few moments of hesitation. Just now, that look of his was just a forced pretense. That is, he was no longer dealing with the affairs of the Su family, but in these recent days, what had happened to the several sisters of the Su family, as well as the current situation of the Su family, he was all too aware of. But it was too much to ask him to believe that a little baby was a living Buddha. What's more, this little baby looks exactly like that sinful seed of Su Ming. After thinking about it, he decided to visit the temple himself. After letting someone find out the day when the little living Buddha would go to the temple, he personally rushed over there, and it just so happened that he was also a believer in Buddhism, so he thought of it as going to the temple to offer incense. At 6 o'clock in the morning, he thought that since he had come to the temple so early, no one else must have come, so he would have the chance to see the little living Buddha first, to make sure that the little living Buddha was Su Ming or not. But when he arrived at the entrance of the temple, a long line had actually formed outside the temple's doors. Old man, are you also here to worship the little living Buddha? A young man in line outside eagerly struck up a conversation with him. Su Jinting smiled unnaturally, somewhat reluctantly following his words. Yes, I read on the internet that the little living Buddha is very spiritual, and I don't know if it's true or not. That person immediately converged on the face of the smile. Seriously, this cannot dare to say nonsense. Small living Buddha is certainly true. I did before the project, encountered a rogue boss, owed me a year's salary has not been to me to end. I went to ask for it also do not return. Last week I specially came to worship the small living Buddha. This is not a go back to the old rogue boss to take the initiative to pay me back the money. Yes, so spiritual? Su Jinting was a bit surprised. You're not making up stories, are you? Old man, how can you question the little living Buddha? I'm here to return a wish. Just like him, my mother-in-law couldn't get a specialist's number after half a month of back pain, but after worshipping the little living Buddha, she got one right away. All thanks to the little living Buddha. Yeah, and me, I've been taking the teacher's license test for 2 years, and every time I failed the interview, I specially came and begged the little living Buddha before this interview, and I passed in a flash. A young girl next to me also added, me too. I've been kneeling continuously in the game before. After worshipping the little living Buddha I've already won 30 consecutive victories. Many of the people queuing outside heard that someone didn't believe in the little living Buddha and gathered around to talk to him about the blessings he had once bestowed on them. But after hearing more, Su Jinting instead felt that these people were somewhat suspicious. You can't all be actors, specifically here to fool an old man like me, right? He looked at the young man who first struck up a conversation with him with questioning eyes. Don't think that I'm easy to fool just because I'm old. His words had just fallen, and before the young man could retort to him, a disgruntled female voice suddenly came out from the slant. Elder Su, if you've come to look for trouble today, then you can leave. Chen Wanqiu walked out of the temple with a sulky face. As the daughter-in-law of the Su family's imperial capital branch, she naturally knew Su Jinting, and out of respect for her elders, as soon as she saw Su Jinting just now, she wanted to ask him to come in first, only that before she acted. She heard Su Jinting's words and instantly changed her mind. Chen Wanqiu. Su Jinting narrowed his eyes and was stunned for a moment before laughing. It seems that the little living Buddha in this temple is really Su Ming. You guys are really quite capable of pretending to be gods and goddesses, and I'm afraid that you also know that I'm going to come today, and that's why you intentionally asked so many actors to come in front of me to put on a show, right? Chen Wanxiu was initially a bit confused as to what kind of bullshit Su Jinting was talking about, and when she reacted, she really couldn't hold back her laughter. Ha ha ha, hiring actors? She laughed her ass off. Master Su, you're treating yourself too much like a character, aren't you? Did I make the mistake of hiring so many actors for you? The surrounding people who had come to worship the little living Buddha were also very dissatisfied with Su Jinting. That's right. You old man, how do you talk? I think you're just here to cause trouble on purpose, aren't you? If you don't worship the little living Buddha, we still have to do so, so get lost. Su Jinting had never been besieged like this in his life, and was instantly enraged, pointing at Chen Wanxiu and about to start cursing. Just then, Shen Anming suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Jinting, what are you doing here? Su Jinting and Shen Anming were old friends for many years, and Su Jinting was surprised to see an old friend he hadn't seen in days in a place like this. Shen Anming said smilingly, "Didn't I keep talking to you about my back pain a while ago? Then I came to worship the little living Buddha, and I didn't expect to find an old Chinese doctor specializing in treating back pain not long after I went back, and he directly gave me a medicine that cured me of this old problem for many years." Su Jinting was a bit puzzled. To think that even you believe in these subtle things? That's not good if you don't believe it. In that online video, the heavenly strike of thunder is real. Shen Anming immediately said, "You've come here to worship the little living Buddha. It's not possible that you haven't seen that video of the little living Buddha immortal spirit, right?" What video? Su Jinting only remembered Su Ningxiu as saying that the little living Buddha was very spiritual, but nothing else seemed to have been said. Shen Anming immediately turned over the video that netizens had previously posted of Lin Tangtang being struck by lightning. Look, this person was struck by lightning after offending the little living Buddha. Before that he was a big anti-superstition netizen. Now he's straight up a monk. This video can't be a forgery, right? Su Jinting was still a bit incredulous. Of course not. I was also in the vicinity of this temple that day and saw a bolt of clear sky fall with my own eyes. Shen Anming corrected his color. Otherwise I wouldn't have thought of coming to worship the little living Buddha. Elder Shen, long time no see. Chen Wanxiu spoke out at the right time. Because of Shen Ningwei's relationship, Shen Anming and Chen Wanxiu had also met a few times before. Isn't this Wanxiu? You've been very popular in the international center lately. Why? Are you here to worship the little living Buddha? Chen Wanxiu smiled faintly. That's not true. As soon as her words fell, Lin Mian and Dai Shui walked out of the house together with Su Ming in their arms. It's the little living Buddha. The little living Buddha has come out. Someone immediately shouted out in surprise. All of them immediately fell to their knees, and one by one, they reverently bowed down to Su Ming. Chen Wanxiu took Su Ming from Lin Mianmian's hands and said politely to Elder Shen, "I'm here today to send the child to the temple to cultivate, and I promised the abbot before that I would let Xiao Ming come to the temple for a day every week." Ms. Chen, have you finished with this outside matter? Dai Shui looked at Chen Wanxiu with some anxiety, her words carrying a hidden urgency. Let's go inside. Chen Wanxiu left the dumbfounded Shen Anming and Su Jinting behind and carried Su Ming into the temple. Su Jinting looked at Shen Anming's reaction. Know that he is also only now know that the little living Buddha is Su Ming. Suddenly also some half-belief. And again Shen Anming is still witness that lightning strike scene. He waited quietly outside the temple with curiosity, waiting for when Su Ming would come out. On the other hand, Dai Shui, who had returned to her room, also poured out her inner pain to Su Ming. Actually, I've been married for a long time. In front of everyone, she hesitantly blurted out a shocking secret. What? Then you even agreed to speculate on CP with Liang Hong before? Lin Mian was surprised. I was also forced by the company then, saying that if I didn't cooperate, they would make me pay a high amount of liquidated damages. Dai Shui was very aggrieved. And your husband? Can he agree to this as well? Chen Wanxiu was a bit puzzled. If someone wanted to speculate on a CP with her, Su Bingjun would definitely be the first to say no. Speaking of this topic, Dai Shui is even more difficult. In fact, my husband's family is very powerful and influential. I just got married when I thought I was married to a rich family, but I have not been able to conceive a child. My mother-in-law looked at me in the wrong way, saying that my stomach does not compete. My husband is a two-rooted soft. Always listen to my mother-in-law. No wonder you got married and no paparazzi found out anything. Lin Mian understood. Nowadays, there is no impermeable wall in the entertainment circle. Dai Shui can do hidden marriage and not be discovered by anyone. It must be her in-laws have made a point of it. Dai Shui nodded. Well, because my mother-in-law has always disliked me, so she also doesn't want people outside to know that I'm married to her son. Before that thing about me and Liang Hong's fried CP was known to her, she was about to kick me out of the house. Luckily, there was a little living Buddha to help clarify the matter, but I'm now on the verge of getting a divorce as well. Hearing, Lin Mian and Chen Wanqiu are a little heartbroken. Daishui, just because you cannot give birth to a child to be forced to divorce, it is really poor. Don't be too sad. This kind of man is as good as married. Better not. Chen Wanqiu patted her shoulder and comforted her. When you're divorced, come to me as a model. My house is full of products. I guarantee you won't be able to finish shooting for the rest of your life. Yeah, just leave. What can I do? Lin Nian also huffed. But I don't want to divorce my husband yet. I came to see the little living Buddha today to ask him to bless me again. Can I ask him to change my mother-in-law's attitude a little? Su Ming was also helpless. To this kind of stubborn old lady, not being able to hold a grandson is like taking her life. How can I reason with her? I can't just summon heavenly thunder to strike that old lady to death. People are also not guilty to death. This matter you should go to the gold medal mediator. What is the use of looking for me? Hearing Su Ming's heartfelt words, the little expectations in Lin Mian and Chen Wanqiu's hearts were dashed. This was Daishui's family matter, and it was not good for the two of them outsiders to interfere. After comforting Daishui for a while, and waiting until after dark, Lin Nian suddenly came up with an idea, proposing that she take Su Ming to Daishui's house for a few days, so that perhaps Granny Daishui would change her mind after seeing Su Ming. They walked out of the temple, and before they got into the car, an image suddenly appeared in Su Ming's mind of Daishui lying on the bed resting with a large stomach. He instantly sobered up. It seemed that this was a picture of the future as well. Daishui should be pregnant soon, but how was he going to tell Daishui when he couldn't even eat his words now? Wouldn't it be too late to find out she was pregnant after Daishui and her husband divorced? He had the bright idea of touching Daishui's stomach in the void and laughed. Several people were startled by Su Ming's actions, not knowing what he was doing. Su Ming hurriedly raised his hand again and gestured a few times at Daishui's stomach. Don't you get it? Wasn't it obvious what I implied? Seeing that several people were still several faces confused, he became anxious. Chen Wanqiu, who had heard his heartfelt words, reacted and said happily to Daishui, "Is this Xiaoming's way of feeling that you're going to be pregnant with a little baby? And that's why he keeps wanting to touch your belly?" Daishui was stunned for a few seconds before she burst out laughing happily. "Really? Can I really get pregnant? I'll be damned. Finally understands what I mean." Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief and smiled even more happily. Seeing his smile, Daishui couldn't help but cry with joy, and a few people happily got into the car and left. Only after they left did Su Jinting walk out from the shadows. "That woman, do you recognize her?" Su Jinting turned his head to ask his life assistant. The assistant pondered for a moment. "It seems to be the daughter-in-law of oil tycoon Su Ziyuan, only that the Su family has been unwilling to recognize her because she couldn't give birth to a child." Su Jinting thoughtfully asked his assistant to specifically check Daishui's medical records from her previous doctor's appointments. It turns out that after checking, she realizes that Daishui was born with severe infertility, and unless the sun comes out of the west, she will never be able to get pregnant in her life. He let out a cold laugh. Sure enough, what little living Buddha was a lie. He wouldn't easily believe the ghost trick that Chen Wanqiu had suspiciously created. On the other hand, when Daishui returned home, her mother-in-law was watching TV at home, and when she saw her come back, she immediately rolled her eyes in displeasure. Where did the little vixen go to fool around again? Coming home so late. You don't know to spend more time with your husband. I think my big grandson is really going to pop out of the stone. Mom, I did go to the temple today to offer incense, and the little living Buddha in the temple said that I will have a baby soon. Daishui shared the good news with her mother-in-law with some trepidation, but her mother-in-law didn't look happy at all. Instead she sneered out, "What little living Buddha? The doctor has said that you're just an old hen who can't place an order. Why did our Su family marry such a useless waste like you?" "No, Mom, this time it's for real." Daishui quickly waved her hand. Her mother-in-law was immediately enraged and directly threw the orange peel in her hand into her face. "What isn't? You think you can fool my son with your sweet words, but can you fool me? I'm telling you, if you're not capable of having a child, you should hurry up and divorce my son. Don't cut off my Su family's posterity." Daishui lowered her head. She did not know how many times she had heard this kind of words, but when she heard it again, her heart would still be aggrieved. Yo. Say a few words and you're still crying. Shed a few drops of horse urine for whoever to see. Seeing her tears, her mother-in-law instead became even more disgusted and casually raised her hand. "Get out of here. Don't keep hanging around in front of me if you have nothing to do. Then I'll go back to my room first." Daishui huffed and went back to her room to lie on her bed, her heart also filled with sadness. It was just that unlike usual, this time with Su Ming's reminder. She believed that she would be able to conceive a child soon, and there was still a hope in spite of her sadness. So this time she quickly sorted herself out and drifted off to sleep, falling into a dream. In the dream, She was kneeling in front of a statue of Buddha, praying devoutly that God could give her a child. Please grant me a child as lovely as Su Ming, as well-behaved and blessed. I've done good deeds and virtues all my life. I've never done anything bad. I beg heaven to look down on me. She pitifully prayed to the Buddha statue, telling of her grievances over the years of being deliberately made difficult by her mother-in-law and being left out in the cold by her husband. And as she spoke, a droplet of water suddenly fell on her face, and when she looked up, the Buddha statue had actually turned into Su Ming's appearance and was actually shedding tears as well. Just as she froze, Su Ming's tears fell onto her stomach, and her stomach instantly grew. She could even feel the presence of the little life in her stomach. So this is what it feels like to be pregnant? She was so elated that she opened her eyes again, and it was daylight. Just in time, her cell phone rang, and she picked it up to find that it was actually Cotton Bell calling. What's wrong, Cotton Bell? She asked as she hurriedly picked up the phone. And you have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Didn't we have a deal yesterday? I'm going to bring Xiao Ming to your house today to stay for a few days off, but how come your family won't let me in as soon as they heard that I'm here to look for you? Dead or alive? Lin Nian complained on the other end of the phone. Is it? Dai Shui, who was still a bit dazed from her sleep, immediately woke up and ran out of the room to find her mother-in-law sitting calmly in the dining room eating breakfast. She hesitated, but decided to cross her mother-in-law to open the door for Cotton Bell. Stop! Her mother-in-law suddenly put down the milk in front of her and said nonchalantly, "What are you going to do? Going to open the door for your unsavory friends, are you?" "They're not unsavory friends," Dai Shui hurriedly explained. "No, by yourself. What kind of good friends can you make? You're bragging in front of your friends that you're the daughter-in-law of our Su family. Haven't I warned you before? Before you give me a grandson, don't say you're a member of our Su family to the outside world. I've never recognized you." The mother-in-law snorted coldly and chided. "Mom, I didn't say anything to them. They just came to my house to see me." Dai Shui bit her lip and explained. Without my permission today, I'll see if you dare to let them in." The granny straightened her body, full of arrogance. Dai Shui instantly cringed a little. Her relationship with her mother-in-law was now so bad that she usually didn't dare to say a word against her mother-in-law, and now asking her to openly disobey her mother-in-law's words was a little tough for her as well. Just then, Cotton Bell seemed to be unable to wait and rang the doorbell again. Thinking of that dream last night, Dai Shui's heart crossed, pretending not to see her mother-in-law's oozing eyes, and rushed to the door to open it for Cotton Bell. "Sorry, I got up late today. Next time I'll be sure to come earlier to open the door for you." She took Su Ming from Cotton Bell and couldn't stop apologizing. Dai Shui's mother-in-law was furious. All of a sudden stood up from in front of the dining table, walked over to her and was about to scold her. But in the next second, she saw a naive Su Ming. The moment he locked eyes with her, Su Ming immediately revealed a cute smile. Granny Dai Shui wanted her grandson not for a day or two. Usually when she went out and saw other grandmothers bringing their grandchildren out to play, she would have to look at them a few more times. And the moment she saw Su Ming, the anger in her heart was a few points smaller. "Mom, it's sunny outside. Xiao Ming is still a little baby. It's easy to get sunburned staying outside. I'll go out with them later." Dai Shui hurriedly handed her mother-in-law a pleading look. The granny stared at Su Ming for a few moments before she said somewhat oddly, "Why are you still going out when you know the sun is high? I see that you're really not thinking clearly either. So stay for lunch." After she finished speaking, she turned around with an unnatural expression and instructed the family's chef, "Prepare some complimentary food for the little baby, and ask what other people's children are avoiding, so that it doesn't get out that our Su family has no family education." "Yes." The chef immediately nodded respectfully. Dai Shui was also a bit confused. Just now she was worried that her mother-in-law would scold Cotton Bell and Su Ming together. How could she suddenly seem like a different person? As Su Ming suddenly grunted and once again raised his hand to touch Dai Shui's stomach. Su Ming intentionally laughed loudly, attracting Granny Dai Shui's attention. Granny Dai Shui looked at his movements and was a bit odd. "What is this child laughing at?" Lin Mianian hurriedly said. "I'm not sure. Maybe he thinks there's something interesting in Dai Shui's stomach. It's said that children can see things that adults can't." Grandmother Dai Shui stared at Dai Shui's stomach for a moment before she said with some disgust, "It's all a bunch of subterfuge. But in my heart, I have some inexplicable expectations. Is it possible that Dai Shui is really pregnant?" Lin Mianian had predicted that Dai Shui's mother-in-law was not a good person to deal with before she came, and she didn't care about the other party's yin and yang, taking Dai Shui's hand to accompany her to talk for half a day. By noon, the chef had not only made a table of meals to entertain Lin Nian as requested by Granny Dai Shui, but had also specially prepared delicious baby supplements for Su Ming. "I'm sorry, we don't have a baby chair at home. I'm afraid it's a bit inconvenient for Xiao Ming to eat," Dai Shui said somewhat apologetically. "Yeah, I don't even have kids in this house. So where's the baby chair? Her mother-in-law smoothly chimed in. It's fine. Little Ming doesn't need to be so troublesome to eat. Lin Niannian pretended she didn't understand her mother-in-law's words and sat down with Su Ming in her arms. Su Ming picked up the baby bowl and spoon on the dining table by himself and ate it, not needing to be fed at all, and eating especially well. Grandma Dai Shui was stunned. A child this young can actually eat his own supplements without even being fed? Of course, little Ming is very smart, not to mention supplements. He can even peel his own orange banana when he eats it now. Lin Niannian said smilingly, for an ordinary child, who was only a few months old. Of course he couldn't do it, but Su Ming wasn't an ordinary child. Su Ming was a bit speechless. While burying his head to eat, he spat in his heart. I'm not a retarded child. Isn't it normal that I would eat fruits by myself? Granny Dai Shui looked at Su Ming's well-behaved appearance. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. If her future grandson could be as well-behaved and smart as Su Ming, and look so cute, that would really be a blessing that she had cultivated in several lifetimes. Su Ming finished his meal, looked up and looked around, and suddenly stretched out his hands to Granny Dai Shui and grunted. Lin Niannian was a bit surprised. It seems like Xiao Ming likes you quite a bit, Auntie. Auntie, do you want to give Xiao Ming a hug? Dai Shui mother-in-law of course can't refuse such a cute little munchkin, but she also wants to save face. It's not good to immediately have a 180-degree change in attitude. After all, she just forbade Dai Shui to open the door to these two people. Okay, I'll give him a hug since he has to. She received Su Ming and looked at the other party's fleshy little face, and after enduring, she finally couldn't hold back from teasing him. Seeing that her mother-in-law also liked Su Ming, Dai Shui was relieved in her heart. However, in the next second, Su Ming's small hand swung, directly knocking over the teacup in front of her mother-in-law. Tea flowed all over the floor and the cups broke. I'm really sorry, this child hasn't been this rowdy before, probably because he was momentarily excited to see you. Lin Niannian hurriedly apologized and incidentally patted Grandma Dai Shui on the back. Dai Shui was also very nervous, fearing that her mother-in-law would get angry and kick Su Ming and the two of them out. After all, that tea was her mother-in-law's favorite kind of health tea, and I heard that it was very hard to buy, and her mother-in-law had to ask for connections to buy a few jars. But what I didn't expect was that this time, her mother-in-law wasn't angry at all. Instead, she was the first to care about whether Su Ming had scalded himself. You my little living treasure? This is boiling water. Blow on Grandma's hand. She breathed out a few times into Su Ming's hand, making sure that Su Ming was fine before letting her heart drop. Wasn't it just a teacup that got knocked over? Why are you all looking at me? Is it natural for children to be naughty? Can I still be bothered with a child? Seeing Dai Shui and the two of them both looking at her 10,000 times more nervously, she scolded without any good humor. Lin Nian was just about to compensate for her smile when she heard Su Ming's heartfelt voice. I'm not being naughty. This health tea of yours is comparable to chronic poison. I'm not letting you drink it for your own good. Just now Su Ming smelled the flavor of this tea and felt that something was wrong. Wasn't this the life-saving health tea that he had brushed up against in the news in his previous lives? At that time, the gang selling this tea deliberately said that this tea adhere to drink not only can prolong life, but also can prevent Alzheimer's disease, alleviate the symptoms of 3 highs. In short, it is the middle-aged and elderly people treasure to the point of no return. This kind of talk is certainly not useful to young people, but it hits the nail on the head for middle-aged and older people. Many elderly people are not only brainwashed crazy to buy this kind of health tea, but also amenable to their friends and relatives to buy, so that this kind of look is a fraudulent fake in the middle-aged and old people's circle all the rage, and ultimately alarmed the relevant departments. Under the investigation of the relevant departments, only to find out that this tea is not only ineffective, drink too much is also easy to affect the cardiovascular function, is a proper life-threatening tea. At that time when this news was only broadcast, there were still many brainwashed middle-aged and elderly people who did not believe in it. And the authorities concerned spent a lot of time on publicity and allowed community workers to go door to door to persuade those elderly people to come to their senses. It's just that I can protect you for a moment, but I can't protect you for a lifetime. I hope that before the authorities find out about this tea, you don't drink too much and die. Su Ming sighed in his heart, but on his face he still showed a cute smile to Granny Dai Shui. Hearing Su Ming's words, Lin Niannian quietly pulled Dai Shui to the side and whispered, "What kind of tea is that your mother-in-law is drinking? Why does it smell so strange to me?" Dai Shui turned her head and carefully glanced at her mother-in-law who was playing with Su Ming, and lowered her voice. "Don't talk nonsense. My mother-in-law is going to be upset again when she hears about it. That's a specially blended health tea by the health masters. It's said that my mother-in-law and her friends are all drinking it. A master of health and wellness? What kind of wellness master?" Lin Niannian hurriedly shook her head. "That tea your mother-in-law drank was obviously problematic. How do you stop it?" I don't dare. Dai Shui shrunk her neck. My mother-in-law especially believes in that master. Lin Nianyan rolled her eyes and had an idea in her mind. She pulled Dai Shui and walked to the dining table, pretending to be curious. Auntie, what is this tea you just drank? It smells so good. I've never smelled this flavor before. Where did you buy it? This tea is not ordinary. You can't even buy it if you want to. When it came to the health tea, Granny Dai Shui's face was indescribably proud, and she told Lin Mianian about the efficacy of this tea and how she bought it. Lin Mianian, however, deliberately bristled. Auntie, you're bragging, aren't you? Can a nourishing tea have so many effects? Of course there is. It was personally blended by the master of nourishment. Granny Dai Shui was anxious when she saw that she didn't believe it. I don't believe it. It must be a lie. Unless. Lin Mianyang wrinkled her eyebrows and deliberately didn't say the next half of the sentence, waiting for Granny Dai Shui to ask. Unless what? Unless you take this tea to a professional testing organization for identification, and the results say that this tea is really so powerful, then I will believe it. Just send it. Master's stuff. It's absolutely true. You little girl. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten. You still don't believe me? Granny Dai Shui immediately laughed out softly and agreed with incomparable confidence. Since we have to send it to a testing organization, we have to send it to a few more. What if we just find one and that one doesn't measure well? Lin Nianyang deliberately pretended to be unconvinced and said, send. All of them. Granny Dai Shui smiled even more happily. True gold is not afraid of fire. That is, if you send it to 100 families, the real thing can't be faked. On the same day, Lin Nianyan accompanied Granny Dai Shui to several testing organizations so that they could check this health tea. When the test results were sent to Dai Shui's house, Dai Shui's mother-in-law didn't even open them to look at them before calling Lin Mian over. Little girl, this result is here. I cannot even open. You can then see the results. Suspect me of this old man deliberately fake. Then of course not. Lin Mianian hemmed and hawed. I was just joking with you before. The things you look at that are definitely all good. She knew the outcome in her heart, and now she was deliberately flattering with her mouth, but only to make Granny Dai Shui even more shocked when she saw the truth later. Granny Dai Shui took the initiative to open the bag of test results, with a confident smile on her face the whole time. After looking at the test results for a while, however, she couldn't stop laughing and incredulously turned up another organization to look at the results, then the next and the next. It was only after going through all of the test results that he put them down with a grimace on his face. The time has come to test Lin Mian's acting skills. Deliberately pretending to be puzzled, she slowly reached out her hand to read that test report. After determining that the test report clearly states above that this health tea is harmful to the human body in a variety of ways, and that long-term consumption by the elderly is prone to induce cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, she only pretended to be shocked, threw away the report, and angrily said, my goodness, I just said so casually. I didn't think that this tea really has problems. Auntie, you didn't drink a lot of it, did you? I've wanted to buy this tea for a long time, and I've only recently asked someone to buy it. The day you brought little Ming to the house was the first time I was ready to drink it, and I didn't expect it to be knocked over by little Ming. Granny Dai Shui recalled, and in her heart, she also felt a bit of gratitude towards Su Ming. This child, Xiao Ming, has never knocked over anything playing at home, and I didn't know what was going on that day. Lin Mianyang pretended to be puzzled and deliberately said, it's also counted as a bad thing turning into a good thing. By the time Lin Mianian said goodbye from Dai Shui's house, Granny Dai Shui's mind was still thinking about the day Su Ming knocked over her teacup. When Dai Shui saw her mother-in-law sitting on the sofa motionless and preoccupied, she took the initiative to go over and comforted. Mom, I've already sent all those teas to the relevant departments, and that what's-his-name health guru will surely be arrested soon, so don't take it to heart. You didn't take a sip of that tea anyway, didn't you? If normally, her mother-in-law had any heartache, she would definitely have to find trouble from her to make a fire. But today, her mother-in-law went against the norm and turned her head to look at her, saying somewhat hesitantly, I heard your friend say that this kid, Xiao Ming, never knocks over things at home, and when he knocked over the teacups the other day, was he sensing something, and was purposely reminding me of it? Dai Shui smiled faintly. This child, Xiao Ming, is indeed different from others. Last time my best friend falsely accused me. After I cried to Xiao Ming, my best friend was immediately struck by lightning. Really? Then this child is very smart. Her mother-in-law was a little surprised, and gave her a rare look of appreciation. You haven't made the wrong friend after all. In the future, let your friend bring Xiao Ming to our home to play a little. When Dai Shui heard the word our family, her heart was also a little moved. She hadn't been recognized as family by her mother-in-law in I don't know how long. Mom, I actually dreamed about Xiao Ming that night. She struck while the iron was hot and told her mother-in-law about that night when she dreamt that the Buddha statue turned into Xiaoming and then she got pregnant. Granny was thoughtful. And when she thought of that day when Su Ming came to the house to play, she also had to touch Dai Shue's stomach, and she was a little happy in her heart. In fact, when Dai Shue first entered the door, she also quite liked this gentle and educated daughter-in-law. But since Dai Shue found out that there is infertility, she saw Dai Shue think of their old Su family to be extinct. The heart is not comfortable anywhere. If Dai Shue could still carry a child, she wouldn't have forced Dai Shue to divorce her own son. Then what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and ask your husband to come home? He's out on business every day. Is my grandson ready to pop out of a rock? She looked back and scowled at Dai Shue. Dai Shue's face swished. Meanwhile, Suho is looking around for cute-looking little child stars. The reason why Ming Bud's posters and promos were outstanding now was because of the existence of Su Ming, a cute baby, and as long as she could find a child who was even cuter and more photogenic than Su Ming, the posters she made would definitely be able to overpower him. She watched a lot of little child actors and never found one cuter than Su Ming. By the time she had finished watching the last of the little child actors and walked out of the theater, she was left with nothing but a heart full of regret. One of these little child stars was not as good as the other, not to mention comparing them to Su Ming. Even if there was no one cuter than Su Ming, it would be nice to have one that was not similar to him. As she was thinking about it, she accidentally collided with a little girl on the corner of the intersection. The little girl, wearing a school uniform and carrying a duffel bag, glared at her. How do you walk? Don't you have eyes? Sui's heart had just risen a little bit of fire, after seeing the little girl's face, and then immediately turned to surprise. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. The little girl in front of her looks innocent, delicate features, a pair of big eyes watery. A look is a proper beauty embryo. This is not the little model she is looking for? Little sister, why are you out there alone? Where's your family? She squatted down and looked at the other party as kindly as she could. I came out to play by myself. Can't I? The little girl took a step back, glaring at her somewhat warily and fiercely. Of course I can. Then would you like to be a model and shoot commercials? Sister can dress you up like a little princess. Oh. Sui didn't get angry at all because of the little girl's attitude. Instead she smiled and said, a commercial? The little girl pondered. Sui was originally worried that she would refuse because she was afraid of strangers, but she didn't expect her to agree in a few seconds. Okay, then let's shoot now. Seeing her agree so easily, Sui was also indescribably happy and immediately took her to Sue's studio. I did not expect that this little girl is not only pretty and cute, but also born with a sense of the camera. The photographer who rushed to the scene at the same time to take a few random photos are like a high-level business promotional posters. The effect was not at all inferior to those publicity posters that Su Ming had shot. At the same time, Chen Wanqiu was fretting at home, fuming at her assistant. Such a big kid. How did he flip out from the school wall without being found by the security guards? What's the matter with this school security? Just now Su Lingmeng's school principal called Chen Wanqiu, said Su Lingmeng after 2 classes on the backpack over the wall out of the school, and the location of her over the wall is still the dead corner of the monitoring. Cannot find Su Lingmeng over the wall after where to go. Chen Wanqiu could only rush her assistant to find the child, but an hour had passed and there was still no sign of Su Lingmeng. Don't worry too much. Miss Lingmeng is very smart. Surely nothing will happen. The assistant could only comfort Chen Wanqiu somewhat feebly. Just when Chen Wanqiu was about to cry out because she was too worried about her child's safety, an unfamiliar phone call suddenly reached her private number. Hello, I'm Su He, the second miss of Su Clan. Your child is now here with me. Sui's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Wanqiu instantly tightened her body. Could it be that Sui saw that he couldn't do anything to take Su Ming? So he turned his head and kidnapped Su Lingmeng? What do you want? Her tone was heavy, and in her heart, she was already prepared that if Sui dared to do anything to Su Lingmeng, she was going to make Sui pay for it even if she spelled out her life. It's like this. Today I bumped into your daughter on the street and thought her image was especially suitable for modeling our Su's new products. So I asked her to come and take a set of photos. You're her guardian. I think if you're willing to do so, can you let your daughter be our Su's new products model? Chen Wanqiu listened to her polite and unfamiliar tone, thinking that this phone number she called from was a private number known only to her closest friends and relatives. She slowed down for a moment before reacting to what was going on. There is actually such a coincidence in the world. Raimo intentionally skipped a school. Actually was encountered by Soho and even Fancy. Yes, but my daughter ran away from school. Is it okay if I go to Su's first to pick her up and bring her home now? She lowered her voice and slowly said, of course. Sui was already a little impatient to meet this little girl's parents. I've already prepared the contract for signing the little model. When you come to pick up your daughter, if you find the terms of the contract okay, we can sign on the spot. Mom, am I awesome? Su Lingmeng also said smugly on the other end of the phone. Sui doesn't know Su Lingmeng, but Su Lingmeng knows the Su family like the back of her hand. This little girl must have deliberately agreed to Su He to take publicity photos. Chen Wanqiu stifled her laughter and complimented Su Lingmeng. Our baby is truly too good. Wait for mommy to pick you up. Oh. She put down the phone and immediately rushed to Su's studio. Su He, who was waiting for the little girl's mother to come, was still a little nervous when she learned that Chen Wanqiu had suddenly come over. Could it be that Chen Wanqiu knew that she had found a talented young model and came over to snatch her up? But it was too late for her. The little girl's mom had already agreed to sign with her on the other end of the phone. She had to drive Chen Wanqiu away before the little girl's mother came. Thinking of this, she immediately walked out and said nonchalantly to Chen Wanqiu, Chen Wanqiu, it's your luck that Su Ming can be a big hit. It's also my luck that I can find photogenic and beautifully cute little models. I advise you not to think of playing tricks. Chen Wanqiu was confused. She just came to pick up the kid. What's the trick? At that exact moment, Su Lingmeng, who had heard the commotion, also walked out from inside. Seeing her come out, Su He immediately very babyishly shielded her behind her, staring vigilantly at Chen Wanqiu. Didn't you just hear that I found such a pretty kid as a model and want to come and poach her? Let me tell you, her mom has already agreed to let her sign with our Su. You don't have a chance. The wind and water will turn. This time our Su's poster will definitely overpower your Ming bud. Just wait and see. Is that so? Chen Wanqiu glanced at Su Lingmeng and deliberately followed Sui's words. I also think that if we have such a cute little girl like her as a model, the posters that come out will definitely be even better than Su Ming's. And she's very understanding and obedient at first glance. And she has a great sense of camera work. Don't you dare speak kindly of her here. She won't be a model for you Ming buds. Sui grunted and said disdainfully, while at the same time becoming even more pleased with Chen Wanqiu for those words, happily stroking the little girl's head and saying, she's the perfect model that I spent a lot of effort to find. So you'll just have to envy and be jealous. While speaking, Sui also had some doubts. How come the little girl's mother didn't come until now? Instead Chen Wanqiu got the news first and rushed over. If the little girl's mother came over and saw Chen Wanqiu, it would be a crossroads again. You should hurry up and leave. You're not welcome at our Su. She waved her hand to drive people away. It's fine for me to leave, but I'll take her as well. Chen Wanqiu smiled gently. Who are you to take her? What are you? Su Hua was instantly enraged. However, in the next second, Su Lingmeng shook off her hand and pounced into Chen Wanqiu's arms, sweetly shouting, Mom! Chen Wanqiu picked up Su Lingmeng and scolded her. I told you to skip school, but when you run into a strange ant, you still need your mom to pick you up. As she spoke, she deliberately turned her head to give Suhi a meaningful smile. Soho's face turned blue, and only then did she understand that Chen Wanqiu was this little girl's mother. You guys, she pointed at Chen Wanqiu and shivered with anger, but she could not say anything. All the words she had just said about Chen Wanqiu that she had mocked had now turned into invisible slaps that slapped her in the face. Ms. Su, next time you run into my daughter on the road don't just abduct her, or else I'll get excited and treat you as a human trafficker. And that won't be good. Chen Wanqiu snorted, holding Su Lingmeng in her arms as she turned around and blandly left. It was only when the two of them completely disappeared from Sui's line of sight that she came back to her senses and realized that she had been tricked by Chen Wanqiu and her daughter working together. A wave of anger spreads quickly from the bottom of his heart to his whole body. Chen Wanqiu, no one has ever dared to humiliate me like this. I'll make you pay. Definitely. She clenched her fists, her silver teeth clacking as she mumbled in her mind. Soho came home in a huff. Because of the anger she was harboring in her heart, she closed the door with a loud movement, and Su Ningxuan in the room heard the sound and walked out. Seeing her face gloomy, she immediately asked with concern, What's the matter with you? It's as if you've been angered by the heavens. What else could it be? It's still not because of that damn Chen Wanqiu. Suhi had a belly full of grievances, sitting on the sofa and telling Su Ningxue all about what happened today in one breath. This bitch, just deliberately humiliating me. She must have known that I was looking for a small model and sent her daughter out on purpose. I'm not done with her. Su Ningxue's mood was a bit heavy. She was determined to ease the relationship between the Su family and Chen Wanqiu, but now the relationship between their two families was getting worse and worse. Was this the will of God? Previously, she had persuaded her grandfather to pass the family headship to Chen Wanqiu, but instead, she had attracted a dispute between her grandfather and Chen Wanqiu, and now her second sister was also at war with Chen Wanqiu. If this keeps up, the Su family will definitely be finished. Second sister. Su Lingmeng is still a small child. Even if Chen Wanqiu wanted to tease you, she wouldn't let her own daughter take the risk. You bumping into Su Lingmeng should just be an accident, she advised Su Hua twice. And I understand Su Lingmeng's character. She only likes Su Ming. Even Chen Wanqiu's words she often doesn't listen to. Who knows that Suhee got even angrier when he heard her words, wrinkling his brows and scolding. Which end of the line are you on? How can you turn your elbow outward and help others speak? Didn't you see how I was bullied today? Second sister. This is definitely an accident. So don't think about retaliating against Chen Wanqiu. She is blessed with Su Ming's blessings. The more you try to retaliate against her, the more likely you are to be turned against her. You're asking for trouble. Su Ningxue was anxious in her heart, and her words were a bit out of proportion. What blessing or not? Doesn't she just have a Su Ming? What's the big deal? Although Suhee's mouth was strong, his eyes fluttered a bit. After seeing Su Ming's heavenly thunder, she had also long realized how extraordinary the other party was. But if she were to just endure Chen Wanqiu's repeated humiliations, she certainly had all sorts of pain in her heart. Right now our family's situation is precarious. Many of our branches have closed down. This is what happens when you offend Su Ming. We can only hope to survive if we reconcile with Su Ming. Don't you see? Su Ningxue persuaded in a serious tone. Suhee, however, listened with some impatience. She waved her hand. All right, you should stop talking. What's the point of saying these unrealistic words every day? Seeing that she was still greasy, Su Ningxue could only give up and go back to her room by herself. But in fact, although Suhee was unwilling to listen to her, in her heart, she was also clear about how bad Su's situation was right now, and she was planning that if she couldn't find any more suitable mini-models, she would have no choice but to dissolve all the companies under her name. 2 days later, just when she decided to issue a notice to dissolve the company, a piece of news suddenly disrupted her plan, and at the same time, surprised her greatly. An anonymous account suddenly posted the story of Su Ming's life, in which he worked hard to save stray animals, volunteered at an orphanage, and actively looked for suitable adoptive families for orphan children. Although Su Ming had already died, he was still the son of the Su family in the end, and still the younger brother of several sisters of the Su family. This made many people's impression of the Su family change, thinking that the Su family wasn't just harboring bad children like Su Tian. After all, if everyone in a family was particularly uneducated, it would be impossible to teach an obedient and kind child like Su Ming. On the contrary, Su Tian is such a ridiculously bad child. It is more like a born bad seed. Deliberate teaching cannot necessarily teach out so bad. There are many stray animal rescue station staff who have taken photos and videos of Su Ming playing with the little animals. The director of the orphanage also posted photos of Su Ming giving the children baked cookies and school supplies, stating that Su Ming had come to the orphanage every week to see the children during his lifetime, and that many of the children had even found exceptionally good adoptive parents with Su Ming's help to lead a better life. Although Su Ming in the video is a bit thin, but sunny and handsome, dressed also very clean and neat, not at all the kind of arrogance of the rich son of the air, looks very gentle. After learning that he, like Su Tian, had passed away due to an accident, many netizens were sorry and lamented that good people don't live long. Su Ningxue also brushed to this news. Looking at those photos of Su Ming, her heart is also a burst of sourness. Once upon a time she, because of those damn misunderstandings and prejudice, as soon as she saw the little Ming, is very bored, until she witnessed him being run over and killed. If she had realized Ming's kind and sweet side earlier, maybe none of this would have happened now, and Ming wouldn't have died and would still be her brother. She can still be happy with Ming for the rest of her life. But now, it was too late. She was infinitely nostalgic for Su Ming, but on the other hand, Suhee was indescribably annoyed after seeing Su Ming's picture. Su Ming, why is it Su Ming again? It was true that everyone in this world named Su Ming was so annoying, and now the Su family had become like this, all thanks to that little baby named Su Ming. Moreover, she didn't want others to know that she once had Su Ming as her brother at all. In her heart it wasn't something honorable at all. She turned off her phone in annoyance, not wanting to see anything more about Su Ming. But the next day, when she woke up, she was surprised to find that all the products under her company's name had been sold out. It turned out that after Su Ming's video was released yesterday, many orphans who had found their adoptive parents with Su Ming's help had posted tribute videos to Su Ming online, and they recounted many of the things that Su Ming had done for them. For example, the roof of the former orphanage was damaged during the rainy season, and it was Su Ming who climbed up to the roof in the pouring rain to resurface the rainproof cloth. Or an orphan who was once adopted by a pair of scummy couples who liked to abuse children, and it was Su Ming who risked his life to save her from those couples. Or, in fact, it wasn't just the orphans in the orphanage. There were also many ordinary people who had been unintentionally helped by Su Ming, and they had also posted the photos they had taken of Su Ming doing good deeds. So this kid is the son of the Su family? Why is he so low-key? I was his classmate. When I fractured my leg to go to the cafeteria is not convenient. He also helped me to play a month of meals at. He and I were both street volunteers, and every month we would go to the nursing home together to see the elderly, and Su Ming could make his grandparents laugh every time. And such a good man. He actually passed away before I met a thief. It was he who chased me for 2 blocks without saying a word to help me recover my wallet. I remembered it for a long time. But unfortunately I didn't add his contact information at that time. There were more and more comments from netizens. And Su Ming was like a treasure that couldn't be dug up in any way. The more netizens liked Su Ming, the more they would dig deeper into his past. Of course there would be netizens who extremely hated the Su family, who at first didn't believe that the Su family could teach such a good child, thinking that this must be the Su family's attempt to salvage the current decline of the Su family, intentionally hyping up the already dead Su Ming into an image of a great benefactor. After all, Su Ming is also the eldest son of the Su family, and the Su family is so rich that if he wants to do good deeds, does he still need to do it himself and work and study hard? Just take out a little bit of his pocket money. Not enough for an ordinary family to live for a whole year? But soon someone refuted these netizens' speculations. One netizen showed Su Ming's record of transferring money to her grandmother, saying that she lost her parents when she was a child and was raised by her grandmother. But 2 years ago her grandmother's eyes got worse and worse, and if she didn't have an operation she would be completely blind. But she was still in school and couldn't afford to pay for the high cost of the operation, so she was desperate to post her own encounter on a forum, and didn't expect to receive a donation soon afterward. She didn't expect to receive any donation from Su Ming, but at that time, Su Ming didn't say who he was, and she had been looking for this benefactor. Or after looking at those records of Su Ming's donations sent out by the director of the orphanage, she realized that the person who had given her the donations was Su Ming based on the same transfer account. The story of the girl and her grandmother's dependence on each other quickly spread on the internet, and many netizens who had received anonymous donations were surprised to find out that the anonymous donations they had received were all from Su Ming after comparing their account numbers. And a lot of people directly sunshine Su Ming donation at that time the bank water single number. Anyone can according to the single number to find out this transfer is true or false. This time those who originally also questioned the Su family is speculation. Su Ming netizens have no voice. Soon, netizens discovered the account suspected to have been used by Su Ming before he was born. The owner of this account recorded a lot of things about his life with his 4 sisters, and the contents were all very cozy. Only after the anniversary of Su Ming's death, this account was never updated again. Based on the information in the account, netizens quickly determined that this was Su Ming himself. Overnight, Su Ming's account rose millions of fans, after seeing that Su Ming had once posted a wish on his birthday, saying that he hoped the Su family would get better and better, and that his sisters would always live happily ever after. Many netizens fell in love with the house and rushed to the stores of Su's and Su's branches to place their orders. Even some of Su's goods that had been backlogged in the warehouse before the negative news had appeared had been bought up. And just like that, the netizens weren't satisfied, asking Su to hurry up and replenish the goods. They wanted to save Su's life and fulfill Su Ming's birthday wish. Su's share price has also soared. Su Ning Shui was overjoyed. She wasn't just happy that the Su family had risen from the dead, she was even happier that there were so many people who liked her brother and Su Ming. Fortunately, Xiao Ming has now been reincarnated, and when he grows up a little bit more and learns that he was liked by so many people in his previous life, he will also be very happy, right? The sibling relationship between Su Ming and his 4 sisters has also been retweeted by many marketing numbers, and no matter which platform you go to swipe the video and read the post, you can basically see the content that's promoting the Su family's sibling relationship. Buy me a little more water army and publicize our relationship with Xiao Ming a little more. Su Ningshui immediately instructed her assistant to fuel this wave of heat, but Soho was dismissive and even a little bored. Sibling love? 4th sister. You're not losing your mind, are you? How could we have any sibling love with Su Ming? He's just a piece of trash in my eyes. Su Ningshui was instantly furious. I forbid you to talk about Xiao Ming like that. Xiao Ming is a good kid. Could it be that you haven't changed your mind about him after seeing all the good things that Xiao Ming has done? Donating some money, just pretending to be a good person in front of outsiders. It would be nice if he was this good to our family. Su, he snorted. I'm not clear about what kind of person he is. Xiao Ming is just not as good as Xiao Tian. You can still not hate Xiao Tian until now. Why can't you change your mind about Xiao Ming? Su Ningshui was very puzzled. These words caused Soho to be silent for a moment. She was inexplicably wrung out in her heart, and she couldn't say why. This indefinable feeling eventually turned into boredom and avoidance. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Anyway, I won't admit that Su Ming and I are in a good relationship. Just as the two of them were arguing, the netizens from archaeology Su Ming's past discovered that something was wrong. They found that although Su Ming frequently mentioned the 4 sisters of the Su family, it seemed that Su Ming had never been mentioned in the accounts of the 4 sisters of the Su family. Even many people had previously thought that the Su family only had one son, Su Tian. Other than Su Ningshui, the other 3 of their 4 sisters didn't follow Su Ming's account. Some gossipy netizens immediately went to look up the posts that the four sisters had once made, and found that only Su Mingxue had posted after Su Ming's death that she missed him and went to worship him. The other people's accounts had Su Ming simply checked out, and Su Shilan and Su Rong had deleted all the posts about Su Tian after announcing that they had severed their relationship with him, so they hadn't been raked over the coals. But Suho's account is different. Not only did she take a lot of pictures with Su Tian, but she also said many times in her posts that Su Tian is her favorite and only brother. She even posted a remembrance after Su Tian's death, saying that even if Su Tian was gone he was the only treasure in her heart. This made many netizens angry and ran to Suhi's account to question her. Wasn't Su Ming her brother? What do you mean Su Tian is her only brother? Su Ningxue was very anxious and urged Suhi to come forward to clarify and make it clear that Su Ming was also her cherished brother. But Suhi said nothing. For her to admit that Su Ming was also her brother, it would be better to kill her directly. Soon the online public opinion developed somewhat uncontrollably, and some people raked out the account where Su Tian had posted those cat abuse videos, and found that he often abused cats in the videos while talking about how he had united with his sisters to bully Su Ming at home. He also said that his sisters didn't like Su Ming at all and only recognized him as a younger brother. Some of the subordinates who had previously worked in the Su family also shared what they had once witnessed about those four Su family sisters bullying Su Ming. The netizens who had originally purchased Su's products were angry and went to the account of the four Su sisters to question whether this was true or not, and many of them directly refunded their money. And there were also netizens who had purchased products that had already been used and couldn't be refunded who directly hit the bad reviews. So he topped up the pressure for a few days, saying that he would not delete those posts that he had once posted about Su Tian. But on the third day when he walked out of the company, he came across a group of people wearing white plain clothes, holding Su Ming's effigy, and vociferously mourning Su Ming at the entrance of Su. Soho had no choice but to disguise himself as a member of the cleaning staff and left the company full of grievances. At the same time, is eating dinner Dai Shui suddenly a burst of nausea want to vomit. Worried about her mother-in-law is not happy. She has been holding back did not spit out. What's wrong with you? Granny Dai Shui saw her like this, but she was puzzled and asked directly. Mom, I kind of want to throw up. Maybe I ate something bad. Dai Shui replied in a small voice. Want to vomit? Her mother-in-law hesitated a bit, then asked with some surprise. You're not having one, are you? Dai Shui also some incredulous touched the stomach. The last month she and her husband in the same room once. Before when they just got married in the same room frequencies so high have not been hit. This hair into the soul. Unlikely, right? What are you doing? I'm asking you, did you get your period this month? The mother-in-law hurriedly and excitedly pursued the question. Dai Shui recalled and realized that she was indeed late for her period this month. Her mother-in-law immediately dragged her to the hospital for a checkup, and the results showed that she was actually really pregnant for most of the month. Learning of this news, she and the Su family were overjoyed, and after Dai Shui's mother-in-law determined that the child Dai Shui was carrying was very healthy, she immediately had a grand celebration banquet held, itching to let the entire international center know that she was going to have a big grandchild. Su Ming, who had predicted that Dai Shui would be pregnant soon, was naturally the guest of honor at this banquet, and eunuch Dai Shui personally wrote an invitation to invite Chen Wanqiu to bring Su Ming to the banquet. Chen Wanqiu was also happy for Dai Shui and agreed immediately. Just as she received the invitation, the Su family also received an invitation from the Su family. Su Ningxue knew that Dai Shui and Chen Wanqiu were very close, thinking that as long as she went to the banquet, she would have a chance to get back together with Chen Wanqiu, and she immediately went to see Su Jinting with the invitation. At this time, Su Jinting was considering whether to sell his ancestral home to help the Su family carry through this crisis, because the news of the Su family's abuse of Su Ming had come to light. The situation of the Su family was now precarious, and the property under the names of the four Su sisters was rapidly shrinking. If he didn't do anything, the Su family would definitely be finished. But even if you sell your ancestral home, there seems to be little hope of salvaging the decline of the Su family, but only to raise the soup to stop the boil. Could it really be that the heavens are trying to kill his Su family? Su Ningxue walked into his room, placed the invitation on the desk in front of him, exhaled deeply, and summoned up her courage to say, Grandpa, the Su family has sent an invitation. Please attend with me. Go and meet Chen Wanqiu. You apologize to her properly, and strive for her and Su Ming's forgiveness. Our Su family might still have a chance of survival. Su Jinting was annoyed when he heard Su Ming's name, and without thinking, he said, No way. Why should I apologize to a junior like her? Just as soon as the words left his mouth, he reacted to the message in Su Ningxue's words just now. Wait, whose family did you say sent the invitation? Su family, that oil tycoon Su Ziyuan's daughter-in-law Dai Shui is pregnant. Their family is going to hold a celebration banquet. Almost all the celebrities from the entire international center have been invited. Su Ningxue immediately replied. She didn't know that Su Ming had once predicted Dai Shue's impending pregnancy, and naturally, she didn't understand why Su Jinting would stand up in shock directly after hearing this. What did you say? Dai Shui is pregnant? Isn't she infertile? Grandpa, how do you know that? Su Ningxue was a bit strange, but still honestly said, I heard that infertility also has a very low probability of getting pregnant, so maybe Dai Shui is more lucky. With a casual remark, she forced the topic back and continued to persuade Su Jinting. Grandpa, this time, Chen Wanxiu and Su Ming will also be attending the banquet, so you should just go and attend. There's never anything wrong with getting on good terms with Su Ming. Su Ningxue was already prepared to be scolded by her grandfather, but this time Su Jinting was unexpectedly quiet and didn't say anything, just waved his hand and told her to go out first. Su Ming's prophecy actually came true. Was he really the chosen one? Not to be easily offended? If that was the case, for the sake of the Su family's future, he had no choice but to pull down his old face and apologize to Su Ming. Just as his attitude was loosening and he was hesitating, Soho suddenly picked up Su Tian and brought him home. It turned out that someone on the internet had released a photo of an orphan who looked especially like Su Tian, and Sui found Su Tian in the orphanage through this photo because she missed him too much. Xiao Tian, is that you? You're still alive? As soon as he saw Su Tian, Su Jinting's emotions couldn't be strained and he asked with a trembling voice, but after asking, he realized that Su Tian was already dead, and the child in front of him should just be someone who looked like Su Tian. Grandpa, my name is also Su Tian. Second sister said that you will like me when you see me too, and asked me to call you Grandpa too. Can I call you Grandpa from now on? Su Tian walked forward and pulled Su Jinting's hand, timidly asking. Xiaotian's mom and dad don't want Xiaotian anymore, and Xiaotian really wants to have his own family. His appearance, voice and manner of speaking all resembled the Su Tian in Su Jinting's memories. How could he not agree? Immediately nodding his head fiercely and hugging him. My good boy. Sui stepped forward and explained. This child was originally adopted by Chen Wanxiu, presumably because she wanted to use him to ingratiate herself with our family, and then she rediscarded him after she had Su Ming, or I picked him up only after I happened to see his picture. Hearing this, Su Jinting was instantly furious and had no intention of apologizing to Chen Wanxiu. Chen Wanxiu, this poisonous woman with ruthless tactics, even if she now has the blessing of Su Ming, it's not like I can't deal with her anymore. Su Jinting snorted coldly, a vicious light erupting from his eyes. A few days later, at the Su family's banquet, Chen Wanxiu appeared on time with Su Ming in her arms. Many of the rich wives of the International Center knew that Chen Wanxiu was the founder of the Ming Buds brand, and in order to get that precious membership spot in Ming Buds, they all tried hard to squeeze in front of Chen Wanxiu, saying flattering things. One of the middle-aged women was the most enthusiastic, talking non-stop around Chen Wanxiu. Ms. Wanxiu, I'm a big fan of Ming Bud. I've bought all the Ming Bud products I can. When will Ming Bud release another new one like the skin cream? I can't wait to buy it. Chen Wanxiu was also very happy to meet such an enthusiastic fan of Ming Bud, and was about to quietly reveal a little bit of Ming Bud's new product launch plan to her, when in her mind, Su Ming's voice suddenly appeared. Isn't this an old employee under Su Jinting? When did you become a fan of Ming Bud? Does Su Jinting know you're kissing up to my mom? Chen Wanxiu's heart thumped. Instantly alert, vigilantly surveyed the woman in front of her. Thinking back on what the woman had just said, it was indeed a smile hiding a knife, full of temptation. Fortunately she had Su Ming to remind her, or else she would have to fall into the trap. With a slight smile, she asked in mock disbelief, since you're such a fan of our Ming Bud, how come you haven't even paid attention to the latest content on our Ming Bud's official website? Doesn't it say what the new product Ming Bud is about to release is? The woman was stunned and hurriedly smiled sarcastically. Ah, that I've already read. I'm not thinking that since I've personally met you in person. I'd like to know a little more about the products that aren't announced on the official website. I'm just curious. Don't take it to heart. Chen Wanxiu laughed out loud. Are you done pretending? Our official website of Ming Bud hasn't released any new product announcements at all recently, so you're not a fan of Ming Bud at all, but rather a rival company sent here to test our company's insider knowledge, right? Ms. Chen, you can't say this nonsense. Being poked through her true purpose, the woman's face was immediately a bit embarrassed, but she still forced herself to say, what are you panicking about? I'm just joking with you. Chen Wanxiu let out a light laugh and said in a cloudy manner. The woman was relieved, but unexpectedly, in the next second, Chen Wanxiu suddenly came closer to her and whispered softly in her ear. If Master Su has anything he wants to ask, just tell him to come and ask me himself. He shouldn't think that because I came to the International Center late, I don't know that you're an old man by his side, right? The woman was dumbfounded, and only then did she react to the fact that Chen Wanxiu had already discovered her identity from the start. All her bragging and trysts in front of Chen Wanqiu were as ridiculous as a jumping clown. In an instant, her face reddened through and through, and she left the ballroom in a lurch. It didn't take long for Su Jinting to personally rush over. Chen Wanqiu's heart was also prepared. As long as Su Jinting didn't actively provoke her, she didn't want to argue with the other party again at the celebration banquet of Dai Shui's pregnancy. Chen Wanqiu, your skills aren't small. You've even investigated the people around me. Unexpectedly, Su Jinting took the initiative to walk over and said to her in a disgruntled manner, I wouldn't dare. It's just that I happen to know that young lady. Chen Wanqiu politely replied back, but in her heart, she was a bit annoyed, but she really didn't want to quarrel at Dai Shui's banquet. Elder Su is a smart man. If the matter of you sending people to spy on my company's news spreads out, your face will also be dishonored. Why don't we each take a step back and call it a day? Su Jinting had originally come here with anger, but at this moment, when she choked on him like this, he had nowhere to vent it. Chen Wanqiu is right. He let someone disguise as Ming Bud fans of the thing was already dishonorable, and now Su's reputation is already bad. If the matter is a big deal, Su's reputation in the upper circle will also become worse. Just as he was about to turn around and stop arguing with Chen Wanqiu, Su Tian walked over and looked at Chen Wanqiu and said loudly, Grandpa, she is at least a junior of the Su family. Why does she contradict you at every turn when she sees you? Our teacher said that this is disrespectful and is very wrong. He had a cute and innocent face, and at this moment, he deliberately pinched his voice to act milky, as if he was just an innocent little boy. The crowd was attracted by his voice and turned their heads to look over. Chen Wanqiu also didn't expect to actually meet Su Tian here, and he had actually transformed into Su Jinting's grandson. After calling her mom for so many years, it's amazing that he doesn't have any feelings for her when we meet again. She, a foster mother for many years, all of a sudden became the junior of that so-called Su family in his mouth. Holy shit, big brother, why did you run out again? You're worthy of being the male lead. You've been sent to an orphanage and still managed to get picked up. Su Ming was also a little surprised and spat in his heart. But you're going too far by turning your back on Mom. Auntie Chen, you're the daughter-in-law of the imperial capital's Su family branch. How about calling my grandfather uncle? How could you talk to my grandfather like that just now? Our teacher said that people who don't respect their teachers are definitely not good children. Could it be that you are a bad child? Su Tian pulled Su Jinting and spoke word for word. Many of the celebrities present were extremely attached to the family insider's relationship of seniority and inferiority. Su Tian's words were explicitly saying that Chen Wanqiu was not respecting Su Jinting, but many people would thus associate Chen Wanqiu as a member of Su's family, yet she had teamed up with the 100 to set up a company. Many celebrities are not very impressed with Chen Wanqiu because of this. Chen Wanqiu was still shocked at how her adopted son of many years had turned into this obnoxious appearance nowadays, and Su Tian had already spoken out loud again. Auntie Chen, my grandfather is generous. As long as you apologize properly with my grandfather, I'm sure he'll forgive you. As soon as his words fell, there was a rumbling in the sky, and the weather that was still clear was instantly covered with dark clouds, and with the lightning inside, there seemed to be countless heavenly thunders rolling around. Su Ming's voice also rang from Chen Wanqiu's mind. Your mother's shameless. Their own thieves as a master, but also my mother to apologize to your grandfather. The small-minded dog. I'm not afraid to spoil the celebration feast. You must be split into 8 petals. It turned out that this celebratory banquet was held outdoors, and because of the dark clouds that suddenly drifted in, all the people went into Dai Shui's house to take shelter from the rain. The argument between Chen Wanqiu and Su Jinting was also interrupted by this little episode, and when Su Tian saw that he couldn't find a chance to pick a fight, he quietly slipped over to Granny Dai Shui's side and ingratiated himself with her. He was good-looking and cute, sweet-talking, and gave Granny Dai Shui a back and shoulder massage, and brought fruits and poured tea, and from time to time he said some very childish words, which made Granny Dai Shui laugh and smile. It was very difficult for ordinary people to discover Su Tian's true colors in a short period of time, and Granny Dai Shui was no exception. She already liked small children. Seeing Su Tian so obedient and understanding, she immediately said, Good boy. In the future, if you want to come to Grandma to play, just come to our house anytime. Grandma will let the chef in the house cook a few more dishes that you like to eat. Su Tian shook his head and said obediently, I'm already very happy that you can welcome me to play. Grandma, as long as you're in good health. Grandma, even if you let me eat fasting and recite Buddha's name, I'm all for it. Granny Dai Shui was touched for a while. Directly Su Tian embraced in her arms. You, if only you were my own grandson. What a good boy. As she said, she smoothly removed the string of Buddha beads that she had worn on her wrist for many years and wore it on Su Tian's hand. This will be taken as Grandma's gift to you. Come and play often in the future. Su Tian received such an expensive gift all of a sudden, and his heart was overwhelmed with complacency. and when he saw Su Ming on the side playing with toys with Dai Shui, his eyes changed slightly, and he took 3 or 2 steps to go over. Sister Dai Shui, this is the gift Grandma just gave me. It's really expensive. Su Tian intentionally stretched his wrist wearing Buddha beads to Su Ming's face and said, I didn't expect that the first time I met Grandma would like me so much. He deliberately waved the Buddha beads in front of Su Ming's face and asked, little brother Ming is so cute. Did Grandma give him such precious Buddha beads as well? Su Ming was speechless for a while. A string of Buddha beads is just a string of beads. As to show off so much? However, the next second, not waiting for Dai Shui open mouth to answer Su Tian's question, the Buddha bead string suddenly snap a break open. The Buddha beads and so on rolled to the ground. Granny Dai Shui, who was originally still looking at Su Tian with a kind brow from the side, suddenly changed her face. It's not a good sign when a Buddha string breaks for no apparent reason. She had asked a master to bless this bead at the beginning, and had been wearing it for several years. So how could it break just like that? Could it be that the child Su Tian is unlucky? She suddenly remembered that it seemed that it was after Su Tian came that the originally clear and incomparable sky suddenly became cloudy and thunder rolled in the sky. These are not good signs. Please ask Elder Su to take his grandson back first. Just say that it's not convenient to invite them to a banquet today. Granny Dai Shui had managed to get a big grandson with great difficulty. She didn't dare to make any mistakes, and immediately called for the subordinates to instruct them. Dai Shui also silently hugged Su Ming and moved away from Su Tian. Su Tian was very reluctant and wanted to please Granny Dai Shui again, but at this time, Granny Dai Shui was avoiding it and took several steps back, not allowing Su Tian to get close to her. Even if she liked Su Tian and thought that he was good and cute, it was still not as good as the grandson that she had waited for so long before she finally got her own grandson. Su Jinting was of course angry. The banquet hadn't even ended yet and Granny Dai Shui wanted to kick people out. Wasn't this not giving him and the Su family face? Of course, Dai Shui's mother-in-law also took this layer into consideration, but when she thought of Dai Shui's pregnancy, she couldn't care less, as her eldest grandson couldn't have any accidents. Su Jinting and Su Tian had been driven out of the Su family just like that. At this time, it was already pouring rain outside, and Su Jinting's mood was like this weather, gloomy to the extreme. This old feudal, actually kicking me out because of a Buddha bead. What a superstitious thing to do. I think she doesn't have long to live. Afraid that she won't see her eldest grandson before she dies. Su Jinting cursed Granny Dai Shui in the car, and in his heart, he was also humiliated. If the Su family is still the same as the 4 big families in the international center, Granny Dai Shui, even if she is more feudal and superstitious, I am afraid she wouldn't dare to have the guts to drive him away just like that. Grandpa, don't be angry. Since other people don't like me, I'll just leave. As long as you still love me, Grandpa, it's good that I have Grandpa and sister. He tilted his head to look at Su Jinting, speaking extremely seriously. The concealed to the extreme docility in the words made Su Jinting's heart feel bad. He touched Su Tian's head and said hatefully, don't worry, one day, I will make everyone like you. Just as this was said, the driver suddenly braked sharply and stopped. He and Su Tian almost bumped their heads due to inertia. Su Jinting instantly became furious and cursed at the driver. What's wrong with you? After being my driver for so many years, you're still so presumptuous. The driver was aggravated. Master, it's not that I took a chance. It's that the car suddenly broke down. After he got out of the car and checked it out, he helplessly said to Su Jinting, Master, this car's tires are punctured. There might be some sharp objects on the road, and 2 of them are punctured at once, and the spare tires aren't enough, so we have to call the maintenance team to come over. When he finished, he picked up his cell phone and was about to call the maintenance team, but suddenly there was a loud boom in the sky. A thunderbolt struck down, and the rain instantly fell even harder. The cell phone also suddenly lost its signal and the call could not be made at all. Master, it looks like we can only get out of the car first and head for a place with a signal, the driver said helplessly. Su Jinting waited in the car for more than half an hour, but the rain didn't mean to stop at all, but instead, it got bigger and bigger, so he could only pull Su Tian out of the car. The driver and the 2 of them, under umbrellas, lumbered through the rain toward the center of town, but after walking for a while, a gust of wind suddenly blew towards them unexpectedly, directly blowing the umbrellas in their hands apart, and Su Jinting was almost blown to the ground with him when he was not paying attention. Now that he didn't even have the only shelter from the rain, he could only walk towards his home with Su Tian in the rain. By the time the 2 of them had managed to walk home, the originally cloudy sky suddenly cleared up, and a brilliant sun spread down through the clouds. The next day, Su Jinting started a high fever because of the cold from the rain. Because he was older, the fever caused other chronic illnesses to follow, and he was hospitalized that night because of the severity of his condition. Su Ningxue learns the news and takes the opportunity to persuade Su Jinting. Grandpa, Su Tian is indeed very unlucky. Both third sister and I have adopted Su Tian before, but we both met with bad luck. Your current body can't withstand the torment. Just send Su Tian back to the orphanage. The one he lives in has the best welfare benefits in the entire international center. He won't suffer if he lives there. Su Jinting's body was really hard to bear, and after associating it with what happened yesterday, he still agreed to Su Ningshue's decision after some hesitation. The big deal was that when the Su family's situation improved in the future, they would pick Su Tian back up again. When Su Tian heard that Su Jinting actually did agree to send him away, he immediately became anxious and immediately rushed to his hospital bed and cried out, "Don't! Grandpa, you're the only family member I have left. Didn't you say you like me? Why are you sending me away? Please don't send me away. Bring him out for me. Don't affect Grandpa's rest." Su Ningxue immediately ordered her men. Her two henchmen walked in and took hold of Su Tian left and right, about to drag him outside. Su Tian fought to struggle up, his mouth still shouting, Don't, Grandpa, I can take care of you. I will definitely be filial to you in the future. Please don't abandon me." Su Jinting was also a bit reluctant to let go of Su Tian, but right now his body was just too uncomfortable and he couldn't care less. Just as Su Tian was struggling, a photo suddenly fell out of his shirt pocket. The moment he saw that photo, Su Jinting, who was originally still ignoring Su Tian, immediately widened his eyes. Where did you get this photo? This is my real mom. But she's in jail now. Su Tian picked up the photo and carefully replied, "Your mom? Is there a Lan character in her name?" Su Jinting asked excitedly. Su Tian shrunk his neck. Yes, Grandpa, how did you know? Su Ningxue on the side was also puzzled by Su Jinting's abnormal behavior and quietly waited for him to reveal the answer. But Su Jinting didn't reply. Instead he immediately ordered his men, "Hurry up and go get his mom out of jail. No matter what kind of jail it is, you have to get it out of me." Under Su Ningxue's puzzled gaze, Su Jinting slowly told that he had once had a lover when he was young. That lover found out that he was married not long after he got together. He felt that men in the upper-class circle keep a few lovers as nothing at all. He had played with countless women before, but this woman was different. After learning that he was married, she left him angrily. It was only a few years later that he accidentally learned that this lover had secretly gotten pregnant and had a daughter with him when she broke up with him. In order to prevent Su Jinting from snatching her daughter away, she had long ago left the international center with her daughter. When the technology and transportation were not developed, he searched for a long time and did not find the trace of this lover, and now he only remembers that the lover liked orchids very much, and when he was in tenderness, he once said that if they had a child in the future, they must give the child a name with the word orchid. And in this photo that Su Tian dropped, Auntie Lan's appearance was practically identical to that woman, coupled with the fact that Su Tian looked the same as his dead grandson. Su Jinting would naturally take the woman in the photo as his illegitimate daughter who had been lost for many years. Auntie Lan was working in the prison when suddenly she was brought out. She was dumbfounded to hear the man in black who brought her out say that the man she saved was her real father. My real father? Didn't he die a long time ago? Auntie Lan was even more puzzled. You don't need to ask that much. You'll naturally know when you arrive at the international center and meet his lordship. Assistant Su Jinting still had a bit of contempt in his heart for illegitimate daughters like Aunt Lan who had been to prison, and didn't explain too much. Auntie Lan was shocked in her heart and instantly became somewhat expectant. Could it be that her real father isn't dead at all, but a big shot at the international center? My God, it was the international center, a place she'd never dreamed of. Was this her lucky break? After waiting for the international center, Aunt Lan was immediately taken to do a paternity test, and only after getting the paternity test was Su Jinting completely sure that Aunt Lan was his biological daughter. Su Tian was naturally his own grandson. He was overjoyed and immediately had Auntie Lan picked up and returned home. Since your mother is dead, from now on, you will take my surname and change your name to Su Lan. Aunt Lan still didn't know that at this time the international center had long been turned upside down. The Su family had long since ceased to be one of the four major families in the international center. Hearing that she was actually Su Jinting's daughter, she was ecstatic and immediately kneeled down and violently kowtowed a few times to Su Jinting. Father, from now on, my name is Su Lan, she said. In her heart, she still has some grudges against her own mom who has already died. That dead old woman, looking for a man so powerful, actually took her outside for so many years of hard life. Obviously she should be a big lady's life, but also for nothing to others as a servant for so many years, but also by that damn Chen Wanxiu was sent to the prison. Thinking of Chen Wanxiu, Su Lan's heart was again filled with a torrent of hatred. Her own father had no problem calling the shots at the international center, so it wouldn't be a piece of cake to clean up a Chen Wanxiu from the imperial capital branch? Dad, please be the judge for your daughter. I used to work as a nanny for the Su family in the imperial capital all the time. All the daughter-in-laws of the Su family, That bitch Chan Wanchio. She looked at me with displeasure. She thought that I was pretty and might seduce her husband. So she sent me to prison. And my husband was killed by them all. She fell to her knees, crying as she spoke of her pain. Although Su Jinting felt heartbroken and guilty for this daughter who had been straying for many years, there was no way he could agree to her request. With the current strength of the Su family, it was still a bit difficult to defend themselves, let alone deal with the now powerful Chan Wanchio. You just got out of prison. Your body hasn't recovered yet. I'll have the housekeeper arrange a room for you. From now on you'll live well in our Su family. From now on you'll be the Su family's young lady, the sister-in-law of the Su family's several sisters. Hello, sister-in-law. Su-hee walked forward and took the initiative to greet Su-lan. Su-lan could not help but feel a little fluttery in her heart. Once upon a time, these big names that she could only see on the TV news, now they have actually all become her family members. Su-hee is an internationally renowned medical saint, and now she still has to obediently call her sister-in-law. It seems that her life is a life of great wealth and prosperity. When the subordinates helped her arrange her room, she immediately inquired about Chen Wanchio's whereabouts. Does Ms. Lan also know Chen Wanchio? She should be working in the Ming Bud studio right now. The subordinate who made the bed for her did not know about the beef between her and Chen Wanchio, and thought that Su Lan was interested in those skincare products from Ming Bud just like any other rich young lady, and said with excitement, Ming Bud studio isn't far from our place. If you want to pay a visit, miss, it's just a half-hour drive away. You mean Chen Wanchio came to the international center as well? Su Lan instantly became excited. This was convenient, saving her from having to make another trip back to the imperial capital in person with her people. Today, she was going to make Chen Wanchio pay, and she immediately took the strongest group of bodyguards around Su Jinting and went to Ming Bud studio in a great hurry. Where's Chen Wanchio? Tell her to get her ass out here. She surveyed the exterior decoration of the Ming Bud studio and decided that this studio must be a small company that definitely couldn't afford to offend a behemoth like the Su family, instantly becoming even more complacent. Thinking that she would be able to trample Chen Wanchio under her feet in a little while, her heart was also incomparably happy. Chen Wanchio, get your ass out here, she shouted even louder. And many of the employees in Ming Bud studio heard the commotion and gathered at the window to watch the action. Seeing this, the security guard of Ming Bud studio immediately stepped forward and chided. What are you guys doing? Making a lot of noise here. Looking for a fight? So what if I pick a fight? Give it to me. Cut the crap with these trash. Su Lan swept a glance at the security uniforms they were wearing and disdainfully instructed her men. A dozen or so bodyguards instantly swarmed, but within a few minutes, they were all knocked to the ground by these inconspicuous little security guards, unable to climb up. Hurry up and leave. Dare to come to our Ming Bud to cause trouble. Your brain is broken. The security chief rubbed his fists and somewhat perplexedly blasted Su Lan away. Su Lan furiously kicked the bodyguard lying on the ground. Aren't you the most powerful bodyguards beside my father? How come you're so trashy? What's the use of having you guys? When she said this, the passers-by gathered around to see what was going on burst out laughing. Who doesn't know that Ming Bud's security team are all top-notch experts? Even the S-class mercenary squad is not their opponent. How can these few small bodyguards beat them all? Of course Su Lan was not willing to leave just like that. She was the daughter of the Su family. Chen Wanchio was just an employee of this small company. She did not believe that the boss of this small company would go against the Su family for a small employee. Do you know who I am? Dare to offend me? You're all living in the international center. Tell your boss to hurry up and get out to see me, she ordered with her arms wrapped around her, her head held high in triumph. The security guards saw this woman in front of them so confident, and came from a bad place. For a moment they were really bluffed by her, thinking that she was some kind of unimaginable big shot, and hurriedly reported this matter to Chen Wanchio's assistant. Chen Wanchio is in the office and Tang Jiyan discussed the next direction of new product development. There is no time to care about this kind of trivial matters, so let us senior management to go out to see what in the end is the situation. Su Lan waited outside for half a day before seeing a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor walk out. Miss, may I ask who you are? The executive didn't recognize Su Lan either, and unable to figure out the situation, he could only take the initiative to go forward and ask. I'm the Su family's young lady, and I'm here because one of your employees did a lot of nasty things to me before, and I'm here to get justice, Su Lan said with a straight face. The executive was a bit puzzled. When did the Su family have such a young lady? But at a closer look, the bodyguards she brought with her did seem to be the same as those around Su Jinting. But since she was here for a minor employee, it wasn't a big deal. He breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, so it's the Su family's young lady. Since she's here for a personal matter, why be so angry? As long as you tell us clearly what all our employees have done to you, our company will definitely fire her. After all, no company would want an employee with a bad character. It's a small employee, so if you really get into trouble, Just fire it. Seeing that Ming Bud's boss was so polite to her, Su Lan instantly became even more convinced that this studio was a pheasant company. You don't need to know what she's done. Just fire her immediately and I'll be lenient and spare your company. She held her head high and said smugly, this employee's name is Chun Wanqiu. In 10 minutes I want to see her carry her own stuff and roll out of there. My patience is limited. Executives are shocked. This person. Don't be some kind of psycho putting it out for laughs, right? Su's giving Ming Ya a break? Firing Chen Wanqiu? Isn't this the opposite of the Big Dipper? Why is it that she speaks like Martian? As if she can understand it, and then she can't understand it at all. I can fire Chen Wanqiu. You see that tree over there? You climb it and I'll fire Chen Wanqiu. He pointed at a large tree in front of the studio and sneered. Su Lan was a bit puzzled. Why do you want me to climb a tree when you fired Chen Wanqiu? Is there something wrong with that? Since you can't climb then I can't agree to it. After all, if you want me to fire Chen Wanqiu, you have to at least convince me that sows can climb trees, right? The executive still smiled and said. Su Lan reacted for a moment before realizing that the other party was scolding her, and instantly said with great anger, you dare to scold me? I'm not finished with you. Do you believe me or not? I will let this shitty company of yours go out of business with a single word. The executive was outright amused by her. Really? Which sentence? Tell me? Su Lan was so choked by him that he couldn't say anything, and he was not willing to leave like this, and tried to force his way in. But the result was unsurprisingly a direct hit from the security guard's big BB pocket. Hurry up and get out. Don't blame me for being rude if you dare to come and make trouble again. The executive also withdrew his smiling demeanor and angrily cursed. Saran was afraid of being hit again and could only curse and walk away. A little shitty company. How dare they do this to me? She sat in the car, furious, and searched the internet for Ming Bud Studio, and found that people on the internet were praising Ming Bud's products. She was all kinds of unhappy in her heart, and immediately launched all kinds of remarks on the internet saying that Ming Bud's products were bad. After Chen Wanqiu and Tang Jian finished talking about the direction of new product development, they wanted to go online and look at the customer feedback of a product that was new not long ago, but as she swiped and swiped, she realized that something was wrong. Almost every post that praised Ming Bud's products would have a person underneath it frantically commenting that the quality of Ming Bud's products was not good, and that the ingredients were questionable, and that it was basically the garbage of garbage. This was a naked smear. Chen Wanqiu thought that this was another water army hired by some competitor and didn't care about it, but Su Ming's heartfelt words suddenly rang in her mind. Crap, Auntie Lan is actually Su Jinting's illegitimate daughter. This is too much of a catch, isn't it? She turned her head to look, and Su Ming, who had been sleeping in the cradle, had already woken up at some point. Su Ming was also a little confused. Just now he was dreaming. Suddenly in his dream he saw Su Tian bringing Auntie Lan back to the Su family. The image of Auntie Lan and Su Jinting's father and daughter recognizing each other, followed by the image of Auntie Lan using her cell phone to discredit all kinds of Min Bud's family products on the internet. He was awakened by what he felt was outrageous. That dream just now. Can't it be true? In other words, Su Tian is actually Su Jinting's own grandson? 6. Not ashamed to be the protagonist with so many buffs on him, Chen Wanqiu was similarly shocked by Su Ming's words. Her brain went down for a while, and she didn't notice what Su Ming said later. She quickly reacted to the fact that the person who just claimed to be the Miss Su family should be Su Lan, and then she looked at this account that kept smearing Ming Bud's products, which also had a Lan in its name, so it was obviously Su Lan. It seems that Su Jinting was the one who picked up Auntie Lan from inside the prison. She couldn't help but snicker. This Aunt Lan really had some luck, but unfortunately she was even luckier. She immediately had someone go and find out the IP of this trumpet, and sure enough it was in the Su family. Su Lan was spewing shit online non-stop, cursing Ming Bud's products, when she was suddenly ate by Ming Bud's official account. And not only is she ate, but also the evidence that she is Su's trumpet. Su Lan instantly became the object of ridicule of the netizens. Have said that she is to see their own family to collapse. Dog jumped over the wall. A group of people kept commenting and private messaging her to ridicule her. She was unconvinced at first and kept arguing with others that Su was much more powerful than Ming Bud. She didn't expect to be ridiculed even more. It was only then that she realized that Chen Wanqiu was the boss of Ming Bud, and she defiantly had someone find Chen Wanqiu's work phone number to ask Chen Wanqiu to come out and meet her. Chen Wanqiu didn't want to take care of her, but she was really curious about what other tricks this clown could pull off, so she agreed to meet with her. When the two arrived at the restaurant, Su Lan immediately took out a box with stacks of bills inside. There's $800,000 here. After you take the money you'll hurry up and delete that posting of ate me. She pushed the box of money in front of Chen Wanqiu with a displeased face, and commanded in a condescending manner. Chen Wanqiu hugged Su Ming and looked at the $800,000 in front of her with some puzzlement, which was not as expensive as Ming Bud's current bottle of limited edition skin cream, Why on earth did Auntie Lan think that a mere 800,000 would be able to call out to her? She was just about to reject Aunt Lan when Su Ming in her arms suddenly turned his head and spat in his heart. $800,000? You have long been more than $800,000 given only that you stole so many things from our house before. If you want to pay, first return those money you stole before. What money? Chen Wanqiu froze, thinking about the money that Su Lan had stolen. Su Ming was furious in his heart, and his small hand kept waving in front of his chest. Mom, do you know how much this bad woman stole from our family in the first place? Your big branded bag, Dad's watch, and the antique vase that was taken at the auction. All of them were stolen by her and sold for money. It adds up to at least $8 million. This 800,000 is just a drop in the bucket. Because of Su Ming's words, Chen Wanqiu's movements were stuttered. When she looked at Su Lan again, there was an extra smile at the corner of her mouth. Only the smile was cold and icy, calling out chills all over her body. She moved the cash box toward her. Okay, I'll take it. Su Lan snorted coldly, counting on your good sense. It's not easy to earn this $800,000, is it? Unlike me, I was born as Su Jinting's daughter. You can't envy me. Take my money and remember to delete the post or I'll make you look good. The red cash is a festive color, fresh from the bank, and has a distinctive smell of paper money. Chen Wanqiu nodded, seemingly tacitly agreeing herself. Saran, who thought he had solved the post problem, held his head high and looked disdainfully. The wind and the water have turned, and you're no better than that. She raised her freshly purchased fragrant grandma bag and shook her skirt, even deliberately revealing the logo, fearing that Chen Wanqiu would not know that she was wearing a famous brand. When she walked away, Chen Wanqiu directly called her assistant. Add some heat to the online post. She hadn't wanted to do such a boring thing, but, with Su Lan bullying herself, she wasn't a nice person. The online posts got hotter and hotter, and Saran's mouth became more familiar to more people as the heat added to it. The internet, clear of mockery. Su's really gone down the drain, and the so-called Missy is acting like a jumped-up clown. No wonder Su is dying, TSK, and still has the nerve to advocate that a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. It's hideous to see her trying so hard to belittle Ming Bud. When Saran turned on her phone the next day, thinking the heat had completely died down, she realized that she had been scolded even more. She was so angry that she slammed the phone. Damn it, Chen Wanqiu, how dare you fool me? Driver, take me to Ming Bud. At the entrance of Ming Bud, Su Lan rampaged with her bodyguards, causing the security guards to keep blocking them. Miss, you can't go in there. That's our staff in there. You can't disturb their work. The bodyguards that Su Lan brought with her stopped Ming Bud's security guards before she was able to break in. Chen Wanqiu was reviewing documents in her office. The woman was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, bathing in the sunlight. The whole person was serene and elegant, a world away from the cranky and irritated Su Lan. Su Lan was so angry that she clenched her teeth. You stinking woman, how dare you lie to me? I gave you a whole $800,000, and you actually dared not to delete the post. It was so hard to become Miss Su. She just wanted to enjoy the thrill of being blown away, but she didn't want to see herself being mocked all over the internet. The thought of those curse words was driving her crazy. Chen Wanqiu let out a cold snort and slapped her palm on the table, her beautiful eyes sharp. Su Lan, I was just about to go find you. Do you want to talk to me about those things you stole from my house in the first place? $800,000. Is that enough to pay back? Su Lan's domineering demeanor stagnated fiercely, like a balloon that had been pierced with a hole, her aura unloading as far as the eye could see. What are you talking about? It had been so long ago that she had almost forgotten what she had stolen under Chen Wanqiu's hand. Now that I think about it again, I can't stop getting chills all over my body. That's not a small amount of money. What am I talking about? Chen Wanqiu flung out several pages of paper, on which was a dense list of items, from thousands of dinner plates to tens of thousands of Hermes, to tens of millions of antiques. Every item that Saran had ever stolen was clearly listed. These were the things that Chen Wanqiu had secretly written down when Su Ming sounded off yesterday. Upon investigation, sure enough, they're all missing. Su Lan colored you. What are you showing me these things for? You don't think I don't have money to buy these things? Chen Wanqiu snorted coldly. Miss Su has even forgotten what she has done? Do you want me to find out where these things are now? And by whom were they sold over? Su Lan's face turned even whiter. If you wanted to sell at a high price, you needed real information about yourself. Otherwise you had to choose the black market. Chen Wanqiu wasn't strict about item management, so she sold them all with real information. It would be a breeze to uncover her. With the theft amounting to $80 million, I'm sure my police comrades will be willing to help me find the thief. With that, Chen Wanqiu opened her cell phone. Su Lan stopped her in a panic. Don't. I'll pay you back. Okay. She pulled out her pocket, and there was only one card inside. It was the pocket money Su Jinting had given her. and it was $5 million. She had felt it was more before, but now it wasn't enough to pay back Chen Wanqiu 1/10. Chen Wanqiu spread her hands. What's the point of dilly-dallying? But if you had thought a little bit more when you stole from me, this wouldn't have happened now. Su Lan gritted her teeth in embarrassment. I'll give you $5 million first, and I'll find a way to raise the rest for you. Give you 3 days. Chen Wanqiu's gaze was cold. Otherwise, I'll go to the police. Anyway, you've been to jail. You're familiar with all the processes. Good. Su Lan returned to Su's house, angry and helpless. She had only just been picked up by Su Jinting, and he would definitely have a problem if she asked him for money too often. However, Chen Wanqiu there. Su Lan gritted her teeth and finally opened the drawer, pulling out a red book from inside. It's the small villa in the west of the city that Su Jinting gave her. The location is good and the decoration is exquisite. She likes it so much. The whole $80 million. She wanted to compensate Chen Wanqiu. She could only use this housebook. When the 3-day deadline arrived, Su Lan reluctantly gave Chen Wanqiu the housebook. This is the villa of Ming Chui Feng Pavilion. Count yourself as picking up a bargain. Su Lan's expression was hideous, itching to bite off a piece of meat from Chen Wanqiu's body. Su Jinting could have given her just such a set. I'm telling you, I'm only mortgaging it for now. If I pay back the money later, you'll have to return this house to me. Chen Wanqiu looked through the book in her hand. Okay, but if you don't pay it back, it's mine. What about Ming Chui Feng Ting? Although she also had several sets under her hand, but the one she asked for from Su Lan's hand had a different meaning. Watching this vicious woman suffer made her entire mood soothing. Chen Wanqiu returned home in a happy mood and went straight to the children's room. She had to go and kiss her baby boy. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have realized that Solon had stolen so much from her. The cozy children's room was empty. The smile on Chen Wanqiu's face stopped, intending to go downstairs to find the nanny who took care of Su Ming every day. But the nanny's side was empty, and Su Ming was nowhere to be seen. Chen Wanqiu's heart trembled viciously. Where's the young master? Ma'am, he's upstairs sleeping. Chen Wanqiu only felt the sky spinning. He's not here. The nanny was horrified. How could this happen? I put him in the crib myself. At this point, the school. Su Lingmeng sat obediently on the chair reading her textbook, her book bag placed vertically under the table. She looked twice now and then, carefully guarding her book bag for fear of being bumped and touched. Her table-mate, a little round-faced girl. Su Lingmeng's movements were so obvious that Fang Ye really felt strange. Meng, what are you doing? Did you put something special in your book bag? Su Lingmeng moved hesitantly, thinking about whether or not to zip up the zipper, but afraid of suffocating the person inside. What is it? Show me. Fang Ye directly came over. The zipper of the school bag was still open, and a white and tender little face immediately appeared in front of Fang Ye's eyes. The little face was fleshy, white and pink, and looked very cute bouncy. A pair of eyes were big and bright. Looking around. Geez, dreamy. Why did you bring a little kid to class? Su Ming also wanted to ask this question. He slept well, and when he woke up, why was he inside the classroom? This third sister is also too unreliable. Su Lingmeng tugged at her sleeve. Keep your voice down. It will be heard by others. She didn't want to be found out about her brother. Dreamy. This kid is too cute. Su Lingmeng somewhat proudly lifted her chest. That's not true. He's my brother. Fang Ye rubbed her hands together. I'll pinch his little face. Okay? You have to be gentle. No problem. Fang Ye directly reached out her hand and gently touched Su Ming's small face. It was very restrained, like treating a precious treasure, completely lacking the common frizziness of a small child. For cute girls, Su Ming had always been patient, and immediately revealed a smiling face. Fang Ye immediately got excited. Meng, he smiled at me Su Lingmeng, however, bristled. My brother actually smiled at someone else. When he was getting upset, he realized that Su Ming was smiling at himself. His smile was much brighter than when he was facing Fanya, and he even extended his hand to her. Su Lingmeng's little twinge immediately dissipated, her expression triumphant. Sure enough, her brother's favorite person was her. Throughout the day, the two of them didn't attend any classes, teasing Su Ming the entire time. Until it was evening, Fang Ye was still reluctant. Meng, let's call and tell the family to go back later. I still want to play with your brother for a little while longer. Su Lingmeng hesitated for a moment, and seeing that she really liked it, she nodded her head and agreed. On the main street, two little girls carved in pink took turns holding a more tender and cute child, turning heads all the way, attracting many passers-by to take photos. There was even a whispered discussion. Why don't we abduct these kids home? This is too cute, especially the youngest one. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl, so cute it melts my heart. Listening to the passers-by's discussion, Fang Ye hurriedly hugged Su Ming tighter. She loved this new brother and wasn't going to let anyone abduct him. but as they walked, Fang Yaya's state began to look off. Dreamy. You hold your brother. I don't have the strength. When Su Lingmeng took over Su Ming in her arms, Fang Yaya had no more scruples and directly fell softly to the ground. Ya, what's wrong with you? The skinny girl opened her mouth feebly, as if someone had covered her mouth and nose, breathing extremely hard with each breath. Can't breathe. The sudden unexpected situation startled Su Lingmeng. Still a child in the end, she didn't hold back her tears. I'll call 120 now. Third sister, 120 won't save her. Su Ming looked anxious, helpless that he was just a baby who couldn't open his mouth. He could only babble. She was born in a cloudy year, a cloudy month, a cloudy hour, a pure in person. And today is the Mid-Yuan festival, or a big night. All the ghosts on the road caught her charging alone. That's why she couldn't breathe. Quickly, you pull out 2 strands of my hair and give them to her. It'll ward off the evil spirits for her. Hair? Su Lingmeng stopped crying and looked at Su Ming's rounded head. Now pulling out 2 strands of your brother's hair and giving them to Yaya will save the day? Just as she was about to reach out, the woman's exclamation interrupted her movements. Yeah, my baby girl. A woman in a smoky gray professional suit hurriedly ran over and skillfully picked up Fang Yaya, her white face covered in panic. Duyan was heartbroken and angry. I told you to go home early today. Who let you play blindly outside? I called you and you didn't answer. I'll have to beat you up when you're better. Auntie do. Su Lingmeng hugged Su Ming and greeted him with a worried face. Duyan picked up Fang Yaya. Xiao Meng, first accompany me to see Yaya. Auntie will send you home later. Good. At the Protectorate Temple, the murmur of Buddhist scriptures and the rustle of leaves mingled in silence. Fang Yaya was laid flat on the bed in the compartment, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Inside the room, Duyan looked at the abbot in the very center. Abbot, is there really no way to cure her condition? I have the money. As long as I can cure my daughter, I'll do whatever I'm told. She really hated herself. Why did you give birth to the child at a time when it was extremely cloudy? Why didn't you hold back for a while? But if there had been a different time, the child would not have suffered so much. Whenever it's the middle of the year, you must come to the Protectorate Temple to ward off evil spirits. Every day. You can't take your child outside after 8 o'clock in the evening. It will dash against ghosts and evil spirits. There are all sorts of things in the house to ward off evil spirits, and if any step is missing, it may bring disaster to Fang Yaya's life. Like today, if she had been a step late, the baby could have suffocated and died, gone from her forever. She didn't want to be so scared anymore. The abbot sighed in a low voice. Sure, master. Her condition is already considered good, although it cannot be eradicated. At least there is a way to suppress it. Carefully cared for, it always grows, and things will be better then. But it's not a long-term solution to always be so frightened. Duyan cried out. Why was her sweet baby so unlucky to have to suffer all this? My husband and I never did anything illegal and have always been caring people. Why is God doing this to me? Listening to Duyan's cries, Su Lingmeng's heart was sour and her eyes followed. No wonder Ya never hangs out with her at night. There's a reason for that. Thinking of Su Ming's words, she quietly pulled off 2 strands of his hair. Taking out another small cloth bag from her school bag, she put the hairs in it. Su Ming didn't see her movements because of her physical limitations, and only knew that her sudden movements made her scalp hurt a little. Third sister is also too ungentle. Duyan was tired of crying and also noticed the other 2 little ones on the side. Dreamy. Auntie will call a car to take you back. Okay, Auntie. Su Yunmeng quietly looked at Fang Yaya and saw that she had regained consciousness, so she handed over the small cloth bag in her hand. This is for you. It will ward off evil spirits. She whispered. You can trust me. It's useful. More so than living here. If my brother says it will ward off evil spirits, it will work. Fanya had no doubt. Thank you. Dream. At night, the winds are howling. The atmosphere on the streets was more eerie than usual for today's Mid-Yuan festival. Everyone could distinctly feel a layer of something cold and icy in the air against their skin, boring into their bones. Eerie as hell. On the way, there was a constant stream of children wailing and pointing to some blank space saying there was a ghost. Su Ningxue's delicate little face was pale, and her legs were shivering madly. Soho wasn't much better, screaming as a gust of wind blew by. Sis, there's a ghost. It is true that there are ghosts. Ghosts that cannot be contacted on weekdays are more powerful during the Mid-Yuan festival, and weak people with low yang energy will see ghosts. As for those ghosts with great power, they were even able to coalesce entities under the auspices of the mid-year festival. At this moment, there were countless ghosts in the living room that Su He and Su Ningxue could clearly see. There were those in suits, those in Chinese mountains, those with bloody severed heads, and even those who at first glance looked indistinguishable from normal people. The Midwinter Festival is a night of revelry for ghosts. A long-tongued ghost licked Soho's face. scarlet slime dripping down her cheeks. Ah! Sis! I'm so scared. Su Ningxue braced her composure. It's gone if your eyes are closed. Be quiet. The more scared you are, the more excited she gets. Su-hee cried out. Sister! Let's go to the Protectorate Temple. I heard that the Protectorate Temple is more powerful. It's just horrible. Obviously all previous midwinter festivals were normal. More and more ghosts realized that the two could actually see them, and instantly got up a trickster mentality, constantly drifting around them, hissing and shouting every now and then. The two were so shocked that they lost their voices and were unimaginative. As the number of ghosts grew, the two did not dare to linger any longer, and immediately got into the sports car and drove in the direction of the Protectorate Temple. As the distance from the Protectorate Temple grew closer, the two could clearly feel the number of ghosts around them decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally reaching the Protectorate Temple, the surroundings instantly returned to normal. Soho broke out in a cold sweat. His pupils flared, and he shrank away muttering, not a single ghost left. Big sister, we're finally safe. Along the way, she even met a ghost who dismantled his own leg and smashed it against the glass in front of their car, scaring her so much that she almost drove the car into a ditch. Su Ningxue's body was weak, barely calmer than her. Seeing people from afar, the abbot walked quickly. Amit Ba Buddha. The abbot saluted them, his tone gentle and serene. 2 monks, have you come to seek the blessings of our Buddha? Sui covered his heart in shock, and was a little curious. Abbot, does your temple have an accomplished monk sitting in it? Once you arrive here, all the filth is gone. The abbot did not answer her question positively. My Buddha is compassionate and will naturally give the world a pure land. In fact, he was wondering in his mind, could it really be the Buddha's manifestation? For the first time, the Protectorate Temple is so peaceful. I have disturbed the abbot with my unexpected visit this evening. Finally finding a place free of ghosts, the two were put into an empty compartment and soon fell into a deep sleep. At this time, the Su family, Chen Wanxiu hugged her son heartily. Su Lingmeng stood to the side in a disciplined manner. Mom, I was wrong. When she thought that she hadn't found Su Ming at that time, Chen Wanxiu felt that her entire heart was about to jump out. Her tone was stern. Your brother is so young. If you take him out there and have a flashback, do you know how to deal with it? How can you carry him in a book bag when he's so little? Is that something that holds people? My brother obviously likes it too. Su Lingmeng muttered in a small voice. She had heard her brother say that he liked the school, even though he spat at her in the class for being brats. Facing her own mother's fierce gaze, she didn't dare to say anything, and admitted her mistake in a well-behaved and incomparable manner. Mom, I just like my younger brother too much, and I won't in the future. You still want to have a future. I'll forbid you to see your brother if you keep getting so ahead of yourself. Su Lingmeng then really felt the fear. Mom, I really won't. I love my brother the most. You can't keep me from seeing him. After properly educating Su Lingmeng, Chen Wanxiu carried Su Ming upstairs. The baby in his arms was sleeping peacefully, his long eyelashes casting a shadow on his eyelids, as if the sky was falling and couldn't affect him. Chen Wanxiu's heart was soft for a moment. A milky baby is better than the best medicine in the world. Good boy. Mommy will definitely protect you, Chen Wanxiu said silently in her heart. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind outside. The wind was so strong that it rattled the window frames, full of the smell of the storm. For a moment, Chen Wanxiu felt like she was in a boundless hell. Numerous hands propped and tugged at her ankles, trying to pull her downward. The cold touch creepy, ear-piercing cries rang in his ears, and outside the door, a myriad of voices instantly resounded. I'm coming in. Ha 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 ha, this family is rich. Chen Wanxiu's heart was beating in her throat and she was already going to be unsteady on her feet. Oh wow, oh wow. The baby in his arms suddenly clamored, and Su Ming opened his eyes, his face full of impatience. Shut up. Shut up. There's an enemy and a debtor. What are you doing bothering me in my sleep? Get out of here. Get out as far as you can. If I see you, I'll crush one of you with one hand. It was the sound of his own son cursing. Immediately afterward, all of the discomforting sensations disappeared, and the previous sounds seemed as if they had never happened. Su Ming huffed twice, closed his eyes, and fell back to sleep. A quiet look as if nothing had just been done. Chen Wanxiu's face was frozen in shock, and the look in her eyes towards Su Ming added another wave of complex emotions. Who is her son? Anyway, why does he make these strange phenomena disappear with a couple of chirps? But, no matter what, he was her son. Whether he was great or mediocre, she would love him for the rest of her life. Early the next morning, the entire internet was talking about the night of the Midwinter Festival. OMG. I really did see a female ghost last night. She said she killed herself for love and told me her love story. The whole thing is dog licking and scummy dog blood. If she wasn't a ghost, I would have cursed her with a love brain. Upstairs, your love brain ghost is good enough. What I met was a shot murderer. I still have strangulation marks on my old man's neck. I feel like I'm going to die. There are also people who have never encountered this kind of paranormal event at all. Is it true or not? Are you guys really not kidding? Seeing that some people didn't believe me, those who had actually experienced it offered up pictures they had taken. From the white glowing PPO, to the translucent and spooky ghosts in various forms, the entire network has become a straight-up shooting show. The pictures are so many and so real that they don't look like fakes at all. That's not all. Someone else spoke up. Those of you who didn't meet with a life-threatening situation should just be happy. My brother who works as a security guard at the cemetery suddenly jumped up and down and had convulsions last night, and was pulled inside the hospital without being saved. While the internet kicked up a stink, someone smelled a business opportunity. The man with the Taoist priest's avatar spoke on the internet. Selling spiritual talismans. Selling spiritual talismans. $1,000 a piece. 1,000 pieces in total. Can ward off evil spirits. Limited quantity. First come first served. Someone at the bottom quickly questioned. It was just the Migyuan festival yesterday. Are you a real Taoist priest or a fake one? You're not here to sell fake talismans to cheat people. And selling 1,000 talismans at a time. Why does that sound so unreliable? Do you Taoist priests draw talismans so fast now? Is the quality okay? The dogs immediately responded with a hard-hitting response by posting a stack of honorable awards and credentials on their social media accounts. I'm the 20th generation of the easy school, and I've been learning to catch ghosts and ward off evil spirits since I was a child. Drawing spirit talismans is very depleting of one's own vital energy, and if not for too many people being struck by evil, I wouldn't have drawn so many of them at once. Those who find it useful can buy it, and those who think they don't need it just slide by. A confident look of love to buy or not to buy, which in turn makes people think that he is real. For a while, Taoist spiritual talismans have been making huge waves online. People who had met ghosts and evil were scared and just wanted to rush to buy something to protect themselves. Just after the purchase link was released, it was bought up by everyone. Those who wanted to buy it later could only buy used spiritual talismans from those who came before them. The price of spiritual talismans, which originally amounted to $1,000 a piece, kept rising, from several thousand to several tens of thousands again, and there was a direct price for them. At this point, the hardened little Taoist on the internet is scratching his head in front of the screen. He had only learned a little bit of skin and pretended on the internet, and the randomly drawn talisman could actually sell for this price. I should have known to paint more. It's a big loss. Sue's house. The assistant came over escorting something in her arms. Mr. Chen, I snagged a spirit talisman online. The young master is still so young that he is prone to ghosts and evil spirits. Having a spiritual talisman inside the home can ward off evil spirits and keep those unclean things from rushing the young master. Chen Wanqiu's heart warmed. Thank you. You have a heart. To be able to think of her as her boss in such a time of crisis. She really hadn't misjudged anyone. The nanny was holding Su Ming, and the tiny man was gurgling his milk. Hearing the conversation between the two, he cocked his head and surveyed the spirit talisman in Chen Wanqiu's hand. On the yellow paper talisman was an incantation written in vermilion sand, and the sinuous lines of the ancient talisman took on irregular shapes. A layman would find it mysterious and profound if he couldn't read it, but an insider could see the clues at a glance. Su Ming breathlessly burped. Che, I thought it was something good, but it's just scrap paper. Who's been stirring up the heat there? This useless shit is being treated like a baby. Selling such useless waste paper. Really not afraid of the wrath of God. Chen Wanqiu looked at the spirit talisman in her hand, her mind flowing. Su Ming said that this talisman is a waste paper, then it must be a waste paper. I didn't expect that he knew so much. Seeing that the assistant had good intentions, she didn't say anything. At this time, the Protectorate Temple. Once she woke up, Fang Yaya felt rejuvenated and hugged Du Yan and kissed her. Mommy, I'm better. Let's go home. She got up on her own and took the initiative to put on her clothes and shoes. Du Yan guarded her daughter for a night, seeing her state change for the better. Her eyes were indisputably red again, and she was about to shed tears in the next second. Every time she passes the Chinese New Year festival, her daughter has to lie at home for at least 10 days, and this time she actually got completely better overnight. It must have been the Protectorate Temple that sheltered her. I should have gotten the Protectorate Temple earlier, and it wouldn't have delayed Yaya for so long. Baby, are you still not feeling well anywhere? Du Yan rubbed the back of her head. I'll tie 2 tugs for you today, okay? Fang Yaya rubbed her little face against her mom's arm. I feel like I'm in great shape now. Mommy, I want to go home. It's not fun here. Fine, I'll take you back. But we have to go say goodbye to the abbot first. Okay, Mom. Du Yan led her daughter to the Buddha hall in the very center, and after burning a stick of incense in front of the Buddha, she looked at the presiding officer gratefully. My daughter used to lose half her life every midwinter, and this is the first time she's been in such good shape. If it weren't for the highly respected monks of the Protectorate Temple, my daughter wouldn't have gotten better so quickly. Presiding officer, this is my Joss oil money, a token of my appreciation. Hoping that the temple will flourish, she purposely had someone fetch 100,000 in cash over, red cash in a festive color. In the future, if my Yaha gets sick again, she'll have to come here to trouble the abbot again. The host did not move and pressed down the greed in his eyes. This is all we should do, though I don't know how good the little girl was. Anyway, the money came to him. The conversation between the two was heard by the sisters outside the door. Suheet sked. Sister, I used to think that ghosts and gods were deceptive. After experiencing that last night, I realized how narrow-minded I was. All of a sudden, one bumps into many inhuman objects and is scared out of one's wits. At one point, the cold and eerie feeling made you feel like you were going to die the next second. Su Ningxue deeply shared the same feeling. I even feel more comfortable sleeping here. I was often insomniac, and last night as soon as I touched the bed, I had the desire to sleep. Sister, this is a sacred place. That mother and daughter both donated incense and oil money. Let's donate something too. Pray for ourselves. Good. Since they donate money for incense and oil, the two of us sisters will donate a solid gold statue. The abbot almost couldn't hold the kind brows on his face and couldn't help but open his mouth to remind. Scholar, a golden Buddha needs at least $30 million to hit the bottom, and that doesn't include the other carving costs. All told, it will cost around $50 million. Because of the high price, the Buddha statues in temples are usually gold-plated. It's fine. Su Ningxue was calm and did not put the price in her eyes. After all, tens of millions of dollars were just a small amount to her. The Protectorate Temple has deep strength and has sheltered my sister and I. A statue of Buddha is all my thanks. Duyun was shocked at the way the two were acting. The Feng family was also in business, and although the family was wealthy, it was far from the point of casually spending tens of millions of dollars, and it was unthinkable that these two young ladies were so rich. She greeted the abbot and then planned to leave with her daughter. Fanyaya was so active that when she jumped, the small red cloth bag in her pants pocket instantly caught Suho's eye. She asked, "What is this, little friend? Does the little cloth bag contain anything rare?" "Hello sis, this was given to me by my good friend. It wards off evil spirits." Suhi laughed lightly, feeling that the child was simply childishly cute. "Little friend, it's not that this little cloth bag can ward off evil spirits. It's because you're in the Protectorate Temple." Fangyaya's small face wrinkled. "My friend never tells lies to deceive me. If she says it's possible, it's definitely possible." Duyen also agrees with Suhi's words and concurs. "Baby, Mom knows that you and Meng Meng have a good relationship, but the one who really saved you must be the Protectorate Temple, not this little cloth bag. Can you take something a kid just gives you seriously?" Duyen lost her smile. "Maybe it's a figment of my imagination from watching too many cartoons, thinking that something red will ward off evil spirits." "Mom, why do you say that too?" Fangya unhappily bristled. "Dream wouldn't lie to me." The small red cloth bag in the pocket was not well made, even a little rough. Duyen looked at it and felt spicy. "Boy, why don't we throw it away?" "Ugly." Fangya's small hand covered it. "Don't. This was given to me by Meng Meng. I can't just throw it away. Why is this child of yours so stubborn?" Duyen frowned with some displeasure. "Speaking of dreamy, I haven't settled the score with you yet. I told you yesterday morning to come back earlier in the evening. Did you reply? You just know how to follow Su Lingmeng out to fool around. You almost died yesterday. Do you know that?" Frankly, she blamed Su Lingmeng a bit. If it wasn't for her, Yaha wouldn't be out there at night, much less in all that danger. "Mom," Fangya was about to cry at the comment. Her little mouth pouted and she said in an aggravated manner, "I won't be like this next time." Duyan forcefully took the small cloth bag from her pocket and unwrapped it to look at it, getting even angrier. "2 hairs? You fool, it's just ordinary hair. I thought it was something." Duyan parked directly near the car and threw the cloth bag into the trash can next to it. Fang Yaya was small and not strong enough. No matter how much she struggled, it was too late to snatch the small cloth bag back. Something her best friend had given her was just thrown away by her mom, and she instantly cried her heart out, tears streaming down her face. "Mom, you're overreaching. What gives you the right to just dispose of my things?" Duyan's temper is also violent. "Just because I'm your mom. This is my punishment for you playing around so late yesterday." Fang Yaya's face was red from crying. Her hair was plastered to her cheeks, and her entire body was in a sorry state. As she cried, she gradually lost her breath again. Duyan was a little too upset. "Alright, don't cry. Next time you're obedient. Mom won't punish you." Fang Yaya cowered in the passenger seat, twisting her head away unwillingly. She suddenly felt so tired. Obviously her heart was especially sad. Obviously she was very energetic a second ago, but now she couldn't even cry anymore. Fanya closed her eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. Little one was just shrinking on the passenger side, her body constantly twitching. Doyen sighed. The boy, tired of crying himself to sleep, went straight to sleep. Are all kids so grumpy nowadays? If it wasn't for the sake of making her remember, she wouldn't want to use this method. All the way to the house, Fanya looked so tired that she didn't even want to come out for dinner. Doyen just thought she was losing her temper and would be fine after a while. When she went to knock on the door of her room early the next morning, she realized that her whole face was so red that even her breathing was weak. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Doyen's brain exploded and she stumbled over. Yeah, don't scare mommy. Fanya barely lifted her eyelids. It's hard to suffer. Doyen reached out to probe her breathing, only to realize that she was already almost out of breath. Her face was hot, but her body was cold. Pain. Doyen was stunned. Where do you hurt? Quickly tell mommy. All of them hurt. When she finished, she closed her eyes again and assumed a comatose state. This was definitely not an ordinary sickness. Doyen had taken care of Fanya for so many years that she knew at a glance that she was surrounded by those dirty things again because of her constitution. However, yesterday, when I came out from the Protectorate Temple, I was clearly fine. Bracing her composure, she carried the child to the car and sped all the way to the Protectorate. The abbot was picking out a Buddha statue in a beautiful way, and when he saw Doyen, he put down the booklet in his hand. Abbot Master, save my daughter. Doyen looked flustered. I don't know why, but she's surrounded by those dirty things again. In her arms, Fanya was no longer moving. The abbot placed several futons flat on the ground for Doyen to place Fanya. The face that was still red when he left the house was gradually turning green, and Fanya closed her eyes with no vigor at all. Mom! The abbot was shocked. How could he have invoked ghosts and evil spirits again? I don't know. Doyen was in 6s and 7s? Yesterday we had a little verbal altercation and she wasn't in good spirits. I thought it was because she was angry with me, but I didn't expect it to be like this the next day. The abbot hurriedly contacted the other monks, and the crowd placed Fanya in the very center and began chanting scriptures for the practice. The scripture that was clearly capable of washing away all ghosts and evils did not come into play, and Fanya's face remained as ugly as ever. It even became more blue and purple at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it was strangled hard by a big hand by the throat, and half of it could not breathe. When the practice of the crowd stopped, Doyen was puzzled and sad. Why isn't my daughter halfway better? The abbot looked embarrassed. He actually entered the temple by trickery, relying on his ability to put on an act of compassion to become abbot all the way. But he only learned a little bit, and he couldn't save anyone at all. Mom! Fanya's gaze began to lax. I don't seem to be able to make it. Yeah. Doyen's heart ached until it dripped blood. Don't talk nonsense. Mom, will you let me meet my friend? I miss Dreamy, and I'm so afraid I'll never see her again after today. Like a sudden return to the past, Fanya spoke the next paragraph in its entirety. Good. Where did Doyen dare to refuse? And immediately called to contact Su Lingmeng. Soon the doll-like, delicate little girl came running with panic on her face. Yeah. What's gotten into you? Aren't you better? She even secretly pulled out her brother's hair. Surely it would ward off evil spirits. Yeah, brother's hair. She looked through the pockets on Fanya's body. Yeah. Did you not bring the little red cloth bag I gave you? That thing can ward off evil spirits. It would definitely be fine if you brought it. Gloom flashed in Fanya's eyes. Embarrassed and self-condemned, Doyen explained in a small voice. Auntie and Yaya had a fight yesterday, and Auntie lost the little cloth bag in a fit of anger. She actually regretted it after she threw it, but she was an adult and couldn't pull the trigger and apologize to a child. If she had known that Yaya would get hurt again, she would not have said anything to irritate her so much yesterday. How can you be like this? Su Lingmeng was furious, her normally innocent and romantic eyes filled with anger. That's what I gave to Yaya. What gives you the right to just dispose of it? Doyen was a little hungover. It's just a small cloth bag. Auntie apologized. Okay, is this a question of apologizing? Auntie, that cloth bag contains my brother's hair, which can stop all ghosts and evils. If you hadn't thrown it away, this wouldn't have happened to Yaya at all. Doyen's heart shook, her lips trembled, and she couldn't speak for half a day. In the past, my daughter had to recover for a long time every time she was struck by evil. This time, it's so abnormal. Could it really be because of those two hairs? Tears of regret trickled down her face as she grabbed Su Lingming's hand and spoke earnestly. Good boy. Auntie didn't know better before and actually threw away that cloth bag. You and Yaya are good friends, so I'll trouble you to bring 2 more strands of your brother's hair. Auntie will remember your great kindness for the rest of her life. She called the driver and quickly brought Su Lingming back to Su's house. The sleeping Su Ming was baring his mouth because of his physical habits, and suddenly he was directly picked up by someone. Brother, save your life. Protectorate Temple. Su Ningxue was bringing Su He to negotiate matters related to the golden statue, and when she just entered the door, she immediately saw Du Yan, who was hugging Fang Yeye and crying bitterly. She looked at the abbot with some confusion. Wasn't this sister's daughter completely healed yesterday? Why is she here again today? Perhaps it was another rush of ghosts and evils. It's all the poor monk's fault. Yesterday I should have kept them for some more time. Yeah, mommy is sorry. Du Yan hugged the skinny girl in her arms tightly, her guilt reaching its peak. Mommy shouldn't have lost your little cloth bag in anger, or it wouldn't have harmed you, and it's all mommy's fault. Su Ningxue walked over just in time to hear her words. She looked puzzled. This lady, we met yesterday. Wasn't the little cloth bag you were talking about given to your daughter by her friend? How is losing the little cloth bag harming her? That little cloth bag contains the hair of the children's brother, which can ward off evil spirits. After having that little cloth bag, my daughter did get well very quickly this year on the mid-year's day, but I threw it away. It's just a child's hair. They probably watched too many TV dramas and thought that a child's hair can really ward off evil spirits. Next to her, Su He had a disbelieving face and kindly advised, we should believe in professional masters. Children's words can't be taken seriously. The dimly conscious Fang Yeye heard their words. She braced herself, her voice thin but firm. My good friend wouldn't lie to me. She's the best Su Lingmeng in the world. She definitely wouldn't lie to me. At the mention of this name, the expression on Su Yi's face couldn't be pocketed. What did you say? Her name is Su Lingmeng? That little brat who fooled her? That bad daughter of Chen Wanxiu? Thinking of the younger brother in Du Yan's mouth, Su He's expression went cold in an instant. Her younger brother wouldn't be called Su Ming, right? Fang Yeye's eyes lit up. Sister, you know them too? Su He didn't speak in a good mood. Sneering, I think you're really stupid. What use can a little kid's hair be? Do you think his head is enlightened? The mention of the Su family didn't do her much good. A family? Not a single good person. Su Ningxue, however, pulled on her sleeve. Little Lotus, I do think that what the little sister said might be true. Unlike Su He, who had seen Su Ming scare off evil spirits with her own eyes, she had always felt that he was not ordinary, and that it might really be his doing. Sister, are you stupid? Su Ming is just an obnoxious baby. How could he possibly have these skills? Koho, you're prejudiced against them, and I thought you were under their spell. The two sisters were talking and it kind of looked like they were arguing. Seeing Du Yan holding the child and crying, Su Ningxue directly said, alright, now the priority is to find that little cloth bag. This young lady, where did you lose it then? My sister and I will go look for it now. The abbot was dropping cold sweat on the side. He wasn't stupid. Su Ningxue looked much more stable, and she was probably the one who made the decisions inside the family. The two had just agreed to donate gold Buddha statues to the temple yesterday. If they found out that the so-called Su Ming really had that strength, wouldn't that mean that the Protectorate Temple was incapable? Maybe the golden Buddha statue to be donated will be withdrawn as a result. He must not let this happen. Soho looked reluctant. Su Ningxue's tone was aggravated. Even if it's useless, we still have to go and help look for it. We might be able to save a child's life. Humph. There's absolutely no way Su Ming could have this kind of strength anyway. The two sisters have different ideas. Du Yan, who was holding the baby, was all caught up in their thoughts by the noise. Did Su Ming's hair really work? But Su Ningxue had a point. Even if it didn't work, he could still try it. She told the location where she had lost the cloth bag, and Su Ningxue no longer lingered. Taking Su He and driving down the mountain road again, the trash cans were cleaned up quickly, and by the time the two of them found their way over along the location Du Yan said, the trash cans were cleaned of their contents. However, Su Lingmeng also rushed back at this time. When Su Ningxue and her rushed back anxiously, wanting to hand the things back to Du Yan, the abbot suddenly snapped. No way, there are evil spirits invading inside. The abbot's brain was spinning fast. If this thing doesn't work, it's fine, but if it does, the Protectorate Temple's credibility will be all over. The Temple of the Protectorate is actually no more useful than the hair of a small child. Who's going to come and donate money for the joss stick when you tell them? He spoke quickly. Sure, master. Didn't you say that this year's Midyuan festival event was the first time your daughter wore the small cloth bag? It's what caused the trouble. It contains the power of evil spirits, able to make a person's body appear normal for a short while, then instantly devour the person's soul. If you hadn't dropped it early, your daughter might have died. Du Yan's hands trembled in fear. This is really fake? Is this little cloth bag useful or not? If it doesn't work, forget it. It can't be of bad use. Su He chimed in on the side. I also think this little cloth bag is evil. Children don't understand things. We are adults. We should always be more mature in our thoughts. Do you think a baby's hair will really work? Just like what the abbot said. Inviting evil spirits is more like it. Duyan froze. The abbot sighed on the side. Scholar, your daughter's life can be completely tied up in your thoughts. If you don't believe me, you have to be mentally prepared for anything that happens afterwards. If you believe in me, please let me do the spell for her again. Su Lingmeng grabbed her arm, so anxious that she burst into tears. Auntie, I never lie. It's important to save Yaya now. Duyan gritted her teeth and finally decided, Master, I trust you. The abbot's eyes flashed with joy, and immediately instructed the little shaman to prepare the props, and with the scene just now, began to do the practice again. Namo Amitba. The chanting of Buddhist scriptures resounded through the temple, a neat and tidy sound, sacred and peaceful, as if it could actually lead things in a good direction. Duyan looked at her daughter nervously, but saw that her breath was even weaker than before. When the practice was over, instead of getting better, the situation got worse. Abbot Master, what the hell is going on here? She didn't tense up and question through her tears. The abbot is also getting taught. He was not a good learner and only knew simple exorcisms. Once the difficulty went up, he had no idea what to do. Right now, he could only bite the bullet. The thing in your hand is too evil, and even if you do it again, you won't be able to dispel its power. Suning Shue stood to the side. I think you'd better use the little cloth bag that your little sister brought with her. It might actually be useful. Duyan hesitated. She looked at the abbot, and the other party still had that calm and compassionate look on his face. Miss, I'm sure that this cloth bag contains evil things, so you can't just use it. You will ruin your daughter if you use it. Then do you have a way? Su Ningxue directly questioned, her beautiful eyebrows raised, cold and forceful. This can't be used, that can't be used. Tell me what can be done. The abbot closed his mouth in embarrassment and was speechless for a moment. Su Ningxue said seriously, since there is nothing you can do, Master, even if this cloth bag has an evil object, what's wrong with giving it a try? Su Lingmeng also spoke nervously on the side. Auntie, just use it. I won't harm Yaya. She's my best friend. A cold sweat gradually fell from the corner of the abbot's forehead. But this will affect the little girl's body even more. As he spoke, he blushed with embarrassment and gradually bottomed out. Duyan listened into Su Ningxue's words. What is she worried about when her child is like this? Will it turn out any worse than it is now? Might as well just try it. She took the cloth bag in Su Lingmeng's hand and placed it on Fang Yaya's chest. The abbot tried to stop her. Scholar, this will really affect her. I remembered. Just now our practice didn't work, must be because of this small cloth bag. If not for it, our practice would have been successful. But the very moment the little cloth bag was placed on it, the eyelashes of the girl on the futon quivered. Duyan was excited and shocked, trembling her hand, wanting to touch her, but not daring to just let her hand go up. Soon, the deathly pale Fang Yaha not only opened her eyes, she even moved her hands. She slowly propped herself up on the mat and sat up on her own. She blinked her round eyes and sounded surprised. Mommy, I don't hurt anymore, eh? In places invisible to the naked eye of the crowd, the black aura on Fang Yaya's body continued to dissipate outwards, and a faint golden light shone in front of her chest, injecting a steady stream of vitality into her body. Duyan covered her mouth in excitement and looked at the scene in front of her incredulously. Yeah, she was so excited that she was incoherent. You're actually better. Only then did she put on this little cloth bag, and she actually got better right away. No wonder she recovered so quickly this mid-Yuan festival. She's such a dumbass that she actually wanted to lose the little cloth bag. The others were also shocked at the scene happening in front of them, especially the abbot. The muscles of his aged face shivered, his eyes glazed over, and he could not regain his senses for half a day. I can't believe it's actually useful. His mind raced and his face didn't change. Sure, Master, this is the result of what we just did, and now it's finally taking effect. As soon as the words came out, even Su He, who felt that Su Ming couldn't possibly have this ability, was a little speechless. This so-called high priest seems to be a bit of a stick-in-the-face opener. Su Lingmeng excitedly walked over and hugged Fang Yaya. You're finally better. I was scared to death. Oh, dream. I thought I'd never see you again in my life. The two little kids hugged each other and cried in a ball, one louder than the other. Pathetic and kind of funny. Duyan did not have the heart to comfort the two of them for the time being. She stood up and looked at the abbot with a cold gaze. I originally thought that you were a virtuous monk, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. Since you didn't save my daughter, return the joss stick money I donated. It's only $100,000. The fangs aren't short of that. However, he actually stopped himself, saying that there was something wrong with the little cloth bag and forbidding her to use it. Even after she had used the little cloth bag to save her daughter, she still had the nerve to put gold on her face. Do senior monks have no threshold nowadays? So shameless. If he hadn't kept stopping him, Yara wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Since he's shameless, she can't cheapen this $100,000. It's better to donate it to another charity organization than to give it to this black-hearted monk. The abbot's face darkened and he looked unsettled. Scholar, the incense oil money has already been registered. There is no way to return it. I can't ask for my money back? Du Yen sneered. Your protectorate temple is of no use at all. You still want my joss stick money. Do you want face? The abbot choked. Master, I said that the incense oil money has been registered and cannot be returned. Now who donates money and then returns it? There is no such thing under the sky. If you don't have any money, you shouldn't have donated in the first place. Thanks to you, you're still a monk. Aren't you afraid of the Buddha's blame if you do this? There's absolutely no way this money is going to be refunded anyway. Du Yen was infuriated and turned red. Chen Wanqiu had heard about Fang Yaya and was hugging Su Ming over. When she stepped through the door, she heard the conversation between the two. Seeing Du Yen fall into the wind, Chen Wanqiu was about to roll up her sleeves and go up to help her speak, when the child in her arms instead stomped her feet before she did. What a person! How dare you bully my sister's friend? Black-hearted, rotten-eyed bad guys who didn't do the job and still have the nerve to collect money. Su Ming cursed in his heart. Along with his anger, the sky suddenly became gloomy. Dense dark clouds poured in, blocking out all the sunlight. Boom! Purple lightning rolled close to his ears. Boom! There was another sound, and the abbot watched as the bolt of lightning was about to strike in front of him. In a flash of lightning, he remembered what Du Yen had just said and hurriedly said, "Retreat! I'll retreat." Just as he finished speaking, the lightning bolt seemed to have heard his words and all disappeared. The sky was clear, and there was no trace of the previous cloudy scene. The abbot was stunned. Grass. He wouldn't really mess with the Buddha. Would he? He wouldn't really be blamed for this, would he? Du Yen opened the collection code. Then you quickly return it. She was also surprised that the heavens were helping her, but she didn't notice that Su Ming in the back had his little feet stomping around. It had the meaning that if old Den dared to refuse, he would continue to discharge electricity. Chen Wanqiu hugged the child in her arms, her heart soft, knowing that it must be him. Here, the abbot gritted his teeth and returned the money that was still warm. After getting the money, a few people stopped staying and left from the protectorate. Du Yen was expressing her gratitude to Su Ling Meng all the way, and the little girl's face reddened as she listened, comforting her in turn for not being so polite. She shyly said, "Auntie, Yaya and I are good friends. This is all I should do, no matter how good it is. Auntie would like to thank your family. If it wasn't for Meng Meng bringing this little cloth bag, I don't even know what would have happened to Yaya now." When the car drove back to the city, she specially went to buy some children's favorite toys and snacks for Su Ming and Su Lingmeng, and repeatedly expressed her gratitude before separating from Chen Wanqiu. Her daughter's body finally recovered. Du Yen returned home in a happy and relaxed mood. The two of them had a cozy day, and the next day, Du Yen suddenly received a call from her friend. Yen, did you have to donate money to a temple, but then had to return it after you did? I'll tell you, the whole internet knows about this matter now. All of them are scolding you. The abbot sent a transcript. In this account, she becomes the white-eyed wolf who demands a refund of the joss stick money once her daughter has recovered from her illness. The abbot himself, on the other hand, is portrayed as a master with a compassionate heart and a very decent image. He even teared up. Actually, I don't have to ask for joss oil money. I'll do my best without it. I'm just very chilled. The comments at the bottom, all of them are scolding Du Yen. Holy shit, it's been a long time coming. There are actually people like that in the world. Sister Du, when I go to the hospital in the future, can I also ask the doctor to save me? And after that I can ask for a refund of my medical bills? You are really shameless. Someone else's master saved your daughter, and you're actually denying it. Du Yen was so angry that she responded in the comments. It wasn't even him who saved my daughter. He did the spell and it didn't help at all, and prevented me from using something that actually worked. Immediately, someone scolded her. The abbot has said that it takes time for it to work. If it weren't for the abbot, your daughter wouldn't even know where she is, and you're still sophomoric even now. Du Yen was infuriated to the point of heart attack, not wanting to be pissed off anymore. She put down her cell phone to gather her emotions to send Fang Yaya to school. But recently, because of the Mid-Yuan festival, Buddhism and Taoism are at an all-time high online. The abbot of the protectorate monastery has seen a high rise in attention during this time, and has leapt to become an internet sensation. He also happened to post about Du Yan's mother and daughter, which immediately attracted around 1 million attention. With his intention to reveal personal information, Du Yan and Fang Yaya's information was quickly picked up, and the mother and daughter instantly became the white-eyed wolves of the internet crowd. At school, Fang Yaya could clearly feel that the friends surrounding her had become fewer. There were even people who deliberately rolled their eyes at her when they passed by, cursing unpleasant words under their breath. White-eyed wolf. Ungrateful. So disgusting. Someone directly rushed to Fang Yaya with righteous indignation, accusing her. Fang Yaya, you and your mom are so poor. Other people went through all the trouble to help you guys, and you actually even asked for the money you donated back. Children, for the most part, like to hug. Fang Yaya mother and daughter are at the despised end of the moral chain on the internet, becoming the object of everyone's scorn. She was scolded silly, completely unaware of what had happened, and tried to explain, but instead, she was scolded even more. At times like this, Su Lingmeng remained by her side. Although she was young, her tone was firm. Yeah, no matter what others say, I will be by your side. Don't be sad, they have no idea what's going on. They're just there to fight for what's right and see what's right. They're wallflowers. With Su Lingmeng accompanying her, Fang Yaya then felt less sad. She cried and hugged her with gratitude. Dreamy, it's a good thing you're here. Su Lingmeng's unwillingness to follow the crowd resulted in her being ostracized by the others as well. When onlookers scolded Fang Yaya, along with her, she was also scolded for being friends with bad kids. The two little girls were just isolated. There was so much heat online that Chen Wanqiu also heard the news of the abbot. She laughed in exasperation and directly spoke for Du Yan on her account. Gentlemen, the abbot of the Protectorate Temple is a liar. Please don't be fooled by him. He doesn't have any strength at all. He only says specious things to fool people. This is his means of deceiving people. Du Yan is my friend. I can vouch that she is not lying. She had a certain number of followers, and when the words came out, that's when the abbot's account started to be viewed with suspicion. Some sensible people pointed out that the abbot might have a problem as well, but that didn't last long. The little Taoist priest who sold the talisman before suddenly came out in support of the abbot of the Protectorate Temple, who openly said on the internet, "Gentlemen, although I am a Taoist preacher, there has always been a connection between Buddhism and Taoism, and the abbot of the Protectorate Temple and I have been old friends for many years. I can assure you all on my personal honor that he is a person with real skills just like me, not the moralistic liar that Ms. Chen claims he is." Since selling the talisman, Taoist priests have been held in all kinds of esteem. Chen Wanqiu had managed to get everyone to start questioning the abbot, and with these words of his, he had made people sideways again. Not only did the people begin to mock Du Yan for being a white-eyed wolf, they also began to suspect that Chen Wanqiu and Du Yan were in cahoots. I thought Ming Bud was a very good business before, but now with someone like Chen Wanqiu in it, I'm starting to waver. People's abbots gave their time and effort. Du Yan patted her ass and left? Shameless. Chen Wanqiu actually spoke for this kind of person. It's really a waste of my favorite. On the internet, the crowd not only began to despise Du Yan, but also began to dig at Chen Wanqiu. Along with this, Ming Bud was greatly affected, causing collaborators to return their products. When Sui saw the online news, he immediately burst out laughing. Chen Wanqiu, you also have today. She excitedly shared with Su Ningxue next to her. Sister, do you know? Chen Wanqiu spoke up for Du Yan online and was ridiculed by the netizens. Ha, let her go against me before. She deserves it. Although she also felt that the words of the abbot of the Protectorate Temple could not be trusted in their entirety. But so what? As long as Chen Wanqiu was not doing well, she was happy in her heart. Serves you right. Su Ningxue inclined her head and carefully looked at the online developments. Understanding it well was a little hard to say to Suho. This sister of hers has too many opinions about Chen Wanqiu. But her son Su Ming is not an ordinary person. Not only can he scare off evil spirits, the lightning bolt not long ago is also estimated to have come from him. Where is this so-called abbot of the Protectorate Temple able to touch the porcelain? I'm afraid it won't be long before this monk and Taoist priest is slapped in the face. Chen Wanqiu was hugging Su Ming at home and watching the news online, seeing more and more people not knowing the truth and holding the abbot and mentor up on the altar. She was furious. Damn it! I should have taken a video at that time to show everyone the real face of this high priest. It's infuriating, obviously just a liar, but pushed by so many people, and the reason why this Taoist priest is being praised mainly stems from the previous talisman. Many people who bought the talisman have trumpeted its efficacy on the internet. I was lucky enough to buy one of Taoist Li's talismans before, and I haven't met a ghost since, and I don't even go out at night without fear. Not only that, even my luck is much better. I just won more than 500 lottery tickets. That's right, just for this talisman. I'll trust Taoist Li unconditionally. Although the inscription Bud is also unique, I trust this charm that can save my life more yet. Chen Wanqiu, if you can come out and apologize, I'm still willing to continue using Ming Bud's products. Su Ming sat in her arms and had an unobstructed view of what was on it. Seeing Chen Wanqiu's angry face, he babbled and reached out in front of her as if to say don't be angry. Mom, someone's pissing you off. I'll beat him up for you. Chen Wanqiu's heart softened and her eyes were peaceful. Good boy. You're so good. Su Ming brushed away her hand that wanted to touch himself and climbed over to the coffee table. He stretched out his fingers and dipped them in some water, writing and drawing on the empty paper next to him, quickly forming a talisman. He pointed at the charm. Nay, his body could only gibberish. Mom, use this. It's much more powerful than that Taoist charm. Trust me. Obviously, Su Ming had used clear water rather than vermilion, but the moment his incantation was formed, it had instantly turned red. Faint streams of light flickered, and Chen Wanqiu even saw the moment when it had just taken shape. What flashed on the talisman was golden light. Su Ming brushed his fingers and quickly wrote a dozen or so. Mom, this is a spirit talisman that I made. It's much more useful than the spirit talisman of that crooked Taoist priest. Su Ming grinned, and drool instantly flowed out of the baby's tiny mouth. If you take it out and use it, it will definitely blow away those people who boasted about the stinky Taoist priest cursing us. To actually dare to scold his mother and her company. Su Ming felt angry just thinking about it. As soon as he got angry, the person had more strength. With the talisman paper in his small hands, he was about to make a move to write down more. Seeing that he still wanted to continue, Chen Wanqiu hurriedly went over, carried the man to the side, and coaxed in a warm voice. Good boy. That's enough already. If my son says this charm works, then it must work. Since it's something useful, it will definitely cost something. What if it damages her child's energy? It's not good to be exhausted at such a young age. Mom, all these charms can ward off evil spirits and drive away disasters. Hey, it's a shame I couldn't tell you myself. You must have thought I was scribbling for fun. You're not going to take them all and throw them away later. There are so many. Sad. Su Ming said. A little sad. It's too much of a life to live when you're a baby. Every day. I can't speak. I can't walk. I can only eat and sleep and be teased like a toy. Although my family is very nice. When is this life going to end? Chen Wanqiu rubbed his little head, suddenly wanting to tease her son in her arms. If she suddenly told him that she could actually hear his heart, would he be able to communicate with her in his heart later? Perhaps it was because he had just consumed some energy from drawing the talisman. Su Ming yawned. He barked twice. His expression tinted with sleepiness, and he went straight to sleep, thinking about what the child had just said. Chen Wanqiu looked at the yellow spirit talismans on the coffee table and didn't waste them. After giving one to everyone in her family, she gave one to all her important relatives and friends. There were 5 left at the end, and after thinking about it, she was going to give them to the top 5 customers on Mingbud's spending list. She shared on social media. Thank you for all the likes on Mingbud's, and as a way to give back to our customers, we are now sending special spiritual amulets to the top 5 customers on our spending list. We will default to send the item to the customer's usual shipping address. If the customer needs to change their address, they can contact our customer service. In the past few days, both Mingbud and her were in a state of being mocked, and were even trending black and red on the internet. She suddenly said that she wanted to send a spirit talisman, immediately provoking mocking voices. Laughing my ass off. This sis, where did you get your talisman? Does it really work? Don't ever just draw it randomly with paper. The elementary school students in my family all draw more real than this. You're not following the example of Taoist Li because you saw that his talisman was particularly effective. Are you? You're a skin care company. What kind of talisman are you selling? Who would believe it? Let me make a suggestion. If you want to save your reputation, just produce your skincare products honestly. Prices come down, quality goes up, and we consumers will still come and buy even if we think there's something wrong with you. That's right. Working hard to improve the product is the right way. Engaging in these crooked ways will only make people think that Mingbud is going to be finished. The screen was full of malice, almost on the verge of overflowing. Regarding Chen Wanqiu's behavior, everyone felt that she was reacting because everyone chose to believe Taoist Li and the abbot and not her. Chen Wanqiu glanced at it and frowned with some displeasure. She only thought it was funny. She didn't even say she was taking it out and selling it. It was just as a perk to give to her clients. So how did she invite so many people to talk about her? Still, she gave those charms away like she said she would. If Su Ming said it was useful, then it was definitely useful. Such a precious thing. It was only on weekdays when she fully supported Mingbud's customers that she would think of giving it to them. The logistics were fast. At that moment, a young girl returned home and saw the package sitting on the doorstep. It was the spirit talisman sent by Mingbud. Tang Qingqing picked it up and looked at it, laughing softly. Actually really sent it over. The management of Mingbud is really something. A good company that sells skin care products has to mix in spiritual talismans. And I don't know where to get them. They won't just be waste paper. She tucked the talisman away casually. It was a gift anyway, so it was a waste of time to not use it, and it might actually have some effect. When she went to work the next day, The charm she had placed on her body was quickly noticed by the co-worker next to her. Ching Ching, do you have a talisman too? Did that Taoist Lee sell them before? Tang Ching pulled out the talisman casually. That price is sky high. I can't afford it. Aren't I a loyal customer of Mingbud? This is a gift from them. Honestly, I don't think it's useful at all, but it looks okay, so I'll just put it on my body. Yes? Curiosity rose in the other's eyes. Can you give me a closer look? No problem. Tang Ching directly handed her the talisman. If you like it, it's fine to give it to you. I don't think it's useful anyway, so I can only wear it for a bit of fun. The spirit talisman is drawn quite well, and the incantation is very similar to what I read in the ancient books. Honestly, I think it looks even better than the talisman drawn by that Taoist Lee yet. Tang Ching laughed softly. How much do Taoist Lee's talismans cost each? Fong, you're such a fool. If you had real access to Taoist Lee's talismans, you wouldn't think the one you're holding is so powerful. So many people on the internet had said that Taoist Lee's talisman was useful, but they hadn't seen anyone say that Mingbud's talisman was useful. It was probably the same solution that Chen Wanqiu had come up with in order to salvage the lows that Mingbud had faced in the past few days. But this approach is too self-serving. A cosmetics company giving away a spiritual talisman just sounds weird. Seeing the other party's face like it, carefully placing the talisman close to his chest, Tang Ching said nothing more. It's all good, friends. She can like it if she likes it. It's not a big deal anyway. But a few days later, the girl had just gotten up when the door was clanked on by the other side of the frame. Ching, something's wrong. Once the door was opened, I saw Wang Feng's hair was messy and spread out, and her face was dirty, and her appearance was in a sorry state. She dropped to sit in Tang Ching's doorway gasping for air, as if she had suffered something inhuman. Wang Feng shivered, still clutching the spirit talisman in her hand. Tang Ching's face immediately panicked. What happened to you? What happened? She cried out with a wow. Ooh, Ching, I don't even know how to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would definitely just be a corpse now. You don't even know how thrilling what I met was. Wang Feng remembered what had happened to her in the morning, and a wave of fear came over her. She sat on the bus and watched as it crashed into the bus. A horrible clanging sound the moment the two large vehicles collided. At that point, she had already predicted her own death. But she didn't die. She watched as shards of glass were about to fly into her body, felt her entire body vacate under the violent impact, but a strong force pulled her back. It was like she was enveloped in a layer of light, blocking out everything that threatened her life. By the time she reacted, she was hospitalized. Everyone in the car was gone. She was the only one left alive. And even the doctor sked and said it was a miracle that she had snatched a life from Hades. At that moment, she suddenly thought of the spirit talisman given by her friend. Taking it out and taking a look. Sure enough, the bright red color on it had dimmed a bit, as if it had lost some of its usefulness, and even the light had partially disappeared. Wang Feng couldn't stop herself from crying. Ching, you are now my savior. If it wasn't for you, my parents would have to go and collect my corpse. Feng, take it easy. Aren't you fine now? Tang Ching was surprised and heartbroken to hear this. She really didn't expect that Mingbud's spirit talisman would actually work. What's more, she hadn't thought that she had actually saved her friend with a casual move. In the past, when I saw that you liked using Mingbud so much, I still didn't feel like I understood. I declare that from now on, I am also a loyal user of Mingbud. Skincare products? I recognize their family. Fine, don't you cry. Waiting to comfort her good friend, Tang Ching was alone for a long time and could not calm down. So she put this matter on the internet. She had a small following and sending it out didn't draw any particular attention. Only a few scattered people commented at the bottom. Is this the water army that Mingbud hired? How come none of them are giving the water army any heat? No one even came to give a nod of approval. It looks too perfunctory. Am I some kind of stupid person who would believe the words of someone who has not even given 100%? Or such a bizarre story? This young lady, what you are telling us is too suspenseful. How is it possible that the entire car is gone and just your friend alone is still alive? What kind of luck and blessing must this be? That's right, the whole car is dead, indicating a serious impact. There's no reason why she's still alive. It's just a fake glance. The girl first explained a couple of things, but when she saw that no one really believed her, she was so angry that she stopped opening her social media accounts. Su Lan was lying sickly on the bed, her waxy face adding a touch of whiteness, her eyes weakly open. Originally, the age has gone up, and it is not easy to use high-priced skincare products to raise the skin back to the previous appearance. Aha! Ghost! Suddenly, she shrieked feebly, looking horrified, as if she had seen something appalling. Su Jinting looked at her with a worried expression, feeling heartbroken at what had happened to his daughter. He explained to the abbot of the protectorate temple next to him, Ever since the Mid-Yuan festival, my daughter has been struck by an evil spirit. It wasn't serious at first. She just wandered off and suddenly said there were ghosts. I thought she would get better on her own, but I didn't realize it was getting worse. Looking at Su Lan's face of pain, Su Jinting couldn't bear it. Although she wasn't the daughter she had always raised by her side, she was after all her own bloodline. I didn't expect to meet these things before letting her enjoy a few days of happiness. LOL. He continued. Master, also trouble you to save my daughter. Money is not a problem. Everything according to the best and most effective. Amit Bab Buddha. The Grand Master saluted her. The poor monk will bring his disciples to perform the ritual for your daughter later. It should be able to expel the evil spirits from her body. The Grand Master led the way and soon began practicing in Su Lan's lavish room. Accompanied by the sound of Buddhist scriptures, Su Lan barely felt a little better. In a daze, she thought of Chen Wanxiu. Rather than being physically weak, it was still hard to hide his hatred when he thought of Chen Wanxiu. Damn bitchy woman. When she gets better, she will definitely make Chen Wanxiu look good. When the abbot finished his practice, he took out another talisman. Master, let your daughter wear this spiritual talisman, and your body should be healed very quickly. Yes, thank you master. Su Jinting personally handed the spirit talisman to his daughter and comforted her. Little Lan, how are you doing now? If it's still not good enough, I'll find another master for you. Feeling the spirit talisman, a bright light rose in Su Lan's eyes as she excitedly said, much better, Dad. With this talisman, my body is all much more refreshed. Su Ningxue and Su He stood to the side. Seeing that her condition had improved, Su Ningxue was a bit curious. Auntie, do you feel that your body has greatly improved? And that there is no sense of difficulty at all? She had seen the way Fang Yaha touched Su Ming's hair, and almost instantly, the whole person was energized and looked very energetic. This abbot of the Protectorate Temple might have some skills, but she always felt that the skills were not great, and she only knew some skin. Su Lan was a bit hesitant. I feel that my head doesn't hurt as much, and my body is a bit lighter, but to say it's completely better is not. Still no spirit, a little faint and a little tired. But, this should be the normal state, right? After all, there's no way for a spiritual elixir to take effect immediately. Su He nodded his head. Yes, sis, I think that little girl from last time should have been saved by the abbot. Anyway, it's impossible for Su Ming to have that ability. She had been prejudiced against Su Ming for too long, and Su Ningxue didn't take her words seriously. She looked to Solan. It's okay, Auntie, we'll observe tomorrow. The two came out of Solan's room. Su He bristled. Sister, you can't be thinking that what the abbot of the Protectorate Temple just didn't work, right? Auntie clearly looks much better. Su Ningxue didn't reply, which was a tacit admission that she was right. She always felt that the abbot of the Protectorate was not that powerful. And also speaking online crickets to Yen mother and daughter. Really is a monk should have a heart? Su Ningxue felt very skeptical about this matter. Sure enough, when she went over the next day, Solan's reply was the same as today. It wasn't as painful as before, but it was still a mentally exhausted bed, half energized. Seeing this scene, Su Ningxue had something to think about in her heart. This charm is useful, but not very useful, or it wouldn't leave the person still in this state the next day. She found a client who was giving away spiritual talismans by Ming Bud, and after greeting the person, she offered to buy a talisman for $100,000. The other party wasn't very willing, and it was only after she raised the price to $500,000 that Su Ningxue was allowed to get the spirit talisman. Su Ningxue, who had obtained the spirit talisman, carefully examined the talisman paper in her hand. Since the item was sent out by Ming Bud, it was 80% related to Su Ming. If it was truly related to Su Ming, then it would definitely be more useful than the abbot's things. Su Ningxue thought about it and knocked on the door of Sui's room. Come on, walk me out. She needed to find someone to accompany her to test whether the spirit talisman was useful or not, and it was obvious that Suhi was the best person to do so. Inside the room, Soho had already changed into her silk halter nightgown, her proud bosom standing out. Upon hearing this, she queried, Sister, where are you taking me? It's so late and it's eerie and weird outside. I don't want to go out. After what happened at the last Mid-Yuan festival, she was now physically afraid at night, and really didn't want to go out much. Su Ningxue didn't answer her question head-on. What's the point of asking so many questions? Just accompany me out. She knew Soho. She wouldn't want to go out if she told her where she was going. That wasn't good. She wasn't going out alone. Soho still didn't want to go out. Resisting silently, Su Ningxue had her arms wrapped around her chest, and her pair of eyes were quietly looking at her, clearly as calm as water. Yet it made people's hearts tremble with fear. She sneered, going or not? Sis. Su He stomped his feet, wanting to refuse. Under her pressure, but not daring to, and finally reluctantly put on his clothes and followed behind Su Ningshui. The two drove a Porsche Cayenne. Su Ningshui sat in the driver's seat, her foot stepped on the gas pedal, and her speed flew. The scene outside the window flies away as the tall buildings dwindle. The popularity of the road diminishes as the bright city streets turn into country roads with only streetlights. It wasn't until they drove down a dark side road that Soho finally realized something wasn't quite right. Sis, what is this place? What did you bring me here for? Fear surfaced on Sui's clear face, her lips trembling lightly as she rubbed her arms. Don't be afraid. I won't harm you. It wasn't until Su Ningshui stopped in front of an abandoned villa that Soho stopped and rubbed his eyes. She pulled out her cell phone and screamed out as she checked the location locator. Sis, isn't this the scene of that murder? What are you bringing me here for? It was originally a relatively isolated villa complex, and the owner of one of the homes was a violent maniac who abused his wife and children before kidnapping innocent young girls and brutally murdering them. The case was a sensation and resulted in the villa becoming a straight-up murder house. After the case, children's cries and women's screams often appeared inexplicably in the murder house. According to people in the neighborhood, there were also ghostly shadows floating around in the middle of the night, and even the residents of the nearby villas were affected in their lives and forced to move out of the area. Suhi was on the verge of crying in fear. Sister, do you want to get me killed? I've never wanted to compete with you for anything. You can't harm me if you want to. Just give me the car keys. I want to go home. I'm not staying here. Su Ningshui's head was spinning from her crying. Honestly speaking, she was also scared. Otherwise she wouldn't have even coaxed and tricked Suhi into bringing him here to give herself courage. When Soho cried, her heart was also hairy and insecure. Sister, be quiet, she whispered, taking a deep breath to cheer herself up. It's just a murder house. Come on, accompany me up. Up there? Soho roared out mournfully, hideously fearful, like someone had a knife at her neck. Are you crazy, sister? If you want to go, you go. I'm not going up there. Good sister. Sis hasn't begged you for anything. Just this once. Stay with me. Su Ningshui pulled her hand, unwilling to let go a little. The terrain was remote. There was a wind blowing, and the cool touch called for an infinite rise of uneasiness and fear in one's heart. Soho's face was desperate. She couldn't break free, so she could only shiver her legs and allow Su Ningshui to pull herself up. The villa hadn't been tended to in a long time and reeked of mold. The door was unlocked, and the two easily pushed it open and walked in. The lights in the villa didn't work, so Su Ningshui turned on the light from the flashlight. The leather sofa was a variety of ragged holes chewed out by mice, and the sponge inside was pitted and even sprouted mushrooms. The walls and ceiling were dense cobwebs, and large black spiders darting about as the light stimulated them. A strong, pungent odor hit the two men and they choked. Suhi was already numb with fear. She stiffened her body and mechanically begged for mercy. Sister, let me go. No. Su Ningshui's reply was decisive, not giving her a chance to refuse. She took Suho's hand and kept going up. The ground was heavy with gray, and footprint after footprint surfaced as the two walked by. In the ear, rang a light and weird voice. Seems to be far away. Seems to be close. Can not really hear. Where is that little girl from? It smells so good. I want to eat it in one bite. Give my daughter back her life. Don't you come any closer. I'm going to yell for someone. The various shouts mingled together in a weird and eerie way. Su Ningshui still had a resolute face as she pulled Suhi forward, obviously so scared that her teeth were chattering, but she was unwilling to stop. It is said that the original crime scene was on the second floor. Suhi could feel that the higher up she went, the cries and shouts in her ears were increasing, and even the atmosphere was more oppressive. It was as if there was a big invisible hand between her neck, wanting to strangle her throat and twist it viciously, all the way to the second floor stairway. The door wouldn't open. Through a door, the temperature inside dropped more than 5 degrees from outside, and just standing in the doorway made people shiver with cold. The previously hazy voices all became clear in this instant, and the woman's mournful and open-hearted laughter could almost pierce one's eardrums. Where is that little cutie from? So cute. Come on, let sister have a bite. There was a small child's childlike voice. Mommy, someone's here. Can I play with her? Infinite voices ringing in my ears. Soho closed his eyes in pain. Sis, I have a feeling that if this door opens, we might not be able to go back. Are you trying to get not only me killed, but yourself as well? Having traveled such a long way, she was already desperate. Is her life, Suhi's life, going to end today? Suddenly, a gust of wind kicked up, coming with such force that it almost lifted the two men to the ground. Brilliant red colors flashed before the two men's eyes, and their brightly colored nails were tinted with bloodlust, as if they wanted to crush their heads. In the nick of time, Su Ningshui pulled out a talisman paper from her parcel. Brush. The female ghost in front of me instantly disappeared, and the wind was calm. as if there was nothing just now. Immediately after, the original lights that could not be turned on also lit up, illuminating the entire villa. Soho was dumbfounded. Sis, what are you doing? With the aftermath still lingering on her face, she laughed in anger when she saw the spirit talisman that Su Ningxue pulled out. So you have the master's spirit talisman in your hand, but you're not willing to take it out, and you're deliberately scaring me along the way. Sui cried and laughed. Sis, why are you so bad today? Su Ningxue touched her nose. Actually, this spiritual talisman is not the master's. What? Seeing Sui's agitated face, Su Ningxue explained the cause and effect of the matter. She had some guilt on her conscience. I didn't want to lie to you, but if I hadn't, you definitely wouldn't have come. Soho. She stared at the spirit talisman in Su Ningxue's hand with some one-liners. Are you sure? What you're holding? You got it from Chen Wanqiu? Su Ningxue nodded. What am I lying to you for? Do you want me to show you the purchase records? Sui really had to take a look at the purchase record, and after looking at it clearly, his face still looked skeptical. Sister, I still think that Chen Wanqiu doesn't have the ability to do this. Su Ningxue pointed at her cell phone. If you don't believe me, you can go to the internet and see for yourself. The spiritual talisman about Ming Bud caused no small amount of hot air. After Xia Qingqing spoke, other people also discovered the wonderful use of spirit talismans, and all made posts about the effects of using them. After wearing this spiritual talisman, I am much more comfortable. Before I had rheumatism, diabetes and all sorts of chronic diseases. I'm much lighter these days, and I can even run when I go out. Ming Bud, I really love you too much to give up such a good spirit talisman. I just ordered another $2 million of toner. I'm going to buy it back to send to my relatives and friends. I am not wearing it myself, but after I gave it to my seriously ill mom, my mom got well the next day. I was amazed. Thank you so much, Ming Bud. If not for MS Chen sent this talisman, my mom would definitely still be suffering from her illness. Originally, when Tang Qingqing posted, not many people believed it. However, as others felt the effects of the talisman, they confirmed it for her online. After learning that the talisman has a healing effect, it is even more so that the second and third resale occurs. Many seriously ill people have testified that they have gotten much better after using the spiritual talisman. What's more, some even enhanced their luck through the use of spiritual talismans and directly won $1 million by buying a lottery ticket. Under the speeches of various people, Ming Bud's spiritual talisman rushed onto the hot search. Being able to change luck and cure diseases, it was simply an all-purpose talisman. Sui still didn't believe it. Sister, just a few people. What can it mean? I think it's Ming Bud deliberately looking for a water army to add heat to herself. Though after seeing the effects of the spirit talisman with his own eyes, he already had a vague answer in his heart. But the moment Sui thought of Chen Wanqiu's child being capable of such terrifying strength, she was unwilling to admit it. On the basis of what? Su Ningxue doesn't force Suhi to believe. After all, there are still a lot of people online who don't believe it either. Towesley sold up to thousands of talismans, and with the little bit of furtive skill he barely had, many people did feel the benefits. Compared to this number of people using the Ming Bud talisman, the difference was just too great. Some people trust Ming Bud, this product really works. There are more people in the bottom of the big ridicule Ming Bud charlatan money shameless. The number of people who do not trust the big head. Until, that is, an old professor spoke up. Recently I was very sick and a friend gave me this spiritual talisman and I got better the next day. Thank you very much to my friend. And a big thank you to Min Buds who gave the spirit talisman as a benefit to their clients. It was a titan of the National Academy who was upright and never cared to lie. Right now, it was surprising that he personally appeared and confirmed the effects of the inscription Bud Spirit Talisman. With him giving the word, Ming Bud Spirit Talisman, the heat directly exploded. Those who were still mocking the uselessness of Ming Bud's Spirit Talisman all changed their mouths, and one by one, they turned their heads to those who had talismans in their hands and begged to buy various kinds of talismans. For a time, the price of the Spirit Talisman soared to 10 million. It can cure all diseases, and this alone can make countless people rush to it. Chen Wanqiu's private message directly exploded. MS Chen, I've been a loyal customer of Ming Bud, and I often buy your products. You can check my purchase records. I would like to ask you if you still have any spirit talismans for sale? The price is not a problem. My father is seriously ill with cancer and there is no cure in medicine or stone. I really have no choice. Miss Chen, can I ask you for a talisman? I can afford it for any amount of money. She was also contacted by a business partner, MS Chen. We have been business partners for so long. Can I shamelessly ask for a talisman? If not, can you tell me which master the spiritual talisman came from? I want to go to the master in person. Countless similar private messages flooded in, one after another for the spirit talisman. Chen Wanqiu rubbed her brow somewhat tiredly. She was moved with compassion when she saw that some people were asking for charms to cure their illnesses. However, the amount was too great, and with so many people, it was impossible for her to help. If she wanted to provide them with spirit talismans, she would have to let Su Ming draw the talismans. Her child was still a small baby. Letting him draw so many talismans, would he be able to handle it? Chen Wanqiu cares more about her son's health than helping others. After thinking about it, she declined their request. She made a post explaining, "Gentlemen, the source of these spirit talismans is actually quite accidental, and there's no way for us Ming buds to supply them in bulk. Thank you all for liking them, but everyone's demand is so great that Ming bud really has no way to satisfy everyone." The comments section is going crazy with tears. "So you're saying those 5 spirit talismans are out of print? That's not exciting. Let's put out some more, have an auction even." Chen Wanqiu politely responded, "I really can't. I'm really sorry." If she promised once, she would do it again. And she didn't want to start that. Holy shit, when I was disdainful of Ming bud's spirit talisman, now it's become something I can't afford to climb. The wind and water have turned. The price really isn't a problem. Many people smelled a business opportunity, and those few customers who possess spirit talismans became the meat and potatoes all of a sudden. Countless people approached them and offered to buy the spirit talismans they were holding. The price soared directly from 10 million to hundreds of millions. And there was even a seriously ill tycoon who raised the price to 300 million just to ask for a spiritual talisman. Tang Qingqing was shocked when she saw the message. Money moved people's hearts. And even though she was not poor, she would not mind having less money. Moreover, the effect of the spirit talisman made her greatly moved. She dialed Wang Feng's phone and went straight to the point. Feng, can you return that spirit talisman to me? I also want to use the spirit talisman now. It was, after all, given to me by Ming bud. So me lending it to you and picking up a life on the bus for you is also considered helping you out. Honestly, I've had bad luck and I want it to shelter me too. The other party's voice immediately sharpened. Qingqing, you have promised to give it to me. Why did you suddenly change your mind? I simply can't live without this spirit talisman right now. If you just take it back, aren't you asking for my life? Tang Qingqing frowned. You can't say that. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have the life to talk to me right now. I just want what originally belongs to me. Isn't that okay? Being a client at the top of the Ming bud spending list, her personal assets can also reach hundreds of millions of dollars. However, spiritual talismans are no longer something that money can buy. Curing illnesses and driving away evil spirits, reversing luck, every single function. It could drive people crazy. She was mundane and inevitably moved. No. Wang Feng also knew the efficacy of the spirit talisman, and said that she was not willing to return it just like that. The two sisters, who were originally very affectionate, broke out into a heated argument because of this spiritual talisman. The moment Daoist Li's words of apology came out, the people watching from the bottom were shocked. Yesterday, he said he would sell the exact same thing as the Ming bud spirit talisman. Why did he change his statement drastically today? Even Daoist Li has taken the initiative to admit that he can't do it. Doesn't that mean that Ming bud's spirit talisman is really powerful? Oh, I really want a spirit talisman. I'm a customer in the top 50 of Ming bud's consumption. Why can't you send a few dozen more? Maybe they'll be delivered to me. A word that immediately gave some people a reminder. Since the first time the spirit talisman was given to the top 5 customers on the spending list, wouldn't there be another chance to give it away next time? If they were also customers at the front of the Ming bud spending list, wouldn't the chances of being given spirit talismans be much greater? Over time, many people realized this problem and went to Ming buds to place their orders. As the hottest skincare brand company in the international center, Mindbud has taken the heat to another level, especially since it recently came out with a new skincare product. Chen Wanqiu posted an announcement on the social media platform. Everyone, we have a new water moisturizing series of skincare products, limited to 500 pieces. It has whitening and skin rejuvenation and delayed aging effects, so sisters who like it can patronize it. She put out real people's use of the effect of the picture. The picture, dull skin girls only insisted on using 3 days, immediately white as before. All limited edition products can only be purchased at the site, and the announcement immediately caused a large number of girls to flock to Ming bud. 500 copies of the limited skincare product, but in one morning, there was only one bottle left. A limousine slowly stopped in front of the door. The backseat door opened, and the delicate-looking girl came down with hurried feet. I want a bottle of water moisturizing skincare products. As she spoke, the person next to her spoke almost at the same time as she did. The two of them looked at each other, their beautiful eyes instantly filled with anger. It's you! The two people who are here today are both top stream actresses who are well known on the internet. One is a popular young flower girl, and the other is a child star who has been popular since childhood. However, these two have always been at odds. The receptionist, who was sweeping up the goods, was startled to see the stance of both. It's over. They're not going to fight at the door. I was here first. The girl with the curly yellow hair pointed at the skincare products and spoke in a bossy tone. Can't you learn to be nice? What's with always grabbing other people's stuff? Humph. The long, black, haughty girl puffed out her chest and sneered. I was clearly the one who asked first. I still haven't settled the score with you for stealing my advertisement last time. The two just argued, neither one letting the other get away. A paparazzo was passing by and saw the scene and flew in with his camera. For a while, the news that Ming Bud's products had caused the top stream actresses to curse at each other caused no small amount of heat. There are actresses bring their own heat there. Ming Bud even more fire. Chen Wanqiu is at home with her children and can't even ignore the happy news coming from the corporate group. Serious drilling of the product always has a good result. In his arms, Su Ming looked at the family portrait in the hall and was muttering in his heart. How is it that I've been in the house for so long and yet I've never seen my big sister? I don't even know what my big sister looks like now. If she's any good. Big sister? Chen Wanqiu's movement to read the group message paused. Her oldest daughter? Chen Wanqiu's eyes suddenly became a little moist. Her caution. Once, the pride of the entire Su family. However, a sudden accident destroyed the child who should have been soaring. Chen Wanqiu patted Su Ming's spine, and with her other hand, she found a contact with a doctor's avatar, tapped it, and sent a message. Dear little Kagome, the gentle-looking female doctor pushed open the door at the hospital in the west of the city. What are you doing? The thin girl sat on the balcony, the warm sunlight bathing her down, but not driving away the gloom of her surrounding air. The girl was dark and beautiful. Her small melon face had not yet grown, but she could already see what it would look like to grow up. Only, a pair of eyes that should be innocent and romantic are dead, as if a puddle of stagnant water, without half a bit of vitality. She sat in her wheelchair, her legs hanging limply. Who would have thought that such a disheveled young girl was once a radiant genius? Thinking about how he first met Su Xin, Dr. Zhao had a bout of sighs. She looked over at her. Kagome, your mom said she's coming to see you this afternoon. The girl who hadn't made a move suddenly turned her head, her gaze fierce, as if she were an enraged coyote pup. What's she doing here? I don't want to see her. As he spoke, a lump welled up in his throat, resembling anger and sadness. In the end, there was more anger than sadness. Tell them to get lost. I don't want to see them. Xin, Dr. Zhao was shocked when she saw her anger. Take it easy. If you don't want to see it, we won't see it. Auntie will go and rebuff her. Ever since her child became disabled in both legs, she has fallen into self-imposed isolation. For strangers like her, instead, they are more able to bear themselves. In the face of a close family member, it was all about resistance. She walked out of the hospital room. Outside the hospital room, Chen Wanqiu hugged Su Ming and looked at her with an expectant face. Well, would Cindy like to let me in? Her brother's gotten so big she's never seen him before. Mentioning this was another sad thing for Chen Wanqiu. Alas, ma'am, Dr. Zhao could also be powerless. From a genius to a disability, little Xin's heart couldn't accept it. You once held so many expectations for her. She probably also feels that she doesn't deserve to see you. How could it be? Chen Wanqiu's eyes instantly reddened. She is my daughter. No matter what, I love her. So what if she's disabled? I can raise her for the rest of her life. She came in almost once a week, trying to get Kagome to meet her every time, but always unsuccessfully. But this time, she was still holding Su Ming. That, Sister Zhao, go persuade her again. I really want to meet my child, and I also want the child to meet her brother. Ugh. Line. Sister Zhou walked in again. Little Coco, didn't you used to love your mom the most? She really wanted to meet you. Look. She's here again, waiting for you at the door. Baba. You don't have to say anything, just let her look at you, okay? What followed was the girl's voice teetering on the edge of rage. Get out! Su Xin grabbed the remote control next to her and threw it fiercely on the ground. All get out. I don't want to see anyone. Dr. Zhao was nearly smashed and walked out hopelessly. Mr. Chen, the child isn't usually like this. Maybe he really doesn't want to see you for fear of disappointing you. Chen Wanqiu sighed, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She hugged the child and retreated. It's just that the kid doesn't want to see her. So forget it. Baby. Sorry. There's no way for you to see your sister today. Chen Wanqiu kissed Su Ming's forehead. But you mustn't be angry. Oh. Your sister is sad in her heart. She doesn't want to. She used to be so cheerful. Mom, don't cry. Feeling Chen Wanqiu's emotions, Su Ming's heart was also gradually saddened. It was hard to meet such a nice family and he didn't like them to be sad. Chen Wanqiu forced herself together. Baby, your sister's heart is suffering. Her legs are disabled and her heart is too tormented. If she were normal, she would definitely want to see you as well. How could she not understand the pain in her child's heart when her daughter, who had once shone so brightly, was now a jewel in the rough? If she could, she'd rather it be her who suffered through all this. Is your sister disabled in both legs? Su-ming stomped his little legs. Mom, I can cure her. I can cure my sister. Chen Wanqiu's hand holding the child tightened and she looked down incredulously. He said he could cure her? Chen Wanqiu's heart, again, beat rapidly. Looking at the milky baby in her arms, hope gradually rose in her eyes. Ming never lied. He brought so many miracles to the family. When he says something, he will do it. Chen Wanqiu's footsteps stopped for a moment, and she eagerly looked at Dr. Zhao. Sister Zhao, please persuade Xiaoxin again, and let us meet. Even if we can only bring her brother in, maybe she'll be better when she sees her brother. As long as he could get in and see Kagome, the chances of saving her were high. She really wanted this dazzling, bright child back to normal so badly. Dr. Zhao sighed. Why bother? She had been treating Suku Xin for so long that she didn't think she would be willing to see Chen Wanqiu and the others. But with them standing at the door demanding her, there was no way she could refuse. Okay, I'll try again. She walked over and twisted the handle. This time, Suku Xin had long since unlocked the door. Dr. Zhao tried so many times, but it didn't open. She was a bit anxious. Xiao Xin, why did you lock the door behind you? Did you hear what your mom said? How about meeting your brother? He's so cute. Please, just meet your brother and I'll bring him right out. It won't take you long. Open the door for auntie a bit, will you, Xiao Xin? Brother? Suku Xin heard so many phrases about her brother today. However, she didn't want to see him. The new life that was expected by all, the new life that was intact, was the hope, the sunrise, not a mess like her. The solid door blocked her vision. Suku Xin looked at the doorway dumbfounded. Her heart felt like it had been pulled up hard, and it ached in a fine way. Did mom prefer this new life? Could she have given birth to him to replace her? Dr. Zhao repeatedly knocked on the door. Ku Xin, are you listening to me? It's fine if you don't want to see your brother. Can you open the door first? Let me in for a moment? Let's say auntie begs you to open the door first. An autistic person, alone indoors, could be in trouble if she did something stupid. Dr. Zhao momentarily regretted that she shouldn't have promised Chen Wanqiu to continue persuading Su Curson. She would have been calmer instead if she hadn't been persuaded. Inside, there was still no movement, calm to the core and abnormal to the core. Dr. Zhao knocked and his heart panicked. Chen Wanqiu also realized something was wrong. What's going on? She won't open the door and do something stupid inside. Where's the security guard? Quickly come over and break down the door. The security guard quickly came over and slammed the door open. The scene inside the room stung the eyes of several people present at once. The skinny girl was lying on her back in a wheelchair, and at the wrist of her left hand, the large bright red gash was shocking, and was dripping blood downwards. Her eyes were closed and her face was bland, like she was ready for death, without a single lingering thought about life. Ku Xin. Chen Wanqiu's eyes widened as she staggered and pounced over. Don't scare mommy. Mommy was wrong. Mommy shouldn't have had to come over to see you. It's mommy who's wrong. Okay? Mommy apologizes to you. How could you do something stupid? She directly placed Su Ming on the ground, and with a trembling hand, she took the nearby gauze to bandage her. Suku Xin didn't have much strength left. Her eyes barely lifted a slit as she looked at the agonizing Chen Wanqiu. Mommy's crying. It seemed like she should be sad, but her heart was wooden and she couldn't react with any emotion at all. Mom is fine, but she really doesn't want to live anymore. Since mom already has a brother, she doesn't need her anymore, right? A small hand suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, followed by her mouth being placed into something soft with a wet liquid seeping down her lips. My big sister, you can't die like this. In his ears, it seemed as if a voice was howling. It's a childish voice that belongs to a child alone. Mom is crying her eyes out. You're just crippled. What are you afraid of? There seemed to be an extra warm mass in her arms, and along with the movement of this mass, she clearly felt better. It was like the parched land was suddenly filled with water, full of vitality and vigor. What? Is it going to be like that? Su Ming was so anxious that he kept checking her state, and only relaxed when he saw that the blood that had just oozed out from biting his finger had already entered her mouth in full. This stupid sister of his. Why did she kill herself? Obviously he could have saved her. Isn't it just a disability? If mom had let him see his sister earlier, he would have helped save her. Su Curson's improvement fell in Chen Wanqiu's eyes. Tears had long ago burst out like a dike. She hugged her, her whole body trembling. Silly boy. How do you want your father and I to live if you are so stupid? We'll protect you for the rest of your life. How can you be so stupid? Suku Xin's heart stuttered. In her arms, she spoke softly, Mom, I'm just a wreck now. A cripple who can't even stand up and can't do anything. It is a waste of society's resources for someone like her to live in the world. Don't you say that. Chen Wanqiu cried even louder. You're mommy's baby, mommy's heart, mommy's everything. It was only then that Dr. Zhao greeted his colleagues and intended to send Suko Xin to the resuscitation room. But when he just entered, he actually found that there was almost no difference between Suko Xin and her normal state. She giggled a little. Ha! On the ground, there was also a streak of dark red blood, and by the looks of it, there must be more than 1,000 milliliters. Losing so much blood at once. Shock was a normal phenomenon. Why was Kagome still in such a normal state? She wasn't in such good shape. She walked over to the surveillance room. Hello, could you please pull up the surveillance of the VIP ward on the top floor? I'd like to see what's going on in there. Ah, good. With the surveillance appearing on the screen frame by frame, Dr. Zhao keenly noticed Su Ming on the floor crawling up the corner of the wheelchair and quickly crawling into Suko Xin's arms. And he bit through his fingertips. The moment he put his finger in, Suko Xin already appeared to be getting better. What's going on? Why does he function the way he does? Dr. Zhao really felt surprised. She and Shan Wanqiu had a good relationship and took the initiative to find out what happened in the surveillance. Mr. Chen, this condition of young master is too special. It's more useful than even the most advanced drugs in our hospital. I don't even dare to imagine when we can develop a medicine that works so well. Dr. Zhao didn't hide the surprise in his tone. Chen Wanqiu's heart sank as she listened. Su Ming is too special, born with that much power. If someone with a heart finds out, Chen Wanqiu winced. Her eyebrows got serious. Sister Zhao, my child has gotten the opportunity before. It is a bit peculiar. Don't tell anyone about this matter. The child is still young. It's not good to let too many people know. As for that surveillance, I'm going to have it deleted later. We've known each other long enough for you to know what you can and can't say. Seeing his boss getting serious, Dr. Zhao nodded sagely. Okay, I won't say anything. After getting Su Ming's blood, Suko Xin was pressed by the doctor to transfuse a lot of blood even though she was much better. She fell back asleep, and when she woke up, she didn't know how much time had passed. A soft voice rang overhead. Sister, will you look at me? Suko Xin's heart immediately lifted. She propped herself up on the bed and sat up, brushing the hand in front of her. Who sent you? Su Lingmeng was slapped painfully, and deflated her mouth in some aggravation. Big sister, I miss you. Used to love Big sister when she was normal. We play games with her every day, teach her how to do problems, and whenever she gets into trouble, my sister helps her figure it out. It had been a long time since she had spent time with her big sister. Don't you miss me, big sister? Suko Xin raised her head in aggravation. I've learned a lot of things now. I'm not as naughty as I used to be. Don't ignore me. She tried to be pouty like before, but all she got was an icy response. Get out. Suko Xin's chest trembled, and she pulled the pillow in her hand, making a move to slam it on her. Even if the person in front of her was her sister, she still didn't want to see her. She shouldn't have been seen in the first place in this condition. The atmosphere was instantly tense, and Su Ming waved his little hand from the side. Two sisters? What are you doing? Big sister, why do you get angry so easily? Beware of getting angry and turning ugly. Su Ming spat in his heart. Sequoi's hand stiffened. This kid, so special. It's weird and amazing that she can hear his heart. Moreover, his voice actually managed to dispel the grumpiness in her heart, making her barely still. That's right, put down what you're holding, Law. Su Ming continued to mutter. Being so grumpy, you won't be able to get married in the future. But it's okay, there's still me at home. Suko Xin's pretty eyes rose in annoyance. How dare he say she can't get married? Yay! Sister glares at me. She looks so fierce, but it's so nice to look at. Sister, if you have emotions, just express them. Don't suppress yourself so much. Suko Xin was stunned by what he said. She's now pretty? Looking at Suko Xin's suddenly strange demeanor, combined with what Su Ming had said, Su Lingmeng's eyes surfaced in shock. At the same time, speculation surfaced in the mind. Could it be that sister could also hear Su Ming's heart? It's two misses. Amazing. Su Ming picked at Suko Xin's hand. Sister, why don't you smile more? You definitely look better when you smile. It was as if he had a magical power that could temporarily suppress all the depression and agitation she couldn't control. Sequoia looked at him and broke into a tug. Hello, my brother. Su Lingmeng was almost moved to tears as she silently said in her heart, OMG. I actually waited until this day. Brother, you are also too powerful. Suko Xin's matter was the heartache of everyone in the Su family. Chen Wanqiu cried her eyes out for her. Right now, it actually appears to be getting better because of my brother. Su Lingmeng had a shocked and elated expression that made Su Kuxian's heart flutter. In the past, she could fight with anyone who made her sister cry. I didn't realize that now the person who made her sister cry had become her. Why was she so mean just now? Dreamy. She spoke suddenly. Su Lingmeng had an agitated look on her face and busied herself. Sister, what's wrong? Push me out for a walk. It was so sunny outside that she suddenly wanted to soak up the sun and ease up a little with her sister who had just been nasty to each other. Yes. Su Lingmeng busied herself with the wheelchair without stopping and gently helped Su Kuxian up. There was one Su Ming left in the stroller, but she was called to make a mistake. If she pushed her sister, she wouldn't be able to push her brother, but she wanted the three of them together so badly. Let me hold my brother. Su Lingmeng was even more shocked. It's a good thing that a sister who won't even talk to them is willing to offer to hug her brother. Su Kuxian pushed the two of them and arrived at the garden behind the hospital. The garden is well tended. The flowers are fragrant, the colors are festive, and the sunlight seems to have an inexhaustible supply of life. Su Kuxian's eyes were complicated as she stroked the peony flower in front of her, pale pink in color. So delicate, so lovely. How long had it been since she had gotten up close and personal with nature? The memories were so long ago that Su Kuxian could no longer recall them. Meng, bring your brother over to play with me more often in the future. Su Lingmeng was close to hugging her on the spot and crying. Sister, I will. Oh, sis is finally getting better. Suddenly, a sneering voice rang out. Wow, there's actually a cripple. The boy's voice fell clearly on the ears of the three. A few meters away from the three, the little chubby boy in school uniform stared at Su Kuxian's leg with a childish face. Are you cripples unable to take care of yourselves in life? Do you still need your mom to carry you to the toilet? Sukin's face, all of a sudden, went white. The little happiness that had risen so easily vanished without a trace. Su Lingmeng exploded with anger and rushed over. Shut the hell up! She grabbed the boy's collar with one hand and made a fist with the other, slamming it directly into his face. Didn't your mom teach you to speak properly? Su Lingmeng slammed punch after punch on him. How dare you scold my sister? I'm going to beat you to death. She had already learned a little bit of taekwondo, and now that she was angry, she didn't restrain her hands at all. The little boy was punched so hard that his face was bruised and purple and he cried out, Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'm wrong. I'll never say it again. Your sister is not a cripple, okay? Su Lingmeng hit harder. You're the one who's crippled. Your whole family is crippled. She beat her freely until the little boy couldn't even cry anymore. Then she let go. In the distance, a flabby woman ran over with a horrified look on her face. Ming, how did you get beaten up? Mommy, this crazy woman hit me. Oh, I'm in so much pain. Little fatty cried while burrowing into the woman's arms. Su Lingmeng coldly snorted. Auntie, my mom said that if a child is not educated, it must be a parent's failure. I advise you, you'd better teach your child to be so bad at such a young age. How can you grow up? You. The fat woman was so angry that she raised her hand to punch her, but she saw Su Lingmeng's rapid speech. I'm still a child. Do you want to go to jail for child abuse? When Chen Wanqiu rushed over, she saw the tense scene between the two. Dream, what's going on? Mom. Su Lingmeng turned around and was about to sue. The fat woman stopped in front of her, staring at Chen Wanqiu with a face of abhorrence. You're this girl's mother. Look for yourself. What has your child beaten my son into? Chen Wanqiu had heard the news and hurried over. Obviously a casual dress, walking too hastily, hair is scattered, but it is difficult to hide the gentle temperament. Standing there, the whole person is skillful and elegant. And, even if it's just casual wear, the logo on it is still a major international brand. The fat woman's eyes were red, half because of her son's injury and heartbreaking, and half because of the woman in front of her. And she was jealous. Since your daughter beat my son to this state, it's not too much for me to ask you to pay for the medical expenses, right? My son is only 8 years old this year. His skin is tender, he is small, and he needs money for the subsequent medical treatment and nutrition. So it's not too much for me to charge you $200,000. Come up here and ask for money and have an aggressive tone. Chen Wanqiu frowned slightly, and her tone was not polite. This lady, I don't even understand the cause and effect of the incident. And you want me to pay for it? My daughter has always been well behaved. I would like to know, what exactly did your son do to be able to make my daughter hit him with her hands? Su Ling dreamed of jacking in to explain, but the fat woman crossed her arms and blocked in front of her. The woman was so angry that her eyebrows flew. Don't think that just because your family is rich that you're great. Your daughter beat up my son and you still want to deny it? You're dreaming. I'm telling you, if you don't pay me $200,000 today, don't think it's going to go away. The woman began to stir up trouble, and Su Ming was angry to hear it. Ah, stinking woman. Your son just called my sister a cripple, Is it still wrong for my sister to hit him? No wonder he's like this. It's because of a mom like you. Su Ming cursed in his heart with a puff of anger. Hearing clearly the cause of the matter, Chen Wanqiu's anger rose up in her heart. Looking at the fat woman in front of her again, she didn't maintain her previous good temper. Do you want your son to tell what he just did voluntarily? You said your son was injured, and my daughter's neck was even scratched. The fat woman's expression was weak, and then she looked at her son's evasive eyes, and of course she knew in her heart what was going on. It must be this son of hers who has gone too far, but there's no surveillance in the neighborhood, so it's not like whoever's loudest is the one who's in charge. Isn't it normal for children to quarrel? Your daughter has just a few scratches on her body, but my son's face is full of wounds. The fat woman played the rogue to the end. I tell you, if I don't see $200,000 today, I'm not finished with you. Look how pretty you are. How come you can't even teach a child? Su Ming was about to explode with anger. Stinking woman. How dare you scold my mom? Is there a car? Go hit her for me. Outside the park, a normally traveling minibus suddenly changed direction. It lurched to the left, rushed into the garden, and crashed straight into the woman for good. With a scream, the face that had just been bossy twisted in pain. The woman's body fell to the ground. Askew. Ah, my back. The gangster-looking man came down and spat. Grass. How the brakes failed. You bitch. You can't be touching porcelain. The fat woman wailed and cursed at each other. You drove your car into the garden and said I touched the porcelain? Do you believe I'll sue you and put you in jail? The mongrels were so afraid of what was going on that they eventually had to take the man to the hospital across the street. Suku Xin, who witnessed everything, stared with wide eyes. Is that so amazing? What's in a brother's heart to succeed? She looked at the small white child in her arms and her gaze rose in wonder. This brother? He seems a little different. The fat woman's leg was injured and she was sent to the hospital. And Chen Wanqiu was too lazy to argue with her anymore and gently picked up Su Ming. Come on, we're going back, and my brother should be getting his milk. Okay, Mom. It wasn't until only Su Kuxian and Su Lingmeng were left that Su Lingmeng tugged at her wrist. Sister, are you like me, able to hear what's in your brother's heart? Su Kuxian's heart snapped. You? How? She thought she was the exception to the rule, but it turns out everyone in the family can hear her brother's heart? Su Lingmeng hemmed and hawed. I've been observing you today. Even though you hide it well, sometimes your expression still can't fool me. Oh, mostly, she hadn't seen her big sister in a long time. It was so hard to be together. Her eyes were almost always on her. Every subtle expression received. Sis, our brother is really amazing. It's like he's here to return the favor. Let me tell you, as soon as he was born, he solved a big problem in the family yet. That was our family's previous nanny. Su Lingmeng rambled on about the things that happened after Su Ming was born. And the more Su Kuxian listened, the more unbelievable she felt, being too shocked to speak. It turned out that so much had changed in the family in her absence. My brother, who is simply an angel who delivers gifts to their family. Suddenly, Su Kuxian froze. Meng, I seem to recall that my brother said he could save my leg. Little children had a lot of mental activity, and she often heard Su Ming's mutterings, but didn't take his words seriously. If the brother is really that powerful. Su Lingmeng's eyes brightened up. Sister, did brother really say that? As long as he thinks of something, it will work. If he says he can save you, he can definitely save you. You must not give up hope. Feel it. You've been with your brothers for so long. Has your body changed? Su Kuxian froze. She moved her legs tentatively, her eyes swooshed sour. Yes, she had choked a little, tears of excitement rising in her normally dead eyes. My legs are a little sore. I didn't even notice it. It's very slight, but I feel it. When she was first disabled, she tried hammering with her hands and poking with scissors, but she got nothing but the sight of bruises and blood on her legs and tears from her mom and dad. She was powerless. She screamed, she hissed, descended into madness, and lived herself into increasing paranoia. Right now, she actually regained feeling in her legs. Su Kuxian had dreamed of this moment, after all these years. Sister, this is all because brother is helping us. Su Lingmeng wiped her tears. I don't know how he did it. Sis, anyway, your leg can really be healed. Su Kuxian covered her chest and suppressed her excitement. Dreamy, go find Dr. Cho. You tell her I want to keep rehabbing and have her come over and teach me. The hospital has been arranging a rehab program since the legs became disabled. Only she insisted on it, and after realizing that it didn't help at all, she completely gave up on herself and directly didn't even want to do the rehab anymore. Lying in the hospital room every day to spend her days. How could Su Lingmeng not agree? She immediately ran out. Sister, wait for me. I'll go tell Dr. Zhao right away. When Dr. Zhao heard Su Lingmeng explain her intentions, he momentarily wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. What did you say? You said that your sister Suku is going to have a rehab? Little girl, this is no joke. If you make me look forward to this for nothing, Auntie will be angry. Su Lingmeng excitedly pulled her hand. Auntie Zhao, what am I lying to you for? It's true. Hurry up. If it's any later, what if my sister doesn't get rehabbed? Yes, let's hurry over there. The two walked to the ward. Xin, do you really want a rehab? Looking at the girl in front of him, Dr. Zhao rubbed his eyes, feeling somewhat unfamiliar. Why did she feel that Shin had become more energetic? Auntie Zhou, teach me how to rehab properly. I want to try it. Maybe my leg will get better. Good. Dr. Zhao had the nurse send over the prepared instruments. You have no feeling in your legs right now, so first rely on this tool to get used to the feeling of standing. If you get feeling in your legs, I'll change you to another device. Okay. Suku Xin nodded, adapting to the instrument and moving her legs slowly. She walked forward slowly, her eyes steely, not seeing the bewilderment and panic she once felt. Dr. Zhao silently reddened. She was Suku Xin's attending physician and a mother, and the difference between Suku Xin's age and her child wasn't that big, and sometimes her heart was sour when she watched Suku Xin give up on herself. Now, Kagome was finally pulling herself together. When Chen Wanqiu came over, she bumped into Dr. Zhao wiping tears from her eyes, and not knowing what had happened. She joked, Yo, Sister Zhao, what's going on here? Sobbing with joy? Dr. Zhao glared at her and pointed toward the ward. Chen Wanqiu turned her head in this direction, and the scene inside fell in her eyes like a dream. So unreal. The thin-framed girl walked around the ward with a determined face, attentive, like a child toddling around. Occasionally, she would stop, as if she was reminiscing about what she had just felt. This time, it instantly turned into Chen Wanqiu crying. She covered her chest, tears glistening. The person in there, is my Kagome? Dr. Zhao nodded, his voice choking. Yeah, she's changed so much. Chen Wanqiu covered her mouth, her eyes full of surprise and excitement. As long as her daughter is willing to move and stop giving up on herself, she, as a mom, can give anything. Suku Xin walked to the end of the balcony, and when she turned around, she bumped into 3 pairs of red eyes. In every pair of eyes, concern rose because of her. She froze, and for the first time since she'd been sick, she didn't recoil from the looks, smiling slightly in response to a few of them. Mom, sister, Dr. Cho, I'll rehab well. For her own sake, and for the sake of so many people who cared about her and cared for her. She must live well and not cause them any more pain. Su Kurson did what she said. Every day insisted on rehab. Many times walking too much was Dr. Zhao took away the equipment and warned her that she could not be active for a long time. The long-term necrosis of the legs cannot withstand the intensity. At first, Suku Xin had to rely on the equipment to support her legs. But gradually, the soreness and discomfort of the legs became stronger and stronger, as if they were gradually growing flesh and blood, remodeling the tendons and bones inside. In 10 days, though, she was able to hold onto the wall and move slowly. Dr. Zhao was shocked by this phenomenon. How can a person with necrotic legs recover his legs so quickly? Recalling Su Ming's special, she secretly had a guess in her heart, and in the way of Chen Wanqiu's instructions, when the bystanders asked her, she would only return to the miracle of 2 words to stall. Suku Xin's improved state fell in everyone's eyes, and all of them were high-minded. Chen Wanqiu at this point contacted the person she had previously set her doll's marriage with. Coffee shop. A noble lady with a bag walked slowly. Wanqiu, what do you want to see me about? Mother Song gently put down her bag and ordered an Americano before lounging back in her chair and surveying her new manicure. The tone is even more light, with a high above the contempt. In fact, you suddenly about me. I do not want to come out. After all, our 2 families of that friendship has long been fast scattered. But well, there are things. I still want to talk to you clearly. If you are now trying to tell me about your daughter's engagement to my son, then with all due respect, your daughter is not worthy of my son. Chen Wanqiu's smile paused. Mrs. Song, what do you mean? When Kagome was still not well, she never wanted to continue the marriage. Marrying a disabled wife, no one would want. She understood. She even planned to take the initiative to withdraw from the marriage after 2 more years. When Kurson was still not well, she asked Mother Song out today because she wanted to tell her that Koxian's health had improved. As a result, the other party choked on his own words before he could say them. At one time, the Su family also helped the Song family. Even if you want to mention the withdrawal of marriage must also be her Su family to mention it. Mother Song took a sip of her coffee and became even more disdainful. Haven't I made myself clear enough? Your daughter has a crippled leg and I heard that she doesn't even want to see anyone. I've already arranged another marriage for my son. That girl is pretty and smart, and her family is rich. The conditions are simply unbeatable. Much better than this ragged Isu family. TSK, looking at Chen Wanxiu's poor appearance. I'm afraid it's even more out of shape now. Mother Song's disdainful eyes were not hidden in the slightest, and her contemptuous eyes fell on Chen Wanxiu with a sense of disdain. Little did she know that the owner of the Ming Bud limited edition whitening product she was waiting in line for was the very woman in front of her. Chen Wanxiu gasped and laughed. Your son used to be not as smart as my daughter. He couldn't pass the exams. He couldn't compete in the contests. If it wasn't for you and me playing the emotional card, I wouldn't have cared for him. Now you have the nerve to say that my daughter is unworthy? TSK, what a joke. When my daughter gets well, it'll be obvious who's not good enough for her. Mrs. Song, people do what people do. You'll get your comeuppance if you cross the river and tear down the bridge. You, Mother Song choked. Seeing her gritting her teeth to curse back, Chen Wanxiu sneered. What do you say? How about I tell your son's new date what you're doing now? Mother Song's calmness could not be maintained. How dare you? I'd advise you to behave yourself. I've got a lot of time anyway. Mother Song's face turned blue. Chen Wanxiu sneered for a while and didn't want to care about her anymore, taking the gift she had intended to give to Mother Song and walking straight away. Back in the car, she hugged Su Ming and teased him for a good while before she could barely calm down. Humph. Damn Song family members. I don't even care. Chen Wanxiu cursed several times. When Su Ming heard it, his eyes rolled. The Song family? Is that the Song family that big sister is engaged to? Su Ming's small hand tugged on Chen Wanxiu's clothes and leaned on her arm. Mom, this Song family is so thievish. Do you remember the token you exchanged when you were engaged? You gave her the best icy jadeite in northern Burma, and they gave you a high-tech glass bracelet. What Su Ming said was never false. The first thing Chen Wanxiu did when she went home and put down her child was to have someone go and bring out the bracelet given to the Song family when they were betrothed. The turquoise color has a layer of glistening luster in the light, and is even gentler to the touch, without the coolness of the unusual emerald. Chen Wanxiu and Song mother used to play very well, both like jade. Even the child's betrothal tokens are chosen jade bracelet. Chen Wanxiu carefully felt the touch of the bracelet in her hand. It was very moist, and there seemed to be no difference between it and the unusual jadeite, but it gave off a distinctly wrong vibe, and it always felt like something was missing. She hadn't felt the bracelet much before because it was for Kagome to admire, and only now did she realize the oddity. Ma'am, what's wrong? The nanny was on the side and couldn't help but ask when she saw her serious face. Chen Wanxiu put down the bracelet. You go find an organization to appraise it and see what material it is. Now technology is too advanced. Forged jade bracelet can make many years of teachers cannot tell whether it is real or fake. Chen Wanxiu vaguely feel that the bracelet is not right, but cannot tell the specific reason. When the appraisal results were sent back, Chen Wanxiu looked at the results on it and gasped and laughed on the spot. Tang Yueshio, you're shameless. I can't believe I'm actually sending her a fake, and you have the nerve to tell her it's a rare top-grade emerald. Yuck! Chen Wanxiu led the people and rushed to the Song family in great numbers. Tang Yuehua, get out here. The normally gentle woman was full of vigor when she was fierce. Mother Song was admiring the new bag when she heard the voice and frowned unhappily. Who's outside? The maid went out to take a look. Ma'am, it seems to be Mrs. Su. Teasing surfaced in Mother Song's eyes, and when she thought of something, the mockery in her eyes pulled full. She walked out slowly. Chen Wanxiu, what are you doing here looking for me? It can't be that you promised to withdraw from the marriage and then suddenly changed your mind, no? Mother Song twisted her waist, feeling that she had definitely hit the nail on the head. It hurt so much to say that in the morning when you backed out of the marriage that you soon realized that your children's conditions were such that they couldn't find a good marriage partner? I'm telling you, even if you begged me now, there's no way I'd go soft. Beg? Chen Wanxiu beckoned for her bodyguard to send the fake bracelet over. Tang Yueshio, give me back the rare ice jadeite I gave you in the first place. Now that you've withdrawn from the marriage, the stuff has to be disposed of. Tang Yueshio's face changed, not expecting Chen Wanxiu to come for the bracelet. At first, the Su family economy is more prevalent. Chen Wanxiu and generous, the two children engaged, but also directly to her heart to get the very best ice jade. She loves it, but, barring that, it was too expensive for her to send something of the same value back, something too low grade to hold, so she compromised and bought a technological imitation. Mother Song rubbed her nose. It's just a bracelet. Why do you have to go through all the trouble? Your Su family has really declined. Even asking for a trinket requires so much fuss. Then why don't you give me my stuff back? Chen Wanxiu stood coldly at her door, with the intention of not leaving until she returned it. Mother Song wrinkled her eyebrows. Her tone was not good. Why are you so annoying? I've said it's just a trinket. I don't even care about it. Told the maid to pack it up somewhere. It's long gone. Trying to find it. Of course, I can find it. After all, She'd worn the bracelet just 2 days ago to go out and brag about it to people for a while and gain so much envy. Mother Song didn't want to just give it back to Chen Wanqiu. It's just a little thing. So don't be catty. Big deal. I don't want the exit gift I gave you. Chen Wanqiu stared at her, her cold gaze seeming to be able to see through what people were thinking. Mother Song was fuming in her heart. What, am I wrong? Indeed. Yeah, worthless things. My housemates casually pack them up. Tang Yueshio. What do you say I tell my new in-laws that you deliver fake goods? Mother Song looked like she had been stepped on and her voice rose. What are you talking about? Who sends fake goods? My Song family is a big family. How could I send you fake goods? She was secretly horrified. It's amazing how easy it is to send fake goods to be discovered. So it seems like she'll have to send a real one this time when she's betrothed to someone else. The two sides were at a standstill. Chen Wanqiu saw that she still had to talk tough even though she had a weak face, and directly said, then let the police solve it. Even if they don't get the bracelet back, if they make such a scene, the Song family's reputation in this villa area will have to drop a layer. Mother Song gritted her teeth. What's wrong with you? What's the point of bothering the police with this kind of thing? She made a color and told the servant beside her to hurry up and change the bracelet to a different position. Su Ming, who had been silently enjoying the war between the women, hurriedly spoke up and reminded, Mom, there's really no need to bother the police with this kind of thing. The bracelet is in the room at the stairway on the second floor, in the nightstand on her right. There's a laminated one in there that's a little more hidden, so you have to be a little more careful to find it. The servant next to her was about to go up to the second floor when she was lightly shouted at by Chen Wanqiu. Mrs. Song, what is your servant in such a hurry to do? It wouldn't be to dispose of stolen goods, would it? Mother Song glared at her fiercely. What are you babbling about all day long? Since you don't want me to call the police, let my men go up and search the place to see if there are any of my bracelets or not. Ming said the location. The stuff must be there. Tang Yueshio was just too annoying, and she felt uncomfortable in her heart if she didn't poke and prod this layer of her camouflage today. You wouldn't be reluctant, would you? What? Is it hard to believe that you just lied to me? That you think my bracelet is too good to be true and want to keep it all for yourself? Chen Wanqiu brought over a bunch of security guards. While they were negotiating, a nearby homeowner drove by in his car and curiously surveyed their movements. After agonizing for a while about whether to return it or not, Mother Song still couldn't let go of the bracelet. Then have someone search for it. And if you don't find it, you must apologize for randomly speculating about others. No problem. The few security guards who were present today were well trained and went up to the second floor. And after Chen Wanqiu quietly said the designated location, the head of security quickly found the bracelet. He came downstairs with his stuff and it took no more than 2 minutes back and forth. Ma'am, I found it. Mother Song's eyes widened in surprise. How? She'd obviously put it so hidden. How could this stupid big guy find the thing so easily? The bracelet was deep green all over, as if it were a cold pool with no bottom. Chen Wanqiu took the item, put it on, and felt it carefully. Yeah, that's what it feels like. A really good emerald is one that gives you a sense of comfort when you wear it. Like industrial fake emerald. Obviously the touch are the same, but there is no way to make people produce that kind of comfortable power. Tang Yueshio, you need to explain how it was so easy to find my bracelet? You didn't even bother to return the betrothal token. Just like you still want to give your son a daughter-in-law? Mother Song's face turned red. Staring at the bracelet in Chen Wanqiu's hand, her eyes were even more incomparably cynical. Damn it, I can't believe I found Chen Wanqiu so easily. It's the finest jade. So expensive. She's missing another good one. On the surface, she still put up a full front and smiled coldly. It's just a mere bracelet. I really did forget where the servant had thrown it away. Since you found it, then take it back. I also really didn't expect that your Su family would even want back what they gave away now. TSK, it's funny enough to say that. Chen Wanqiu hummed. Since your Song family is so noble, then by the way, send back the engagement gift given by the Su family in the first place. I won't return what you sent to the Su family. Engaged? Mother Song's well-maintained face began to stiffen. The 2 pairs of bracelets were just engagement tokens, and the things Chen Wanqiu sent out were so good that she could think of sending a fake to the other party. Not to mention the engagement. What she sent out was not considered good, and Chen Wanqiu sent to the Song family, all exquisite. From antique paintings to the special piano, added up to almost $1 billion. Seeing that Mother Song's expression was not right, Chen Wanqiu smiled with a sneer. What's wrong? I'm just asking for my things back from this small family. Mrs. Song won't be unwilling to give them, right? Joke, a little trinket. How could I not be willing to send it back? It's just that what you sent. It's not like it's anything of value. I had the servants casually receive it into the storehouse, and long ago forgot which ones were sent by your Su family. How about this? I'll give you $100 million in cash, and you can consider yourself getting your stuff back. And don't mess up my coffers. Chen Wanqiu clapped her hands, and the assistant beside her got a signal and immediately walked up. Mrs. Song, when we first exchanged gifts, both of us signed the gift list. You can take a look. It still has your personal seal on it. What she was holding in her hand was exactly the gift list that was written down when the Song and Su families were first betrothed. The above clearly records a series of gifts given by the Su family to the Song family, a certain technological property right of the cutting edge at that time. The land, the antiques, are not falling, all clearly appear on it. Mother Song's eyes went black as she glared at Chen Wanqiu, itching to glare a piece of flesh and blood off of her. Damn it, she actually recorded these things so clearly. Now, even if she wanted to deny it, she couldn't find a reason. But a gift worth that much money for her to send back right now was killing her just thinking about it. Chen Wanqiu, you're just crazy about the lack of money. In this situation, Mother Song could only grit her teeth and show off her tongue. Chen Wanqiu was more concerned about her things. Have your people take us to the treasury? Hurry up. Get my things back and I'll leave. As for the ones you gave us, I won't be greedy. I've sent you back every single one. One of the purposes of her coming here today and bringing so many bodyguards was to move things. This bit of goods from the Song family, she hadn't looked at it in the eye. Things had gotten to this state. If the things were all in the storage room, Mother Song would have had someone go over and move the things even if it hurt her flesh. But the most important thing is that the stuff is not in storage. The Song family has been developing for so many years and needs a lot of money. The Su family gave so many good things. Paintings and calligraphy were taken to give away to please the collaborators. Valuable jewelry was used as a tool to make friends with her wife, and has long been spent out of sight. As for the love token, that bracelet, she was thinking of taking it to her future in-laws. By the way, future in-laws. Thinking of this, Mother Song gritted her teeth and forced herself to calm down. In order to find a suitable engagement partner for her son, she had been observing the age-eligible millennials of various powerful families, and had been slow to make a move. Unexpectedly, her patience actually did allow her to catch a big fish. The Jade family, one of the 4 great families in the International Center, was actually willing to marry the Song family. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a budding Song family. With the opportunity to get close to the Jade family, would the Song family still worry about resources in the future? Will it lose money? Nothing. But now, Chen Wanqiu stood aggressively in front of the Song family's entrance, and various crowds of people watching stood to the side. I heard that the poorer the person is, the more spineless they are. What if Chen Wanqiu didn't get her hands on the stuff and this poor guy went out to ruin her reputation? The matter with the Yu family is not yet 10-9. This situation, she can't offend this mad dog completely. Okay, I'll give it back. But the servants don't know any better, and some of the things inside were lost by them. I can't buy it back for a while now, so I'll convert it into money and return it to you. Okay? Speaking later, Mother Song gritted her teeth, her freshly injected face looking hideous. Behind them, the servants, who had been used as dumping toolmen, got in the way and didn't have a fit. In fact, the heart is dying of contempt. He had asked them to take the stuff out and sell it, and now he can't get it out, saying it's because they lost it because of their maids. Oh, if they really lost it, they would have gotten into debt and been forced to work for the Song family for the rest of their lives. Chen Wanqiu spread her hands. Okay, I calculated the market value. A total of 1 billion. Pay up. If you don't believe it's worth this price, we can find a lawyer. The price, indeed, is based on normal market conditions. Mother Song's expression became even uglier. Is my Song family worse off than this much money? I'll transfer the money to your card right now. It was that after the transfer, the liquidity of the entire Song family business would have to be reduced by a large portion. In order to make up for this hole, the things in her coffers will have to be reduced by half. I'm afraid. Chen Wanqiu got the money, let the people to the Song family to send a pile of ragged goods through the car down, thrown in front of the Song family, and then led the people, strutting away, outside the hospital. Song Xian's gaze was grim. When he came home the day before yesterday, his mom hugged him and just cried. Suku Xin. This stinky woman's mom actually dared to go and bully his mom. What a disgusting bad woman. He walked in with a group of minions. In the small garden at the back of the hospital, Suku Xin was barely walking on crutches and doing rehabilitation exercises with the help of the nurses. One step at a time, the movement seemed to be very difficult. Song Xian walked over, his voice full of malice. Yo, isn't this the big miss of the Su family? How come your leg is lame and you can only rely on a wheelchair? You know, the way you're walking right now, you especially look like an ugly toad. Suku Xin hadn't seen him for a long time, and it took a couple of close looks to recognize who he was. If she hadn't been able to feel her legs at all right now, she would have been saddened by the impact of his words. But she was in the right state now. And Song Xian's words really didn't have much of an impact on her. She shot back lightly, as I recall, when we were in class together last year, I always got better grades than you, even if you're ugly on the inside and think I'm a toad. And now I'm stuck with a cane. It still doesn't change the fact that you're dumber than me yet. Song Xian's face darkened at once. Aren't you just that little bit better? If you're capable, you can compete with me in running today. Su Lingmeng lunged at him fiercely, sending the man 2 meters away. Hey, you bad guy. My sister is sick right now. How can she race you to run? Are your eyes blind? If you want to compete, have the guts to compete with my sister in doing OU problems or guessing riddles. Suku Xin had an extremely high IQ, and these things were a breeze for her. It was naturally impossible for Song Xian to compare these with Suku Xin. He stared at Suku Xin's legs, a hint of malice rising. As I recall, wasn't this leg of yours uninsurable? Why are you able to walk again now? Suku Xin was good looking, and at first, he liked her a little, but as a student of the same grade, Su Kursen has good grades and high talent, and has gained the favor of various teachers, casually going out to participate in poetry, OU contests, can get the best rewards back. He even taught himself the upper grades and repeatedly graced the school with his presence. She was so good and dazzling, as if all the words of praise could be applied to her. He, on the other hand, seemed so flat and unimpressive compared to her, with no specialties. His classmates all laughed at him, saying that he was relying on Su Kursen for a soft meal and was not worthy of her at all. After hearing such words too much, his mood towards Suku Xin immediately changed. Later, Suku Xin limped. The renowned genius, so much glory, disappeared in an instant. He thought that there would always be no more of those unpleasant voices, but instead, he received more taunts and sarcasm. They said that he could only marry a crippled daughter-in-law in his life, and that in the future, his wife would not even be able to control her bowels, and that she would be a complete waste of space. That's even more infuriating than her being a genius. Song Xian has long been looking at Su Kursen's eyes. The more miserable she is, the better he can feel in his heart. Suku Xin, you wouldn't dare, would you? Song Xian was conspiratorial. If you don't dare, apologize to me now and say that you can't compare to me, Song Xian, and I won't compete with you. After all, you're a cripple, so I'll have to take the blame if you run halfway and break your leg later. Su Lingmeng's pretty fawn eyes were filled with fire as she arched her back, intending to slam into his belly again. Song Xian was already prepared and dodged sideways. Suku Xin, you wouldn't dare, would you? Because you don't dare, you purposely let your sister come out to cause trouble? We used to be on good terms. If you really don't dare, just say so. Would I force you? Behind him, Song Xian's junior partner that he brought along was also yelling at the top of his voice. Suku Xin, admit defeat if you don't dare. It's not like our boss is going to force a woman. That's right, you've got a ruined leg, so you'd better not let yours get even more ruined. Their words of mockery and sarcasm instead gave birth to Suku Xin's good nature. Just compare. If I win, you'll apologize to me for your behavior. Su Lingmeng panicked and pulled her hand. Sister, your leg is just getting a little better. You'll get hurt if you go running it this time. Even Su Ming in the stroller got anxious and waved his hand, trying to communicate with her in baby language. My silly big sister, you can't be stupid. You're still a patient. You have to think about your body. Suku Xin's mind was made up. Don't worry guys, I have my own ideas. The group made their way to the runway. Looking at the runway in front of him, Su Ming realized that they were actually going to come for real. Staring at the leader, Song Xian, Su Ming was so angry that he kept waving his fists. Damn it, if it weren't for my body restricting me, I'd have to beat you up hard right now. You actually dare to bully my big sister. I curse you for stepping on dog shit later and not being able to run at all. The two of them were ready on the track. Looking at the crutches in Suku Xin's hands, Song Xian had a bad thought. If I say, we're both running, how can you use tools? You have to throw away the crutches in your hand. Otherwise, it still counts as your loss. Suku Xin could barely walk now, but without her crutches, there was certainly no way she could walk that easily. Song Xian had seen through this and said this on purpose. Suku Xin took a deep breath, dropped the support tool in her hand, and looked out of the corner of her eye coldly. Now begin. Okay, whoever finishes the lap first wins. Song Xian's flailing didn't last long. As he was running, he suddenly hit a soft mess on his foot. He looked down and threw up with a wow when he saw the soft black mess. Shit. What stinking shit? What's with this shit on a nice runway? He was furious and changed the track. That just didn't count. Let's start over this time. Accompanied by the sound of starting, Song Xian just moved. His foot seemed to step on something out of thin air again, and he directly fell to the ground. His tailbone hurting so much that his eyes burst into tears. It was as if there was something that was preventing him from running. Unbelieving. He braced himself to get up and tried to keep running. But this time, it still didn't work. And with a fall to the left, his face went straight towards the ground, scuffing up a chunk of skin. As he froze for the start, Sequoia slowly moved his legs and walked forward. Without her crutches, it became very difficult for her to maintain even basic balance, and she could only grit her teeth, barely restraining herself from falling to the ground as her body swayed to one side. 20 meters in a row was as far as she could walk independently these days. She stopped. Her legs were so sore and swollen that even her head was starting to spin. Should we just give up now? Thinking of Song Xian's arrogant appearance, Suko Xian's heart welled up with infinite unwillingness. At one time, she was extremely athletic as well. Nowadays, how could she resign herself to the fact that she even had problems walking? Suko Xian gritted her teeth and kept telling herself in her mind, hold on a little longer. Hold on a little longer. Try to walk the whole distance. Just walk it. After 2 more steps, she fainted even more, like she was about to fall softly to the ground. Just when she felt she had reached her limit, her legs suddenly felt like they were infused with infinite strength. In that instant, the original soreness seemed to be gone, and what replaced it was full of strength. Suko Xian even felt that her legs returned to the way they were before the accident. She took a step that was steadier and more solid than before. By the time she came back from her lap, Song Xian hadn't even made it out of the starting point, and had all kinds of bruises on his arms from the fall, and even his clothes were dirty. He glared at Suko Xian. What kind of demonic magic did you use, actually making me unable to run out? Suko Xian frowned. You have your own problem. You can't run, so you blame me? Although she knew in her heart that these were definitely Su Ming's credits, since I've already won, you'll apologize to me now. Song Xian, not only were you unable to beat me in IQ in the first place, but now you can't even outrun a cripple like me. You! Song Xian was furious, glaring at Suko Xian, half speechless. You want me to apologize to a cripple like you? You're fucking dreaming. I won't do it. A cold smile surfaced on Su Lingmeng's small face. Song Xian, do you not dare? If you kneel down now and call out to your aunt, I won't fight you and reluctantly let you off the hook. Adolescent children can't stand being irritated by others. Song Xian's expression became ugly on the spot. Fuck you, little bitch. What are you saying? You want me to kneel down for you? Are you worthy of that? Just say it. Don't you dare. Song Xian's eyes grew cold as he stared at her and said wistfully, if you lose the fight, you'll have to drill through my crotch. Even for 2 boys, the act of crotch drilling was extremely humiliating. Not to mention Su Lingmeng was a girl. Behind her, the little kid who came with her took her hand. Dreamy, do you really want to fight him? This behavior of drilling crotch sounds too insulting. Yeah, Dreamy, why don't we go pay a strong man to clean him up? There's no need to do it ourselves. Su Lingmeng brushed away their hands. No, I can do it. On her, she still had her brother's hair. Her brother had said that her hair could give her strength. So Song Xian must be dead today. Seeing her like this, Song Xian laughed even more wildly. It's not like he was a compassionate person. Not to mention, Su Lingming's temper was so bad that looking at her made people want to bully her severely. Damn, Suko Xian had to be his previous fiancée, causing him to be ridiculed for so long. Now, it was still good to get a little interest back from Su Lingmeng. The two went to the back of the school building and found an open space. The onlookers were all curious classmates. Song Xian moved his muscles and bones, saw the people around him, and then looked at the tiny, powdered Su Lingmeng, or gritted his teeth and reluctantly loaded up. I'll give you one last chance. If you admit defeat now, I cannot fight you. After all, you're so small. It wouldn't look good on my old man's face to fight you and win. Although he really wanted to clean up Su Lingmeng properly. But barring that, if the fact that he was a big boy beating up a little girl was told, wouldn't all those girls be scolding him behind his back for not knowing how to be compassionate? Su Lingmeng leapt to her feet. Shucks. If you're scared, you can beg for mercy from me now. Grass. I gave you a chance and you still dare not want it. With a whistle from the makeshift referee that the two had gotten, the two began to fight. With the difference in physical strength, Song Xian easily clamped down on Su Lingmeng. He squeezed her shoulder and kicked at her. Little brat, go back to hugging your crippled sister and crying. Don't come out here and make a fool of yourself. Suriname stroked her hair that was in her pocket. She clutched it tightly in the palm of her hand and said silently, Brother, you said hair would give me strength, so make sure you let me punch this foul-mouthed bitch away later. As Song Xian rushed over, Su Lingmeng clenched her fists and viciously struck at Song Xian's face. Pung! Song Xian's entire body was in a parabolic state, flying straight out 4 meters away. He was knocked to the ground and was dumbfounded. What's going on? Was the person who just struck out Su Lingmeng? How could she have such terrifying strength? With her hair and her hands, Su Lingmeng could immediately feel that her body was filled with power. As if there was a large truck in front of her right now, she would be able to easily flatten it. Her eyes were shocked and she was a little taken back. As Song Xian rushed over again, she hooked her fists and legs and viciously greeted him. Grass! Song Xian had a tooth broken and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't want to pretend anymore, and his gaze was grim as he looked at the minions behind him. Get your asses together and hit this little bitch hard for me. There are still people around to watch it. The little brothers are a bit to face. Big brother, this is not good, right? Su Lingmeng, a girl. If you don't get on, believe it or not, I'll beat you up. A group of minions gritted their teeth and charged upwards. A dozen or so oodles of teenagers just surrounded and attacked a little girl, and many onlookers revealed expressions of condemnation and shock. Just as the people brought by Su Lingmeng also wanted to go up and help, the scene that shocked them happened. The petite loli was dressed in a school uniform, obviously with a cute face, but her hands were not soft at all when she moved. With every blow, she was able to send a teenager who was a head taller than her flying. Wow, is that Su Lingmeng? Some of the kids in her class had their mouths open. That's too much. It's like a goddess. She's like Superman in the movies. Oh my god, I have a new goddess. When Su Lingmeng stopped, the ground was already lying in a crowd. The tiny girl stood in the very center, obviously with a soft face, but with an extra queenly air. She grunted, Song Xian, you lost. Song Xian, who was lying in the very center, had an iron face. He, in fact, really lost to this little kid. He stared indignantly at Su Lingmeng, his eyes bloodthirsty, wanting to glare a hole through her. Su Lingmeng's eyes narrowed slightly and she clenched her fists. Seeing you like this, it seems like you're not convinced. She grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and clunked her other fist into him. The empty space surrounded by people resounded with the pig-killing squeals of Song Xian. Stop hitting. I'm wrong. Let go. Su Lingmeng, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Su Lingmeng let out a cold snort before she let go of her hand. She forked her legs. You said it. Whoever loses, drills whoever's crotch. All around, there were many other people gathered around, and there were many familiar faces that Song Xian had an impression of. Looking at Su Lingmeng in front of him again, his teeth gritted. Infinite grief and humiliation enveloped his body. Song Xian simply wanted to close his eyes and just pass out. Pass out so you don't have to be so insulted. Song Xian, don't play dead. Su Lingmeng's fist flicked. Believe it or not, I'll continue to beat you up. With the memory of the painful beating still fresh in his mind, Song Xian gritted his teeth and pushed down the idea of playing dead. He looked sad and humiliated. What do you want? Wasn't it you who said that the loser drills through the opponent's crotch? Su Lingmeng coldly stared at him. You bad guy. Are you allowed to bully others every day and not allow them to retaliate back? Now, kneel down and drill for me. Looking at Song Xian's stifled face, Su Lingmeng's mood flowed freely. If you dare to bully her sister, you have to pay the price. I'll be damned. Is Song Xian really going to drill? Su Lingmeng is so horrible at hitting people. If you were, would you dare not to drill? Cough cough. Then of course I wouldn't dare. But it's also because Song Xian deserved it, right? Su Lingmeng is an elementary school student. He ran to find someone else's trouble and still couldn't beat them. It's simply a joke to tell. Various conversations continued to ring in his ears as Song Xian stared at Su Lingmeng, his eyes brimming with hatred. He gritted his teeth and knelt down in humiliation. He would definitely get his revenge for today's shame. Su Lingmeng, he would definitely make her look good. Song Xian's drilling of a girl's crotch instantly spread throughout the junior high and elementary school divisions, instantly becoming a celebrity. He could see people pointing at him as he walked alone. See that? That's Song Xian from the first year, going to bully a little sister from a lower grade, and ended up being forced to drill her crotch when she couldn't even beat her. Ha, is he actually that good? Who says it isn't? It sounds humiliating and puts us boys to shame. Song Xian's face was as black as a pot as he listened and turned around. Grass. Shut the hell up. Do you want to fight? Seeing him get angry, the chewer then shut up and walked away. This happened about a dozen times throughout the morning. Boys in middle school were most concerned about face, and Song Xian's entire body was about to collapse. He rushed straight to the high school center. Cousin, help me beat up someone. This person is just too bad. Hearing clearly where Song Xian was coming from, Tang Jun almost thought his ears were out of order. Song Xian, you said you lost a fight with an elementary school student? Lost? Tang Jun stared at Song Xian with a suspicious expression. As the big brother in the school gangsters, when he went out to fight, he at least fought with his peers. How did his cousin get into a fight with a girl from elementary school, and lost the fight? Being asked this, Song Xian's face appeared embarrassed. Brother, keep your voice down. He explained, that girl's strength was really strong and weird. I couldn't resist at all. Brother, You know my strength. She was just too wrong. Help me out. I'll buy you drinks and karaoke, okay? Tang Jun patted him on the shoulder. Alright, we're brothers. You've begged me. I'll go and meet what this little student is really like. It's amazing that he can't even get his cousin to fight. So amazing. Even though he was a schoolboy, he wouldn't be soft when he messed with his cousin. Okay, brother, remember to find a few more capable fighters. That girl wants to be evil as hell, and when the time comes, I'll treat you guys to a big meal. The information that Tang Jun was looking for someone didn't evade at all, and it quickly spread. In Su Ling Meng's class, there were people familiar with her who heard the news and were anxious to find her. Su Ling Meng, go quickly after school and remember to ask your family to pick you up. I heard about it. Song Xian went to his senior cousin and is coming to beat you up, the boy kindly reminded. His cousin's name is Tang Jun. He's the big brother of the high school grade. There are so many little brothers. You definitely can't beat him. If your parents come early enough, they won't dare put up a fight. Su Ling Meng looked petite and soft. How could she be a match for someone that big? The boy thought indignantly. These upperclassmen are so out of sight. Su Ling Meng, however, was a bit excited. You said his cousin is coming to beat me up? I've heard about a dozen of them. So get a move on and don't delay. Su Ling Meng pulled out her cell phone and dialed Chen Wanqiu's number. Mom, I have something to do tonight. So come pick me up later, love you, oh mom. Su Ling Meng's tone was sweet, as if she was talking about some very normal topic, not at all like she was about to be asked out on a date. Su Ling Meng often came home late, so Chen Wanqiu didn't suspect much. She nodded. Okay. The nice boy was dumbfounded. Su Ling Meng, are you crazy? You actually let your mom pick you up later? What if you get killed later? He was kind enough to come over and tell her, but she ended up being such a deadbeat. He took her hand, his tone anxious. I'll take you to the teacher now. Little life is important. You listen to me. Su Ling Meng patted his shoulder. Don't be afraid, La. I'm super powerful now. Later on you'll just watch me beat the crap out of them. Ha! The boy was dumbfounded, and when he saw Su Ling Meng's confident face, it was inconvenient for him to persuade him further, so he shut his mouth. Soon it was time for school to end. As soon as Su Ling Meng left the school gate, she immediately saw the crowds of Song Xian and the others. She strutted over. Yo, Song Xian, is this the helper you found? Tang Jun's face was a little bashful as he looked at the little dudes in front of him. He lowered his voice. Song Xian, are you sure you were beaten by her? Such a small loli? Are you sure? Tang Jun's tone, very foxed. After all, Su Ling Meng looked, literally, too petite. He grew up fast, and now he's all of 1 meter 8 or so, while Su Ling Meng is only 1 meter 2. Song Xian gritted his teeth as he listened to his skeptical voice. Cousin, he's really weird and terribly strong. You'll understand when you fight her later. Line it. Tang Jun lowered his head. Hey, little bean sprout, apologize to my cousin. If you apologize seriously, I can still consider not hitting you. Otherwise, you're such a small girl, it won't look good if I beat you to tears. Su Ling Meng's cold eyes were disdainful. I see that you're covered in false flesh, just like you. Wait to be beaten by Auntie Nee and beg for forgiveness on your knees. She may be small, but she's not small. Tang Jun's face darkened and he spat, the bit of pity that had just risen vanishing without a trace. Grass, you little bitch. I'll teach you what not to mess with today. No wonder Song Xian had asked him to deal with such a brat. Just the mouth of this brat screamed anger when he heard it. Su Ling Meng pocketed Su Ming's hair. Now does not bring fear. Then they are still crazy. I think it's you guys were beaten up by me is more or less. Stinking shameless. The spectacle of a dozen punks surrounding a small schoolgirl was an eye-catching one. Some righteous people couldn't help but walk over when they saw Su Ling Meng's docile and coquettish appearance. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you bullying someone else's little girl? You're schoolyard bullies. I'm going to call the police and have you taken in for education. Tang Jun's few people panicked. They were tall and strong, and the scene of them surrounding Su Ling Meng was indeed very much like bullying. Su Ling Meng pulled the passerby's sleeve, her tone sweet. It's fine, little brother. These people aren't my match. I'm in a legitimate PK with them. She was already delicate looking, like a beautiful doll in a window. At this moment, with a softened tone, she was even more adorable to the point that her heart would melt. The passerby couldn't help but say, little girl, you fought with them? Are you serious? You're so small. It won't look good if you get beaten up and brought down. Su Ling Meng shook her head. I'm not scared, little brother. If you're not worried, you can stand by and watch me beat the crap out of them later. Oh. Tang Jun's face darkened as he listened. Su Ling Meng, at your young age, you're not ashamed to talk big. I'd like to see if you'll be the one crying and begging for forgiveness or if I'll win later. Che, there are so many of you. Is it honorable to beat up one of me? Even the passers-by chimed in on the side. That's right, if you guys are PK, it should be a one-on-one PK. What's wrong with a bunch of you guys surrounding her? Tang Jun waved his fist. If you make any more fucking noise, I'll even beat you up. Su Lingmeng held Su Ming's hair and felt full of power. With her brother's hair in the air, she's sure to win the fight. As a group of punks rushed towards her, she had no fear at all, clenching her hand into a fist and knocking down one with a single punch. The tiny loli weaved in and out of the taller punks, her swift movements making the people around her dumbfounded in unison. This, King Kong Lori? Even the man who had kindly stepped forward earlier had his mouth open. Damn, it's so long in the tooth. Kids these days can actually fight so well. By the time Su Lingmeng stopped, everyone had been knocked down by her, and one by one they were lying on the ground screaming in pain. Tang Jun's face was blue and purple, grimacing in pain. Grass. Song Xian, why didn't you tell me earlier that this little brat has so much strength? Song Xian covered his face in aggravation. I told you a long time ago that she's creepy. If he had known that even his cousin and the community couldn't deal with Su Lingmeng, he would have gone to the big brother of the gang. Seeing that Su Lingmeng still wanted to make a move, those punks that Tang Jun had shouted at with money, one by one, began to beg for mercy. Kid sis, I'm wrong, don't fight. I have an old man and a young man. I still have to go back to cook for my grandma and sister. Kid sister, please raise your hand. Someone even said, Sister Kid, I'll recognize you as my boss. You're such a good fighter. I can be your lapdog. As soon as he suggested this, the others sniffed inspiration. Kid sis, I'm going to be your little brother too. I can buy you breakfast and be at your beck and call. You'll be satisfied. Me too, me too. Su Lingmeng moved her wrists and listened to her heart itching. So many minions? Then wouldn't she be very handsome when she walks on the road in the future? Moreover, with a little brother, scum like Song Xian would definitely not dare to trouble her or her sister anymore. She nodded haughtily. Fine, then I'll reluctantly take you guys without a fight. Seeing them mutiny in droves, Tang Jun's face darkened as he struggled and cursed. Hey, aren't you the helpers I found? What do you mean by suddenly changing your minds now? I poo. The gangster who first recognized Su Lingmeng as his boss spat over with a handful of saliva. You just gave me a few $100 and you still want me to sell my life. Now Su Lingmeng is my boss. How dare you bully her? Brothers, give him a good beating. He was originally the boss of a small group of people who were socializing outside, and the people today were basically his minions. Once he gave the word, the others stepped forward together. The two of them, Tang Jun, had just been beaten up by Su Lingmeng, and right now, they were surrounded by this group of people, their faces twisted with anger. Cripes, you eat your heart out villains. The crowd only stopped when they saw that the two men were being beaten beyond endurance. There was no longer a good piece of meat on Song Xian's two faces, and the various colors came together in a palette. The two brothers held each other up, staggered to their feet, and limped away. The leader of the punks shyly approached Su Lingmeng. Little boss, is it okay for me to be your number one little brother? Su Lingmeng looked at him, seeing that he was quite good at what he did. She pretended to be old and heavy and nodded. Alright, I'll give you the honor. Boss, my name is Wang Anil. You can just call me Xiaolu. Boss, can you teach me how you developed this strength? It's also too handsome. If I had this strength of yours, I would have become the leader of this area's gang long ago. Su Lingmeng touched her nose and said without blushing, born with it. You probably can't practice it. In fact, it's expected that anyone who can have their brother's hair can have the strength to do so. Boss, you're amazing. All your talents are so different. Others have complimented. Yeah, boss, you're the strongest kid I've ever met. Boss, that was a cool move you just hit me with. They were gangsters, and the degree to which they could fight determined their status. Su Lingmeng had displayed extraordinary strength at a young age, coupled with a composure that surpassed her age. They all submitted. Having taken in so many little brothers at once, Su Lingmeng was complimented to the point where people were a bit fluttered. She waved her hand and handed out a wave of her own pocket money to buy them dinner, causing them to get even more excited. The next day, Su Lingmeng's battle against the gangsters and beating up Song Xian Tang Jun spread through the school, directly becoming a celebrity in the school. Everywhere she went, she attracted a bunch of surprised gazes. By noon, her little brother, whom she had just recognized yesterday, suddenly came rushing to her. Boss, help out. Jungle rescue. Wang Anil looked anxious. Boss, my little brother's territory has been robbed. You're my boss. You have to come and help. Su Lingmeng was eating. When she saw him, she put down her chopsticks. What is it? Wang Anil said with a sniffle and a tear. Boss, each of our gangs has its own territory, but suddenly a big gang came out to steal my territory. You're strong and able to fight. Help me beat those shameless people away. This was the first time Su Lingmeng had met a little brother asking for help, and she was still a bit uncomfortable. She coughed lightly. You're my boss. You're so strong. You won't see death and save me, Wang Anil said while crying. Su Lingmeng's vigor of being a big brother came up at once. Okay, I'll go. As a big brother, one must act like a big brother. How could a little brother refuse when he asked for her help? Su Lingmeng slapped the table in a gallant manner. But, she changed her tone, I'm going to have to go get some help. And when I bring it, I'm going to go with you to deal with the man who took your territory. Good. Big brother is righteous. Su Lingmeng was in a jittery mood. She is still a child. Really want to participate in the war of adults. 80% is unable to fight. At this time, can only rely on external forces to cheat. Su Lingmeng sneaked back, relying on her petite body to make her way to the nursery with ease. The sleeping Su Ming felt himself being picked up, and after lifting his eyes to see clearly that it was Su Lingmeng, he closed his eyes again and fell asleep. Whatever. Anyway, it's a sister. It's not like she's going to hurt him. Wang Anil is waiting with bated breath for his new boss to bring help. The boss has so much strength and fights so sick. The help he got must be at the level of taekwondo masters. The gang that robbed his turf is definitely finished. From a distance, he saw Su Lingmeng coming over. When he happily came over, he found the white baby she was holding in her arms. Wang Anil's eyes went black. Boss, where's the help? Here. Su Lingmeng held up Su Ming. Don't look at his young age. Where he's around, I have much better luck. This. Wang Anil's lips twitched, feeling that his intelligence had been insulted. Did he really do nothing wrong by recognizing such a brat as his boss? It seems too late to regret it now. Instead, Su Lingmeng looked exuberant. Where are we going to fight? I think I can definitely win later. At that abandoned cold storage facility on the east side of town. Wang Anil just took Su Lingmeng as well as Su Ming to meet with his little brothers. The little brothers had all seen Su Lingmeng yesterday during the fight with Song Xian, and each of them was enthusiastic. Boss, you're here. Boss, you look beautiful again today. Boss, the little kid in your arms is so cute. Is he a relative of your family? Su Lingmeng enjoyed this feeling of having a little brother and waved her hand. Let's go. Today I'd like to see which gang dares to bully my people. The sleeping Su Ming heard the sound and lifted his eyelids to look. Black lines slid across his forehead as he watched Su Lingmeng mingle like a fish in water among a bunch of punks. This sister of his, how come she still hangs out with the triads? Forget it. Kids always have strange hobbies. Su Lingmeng and a group of juniors arrived at the agreed-upon cold storage location. This is an abandoned factory building. The house has long been borne all kinds of dust, cobwebs all over the place. However, the place was very empty again. And when I walked in, there was a gust of gloomy wind. Wang Anil rubbed his arms. Fuck, this shithole is eerie. The group is gone. The next second, the door suddenly went in between and closed. What's going on? Su Lingmeng's face panicked. Wang Anil hurriedly ran over and used his hands to pick and pull the door. But he found that the door had been completely closed and could not be pulled at all from the inside. 1 foot they entered and the door closed the next. It must have been on purpose by those assholes. Infinite afterthought surged to his heart. Wang Anil looked at the clueless Su Lingmeng behind him and felt a gush of regret. He has a rotten life. If it's gone, it's gone. This boss he just met is still a little girl. If it's gone because of him, he won't be at peace even if he dies. The door suddenly slammed shut and everyone panicked. What's going on? It must be Li Long's group who are backstabbing us. Bragging about being great every day and ending up with this kind of underhanded tactic. Screw it. A group of people gathered together and pushed the door hard. The gate loomed large and didn't move at all outside, as if it was blocked by something huge. Everyone had a frustrated look on their face and a jittery expression. At this time, the school also finally realized that Su Lingmeng had disappeared from the school. The school leaders all got nervous and a group of people started to look for someone. But after searching the whole school, they couldn't even find Su Lingmeng's shadow. The teachers panicked and rushed to contact Chen Wanqiu. After hearing the news from the school side, Chen Wanqiu's eyes went black and she almost fell to the ground. Her daughter, actually missing? What's going on? She braced herself for sanity. Aren't there supposed to be controls everywhere in the school? How come we can't see where people are going? Su Lingmeng's mom. Don't be anxious yet. Our school's surveillance is broken today. There's no way to find out exactly where student Su Lingmeng went. However, we did ask, and she had contact with an out-of-school gangster at noon. We've called the police. I'm sure they'll be able to help us find someone soon. Chen Wanqiu's brain hurt even more. Missing, punk. Those two words together don't sound like something normal has happened. At this time, the maid at home called. She was upset and directly pressed off. The other party then called again, as if they had met a major event that they could not choose. Chen Wanqiu secretly said it was bad and answered the phone. Over there, the maid sounded panicked. Madam, the young master has disappeared.